Let's do it again. Asshole, this is already the fourth time, are you done yet? Luxurious room, soft big bed. Su Qingxue looked at the guy in front of her with shame and anger. This guy's name is Lin Zhe. He is her contracted husband, or in other words, a substitute. He is usually very gentle, but tonight he is like a wolf. Su Qingxue clearly remembered that her original intention was just to divorce him. In order to have a smooth divorce, I was willing to give him an additional 10 million in compensation, and he agreed. But after he hit his head, things became different. Not only did he get me into bed with him without my knowledge, but I also had my first kiss taken away by this bastard. Su Qingxue knew that she was beautiful and had a very sexy body, especially her two snow-white legs. Whenever she went out wearing a short skirt, stockings and high heels, she would attract a lot of strange looks. But even so, this bastard can't sleep with me again and again. I don't want to either, but Su Qingxue, I've liked you for 7 years. When I think that we're going to get divorced tomorrow and you're going to be in Ji Zifeng's arms from now on, I feel so heartbroken that I can't breathe. Lin Zhe said aggrievedly. Ji Zifeng was Su Qingxue's beloved white moonlight during their college days. After graduation, he went abroad with his girlfriend. I suddenly contacted Su Qingxue some time ago, and she said she was tired and wanted to return to her nest like a tired bird. Moreover, he said it very clearly that he came back this time just to be with Su Qingxue. Therefore, Su Qingxue, the bootlicker, couldn't wait to divorce Lin Zhe. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingxue fell silent. She knew that Lin Zhe had liked her for 7 years, and his eyes looked a bit like Ji Zifeng, so she chose him as a substitute. After 3 years of marriage, Su Qingxue admitted that Lin Zhe took good care of her in every aspect. When facing her, he always looked very patient, and his temper was so good that it seemed as if he had no temper at all. Although Su Qingxue didn't like Lin Zhe, she admitted that Lin Zhe was a good marriage candidate. If Ji Zifeng didn't want to come back, Su Qingxue wouldn't want to get divorced. The last time, Su Qingxue compromised. Lin Zhe didn't say anything, nor did he have time to speak. The moment Su Qingxue finished speaking, he hugged Su Qingxue's sweet and soft body in his arms. You, please be gentler. Su Qingxue said coquettishly, her voice was incredibly charming. After the exciting battle, Su Qingxue fell asleep due to exhaustion. Lin Zhe was not sleepy. He lit a cigarette and puffed away at it. He still couldn't figure out how he had traveled through time. Yes, Lin Zhe came from another world. He was originally a gangster on Blue Star, but because he was so successful, the government treated him to peanuts. As a result, when he opened his eyes again, he came to this inexplicable world, and his soul was attached to a guy with the same name. In fact, when Lin Zhe just came here and figured out the situation, he was still a little happy in his heart. Firstly, he was reborn, and secondly, Su Qingxue was so charming. Lin Zhe had seen many beauties when he was on Blue Star, but no one could compare to Su Qingxue's beauty. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a hot body that makes people jealous, especially those two snow-white and slender legs, which are simply life-threatening. But this joy did not last long, and Su Qingxue asked for a divorce. Especially when he learned that the other party was going to divorce the original owner for another man, Lin Zhe instantly became unhappy. So what happened next happened. After all, Lin Zhe is not a person who likes to suffer losses. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Zhe lay next to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue subconsciously shrank into Lin Zhe's arms, as docile as a cat, without any of her usual cold and noble aura. Lin Zhe looked at her with complicated eyes. When Lin Zhe thought about the divorce tomorrow, his heart ached instantly. He knew that it was the original owner's residual consciousness that was causing trouble. After all, he had no feelings for Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe touched the beating heart and murmured to himself, "It's going to rain, and my mother is going to get married. Her heart is no longer with you, so it's useless for you to be sad. Come to think of it, you're not at a loss. You've liked her for 7 years. Even though you're getting a divorce now, you've slept with her. In fact, let's just divorce. I'll find you a few more girls in the future to treat your kidneys. Also, I'll get you back for all the grievances you've suffered before. Just go with peace of mind." As soon as the words fell, Lin Zhe heard a faint sigh, and then his heart stopped hurting. A night in silence. The next day, when Su Qingxue opened her eyes, she saw Lin Zhe's familiar face. He didn't know when he woke up and was looking at himself. "Good morning." Lin Zhe smiled. Su Qingxue glared at Lin Zhe in shame and anger. She didn't even want to see Lin Zhe, let alone talk to him. When I saw this bastard, I remembered that he slept with me 5 times last night. Lindsay smiled. Su Qingxue, why are you so charming even when you're angry? What should I do? I suddenly feel reluctant to divorce you. Of course, Lindsay wasn't really reluctant to let her go, he was just a little greedy for her body. Especially those snow white and sexy legs, which could almost kill Lindsay after putting on stockings. Su Qingxue was instantly angry. Not only did she give this bastard 20 million for a divorce, but she also let him sleep with her 5 times. But now he says he doesn't want a divorce anymore. What an international joke. Asshole, I tell you, we must get divorced today. Su Qingxue said angrily. Ji Zifeng is coming back today, and Su Qingxue doesn't want to finish her own business before he comes back. After all, I promised him that I would greet him with a brand new attitude. Lindsay did not find Su Qingxue's attitude strange. Only rich young ladies like them who had no worries about food and clothing would pursue love, which was nothing to Lindsay. Lindsay smiled. What if after the divorce, you find that I'm the one you like? Let me make it clear first, once the divorce is over, I will never want you. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't even look at you. Su Qingxue sneered. I like you? You are not even as good as Ji Zifeng by a hair, and you still want me to kneel down and beg you, are you worthy? Very good, Lindsay was successfully angered. He directly hugged Su Qingxue's fragrant and soft body into his arms. Su Qingxue panicked. Asshole, what do you want to do? Asshole, you let me go. Asshole, whoa, you bastard, whoa, you be gentler. Chapter 2 Stay with me. Near noon, the two men walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Qingxue's walking posture is extremely strange. Frankly speaking, if Ji Zifeng wasn't coming back in the evening, Su Qingxue really didn't want to get a divorce today. There's no way I could do anything about it. This bastard had slept with me twice again this morning. She felt as if her body was pierced, and it hurt so much. If possible, Su Qingxue really wanted to lie in bed and have a good rest. Looking at the divorce certificate in her hand, Su Qingxue felt very complicated. She thought she would be very happy. After all, divorce was what she wanted. But now she doesn't seem as happy as expected. However, seeing Lindsay's smug look, Su Qingxue suddenly felt unhappy. She said angrily, Lindsay, we are divorced now. Move your things to me before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you hear me? Lindsay nodded. To Lindsay, Su Qingxue was like sand that he couldn't hold, so it was better to let it go as soon as possible. After all, he had no feelings for her. Besides, Lindsay has no habit of pestering a woman. It's a pity that I came here a little late, otherwise, I would have conquered her physically and mentally long ago. Also, don't bother me anymore and don't tell anyone that we were married. Few people knew about their marriage, even Su Qingxue's parents didn't know about it. Lindsay nodded again. Seeing Lindsay being so obedient, Su Qingxue became more and more unhappy. She thought that this bastard would at least say a few words to keep her. But he didn't say a word. Don't you have anything to say to me? Su Qingxue asked angrily. Have. A hint of pride flashed through Su Qingxue's heart. She snorted and said, then hurry up and tell me. Can you do it again? Lindsay asked very seriously. He was really a little greedy for Su Qingxue's body. Her skin was white and tender, her figure was well proportioned, her waist was particularly thin, especially those 2 snow white and sexy legs. When she put on stockings, she was simply fascinating and it was hard not to be greedy. Get out! Su Qingxue shouted angrily. Lindsay smiled and pinched Su Qingxue's fair face unscrupulously. Take care. Call me when you feel lonely. But let me be frank. I don't like women who have been touched by other people, even if it's just holding hands. After leaving these words, Lindsay walked away. Su Qingxue stood there for a long time, unable to recover. She felt that Lindsay was really a little different from before. Take the incident of him pinching his face just now, for example. He would never have dared to do that in the past. But now he not only did it, but also did it so unscrupulously. Su Qingxue even felt that he was teasing her. She thought she would be angry, but she was not. Instead, she inexplicably felt that Lindsay had a different kind of charm. Maybe I have never seen Lindsay like this. Not far from the Civil Affairs Bureau, a dazzling sports car blocked Lindsay's way, looking extremely arrogant. Then, Lindsay saw a hot young girl jump out of the car, and then walk to his side with her snow-white hips twisted. Hold the grass. She is so pretty, just like a certain actress on the blue planet who calls herself a queen. But the one in front of me is more charming than that one, especially her eyes, which are watery and simply enchanting. The original owner's memory told Lindsay that the charming girl in front of him was called Shin Tianli, the eldest daughter of the Shin family in Haichang, and she and Su Qingxue were sworn enemies. To what extent are they dead? The Shin family will do whatever the Su family does. Su Qingxue now runs an entertainment company, and Shin Tianli also runs an entertainment company. Lindsay lowered the car window and looked at the other person with a smile. Are you divorced from Su Qingxue? Shin Tianli asked with a beautiful smile. Her voice is as alluring as her face. Yeah, we're divorced. She suggested it? Of course I suggested it. Are you willing to do that? Shin Tianli asked with a charming smile. Lindsay sighed. I was reluctant at first, but when I thought about how you are prettier than her, I was willing to give it up. Puff. Shin Tianli giggled and laughed so hard that her body shook. Lindsay, I always thought you were just a dull person, but I didn't expect that you have such a humorous side. Lindsay nodded in agreement. You know, besides being handsome, I'm also humorous, witty, and cool. Shin Tianli burst into laughter again, and she had to hold onto the car window with both hands to barely stand steady. Lindsay smiled and said, It's so hot outside. Why don't we get in the car and talk? Shin Tianli glanced at Lindsay with a charming smile, then turned around and got on the passenger seat. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lindsay asked straight to the point. However, although the words were addressed to Shin Tianli, his eyes were not looking at Shin Tianli. Instead, he was staring unscrupulously at Shin Tianli's two snow-white beautiful legs, which were wearing thin flesh-colored stockings. It must be said that these two legs are exactly the same as Su Qingxue's beautiful legs. Shin Tianli caught Lindsay's bold and unbridled look, and she asked with a charming smile, Are my legs beautiful? It's so beautiful, like a prosthetic limb. I don't believe there are such perfect legs in the world. Can I touch it to verify it? Lindsay said righteously. Ha 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 ha. Shin Tianli was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. This guy can actually say such things just to touch his own legs. How shameless. Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, Okay, then you can touch it. I have to see if this guy is really so bold. Lindsay started without saying a word. No, this guy really dares? Shin Tianli quickly pushed Lindsay's hand away. He laughed and scolded, Rogue, let me ask you, are you really willing to divorce Su Qingxue? There's nothing I can do even if I don't want to. She doesn't like me. Lindsay said, pretending to be sad. Shin Tianli stopped smiling. She stared at Lindsay's overly handsome face, and for no reason she felt a little distressed. Because Lindsay's lost look made him look like a broken man. You don't need to be sad. In my opinion, the one who suffered the most from your divorce should be Su Qingxue. After all, she lost someone who loved her deeply, while you just lost someone who didn't love you. You're right, but I feel so bad. Can you give me a loving hug? You want to die? You actually tried to take advantage of me. Shin Tianli smiled and gave Lindsay a pink fist. Lindsay also smiled and asked, Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and asked, Do you want to take revenge on Su Qingxue? How to retaliate? Stay with me. Chapter 3 Then you can live in my house. Lindsay was delighted. Is this the reward for traveling through time? Just after Su Qingxue left, Shin Tianli came. Why, you like me? Shin Tianli burst into laughter. You dare to think so. I am sad. Don't be sad, maybe I will like you in the future. Excuse me, is this the third tone or the fourth tone? Shin Tianli understood immediately. She laughed and scolded, Lindsay, you are such a hooligan. Oops, I accidentally let you see my true face. Shin Tianli was amused again. I have to say, Shin Tianli really thinks Lindsay is quite interesting. She hadn't had much contact with Lindsay before and always thought he was a conservative person. After all, when we met before, he was always serious and stern. But I didn't expect him to be so interesting. Lindsay smiled and said, Tell me, what does it mean to be with you? Revenge on Su Qingxue. What kind of revenge is this? She doesn't like me. She doesn't like you, but she is extremely possessive. Besides, if you were to be with someone else, it might not irritate her, but being with me would definitely work. After all, we are sworn enemies. Think about it, you just got divorced and you're with me. If she knew, wouldn't she be so angry that she would vomit blood? That makes sense, but what good will it do you? Yes, I feel happy when I see her vomiting blood. How about we do it? Shen Tianli said proudly with her pretty face. No. Why, you don't want to piss her off to death? No, I mean, it costs extra money. Puff. Shen Tianli laughed wildly. Okay, I'll give you 10 million after this is done. Make a deal. Let's go and show our affection to her now. There's no rush now. Come with me and move to a new home. Okay. The two returned to Su Qingshue's villa together. However, Shen Tianli did not go in. In her words, she didn't want to step into Su Qingshue's territory. After being married to Su Qingxue for 3 years, Lin Zhe had very few things. Apart from a few pieces of clothing, there were only some toiletries. Lin Zhe packed up his things quickly and left the villa without any reluctance. Is that all? Shen Tianli asked. Yes. Su Qingxue is really stingy towards you. That's right. We're divorced, but you still won't give me 10 or 8 billion. Lin Zhe agreed. Shen Tianli smiled sweetly and said, You dare to say that? Why, isn't my face worth that much money? Shen Tianli giggled. That's more than 1 billion or 8 billion. I just like the way you are honest. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Shen Tianli asked with a smile, Where are you going? Back to the Lin family. Go back, but not now. After traveling through time yesterday, when Lin Zhe read the original owner's memory, he realized that he had lived a miserable life. He was the real young master of the Lin family. When he was 4 years old, he was taken out for a trip by a servant and was abducted by human traffickers. After living in the countryside for 16 years, he was found. In the first 2 years after being found, Lin Zhe had a few good days. But the good times did not last long. The fake young master they adopted started to act up, either slandering Lin Zhe for beating him or wrongly accusing Lin Zhe of bullying him. In order to stay in that family, he kept apologizing humbly, but in return the fake young master only became more aggressive. When the fake young master once again rolled down the stairs to frame the original owner for pushing him, the original owner was furiously expelled from the Lin family by his blind biological parents. When Lin Zhe read this memory yesterday, he was furious. He had never seen such a cowardly person. However, since he has now replaced the original owner, Lin Zhe will naturally seek justice for everything the original owner has suffered. Then you can live in my house. When Su Qingxue sees us living together, she will be so angry that she will vomit blood. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Although her purpose in doing so was to stimulate Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe still wanted to kowtow to her. In fact, when they divorced, Su Qingxue gave him 20 million in compensation. Although there was still 10 million that had not been received, the 10 million alone was enough for Lin Zhe to have a place to live. But Shen Tianli is a beauty. If they live together with such a beautiful beauty, wouldn't it be the case that the one who is close to the water will get the most attention? Sure enough, Shen Tianli, you are the spokesperson for beauty and kindness. Shen Tianli was amused by this. Come with me, besides being handsome, there is only humor, wit, and cool Mr. Lin Zhe. As you command, beautiful and sexy Miss Shen Tianli. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of Su Qingxue's villa, and under the guidance of Shen Tianli, they entered the villa next door. That's right, the villa where Shen Tianli lives is right next to Su Qingxue's villa. In fact, it was Su Qingxue who bought the house here first, but as Su Qingxue's mortal enemy, since she already lived here, Shen Tianli naturally didn't want to fall behind. After all, this villa area is the top wealthy area in Haicheng. If you don't live here, you'd be embarrassed to say that you are the richest person in Haicheng. Taking Lin Zhe into the villa, Shen Tianli arranged a room for him on the first floor. Shen Tianli, where do you live? Upstairs. Then I'll live next door to you. Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and asked, Why? Of course I want to protect you. You are so beautiful. If a bad guy breaks in, I can protect you immediately if I live next door to you. You're overthinking it. The security in this villa area is extremely strict. Not even a bird can fly in. Shen Tianli said with a smile. Well, even if there are no bad guys, there will always be cockroaches, and there will always be rain and thunder. Shen Tianli was amused by Lin Zhe again. This guy's eyes, which kept scanning her, had already betrayed his thoughts, but here he was talking nonsense with her seriously. But, it must be said that Shin Tianli didn't hate him. Even Shin Tianli was a little surprised by this. Don't be fooled by her awesome looks and flirtatious personality, but Shin Tianli is definitely not a frivolous or casual person. I'm sorry, there are no cockroaches in my villa, and I'm not afraid of thunder. Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and asked, just tell me, are you greedy for my body? Fuck, am I that obvious? Shin Tianli giggled. She found Lin Zhe more and more interesting. He is extremely brave, but also funny and humorous. She smiled coquettishly and hooked her finger at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe took a few steps forward. Shin Tianli put her mouth close to Lin Zhe's ear and said in a sweet voice, if you want to sleep with me, conquer me. If you can conquer me, I will sleep with you every day. The alluring body fragrance wafted into Lin Zhe's nose, making him a little distracted. He asked with a smile, is sleeping clothes not okay? Shin Tianli burst into laughter. No, when did this guy become such a rogue? However, you may say he is a hooligan, but the way he looks at you shows respect for you. Perhaps because of this, Shin Tianli found that she did not hate Lin Zhe's gangster nature. She smiled coquettishly and said, you want to sleep with me? Okay. From now on, I will give you a score. When you get 100 points, I will sleep with you. So how many points do I have now? 0. Hold. Chapter 4 Long time no see. 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Qingxue appeared at the airport pickup area wearing a well-tailored black long dress. Of course she came to pick up Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue's arrival instantly caused a commotion at the airport. There's no way, she is too beautiful, and her body is extremely hot. Her slender waist and firm butt make her look like a peach. Many people looked at her greedily. But Su Qingxue didn't care. At this moment, she just wanted to see Ji Zifeng as soon as possible, to see the white moonlight she had liked for 5 years. To be honest, Su Qingxue's heart was beating particularly fast. She hadn't seen Ji Zifeng for 3 years, and she didn't know if he was as handsome as before, or if he had become more charming after years of baptism. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Su Qingxue became a little impatient. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar face appeared in Su Qingxue's eyes. The well-tailored suit made him look particularly elegant. He lost his studentish look and became exceptionally mature, looking like a graceful nobleman. It's Ji Zifeng. Although he is completely different from the boy in my memory, I have to say that he is more eye-catching now than he was then. Su Qingxue smiled. She felt that it was right for her to divorce Lin Zhe. Ji Zifeng also saw Su Qingxue. The moment he saw Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng's eyes lit up, full of amazement. After not seeing her for 3 years, Su Qingxue was much more beautiful and attractive than he had imagined, especially her figure, which was so sexy. Ji Zifeng walked quickly to Su Qingxue and said affectionately, Qingxue, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. Su Qingxue said with emotion. Ji Zifeng opened his arms. Su Qingxue was a little shy, but still ready to hug Ji Zifeng. This is something the two of them agreed on. But at this moment, Su Qingxue's mind suddenly and inexplicably flashed through the words that Lin Zhe said after the divorce today. I don't like women who have been touched by others, even if it's just holding hands. Su Qingxue subconsciously took a few steps back and avoided Ji Zifeng's hug. A look of astonishment flashed across Ji Zifeng's eyes. What does Su Qingxue mean? We were chatting happily online a few days ago, and I told her directly that I wanted to be with her. But why don't you even give me a hug now? In fact, Ji Zifeng was not the only one who was a little surprised. Even Su Qingxue herself was a little confused. I have already divorced that bastard, so why would I listen to him so much? Sorry, I'm not used to it. Su Qingxue said with a little guilt. Although she said that, Su Qingxue had already cursed Lin Zhe 100 times in her heart. Ji Zifeng said softly, it's my problem. I've been abroad for a long time and I'm used to the etiquette there. Understood. Let's go. I've already reserved a seat at Yupingxian. Qingxue, you are still as considerate as always. Su Qingxue felt suddenly happy in her heart when she was praised by the person she liked. After the two of them left the airport, Ji Zifeng was about to get on the co-pilot seat. Su Qingxue suddenly said, you sit in the back row. For some reason, she was not used to Ji Zifeng sitting in the passenger seat. Only Lin Zhe had ever sat in her passenger seat. Ji Zifeng was stunned. He was thinking about teasing Su Qingxue while sitting in the passenger seat, but he didn't expect that she would let him sit in the back seat. Qingxue, what do you mean by this? Well, I'm a little shy. Su Qingxue explained reluctantly. I see. Ji Zifeng smiled and went to the back row. Qingxue, I'm sorry for having wronged you these years. Ji Zifeng said gently on the way to Yipingxian. Fine. Su Qingxue has been married to Lin Zhe for 3 years, and he has taken good care of her, so she doesn't feel wronged. However, if I really want to nitpick, it would be that the bastard slept with me 7 times from last night to this morning. This incident made Su Qingxue feel very aggrieved. But it was obviously impossible for Su Qingxue to tell Ji Zifeng about this kind of thing. It seems that Lin Zhe is still a man and did not take the opportunity to bully you. No? Su Qingxue's mind reappeared the scene of being slept with by that bastard 7 times. When I married him, it was agreed to be a marriage of agreement, so he was quite dutiful. Su Qingxue told Ji Zifeng about her marriage to Lin Zhe, but she also told Ji Zifeng frankly that Lin Zhe was the substitute she was looking for. That's good. By the way, will he come tonight? Su Qingxue shook her head and said, No, I have divorced him and warned him not to harass me. Actually, I think we can invite him to come and have a gathering. After all, we are classmates. Ji Zifeng said generously. Forget it. I'm afraid he'll ruin the atmosphere. It's okay. We are classmates after all. Ji Zifeng, you are still as generous as ever. Su Qingxue couldn't help but sigh. A smug smile emerged in Ji Zifeng's eyes, but he hid it well and Su Qingxue didn't see it. Ji Zifeng is certainly not a generous person. The reason why he had to let Lin Zhe come over was just to humiliate him. That's right, Ji Zifeng hated Lin Zhe. The reason was very simple. Lin Zhe took away his title of school idol and all the glory that belonged to him. So, Ji Zifeng hated Lin Zhe. Ji Zifeng knew that Lin Zhe liked Su Qingxue. When they were in college, he was Su Qingxue's most loyal pursuer. Yes, Ji Zifeng just wanted Lin Zhe to see clearly that the goddess he had been dreaming about was nothing but his bootlicker. When Ji Zifeng thought of Lin Zhe watching Su Qingxue throw herself into his arms, his whole body trembled with excitement. Actually, I'm a very stingy person. In the world of love, I have a very strong possessiveness. But, for you, I'm willing to be more generous. Ji Zifeng said affectionately. Su Qingxue felt that she should be touched. But for some reason, she felt that Ji Zifeng's words were a bit cheesy. Well, it must be because we haven't seen each other for a long time, so we feel a little strange to each other. It will be fine after time. The country has changed so much in the past few years. Seeing that Su Qingxue did not respond to his words, Ji Zifeng changed the subject. Yes, the changes are indeed huge, everything is full of vitality, it's a good time for you to show your talents. Su Qingxue said with a smile. Well, I will work hard and fight for our future. Hiss. Su Qingxue felt a greasy feeling in her heart again. What's wrong with me? They were clearly speaking so affectionately, why did I feel so greasy? It's all Lin Zhe's fault, that bastard. Yes, it's his fault. Soon we arrived at Yipingxian. After Su Qingxue parked the car, she took Ji Zifeng into the restaurant. By the way, Qingxue, are you running an entertainment company now? The domestic entertainment industry is developing really well now. In fact, when I came back this time, I also wanted to get involved in this industry. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes lit up. Really? Then you can come to my company. I just need a strong assistant. Is it not going to cause you any trouble? Of course not, I'd love for you to help me. Su Qingxue said softly. Okay then. I'll report in tomorrow. Su Qingxue was about to speak. But 2 figures not far away suddenly caught her eyes. The next second, Su Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face was instantly filled with raging rage. Chapter 5 Girlfriend. The 2 figures were none other than Lin Zhe and Xin Tianli. The 2 were chatting and laughing while waiting for the elevator. Lin Zhe said something that made Xin Tianli laugh so hard that she was shaking with laughter. She also punched Lin Zhe. The 2 of them were as close as a couple. This scene made Su Qingxue feel as if her heart was being strangled by an invisible hand, and the pain made her almost unable to breathe. She didn't know why she had such a feeling. Logically speaking, Lin Zhe was just a substitute for her, and he didn't love her. But she felt particularly uncomfortable at this moment. Ji Zifeng noticed that something was wrong with Su Qingxue, and he followed Su Qingxue's gaze. Then he trembled all over. He saw Lindsay, who was dressed casually in a t-shirt and a pair of jeans. However, this casual outfit made him look youthful and energetic, and people would believe that he was a college student. But what shocked Jizafeng was not seeing Lindsay, but the beautiful girl with the hot body next to Lindsay. That thin waist and those beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings are so damn sexy. Jizafeng originally thought that after Su Qingxue abandoned Lindsay, Lindsay would definitely live a very miserable life, but he never expected that not only was his life not miserable, but he also had such a sexy and beautiful girl by his side. Hey, isn't that Lindsay? Qingxue, why is he like this? He just divorced you and he's already having a passionate affair with another woman. Moreover, that woman doesn't look like a decent person at first glance. Jizafeng looked as if he was standing up for Su Qingxue. Although he said so, his eyes were glued to Shen Tianli. Damn, that's so provocative. If I could sleep with her just once, wouldn't I be so happy? Su Qingxue suppressed her anger and said, she is not a dishonest person. Her name is Shen Tianli, and she is the daughter of the Shen family. The Shen family is one of the most wealthy families in the entire Haicheng, and they are sworn enemies of our family. Jizafeng's heart trembled violently. No, how could this beast Lindsay be so lucky that he could hook up with the daughter of the Shen family? The look in his eyes when he looked at Lindsay was instantly filled with resentment. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was looking at Lindsay and Shen Tianli angrily and did not notice Jizafeng's expression. Qingxue, I feel sorry for you. You were so kind to Lindsay, but he actually hung out with your mortal enemy. It's disgusting. Jizafeng said indignantly. He kept saying that he was venting his anger for Su Qingxue, but in his heart he was already thinking about how to hook up with Shen Tianli. Su Qingxue said unhappily, it's just a piece of junk that I don't want. Besides, Shen Tianli is with him just to stimulate me. After hearing Su Qingxue's words, Jizafeng's heart was instantly filled with joy. He thought Shen Tianli was together with Lin Yang, but he didn't expect that it was just to provoke Su Qingxue. If that's the case, wouldn't it be easy to hook up with them? Thinking of this, Jizafeng deliberately shouted loudly, Lindsay, long time no see. Lindsay was discussing some simple love action movies with Shen Tianli from an artistic perspective when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned around and took a look. When he saw Su Qingxue, Lindsay recognized at a glance that the person standing next to her was none other than Su Qingxue's Black Moonlight Jizafeng. The original owner's memory of Jizafeng stopped at 3 years ago, and in her memory, he had a pretty boy's face. But how come it has shrunk so drastically now? Although he was wearing a well-tailored suit and looked very elegant, Lindsay could tell at a glance that he was impotent. After Lan Xing was imprisoned, Lindsay was locked up with an old man. The old man was extremely awesome, and his medical skills were superb. During the 3 years of imprisonment, Lindsay had nothing to do, so he learned some medical skills from him, so he can now tell at a glance that Jizafeng is impotent. However, after seeing Jizafeng and Su Qingxue, Lindsay finally understood why Shen Tianli insisted on bringing him here to eat. Who are you? Lindsay asked deliberately. As soon as these words came out, Jizafeng felt refreshed. Have you changed so much? It was so severe that Lindsay couldn't recognize himself. Jizafeng. Jizafeng said with a wry smile. Oh, it's you. How come you've become so ugly now? And your body looks hollowed out. It seems you've had a lot of fun abroad. Jizafeng was horrified when he heard this. How did this beast know all this? Could it be that he investigated himself? I must not let Su Qingxue know all this, otherwise, how can I seduce her? You still like to joke as always. Jizafeng said guiltily. Lindsay was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him. Jizafeng's gaze fell on Shen Tianli. Lindsay, who is this beautiful lady? Oh, my friend, Shen Tianli. My girlfriend. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Su Qingxue clenched her pink fists instantly. She is angry. Although Su Qingxue knew that Shen Tianli was deliberately provoking her. But she just couldn't control her emotions. Hello, Miss Shen, my name is Jizafeng. Jizafeng said with a smile that he thought was extremely charming. Shen Tianli said with a half smile, oh, so you are Su Qingxue's white moonlight. As she spoke, Shen Tianli glanced at Su Qingxue. However, her eyes were full of ridicule. The coldness in Su Qingxue's eyes became even stronger. Jizafeng smiled modestly and said, I don't deserve it, I just feel lucky to be loved by Qingxue. I heard that you went abroad with your girlfriend before? Shen Tianli asked. Ji Zifeng was delighted. He didn't expect that the sexy beauty in front of him actually knew his past. Does she have any idea about me? Thinking of this, Ji Zifeng sighed, pretending to be depressed. Alas, I was young and frivolous, and thought he was a good man, but I didn't expect he was a black-hearted bastard. Fortunately, God has been kind to me. Looking back, I found that my home is still waiting for me. Puff. Shen Tianli laughed, and her body shook with laughter. This guy is really oily. Su Qingxue is really blind. She doesn't want to marry such an outstanding person like Lin Zhe, but insists on being obsessed with such a thing. Su Qingxue, there will be times when you cry. Ji Zifeng's breathing stagnated and his eyeballs were not enough to see clearly. Damn, so fucking sexy. No, I must get her. Then I will torment her in bed every day. Ji Zifeng suddenly said, Lin Zhe, you are so lucky. You are so lucky. Lin Zhe glanced at Su Qingxue and said. Su Qingxue became more and more unhappy. What do you mean you are so lucky? This bastard is looking for death. I am not with Ji Zifeng yet. Ji Zifeng smiled and said, well, we are both blessed people. Now that we have met, let's have a meal together. Lin Zhe was about to refuse. He didn't want to have dinner with Ji Zifeng and Su Qingxue. But before he could finish his words, he heard Shen Tianli smile and say, okay. Ji Zifeng was delighted again. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Shen Tianli seemed to have some feelings for him. Lin Zhe knew that Shen Tianli wanted to provoke Su Qingxue, but he had no interest in it. Shen Tianli, let's not disturb Ji Zifeng and his girlfriend from having dinner. I think Miss Su doesn't want to be disturbed by us. Lin Zhe said indifferently. Chapter 6, Have a Baby Soon. Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. This bastard actually called me Miss Su. It was obvious that last night when we were sleeping together, he kept calling me baby and was so gentle, as if I really was his baby. Now that we're divorced, he calls me so strangely. It would have been fine if he just called himself Miss Su, but he actually said that he didn't want to be disturbed. What is this bullshit? When have I ever been afraid of being disturbed by him? What? You don't want the remaining money? Su Qingxue asked unhappily. Damn it. She knows how to manipulate people. Of the 20 million agreed upon when we divorced, there is still 10 million left for me. If Shen Tianli and Ji Zifeng hadn't been there, Lin Zhe really wanted to slap Su Qingxue's butt a few times. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Please pay the money back quickly. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Humph, I'll give it to you after dinner. After saying this, Su Qingxue quickly walked into the elevator. Lin Zhe shrugged and got on the elevator. The dining room is very large and decorated very grandly. There are not only a lot of balloons and flowers, but also many other decorations. It's like a proposal. It can be seen that Su Qingxue really likes Ji Zifeng, otherwise she would not have dressed up so carefully. Su Qingxue was inviting Ji Zifeng to take a seat, and he was sitting in the main seat. Ji Zifeng pretended to refuse and then sat down. I have to say, he likes the feeling of being licked by Su Qingxue. Although since I came back, I haven't even held Su Qingxue's hand. But Ji Zifeng has already felt that Su Qingxue treats him differently. Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Zhe inadvertently. But he saw Lin Zhe looking at everything in the box with an indifferent expression. Frankly speaking, not to mention that Su Qingxue made it look like a proposal, even if it was a bridal chamber, Lin Zhe wouldn't care. Anyway, he didn't like her. But Su Qingxue suddenly felt a little regretful for making such a grand ceremony, because she felt that Lin Zhe must be heartbroken beneath his seemingly calm appearance. But to be honest, everything in the box was not decorated by Su Qingxue herself. She just notified her secretary and asked her to dress simply, but she didn't expect the secretary to dress so grandly. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered with it. But this discomfort disappeared without a trace as soon as it appeared, because she saw Shen Tianli say something in Lin Zhe's ear, and then Lin Zhe laughed wildly. Shen Tianli did say something to Lin Zhe. What she said was, if Su Qingxue knew that her so-called white moonlight was actually the black moonlight, would she be so angry that she would vomit blood? Lin Zhe asked her what black moonlight meant. Shen Tianli smiled and quietly told Lin Zhe that Su Qingxue's Bai Yeguang's family was going bankrupt, and that he had been spending a lot of money abroad and owed a lot of foreign debts, so he urgently needed a buyer. After hearing her explanation, Lin Zhe smiled and lowered his voice and said, it's not just that I'm going to vomit blood, I'm going to collapse. She deserves it. Why, are you going to expose Ji Zifeng's true identity later? Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, I don't have such a good heart. Besides, if I expose it now, Su Qingxue will only be grateful to me, and she won't collapse. It would be more interesting to expose it when they are in love. You really are a black-bellied vixen. Are you complimenting me? Isn't it obvious? Shen Tianli giggled. Seeing the two of them being so intimate, Su Qingxue's face became gloomy with anger, and even the good mood she had when she saw Ji Zifeng disappeared without a trace. If Ji Zifeng and Shen Tianli hadn't been present, Su Qingxue really wanted to bite that bastard Lin Zhe to death. Qingxue, this is a gift I brought you from abroad. Ji Zifeng suddenly took out a necklace. Su Qingxue was delighted. Although she could tell at a glance that the necklace was worthless, she was still touched. She was touched because this was the first time she received a gift from Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue smiled happily and said, Zifeng, thank you. I also prepared a gift for you and will give it to you tomorrow. After hearing this, Lin Zhe sighed slightly in his heart. In the original owner's memory, they had been married for 3 years, and Su Qingxue had never given Lin Zhe a gift. Let me put it on you. Ji Zifeng said softly. He has stood up. But Su Qingxue's mind suddenly recalled what Lin Zhe had said. I don't like women who have been touched by others, not even holding hands. The consequence of this sentence was that before Ji Zifeng got close, Su Qingxue quickly stood up and took a few steps back. No, I can do it myself. Ji Zifeng suddenly felt unhappy. He originally wanted to show off his affection in front of Lin Zhe and stimulate him. But who would have thought that Su Qingxue would be so uncooperative? It would have been fine if she didn't let me hug her at the airport, but now she doesn't even let me put a necklace on her. If Ji Zifeng didn't know clearly that Su Qingxue only treated Lin Zhe as a substitute and had no feelings for him at all, he would have really thought that she was afraid that Lin Zhe would be angry, so she refused to let her wear the necklace. When Lin Zhe saw this scene, he said with a half smile, Miss Su, I have to say a few words to you. Ji Zifeng brought you this gift from afar, but you didn't even let him wear it for you. To be honest, that's a bit too much. Su Qingxue glared at Lin Zhe, the anger in her eyes was like a knife. This bastard is so annoying. It was clearly his fault that I subconsciously resisted Ji Zifeng's approach, but now he still has the nerve to say such sarcastic words. If Ji Zifeng and Shen Tianli hadn't been there, she really wanted to take off her high heels and beat that bastard hundreds of times. Ji Zifeng said softly at this time, it's okay. After all, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. We are a little unfamiliar with each other, but fortunately we have a lot of time. Qingxue, we have a long way to go. Su Qingxue nodded with emotion, then glared at Lin Zhe fiercely. Really? Then I wish you two a happy marriage and a son soon. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Su Qingxue was unhappy again. No matter how she listened to it, she felt that these words were very harsh. I haven't agreed to be with Ji Zifeng yet. But he actually wished himself and Ji Zifeng a happy marriage and a son soon. What does he mean? Is he eager to marry Ji Zifeng as soon as possible? Just then, the waiter came in with the dishes. Exquisite dishes were placed on the table. Ji Zifeng looked at the dishes in front of him and said with a smile, Qingxue, thank you for remembering the dishes I like. Well, I still remember many of your preferences. Su Qingxue said softly. Ji Zifeng looked at Lin Zhe with a provocative look. But Lin Zhe was just busy eating and didn't even look at him. There was no way, he was really hungry. After going through this 7 times in less than 24 hours, he was in urgent need of replenishing his energy. Shen Tianli kept picking up food for Lin Zhe, like a virtuous little wife. When Su Qingxue saw this scene, her defense was instantly broken. She knew clearly that Shen Tianli did it on purpose, trying to provoke her. But Su Qingxue just couldn't control the anger in her body. When Su Qingxue saw Shen Tianli using her chopsticks to pick up food for Lin Zhe again and Lin Zhe eating very comfortably, she could no longer hold back. She asked angrily, Lin Zhe, don't you have hands? Chapter 7 Confrontation. Lin Zhe seemed not to hear what Su Qingxue said and continued eating. Instead, Shen Tianli smiled and said, Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe is my boyfriend now. I am willing to serve him. Provocation, naked provocation. Su Qingxue stared at Shen Tianli with uncontrollable anger. Shen Tianli looked at Su Qingxue unwillingly. After a while of confrontation, Shen Tianli suddenly looked away. She is not a coward. But Lin Zhe was almost done with the food on his plate. Shin Tianli continued to transform herself into a virtuous little wife and picked up food for Lin Zhe. This scene stimulated Su Qingxue so much that she clenched her fists tightly. She didn't even feel her nails digging into her flesh. At this moment, Ji Zifeng also picked up a piece of food for Su Qingxue with his chopsticks. Su Qingxue gave Lin Zhe a provocative look. But Lin Zhe was eating frantically, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Su Qingxue's defense was broken. She thought Lin Zhe liked her so much, and had liked her for 7 years. Now that he saw another man picking food for her, he would probably be very angry. But he seemed not to see it at all and didn't care at all. What made Su Qingxue even more depressed was that when she looked at the dishes that Ji Zifeng picked for her, she felt inexplicably awkward. Growing up, apart from his father, there was only one person of the opposite sex who had ever picked food for him, and that person was Lin Zhe. After 3 years of marriage, every time I ate with Lin Zhe would pick up food for me. Sometimes, he would even use his chopsticks to put the food directly into my mouth. But I never felt awkward. Instead, I enjoyed the feeling of his meticulous care for me. Why do I feel so awkward when I come to Ji Zifeng's place? She felt so awkward that she wanted to throw away the piece of beef that Ji Zifeng had taken from the plate. It must be because we haven't seen each other for a long time. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue suppressed her anger and said softly, "Thank you. You should eat something too. I guess you haven't eaten the delicacies from your hometown for a long time. Also, don't serve me any more food. I'm not very hungry. Yes, it's been a long time since I had such authentic Chinese food," Ji Zifeng said with emotion. Shin Tianli suddenly asked with a smile, "There are so many Chinese restaurants abroad, and quite a few of them are authentic. Don't you ever eat out?" Ji Zifeng did not hear the sarcasm in Shin Tianli's words. He confidently thought that Shin Tianli was interested in him, so she was trying to find out about his situation abroad in a roundabout way. Putting on what he thought was his most charming smile, Ji Zifeng said, "There are indeed many Chinese restaurants, and many of them are authentic, but I always feel that they lack the taste of my hometown." "Aren't you from Jiangcheng?" Shin Tianli asked with a smile. What this means is that the food in Haicheng doesn't taste like the food in your hometown. But Ji Zifeng was more and more certain that Shin Tianli was interested in him, otherwise, how could she even know where his hometown was? "Well, my hometown is Jiangcheng. The scenery there is particularly beautiful, and there are also many delicious foods. Miss Shin is welcome to visit when you have time. I can be your guide then." Ji Zifeng smiled sincerely. "Okay." As she spoke, Shin Tianli continued to pick up food for Lin Zhe. If Ji Zifeng hadn't known in advance that Shin Tianli was with Lin Yang just to provoke Su Qingxue, he would have really thought that she was Lin Zhe's girlfriend. "There's nothing I can do, she performed too perfectly." Seeing Lin Zhe eating non-stop, Ji Zifeng said with a smile, "Lin Zhe, you haven't eaten for hundreds of years." "I can't help it. From last night to noon today, I have been doing a lot of hard work. Now I need to replenish my energy urgently." Ji Zifeng thought that Lin Yang meant moving, so he didn't notice that after Su Qingxue heard what Lin Zhe said, her pretty face suddenly turned red, and even her pink ears turned red. Others didn't know what Lin Zhe meant by this, but Su Qingxue knew it very well. The hard work this bastard was referring to was obviously the fact that he slept with her 7 times in a row. What a shameless guy, he dares to talk about such private things. I hate it so much. Hard labor is indeed tiring, so you should eat more, Ji Zifeng said sarcastically, pretending to be concerned. Lin Zhe pretended not to hear the hidden meaning of his words. He looked up at Ji Zifeng and said with a smile, "Okay." Although he didn't look at Su Qingxue only felt her cheeks burning, and even her heartbeat became unusually fast. Ji Zifeng smiled, and couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, "Stop laughing, when I take down Shin Tianli, you will cry." The meal ended in a stumbling atmosphere. During the break, Shin Tianli asked with a charming smile, "Lin Zhe, where are we going to play later?" "Where do you want to go?" Lin Zhe asked back. "How about going to the bar?" "Okay." Whether he should say it or not, Lin Zhe also wanted to vent the depression in his heart. Having inexplicably traveled to this strange world, he always felt out of place. At this time, I urgently need to go to the bar to see some pretty girls to cheer myself up. After hearing what Lin Zhe said, Su Qingxue subconsciously wanted to stop him. She didn't like places like bars, so in the 3 years of marriage, she never let Lin Zhe go there. But before she could say anything, Su Qingxue suddenly realized that she and Lin Zhe were already divorced and she had no right to control him anymore. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue was so depressed that she didn't want to talk anymore. Ji Zifeng thought Su Qingxue was tired, so he smiled and said softly, "Qingxue, you take a rest for a while, I'll pay the bill, and then we'll find a place to chat." The bill is fake, so of course he won't pay for it. He had no money to pay the bill. As for finding a place to chat, that's also fake. He just wanted to find a deserted place to capture Su Qingxue. Ji Zifeng's calculations were very good. He planned to go directly to Su Qingxue's villa later. As long as she took him home, given how much she liked him, he could definitely win her over easily. Su Qingxue quickly said, "No need to pay, this is our family's business, I never have to pay for meals here." "Oh, I'm sorry for making you spend money," Ji Zifeng said guiltily. "Zifeng, you are too polite. We don't need to be like this." Ji Zifeng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you, let's go." Su Qingxue responded. The group of four stood up and walked outside. Shen Tianli walked the slowest. When she scanned the dining table to see if anything had fallen, she inadvertently saw a piece of beef on Su Qingxue's plate. Shen Tianli recognized it was the one Ji Zifeng picked for her. When seeing this scene, Shen Tianli curled the corners of her mouth. Chapter 8 Be Your Man. After coming out of the restaurant, Lin Zhe got directly into Shen Tianli's car without even looking at Su Qingxue. Since they are divorced, and Su Qingxue has also made it clear that the person she likes is Ji Zifeng, then to Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue is a familiar stranger. The original owner might be reluctant to part with Su Qingxue, but Lin Zhe definitely would not. Besides, with such a sexy beauty like Shen Tianli in front of him, Lin Zhe would not waste his time on Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue originally wanted to say a few words to Lin Zhe, but seeing that Lin Zhe seemed to be ignoring her, she instantly felt unhappy. This bastard clearly loved the person he loved to death before, but how come he became like this after the divorce? Su Qingxue, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Lin Zhe and I will not disturb you anymore, Shen Tianli said with a sweet smile. Having said that, she didn't give Su Qingxue a chance to speak and quickly got into the car. As soon as I stepped on the accelerator, the car quickly disappeared into the night. Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. What does it mean that a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold? I do like Ji Zifeng and I do want to be with him, but that doesn't mean I will devote myself to Ji Zifeng right away. Moreover, when Lin Zhe disappeared, Su Qingxue felt inexplicably empty in her heart. Qingxue, let's go too, Ji Zifeng said gently. Su Qingxue suppressed her inner irritation and said, "Okay." Su Qingxue was a little absent-minded while running on the way to the hotel. Logically, Ji Zifeng was in his car, but Su Qingxue's mind was full of what Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli were doing. Have they already gone to the bar? Will that bastard Lin Zhe kiss Shen Tianli as wildly as he kissed me last night? Will he sleep with Shen Tianli as he did with me last night? The more I thought about Su Qingxue, the more annoyed I felt. Qingxue, where are we going? Hotel. Su Qingxue came back to her senses and said. Ji Zifeng said very gently, "Can we go to your house?" To be honest, I'm not used to staying in a hotel. He believed that Su Qingxue would not reject him. Su Qingxue frowned slightly. She inexplicably felt aversion to bringing Ji Zifeng back to her home. That was her and Lin Zhe's home, and Su Qingxue had never brought any opposite sex there. Maybe in a few days. Su Qingxue said calmly. Why? Ji Zifeng was a little unhappy. There are traces of Lin Zhe's life everywhere in the house. I'm afraid you'll be disgusted, so I'll have someone clean it up first. Ji Zifeng felt comfortable. He didn't expect that Su Qingxue liked him to this extent. It seemed that he would be able to win her over tonight. Soon, we arrived at the hotel. Su Qingxue brought Ji Zifeng into the hotel, and she personally checked Ji Zifeng in at the front desk. Moreover, in order not to treat Ji Zifeng unfairly, Su Qingxue booked the presidential suite. Su Qingxue felt that Ji Zifeng deserved such a room. When Ji Zifeng saw this scene, he was really surprised. He didn't expect that Su Qingxue would be so nice to him. It seemed that she really liked him to the core. Ji Zifeng felt more and more that Su Qingxue was a piece of fat meat on his chopping board, and he could take her down with just a snap of his fingers. When Ji Zifeng thought of himself riding on Su Qingxue's sexy and charming body, his whole body began to tremble with excitement. He had even thought about it. When he got Su Qingxue, he would take a lot of photos. Then he would send all the photos to Lin Zhe, that dead bootlicker, so that he could see how his dream goddess was enjoying herself under him. The formalities were completed quickly. Xingxue, let's go up and talk. I really have a lot of things in my heart that I want to tell you. I want to tell you my regrets, and I want to tell you my full love. Ji Zifeng said with gentle eyes and affectionate tone. He believed that Su Qingxue could not refuse him. But Su Qingxue said calmly, tomorrow, I'm a little tired today. She knew that she should agree to Ji Zifeng, and she also had a lot to say to Ji Zifeng, but for some reason, she really didn't feel like it at all. At this moment, she just wanted to know what that bastard Lin Zhe was doing. Ji Zifeng was so angry that he wanted to curse. It's fine that she doesn't let me hug her or put the necklace on her, but now she doesn't even want to talk to me. Ji Zifeng really wanted to ask Su Qingxue, do you no longer like me? But he didn't dare to, for he was afraid of angering Su Qingxue. Ji Zifeng cannot afford the consequences of angering her. After all, Su Qingxue is his only lifeline now. Okay, then you should go back and rest early. Ji Zifeng said in a wronged but considerate manner. Really? When Su Qingxue saw his expression, she felt a little guilty. You should also go to bed early. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you will be able to see the gift I gave you. I'm looking forward to it. You'll like it. Okay, see you tomorrow. Ji Zifeng said with a gentle smile. Su Qingxue responded. After watching Su Qingxue leave, a hint of resentment flashed in Ji Zifeng's eyes. At the same time, led by Shen Tianli, Lin Zhe entered the Yeme bar. When he felt the deafening music and saw the beauties dressed sexily, Lin Zhe felt that he was finally alive. This is the life I am familiar with. Shen Tianli asked for a booth, and with a snap of her fingers, the waiter brought her some expensive wine. After personally pouring a glass of wine for Lin Zhe, Shen Tianli raised her glass and said with a smile, Lin Zhe, congratulations on your new life. Congratulations too, you finally have the chance to attack me. Shen Tianli smiled with her eyes as charming as silk. Lin Zhe, you really dare to say anything. Not only do I dare to say it, I even dare to do it if you dare to give me a chance. What to do? Shen Tianli asked with a charming smile. Be your man. Shen Tianli smiled sweetly and said, then you have to perform well. I will definitely behave well. The colorful laser lights shone on Lin Zhe's face, and his smile looked naughty and ruffian. At this moment, Shen Tianli felt that Lin Zhe was different from everyone she knew. He is shameless, lively, humorous, wanton, and unrestrained. Shen Tianli smiled and poured the liquor in the glass into her mouth. After 2 glasses of wine, coupled with the deafening music, Lin Zhe felt his blood boiling. He wanted to go dancing. He wanted to vent the loneliness that the time travel brought him. Let's go dance, Lin Zhe said, putting down his wine glass. Ah. Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe with suspicion. She thought she had heard it wrong. After all, Lin Zhe's previous impression on her was that of a conservative person, and someone like him didn't look like someone who could dance. What? Lin Zhe grabbed Shen Tianli's slender hand and pulled her into the dance floor without letting go. Amid the deafening music, Lin Zhe hooked Shen Tianli's slender waist and embraced her sexy body in his arms, then began to dance wildly. The friction of the bodies made Shen Tianli stiffen. This guy is so bold. Shen Tianli was about to push Lin Zhe away. After all, she had never been so close to a member of the opposite sex in her life. In fact, let alone being so close, the distance was not even more than 1 meter. But the next second, she suddenly saw Su Qingxue. She saw Su Qingxue looking at her and Lin Zhe with fiery eyes. Shen Tianli raised the corners of her mouth slightly, she turned around, hooked her snow-white arms around Lin Zhe's neck, and then danced in coordination with Lin Zhe's body. Su Qingxue was broken when she saw this scene. Chapter 9. Please start your show. Su Qingxue's defense was broken, she was completely broken. She never dreamed that Lin Zhe, that bastard, would divorce her and then be so passionate with Shen Tianli. Looking at Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli's bodies pressed tightly together, Su Qingxue wished she could kill Lin Zhe with a knife. Without any unnecessary nonsense, she went straight into the dance floor, pushed Shen Tianli away, then took Lin Zhe's hand and walked outside. But Lin Zhe shook her hand away. Amid the deafening music, Lin Zhe put his mouth close to Su Qingxue's ear and asked with a sneer, Miss Su, what do you want to do? The distance between the two was very close, and the strong male hormones in Lin Zhe were like a cannonball, hitting Su Qingxue's body and her heart madly. The excitement caused Su Qingxue's heart to beat inexplicably fast. Asshole, you come with me, I have something to tell you. I'm sorry, we're divorced. I don't have anything to say to you. Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Hasn't this bastard been in love with me for 7 years? Moreover, he had clearly always obeyed me in everything before. Why is he so indifferent to me right after the divorce? Come with me, I'll transfer the money to you after we're done talking. Su Qingxue said, suppressing the rage in her heart. Lin Zhe turned around and walked outside. He had no grudge against money. You want to leave? Shen Tianli refused to do it. Lin Zhe pinched her charming face and said with a smile, how is that possible? Wait for me, I'll be back soon and we can continue dancing. Seeing this, Su Qingxue really wanted to chop off Lin Zhe's hand. This bastard, he just pinched his own face at noon, and now he pinched Shen Tianli's face again. It's so annoying. Then hurry up, don't make me wait too long. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Lin Zhe smiled and said, okay. After leaving the bar, the whole world suddenly became extremely quiet. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? Lin Zhe asked indifferently. He didn't even look at Su Qingxue. Frankly speaking, Lin Zhe really couldn't understand. Since her white moonlight had returned, shouldn't she be having a passionate time with her white moonlight now, doing the same thing that he and her did last night? What's the matter with you coming to find me now? However, Lin Zhe then thought of Ji Zifeng's hollowed-out body. Could it be that the battle is over? When he thought of this, Lin Zhe wanted to laugh for some reason. Leave Shen Tianli. Su Qingxue said, suppressing her anger. Impossible. Asshole, don't make me angry. Puff. Lin Zhe seemed to have heard a huge joke. He looked at Su Qingxue with a sneer. Miss Su, your words are too hypocritical. You can divorce me for Bai Yue Wang, but you can't allow me to find Shen Tianli? Su Qingxue was speechless after hearing this. She stamped her feet in anger. Asshole, she came to you just to piss me off. You know we are sworn enemies. How about this, if you want to leave her, I'm willing to give you an extra 10 million. Lin Zhe crossed his arms and looked at Su Qingxue with strange eyes. Miss Su, I think you're so weird. You obviously don't like me, and I'm just an insignificant person to you. If that's the case, then even if I'm with Shen Tianli, you won't be mad, right? Or do you like me? Su Qingxue sneered disdainfully. I like you? What are you daydreaming about? Let me tell you, the person I like is Ji Zifeng. As for you, it will never happen in the next life. Very good, I'll remember what you said. I hope you and Ji Zifeng are locked together and don't look for me again. That's it. As for the 10 million, if you want to give it, I'll thank you. If you don't want to give it, it doesn't matter. Just consider it as your performance fee last night. After saying this, Lin Zhe walked past her and headed towards the bar. Asshole, stop right there. Su Qingxue roared in shame and anger. But Lin Zhe seemed not to hear her words and slipped into the bar. Looking at Lin Zhe's completely disappearing back, Su Qingxue felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She felt as if she was about to lose the most important thing in her life. She wanted to go home, but for some reason, she didn't want to leave. She was afraid that after she left, Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli would do what she and Lin Zhe did last night. Su Qingxue returned to the bar angrily, but this time, she did not look for Lin Zhe. She asked for a booth in the corner and stared at Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli not far away. She wanted to monitor them to prevent that little bitch Shen Tianli from doing anything out of line to Lin Zhe again. The deafening music disappeared, and a guy with greasy hair and powdered face was singing on the stage with a guitar. Shen Tianli was sitting in a booth drinking, and Lin Zhe sat next to her. Why, sent away? Lin Zhe nodded. To be honest, Su Qingxue's words just now did not actually affect Lin Zhe's mood. He didn't like her anyway. As for who she likes, that is her freedom. It would be best to completely lock herself with Ji Zifeng and not let him disturb her. In this way, she could focus on dating Shen Tianli with peace of mind. What did she talk to you about? Shen Tianli asked with a charming smile. She said she regretted it and wanted to remarry me. I told her directly that it was impossible. I only love you, Shen Tianli, in my life. Wow, I'm so touched. Shen Lizho smiled perfunctorily. Lin Zhe smiled and said, I knew I couldn't fool you. Okay, I admit it. She knew you were with me to provoke her and make me leave you. In order to make me leave you, she was willing to give me an extra 10 million. I guessed it. Shen Lizho said with a charming smile. But I refused. Is this true or false? Nonsense, if I had agreed to her, would I still be sitting here drinking with you now? That's right. What should I do? This time, I am really touched. It's better to act than to be moved. Let's go and find a place to appreciate each other's bodies with an artistic eye. How about that? Puff. You are so vulgar. Shen Tianli scolded with a smile. Thank you. I'm not only obscene, I'm also a pervert. Shen Tianli was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. This guy is really an honest rogue. Moreover, he is a scumbag who you know is playing tricks on you, but you just can't hate him. Shen Tianli smiled sweetly and gave Lin Zhe a pink punch. Not far away, Su Qingxue saw this scene and clenched her fists in anger. Come on, have a drink. Lin Zhe said, raising his glass. Shen Tianli did not refuse. After drinking the strong liquor, Lin Zhe felt much better. At this moment, the greasy-haired guy on the stage suddenly started singing high notes with a ghostly howl. Damn it, it really gave Lin Zhe a shock. What a poor song you're singing. Lin Zhe complained. Don't talk nonsense, the other party is Yi Mei's treasured singer. What? Lin Zhe was confused. How dare you call yourself the treasure of the store when you can't sing like this? Why, you're not convinced? I accept. Lin Zhe nodded repeatedly. Shen Tianli glanced towards the corner calmly. Then she smiled and said, how about I go sing a song for you? Can you sing? Who do you look down on? If I want to debut, what do those singers have to do with me? Lin Zhe was happy. Okay, please start your performance. Chapter 10. Yes, I am Lin Zhe. Shen Tianli went on stage. Her charming looks and sexy figure immediately attracted many people's attention. Some people even blew hooligan whistles. Shen Tianli smiled and said something to the lead singer on the stage. The other party was flattered and handed the guitar in his hand to Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli sat on a high stool holding her guitar. She smiled into the microphone in front of her and said, this song is for Lin Zhe at table 6. What I want to say is, Lin Zhe, meeting you is the greatest luck in my life. I hope you can have a happy night. Everyone looked towards table number 6. Everyone looked at Lin Zhe with envy and jealousy. Lin Zhe was a little confused. What's going on? Didn't Su Qingxue already leave? What does Shen Tianli mean by saying these things now? Could it be that she is really attracted by my handsome looks? When he thought of this, Lin Zhe stood up and waved to everyone with a smile. Yes, I am Lin Zhe. It was as if she was afraid that others didn't know who Lin Zhe Shen Tianli was. Shen Tianli was amused by Lin Zhe's actions. This guy is such a show-off. Su Qingxue, who was sitting in the corner, was so angry that she almost exploded. She never dreamed that Shen Tianli would go on stage to sing for Lin Zhe. Singing would have been fine, but she actually confessed her love to Lin Zhe in public. How dare she? Don't you know that Lin Zhe is your man? What is even more infuriating is that this bastard Lin Zhe shamelessly stood up and admitted in public that he was the male protagonist Shen Tianli mentioned. Su Qingxue really wanted to stand up and rush to the stage to curse Shen Tianli for being shameless. But she held back. It depends on what song Shen Tianli sings for Lin Zhe. Maybe her voice is like a duck, which is extremely unpleasant. Shen Tianli's slender fingers began to pluck the strings. When that pleasant and familiar voice reached everyone's ears, Su Qingxue trembled all over. Her face turned even more livid. Because she heard that the song Shen Tianli was going to sing next was the same song that Lin Zhe sang on the school anniversary stage when he was a junior. After he finished singing the song, he confessed his feelings to himself in front of a group of school leaders and many outstanding alumni. I didn't expect Shen Tianli actually knew about this, otherwise she wouldn't be singing this song now. Just then, Shen Tianli started singing. In the first life. I am Yang by the stream. The branches and leaves sway. Watching the ancient bridge. You are like a butterfly. Flying into my sight. Short stay. But it makes my heart surge. Hold the grass. Lin Zhe's eyes were as big as cows. No, she really can sing. Moreover, her voice is ethereal and pleasant. Although this was a song Lin Zhe had never heard of. But Lin Zhe could tell that it was a love song. Su Qingxue became more and more angry. She also didn't expect Shen Tianli's voice to be so amazing. The singing is so pleasant to the ears. The name of this song is 3 Lives. It was composed by the Prince of Love Songs Li Dingqing for his beloved wife. Just like the title of the song, the lyrics tell a story of 3 lives and 3 worlds. Very touching. Shin Tianli on the stage looked at Lin Zhe in the audience with a beautiful smile. She continued singing. In my second life, I became a flying bird. Shuttle through the clouds and mist to find the distant place where you are. In the busy streets or quiet hills. Keep looking for that warm light. Lin Zhe still stood up and blew Shin Tianli a kiss. Puff. Shin Tianli was amused. They all stopped singing because they were laughing. Everyone looked at Lin Zhe with dissatisfaction. Obviously, they have been brought into the mood of the lyrics by Shin Tianli. Lin Zhe shrugged indifferently, then calmly lit a cigarette. While puffing smoke, Lin Zhe looked at Shin Tianli on the stage with a smile. Shin Tianli continued to sing with her ethereal and pleasant voice. The love of 3 lives is like an endless flame. Across time and space, never changed. No matter how many reincarnations have passed. My love for you will never change. The song is over. There was thunderous applause from the audience. Shin Tianli smiled with curved eyebrows and waved at Lin Zhe. Ignoring the audience's request for another song, Shin Tianli returned the guitar to the original lead singer. When stepping down from the stage, Shin Tianli glanced calmly at the corner of the bar. When she clearly saw Su Qingshue's eyes that were almost spitting fire, Shin Tianli smiled even more proudly. Su Qingxue saw Shin Tianli smile. She suddenly realized that Shin Tianli had always known that she was in the bar, so she sang for Lin Zhe. After all, she was still deliberately stimulating herself. But even after realizing this, Su Qingxue was still so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. But what made her even angrier was that right after Shin Tianli stepped down from the stage, Lin Zhe couldn't wait to stand up and give her a big hug. Shin Tianli hugged Lin Zhe with a smile on her face. Looking at the 2 bodies pressed tightly against each other, Su Qingxue was so angry that she slammed her fist on the sofa. She felt that she must have a good talk with Lin Zhe. Keep him away from Shin Tianli completely. After making up her mind, Su Qingxue quickly sent a message to Lin Zhe. Leave Shin Tianli and I'll give you 50 million. When Lin Zhe saw the message, he was slightly stunned. No, did Shin Tianli really stimulate her so much? To the extent that she is now willing to spend 50 million to leave Shin Tianli. After the message was sent, Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Zhe. She was looking forward to Lin Zhe's feedback. But Lin Zhe seemed not to have seen the message. He just threw the phone on the coffee table beside him and continued to talk to Shin Tianli. Then Shin Tianli smiled and gave Lin Zhe a pink punch. This scene made Su Qingxue so angry that she was about to explode. This bastard was so gentle to me when he slept with me last night, and he kept calling me baby. Moreover, in the past, when I sent him messages, he would reply immediately. But now, it has only been a few hours since the divorce, and he actually ignored her message. Anger. Anger is not enough to express Su Qingshue's mood at the moment. She wanted to bite that bastard Lin Zhe to death. At this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly saw Lin Zhe and Shin Tianli stand up together. Then the 2 of them walked outside, talking and laughing. Su Qingxue also quickly stood up and chased after him. She didn't know what she was anymore. But at this moment, she just wanted to catch up. She wanted to stop Lin Zhe and not let him go with Shin Tianli. As soon as she left the bar, Su Qingxue saw Lin Zhe and Shin Tianli get into the car together. In the car, the 2 were talking and laughing. This scene instantly made Su Qingshue's stunningly beautiful face covered with a biting coldness. She was about to take a few steps forward to pull Lin Zhe out of Shin Tianli's car. But the next second, Su Qingxue completely exploded. She saw Shin Tianli in the car take the initiative to kiss Lin Zhe. Chapter 11, A Bite? Of course Lin Zhe was not kissing Shin Tianli. In fact, Lin Zhe was asking Shin Tianli when the designated driver would arrive. But Shin Tianli suddenly came over. Her face was only 5 centimeters away from Lin Zhe's cheek. Such a close distance allowed Lin Zhe to clearly feel the hot breath coming out of her sexy lips. Looking at her tempting flaming red lips, Lin Zhe asked with a smile, "Why, do you want to have a bite?" Puff. Shin Tianli smiled charmingly. She smiled and gave Lin Zhe a pink fist, then sat back in her original position. However, when she sat back in her original position, Shin Tianli gently rubbed her delicate red lips with her slender fingertips. It was as if she had just kissed someone and smudged her lipstick. When Su Qingxue saw this scene, she was so angry that her blood froze. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her fists were clenched tightly, and she didn't even notice that her nails were digging into her flesh. She was so sad, she felt like someone was stabbing her heart with a knife. Su Qingxue didn't know she would be so sad, but she felt like she was suffocating. At this moment, Shen Tianli suddenly turned her head and looked at Su Qingxue. The moment their eyes met through the car window, Shen Tianli licked her red lips with a charming smile. Provocative. A naked provocation. Su Qingxue was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She walked towards Shen Tianli's car in a rage, but at this moment, someone suddenly got into Shen Tianli's car, and then the car quickly drove away from the scene. Su Qingxue got into her car angrily, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly chased after Shen Tianli's car. Lin Zhe had no idea what was happening. On the way back to Shen Tianli's villa, Lin Zhe looked at the world outside the car window without saying a word. The lanterns outside the car window are bright, and the whole city looks particularly dreamy. Lin Zhe was thinking about his next step. After traveling through time, his situation was actually not good. After being kicked out of the family and divorced, he felt like a floating duckweed. This situation gave Lin Zhe a strong sense of crisis. Maybe he was used to being the boss on Blue Star and he was used to being in control of everything. But now, he couldn't control anything except himself. What are you thinking about? Shen Tianli asked with a charming smile. Lin Zhe said frankly, I'm thinking about what I should do next. It's not that he has no paths to take, on the contrary, he has many paths to take. Lin Zhe just didn't know which path to take. Although this planet is similar to the Blue Star, its development trajectory is obviously several years slower than that of the Blue Star. Through today's understanding, Lin Zhe came to the conclusion that this planet is roughly what the Blue Planet looked like in 2014 or 2015. There is takeout, but the mode is still to make phone calls. There are shared bicycles, but they are all provided by the government. There are video software, but no short video software like Douyi. There are many similar situations. Lin Zhe knew that this planet was like virgin land to him. I can completely rely on my knowledge on Blue Star to cultivate the land at will. But the problem now is that he only has 10 million on his body, and this 10 million was given by Su Qingxue. This amount of money is definitely enough to live on, but it is insignificant when it comes to doing business. Why, do you feel a sense of crisis? Shen Tianli asked with a smile. Yes, as everyone knows, I was kicked out of the family and divorced. The saddest thing is that I don't have much money. I have to make money. Then come to my company. Shen Tianli said with a smile. Okay, how much annual salary are you going to give me? How much do you want? Shen Tianli asked with a charming smile. Just a few 100 million. Why don't you go and rob it? Good idea. As he spoke, Lin Zhe used his fingers to make a gun and pointed it at Shen Tianli. Robbery, give me your money. Shen Tianli pretended to be frightened and said, Sir, I don't have any money. Well, she cooperated. So what do you have? I only have a pretty face and a sexy body, do you want it? As she said this, she threw a coquettish glance at Lin Zhe. Hold the grass. She is such a goblin. Forget it, I'm not interested in your body. Puff. Shen Tianli giggled, laughing so hard that the flowers and plants shook. Lin Zhe felt that his eyeballs were not enough. Why don't I have 4 pairs of eyes? Soon, we returned to the villa. As soon as the two of them entered the villa, Su Qingxue stopped at the door of Shen Tianli's villa. After she watched Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli enter the villa, she was so angry that she hit the steering wheel with her fist. Without any extra words, Su Qingxue took out her cell phone and called Lin Zhe. As soon as Lin Zhe entered the villa, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Su Qingxue calling, Lin Zhe hung up without thinking. He was greedy for Su Qingxue's body, but when he thought of Su Qingxue telling him unscrupulously at the door of the bar that the person she liked was Jizafeng, Lin Zhe didn't want to have any contact with her, let alone say a word to her. However, on second thought, I had slept with her 7 times last night, so it would be a bit too cruel for her to not answer the phone now. When the signal was about to be interrupted, Lin Zhe answered the phone. Hello. When Su Qingxue heard Lin Zhe's voice coming from the phone, she inexplicably felt like crying. She thought Lin Zhe would not answer her call. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, I'm at the door of Shen Tianli's villa, come out. It's not appropriate for a single man and a single woman to talk. If you have anything to say, talk over the phone. A single man and a single woman? Su Qingxue was so angry that she was about to explode. Aren't he and Shen Tianli a single man and a single woman now? Why didn't he say we were alone when he was sleeping alone last night? This bastard. Asshole, why didn't you reply to my message? Su Qingxue asked angrily. Lindsay asked back, why should I reply to your message? You. Su Qingxue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She didn't know why, but she just felt so wronged. Are you okay? If not, I'm hanging up. Leave Shen Tianli and I will give you 50 million. Su Qingxue suppressed her inner anger and tried to speak in a calm tone. Impossible. Su Qingxue's defense was broken instantly. This bastard divorced himself for 10 million yesterday. Now that I give him 50 million, he won tea leave Shen Tianli? Could it be that in this bastard's mind, Shen Tianli's status is much higher than his own? 100 million. Su Qingxue said, gritting her teeth. I don't believe that he will still reject me even though I have raised the stakes so high. Hold the grass. Lindsay was moved. That's 100 million. With this money, I can quickly expand my own business empire. Lindsay was about to speak. Shen Tianli, who was sitting next to him, suddenly came over. She deliberately said in a very charming voice, Geizhai, don't make phone calls when you are taking a shower. Having said that, he took Lindsay's phone without saying anything and quickly hung up. Su Qingxue was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Lindsay and Shen Tianli had developed to the point where they took a bath together. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, and even her breathing became particularly difficult. Su Qingxue reluctantly called Lindsay again. But this time, the call was hung up directly. Su Qingxue cried. She was so angry that she cried. She didn't want to cry, but she felt really sad. It felt like being stabbed by a knife. Su Qingxue leaned on the steering wheel and started crying. She cried and cursed, Lindsay, you bastard, why do you take a bath with her? Chapter 12. Isn't that a bargain for me? After crying for a while, Su Qingxue drove back to the villa. As soon as I entered the villa, the feeling of loneliness hit me. You know, no matter how late she came back, Lindsay would always be waiting for her in the living room. He would diligently take my bag, take off my high heels and change into comfortable slippers, and if I was too tired sometimes, he would massage my shoulders for a while. But now, the whole villa is dark. The feeling of loneliness made Su Qingxue even more sad. She turned on the light and sat on the sofa for a while. Su Qingxue suddenly wanted to drink some wine. She hardly drinks on weekdays, but occasionally when she is in a good mood, she will drink a little with Lindsay at home. But now, she really wanted to drink, she even wanted to get drunk. She wanted to use alcohol to numb her nerves. She also wanted to temporarily forget the reality that she had divorced Lindsay and the fact that Lindsay and Shen Tianli were having a passionate affair. Su Qingxue went to the wine cellar to get a bottle of red wine and subconsciously took 2 glasses. But when she opened the bottle of wine, Su Qingxue became even more sad. Because Lindsay used to do this kind of rough work, he would handle everything for me. Not only did I fail to open the cork after struggling for a long time, but I also pricked my finger with the wine opener. Su Qingxue collapsed. She squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Why did you hang up on me? Lindsay asked depressedly. 100 million just flew away like that. Lindsay said he was heartbroken. In Lindsay's opinion, what flew away was not money, but his brilliant career. Why, do you really want to leave me for 100 million? That's 100 million. Lindsay said with great sorrow. Shen Tianli felt inexplicably uncomfortable. But you've already promised me. I'm sorry, I have no morals and no bottom line. Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. Originally, she felt a little uncomfortable when Lindsay wanted to leave her for 100 million yuan. After all, this guy had clearly agreed to help him act. But now Lindsay's words, I have no morals and no bottom line, instantly made her laugh. Not only was she no longer angry, she even felt that Lindsay was inexplicably cute. Shen Tianli smiled and said, I can also give you money. How about this, after the matter is done, I will give you 200 million. Are you serious? Nonsense, of course I'm serious. Everyone can draw a picture, how about this, you pay me half of the deposit first. Okay, I'll go to the bank tomorrow morning and transfer the money to you. But, if you take my money, you have to do things properly. If I find out that you're still contacting Su Qingxue behind my back, I'll punish you. Don't think I'm joking. Let me tell you quietly, the boss of the underground world in Haicheng is my bestie. It only takes a word from her to make you disappear from this world. Damn it. This woman is a bit cruel. However, Lindsay did not take her threats seriously at all. Not only did he not take it to heart, he even pinched Shin Tianli's charming face unscrupulously. Don't worry, even though I have no morals or bottom line, I still want to sleep with you after all. Shin Tianli's pretty face turned red. Is this guy so bold? It's okay to speak so obscenely. He actually dared to touch me. Shin Tianli thought she would be angry. But in the end, she inexplicably enjoyed the feeling of having her face pinched by Lindsay. When this thought came to her mind, Shin Tianli was shocked. I don't have any weird attributes. Shin Tianli, you are actually shy. Don't tell me that you have never been in love since you were a child. Lindsay joked as if he had discovered a new world. Shin Tianli rolled her eyes at Lindsay. She is so charming that even when she rolls her eyes, she still looks very seductive. No? That's a good deal for me. Lindsay said with a smile. Shin Tianli looked at Lindsay, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This stinky hooligan. What do you mean he got a bargain? She spoke as if she was already with him. Shin Tianli laughed and scolded, You rascal, I won't waste my time talking to you. I'm going to sleep. Do you need a bed warmer? I've been a professional bed warmer for 25 years. Shin Tianli giggled. This guy is really shameless. They each went back to their rooms. Lindsay was preparing to squat. After traveling through time, the original owner's body was so weak that it could withstand any attack. 5 times last night seemed to have exhausted him. I have to quickly get back to the peak state I was in on Blue Star. A real man starts at 9 times, not to mention those handsome readers of Tomato, they are all tireless perpetual motion machines. But just as he squatted down, Lindsay suddenly received a message on his mobile phone. The message was sent by someone who marked it as spam. Brother, you said you are my biological son, but why did Dad buy me a villa worth hundreds of millions? Are you envious? You're right to be envious. I want you to be envious. Lindsay, you are a lost dog. I tell you, everything in the Lin family is mine. So what if I'm not their biological child? Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. Tomorrow I will go on a blind date with Shin Tianli, the most prestigious daughter of the Shin family in Haicheng. When I become the son-in-law of the Shin family, don't worry, I will make you live a life worse than death. Lindsay was happy. Do you still think you are the original owner? He couldn't help but look through the chat history between this trash and the original owner. There are many records. From the time the original owner was found until just now, there were probably tens of thousands of them. These chat records clearly record the entire process of the original owner being bullied. The record of how he carefully tried to please his younger brother when he was first found. There were also various provocations from this good brother after he was kicked out of the Lin family. The most infuriating thing is that his good brother has clearly told him that the previous slander and frame up against him were all intentional. But he was still begging his good brother to speak good words to his parents on his behalf. What a fool he is. Fortunately, 3 years ago, he didn't know whether he had come to his senses or given up, and he did not respond to the provocation of his good brother. After reading these records, Lindsay wanted to smash his phone. Fortunately, I have taken over his body and replaced him, otherwise I would be angered to death sooner or later. Ignoring the provocation from this trash, Lindsay began to squat. Anyway, his good days are coming to an end. After squatting for an hour, Lindsay was exhausted. The original owner's body was weaker than he had imagined. If it weren't for Lindsay's strong willpower to persevere, 5 minutes would have been the limit. He took a shower and lay on the bed to think about his future path. After thinking for a while, Lindsay set his future life goals. Make more money, pick up more girls, and take back everything the original owner lost. Then, be a conscienceless jerk. Chapter 13 Show Off. When Lindsay got up the next day, he saw Shin Tianli sitting at the dining table eating in her OL uniform. Those 2 snow-white, slender legs were wrapped in thin flesh-colored stockings. Lindsay's eyes lit up. After breakfast, Lindsay asked with a smile, Are we going directly to the bank? Shin Tianli knew that Lindsay was talking about the money she had promised to give him last night. Don't worry, I will definitely give it to you as promised, but I have more important things to deal with now. What's the matter? It's more important than transferring money to me? Shin Tianli said depressedly, My company invested in a fairy tale drama, which will be released soon, but the theme song has not been finalized yet. During this period of time, many songs have been collected one after another, and I have to decide on it today. That's indeed important, let's go. While running on the way to Shintianli's company, Lindsay would occasionally glance at Shintianli's two beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Damn, that's really sexy. Shintianli smiled charmingly and said, I say, even though I'm a hooligan, can you be more restrained? From this morning till now, you've stared at my legs 17 times. Do you like these two legs of mine so much? I like it. You like stockings, right? Shintianli asked with a smile. Nonsense, I just like your legs in stockings. Shintianli couldn't help but burst into laughter. This hooligan. Soon, we arrived at Shintianli's company. Shintianli's company is located in Jingang Building. This is the top office building in Haicheng. Her company is very large, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. After Lindsay followed her into the company, he kept hearing Mr. Shin's greetings, and Shintianli smiled and nodded in response. As soon as I entered Shintianli's office, the secretary followed me in. The secretary general is average-looking, but has a nice figure. Lindsay took a quick glance and then looked away without any interest. Mr. Shin, we have received 13 more songs in the past 2 days. Do you need to play them now? Shintianli nodded and said, play it. When Su Qingxue woke up, it was already past 9 in the morning. After she finished crying last night, she found a bottle of whiskey. After drinking a glass of wine, I felt dizzy. Later, I vomited for a long time and fell asleep on the sofa. When she opened her eyes, Su Qingxue felt a little pain in her head. She subconsciously shouted, Lindsay, my head hurts. No response. Only then did Su Qingxue remember that she had divorced Lindsay. Besides, he has moved away. A huge sense of loss came over me instantly. Su Qingxue sat on the bed, looking at the empty bed. It was clear that the two of them were doing the most intimate things on this bed the night before. But now, they have gone their separate ways. When the cell phone rang, Su Qingxue was thinking about what she should do today. I have to do something, otherwise I will always uncontrollably think of Lindsay in my head. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Su Qingxue had no habit of answering calls from unfamiliar numbers, so she hung up directly. Soon, a message came in. Qingxue, it's me, Ji Zifeng. When Su Qingxue saw this name, she was stunned for a moment. She suddenly realized that since she parted with Ji Zifeng in the hotel yesterday, she had not thought about Ji Zifeng even once until now. This discovery made Su Qingxue a little panicked. What's wrong with me? I obviously like Ji Zifeng so much, and I have liked him for 5 years. He is back now, and as long as I nod, he will be with me. But after such a long time, I haven't thought about him once. Instead, my mind was full of Lindsay. A terrible thought appeared in Su Qingxue's mind. Could it be that I have fallen in love with Lindsay? The emergence of this thought scared Su Qingxue again. She shook her head vigorously and said, Impossible, how could I possibly like that bastard? The person I like is Ji Zifeng. Yes, the person I like is Ji Zifeng. I'm just mad at the fact that the bastard is with Shintianli. Just then, the phone rang again. The call was still from Ji Zifeng, and Su Qingxue quickly answered the phone this time. Qingfeng, I'm sorry, I thought it was a stranger. Su Qingxue said softly. Ji Zifeng on the other end of the phone smiled and said, It's okay. Are you up? Well, I'm up. Have you got your cell phone number? Yes, I just went out to handle some things. I'll pick you up now. No, you wait for me at the hotel. For some reason, Su Qingxue didn't want Ji Zifeng to know where she lived, and even less did she want him to come to her house. Okay, I'll wait for you then. Su Qingxue responded, and they both hung up the phone. More than half an hour later, Su Qingxue arrived at the hotel. Ji Zifeng was waiting for Su Qingxue in the hotel lobby. Just when he was about to collapse from waiting, Su Qingxue arrived. Su Qingxue was wearing a white dress, giving people a fairy-like feeling. Although her dress was extremely simple, it caught Ji Zifeng's attention. To be honest, Ji Zifeng once again regretted why he did not choose Su Qingxue when he was in college. It is obvious that she is more beautiful than his girlfriend in every aspect. And, most importantly, she loved herself so much at that time. If I had chosen her, I wouldn't have become so passive like I am now. Sorry, Zifeng, I kept you waiting for a long time. Su Qingxue said with a little apology. Ji Zifeng said softly, Qingxue, there is no need to say sorry between us. The look in his eyes when he looked at Su Qingxue was filled with deep, unbreakable affection. Su Qingxue smiled and said, you are right. There is no need for us to apologize to each other. Come on, I will show you your gift. Okay, I'm really looking forward to it. Ji Zifeng said with a smile. After taking Ji Zifeng out of the hotel, a valuable luxury car was quietly parked at the entrance of the hotel. When he saw the luxury car, Ji Zifeng's heart trembled violently. No way, Su Qingxue is not going to give me this supercar. Su Qingxue took out the car key from her bag and pressed the button on the supercar. The lights of the supercar began to flash. Ji Zifeng was shocked. This sports car was worth more than 7 million. Even though the Ji family is on the verge of bankruptcy now, even when it was at its peak, Ji Zifeng would have to think twice if he wanted to buy such an expensive sports car. But now Su Qingxue said she would give it to him. Her hand is too big. After the shock comes the surprise. No, surprise can no longer be used to describe Ji Zifeng's mood at the moment. He was so ecstatic that he even wanted to pick up Su Qingxue and spin around in circles. But he held back. After coming back yesterday, he clearly felt that Su Qingxue was a little unfamiliar with him. He was afraid that if he did so, he would offend the beautiful woman. Anyway, she has given myself such an expensive sports car, which is enough to show that she loves me to the core. If that's the case, then why should I be in such a hurry? Qingxue, you, don't tell me, this is the gift you gave me? Ji Zifeng asked in surprise. Su Qingxue nodded. Do you like it? I like it. Even if you give me a piece of paper, I would like it. But Qingxue, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Ji Zifeng said with embarrassment. Zifeng, there's no need to be so polite between us. Besides, it's just a car. It's nothing to me. Oh well. Su Qingxue threw the car keys to Ji Zifeng. Go try it out and see if you like the interior. Ji Zifeng nodded. He suppressed his pounding heart and got into the car slowly. The moment the car door closes, Ji Zifeng pinched his thigh hard to stop himself from laughing. Su Qingxue did not get in the car. She stood below and watched Ji Zifeng touching the steering wheel of the sports car lovingly. For some reason, this scene suddenly reminded her of Lin Zilai again. When Su Qingxue married Lin Zai, she also wanted to give Lin Zai a car. Unfortunately, Lin Zai refused. Later, he bought a car worth more than 200,000 yuan with his own ability, and he is still driving it now. Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that in the 3 years of marriage, she seemed to have never given Lin Zai any gifts. Lin Zai, on the other hand, bought himself a lot of gifts. From big things like bags to small things like dolls, her room is filled with things. It was clearly Ji Zifeng driving the supercar, but Su Qingxue inexplicably imagined Lin Zai sitting in the car. He must like it too. Yes, Su Qingxue suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt towards Lin Zai. This feeling of guilt made her suddenly regret giving Ji Zifeng a sports car. Ji Zifeng stayed in the car for a while and then got out. How is it? Do you like it? Su Qingxue asked. Ji Zifeng smiled and nodded. By the way, Qingxue, can you push Lin Zai's green bubble to me? What did you add him for? Oh, he has taken care of you for 3 years. I think he should be very familiar with your living habits. From now on, it will be my turn to take care of you, so I want to ask him for advice. Ji Zifeng said embarrassedly. Su Qingxue felt a little sad. She thought of Lin Zai's meticulous care for her over the past 3 years, but now she bought a sports car for another man. But she still pushed Lin Zai's green bubble to Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue felt that sooner or later she would slowly adapt to life without Lin Zai. After all, she felt that the person she liked was Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng couldn't wait to click Add Friend. The moment of verification. Ji Zifeng sent the photo of the supercar he had just taken to Lin Zai along with a message. Qingxue is really something. She had to give me such an expensive sports car. Chapter 14 is just around the corner. When Lin Zai saw this message from Ji Zifeng, he was immediately happy. I really didn't expect that he is actually a green tea man. For Lin Zai, he has already divorced Su Qingxue. Even if she gave the company to Ji Zifeng, it would have nothing to do with her. After all, he didn't like Su Qingxue. Besides, I'm making money. Moreover, the profit can be much more than that from a supercar. Ignoring Ji Zifeng's boasting, Lin Zai and Shen Tianli continued listening to the song. 13 songs, I have been listening to them for more than an hour. For the first time, Lin Zai felt that listening to music was a torment. Shen Tianli was also a little overwhelmed. When the last song was over, she leaned back in her chair in frustration. Disappointment, nothing but disappointment. Lindsay looked at her breasts, which were almost bursting through her snow-white shirt. He swallowed his saliva reluctantly, then asked with a smile, "What is the plot of your drama? Can you tell me about it?" "Why, you want to compose a theme song for me?" Shen Tianli asked with a smile. Lindsay smiled and said, "Well, I do have such an idea." When he was on Blue Star, before he entered society, Lindsay was just an ordinary college student. He liked listening to music, watching TV, and chasing stars. The music on this planet is completely different from that on the blue planet, and the film and television works are completely different. For Lindsay, creating a theme song is easier than breathing. After all, he had many thoughts about the theme songs of fairy tale dramas in his mind. Of course, there is only one purpose for helping her. Shen Tianli didn't believe that Lindsay could come up with a theme song that would satisfy her, but she was feeling very bored right now and urgently needed to chat with someone to vent her inner distress. That fairy tale drama tells the story of a god who reincarnates into the human world to gain experience. The hero meets many confidants in the human world, some of whom like him and some of whom he likes. He has many twists and turns with these confidants, and finally returns to heaven. Lindsay listened to Shen Tianli's story and felt that the story sounded familiar. Damn it. Isn't this a low-profile version of Xianxiao? If that's the case, then Xiao Tan is a sure kill. Is there a guitar? Lindsay asked. Shen Tianli suddenly sat up straight and asked with a sweet smile, "Why, are you really going to compose a song for me?" "Well, I have some inspiration," Lindsay said pretentiously. When picking up girls, there is nothing shameful in pretending to be cool. Is this true or false? Frankly speaking, Shen Tianli wasn't particularly clear about Lindsay's past. She only knew that Lindsay could sing and had a good voice. But when it comes to the fact that he can create, Shen Tianli doesn't believe it. "Is it true? Why don't you get me a guitar and then you'll know?" Lindsay said with a smile. Shen Tianli saw that although Lin Yang was smiling, his eyes looked serious. Could it be that he could really create? Without any unnecessary nonsense, Shen Tianli called her secretary and asked her to bring in a guitar. Soon, the secretary came in with a guitar. The moment he picked up the guitar, Lindsay was a little dazed. Because he hasn't touched this thing for more than 10 years. When Lindsay was in college on Blue Star, he formed a band, not for music of course, but to pick up girls. At that time, this thing was a great tool for picking up girls. Lindsay first tried strumming a few strings. The sound is a bit harsh. Shen Tianli laughed and complained, "Hey, can you do it?" Lindsay smiled. "I think you can turn on the video on your phone." "What? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed?" Shen Tianli joked with a charming smile. Lindsay shrugged. Shen Tianli smiled, turned on the camera on her phone and started filming. Lindsay smiled at her and started playing. When the flowing and pleasant music poured out, Shen Tianli was stunned. No. This guy really can? Moreover, the prelude is very nice, and somehow it fits her drama. The years are rare in silence. The autumn wind is tired of wandering. The sunset refuses to leave. Hanging on the wall. Can't bear me. The past whispers. Already flowing eastward with the sound of the tide. Looking back. The past also falls with the maple leaves. When a few lines of lyrics came out of Lindsay's mouth, Shen Tianli's sexy lips had grown long enough to fit 7 or 8 eggs. No, this guy really can? Moreover, he sang so beautifully? If Shen Tianli hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Lindsay ignored her shock and continued to sing. Love has come to an end. Hate and give up the promise. Fate thinks it's humorous. Too many ideas. I can't help it. How much is the reward for top ambition? It's hard to find a true friend. Looking back. But heard the laughter. In a drunken dream. Shen Tianli was completely shocked. She was so shocked that she stood up. The filming also became extremely serious. Lindsay was not shocked. His expression became somewhat lonely. His eyes also became particularly dim. Yes, Lindsay's mood became a little bad. He was struck by the lyrics. Fate thinks it's humorous. Too many ideas. I can't help it. How much is the reward for top ambition? It's hard to find a true friend. looking back, but heard the laughter. In a drunken dream. These lyrics made Lindsay feel as if he was singing about his own destiny. At this moment, he remembered everything he had experienced on Blue Star. He was originally a student at Peking University and Tsinghua University, and had an extremely bright future. However, his father was betrayed by his brothers and died, so Lindsay was forced to inherit his father's legacy. He spent 3 years expanding the gang and became the undisputed king of the night on Blue Star. Just when he wanted to transform himself and lead his brothers to live a normal life, he was backstabbed by the woman he loved most. It was not until her death that Lindsay found out that the woman he held in his hands and whom he was willing to give his life to was actually an undercover agent. The singing continues. Lindsay's voice suddenly rose, laughing and sighing. The ancient madness and the present madness are finally in vain. Blunt blade. The dream is broken when the love is broken. Road desolation. No one understands the footprints. Years of longing. I don't see through the world. When the last word fell, Lindsay looked at the outside world through the window. He was thinking about the woman who had stabbed him in the back. I wonder if she will have any regrets when it is late at night and everyone is asleep? But Lindsay felt that all this was no longer important. What is important is that she successfully destroyed her trust in women. So, after his rebirth, he just wanted to be a conscienceless bastard. Shen Tianli felt like crying. She didn't know why she felt this way. She was obviously listening to a very nice song. But she heard from Lindsay's singing his helplessness towards life, his helplessness towards fate, and the sadness deep in his heart. Shen Tianli suddenly felt a sense of heartache. She even had the urge to hug Lindsay. At this moment, Lindsay suddenly smiled coquettishly. Do you love me? Puff. All the sadness disappeared without a trace in this instant. Shen Tianli smiled. He smiled, clicked save on the video, and then happily sent it to Su Qingxue. She knew that this video would make her so angry that she would collapse. After the video was sent, Shen Tianli gave Lindsay a charming smile. Congratulations, you have already scored 20 points. Keep it up. Lindsay was delighted. Less than 2 days had passed and he had already scored 20 points. It looks like sleeping with her is just around the corner. Chapter 15. I don't even have the confidence to date you. After sending the video to Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli asked with a smile, what's the name of this song? Xiaoyao sighed. Shen Tianli's eyes lit up. Wow, what a great name. Yeah, I think it's good too. Not only is the name nice, the lyrics and tune are also good. It's simply tailor-made for my fairy tale drama. Name your price. This is for you. Lindsay said with a wave of his hand. Is it true? Shen Tianli's charming face was full of disbelief. Lindsay asked back, if I give you this song, will you be happy? I'll be more than happy. I'll be overjoyed. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Then I'll give it to you, as long as you are happy. Shen Tianli knew that Lindsay was deliberately teasing her, but for some reason, her heart beat a little faster when she heard what Lindsay said. It seems like no one has ever told me that as long as you are happy. Do you know how much profit this song can bring you? How much? Lindsay asked. Let me put it this way. I don't know whether my drama will be a hit, but your song will definitely be a hit. The copyright fees plus other miscellaneous expenses will definitely bring in no less than 8 figures. If you sing this song, once it becomes a hit, there will definitely be many businesses inviting you to perform, which will bring you another huge amount of income. Damn, this is how much money you can make? Why, do you regret it? Shen Tianli asked with a charming smile. Yes, I regret it so much that my heart is broken. Please rub it for me. Lindsay, will you feel uncomfortable if you don't take advantage of me? Shen Tianli scolded with a smile. It feels uncomfortable, how about I rub it for you? What are you needing? Rubbing your heart. Puff. Shen Tianli burst into laughter. This stinky hooligan. Lindsay also smiled. Shen Tianli's laughter had almost stopped, and she asked seriously, how did you come up with this song? I plagiarized it. Lindsay said frankly. Don't be ridiculous, this song is so good, it will definitely be a hit once it's released, there's no way I haven't heard it. What Shen Tianli meant was, I have never heard such a beautiful song, which means it has never been released. In that case, why are you plagiarizing? I didn't say I copied from this planet. What do you mean? Did you copy it from another planet? Right. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe. She didn't believe Lin Zhe's nonsense. Seeing that Shen Tianli obviously didn't believe it, Lin Zhe didn't bother to argue with her. Well, now that the theme song is done, can you transfer the money to me? No hurry, just promise me something first. Damn it, are you trying to default on your debt? Shen Tianli, I wanted to sleep with you so much, and this is how you treat me? Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She really wanted to ask, what does this have to do with him wanting to sleep with her? Don't worry, I will definitely give you the money. What I mean is, can you sing this song? I will transfer the money to you after the recording is finished. I can sing it for you, but this song needs to be rearranged. It would be best if some other instruments were added, such as flutes or pipes, to make it sound more fairy-like. Shen Tianli's eyes lit up and she looked at Lin Zhe excitedly. Lin Zhe, I think you are right. Why don't you compose the music? I'd really like to help you, but unfortunately, I've never learned how to compose music. Well, I'll let someone else make it up. Well, after they finish arranging the music, we can record it. So, let's transfer the money while they are arranging the music. Shen Tianli laughed and said, you really have fallen into the trap of money. Lin Zhe really wanted to tell her that he was not starving for money, he was in urgent need of startup capital. There are so many money-making projects right in front of him, but Lin Zhe can only watch helplessly. It's like he is guarding a gold mountain but cannot mine it. It's a terrible feeling. Damn it, money is a man's courage. I'm so poor now that I only have 10 million on me. I don't even have the confidence to date you. Ha ha, Lin Zhe, you're going to make me laugh to death. So, in order for me to sleep with you earlier, go transfer the money quickly. Shen Tianli burst into laughter again. How did this guy do the hooligan thing so smoothly? Forget it, since you're so anxious, let's go. I'll transfer the money to you. Shen Tianli said with a smile. Shen Tianli, you are such a soft-hearted person. God will surely bless you so that I can sleep with you sooner rather than later. Shen Tianli almost laughed to death. This hooligan. After sending the video of Lin Zhe singing to the company's music arrangement teacher, Shen Tianli took Lin Zhe to the bank. As soon as Su Qingxue brought Jizafeng to the company, she received a video sent by Shen Tianli. She knew without even watching that the content in the video was definitely something she used to stimulate herself. Su Qingxue didn't even look at it and wanted to delete it directly. But she didn't know how, and inexplicably clicked play. The next second, Lin Zhe's face appeared in the video. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. The pleasant sound of guitar came out from the video. Su Qingxue felt unhappy instantly. What does it mean, this bastard sang for Shen Tianli? Before the divorce, he once said that he would only sing for himself in this life. Soon, Lin Zhe's magnetic voice reached Su Qingxue's ears through the mobile phone. The years are rare in silence. The autumn wind is tired of wandering. The sunset refuses to leave. Hanging on the wall. Can't bear me. Su Qingxue was stunned. This was a song she had never heard before. That's not all. Lin Zhe's emotions are clearly incorporated into this song. This makes the song sound a little sad, a little open-minded, and a little reluctant. In short, Su Qingxue was attracted, she was deeply attracted, and she couldn't wait to continue listening. Love has come to an end. Hate and give up the promise. Fate thinks it's humorous. Too many ideas. I can't help it. When these lyrics reached Su Qingxue's ears, she just felt a buzzing in her head. Love has come to an end, and hate has given up its promise. Su Qingxue muttered these two lines of lyrics to herself. Is Lin Zhe singing about himself and him? Su Qingxue's eyes turned red at some point. Lin Zhe in the video was clearly smiling, but Su Qingxue felt that he must be very sad in his heart. After all, the woman he had loved for 7 years left him for another man. The singing in the video continued, but Su Qingxue couldn't listen to it anymore. She thought of the former Lin Zhe. What a kind and proud man he used to be, the campus idol of Ocean University, top student in his grade, president of the student union, and winner of a national award. He should have had an extremely bright future, but because he loved me, even though he knew he was a substitute, he still accompanied me into the grave of marriage without hesitation. After 3 years of marriage, he put away all his edge and was willing to be a househusband just to take good care of himself. But in the end he ended up being abandoned. When Su Qingxue thought of this, her heart suddenly ached. Chapter 16. My taste is not that bad. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. This was the 7th time that Lin Zhe had checked the balance on his bank card. Every time he counted, Lin Zhe's smile would grow wider. He looked like he had never seen the world before. But to be honest, Lin Zhe is not a person who has never seen the world. When Blue Star was at its peak, he had more than 70 billion in his bank card. The reason he was happy was that his career could finally get off the ground. He can finally show his talents. He finally had the chance to take complete control of his life. I said, it's just 100 million, look how happy you are. Listen, Shin Tianli, are you speaking human language? What do you mean it's just 100 million? Do you know how powerful 100 million is? How old? It allows me to sleep with you 9 times a night without getting tired. Shin Tianli burst into laughter. This gangster is really a gangster. Lin Zhe chuckled. Just kidding, 5 times is my limit. You talk as if you've tried it. Who knows? Lin Zhe said with a smile. As he spoke, his mind couldn't help but emerge the scene of him and Su Qingxue making love in bed the night before. It was originally a very erotic scene, but when Lin Zhe thought about it now, he felt sour in his heart. He really wanted Su Qingxue's body, especially her 2 long white legs, which were simply life-threatening after she put on stockings. Damn it, why couldn't I have come here earlier? If he had traveled through time earlier, he would have slept with Su Qingxue long ago, and there would have been no chance for her to divorce him. Seeing Lin Zhe's sly smile, Shin Tianli asked curiously, have you really tried it? You guess. You slept with Su Qingxue? Shin Tianli's watery eyes widened like green apricots. Guess again. After hearing this, Shin Tianli felt inexplicably relieved. I guess you're the one, it's time for dinner, please treat me to a meal. No. Why, you don't want the remaining balance? Lin Zhe quickly grinned and said, it's just a joke. Let alone treating you to a meal, it's fine even if I treat you to something else. Shin Tianli asked with great interest, besides dinner, what else can you treat me to? There are many, for example, suffering a loss and being shocked. Lin Zhe said with a smile. I know what it means to suffer a loss, but what the hell is being surprised? Lin Zhe didn't explain, but he looked at Shin Tianli with ambiguous eyes. Shin Tianli looked at Lin Zhe suspiciously. After this idiom echoed in her mind for a while, Shin Tianli understood it instantly. Her pretty snow-white face instantly flushed with an alluring blush. This hooligan is so vile. Lin Zhe saw her reaction and knew that she understood. I thought she would fight back, but who would have thought that in her shyness? Shin Tianli suddenly smiled charmingly and said, okay, if you want to conquer me, then I will eat you. Hold the grass. Lin Zhe's heart was shaken. Should I say it or not, she can tease people. We had lunch at Yipingxian. Aren't you and Su Qingxue sworn enemies? And this place is owned by their family. Why are you eating here again? Lin Zhe asked in confusion. Shin Tianli said helplessly, the food here is delicious. Then you should poach the cook here. What a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? I'll open a second-class restaurant when the time comes. Puff. Yipingxian, such a childish name. The two of them walked towards the restaurant while talking. But at this moment, the roar of the supercar reached Lin Zhe's ears. He subconsciously turned his head to take a look. But then I saw a brand new supercar arrogantly brake to a stop at the door of the restaurant. Behind the sports car was a valuable luxury car. It was Su Qingxue and Ji Zifeng. Su Qingxue, this bootlicker, is so good to her white moonlight. Shin Tianli suddenly asked with a charming smile. Do you know that this is the sports car that Su Qingxue gave to Ji Zifeng? Shin Tianli smiled and said, of course I know. Su Qingxue reserved this car half a month ago. So, are you envious? Lin Zhe nodded. I'm so envious. I envy Ji Zifeng so much. Are you envious of Su Qingxue's kindness to him? Shin Tianli asked. Yes, I envy how good Su Qingxue is to him. If someone could be this good to me, I would definitely be moved and pledge myself to him. As he spoke, Lin Zhe glanced at Shin Tianli. Lin Zhe felt that he had hinted so clearly that Shin Tianli would definitely be touched. Shin Tianli giggled. Rogue, stop talking for now, I'll tease Su Qingxue's black moonlight. Why, do you want to seduce Ji Zifeng and make Su Qingxue jealous and angry? Stop kidding, my taste is not that bad. Shen Tianli gave Lin Zhe a coquettish look and said. As she spoke, Shen Tianli smiled at Jizafeng and said, Jizafeng, we meet again. When he saw Shen Tianli, especially when he heard her take the initiative to greet him, Jizafeng was so excited. He felt more and more that Shen Tianli was definitely interested in him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have greeted me so proactively. Moreover, she smiles so seductively. Jizafeng smiled and waved at Shen Tianli, then his eyes fell on Lin Zhe. Seeing Lin Zhe staring at his sports car, Jizafeng felt even happier. Lin Zhe, be jealous, I will make you jealous. When Su Qingxue saw Lin Zhe, she was slightly stunned. She didn't expect to meet Lin Zhe here. When she saw Lin Zhe, she thought of the song that Lin Zhe sang with his guitar. Then, Su Qingxue began to feel a dull pain in her heart. She thought Lin Zhe would look at her, but he didn't even look at her. At this moment, he was staring at the supercar he had given to Jizafeng. For some reason, Su Qingxue suddenly felt a little guilty. Su Qingxue, is Lin Zhe's song nice? To be honest, he composed it specifically for me. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. What? That song was actually composed by Lin Zhe specifically for Shen Tianli? She was instantly unhappy. She looked at Lin Zhe with an angry and resentful look. This bastard has never written a song for himself. What song? Jizafeng asked curiously. Shen Tianli smiled sweetly and said, I won't tell you. That alluring look and charming smile made Jizafeng feel itchy. He really felt that Shen Tianli was trying to hook up with him. If Su Qingxue hadn't been there, Jizafeng really wanted to tease her. And he believed that as long as he teased her a little, she would definitely take the bait. No, I have to add Shen Tianli's green bubbles and then seduce her well. When thinking of this, Jizafeng smiled and said, Lin Zhe, I didn't expect that we are so destined to meet. If that's the case, why don't we eat together? We ate together last night anyway. Of course, he didn't really want to have dinner with Lin Zhe. He wanted to show his affection with Su Qingxue to stimulate Lin Zhe. He also wanted to take the opportunity to add green bubbles to Shen Tianli. Sorry, I don't want to eat with ugly people. Lin Zhe said indifferently. Puff. Shen Tianli was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Even Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 17 So rude. Jizafeng was furious. Because he felt that Lin Zhe was humiliating him. Yes, he is a little more handsome than me. But you can't say that about yourself in front of a beautiful woman. If Jizafeng didn't have to maintain his own image, he would have started cursing long ago. However, although he was very unhappy, Jizafeng pretended to be wronged and said, Qingxue, since Lin Zhe doesn't like me, let's go to another place. I acted so wronged, I don't believe Su Qingxue won't stand up for me. When Jizafeng thought that Lin Zhe liked Su Qingxue, and Su Qingxue taught him a lesson for his own sake, he trembled with joy. But Su Qingxue didn't say anything. Not only did she not say anything, she also inexplicably felt that Jizafeng had some tea. What is even worse is that Su Qingxue suddenly discovered something terrible. Just now when Shen Tianli greeted Jizafeng in an ambiguous tone, he felt nothing at all. Or, to be more precise, I didn't feel unhappy at all. Even if Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli stood together and did nothing, he would be extremely angry. I can't be really falling in love with that bastard Lin Zhe. No, that's impossible. I must be angry because I'm used to this bastard staying around me, and now he's with someone else. Yes, that's it. After hearing Jizafeng's words, Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli looked at each other. Then they smiled at each other. From each other's eyes, they could clearly see their disgust for Jizafeng. Su Qingxue didn't want to say anything, but when she saw Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli being so ambiguous, she suddenly became furious. You are already 25 years old, and you still judge people by their appearance. Lin Zhe, you haven't made any progress at all. Besides, in my heart, Jizafeng is 100 times more handsome than you. Su Qingxue said angrily. Lin Zhe was happy. Yes, he's so handsome, you better lock him up, okay? Su Qingxue was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Doesn't this bastard like her? Isn't he uncomfortable when I say this to him now? Impossible, he must be pretending. Jizafeng was ecstatic. He felt happy, extremely happy, so happy that he wanted to laugh out loud, and he knew that Su Qingxue, this bootlicker, would be on his side. But he held back because he had to maintain his image. Su Qingxue stared at Lin Zhe for a while, and seeing that he looked normal, her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but secretly said, "This bastard wouldn't dislike me anymore, right?" When this thought flashed through her mind, Su Qingxue felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She regretted it. Why say those things for no reason? She subconsciously wanted to tell Lin Zhe that she was not defending Ji Zifeng, nor was she venting her anger for him, she was just mad at him. But when the words came to her lips, Su Qingxue swallowed them back. She was afraid that Shen Tianli would laugh at her after she said these words. After all, she wanted to make fun of herself and stimulate herself all the time. Shen Tianli also saw Lin Zhe's dim eyes. She knew that Su Qingxue's words just now made Lin Zhe sad. To be honest, she especially understood Lin Zhe's mood at the moment. The person I have liked for 7 years is now being humiliated unscrupulously for another man. No matter who it is, I'm afraid it won't be pleasant. Lin Zhe, let's go to another place. Forget it, it's just a meal. Besides, don't you like the food here? Shen Tianli's heart trembled. He was obviously so sad, but he insisted on staying for the sake of his favorite food. It would be a lie for Shen Tianli to say she wasn't moved. Lin Zhe didn't think so much, he just simply thought that Yu Pingxian's food was delicious. Having been the boss on Blue Star for many years, his appetite has become very picky and he doesn't even like ordinary food. Okay, then let's eat here. Whatever you want to eat today, just order whatever you want. It's my treat. Shen Tianli said domineeringly. Lin Zhe swept away the depressed look just now, and he smiled and said, "Then I will slaughter you well." "You are welcome to kill me," Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. She was clearly talking about having dinner, but when Ji Zifeng heard Shen Tianli's words, he inexplicably had the illusion that Shen Tianli was inviting Lin Zhe to sleep with her. Especially when he saw Shen Tianli walking into the restaurant with Lin Zhe's arm around her, Ji Zifeng felt like the two of them were going to get a room. Ji Zifeng was unhappy. Damn it, why? Why does Lin Zhe do that? Shouldn't Shen Tianli seduce me? When Su Qingxue saw Shen Tianli walking in with Lin Zhe's arm around her, she felt even more unhappy than Ji Zifeng. She really wanted to pounce on her and push Shen Tianli away. Then he harshly questioned her why she hugged Lin Zhe's arm. "Qingxue, let's go in too," Ji Zifeng said softly, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Su Qingxue came back to her senses, nodded, and without waiting for Ji Zifeng, she quickly walked into the restaurant. Ji Zifeng was a little disappointed. What disappointed him was not that Su Qingxue didn't wait for him. But Su Qingxue did not hug her arm like Shen Lizhou hugged Lin Zhe's arm. We ended up having the meal together. Because there were no extra boxes, and this box was Su Qingxue's special box. There is no way, Yu Pingxian is too popular. When Su Qingxue learned that they could have dinner together, she actually felt a little secretly happy. She didn't know why she had such emotions, but she was secretly happy. She even took the initiative to sit opposite Lin Zhe. Shen Tianli was also secretly happy because she could show her affection with Lin Zhe again and stimulate Su Qingxue. She really liked seeing Su Qingxue being humiliated. Not to mention Ji Zifeng, he was even more ecstatic than Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli. Because Shen Tianli was sitting right opposite him. Watching her from such a close distance made Ji Zifeng feel that Shen Tianli was an absolute beauty. Whether it was her appearance or her smile, both made Ji Zifeng feel charming and enchanting. Only Lin Zhe felt a little depressed. He didn't want to have dinner with Su Qingxue, and he didn't want to have dinner with Ji Zifeng, that green tea girl, even more. Lin Zhe said, "I'm going to the bathroom." Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and asked, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "Why, you want to help me pee?" Puff. Shen Tianli was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. Lin Zhe took the opportunity to leave the box. Lin Zhe is so rude, Ji Zifeng said with a smile. Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "Well, I like his rudeness." Ji Zifeng's defense was suddenly broken. "No, what is going on with Shen Tianli? Isn't she interested in me? Why would he protect Lin Zhe so much now?" Su Qingxue's defense was also somewhat broken. What broke her defense was that the relationship between Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli had developed to such an intimate level. After leaving the box, Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, there is a bathroom in the box. But Lin Zhe didn't want to see Su Qingxue and Ji Zifeng, so he wanted to come out and get some fresh air. After running a water bottle in the bathroom and washing his hands, Lin Zhe lit a cigarette and walked slowly into the box. When passing by one of the boxes, a hand suddenly stretched out and forcefully pulled Lin Zhe in. Chapter 18. I want Hold the grass. Lin Zhe was startled. He subconsciously wanted to fight back, but when he saw the other person's face clearly, Lin Zhe smiled. He said slowly, Miss Su, you pulled me into this box not because you want to be intimate with me, but I'm sorry to tell you that I have no interest in women who have been touched by others, not even holding hands. That's right, the person who pulled him into this box was none other than Su Qingxue. After hearing what Lin Zhe said, Su Qingxue was immediately furious. Her purpose of pulling Lin Zhe in was to persuade him to leave Xintianli. But seeing that Lin Zhe was accusing her so wrongly, Su Qingxue immediately put the matter behind her. Asshole, I didn't. There is nothing? I didn't let him touch me. Su Qingxue said angrily. Lin Zhe looked at Su Qingxue with a playful look and said, I don't believe it. You divorced me for him, which shows that you really like him. Moreover, you went to pick him up yesterday. I don't believe that you didn't hold hands, hug, or kiss. Su Qingxue became more and more angry. Who does this bastard think he is? She yelled, asshole, no, I didn't let him hold my hand, I didn't let him hug me, and I didn't let him kiss me. She clearly wanted to refute Lin Zhe's words, but she sounded like she was eager to explain everything to Lin Zhe. As he said this, he seemed afraid that Lin Zhe would not believe him. Su Qingxue continued to yell, I didn't even let him sit in the passenger seat. I didn't even eat the food he picked for me yesterday. Moreover, he wanted to live in our house, but I didn't let him go. When she said this, Su Qingxue's eyes suddenly turned red. Because she felt wronged. I clearly didn't let Ji Zifeng touch any part of my body, but this guy didn't believe what I said. Based on the original owner's understanding of Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe believed that she was not talking nonsense. But Lin Zhe couldn't quite understand Su Qingxue. Doesn't she love Ji Zifeng to death? Before Ji Zifeng came back, he couldn't wait to divorce her. Moreover, he gave me such an expensive sports car as a gift as soon as he came back. But until now, he hasn't even held my hand? If that's the case, then can I sleep with her a few more times? There was no way Lin Zhe really wanted Su Qingxue's body. Especially those two snow white and slender legs, when they are wearing stockings and high heels, they are simply fucking killer. However, Lin Zhe also knew clearly that given Su Qingxue's love for Ji Zifeng, it would not be easy to sleep with her. Lin Zhe's years of experience in picking up girls taught him that he had to whet her appetite first. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe suddenly sighed. Well, even though you haven't had any intimate contact yet, he's all in your heart. It's only a matter of time before he takes you over. Su Qingxue suddenly became anxious. I didn't want him to take it. She was so eager to object, did she really like Ji Zifeng? Lin Zhe was very suspicious. I don't believe it. You're willing to give him such an expensive sports car, but you've never given me one. Su Qingxue felt inexplicably guilty. I ordered the car I gave him before he returned to China, but after giving it to him today, I regretted it. If you are not happy, I can also give you one, and I will give you a more expensive one. Damn it. Lin Zhe increasingly doubts whether Su Qingxue really likes Ji Zifeng. If you like it, how can you say that you regret it right after giving it to me? Forget it. Your money also came from the wind. Lin Zhe said, pretending to be aggrieved. Who doesn't know how to pretend to be a green tea? Su Qingxue's heart trembled. She felt more and more sorry for Lin Zhe. It's okay, I can really give you a more expensive one. No need. You've given something to someone else before, and I don't like to ask for the same thing again. Well, then I can give you something else. What do you want? Lin Zhe deliberately looked at Su Qingxue deeply, and said with a gloomy look, what I want no longer belongs to me. Lin Zhe wanted to applaud his acting skills. It's just so awesome. He believed that his heart-piercing words, coupled with his sad eyes, would definitely make Su Qingxue extremely sad. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. What he wanted no longer belonged to him. Could it be that what he wants is me? It seems that this is the only explanation. Because I really don't belong to him anymore. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue's heart was instantly stabbed. It hurt so much that she could hardly breathe. She opened her mouth to say something. But after moving his lips for a long time, he couldn't utter a word. Okay, Su Qingxue, go back. Don't let Ji Zifeng know about our chat here. I'm afraid he will misunderstand and blame you. After all, no man wants to see the person he likes getting so close to another man. After saying this, Lin Zhe deliberately turned around and walked out the door. I don't believe that after talking to this point, you will let me go. Su Qingxue looked at Lindsay's back, her eyes becoming redder. It seemed as if after Lindsay left, she would lose him forever. This feeling is really bad. Moreover, the last sentence Lindsay said was like a heavy hammer hitting Su Qingxue's heart. Yes, Lindsay likes me so much, but now I appear in front of him with another man. This is like rubbing salt into his wounds. No, it's like pouring arsenic on his wounds. Just as Lindsay's hand had grasped the door handle and was about to open the door, Su Qingxue suddenly shouted in a trembling voice, "Stop!" Lindsay's face was full of smug smiles. What a bastard I am. He turned around, his expression growing sadder. Anything else? Why did you write a song for Xintianli? Isn't she now immersed in the regret of hurting herself and unable to extricate herself? Moreover, shouldn't retaining myself mean repentance and throwing myself into my arms? Why did I suddenly become so concerned about this? Oh, I just got inspired and composed a song for her. You have never created anything for me. Su Qingxue's voice revealed grievance. Why, you want it? I think. A song means nothing to Su Qingxue. But the difference was that Lindsay actually sang specifically for Xintianli, which made Su Qingxue feel a little unbalanced. So, she wanted it too. Okay, wait for me at home tonight, I'll compose a song for you. A huge surprise suddenly emerged in Su Qingxue's heart. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Why, you don't want me to go back? I think so. Su Qingxue blurted out. Lindsay smiled and pinched her face unscrupulously. Okay, wait for me that night. Su Qingxue nodded repeatedly. I'm leaving first. Su Qingxue nodded again. After watching Lindsay leave, Su Qingxue suddenly began to look forward to meeting Lindsay in the evening. Chapter 19 Practical Action. After Lindsay returned to the box, Ji Zifeng was chatting with Xintianli about the customs and practices of foreign countries. Ji Zifeng spoke very excitedly. Xintianli seemed like a little fangirl, holding her chin with both hands and looking at Ji Zifeng with a beautiful smile. To be honest, this scene made Ji Zifeng very proud. He felt more and more that Xintianli was interested in him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such an admiring look in her eyes. I have just added her green bubble, and I must tease her well later. Ji Zifeng believed that he could seduce the beauty Xintianli to the bed with just a flick of his finger. At that time, I must take a picture of myself riding on Shenlizho, and then send it to Lindsay to stimulate her. So what if he is more handsome than me? Doesn't the woman he likes have to climb into his bed obediently? Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly saw Lindsay walking in with a smile. Ji Zifeng sneered in his heart with disdain. After Lindsay sat down, he sent a message to Xintianli. You scumbag, are you falling in love with someone else so quickly? When Xintianli saw this message, she gave Lindsay a charming look. Then he quickly replied, does he deserve it? I'm just teasing this fool. Nonsense, you are already in love. Puff. Xintianli burst into laughter. Because she laughed too exaggeratedly, Xintianli started coughing violently. Before Lindsay could respond, Ji Zifeng asked with concern, Tianli, are you okay? Xintianli waved her hand. Lindsay, I have to criticize you. Seeing your girlfriend coughing so hard, you were indifferent. If this were my girlfriend, I would have been heartbroken. As he said this, Ji Zifeng looked at Xintianli with pity. What a dead green tea. Lindsay smiled and said, how do you know I don't feel bad? Besides, there are many ways to feel bad. What's the point of just saying it? I always like to prove everything with practical actions. I haven't seen you take any actual action. Ji Zifeng retorted. Lindsay shrugged, and scrupulously hooked Xintianli's slender waist, pulled her into his arms, then pinched Xintianli's chin and asked, did I feel sorry for you in bed? Xintianli was confused. No, how dare this bastard hug my waist so unscrupulously? He must have gotten addicted to sex at the bar last night. Moreover, he said such frivolous words. Xintianli felt that she should be angry. But inexplicably, Xintianli was not angry. Not only was she not angry, her heart was beating a little faster. There was no way. The strong smell of male hormones from Lindsay was like a cannonball, constantly hitting her heart. Hateful. Xintianli said shyly. She was really shy, she was not cooperating with Lindsay in acting. Grass. Ji Zifeng hardened, his fist hardened. Not only were his fists hard, but his eyes were also spitting fire. Damn it, I haven't even touched Su Qingshue's hand until now. But this beast Lin Zhe has actually slept with Shen Tianli. How dare he? How could he be so lucky to sleep with Shen Tianli? Hey, Jizafeng, I slept with my girlfriend, why are you so angry? Are you jealous? Lin Zhe asked suspiciously. Grass. Jizafeng laughed dryly a few times, quickly hiding his anger. He smiled and said, No, I just think you are a little disrespectful to Tianli. It's too much to say such things in public. I think Lin Zhe is a genuine person and says whatever he wants to say. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Jizafeng was so angry that he was about to explode. What does it mean? What does this bitch Shen Tianli mean? Why did she speak to Lin Zhe, this beast? Could it be that she likes this simple and crude way of expression? Seeing Jizafeng about to break down, Lin Zhe couldn't help but pinch Shen Tianli's slender waist. Hold the grass. Her waist is so thin. Lin Zhe couldn't help but whisper in her ear, Shen Tianli, why is your waist so thin? After hearing this, Shen Tianli was about to push Lin Zhe away. But out of the corner of his eye he suddenly saw Su Qingxue just entering the box. Shen Tianli deliberately leaned into Lin Zhe's arms, and then asked in a particularly charming tone, Do you like it? I like it. Lin Zhe said with a smile. As soon as Su Qingxue entered the box, she saw Shen Tianli leaning in Lin Zhe's arms with a flirty look on her face. This scene made her so angry that she clenched her fists. Although I don't know why Shen Tianli asked Lin Zhe this question. But Lin Zhe's answer made her furious. This bastard has clearly liked me for 7 years, but why is he saying such sweet words to Shen Tianli now? With her anger, she sat opposite Lin Zhe. Seeing Shen Tianli still leaning in Lin Zhe's arms, Su Qingxue suddenly sneered and said, Shen Tianli, this is a place to eat, not a place for you to be naughty. What should I do? I feel like getting naughty when I see Lin Zhe, but I can't do that. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Grass. Jizafeng felt so envious that he wanted to cry. Damn, Su Qingxue always looks so cold. Can't she learn from Shen Tianli? No, I must take Shen Tianli down and torture her in bed. Lin Zhe was very calm because he knew that Shen Tianli was deliberately provoking Su Qingxue. To be honest, Su Qingxue also knew that Shen Tianli was deliberately provoking her. After knowing each other for so many years, no one knows Shen Tianli's character better than Su Qingxue. Although she looks wild, her personality is exactly the opposite of her appearance. However, even though she knew that she was deliberately provoking her, Su Qingxue just couldn't control the anger in her heart. Moreover, seeing Shen Tianli leaning so shamelessly in Lin Zhe's arms, Su Qingxue had the urge to go up and pull Shen Tianli away from Lin Zhe's arms. She felt like something that belonged to her was being taken away by someone else. This feeling is terrible. At this moment, Su Qingxue's cell phone suddenly rang with a green bubble notification sound. She was delighted and thought it was a message from Lin Zhe. But she was soon disappointed, because the message was sent by Jizafeng. Looking at the message sent by Jizafeng, Su Qingxue suddenly realized that she seemed to have never paid attention to Jizafeng since she entered the box. Moreover, all his attention was on Lin Zhe. This discovery made Su Qingxue frown slightly. Isn't the one you like, Jizafeng? Why is it that Lin Zhe always easily attracts all attention now? He must have been mad at this bastard in Shen Tianli. Yes, that's it. After comforting herself, Su Qingxue quickly began to check Jizafeng's information. Qingxue, Shen Tianli is really too much. She knew that Lin Zhe just divorced you yesterday, but now she can't wait to lean on Lin Zhe's arms. Lin Zhe is really annoying. He doesn't know how to avoid suspicion at all. It must be said, Jizafeng's words made Su Qingxue feel warm in her heart. Jizafeng is still the best, he stands by me at the critical moment. She looked at Jizafeng with gratitude. Jizafeng knew that he had touched Su Qingxue, so he sent her another message. Qingxue, since they want to piss you off, let's piss them off too. Lin Zhe likes you so much. If he sees you leaning on my arms, will he be pissed to death? When seeing this message, Su Qingxue frowned slightly. Did Jizafeng want to take the opportunity to have physical contact with her, or did he want to take the opportunity to stimulate Lin Zhe? But no matter which one it is, Su Qingxue doesn't like it. She suddenly stood up, looked at Jizafeng and said in an unhappy tone, No. Chapter 20. Let's talk about it after you take it down. Jizafeng wants to die. He never dreamed that Su Qingxue would reject him. But that's not why he wanted to die. The reason he wanted to die was because Su Qingxue refused. But she actually stood up and rejected him in front of Lin Zhe. Where can I put my face? Couldn't she just tell herself on the green bubble? What's wrong? Shen Tianli suddenly asked with a charming smile. Only then did Su Qingxue realize that she had been a little impulsive. Her face darkened, and she said with disdain, "It's none of your business." Having said that, Su Qingxue sat back down. But she didn't go to explain to Ji Zifeng first, but looked at Lin Zhe first. Seeing Lin Zhe playing with the lighter with a smile on his face, Su Qingxue felt inexplicably relieved, but also a little aggrieved. This bastard, doesn't he even ask himself why he said that just now? At this moment, Ji Zifeng reluctantly sent another message to Su Qingxue. "Qingxue, why did you reject me? Don't you like me anymore?" Su Qingxue frowned slightly and glanced at Ji Zifeng. But he was looking at himself with a hurt expression. Seeing him so sad, Su Qingxue thought she would feel distressed. After all, Ji Zifeng was the person she had liked for 5 years. But for some reason, she not only did not feel distressed, but suddenly remembered Lin Zhe's dim eyes in the box next door. Comparing the two, Su Qingxue found that Lin Zhe's eyes seemed to make her feel more distressed. "I'm sorry, I'm just not used to doing this kind of thing in public. Besides, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, and we seem a little unfamiliar with each other. Give me some time." Su Qingxue replied to Ji Zifeng. When Ji Zifeng saw Su Qingxue's reply, he felt relieved. He knew that Su Qingxue was a reserved girl, not as unrestrained as Shen Tianli. When thinking of Shen Tianli, Ji Zifeng remembered the scene of her leaning in Lin Zhe's arms. Damn it, why don't I have as good luck as that beast Lin Zhe? The meal was finished quickly. The four of them left the restaurant together. When he saw his sports car, Ji Zifeng's depression in the restaurant was instantly swept away. He pretended to be kind and said, "Lin Zhe, do you want to go for a ride with me?" Lin Zhe ignored her, and instead said to Shen Tianli in a wrong tone, "Shen Tianli, look, we are both girlfriends, but you are really incompetent. I don't care, I want to have what others have." Puff. Ji Zifeng was happy. He thought Lin Zhe was really rubbish. He actually blatantly asked Shen Tianli for a sports car. Ji Zifeng is in a very good mood now. Because he knew that Lin Zhe would soon be slapped in the face by Shen Tianli. After all, a sports car costs several million. How could Shen Tianli buy one for Lin Zhe? Su Qingxue was very angry. What made her angry was that she had clearly told Lin Zhe that she could give him a more expensive car. But he rejected himself. Now he is asking Shen Tianli for a sports car. He must be taking his acting seriously. How could Shen Tianli buy him a sports car? When Shen Tianli rejects him later, let us see how he will embarrass this person. However, although she thought so in her heart, Su Qingxue was already thinking about what kind of car to buy for Lin Zhe. Nothing else matters, as long as it is more expensive than the one given to Ji Zifeng. Shen Tianli wanted to laugh, she didn't expect Lin Zhe also had a green tea side. But Shen Tianli didn't smile. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you liked sports cars before, so I didn't prepare one for you. But don't worry, I've already ordered a Son of Wind for you. It will arrive in 3 days at the latest." Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. Son of Wind, that is the world's top sports car. One car can buy 3 of the ones I drive now. But this is not the point. The point is, Shen Tianli actually wants to buy it for Lin Zhe? No, why? Doesn't Shen Tianli like me? Why should she buy a sports car for that beast Lin Zhe? Could it be to provoke Su Qingxue? But the cost is too high. Su Qingxue was also dumbfounded. She also didn't expect that Shen Tianli would actually give Lin Zhe a sports car, and such an expensive one at that. "I don't want second-hand ones," Lin Zhe said indifferently. Shen Tianli smiled and said, "Don't worry, of course it's first-hand goods." As she spoke, she glanced at Su Qingxue with a charming smile. Su Qingxue was so angry that she was about to explode. Of course she was not angry with Shen Tianli. She was angry with Lin Zhe. What does this bastard mean? I gave him my first kiss, my first time, and even my first time holding hands with a member of the opposite sex. But now he actually says he doesn't want second-hand goods. When did I become second-hand goods? I really want to take off my high heels and beat him up. Suddenly, Su Qingxue remembered that Lin Zhe was coming to sing for her in the evening. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue decided to ask this bastard in the evening how she became a second-hand commodity. Watched Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli leave. Ji Zifeng finally came to his senses. He reached out to hold Su Qingxue's hand. It must be said that Lin Zhe really irritated him just now. Ji Zifeng decided to speed up his efforts to capture Su Qingxue. Once you succeed in winning her over, won't you be able to spend her money as you please? But as soon as he stretched out his hand, Su Qingxue took a few steps back with a look of fear on her face. Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. He looked at Su Qingxue in confusion. He didn't understand, because before he came back, the two of them had a good chat online. Su Qingxue also promised him that she would be his girlfriend when he came back. But why can't we even hold hands now? Su Qingxue was also shocked by her own reaction. She herself would have such a big reaction. Moreover, it seems as if it is avoiding snakes and scorpions. Zifeng, I'm sorry, I think we should take it slow. Holding hands is something that only lovers can do. We haven't seen each other for 3 years, and a lot of things have happened in these 3 years. Please give me some more time. Ji Zifeng was very unhappy. But he could only endure it even though he was unhappy. He can't afford to offend Su Qingxue now. But even though he endured it, Ji Zifeng was still furious in his heart and secretly said, "Damn it, Su Qingxue, when I catch you, just wait and see how I kill you. By then, not only will I make you my dog, I will also take away all your assets." Thinking of this, Ji Zifeng felt relieved. He smiled softly and said, "Sorry, I was too abrupt. I just wanted to get the beauty as soon as possible." Su Qingxue frowned slightly. She really felt it was greasy. What does it mean to win the beauty as soon as possible? He spoke as if he wanted to get his own body as soon as possible. However, Su Qingxue changed her mind and thought that Ji Zifeng might just like her too much. That's why he can't wait to be with me. Give me some more time. Let's go back to the company first. I'll take you to start work. The company has encountered some problems recently and needs your help to solve them. What's the problem? Ji Zifeng asked curiously. The contract of a top star in our company has expired, and she has been reluctant to renew the contract. Can you help me persuade her? No problem. I'm the best at persuading people. I guarantee that she will be willing to renew her contract with you. Ji Zifeng vowed. Then I'll leave it to you. Ji Zifeng asked with a smile, "Qingxue, if I help you get her, can you be my girlfriend?" Su Qingxue became unhappy instantly. She hates people who make demands before things are done. It would have been fine if he had made some other requests, but it had to be such an excessive condition. In contrast, Lin Zhe is not like this. In the 3 years of marriage, he has always been silently giving. There are many things that I only understand after the fact. Su Qingxue said indifferently, "Wait until you capture her first." Chapter 21 Cruel Woman. Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli did not return to the company. After leaving the restaurant, the two went straight to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Yes, Lin Zhe wants to register a company. Did you really order a sports car for me? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. You wish for it. I was just acting to help you. Damn it, I know women's mouths are full of lies. Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. How could this guy not get angry even though he was scolding me? Not only was I not angry, but I even found him funny. But I've booked it for you now. Shen Tianli said with a smile. Wow, I knew you were kind and nice. Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really talented. He was the one who scolded himself, and he is also the one who praises himself now. Moreover, the transformation was so smooth. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Anyway, the money for the sports car will be deducted from the remaining 100 million. What a cruel woman. Ha 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 ha. Shen Tianli couldn't hold it anymore. This guy always has words waiting for him. Well, behave yourself, and maybe if I'm happy, I'll give it to you. Damn it, wasn't my performance good enough? You needed a theme song, so I made it for you. You wanted to provoke Su Qingxue, so I cooperated. What else do you want me to do to you? Do you really want me to marry you? Ha ha ha, Lin Zhe, you are so shameless. Lin Zhe also smiled and said, why bother with face? It can't be eaten. That makes sense. How about this? Do me a favor, and I'll give you this car after it's done. What's up? Do you know Jiang Qingyue? I don't know. What's wrong? Hey, don't you pay attention to female celebrities? Why should I pay attention to female stars? I just pay attention to you. Anyway, they are not as pretty as you. Lin Zhe said righteously. These words pleased Shen Tianli. She smiled sweetly and said, I love to hear that. It's like this. Jiang Qingyue is one of the top female stars in the country. She was originally an artist of Su Qingshue's company, but now her contract is about to expire. I heard that she doesn't want to renew it. How about this, you go and recruit her to my company for me. After that, I will give you this sports car. Okay, leave it to me. Lin Zhe said readily. Jiang Qingyue is very aloof and difficult to deal with. Lin Zhe smiled and said, I didn't say I could definitely handle her. I just promised you to try. Shen Tianli was defeated. Soon, we arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Shen Tianli had already made arrangements in advance, so the procedures were handled quickly. Lin Zhe named the company Rice Technology. As for the business scope, it covers almost all areas. Shen Tianli couldn't help but complain, what a crappy name. You know nothing. I want my company to be like Rice in the future, so that everyone can't do without it. You really dare to think so? Shen Tianli said with a smile. Lin Zhe said righteously, people should have dreams, otherwise, they are no different from salted fish. Shen Tianli couldn't laugh anymore. She really couldn't laugh at someone who had a dream. Okay, so what does your company plan to do? Keep it a secret until I rent an office building. Then come to my company. We have another floor upstairs with ready-made office equipment, but it has been sitting empty. Goddess, please let me give myself to you. I beg you. Lin Zhe said gratefully. Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, you wish, but you haven't conquered me yet. Damn it, conquering in bed is also conquering. This shameless guy. After coming out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Lin Zhe asked, where are we going next? Go find Jiang Qingyue. I've made an appointment with her agent, and he can give us an hour this afternoon. Come on, let me see how powerful this top female star is. Lin Zhe said with a smile. When Shen Tianli's car drove into the villa area where she currently lived, Lin Zhe was a little confused. Aren't you going to look for Jiang Qingyue? Why go home? Jiang Qingyue lives next door to me. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Damn, villas in this place are not cheap, are they? Do celebrities make so much money? Of course she makes money. A top female star like Jiang Qingyue can make as much in a year as the net profit of a medium-sized listed company. So, Jiang Qingyue is a cash cow. It's really a cash cow. No wonder you signed him. Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, I don't have to sign her, but she is Su Qingshue's person now. If I can sign her, it will be a fatal blow to Su Qingshu. That makes sense. You wouldn't stop trying to recruit people just because you like Su Qingshu, right? How could that be? The person I want to sleep with now is you, not Su Qingshu. Lin Zhe said seriously. Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, then you have to work hard. After all, you already have 20 points with me. If I help you take down Jiang Qingyue, how many points will you give me? 5 points. Boss Shen, can't you be more open-minded and just give me 80 points? Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. You dare to think so? I'm more daring. Lin Zhe responded. What? Lin Zhe looked at Shen Tianli with a smile. He didn't speak though. But it seems like he said everything. Shen Tianli understood immediately. Her pretty face turned red, and she cursed with a charming smile, rogue. After parking the car in Shen Tianli's own parking space, she took Lin Zhe to the villa next door. After ringing the doorbell, Shen Tianli warned, when you meet Jiang Qingyue later, you should restrain yourself. She is a little socially anxious and not as unrestrained as me. You must not scare her. Ah. I'm as pure as a blank sheet of paper, yet I still have to restrain myself? Ha 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 ha. Shen Tianli laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. How can this guy have the nerve to say such a thing? As they were talking, the door of the villa opened automatically, and Shen Tianli led Lin Zhe in. The whole villa is decorated in a simple and elegant style. It can be seen that the owner has good taste. However, what attracted Lin Zhe's attention was not the villa itself, but the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa. Dressed in fluttering white, she looked like a fairy from an ancient painting, or like the bright moon in the sky. It is so holy that no one would have the slightest thought of desecrating it. I never thought that Jiang Qingyue would be so beautiful. Just as Lin Zhe was looking at the other person was also staring at Lin Zhe. I don't know if it was Lin Zhe's illusion, but I always felt that Jiang Qingyue seemed a little excited when she saw him. Miss Jiang, nice to meet you again, Shen Tianli said with a smile. The other party ignored Shen Tianli. Instead, she suddenly smiled sweetly at Lin Zhe and said, Senior, long time no see. Chapter 22 I remember you now. Lin Zhe was stunned. What's going on? Jiang Qingyue actually knew me? Shen Tianli was also stunned. She also didn't expect that Jiang Qingyue actually knew Lin Zhe. Mr. Jiang, do we know each other? Lin Zhe asked curiously. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lin Zhe with a bit of loss in her watery eyes. Senior, you don't even remember me. I'm a little sad. Shen Tianli was once again stimulated by Jiang Qingyue's words. You know, she is a well-known social phobia, but now it feels like she is acting coquettishly with Lin Zhe. Moreover, judging from what she said, she seemed to have a close relationship with Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was also stimulated by Jiang Qingyue's words. What's the meaning? Could it be that the original owner had cheated on someone before? But Lin Zhe carefully searched the original owner's memory, but could not find any memory of Jiang Qingyue. Seeing Lin Zhe looking at her in confusion, Jiang Qingyue said quietly, Senior, I am also from Ocean University, and you sponsored me to finish college. Lin Zhe was even more confused. No, he didn't remember anything at all. Jiang Qingyue continued, 6 years ago, at the gate of Ocean University, a girl cried because she lost her tuition. Then a very handsome senior passed by and gave the girl 50,000 yuan after learning about it. He also said a lot of encouraging words. Senior, that little girl was me, and the person who gave me the money was you. Hold the grass. Did the original owner ever do such a kind thing? Shen Tianli was so shocked by this story that she was speechless. However, she was surprised that Lin Zhe and Jiang Qingyue had such a connection. As for the fact that Lin Zhe would give Jiang Qingyue 50,000 yuan, Shen Tianli was not surprised. Based on her previous understanding of Lin Zhe, she knew he was capable of doing such a thing. Why, Senior, you don't remember anything at all? Jiang Qingyue was a little sad. Lin Zhe scratched his head and said awkwardly, I must have done too many good things, so I don't remember them. As everyone knows, I am a kind person. Puff. Shen Tianli couldn't help laughing. This guy is so shameless. He just keeps talking about sleeping with me. How can he be kind? But Jiang Qingyue nodded repeatedly and said, Indeed, you helped a lot of people when you were in college. It's reasonable that you don't remember me. But I will remember you now. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up. She looked somewhat happy. Looking at Jiang Qingyue's reaction, Shen Tianli was slightly surprised. It seemed that being remembered by Lin Zhe was a very happy thing for her. Is Lin Zhe so important to Jiang Qingyue? When she thought of this, Shen Tianli felt inexplicably uncomfortable. However, she didn't show it. Shen Tianli smiled and said, Ms. Jiang, I came here today to talk to you about cooperation. I know. Jiang Qingyue nodded. Ms. Jiang, since you know this, I will speak frankly. You know the strength of our NEI Mengyu Entertainment. If you can sign with our company, you can set any conditions you want. Not only that, we will also. Jiang Qingyue waved her hand. She interrupted Shen Tianli. Then he asked, Senior, are you working in Mr. Shen's company now? Lin Zhe was about to speak. Shen Tianli suddenly smiled and said, Yes, he is my assistant now, and next, I will give him some shares of the company. Shen Tianli is such a shrewd person. Judging from Jiang Qingyue's reactions just now, it seems that where Lin Zhe is very important to her. That's why Shen Tianli said this. Then I'll sign your Mengyue. Jiang Qingyue said happily. Shen Tianli was shocked again. Even though she already knew that Lin Zhe was very important to Jiang Qingyue, the fact that she agreed to sign a contract with her so readily still greatly irritated Shen Tianli. Moreover, it also made Shen Tianli realize that Lin Zhe's position in Jiang Qingyue's mind was much higher than she thought. Shen Tianli felt more and more uncomfortable. Shen Tianli didn't know why such thoughts appeared in her mind. But she just felt uncomfortable. What's the matter? Is Mr. Shen unhappy about my signing the contract? Jiang Qingyue suddenly asked. Shen Tianli came back to her senses and said quickly, No, absolutely not. I was just too surprised. I didn't expect Miss Jiang to be so straightforward. I thought you were upset that I agreed to sign the contract. How is that possible? Shen Tianli said with a smile. However, before officially signing the contract, I have one condition. You say. Shen Tianli said with a smile. I want Lin Zhe to be fully responsible for all my activities at Mingyue Entertainment. Shen Tianli was stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Qingyue to propose such conditions. She thought she would take the opportunity to ask for a sky-high signing fee. Shen Tianli was ready to agree. But who could have thought that she would actually put forward such a condition? Okay. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Shen Tianli had said that if she could recruit Jiang Qingyue, she would give the supercard to herself and also give herself extra points. It doesn't get any better than this. Jiang Qingyue smiled and said, Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Mr. Shen, you can go and prepare the contract. We will hold the signing ceremony tomorrow. Shen Tianli finally came to her senses. Okay, fine. I'll get ready. At this time, Jiang Qingyue suddenly said, Senior, can I treat you to dinner tonight? Lin Zhe was about to agree. He loved having dinner with beautiful women, especially top beauties like Jiang Qingyue. But Shen Tianli suddenly said apologetically, Ms. Jiang, I'm afraid it's not possible today. I have to go back with Lin Zhe to draft a contract. I'll treat you to a meal after we sign the contract tomorrow. Mr. Shen, I just want to have dinner with you, and this is also one of the conditions for signing the contract. Jiang Qingyue said with a smile. Shen Tianli was a little defensive. She didn't expect that Jiang Qingyue valued Lin Zhe so much. To be honest, she suddenly didn't want to sign Jiang Qingyue anymore. Frankly speaking, given Shen Tianli's identity and background, she could have completely ignored Jiang Qingyue. After all, although Jiang Qingyue is a top stars are nothing in front of capital. But when she thought about the fact that signing Jiang Qingyue would stimulate Su Qingxue to the point of vomiting blood, Shen Tianli had to suppress her unhappiness silently. Lin Zhe, please accompany Miss Jiang for dinner tonight. Shen Tianli said with a smile. Yes, sir. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Ms. Jiang, we'll leave first. I'll let Lin Zhe pick you up in the evening. Okay. Jiang Qingyue smiled at Lin Zhe. She actually wanted to keep Lin Zhe, but when she thought about the fact that Su Qingxue would come to visit later, Jiang Qingyue had to give up. After all, she knew that Lin Zhe was Su Qingxue's ex-husband, and he liked Su Qingxue so much. If he were to stay, it would obviously make him sad. Lin Zhe also smiled at Jiang Qingyue. See you tonight. Jiang Qingyue responded obediently. Chapter 23, The Boldest. What's going on with you two? As soon as they left Jiang Qingyue's villa, Shen Tianli couldn't help but ask. Lin Zhe said in confusion, To be honest, I don't remember her existence at all, let alone helping her. Shen Tianli was willing to believe what Lin Zhe said. There was no need for him to deceive himself. Then let me ask you, when you found out that you two knew each other, and that Jiang Qingyue's attitude towards you was very different, were you secretly happy in your heart? Of course. After all, she is so beautiful. Why, you want to sleep with me? Lin Zhe asked in surprise, You actually figured it out? For the first time, Shen Tianli was speechless. Why does this gangster want to sleep with everyone he sees? However, Shen Tianli suddenly thought of something, and she smiled charmingly and said, Even if you want to, you don't have a chance. Lin Zhe was shocked. What do you mean? Jiang Qingyue is dying? Puff. Shen Tianli burst into laughter. In your heart, is it true that only if she dies will you give up the idea of sleeping with her? Nonsense, I don't have a habit of sleeping with the dead. Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What the hell is this? So, Jiang Qingyue is about to die? Lin Zhe asked. No, someone has taken a fancy to her. Who? The #1 young master in Haicheng, Bai Daolong. Such a famous name? It seems that he has a great background. That is the eldest son of the Bai family, the most powerful of the 3 major families in Hai University. Haicheng does have 3 major wealthy families. Apart from the Su family where Su Qingxue belongs and the Shen family where Shen Tianli belongs, only the Bai family is left. Moreover, the Bai family is much stronger than the Su family and the Shen family. After hearing what Shin Tianli said, Lin Zhe patted his chest. I was so scared. I thought Jiang Qingyue was going to die. No, aren't you afraid of Bai Daolong? Lin Zhe asked back, does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Shin Tianli couldn't hold it anymore. The Lin family is just a first-tier family in Haicheng, not a wealthy family. Even when Lin Zhe was in the Lin family, he did not have the capital to challenge the Bai family. What's more, he has now been expelled from the Lin family. So, where does he get such strong self-confidence? How dare he not take Bai Daolong seriously? Of course Bai Daolong doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he has a good background. If you really dare to hit on Jiang Qingyue, he will kill you in a minute. Believe me, it will be easier for him to kill you than to kill an ant. Lin Zhe said disdainfully, since he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, then I'm not afraid of him. I don't care about his background. If he makes me unhappy, I will still deal with him. During his career at Blue Star, Lin Zhe came into contact with many top second-generation players, including Red, White and Black. Although he did not have the capital to challenge Bai Daolong now, Lin Zhe was not afraid of him at all. Shin Tianli stared at Lin Zhe with her watery eyes for a while, and suddenly laughed. You are really audacious. Nonsense, I'm actually the most timid person. Then how big is yours? Shin Tianli asked with a charming smile. Lin Zhe smiled and said, you'll know later. Shin Tianli instantly understood what Lin Zhe meant. Her pretty face turned red, and she laughed and scolded, you stinky hooligan. The two were talking. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car came to my ears. Lin Zhe took a quick glance and saw 2 luxury cars driving towards Jiang Qingyue's villa. The leader was none other than Su Qingxue. And following behind him was that show-off Ji Zifeng. When Shin Tianli saw the two of them, she smiled charmingly and said, tell me, if Su Qingxue knew that you had poached Jiang Qingyue, would she hate you to death? I don't know, I guess. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Ha, I'm really looking forward to it. You are so bad. Lin Zhe laughed. That's not as bad as a scoundrel like you. Same here. Before Su Qingxue got out of the car, she saw Lin Zhe and Shin Tianli standing at the door of Jiang Qingyue's villa. When she saw the two of them, Su Qingxue's face darkened. She knew that Shin Tianli and Lin Zhe appeared at the door of Jiang Qingyue's villa, obviously for Jiang Qingyue. But she was not angry because of this, but she got angry when she saw Lin Zhe and Shin Tianli standing together. Especially when she saw the two of them talking and laughing, Su Qingxue became even angrier. Hey, Su Qingxue, are you here to discuss contract renewal with Jiang Qingyue? Then you are late. Shin Tianli said proudly. What do you mean? Su Qingxue asked coldly. Shin Tianli smiled more proudly and said, Jiang Qingyue has already agreed to sign a contract with us. I advise you to go back early and don't waste time. Su Qingxue sneered. When I contacted Jiang Qingyue the day before yesterday, she said that she would seriously consider renewing the contract. Now Shin Tianli told her that Jiang Qingyue was about to agree to sign a contract with them. This was nonsense. Qingxue, let's go. Why waste time with them? They think they can sign Jiang Qingyue? You are just dreaming. Besides, there is no one I can't win over while I am here. Ji Zifeng said indifferently. He didn't treat Shin Tianli with a good face like before because he wanted to leave Shin Tianli alone. He was very unhappy about Shin Tianli buying the Son of Wind for Lin Zhe. He wanted Shin Tianli to realize her mistake and then start licking him actively. After all, the way Shin Tianli looked at him during lunch made Ji Zifeng certain that she liked him. Su Qingxue glanced at Lin Zhe coldly, then turned and walked towards Jiang Qingyue's villa. Looking at the backs of the two people, Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, you say, should we wait for them? I really want to enjoy Su Qingxue's frustrated look. With such little time, we might as well go home and lie in bed and chat. Lin Zhe said. Shin Tianli laughed and scolded, you filthy rascal, why do you have to lie in bed and chat when you want to? It's so cold, we can't chat unless we lie in bed. Ha ha ha, it's 40 degrees, and you're telling me I'm cold. I think you're just afraid that Su Qingxue will come after you after she finds out you've poached Jiang Qingyue. Oh, you figured it out. I'm not afraid that she'll come after me. I'm afraid that she'll suddenly think I'm awesome and regret divorcing me. What should I do if she pesters me then? Puff. You bastard, you really dare to say anything. If Su Qingxue liked you, why would she divorce you? Lin Zhe said unhappily, damn it, Shin Tianli, do you really want to rub salt into my wounds? Stick your butt up for me. Shen Tianli's pretty face turned red. What are you doing, you rascal? Want. Shen Tianli blushed instantly. This stinky hooligan. Chapter 24. Shut up. When Ji Zifeng saw Jiang Qingyue, he was shocked instantly. When he came, he saw Jiang Qingyue's photo on the internet. At that time, he thought Jiang Qingyue was so beautiful, like a fairy. But when he met Jiang Qingyue in person, Ji Zifeng found that she was much more beautiful than what he saw on the internet. She is a beauty on the same level as Su Qingxue. If this happened in ancient times, it would definitely be a disaster for the country and the people. Qingyue, long time no see. Su Qingxue said softly. Although in front of capital, the top streamers are not worth mentioning. Moreover, Su Qingxue, like Shen Tianli, is a capital. But Su Qingxue's feelings for Jiang Qingyue are different. Because Jiang Qingyue was the first artist she signed. At that time, Jiang Qingyue had actually won the championship in a domestic singing competition. Thanks to her beautiful face and excellent singing voice, many big companies offered her olive branches. My own company has just been established. Although it is not a small workshop, it is not much different. But Jiang Qingyue resolutely chose to sign a contract with herself. So, over the years, Su Qingxue has always remembered Jiang Qingyue's kindness. Before her contract ended, Su Qingxue offered a new contract that was many times better than the previous one, but Jiang Qingyue was reluctant to sign it. Su Qingxue didn't know why she didn't sign. Logically speaking, her own company had developed well now and she had the ability to bring her to another level. Sister Qingxue, long time no see, who is this? Jiang Qingyue's gaze fell on Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng didn't say anything, he was still staring at Jiang Qingyue's face. Yes, he was still immersed in Jiang Qingyue's beauty and couldn't extricate himself. Su Qingxue's face darkened. She suppressed her inner displeasure and said, "His name is Ji Zifeng, and he is my assistant. By the way, he is also a student of Ocean University, 1 year older than you." Jiang Qingyue nodded. Sister Qingxue, excuse me for asking, is this your beloved Bai Yueguan? Su Qingxue was stunned. How do you know? You forgot that we had a drink together a week ago, and you told me a lot of things that happened before. Jiang Qingyue said. Su Qingxue then remembered that she had indeed had a drink with Jiang Qingyue a week ago. That time, she won the Best Actress award at the Golden Phoenix Awards, one of the 3 major domestic awards, and I drank with her when I was celebrating for her. To be honest, looking at Jiang Qingyue's curious eyes, Su Qingxue suddenly didn't want to admit it. Because she felt that Ji Zifeng's performance was a bit embarrassing. It's as if he has never seen a woman before. But Su Qingxue was not a person who liked to lie, so she nodded helplessly. Yes, Miss Jiang, I am Qingxue's white moonlight. He seemed somewhat pleased with himself. Su Qingxue's mood became increasingly depressed. Jiang Qingyue asked again, Sister Qingyue, so you divorced your husband Lin Zhe because of him? Su Qingxue was shocked. She didn't expect that Jiang Qingyue even knew about her divorce from Lin Zhe. However, she thought again and seemed to have said this when she was drinking. Before Su Qingxue could speak, Ji Zifeng said proudly, "That's right, Qingxue divorced Lin Zhe just for me." I have to say that Qingxue has a good eye. After all, Lin Zhe is just a house husband and is not worthy of Qingxue at all. I am different. I have studied abroad. Su Qingxue felt unhappy instantly. She hated anyone slandering Lin Zhe. But because Jiang Qingyue was present, Su Qingxue did not get angry. Jiang Qingyue looked at Su Qingxue meaningfully and said nothing. Although she didn't say anything, Su Qingxue felt that Jiang Qingyue's eyes seemed to contain a hint of teasing. Ms. Jiang, I believe you are very clear about our purpose. When you first entered the company as a newcomer, the company spent a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources to promote you. Now you are a top star, and I think it is better for people to remember their roots. Besides, you are clear about the strength of our Jinli entertainment. If you insist on not renewing the contract, then we won't even be able to be friends in the future. Ji Zifeng said indifferently. When he came, Ji Zifeng had already made plans. Although Jiang Qingyue is a top star now, she is nothing in front of capital. As long as I use both kindness and force, I don't believe she would dare to refuse. Yes, Ji Zifeng wanted to control Jiang Qingyue. After hearing Ji Zifeng's words, Jiang Qingyue's face darkened. She didn't say anything, but looked at Su Qingxue again. Su Qingxue was angry. That stunningly beautiful face was instantly covered with a creepy frost. She felt that the stupidest thing she had done today was to bring Ji Zifeng to persuade Jiang Qingyue. When I came here, I had already told him clearly that he should be polite when meeting Jiang Qingyue. He promised it well at that time, but who would have thought that he would say such words now? If Jiang Qingyue had not been present, and if this trip had not been to persuade Jiang Qingyue to renew the contract, Su Qingxue would have exploded long ago. Forcibly suppressing her anger, Su Qingxue lowered her voice and said, "Qingyue, his expression may be a little problematic. What I mean is that if you can continue to sign the contract, I am willing to make some concessions on the share of the profits. In addition, I will set up a studio exclusively for you and equip you with the most professional team. You can choose any script you want, and Jinli Entertainment will continue to increase its investment in you. I promise that in the next cooperation, your career will be taken to a higher level." To be honest, Jiang Qingyue was touched by the conditions offered by Su Qingxue. Because she did see her sincerity. Moreover, even if I switch jobs to another place, such conditions are definitely the limit. However, Jiang Qingyue was not moved at all. She smiled rarely and said, "Sister Qingxue, thank you for your kindness." Ji Zifeng was so enchanted by Jiang Qingyue's rare smile that his soul almost flew to the sky. She is so beautiful. I never expected that Jiang Qingyue would be so charming when she smiles. Su Qingxue's heart sank. Because her intuition told her that Jiang Qingyue would never renew her contract. "Qingyue, are you going to reject me?" Su Qingxue asked in a trembling voice. To be honest, she was a little sad. What made her sad was that the way she and Jiang Qingyue got along with each other was actually no different from that of sisters. And now, Jiang Qingyue is about to leave him. This made Su Qingxue suddenly feel extremely lonely. Jiang Qingyue nodded. "I'm sorry, Sister Qingxue, I'm afraid we can't cooperate this time, but I really appreciate your kindness." Ji Zifeng quit. "Jiang Qingyue, what do you mean? Do you want to be ungrateful?" Su Qingxue couldn't hold it in any longer. She shouted angrily, "Shut up." Chapter 25, Repaying a Favor. Su Qingxue was furious. She was really furious. She thought that after Ji Zifeng came back from studying abroad and saw more of the world, he would become more mature and stable, and would definitely speak politely. But now look at what he just said, it was something only a moron could say. Even a moron wouldn't be able to say something like that. Ji Zifeng was confused. But then came the anger. What made him angry was that he helped Su Qingxue with good intentions. But she actually told herself to shut up. Isn't he just a lousy star? Is it necessary to beg her so humbly? If the contract is not renewed, just ban him directly. Besides, with the current strength of Jinli Entertainment, it is extremely easy to support a top star. In fact, there was another reason that made Ji Zifeng angry. He felt that Su Qingxue did not give him any face at all and even scolded him in front of Jiang Qingyue. How can he seduce Jiang Qingyue? Yes, Ji Zifeng wanted to seduce Jiang Qingyue. There was no way, she was too beautiful. Ji Zifeng was moved at the first sight. The reason why he belittled Jiang Qingyue just now was to attract her attention. It would be best to let Jiang Qingyue realize that I am the one who controls her destiny. This way, she would curry favor with me, and then I would be able to win her over without any effort. But now all this has been ruined by Su Qingxue, and Ji Zifeng is very angry. He originally wanted to refute Su Qingxue, but looking at Su Qingxue's terrifying aura, Ji Zifeng instantly backed down. He didn't dare say a word. However, although Ji Zifeng remained silent, he had already started thinking about how to tease Shen Tianli. He had even begun to fantasize about the scene where, after he had seduced Shen Tianli, Su Qingxue would kneel down and beg him to look back at her. It would be best if they started competing with each other for themselves. Just thinking about these top beauties fighting for him and getting bloody, Ji Zifeng felt extremely happy. Su Qingxue calmed down and said to Jiang Qingyue, "Qingyue, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Since you have made up your mind, I will respect your decision. However, although we can no longer cooperate, we are still friends." Jiang Qingyue nodded. "Of course, Sister Qingxue, thank you for helping me over the past 3 years. It's okay. Maybe our fate ends here. But it doesn't matter. We will still have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." Jiang Qingyue nodded again. Seeing that what happened just now did not affect Jiang Qingyue's mood, Su Qingxue said, "Qingyue, can you give me a reason why you don't want to renew the contract with me?" Jiang Qingyue hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister Qingxue, do you know why I signed a contract with you back then?" Su Qingxue shook her head. She really didn't know. In fact, I had a better choice back then. You should be very clear about this, Sister Qingxue. I know, Su Qingxue said in a deep voice. But the reason why I still insisted on signing the contract with your company is because I want to repay you. Su Qingxue was stunned. Repay a favor? It seems that I didn't help Jiang Qingyue before she signed the contract. Jiang Qingyue explained, I'm not repaying you, I'm repaying Lin Zhe's kindness, because you married Lin Zhe, so I want to repay his kindness. Boom. Su Qingxue's head was instantly in a mess after hearing this news. So, the reason why Jiang Qingyue was willing to sign a contract with me back then was because of Lin Zhe? A bad thought suddenly appeared in Su Qingxue's mind. She quickly asked, so, the reason you're not renewing your contract with me is also because of Lin Zhe? Jiang Qingyue nodded. Yes, you are divorced, and he invited me to another company, and I agreed. Su Qingxue had already guessed that the other company that Jiang Qingyue mentioned must be Xin Tianli's company. But she no longer cares about these things. Su Qingxue asked, does Lin Zhe know that you joined my company because you wanted to repay a favor? Jiang Qingyue thought for a moment and said, I don't know, but I think he's such a smart man, he should be able to guess it. Su Qingxue was completely shocked. But then came sadness. Although losing Jiang Qingyue was indeed a loss for the company, it was not enough to make Su Qingxue sad. What made her sad was that she had no idea that Lin Zhe had given so much for her. What made her sad was that in the 3 years of marriage, she had enjoyed Lin Zhe's meticulous care for free, but she had done nothing for him. Not only did she not do anything for him, but she also kicked Ji Zifeng away when he returned to China. It plunged him into an abyss of pain. Su Qingxue suddenly felt like she was nothing. An emotion called guilt spread in her heart and quickly occupied her mind. Ji Zifeng was completely stunned. He never dreamed that Jiang Qingyue would be related to that beast Lin Zhe. Moreover, she listened to that beast so much. He really wanted to ask what Lin Zhe had done to make Jiang Qingyue listen to him so much. Su Qingxue asked the question that Ji Zifeng wanted to ask. Lin Zhe, what did he do to you that made you so grateful to him? Jiang Qingyue said softly, when I first entered school, I lost my tuition. Sister Qingxue, you know my family situation. At that time, losing my tuition was like the sky falling down for me. Just when I was most desperate, Lin Zhe appeared. He gave me 50,000 yuan, encouraged me to study hard, and told me that my life had just begun and that there would be an extremely bright future waiting for me in the future. Su Qingxue was completely silent. She felt mixed emotions. She knew that Lin Zhe could do such a thing. After all, he was so kind. During his college years, he helped more than just Jiang Qingyue. I remember that the mother of a classmate in my class was ill, and the sky-high medical bill of 200,000 yuan almost made that classmate despair. After Lin Zhe knew about it, he directly gave the other party 200,000 yuan and told him that he could pay it back when he had money in the future. If he didn't have money, he could just consider it as a gift for his future marriage. There are many more things like this. When thinking of this, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that Lin Zhe had been kicked out of the Lin family for a long time. In other words, a long time ago, I was his only support, but I still divorced him cruelly. He completely lost all his support, no wonder his singing was so sad and painful. Su Qingxue wanted to cry, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. What have you done? Qingxue, are you okay? I also helped a lot of people when I was in college. Ji Zifeng said quickly. He was a little panicked. Because he saw Su Qingxue's eyes turned red. Moreover, his eyes turned red after hearing about Lin Zhe's situation. A woman cries for another man. Apart from being touched, all that's left is heartache. But neither of these two possibilities is what Ji Zifeng wants to see. Su Qingxue ignored Ji Zifeng. She took a deep breath and said to Jiang Qingyue, thank you for telling me this. Then, Su Qingxue said to Ji Zifeng, you should go back to the hotel first. I'm in a bad mood now and want to be alone. Ji Zifeng suddenly felt unhappy. Damn it, Su Qingxue, as my dog, actually treated me like this. I'll contact Xin Tianli later. Let us see how you can win me back then. After making up his mind, Ji Zifeng snorted in his heart. Su Qingxue drove directly back to her villa. She wants to see Lin Zhe. I've never been so eager to see him. She turned on her phone and sent a message to Lin Zhe. Asshole, I want to hear you sing. Chapter 26 Compensation. While Lin Zhe was doing horse stance, he received a message from Su Qingxue. Shen Tianli originally wanted to take Lin Zhe to the company to draft a contract with Jiang Qingyue, but someone called her and Shen Tianli left in a hurry. Lin Zhe was left alone and returned to her villa. When Lin Zhe saw Su Qingshue's message, he smiled. He knew that the so-called singing in Su Qingshue's message was just a cover. Her real purpose was to see me. As for why she wanted to see him, Lin Zhe was not very clear. Maybe he wanted to question why he had taken Jiang Qingyue away, or maybe he was angry for some other reason. But no matter what the reason, Lin Zhe planned to meet her. See if I can sleep with her. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Lin Zhe left the villa. When Lin Zhe stepped into Su Qingshue's villa again, he felt as if he was in another world. It had only been less than 2 days since he left, but he now felt that everything in the villa was so strange. Su Qingxue was sitting on the sofa. She also changed her clothes. An hour ago, Lin Zhe remembered that when he met her, she was wearing a white dress, which gave her a particularly fairy-like feeling. She is now wearing a well-tailored black long skirt. The original owner's memory tells Lin Zhe that black is Su Qingshue's favorite color. Most of the clothes in her closet are black. However, these are not the main points. The main point is that the black miniskirt she is wearing is only 1/3 of the way up to her thighs, which means that most of her sexy white legs are exposed to the air. Lin Zhe just took a look and felt his breathing stagnate. Damn, I really don't know if it's because Su Qingshue's legs are so sexy, or if I'm just a pervert. Su Qingxue caught Lin Zhe's gaze. She knew that Lin Zhe was staring at her legs. Moreover, his eyes were bold, straightforward, and undisguised. But she didn't hate it at all, she even felt inexplicably happy in her heart. Su Qingxue knew that Lin Zhe liked her legs very much. When they were in bed the night before, he did not hide his love for her legs. However, when Su Qingxue thought of Lin Zhe playing with her legs that night, a seductive blush appeared on her fair face. There was even an inexplicable palpitation in my heart. Lin Zhe sat down next to Su Qingxue carelessly, and their bodies were almost touching. But Su Qingxue did not dodge, she even wanted Lin Zhe to get closer. This thought even scared Su Qingxue herself. No, why would I come up with such an idea? What do you want from me? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Su Qingxue restrained her thoughts and asked, why didn't you tell me that you helped Jiang Qingyue? The main reason is that I don't remember it myself. Lin Zhe said frankly. Do you not remember, or are you afraid that I will feel guilty towards you after you tell me? Lin Zhe smiled and said, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's all in the past. Unimportant? Is he afraid that he will feel even more guilty after knowing this? Su Qingxue felt a sudden pang of sadness in her heart. Lin Zhe, he is really nice. Why is it not important? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have done this to you. You won't do anything to me, you won't divorce me? Or you won't abandon me? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Su Qingxue's heart sank. Yes, even if Lin Zhe told me, I would not divorce him, right? Su Qingxue took a deep breath and said, no matter what, you should have told me. In that case, I could have given you more compensation. Compensation? What compensation? Money? Yes, I'm short of money, but, Su Qingxue, you know what I want from you is not money. Lin Zhe looked at her with burning eyes. Su Qingxue was stunned. He wasn't thinking about money. So what does he want? Why is he looking at me like that? Could it be that he wants me? When she thought of this, Su Qingxue's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Su Qingxue didn't dare to meet Lin Zhe's eyes. She said in a panic, I don't know what you want. How about I compensate you with a house? Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. Su Qingxue is so smart, how could she not hear what I just said? However, since she likes to act stupid, Lin Zhe doesn't mind playing along with her. Well, I do need a house. You know, after you kicked me out, I didn't even have a place to stay. Now I can only live in Shen Tianli's house temporarily. This kind of life under someone else's roof is really uncomfortable, but I don't want the house you gave me. Of course Lin Zhe didn't need Su Qingxue to compensate him with a house. After all, living with Shen Tianli is so wonderful. Although up to now, apart from hugging each other a few times, there has been no other physical contact between the two. But this ambiguous atmosphere made Lin Zhe very excited. When Su Qingxue heard that Lin Zhe wanted a house, she felt a huge sense of loss in her heart. But when Su Qingxue heard that he was homeless and living under someone else's roof, she felt a pang of heartache in her heart again. Why don't you want the gift I gave you? You just gave Jizafeng a car worth more than 7 million yuan. If you give me a house, it will cost a lot of money all at once. Your money is not blown by the wind. I know you are financially independent now and you spend your own money. Although we are divorced and you don't want me anymore, I still don't want you to work so hard. Lin Zhe felt like he was a real beast. Why do you have to torture Su Qingshue's heart? Sure enough, after hearing Lin Zhe's words, Su Qingshue's heart was hurt again. Obviously he is the one who suffers the most, but he still cares about whether he is working hard or not. Su Qingxue wanted to cry. Lin Zhe is really nice. But what about yourself? What have you done? It's okay. A house doesn't cost much. The houses in the villa area next door are also very good. If you like, I can give you one. Su Qingxue decided to compensate Lin Zhe. They have done so much for themselves. I should compensate him. Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. Very good, still acting with myself. It looks like we need a strong dose of medicine. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe said with a painful look, Su Qingxue, please, don't give me a house. Why? I will give you a very good one, and it will definitely be many times more expensive than that car. Lin Zhe looked at Su Qingxue with lonely eyes. But Su Qingxue, no matter how nice the house is, if you don't have someone you love living with you, it's like a prison to me. Chapter 27 Check Your Body. Su Qingxue was stunned. She stared at Lin Zhe in a daze. Slowly, her eyes began to turn red. She felt that she had done something extremely stupid again. Why do you have to give Lin Zhe a house for no reason? I don't even want others anymore. Let him live in the house I gave him, thinking about me all the time, but I have to be with someone else. This was such a cruel thing for him. I'm sorry, I didn't think so much, I just felt that you don't have a home now. Lin Zhe interrupted her. It's okay. I don't blame you. If I have to blame someone, blame our lack of fate. Su Qingxue, do you know? In fact, during the 3 years I was married to you, I thanked God every day. I thanked God for letting me marry you and for arranging this fate for us. However, I hated him even more. I hated why he arranged a fate for us but didn't share our lives. Lin Zhe's voice sounded aggrieved, fragile, and sad, and his expression was extremely lonely. Su Qingxue felt a sharp pain in her heart. She was in so much pain that she could hardly breathe. She knew that Lin Zhe liked her, but she didn't expect that Lin Zhe liked her to the point of resenting God. Looking at Su Qingxue's painful expression, Lin Zhe knew that if he held her in his arms and pretended to comfort her at this time, she would not only not be angry, but would be more grateful to him. When the time comes, I can take the opportunity to kiss her or even carry her to bed. She may not refuse. Because she is now trapped in the guilt she feels towards herself and cannot extricate herself. But Lin Zhe didn't do that. He's a gangster, yes. It's true that he has no morals and no bottom line. It was even more correct that he wanted to sleep with Su Qingxue. However, Lin Zhe doesn't like to force others. Or to be more precise, rather than him taking the initiative, Lin Zhe wanted Su Qingxue to climb onto his bed on her own initiative. And Lin Zhe knew that this day would not be far away. He has confidence in himself. If he doesn't even have this little trick in his life, then Lin Zhe's previous decades would have been lived in vain. Su Qingxue cried. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that I would hurt you so much. Lin Zhe handed her a tissue. Don't cry. You know what I fear most is seeing you cry, because it would really hurt me. Lin Zhe continued. Not only does he continue to output, but he also adds an expression buff. He looked at Su Qingxue with deep heartache. Su Qingxue couldn't hold it in any longer. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Zhe's arms and burst into tears. Lin Zhe smiled. You see, picking up girls is actually not difficult at all. He hooked Su Qingxue's slender waist, then held her and sat her on him. While stroking her sexy legs, he said, Be good, don't cry, I'll give you food, okay? Su Qingxue cried even harder. When I was wrong before and cried in Lin Zhe's arms, Lin Zhe would comfort me in this way. Then cook yourself a table full of your favorite dishes and drink some wine with yourself, and your mood will be much better. When thinking about all this, Su Qingxue felt regret for the first time about divorcing Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue cried for a while, then suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Zhe with tears in her eyes and asked, Did you sleep with Xin Tianli? Damn, her thoughts are too jumpy. How is that possible? You lied to me, you all took a shower together. Su Qingshue's voice sounded very aggrieved. She is deliberately provoking you. I don't believe it. Really, so far, I have only slept with you. Lin Zhe said solemnly. This is not nonsense. Anyway, since traveling through time, he has only slept with Su Qingxue. When this happened yesterday morning, Su Qingxue couldn't bear it. But now when Lin Zhe said it, she actually felt a sense of relief for surviving a disaster. But when she thought about Lin Zhe living with Shen Tianli now, Su Qingxue asked unwillingly, then, will you sleep together in the future? Definitely. Lin Zhe said frankly. Of course he wanted to sleep with Shen Tianli. Damn, only a fool wouldn't want to sleep with such a sexy beauty. Su Qingxue was so angry that she didn't want to talk anymore. Why, are you angry? Lin Zhe asked deliberately. Can't you just leave her? She's with you obviously just to piss me off. Su Qingshue's voice sounded particularly aggrieved. There was also a hint of coquettishness in her grievance. Sorry, I can't. Su Qingxue wanted to cry again. It was obvious that no matter what request I made before, this bastard would satisfy me. But it's only been a short time since we divorced and he doesn't listen to me anymore. Lin Zhe pretended to be wronged and explained, Su Qingxue, I am hanging out with her not to irritate you, but mainly because I am helpless now, like a floating duckweed, I have to survive. Shen Tianli is very good to me. She gave me 200 million to let me act with her. Lin Zhe's hand had already reached into Su Qingshue's skirt. Damn, her skin is so tender, it feels like touching fine jade. Lin Zhe was so happy that he felt like he was going to heaven. Su Qingxue was shocked. Although 200 million is not a lot of money for either himself or Shen Tianli, it is definitely not a small amount. What surprised her was not that Shen Tianli actually gave Lin Zhe 200 million yuan, but what surprised her was what was the purpose behind Shen Tianli giving Lin Zhe this money. Did she really want Lin Zhe to act with her to stimulate herself? Or did she have other intentions towards Lin Zhe? After all, Lin Zhe is handsome. Although he is already 25 years old, he is still vigorous and full of energy. When thinking of this, Su Qingxue inexplicably felt a sense of crisis in her heart. But she obviously forgot that she had divorced Lin Zhe. I'll give you 300 million, and you leave her. Hold the grass. Now it was Lin Zhe's turn to be frightened. He was moved. He was so damn excited. That's 300 million. Although it seems shameful to make money from women, Lin Zhe has no moral bottom line. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't say anything, Su Qingxue thought that the conditions she offered did not satisfy Lin Zhe. She was about to increase the price, but she suddenly realized that Lin Zhe's hand was wandering on her leg unscrupulously. Su Qingxue suddenly became angry. This bastard, he was still thinking about touching me even though I was feeling so uncomfortable. Asshole, don't touch me randomly. Su Qingxue said shyly and angrily. Lin Zhe said seriously, nonsense, I'm not touching you. I just think you've lost weight in the past 2 days, so I want to check your body. Su Qingxue was stunned. So, I misunderstood Lin Zhe? I'm sorry, I thought you were touching me. After Lin Zhe reluctantly took his hands away from her two sexy legs, he said generously, it's okay, don't you want to hear me sing? I'll sing a song for you. Su Qingxue was delighted and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 28, Waking Up. There is a guitar at home. Lin Zhe bought the guitar to kill time. He didn't take it with him when he moved, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe expectantly. She was really looking forward to the song Lin Zhe would sing for her. After listening to the song Lin Zhe sang in the morning, Su Qingxue realized that Lin Zhe's singing skills were far more moving than when he was in school. Moreover, she was really curious about what song Lin Zhe would sing for her. What song are you going to sing for me? I don't want to listen to the song you sang to Shen Tianli. Lin Zhe didn't say anything. He was thinking. He was thinking about what song to sing for Su Qingxue. It's not that he doesn't know something, but there are so many things he can sing that he is a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, Lin Zhe suddenly smiled. I'm going to sing you the song of waking up from a dream. This song is for you and for me. When I wake up from the dream. Su Qingxue murmured to herself. This is a song I have never heard before. Could it be another original work of Lin Zhe? So, marrying Lin Zhe was like a dream to him? Now that they are divorced, has his dream come true? When she thought of this, Su Qingxue's heart began to ache again. To be honest, Lindsay did it on purpose. He believed that Su Qingxue would collapse after hearing the lyrics of this song. Even if she didn't collapse, her heart would be tortured by herself and she would feel like dying. If I pretend to comfort her, then she will immediately offer her body to me, right? Ugh, offer her heart? When he thought of this, Lindsay couldn't help but complain about himself. What a beast I am. As Su Qingxue was waiting, Lindsay began to pluck the strings of the zither. The pleasant sound of the piano sounded, and Lindsay began to sing. You said you loved someone you shouldn't have. Your heart is full of scars. You said you made a mistake. Full of regret. When Lindsay sang these 4 lines of lyrics in that magnetic voice, Su Qingxue's head buzzed. Her face turned pale instantly, and her heart seemed to be squeezed tightly by someone. Pain, the overwhelming pain, swept through her whole body. Su Qingxue's delicate body began to tremble. So, the you in the lyrics is actually Lindsay himself? So, he was telling himself that he regretted falling in love with himself? So, his heart is full of scars now? Su Qingxue's eyes turned red instantly. She wanted to cry, she really wanted to cry. Lindsay was very satisfied with Su Qingxue's stimulating reaction, and he continued to sing in a very sad voice. You said you've tasted all the bitterness of life. I can't find anyone I can trust. You said you felt extremely depressed. I even began to doubt my life. Su Qingxue's eyes became redder and redder. She knew that her divorce from Lindsay made him very sad. But Su Qingxue didn't expect that the situation had become so serious that she began to doubt her life. How much he loves himself. But she kicked him out for another man. I am really nothing. Lindsay continued to sing. I knew that sadness is always inevitable. Why do you have such deep affection? Because love is always hard to part with. Why bother about that little bit of tenderness? Su Qingxue finally couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She cried, and tears as big as beans burst out of her eyes. Tears flowed down Su Qingxue's beautiful cheeks, but Su Qingxue ignored them. She was already deeply immersed in the lyrics. From these 2 lines of lyrics, she heard Lindsay's pain and despair. Lindsay's pain and despair were like a sharp sword, piercing Su Qingxue's heart. She was in excruciating pain. Lindsay continued to sing. You know, sadness is always inevitable. In every waking moment. There are some things you don't have to ask now. Some people you never have to wait for. Su Qingxue's heart trembled violently. Her emotions went from excruciating pain to panic. Yes, panic. What panicked her was the lyrics that Lindsay had just sung. There are some people you never have to wait for. So, was he saying goodbye to himself? So, is he going to decide to forget himself? Don't want. Su Qingxue was screaming in her heart. At this moment, the sound of the guitar stopped abruptly, and Lindsay's singing also stopped. He seemed to have just realized that Su Qingxue was crying. He quickly took out a few tissues and handed them to Su Qingxue. Why are you crying again? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry. Su Qingxue took the tissue and wiped her tears, but her tears kept flowing. She was still immersed in the song she had just sung. Every word in the lyrics was like a knife, stabbing her heart hard. Su Qingxue cried and said, Lindsay, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't intend to hurt you, but I also know that I have hurt you. Please, don't leave me, okay? Lindsay smiled, and he smiled in his heart. But he looked somewhat helpless and said, but what should Jizafeng do? Su Qingxue was stunned. Then she cried and shook her head and said, I don't know, I really don't know. Su Qingxue could clearly feel that she still had a trace of attachment to Jizafeng in her heart. But she didn't know whether it was love or the obsession of being in love but never being able to get it. Lindsay said with a bitter smile, it's okay, Su Qingxue, it's really okay. I know he is the person you have liked for 5 years. I can understand why you chose him. After all, he has a good family background, and I. When he said this, Lindsay deliberately paused. Then his eyes suddenly became extremely lonely. He seemed to be talking in a trance and said, and now I have nothing. His voice contained 3 parts of helplessness, 3 parts of loss, 3 parts of brokenness and 1 part of despair. Lindsay felt that he was definitely the reincarnation of a green tea girl in this life. Otherwise, how could he play the role of a green tea man so vividly? Su Qingxue cried even harder. Lindsay, I want to make it up to you. Please, give me a chance to make it up to you. Forget it. Lin Zhe shook his head. Su Qingxue cried and asked, why? Because I can't bear to make things difficult for you. Lin Zhe said with red eyes, besides, you can't give me what I want. No, Lin Zhe is about to be mesmerized by his own acting skills. He decided to carve a Best Actor trophy for himself. My heart aches. For the first time, Su Qingxue truly understood the meaning of this idiom. What do you want? Su Qingxue asked, crying. She swore that even if Lin Zhe asked for 1 billion, she would give it to him without hesitation. Lin Zhe didn't speak immediately. He hooked his hands around Su Qingxue's slender waist and held her in his arms, sitting her on his lap. While touching her sexy legs, he said devoutly, I want you. Chapter 29, Keep Up the Good Work. Su Qingxue was stunned. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Even her pretty face had a blush on it. You want my body? Lin Zhe sighed and said, actually, I want your heart, but you don't have me in your heart, so how can you give me your heart? So, I can only settle for the next best thing. These words made Su Qingxue's delicate body tremble. It turns out that he wanted his own heart. I was afraid of putting myself in a difficult position, so I said I wanted my own body. But do I really want to give my body to him? Although I had given it to him 7 times, the situation was different. That time it was because they were getting divorced, and we were both drunk, and he slept with me without me knowing it. Besides, they hadn't divorced at that time and were still husband and wife, so they slept together. Now that they are divorced, if I let him sleep with me again, wouldn't I become a slut? Moreover, what Su Qingxue feared the most was, what if he wanted to sleep again after sleeping today? This kind of thing is addictive. After all, when she recalled the night when Lin Zhe slept all over her, she felt an inexplicable desire in her heart. No. This kind of thing must never happen. I'll give you money, okay? Su Qingxue tilted her head and looked at Lin Zhe. There was a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lin Zhe knew that things would not go so smoothly. If it were an ordinary girl, she would have pounced on him in the environment just now. But although she was heartbroken and filled with deep guilt, she did not completely lose her sanity. It seems that my performance just now has not completely won her over. We need to keep up the good work. Lin Zhe looked at Su Qingxue with a lonely look in his eyes and said, no need. In fact, I never thought of asking you to compensate me. What I said just now was just said out of helplessness. You don't need to take it seriously. Retreat to advance. Retreat in order to advance. When Su Qingxue rejected him, Lin Zhe used this trick not only to resolve the awkwardness between them, but also deepen Su Qingxue's guilt towards himself. Students, this is full of knowledge points. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. It turned out that he said this on purpose just because he didn't want his compensation. Guilt was like an avalanche of snow, pressing heavily on Su Qingxue's heart, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Forget it, you should have a good rest. I'm leaving first. Lin Zhe suddenly said. Well, it's another case of retreating to advance. Su Qingxue's heart started to panic, and she subconsciously hugged Lin Zhe's waist. She didn't want to let Lin Zhe leave, and she didn't want to face this empty room alone. No, don't go, please. Su Qingxue begged while crying. But if I don't leave, I'll want to kiss you when I see you, what should I do? Su Qingxue said anxiously, then, let me give you a kiss, and then, can you not leave? She is not an irrational person, but now she is deeply trapped in the emotional trap woven by Lin Zhe. That's why I say this. As a woman, emotion is more important than rationality. Give me a kiss? Lin Zhe smiled in his heart. As long as they kiss, are they far from having sex? He was about to speak, but Su Qingxue's red lips suddenly touched Lin Zhe's lips, and then quickly moved away. But even so, Lin Zhe was still aroused to the point of feeling numb all over, and his heart was beating wildly. Okay, can you not leave? Su Qingxue begged with a blushing face. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Zhe's lips pressed hard on Su Qingxue's delicate and tempting red lips. Are you kidding? She had already taken the initiative, how could Lin Zhe be satisfied with just a light touch? A bone-melting moan emanated from Su Qingxue's nasal cavity. The feeling of electric shock mixed with numbness instantly swept through the bodies of both people, and Su Qingxue's brain suddenly crashed. Lin Zhe's kiss was particularly fierce. Su Qingxue felt that all the air in her mouth was being squeezed out by Lin Zhe. The unprecedented feeling of dizziness made Su Qingshue's body limp and her whole body felt hot. She had hooked her hands around Lin Zai's neck without knowing when, and she seemed to be hanging on Lin Zai. When he was almost suffocated, Lin Zai's lips left Su Qingshue's lips. An inexplicable feeling of emptiness came over her, and Su Qingxue subconsciously kissed Lin Zai back. Lin Zai smiled. "You see, it's not difficult to make a girl fall in love with you." Lin Zai responded while holding her and sitting on the sofa. When they suffocated again, Su Qingxue briefly ended the tongue fight between them. She panted softly and her eyes were seductive. Lin Zai was panting like a cow and his eyes were bloodshot. They looked at each other, and then kissed each other madly again in tacit understanding. Su Qingxue felt that she was sinking and desire was devouring her reason. Her reason told her that she should stop this dangerous game immediately. But her desire was driving her body like an octopus, wrapping around Lin Zai. Lin Zai is unbuckling his belt. Su Qingshue's skirt had been completely lifted up to her waist by Lin Zai. Just one last shiver. At this moment, the sudden and harsh ringing of a cell phone broke the ambiguity in the villa. Su Qingshuo pushed Lin Zai away in panic, as if she had just woken up from a dream. The ringtone came from Su Qingshue's cell phone. Lin Zai wanted to smash her phone. Damn, he was just one step away. Grass. Su Qingshuo picked up the phone and glanced at it. The call was from Ji Zifeng. She took a deep breath, tried to calm her agitated emotions, and then answered the phone. "Qingxue, I'm here to apologize to you." Ji Zifeng's voice was full of apology and guilt. Su Qingshuo said calmly, "No need." She knew why Ji Zifeng wanted to apologize to her. To put it bluntly, it was because he messed up Jiang Qingyue's affairs. Although Jiang Qingyue had decided not to renew the contract with him from the beginning, what Ji Zifeng said in front of Jiang Qingyue was really stupid. However, the anger in his heart disappeared a lot because of Ji Zifeng's apology. After hearing what Su Qingshuo said, Ji Zifeng raised the corner of his mouth proudly. He knew that with how much Su Qingshuo loved him, she would not be willing to blame him even if he did something wrong. "No, I want to apologize. You don't have to because you are generous, but I can't run away from the mistakes I made. After I came back, I thought a lot and I felt that I really shouldn't have spoken to Jiang Qingyue in that manner. But Qingxue, I felt unfair for you at the time. After all, you made her a top star, but she treated you like that, so I said that to Jiang Qingyue." Su Qingshuo felt warm in her heart. It turns out that Ji Zifeng was standing up for himself. Even if he is not a moron, how could he say such a moron? She was about to speak. A strong hand suddenly clamped her snow-white, slender neck. Then, Su Qingshuo felt Lin Zai's hot lips kissing her lips. Su Qingshuo subconsciously let out a charming sound. Ji Zifeng heard it. He was so stimulated that his blood boiled instantly. It's just because Su Qingshue's sweet moan was too enchanting. He has played with many women, but none of them could make such a soul-stirring sound. Ji Zifeng asked in a trembling voice, "Qingxue, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 30 Green Tea. Su Qingshuo was almost frightened to death by Lin Zai's forceful kiss just now. How could this bastard be so bold? He knew that I was on the phone, but he still insisted on kissing me. Su Qingshuo felt that she should be angry. But for some reason, apart from feeling very excited, she didn't feel any other emotions. She pushed Lin Zai away, then pretended to be calm and said, "It's nothing, I was accidentally bitten by the puppy at home." As she said this, Su Qingshuo glared at Lin Zai with shame and anger. Lin Zai lit a cigarette and puffed out smoke. He hooked his hands around Su Qingshue's slender waist and held her in his arms. Su Qingshuo struggled in vain, so she let Lin Zai hug her sweet and soft body. This bastard must have been possessed by someone. How come it's completely different now than it was before? In the past, he was gentle as jade, sticking to the rules and being extremely respectful to himself. Now he is a ruffian and audacious. "What, you were bitten by a dog? Is it serious? Give me your home address and I will come to you now." Ji Zifeng's tone revealed a sense of panic. But in fact, he was not panicked at all. Not only was he not panicked, he was even secretly happy. Because he had always wanted to live in Su Qingshue's house, Ji Zifeng knew clearly that only by living in Su Qingshue's house could he win her over faster. "But I have hinted and indicated it several times, but she still won't give me her address, and she won't let me live in her house. I didn't expect that the opportunity would come now." "No need, it just bit my trouser leg. I've already planned to drive it away." Su Qingshuo refused. Is that so, Xingxue? Are you free tonight? I want to have dinner with you. You know, I just came back and I'm unfamiliar with the place. It would be pitiful for me to eat alone. When his plan failed, Ji Zifeng started to play the victim. But he successfully reminded Su Qingxue that Lin Zhe was also alone now. In comparison, Su Qingxue would rather have dinner with Lin Zhe. She even wanted to go to the supermarket with Lin Zhe to buy groceries as usual, and then have Lin Zhe cook for her. I'm tired today, let's do it another day. But if you want to eat something, I can have someone bring it to you. Ji Zifeng sighed in grievance. Forget it. If you don't come, I won't have any appetite for anything. When Lin Zhe heard this, he felt so nauseous that he wanted to vomit. Damn, what a green tea. Despise him. Wait, it seems I'm a green tea too. When he thought of this, Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. Okay, since we are all green tea, let us compete with each other in skills. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe suddenly said sadly in Su Qingxue's ear, Qingxue, if he wants to come, then I will leave first. Su Qingxue suddenly became anxious. Ji Zifeng, I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first. Having said that, without giving Ji Zifeng any chance to speak, Su Qingxue hung up the phone. Lin Zhe was happy. Su Qingxue's reaction was really beyond Lin Zhe's expectations. Lin Zhe really wanted to ask Su Qingxue, do you really like Ji Zifeng? What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you. Su Qingxue suddenly said. She wanted to have dinner with Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe said helplessly, I want to have dinner with Jiang Qingyue tonight. Su Qingxue's defense was immediately broken. No, I turned down Ji Zifeng's invitation in order to have dinner with him. But he actually told me that he wanted to have dinner with another woman? Su Qingxue was so angry that she struggled out of Lin Zhe's arms, then sat on the sofa beside her angrily and didn't say anything. Lin Zhe knew she was angry. Forget it, since I haven't slept with her yet, I'll just coax her first. Why are you angry? Why do you have to go find Jiang Qingyue? She told me that she has decided to sign a contract with you. When talking about this, Su Qingxue became angry again. This bastard obviously loved the girl I love so much, but he poached her for another woman. It's so infuriating. Oh, Jiang Qingyue invited me to dinner. I guess she wanted to express her gratitude for my financial support to her back then. Besides, this was also one of the conditions for signing the contract. Then why did you help Shen Tianli dig Jiang Qingyue? Don't you know that she is mine, and she is so important to me? Really? But Shen Tianli told me that Jiang Qingyue didn't want to renew her contract, so I went to poach her. Besides, before I poached her, I didn't know she knew me, and I never thought it would be so smooth. Su Qingxue was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Damn Shen Tianli, she actually deceived Lin Zhe and asked him to deal with her. Why didn't I know she was so insidious before? Is the song you composed for Shen Tianli the theme song for the fantasy drama she's going to be in soon? Su Qingxue changed the subject. Lin Zhe nodded. They are indeed sworn enemies, and they know each other's situation very well. Su Qingxue was depressed again. Su Qingxue didn't know whether Shen Tianli's fantasy drama would be a hit, but she knew clearly that the theme song composed by Lin Zhe for her would definitely be a hit. Because, whether in terms of lyrics or melody, it is undoubtedly a top-notch work. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with complicated eyes. After 3 years of marriage, I have shown too little concern for Lin Zhe. I didn't even know he had such an extraordinary talent. It seems that he really sacrificed a lot for himself. A feeling of guilt arose in Su Qingxue's heart again. She suddenly asked, Lin Zhe, have you ever thought about becoming a star? I haven't thought about it, and I don't want to be one. Damn, having played with so many celebrities in his previous life, Lin Zhe felt like a prey whenever he thought of this profession. He hated this feeling. Besides, although being a celebrity is glamorous, it is not as good as being a capitalist. Once you have your own company, you can have any star you want. I haven't thought about it, and I don't want to be one. Why? You are so handsome, and you sing so well. Most importantly, you can compose. If you are willing, I can sign you. I promise to support you and make you the most dazzling top star. Has Ji Zifeng already joined your company? Su Qingxue was stunned. She understood what Lin Zhe meant. To put it bluntly, I just don't want to see Ji Zifeng. I'm sorry, I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just thought that he had returned from abroad and had good vision and ability, so I wanted him to help me. If you don't want to see him, I can open a new record company for you and promote you alone. Forget it. Running one company has already exhausted you enough. If you start another one, you will be exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. I will be the one who feels bad then. Su Qingxue was so moved that she didn't know what to say. She looked at Lin Zhe with tears in her eyes. At the same time, the thought of regretting divorcing Lin Zhe emerged in her mind again. Chapter 31. I'm here to eat, not to eat you. After finishing his meal with Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe was about to leave. The meal was cooked by Su Qingxue. In 3 years of marriage, she has never cooked for Lin Zhe. Unexpectedly, after the divorce, she started cooking for Lin Zhe. Sometimes people are really mean. When Lin Zhe left, Su Qingxue was very reluctant to let him go. Because she knew clearly that once Lin Zhe left, she would have to face the empty house alone. She hated this feeling. She really wanted to keep Lin Zhe, but she couldn't open her mouth because she knew clearly that even if she kept Lin Zhe, she couldn't give him what he wanted. Rather than this, it's better not to say anything. When sending Lin Zhe to the door, Su Qingxue suddenly said, I won't change the password of the electronic lock. You can come back whenever you want. No, what if you bring Ji Zifeng back and I suddenly miss you? It would be awkward when I come back to see you. Lin Zhe said, pretending to be depressed. I won't bring him back. Su Qingxue said anxiously. Moreover, it seemed to prove to Lin Zhe that what she said was true. Su Qingxue quickly said, I didn't lie to you. Actually, I'm confused right now. I don't know what my feelings for Ji Zifeng are. I don't know if I like him or if it's just the obsession of not being able to love him. Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. I just made a move and she's already confused? If she tried harder, wouldn't she have to completely draw a line between herself and Ji Zifeng? But frankly speaking, even if he drew a line between himself and Ji Zifeng and wanted to come back, Lin Zhe would not want her anymore. The original owner might forgive her for divorcing for Bai Yueguan, but Lin Zhe would never forgive her. He was just a little obsessed with her body now, that's all. It doesn't matter. Time will tell. Next time, I'll come back when you fall asleep. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. What do you mean? Nothing, I'm just afraid that you don't want to see me when you're awake, so I can only come back to see you secretly when you're asleep. Su Qingxue's tears welled up in her eyes again. She thought Lin Zhe wanted to do something bad to her while she was asleep, but she never expected that he was afraid that she didn't want to see him when she was awake. At this moment, Su Qingxue was both moved and sad. I want to see you. You can come back anytime you want. Lin Zhe smiled. If this continues, it won't be long before I can have sex with her. What a beast I am. He pinched Su Qingxue's delicate and fair face unscrupulously. Okay, I got it. Next time I'll come back when you're asleep. When you sneak back, no, you can't bully me. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned even redder. Lin Zhe said with a smile, then you have to stay alert, maybe he will crawl into your bed at that time. Ah? This bastard still wants to get into my bed? Su Qingxue's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. But even as her heart was beating wildly, a sense of anticipation inexplicably emerged in her heart. Su Qingxue wanted to say something, but Lin Zhe had already turned and left. When he was about to walk out of the villa, Lin Zhe waved his hand casually. Su Qingxue inexplicably felt that he looked so handsome. But after watching Lin Zhe leave, when Su Qingxue returned to the villa, her heart immediately became empty when she looked at the empty house. Su Qingxue knew that what was empty was not the house, but her own heart. My heart feels empty now. When he went to Jiang Qingyue's house, Lin Zhe searched for Jiang Qingyue's information on the internet and had a basic understanding of her. This was mainly because it would be too embarrassing if he didn't know anything about her during the chat later. Lin Zhe is not a person who likes to embarrass beautiful women. Standing at the door of Jiang Qingyue's villa and pressing the doorbell, the door of the villa opened quickly. Then he saw Jiang Qingyue pushing open the door and looking at him with a smile on her face. It must be said that Jiang Qingyue is really beautiful. With her slim figure, she gives people a graceful feeling when standing at the door. It is very eye-catching. Lin Zhe smiled and walked towards her quickly. Have you been waiting for a long time? Lin Zhe asked with a smile when he stood in front of Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue quickly said, No, it doesn't matter if you're late. That's good. As he said that, Lin Zhe walked into the villa like a big boss. Jiang Qingyue immediately bent down and took out a pair of brand new slippers from the shoe cabinet. She even took off Lin Zai's shoes considerately. Lin Zai was startled. No way, Jiang Qingyue is a top star. When did the top stars become so approachable? I'll do it myself. Lin Zai said. Jiang Qingyue's pretty face turned red, and then she responded. While changing shoes, Lin Zai casually asked, "What delicious food did you make?" Jiang Qingyue originally wanted to invite Lin Zai to eat at a restaurant outside. She has even made a reservation at the best restaurant in Haicheng. But 2 hours ago, she sent a message to Lin Zai Lupoopeo, asking him when it would be convenient for him. Lin Zai said he had something to do and asked her to just make something at home. Jiang Qingyue hurriedly asked her assistant to bring the ingredients, and then started cooking at home. Jiang Qingyue can cook, and she learned it when she was very young. Jiang Qingyue's family was very poor. At that time, her parents went to work in the fields, and Jiang Qingyue cooked for them at home. Although the meals she cooked at that time were simple, it also made Jiang Qingyue develop a habit of cooking. Later, when Jiang Qingyue became rich, she would cook for herself whenever she had some free time. After a long time, her cooking skills have become very good. Oh, I cooked fish, beef, and some vegetables and so on. Jiang Qingyue said stutteringly. She seemed a little nervous. Lin Zai smiled and said, "Why do you sound a little nervous?" Jiang Qingyue's pretty face turned redder and redder. Yes, a little. In fact, to be honest, even Jiang Qingyue herself didn't know why she was nervous when facing Lin Zai. It is obvious that I would not be nervous even when facing some top capital tycoons. Could it be because I like Lin Zai? Yes, Jiang Qingyue likes Lin Zai, or to be more precise, she has a crush on Lin Zai. When Jiang Qingyue was most desperate and helpless, the 50,000 yuan given by Lin Zai was not money, but an extension of her life. But she never dared to tell anyone about this feeling, including Lin Zai. It's not that she doesn't want to, but she doesn't dare. Poverty made her particularly sensitive and inferior since childhood. When she was in college, she had deliberately met Lin Zai countless times. When they passed by, Jiang Qingyue would smile secretly. She had seen Lin Zai secretly grieving over his fruitless pursuit of Su Qingxue, getting drunk alone, and even shedding tears secretly. At that time, Jiang Qingyue could do nothing but feel heartbroken. But she secretly vowed that if she could have Lin Zai in the future, she would be good to him and would never let him cry. But when Jiang Qingyue gradually built up her confidence and finally mustered up the courage to confess her love to Lin Zai, she received the sad news that he was getting married to Su Qingxue. That day, Jiang Qingyue, who never drank, was completely drunk. Later, she participated in a singing competition and won the championship. Upon learning that Su Qingxue had established an entertainment company and when she extended an olive branch to him, Jiang Qingyue signed a contract with her without hesitation. She wanted to repay her gratitude, and she wanted to be closer to Lin Zai. Just when she thought her life would be like this, she suddenly heard the news that Su Qingxue was going to divorce Lin Zai. Jiang Qingyue's dead heart began to beat. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to eat, not to eat you," Lin Zai said with a smile. Puff. Jiang Qingyue suddenly laughed. When she smiles, it's like the warm spring in March. It is particularly full of vitality and also particularly exciting. Chapter 32. Give you 3 minutes. After laughing, Jiang Qingyue was no longer nervous. She took Lin Zai straight to the restaurant. There were already more than a dozen dishes on the huge dining table. "Good fellow, Jiang Qingyue, are you planning to treat me like a pig?" I didn't. Jiang Qingyue quickly denied. Lin Zai smiled and said, "Why did you cook so many dishes? 2 or 3 dishes are enough for the 2 of us. Don't cook so many next time." Next time? So, I can still have dinner with Lin Zai in the future? Jiang Qingyue was delighted. She nodded obediently. After they sat down, Jiang Qingyue turned into a personal servant. She picked up a piece of fish for Lin Zai with great attentiveness. "Try it and see how it tastes." Lin Zai took a bite out of courtesy. "Wow, it's delicious. It tastes really good, Jiang Qingyue. I think you can conquer the hearts of many men with your cooking skills." "This is not flattery, it's really true." "Can that conquer your heart?" Jiang Qingyue asked subconsciously. As soon as she finished saying this, Jiang Qingyue regretted it. She was not an impulsive person, but how could she say such ambiguous words? Even if you like Lin Zai, at least be reserved. What if he gets scared? Um, is this top star teasing me? Lindsay smiled and said, "You don't need delicious food to conquer my heart, beautiful women will do." Puff. Zhang Qingyue is really not a person who likes to laugh. The hardships in life made her accustomed to hiding her joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. After entering the entertainment industry, facing a more complex living environment, Zhang Qingyue simply built a wall for herself. She doesn't confide in anyone and doesn't have any real friends. But at this moment, facing Lindsay's joking words, she laughed, and her smile was very bright. Her eyes became sparkling, as if they were filled with stars in the sky. Zhang Qingyue felt that Lindsay was truly a very magical person. Strictly speaking, this was the second time the two of them had spoken in 6 years. But Zhang Qingyue felt as if she and Lindsay had known each other for a long time, and there was no sense of strangeness between them. It's a wonderful feeling. Zhang Qingyue knew that Lindsay was just trying to accommodate her. Otherwise, the atmosphere would not be so harmonious. After all, I'm really not very good at dealing with others. What are your plans next? Lindsay asked while eating. I'll see how Mr. Shen arranges it for me. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll join the crew to film. Seeing that she didn't seem to be interested in filming, Lindsay asked, besides filming, is there anything else you want to do? Zhang Qingyue thought for a moment and said, I want to sing. I really like singing. But after I signed with Su Qingshue's company, she thought I was better at acting. After all, this appearance is not bad. So I listened to her and went to act. Facts have proved that she has good taste. Lindsay smiled and said, if you want to sing, I'll go talk to Shen Tianli and ask you to stop taking acting jobs for the time being and focus on preparing your new album. Zhang Qingyue sighed slightly. But it's so hard to find good songs. It's not like Su Qingxue hasn't thought about releasing an album for me, but she asked many top lyricists to write lyrics for me, but to no avail. Anyway, after listening to the demos I received, I was only satisfied with 1 or 2 songs, and the rest were just shoddy. This is easy to handle. Just leave it to me. After all, I will be fully responsible for your work from now on. Let's start by releasing an album for you. For Lindsay, it is not easy to create a nationally sensational record for Zhang Qingyue. Because there are too many classic songs on the Blue Planet in his mind. Those classics would be more than enough for Zhang Qingyue to release 10 albums, let alone 1. So Lindsay said this to her now. However, arranging music is Lindsay's weak point. The most he can do is play and sing. The real arrangement still needs to be done by top professionals. Zhang Qingyue was slightly startled. Senior, can you find good songs? An album should have at least 10 songs. It's not that Zhang Qingyue doesn't trust Lindsay, but she knows clearly that she is particularly picky now. If there is even the slightest flaw in the song, I will not be satisfied. Lindsay smiled and said, don't worry, just for your meal today, I will also make you a record that will make a sensation across the country. Zhang Qingyue was excited. She raised her glass excitedly and said, Senior, I'll toast to you. If you can really help me make a record that will make a national sensation, you. Zhang Qingyue paused for a moment, then took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, and said, Senior, if you can make me a record that will make a sensation across the country, you can ask me to do anything you want. When she spoke to the last part, Zhang Qingyue's fair and flawless cheeks instantly turned red. Zhang Qingyue is not a person without bottom line. If she really is a person without bottom line, then the wealth in her hands would at least increase tenfold. After all, more than once, capitalist tycoons had told her that they wanted her to be their lover. She knew that as long as she nodded, a lot of wealth would come to her, but Zhang Qingyue rejected them all. Moreover, after more than 2 years in the industry, Zhang Qingyue has never done any kissing scenes, not even any physical contact. This is her principle. She thought that if she could be with Lindsay one day, she must be innocent. So now that she said such words to Lindsay, after all, her real purpose was to be with Lindsay. Lindsay smiled and said, okay, I'll remember what you said. Both the host and the guests enjoyed the meal very much. After dinner, Lindsay wanted to help wash the dishes, but Zhang Qingyue refused to let him do it no matter what. Lindsay had no choice but to stand in the kitchen, watching Zhang Qingyue wash the dishes while asking her what type of song she wanted to sing. Zhang Qingyue told Lindsay that she liked to sing lyrical songs. Lindsay nodded. He planned to go back and listen to the songs Zhang Qingyue had sung to judge her voice. Then see whose songs are suitable to plagiarize. While they were chatting, Lindsay's cell phone rang. The call was from Shen Tianli. Lindsay greeted Zhang Qingyue and went to the living room to answer the call. You bastard, why aren't you at home? Shen Tianli's charming voice reached Lin Zai's ears. But her voice sounded a little unhappy. You're back? Where are you? Shen Tianli asked back. At Jiang Qingyue's house, I just had dinner with her. Although Shen Tianli knew that this was decided in the afternoon. But when Shen Tianli heard that Lin Zai was at Jiang Qingyue's house, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She didn't know why she felt this way. She even had the idea of not wanting to sign Jiang Qingyue. Holding back her unhappiness, Shen Tianli asked with a smile, when will you be back? Why, you missed me? Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, yes, I miss you. How much do you want it? I can't wait to think about it. Lin Zai was happy. He smiled and said, then go take a shower first, I'll go back and relieve your itch. She smiled charmingly and said, no need, I've already washed and am lying on the bed now. Oh, I'm not wearing any clothes, you bastard. I'll give you 3 minutes, otherwise I won't be waiting. Just wait, little demon. I will take you in later. Chapter 33 When I was lonely. Lin Zai hung up the phone. After saying hello to Jiang Qingyue, he left. When Jiang Qingyue heard that Lin Zai was leaving, she suddenly felt a little reluctant. She had originally thought about drinking some wine, watching a movie, and having a good chat with Lin Zai. If possible, it is best to cultivate the relationship. But I didn't expect that he would leave now. Lin Zai, can I send you a message later? Jiang Qingyue asked cautiously. Lin Zai smiled and said, of course, when you can't sleep or feel lonely, you can always send me a message. Jiang Qingyue's pretty face turned red and she felt sweet in her heart. Lin Zai waved at her and ran towards Shen Tianli's villa in a hurry. When Lin Zai thought of Shen Tianli's hot and sexy body, he felt hot all over. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Zai returned to Shen Tianli's villa. But when he saw her, Lin Zai instantly became unhappy. But he saw Shen Tianli sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Damn, where is the trust between people? Lin Zai complained. Shen Tianli gave Lin Zai a wink. Why, are you angry? Nonsense, I'm almost mad to death. Then you can be angry. Anyway, you only have 15 points here now. When you have 100 points, you can relieve my itch. Lin Zai was furious. Damn it, you told me in the afternoon that I already had 20 points. Plus I signed Jiang Qingyue for you, shouldn't it be 25 now? Oh, I just came back and found that you were not at home, so I deducted 10 points from you. Grass. Why don't you just finish them all? That won't work. I have to leave you some hope. Lin Zai was amused by this. He couldn't help but complain, Shen Tianli, you really know how to do business. My dad said the same thing. Shen Tianli smiled somewhat proudly. Come on, call daddy. Shen Tianli's charming face flushed instantly. She cursed shyly, you filthy rascal. Lin Zai smiled. By the way, what did you do tonight? Blind date. Lin Zai instantly remembered what that rubbish had told him yesterday, that he was going to have a blind date with Shen Tianli today. I thought he was bragging, but it turned out to be true. Fuck, you're going to cheat? Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. She was almost dying of laughter at Lin Zai's words. After laughing for a while, Shen Tianli's emotions gradually calmed down. Guess who I went on a blind date with? Don't tell me it's my half-brother? Lin Zai asked. Shen Tian raised her pear-shaped eyebrows, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly became sparkling. How do you know? She asked in surprise. You let me guess, which means I must know this person. And among the people I know, the only one whose identity can barely match yours seems to be that maggot. The reason why Lin Zai called the other party a maggot was because the original owner's description of the other party was maggot. You are really smart. Shen Tianli said with a smile. Since I'm so smart, can you reward me with a wet kiss? Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, you are so beautiful. Actually, I didn't want to go on a blind date, but when I heard that the other party was of high status, I went. If nothing unexpected happens, your brother will harass me crazily next. Why, he's attracted to you? I'm so beautiful and have such a sexy body, even you want to sleep with me, let alone that trash. Shen Tianli said proudly. Lin Zai smiled and said, that's true. When he pursues me, I will flirt with you in front of him. Do you think he will be mad to death? Shen Tianli said with a smile. Lin Zai was happy. I didn't expect Shen Tianli to have such an idea. But I have to say, she played this trick very cruelly. If that maggot really liked her and she was being ambiguous with him, he would most likely be pissed to death. Or else you deserve to be slept with by me. Shen Tianli laughed and scolded, "Get lost, tell me, how are you going to thank me? Please pledge your love to me. Really, I can't think of a better way to thank you than this. You rascal, I see you don't want to thank me, you want to kill me. Nonsense, I can do it at most 5 times a night, how can I kill you in 5 times? Shen Tianli burst into laughter. No, she couldn't bear it anymore. This bastard was too shameless. She didn't dare to continue chatting with Lin Zhe, for she was afraid that she would die of laughter. You rascal, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Wait a minute, there's something else I need to tell you. What's that? Jiang Qingyue wanted to release an album, and I agreed. No problem with that. I'll ask someone to invite those top lyricists to write songs for me later. No, leave it to me. Seeing that Lin Zhe was so concerned about Jiang Qingyue's affairs, Shen Tianli felt a little uncomfortable again. You bastard, tell me the truth, do you have any feelings for Jiang Qingyue? Yes, she's so beautiful, it would be wrong if I didn't have any thoughts about it. But don't worry, the person I want to sleep with the most right now is you. Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This scoundrel's words really make people love and hate him. How on earth could he say such shameless words so seriously? Then do your best. Please rest assured, I will work hard to sleep with you as soon as possible. Shen Tianli gave Lin Zhe a charming look, then got up and went upstairs. After returning to the room, Lin Zhe began to do horse stance. Although flirting with Shen Tianli is important, squatting is more important to Lin Zhe. After gritting his teeth and persevering for an hour and a half, Lin Zhe was exhausted. This is more tiring than sleeping with Su Qingxue 5 times that night. However, Lin Zhe felt that it was all worth it. After all, if you practice for 1 more minute now, you can enjoy 1 more minute of pleasure in the future. The next day, when Lin Zhe just got up, he saw Shen Tianli eating breakfast. Today she wore a pair of light-colored jeans that completely covered her 2 snow-white and sexy legs. Lin Zhe said bitterly, Shen Tianli, God gave you 2 sexy legs so that you can show them to me, but you wrapped them up tightly. Be obedient and change into a black silk miniskirt when you go back. It's your turn. Hurry up and eat. We have to go to the company to draft Jiang Qingyue's contract later. How difficult is that? Can't you just ask your company's legal department to draft it? But I have to review it. Besides, I have to communicate with Jiang Qingyue to see what conditions she has. These have to be written into the contract. Lin Zhe nodded and was about to speak. The phone suddenly received a message from Ji Zifeng. Lin Zhe, Qingxue is really something. She insisted on coming over to have a loving breakfast with me. Do you have time? Let's eat together. Chapter 34. Are you sad? Lin Zhe was speechless. Is he mentally ill? He had slept with Su Qingxue 7 times and kissed her last night, but he didn't even brag about it. He was just having a meal, what's the point of showing off? And, the most important thing is that he doesn't like Su Qingxue. His showing off has no lethality to me. Oh, I see. Enjoy your meal. Lin Zhe replied. After seeing Lin Zhe's reply, Ji Zifeng's defense broke down. Shit, shouldn't he be so angry that he vomits blood? How come the reply was so nonchalant? I understand now. That beast Lin Zhe must be pretending. When he thought of this, Ji Zifeng smiled proudly. He decided to take a photo of himself and Su Qingxue having breakfast and send it to Lin Zhe later. I don't believe he won't be so angry that he vomits blood. After Lin Zhe replied to Ji Zifeng, he directly sent a screenshot of his conversation with Ji Zifeng to Su Qingxue. At the end, Lin Zhe added, "Can you ask Ji Zifeng not to send me this kind of message again? I'm really sad." Damn, who doesn't know how to act like a green tea girl? The reason why Lin Zhe didn't forward the photo of the sports car that Ji Zifeng sent to Su Qingxue last time was because Lin Zhe felt that given their relationship at the time, even if he sent it to Su Qingxue, she might not be angry. But now it's different. After the emotional attack last night, Lin Zhe clearly knows that Su Qingxue feels differently towards him now. When Su Qingxue saw Lin Zhe took the initiative to send her a message, she felt inexplicably excited. But when she saw the content of the message, Su Qingxue became angry instantly. Not only was that beautiful face covered with a biting coldness, but her heart also felt as if someone was stabbing it with a knife. It hurts a lot. She always felt that although Ji Zifeng's appearance had changed and was no longer the same as she remembered, he was still gentle, innocent, and kind. But now it seems that she was overthinking. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Su Qingxue called Ji Zifeng directly. "Qingxue, are you here?" Ji Zifeng asked softly. Su Qingxue angrily shouted, "Shut up, let me ask you, why did you send that kind of message to Lin Zhe?" Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. No, that beast Lin Zhe actually sent the message to Su Qingxue? How dare he do that? But now is not the time to worry about these things. The most urgent task is to coax Su Qingxue as soon as possible. Ji Zifeng said aggrievedly, "Qingxue, I really invited him to have breakfast with good intentions. Believe me, I don't have any bad intentions." "Shut up. You know that Lin Zhe likes me, and he has liked me for 7 years. My divorce from him has already made him miserable, but you dare to send him a message to provoke him. How dare you?" Su Qingxue's voice was filled with rage. Ji Zifeng panicked. He had never seen Su Qingxue so angry. "Qingxue, I know Lin Zhe has liked you for many years, but I didn't know that your divorce made him so heartbroken. I thought you were getting married by agreement, and you can get divorced if you want. I only invited him to breakfast because we are classmates." At this point, Ji Zifeng knew clearly that he would never admit that he sent a message to Lin Zhe to deliberately provoke him. Otherwise, not only would his image in front of Su Qingxue collapse, but he would also face the risk of losing her. "Ji Zifeng, don't treat me like a fool. Tell me straight away, your credit with me is rapidly declining. Once it becomes negative, it's time for you to get out. Eat your breakfast by yourself." Having said that, Su Qingxue hung up the phone. Ji Zifeng was furious. He really wanted to ask Su Qingxue who she liked. She kept saying that the person she liked was herself, but from what she said just now, it made people feel that the person she really liked was Lin Zhe. But he didn't dare ask. The last words Su Qingxue said just now made him smell danger. He didn't dare to provoke Su Qingxue again. He was really afraid that his credit would suddenly become negative. By then, I might not even be able to find a place to cry. After Su Qingxue finished calling Ji Zifeng, she quickly sent a message to Lin Zhe. She originally wanted to call, but she was afraid to hear Lin Zhe's sad voice. "Don't be sad. I won't have breakfast with him. Besides, I've already told him not to provoke you in the future." After sending the message, Su Qingxue anxiously waited for Lin Zhe's reply. But after waiting for a long time, I still didn't get a reply from Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue felt more and more sad. She felt that it must be Ji Zifeng showing off that deeply hurt Lin Zhe's heart, making him extremely sad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to reply to my message. Su Qingxue felt more and more regretful. She wondered why she had to agree to have breakfast with Ji Zifeng. If I didn't agree to him, there would be no further events. When thinking of this, Su Qingxue remembered the message that Ji Zifeng sent to Lin Zhe. The anger that she had suppressed with great difficulty burst out again. She even wanted to give Ji Zifeng a few slaps. When Lin Zhe saw the message sent by Su Qingxue, he smiled. Obviously, Su Qingxue was feeling extremely guilty because of her good performance last night. Otherwise, she wouldn't have explained all this to herself, and she wouldn't have taught Ji Zifeng a lesson. "What are you laughing at?" Shen Tianli suddenly asked. Lin Zhe smiled and explained, "It's nothing, Ji Zifeng just sent me a message to provoke me, and I forwarded his provocative words to Su Qingxue. Speaking of which, this greasy guy sent me a message yesterday. Do you know how disgusting he is? Confessed my love to you?" Lin Zhe looked puzzled. "It's much more disgusting than this. He sent me a photo of himself, and it showed his disgusting chest hair. The most disgusting thing is that he withdrew the message and then told me innocently that he sent it by mistake. If I didn't want to tease this idiot, I really wanted to block him on the spot. It's too disgusting." Puff. Lin Zhe couldn't hold it anymore. He burst out laughing. He knew that Ji Zifeng was a green tea girl, but he didn't expect that he was also a moron. He pretended to be affectionate in front of Su Qingxue, then turned around and started teasing Shen Tianli. Unfortunately, Shen Tianli is not Su Qingxue's bootlicker. I really want time to fast forward to the moment when Su Qingxue knows the true identity of that greasy guy. I think she will definitely collapse. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. How good is it? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Shen Tianli glared at Lin Zhe. The jerk is driving again. The two were chatting when Lin Zay's green bubble rang. The message was sent by Maggot. Brother, congratulations. Thanks to my mother's unremitting efforts, my father agreed to let me inherit the Lin family. And you, my elder brother, will be left with nothing. Are you sad? It doesn't matter. As long as I'm happy, that's all. Chapter 35. You are my dad. A surge of rage instantly erupted from Lin Zay's heart. Yes, this is Lin Zay's own emotion. When Lin Zay traveled through time and space and read the original owner's memory, in addition to feeling that he was a coward, he also felt more sorry for him. I feel sorry for everything he has been through. Now this maggot is so provocative to me. Lin Zay is a talented person who can feel happy. Damn it, just wait for me. When I stand up, I will kill your Lin family. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly look so bad? Did that greasy guy provoke you again? Shen Tianli asked with concern. Lin Zay came back to his senses. No, it's my cheap brother. What did he send you? Shen Tianli looked curious. Lin Zay smiled and said, nothing, just a daily provocation. You can still laugh? What should I do? Should I cry? Lin Zay said with a smile. After hearing this, Shen Tianli felt that Lin Zay was a talented person. Not only was he kicked out of the family, but now he is also being provoked by the son of the mistress. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. But Lin Zay was not angry to the point of vomiting blood. Instead, he was so calm and composed that he could even laugh. This breadth of mind and this magnanimity are truly extraordinary. Don't be depressed. After you conquer me, I will avenge you. How do you report it? How about bringing down the Lin family? Shen Tianli asked with a charming smile. Come on, let's go to bed now. Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. This stinky hooligan. After breakfast, Lin Zay took Shen Tianli's car to her company. Shen Tianli was busy with Jiang Qingyue's contract, while Lin Zay went to the 9th floor. That was the office that Shen Tianli agreed to let him use. The entire 9th floor covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters. Just as Shen Tianli said, it has all the office facilities you need. Especially the boss's office, which is decorated in an extremely low-key and luxurious style. Moreover, the scenery is quite nice. As far as the eye can see, you can see the unobstructed view of the river. Lin Zay was very satisfied. He sat in the large boss chair, looking at the scenery outside the window and searching for some recruitment software on his mobile phone. Yes, Lin Zay is going to start recruiting people. He is preparing takeout. Although I only have 100 million yuan in hand now, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket to start a company. But it is definitely enough in the early stage. Once the company is assembled, you can start new financing. As I was thinking about it, my cell phone suddenly rang. The call came from a person with the note Chen Xingshan. Lin Zay searched the original owner's memory and found that the other party was his college classmate, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Lin Zay answered the phone. Brother Zay, what are you busy with recently? A strange voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Zay smiled and said, what a waste of time. Why did you think of calling me? I want to ask Brother Zay for a favor. The other party said embarrassedly. What's that? Can you recommend a job to me? I'm really desperate. What can you do? Type the code. The other party said with a wry smile. Lin Zay's eyes lit up. Isn't it that someone brought you a pillow just because you feel sleepy? You know, what Lin Zay lacks most now is programmers. After all, we have to develop an app software for food delivery. However, Lin Zay did not agree to him immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, come to the 9th floor of Building A, Jingang Building first. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Zay hung up the phone. Half an hour later, a young man with thinning hair and a plaid shirt appeared in front of Lin Zay. Lin Zay stared at the other person for a while, and finally met the face in his memory. Brother Zay, long time no see. Chen Xingshan said with a smile. Lin Zay nodded and asked, I remember that you had thick hair when you were in college. Why is your hair so thin now? Don't mention it. I've been a programmer for 3 years. But you, Brother Zay, are still as handsome as ever. Lin Zay was happy. Tell me, what's going on with you? Chen Xingshan sighed and said depressedly, don't mention it, Brother Zay, do you remember Ji Buchan? Who? Ji Buchang from our class, the rubbish that got along really well with Ji Zifeng at that time. Oh, I have some impression. Lin Zhe talked nonsense. He didn't remember who Chen Xingshan was talking about at all. That rubbish was fired from his last company last year, and he begged me for a long time to find him a job. Because we were classmates, I begged my boss for a long time and hired him. But who would have thought that the person he hired turned out to be a venomous snake? Lin Zhe became interested. What did he do? After he came in, he didn't do his job properly, but flattered me all day long. Just a few days ago, the brothers in our group worked day and night to complete the development of a new project, but that rubbish took all the credit for it. My leader is a blind idiot. I argued with him for a long time. Chen Xingshan continued angrily. In the end, not only was it useless, but I was also fired. What made me unhappy was that he fired me, but he actually fired all the brothers in our group. What's more, the most infuriating thing is that his grandson used his background to completely ban us. I really had no other choice, so I came to you, Brother Zhe, for help. By the way, Brother Zhe, it seems that grandson is your younger brother. Lin Nan? Lin Zhe asked curiously. Chen Xingshan nodded. So, you have been working in his company? Right. Lin Zhe was delighted. Although Chen Xingshan's words did not resonate with Lin Zhe, because the betrayals he had experienced were much more cruel than this. But Lin Zhe is short of people. As for Lin Nan, Lin Zhe didn't take it to heart at all. How many people are there in your group? 11. Chen Xingshan, I think Ji Buchang's grandson has done you a huge favor. Chen Xingshan looked at Lin Zhe in confusion. Brother Zhe, what do you mean by this? To put it simply, I'm planning to start a company, and right now I'm in need of people, especially excellent software development talents like you. Chen Xingshan was ecstatic. Brother Zhe, I won't say anything more. I am willing to follow you. Not just you, you'd better poach everyone in your group. Chen Xingshan became more and more excited. Chen Xingshan felt quite guilty when his groupmate was expelled. Although he didn't fire them, after all, it was he who brought that trash Ji Buchang to the company. After all, the root cause lies with him. Now Lin Zhe actually wants to poach everyone in his entire team. How can Chen Xingshan not be excited? Besides, he gets along well with the brothers in the same group, and they have a special tacit understanding after training. It would be really great if we could continue working together. But even better things were waiting for him. Chen Xingshan, how much monthly salary did your last company offer you? 20,000. Chen Xingshan said frankly. Very good, I will give you 50,000 now, and from now on, you will be the director of the technical department of our company. If you do a good job, I will also give you the original shares. Boom. Chen Xingshan's heart trembled at Lin Zhe's words. He was so excited that his face turned red and his eyes were bloodshot. Brother Zhe, I won't say anything else. From now on, you are my father. Lin Zhe laughed and scolded, Get lost, I don't have a son as ugly as you. Chen Xingshan wiped away his tears with a smile. Next, let me tell you about my plan. Chen Xingshan nodded quickly. Brother Zhe, you say? Chapter 36, Simply Perfect. It took Lin Zhe half an hour to tell Chen Xingshan about his ideas. When Chen Xingshan finished listening to Lin Zhe's business plan, he felt his scalp tingling. If, as Lin Zhe said, this software becomes used nationwide in the future, its commercial value will reach an extremely terrifying number. When Lin Zhe agreed to take him in and double his salary, Chen Xingshan was of course grateful to Lin Zhe, but he was actually a little nervous about what Lin Zhe was going to do. But now he is no longer nervous at all, he even feels like he is about to witness the birth of a great company. He was very excited, nothing but excitement. So, Zhe, what do I need to do next? After you recruit those brothers, build me a food delivery app as quickly as possible. No problem, Brother Zhe, it's not difficult. How long will it take? 1 month is enough. Chen Xingshan said with a firm tone. No, hurry up. Chen Xingshan gritted his teeth and said, Then it will take half a month. We will work overtime to get it done. Only then did Lin Zhe nodded with satisfaction. Then he told Chen Xingshan about some of his needs and what needed to be added to the software. Chen Xingshan recorded everything with his mobile phone. After talking about this, Lin Zhe said in a serious tone, Chen Xingshan, this matter is of great significance to both me and you. I hope you can keep it secret. Brother Zhe, don't worry, I won't reveal a single thing. Lindsay nodded and said, when recruiting people, their skills are important, but their character must also be strong. Clear. Okay, get busy. Chen Xingshan nodded heavily. After leaving Jingang building, Chen Xingshan opened the green bubble and sent a message in the group called Technology First. See you at the usual place in half an hour. I have great news to announce. After Lindsay saw Chen Xingshan off, he went to Shen Tianli's company. Shen Tianli was listening to music. To be precise, she was listening to the accompaniment of Zayayutan. Seeing Lindsay, Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "You came at the right time. The arrangement is finished. Come and listen to it." So soon? Of course. I told them to get it done as quickly as possible. Lindsay walked up to her, and Shen Tianli took the initiative to give up her boss chair. She wanted Lindsay to listen carefully and see what needed improvement. After all, he wrote the song and he has more say than anyone else. Lindsay didn't hesitate and sat directly on Shen Tianli's boss chair, then clicked play. After listening to it, Lindsay was generally satisfied. Although it's not as perfect as in the previous life, it can still score 90 points. How is it? Shen Tianli asked nervously. It's okay. Shen Tianli was delighted, and she asked with a smile, "Can we go record now?" Okay. Lindsay nodded and said. Shen Tianli said excitedly, "Let's go to the recording studio." Shen Tianli's company has a recording studio with a plethora of equipment, which looks very professional. The person recording the video was called Sun Shiji. Lindsay had a brief conversation with him and then entered the recording studio. After putting on the headphones, Lin Yang made an okay gesture. Sun Shiji started playing music. As the music started, Lindsay began to sing. Soon, the recording ended. "Teacher Sun, how is it?" Shen Tianli asked with a smile. Sun Shiji nodded repeatedly. He was a little excited. "Mr. Shun, very good. Mr. Lin's level is very high. He is not inferior to those professional singers at all. Moreover, his voice quality is great and very unique. I think if he becomes a singer, with his appearance and his voice conditions, he will definitely be very popular." Shen Tianli smiled with her eyebrows curved. I don't know why, but when Shen Tianli heard others praising Lindsay like this, she felt particularly happy. "Do we need to record it again?" Shen Tianli asked with a smile. "Mr. Shen, I don't think it's necessary. It's already perfect. Okay, get it done as soon as possible. Have the publicity department post the trailer for the fairy tale drama online this afternoon along with this song." Clear. While the two were talking, Lindsay walked out of the recording studio. "How?" Lindsay asked curiously. Shen Tianli smiled and said, "Great, it's perfect. It seems that I am really amazing. It's more than amazing. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal and help you vent your anger." "What's the meaning?" Shen Tianli said proudly, "Your cheap brother asked me out for dinner. I wanted to refuse, but when I thought about how he bullied you, I suddenly wanted to vent my anger on you." "Are you planning to flirt with me in front of him?" Lindsay asked with a smile. "Yes, when I was on a blind date with him yesterday, he looked at me with such dirty eyes. I guess he has some feelings for me. If that's the case, then if we flirt with each other in front of him, wouldn't that irritate him to death?" Lindsay was happy. "What a good idea. Let's have a wet kiss and he'll probably cry out of anger." Frankly speaking, Lindsay didn't feel the slightest bit of satisfaction in venting his anger in this way. For Lindsay, the real feeling of satisfaction is to make the Lin family bankrupt, leaving them homeless and their families broken up. But since Shen Tianli wanted to vent his anger in this way, Lindsay would definitely not refuse. After all, who can resist flirting with a beauty? Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lindsay and said with a smile, "You dare to think of a wet kiss? Why don't you just say that we should just sleep in front of him? I don't mind, I'm just worried that you'll be shy. Get lost." Shen Tianli cursed with a smile. Lindsay grinned. The two left the company together. On the way to the restaurant, Shen Tianli said with a smile, "You bastard, do you want to be a star?" "Why do you ask that?" Shen Tianli asked suspiciously, "Why, has anyone asked you this?" "Yes, Su Qingxue also asked me to come yesterday." Shen Tianli's heart skipped a beat. "You rascal, you didn't write a song for her, did you?" Lindsay nodded and said, "Yes, I made one for her too." Shen Tianli felt uncomfortable instantly. She felt like something that belonged to her was taken away by someone else. This feeling made her feel very uncomfortable. You bastard, who told you to create for her? She's divorced you for another man, why are you still creating for her? Why, do you still like her? Lindsay was happy. Which eye of yours sees that I still like her? You created it for her at night. Nonsense, because I want to sleep with her. Chapter 37. You've seen through it. Shen Tianli was both angry and amused. This bastard is simply invincible. Such shameless words are said so confidently. Shen Tianli really wanted to retort, but she thought that she and Lindsay could only be considered friends at best. It seems that I am not qualified to manage him. But if she didn't refute it, she would feel unhappy. She was really unhappy because when she heard that Lindsay wanted to sleep with Su Qingxue, she actually felt betrayed. What's going on between you and Su Qingxue now? Shen Tianli asked, suppressing the discomfort in her heart. That's all. Then how do you get you to compose songs for her? Isn't it your fault? She got upset because you sent Xia Yutan to her. Shen Tianli was stunned for a moment. She suddenly wanted to slap herself. I am so stupid. Why would I provoke Su Qingxue for no reason? Although she didn't like Lindsay, she couldn't resist his strong possessiveness, and besides, he was her mortal enemy. Lindsay composed a song for her, so she would definitely ask Lindsay for it. Shen Tianli regretted it so much. It seems that not everything can be used to provoke Su Qingxue in the future. Otherwise, I would be provoked by her. You bastard, you are not allowed to be so nice to her in the future, do you hear me? Why? Because I'll be unhappy, and if I'm unhappy, I won't let you sleep with me. Lindsay smiled and said, Shen Tianli, I am just someone you paid to act with you. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter to you who I sleep with, right? Or are you so immersed in the role that you've fallen in love with me? Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. She seemed to have heard a huge joke. Lindsay, you are so funny. Do you think I would fall in love with a divorced man? I just think that you are my paid man now. If you are not loyal to me, I will be unhappy. Lindsay patted his chest and said, I was so scared. I thought you fell in love with me. Shen Tianli became more and more unhappy. What does this bastard mean? I am good looking, have a sexy body, and have a very impressive family background. Doesn't he wish that I could fall in love with him? But now she looks like she's afraid that I'll fall in love with him. At this moment, an idea suddenly popped up in Shen Tianli's mind. Could it be that Su Qingxue made some promise to this gangster? Otherwise, why would this guy not want me to fall in love with him? Could it be that Su Qingxue also wants to learn from me and deliberately flirt with Lindsay to provoke me? When this thought came to her mind, Shen Tianli felt a little frightened for a moment. No, we must not let Su Qingxue take Lindsay away. At worst, I can give Lindsay a little sweetness first. After making up her mind, Shen Tianli smiled and said, after dinner, let's go to the hot springs. Okay. Lindsay said with a smile. As we were talking, we arrived at the restaurant. Another fresh dish. Lindsay found himself really involved in this. It has been 3 days since I traveled through time, and I have eaten here for 3 days. No matter how delicious the food is, you will get tired of it eventually. Shen Tianli, are there no other restaurants in Haicheng? Lindsay asked depressedly when entering the restaurant. Why, are you tired of eating? Nonsense, it's been 3 days in a row. Eating here every day, no matter how delicious it is, you'll get sick of it. Shen Tianli smiled and said, then what do you want to eat? I want to eat hot pot. Okay, after taking a hot spring bath in the afternoon, we'll have hot pot in the evening. Shen Tianli, you are indeed the spokesperson for beauty and kindness. You see, there is a reason why I want to sleep with you. Lindsay said with a smile. Shen Tianli laughed and scolded, you are so shameless, don't you want to sleep with me because I am beautiful and sexy? It's bad. You found out. Shen Tianli burst into laughter. The two of them soon arrived at the door of the box. Shen Tianli pushed the door open and walked in, followed closely by Lindsay. There was only one person sitting in the huge box. The man was not good looking, but he dressed extremely exaggeratedly, wearing all branded clothes, as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was a rich man. When he saw him, Lindsay was speechless. Because, this is his younger brother Lin Nan. When Lin Nan saw Shen Tianli, he was immediately excited. There's no way, Shen Tianli is too sexy and has an extremely sexy figure. As soon as he saw her, Lin Nan thought of the bed. When he saw her for the first time yesterday, Lin Nan vowed to get her into bed. Restraining his excitement, Lin Nan was about to say hello to Shin Tianli, but before he could say anything, he saw Lin Zhe behind Shin Tianli. Lin Nan was stunned. No, how could this trash Lin Zhe appear with Shin Tianli? Subconsciously, he wanted Lin Zhe to get out. What kind of person was he to be worthy of having dinner with him? However, due to the presence of Shin Tianli, Lin Nan did not get angry. Not only did he not get angry, he even smiled very brightly and said, "Brother, long time no see." Lin Zhe seemed not to see him and sat directly opposite him. Lin Nan was instantly unhappy. Damn it, a piece of trash who was kicked out of the family actually dared to ignore me. What a fool. Brother, you are still so unique. Lily, just order whatever you want to eat. Lin Nan said with a smile. Lin Zhe, what do you want to eat? Shen Lizho seemed not to hear Lin Nan's words. Instead, he asked Lin Zhe with a charming smile. Whatever. Then I am in charge? Lin Zhe nodded. Lin Nan's defense was broken. No, why? I am now the only heir to the Lin group, and this piece of trash has long been kicked out of the family. Why is Shin Tianli so nice to him? Could it be that this rubbish is still cheating people under the name of the Lin family? Otherwise, why would Shin Tianli be so nice to him? No, I have to expose this garbage's disguise. Brother, are you still blaming Dad for kicking you out of the Lin family? Lin Nan believed that since he had made his words so clearly, Shin Tianli would definitely not pay any attention to this trash Lin Zhe. As expected, after hearing what Lin Nan said, Shin Tianli looked at Lin Zhe with a shocked expression. You were kicked out of the Lin family? Lin Zhe rolled her eyes at this girl, speaking as if she didn't know. Why, Lily, you don't know about this yet? Lin Nan asked in surprise. I don't know. If I knew. Before Shin Tianli finished her words, Lin Nan asked excitedly, Lily, if you knew, what would you do? Of course I will spoil him even more. Come, Lin Zhe, baby, sister will hold you. Lin Zhe smiled. He unscrupulously hooked Shin Tianli's slender waist and held her fragrant and soft body in his arms. Shin Tianli's delicate body trembled slightly. She put her mouth close to Lin Zhe's ear and said shyly and angrily, You stinky hooligan, don't touch me. Chapter 38 Come, stand in front of me and say. Hold. Lin Nan was furious. He originally thought that Shin Tianli was deceived by Lin Zhe, so she was so nice to Lin Zhe. But what she never expected was that now that she knew the truth, she would treat Lin Zhe even better. She even let Lin Zhe hug her. Seeing Lin Zhe holding Shin Tianli's sexy and hot body in his arms, Lin Nan could no longer hold back. He was absolutely furious. Why? Why should Shin Tianli let this trash hug her? He clenched his fists in anger. But Lin Zhe acted as if he didn't exist and hugged Shin Tianli for a while in the most ambiguous posture. Only when her little hand pinched his waist for the 9th time did he reluctantly let her go. Shin Tianli glared at Lin Zhe in shame and anger. This bastard is so bold. He actually touched himself in front of Lin Nan. Hey, Lin Nan, why do you look so bad? It's as if you had eaten shit. Lin Zhe complained with a smile. Lin Nan clenched his fists even tighter. He really wanted to punch Lin Zhe hard. Better smash his face. Let us see how he seduces Shin Tianli in the future. But Lin Nan didn't dare. To be more precise, he was afraid of angering Shin Tianli. Judging from Shin Tianli's attitude towards Lin Zhe, the two have a close relationship. If Shin Tianli was really angered, the Lin family would definitely be in big trouble. Brother, you're joking. Lin Nanxiang said with a smile. But his gnashing teeth still betrayed him. Why, are you angry? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. No, I know you and Lily are just good friends, so a hug is okay. Lin Zhe smiled. Shin Tianli, what should I do? My brother said that we are just good friends. Do you think we should be open about our relationship with him? Boom. Lin Nan was deeply stimulated by these words. What's the meaning? Could it be that the relationship between this trash and Shin Tianli is far more than just friends? Could they be boyfriend and girlfriend? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This beast is just a piece of trash who was kicked out of his home. How could Shin Tianli possibly like him? This beast must be deliberately provoking me. Yes, that's it. Brother, stop kidding. How could Lily possibly like you? Lin Nan's eyes contained a hint of contempt. as soon as the words fell. Shen Tianli suddenly smiled coquettishly and kissed Lin Zhe on the cheek. After the kiss, Shen Tianli's pretty face turned red instantly. This was her first time kissing a member of the opposite sex. Although she kissed Lin Zhe on the cheek, Shen Tianli's heart was still beating fast. She didn't want to kiss him at first, but seeing Lin Nan's look of contempt for Lin Zhe, Shen Tianli felt a little unhappy. Lin Zhe was shocked. Shen Tianli's acting was too much. Lin Nan couldn't hold it in any longer. His eyes were spitting fire with anger and he was about to explode. Yes, he never dreamed that Shen Tianli would take the initiative to kiss Lin Zhe, this trash. Why? Why on earth could this piece of trash get Shen Tianli's favor? Lin Nan refused to accept. He didn't accept it, he really didn't accept it. Lin Zhe saw it and smiled disdainfully. Can't you stand this? But this is just the beginning. Under Lin Nan's angry eyes, Lin Zhe suddenly hooked Shen Tianli's slender waist and held her on his legs. Lin Nan's eyes instantly widened like cow eyes. He was shocked, he was completely shocked. His jaw dropped to the ground in shock. But a tremendous rage erupted along with his shock. You beast, let Lily go. Lin Nan roared. Lin Zhe sneered and suddenly kissed Shen Tianli's fiery red lips. No! Lin Nan was screaming in his heart. He broke down, he completely broke down. Shen Tianli is his goddess. And now his goddess was actually kissed by Lin Zhe. The beast seemed to be sticking out its tongue. Shen Tianli was even more devastated than Lin Nan. My first kiss. Just let it be taken away by this bastard? What's more, the bastard stuffed his tongue into his mouth. How dare this bastard? Shen Tianli's system is down. She just felt that her whole body was enveloped by a feeling like an electric shock. The whole body feels numb and tingling. That feeling is so strange and exciting. Lin Zhe didn't collapse, he was a little excited. I really didn't expect Shen Tianli's lips to be so soft. Moreover, the feeling of kissing is so intoxicating. It feels completely different from kissing Su Qingxue's red lips. Lin Zhe originally just wanted to provoke Lin Nan. But now such thoughts no longer exist in his mind. At this moment, he just wanted to squeeze all the air out of Shen Tianli's mouth. I don't know how long they kissed, but when Lin Zhe felt like he was about to die, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Lin Zhe's thoughts came back to his senses. He let go of Shen Tianli, only to see her looking at him with red eyes. At this moment, she looked so aggrieved and so charming. Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Oops, that went too far. He was about to apologize, but Shen Tianli suddenly stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. Having said that, she quickly left the box. After Shen Tianli left, Lin Nan stopped pretending. He shouted angrily, Fuck, Lin Zhe, you are just a family outcast, a useless waste. What right do you have to occupy Shen Tianli? I'll give you a way to live, leave Shen Tianli immediately, otherwise, I'll kill you. Lin Zhe smiled disdainfully. He lit a cigarette and while puffing away, Lin Zhe took out his cell phone and sent a message to Shen Tianli's green bubble. Sorry, I couldn't help it. If you're going to be angry, you can kiss me once later, and then we'll be even. Shen Tianli is angry. When I saw the message from Lin Zhe, I was so angry that I almost smashed the phone. This bastard, he kissed me forcefully and now he is still pretending to be innocent. The most hateful thing was that he actually said that letting me kiss him once would be even. Shen Tianli had long known that Lin Zhe was a beast and a shameless bastard. But no one would have expected that he was actually such a daring beast. No, this matter won't end so easily. I have to find a way to teach this bastard a lesson. After making up her mind, Shen Tianli quickly began to think about it. Inside the box, Lin Nan saw that Lin Zhe seemed not to have heard what he said and looked nonchalant. This made Lin Nan's defense break down again. No, how come this beast has become so unscrupulous now? In the past, when I scolded him, he would explain to me in a humble manner. But now he is ignoring me like this. Could it be that Shen Tianli gave him the confidence? No, I have to get this trash away from Shen Tianli as soon as possible. If Shen Tianli were really to be on the list, it would be terrible news for both himself and the Lin family. Besides, how could a rubbish like him possess Shen Tianli? Thinking of this, Lin Nan suddenly yelled, Fuck, did you hear me? No, my hearing is not good. Come, stand in front of me and talk. Lin Zhe said indifferently. Lin Nan walked up to Lin Zhe angrily. I told you to get out of here. Bang! Lin Nan hadn't finished speaking yet. Lin Zhe just hit him with a big punch. Chapter 39. What? Are you jealous? It's in this damn place. If this rubbish in front of me dared to scream at me like this on Blue Planet, I would have burned him to death long ago. Lin Nan's head hurt so much from being beaten so hard that it felt like it was about to explode. He didn't care about the piercing pain, stood up and pounced on Lin Zhe. But before he could do anything, he was shocked by Lin Zhe's eyes. What a pair of eyes those are! Cold, ruthless, sharp, dangerous, terrifying, creepy, etc. At this moment, Lin Nan felt like he was being targeted by some ferocious beast. It seemed as if the other party would tear him into pieces in the next second. He got scared. He really got scared. He had never seen Lin Zhe so terrifying. Get out! Lin Zhe shouted coldly. Lin Nan immediately left the box as if he was running for his life, not daring to say a single extra word. Seeing this, Lin Zhe snorted and continued smoking. When Shen Tianli returned to the box, she saw that Lin Zhe was the only one in the huge box. She asked curiously, "Where is Lin Nan?" "Leave." "What's the meaning?" "That rubbish provoked me with rude words and said you were his and asked me to leave you." "Damn it, I haven't even slept with you yet, what right did he have to say that?" "So, I beat him up." Shen Tianli has become immune to Lin Zhe's shamelessness. Just beat him up. If he dares to find someone to retaliate against you, I'll help you solve it. Lin Zhe looked at Shen Tianli with surprise. To be honest, he was actually a little touched. "Shen Tianli, you are so nice. Come, let me hug you." "Get out. I haven't settled the score with you yet for forcing a kiss on me just now," Shen Tianli said unhappily. Lin Zhe smiled, held Shen Tianli's hand unscrupulously and said, "How about you forcefully kiss me once, and we'll be even?" I have to say, her hands are so soft. It feels like touching fine jade. Shen Tianli was about to scold Lin Zhe for being a hooligan, but suddenly she found that this bastard was touching her hand. Shen Tianli's defense was somewhat broken. She forcibly pulled her hand out of Lin Zhe's hand. "Humph, you rascal, you are becoming more and more daring." Lin Zhe smiled, pinched her chin, and blew a smoke ring at her. When the smoke sprayed on Shen Tianli's seductive face, Shen Tianli's heart suddenly started beating wildly. "See? This is really audacious." Having said that, he let go of Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli was confused by Lin Zhe's operation. She felt that she should be angry. Then he hit the bastard's head hard with the ashtray in front of him. After all, Shen Tianli had never been teased so arrogantly in her life. But why was I not angry, but instead thought that this bastard looked so handsome just now? Especially when I looked into his eyes just now, my heart suddenly started beating faster. What is going on? While Shen Tianli was in a daze, Lin Zhe had already put out his cigarette. When will the food be served? I'm a little hungry. I'll go and urge them, Shen Tianli said subconsciously. But when she left the box, she suddenly realized what was going on. No, I am the daughter of the Shen family. Shouldn't that stinky bastard be the one serving me? But why do I listen to him so much? Forget it, since this bastard recorded the theme song for me, I will reluctantly forgive him this time. After making up her mind, Shen Tianli called the waiter to rush for the food. After dinner, Shen Tianli drove Lin Zhe to the company. Originally, the two wanted to go to the hot springs, but Jiang Qingyue's contract came out. After sending it to the other party for review, they said there was no problem and the contract could be signed. At this time, Jiang Qingyue had already arrived at the company, waiting for Shen Tianli to go back and sign the contract. Play some songs by Jiang Qingyue for me, Lin Zhe said. Shen Tianli was unhappy. Why does this bastard insist on listening to Jiang Qingyue's songs for no reason? You rascal, why do you want to listen to her songs? Nonsense, I promised to write a song for her, at least let me hear what type of music she is suitable for. So, you didn't come here because you wanted to listen to her songs? Lin Zhe smiled and asked, "Why, are you jealous?" Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe and started playing Jiang Qingyue's song. Jiang Qingyue's voice is rather cold, which is very consistent with her temperament. Lin Zhe simply listened to a few songs and had a general idea in his mind. Soon, I returned to the company. Jiang Qingyue was already waiting for them in Shen Tianli's office. Jiang Qingyue was wearing a white dress today, and coupled with her slightly aloof temperament, she really looked like she had walked out of an ancient painting. It feels like floating in the air, yet extraordinary and otherworldly. However, her arrogance disappeared without a trace in an instant when she saw Lin Zhe. Jiang Qingyue smiled shyly at Lin Zhe. Shen Tianli naturally saw this scene, and she felt uncomfortable again. Moreover, she regretted signing Jiang Qingyue more and more. Although signing her would indeed bring him a lot of benefits, he didn't seem to be short of that little bit of money. Moreover, compared to making money, Shen Tianli hopes to be happy. But she is not happy now. But things have come to this point, even if she is unhappy, Shen Tianli can endure it. She greeted Jiang Qingyue with a smile. Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded, as a response to Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli was about to speak when she suddenly saw Jiang Qingyue looking at Lin Zhe lovingly. This scene made Shen Tianli's heart skip a beat. She couldn't help but secretly said, Jiang Qingyue wouldn't really have any feelings for this bastard, right? It's said that girls easily develop feelings for people who have saved them. Could it be that she fell in love with Lin Zhe just because he gave her 50,000 yuan? When this thought flashed through her mind, Shen Tianli felt even more unhappy. She smiled charmingly at Lin Zhe, and then said delicately, Dear, do you want to review the contract between the company and Qingyue? Of course Shen Tianli did it on purpose. She just wanted to tell Jiang Qingyue in this way that Lin Zhe was hers. It's something you can't even imagine. When Jiang Qingyue heard Shen Tianli call Lin Zhe dear, her face instantly turned pale and even her body began to tremble slightly. She feels very uncomfortable. Shen Tianli's word dear made her feel like she was stabbed with a knife. Lin Zhe had just divorced Su Qingxue, so how come he has become Shen Tianli's man now? When did they get together? Jiang Qingyue regretted it. She regretted not expressing her feelings to Lin Zhe last night. If I had confessed to Lin Zhe last night, then Shen Tianli would have been out of trouble. Lin Zhe was unhappy. Damn it, is Shen Tianli trying to ruin my good thing? Chapter 40 Going to your house at night. Lin Zhe was unhappy. It was because he felt that Shen Tianli was using him to provoke Jiang Qingyue. Damn it, how can this be possible? If Jiang Qingyue thought that I was with Shen Tianli, I would still sleep with her like this. Of course Lin Zhe wants to sleep with the sexy beauty Shen Tianli, but he also wants to sleep with the cool and beautiful Jiang Qingyue. Therefore, he would never allow Shen Tian to use such tricks to provoke Jiang Qingyue. If he provoked her into the arms of someone else, he would be the one crying. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes at Shen Tianli and said with a smile, Shen Tianli, stop it. Jiang Qingyue is not Su Qingxue. There is no need to pretend to act with her. Jiang Qingyue was shocked when she heard what Lin Zhe said. So, Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli are not together yet? So, Shen Tianli deliberately called Lin Zhe dear just now to provoke herself? A huge surprise is coming. Jiang Qingyue's mood, which had just been sad, suddenly became excited. Even her pale face became charming and beautiful. She really felt like she had lost a treasure and then found it again. Compared to Jiang Qingyue's excitement, Shen Tianli felt a little depressed. She didn't expect that Lin Zhe, this bastard, would actually expose her lies. It's so annoying. Shen Tianli glared at Lin Zhe, then said with a half smile, Qingyue, I'm sorry, I forgot that you are not Su Qingxue. Mr. Shen, it's okay. Can we sign the contract now? Jiang Qingyue asked with a smile. Shen Tianli nodded. After the contract was signed, Jiang Qingyue took the initiative to extend her hand and said, Mr. Shen, please take care of me in the future. Shen Tianli smiled and said, Don't worry, your exclusive studio is already being set up, so you can take a good rest during this period. Jiang Qingyue nodded, smiled shyly at Lin Zhe and said, Lin Zhe, can I buy you a cup of coffee? Is there something? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Jiang Qingyue responded and said, I want to talk to you about the album. Shen Tianli was unhappy again. She felt that Jiang Qingyue was trying every means to get close to Lin Zhe. What do you mean by talking about the album? Shen Tianli felt that this was just a cover for Jiang Qingyue to get close to Lin Zhe. Frankly speaking, Shen Tianli guessed right. This was indeed a pretext for Jiang Qingyue to get close to Lin Zhe. Jiang Qingyue originally wanted to take some things slowly. For example, the matter of pursuing Lin Zhe, but Shen Tianli's call of dear just now instantly woke Jiang Qingyue up. It made her realize clearly that this kind of thing could not be done slowly. If she did not take action, Lin Zhe might really be seduced away by Shen Tianli. After all, she is not only beautiful, but also has a sexy and hot body. Not to mention men, even a woman like me would be moved when seeing it. Lin Zhe was about to agree to Jiang Qingyue with a smile. Who could refuse to be with such a beautiful girl? Even if you do nothing, just looking at her is a pleasure. But before Lin Zhe could finish his words, Shen Tianli suddenly smiled and said, Qingyue, I'm sorry, I have something to do with Lin Zhe this afternoon. If you are willing, you can discuss your album with Lin Zhe tomorrow. Zhang Qingyue didn't say anything. She looked at Lin Zhe, waiting for his response. Lin Zhe glanced at Shen Tianli, but saw that her eyes were full of threats, as if he agreed to Zhang Qingyue's words, she would draw a clear line between them. Lin Zhe didn't want to see this happen. After all, he hadn't slept with her yet. So, Lin Zhe smiled and said, it is true that there is something going on, and it has been arranged long ago. However, Qingyue, if you are willing, I can come to your house to see you in the evening. Lin Zhe certainly would not give up the opportunity to contact Zhang Qingyue, and it was obviously more convenient to go to her house. Zhang Qingyue was a little depressed at first, but after hearing what Lin Zhe said, she immediately smiled with curved eyebrows and responded. Then I'll wait for you tonight. Lin Zhe nodded with a smile. Shen Tianli was very unhappy, but she didn't say anything because she had made up her mind to keep Lin Zhe under control tonight and prevent him from going anywhere. When Zhang Qingyue left, Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli sent her downstairs together. Qingyue, the company will release the news of your contract on social software later. I hope you can cooperate and post one. Shen Tianli reminded. No problem, Mr. Shen. After the company releases it, remember to add me and I will forward it. Shen Tianli smiled and said, okay, let's have a happy cooperation. Zhang Qingyue responded. After watching Zhang Qingyue leave, Shen Tianli drove Lin Zhe towards the hot spring resort. You bastard, do you want to sleep with Zhang Qingyue? Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, puffing away smoke, and said with a smile, yes. Beast, can't you sleep with me? Lin Zhe laughed and scolded, damn it, you said it as if you slept with me. Do you think I don't know that the reason you gave me a score was actually to keep me hanging and make me treat you well and be your licking dog? Shen Tianli was shocked. She didn't expect Lin Zhe to be so smart, and that was indeed the purpose of her giving Lin Zhe a score. She wanted to keep Lin Zhe hanging in this way, make him her licker, and make him cooperate with her to stimulate Su Qingxue. I thought that with this hook, plus my awesome looks and sexy body, I would definitely make Lin Zhe crazy and make him an obedient dog. But unexpectedly, he had already seen through his thoughts. But how could Shen Tianli admit such a thing? If she really admitted it, Lin Zhe would probably instantly lose hope in himself and would lean towards Zhang Qingyue, or maybe even Su Qingxue. By then, I will become a joke. No, this must not happen. Thinking of this, Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, what nonsense are you talking about? I obviously want you to sleep with me. The reason I gave you a score is that I want us to get to know each other better. When the time is right, I will let you sleep with me. Lin Zhe looked at Shen Tianli with a smile. Do you think I believe it? Really, every word I said is true. Shen Tianli said as if swearing. How about this, if you kiss me, I will believe that you are not trying to keep me hanging, but you sincerely want me to sleep with you. Shen Tianli was speechless. Obviously, at first, I wanted to make this bastard give up the idea of sleeping with Zhang Qingyue. But as the conversation went on, it seemed like I had to prove to this bastard that I really wanted to sleep with him. What the hell is going on? But these are no longer important. What is important is whether I really want to kiss this stinky hooligan. I don't want to kiss him because I'm afraid he will doubt me, and I'm also afraid he will get angry. It's so nice, but Shen Tianli feels at a disadvantage. Look, Shen Tianli, I was just pretending to test you, but you gave yourself away. If that's the case, then stop the car. I'm going to find Zhang Qingyue. Lin Zhe added at the right time. He is really good at controlling a person. Shen Tianli was greatly stimulated. Forget it, just kiss her. My first kiss has already been taken away by this bastard, so this one won't make a difference. After making up her mind, Shen Tianli parked the car on the side of the road. She looked at Lin Zhe with charming eyes. Don't stick out your tongue, asshole. Chapter 41. Close your eyes. Lin Zhe smiled. You see, it's not difficult to trick a girl into kissing you. What does it mean to not stick out your tongue? After the kiss, does Lin Zhe still need to stick out his tongue? Okay, I won't stretch it out. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Then close your eyes. Damn, after you close your eyes, who knows what you're going to use to kiss me? I want to watch you kiss me. You rascal, I'm embarrassed if you don't close your eyes. Shen Tianli's charming face was flushed with a seductive blush. Is that so? Then I'll kiss you. Close your eyes. Oomph, you wish. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. If he really let this bastard kiss him, he didn't know how he would kiss him. Shen Tianli didn't dare to give him such an opportunity. Do you want to kiss or not? Lin Zhe was a little impatient. Taking a deep breath, Shen Tianli's sexy body slowly approached Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe also approached her. Soon, the distance between the two was less than a few centimeters. Each of them could clearly feel the hot air exhaled by the other hitting their faces. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. Shen Tianli's heart began to beat wildly. Just when her moist and plump lips were about to touch Lin Zhe's lips, Lin Zhe suddenly held her head and kissed her fiercely. This unexpected kiss caused a bone-chilling sound to erupt from Shen Tianli's nasal cavity. The voice was so charming that it almost numbed Lin Zhe's bones. Lin Zhe's heart also felt numb. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and began to conquer the city. But Shen Tianli clenched her teeth tightly to prevent Lin Zhe's tongue from entering. After Lin Zhe tried several times without success, he suddenly became a little anxious. He pinched Shen Tianli's slender waist, pulled her out of the main seat, and let her sexy body sit on his lap. Their bodies were instantly pressed together. When Lin Zhe held her tightly in his arms, Shen Tianli reacted. She was about to struggle, but Lin Zhe kissed her even more madly. A feeling as if of an electric shock mixed with a tingling numbness that made both the body and mind pleasant quickly swept over Shen Tianli's body. Her lips couldn't help but swell slightly, and Lin Zhe's tongue flexibly drilled into her mouth, teasing her tongue tip and kissing her. Shen Tianli felt more and more numb all over as she was kissed. She felt her sanity being devoured by desire. She felt like she was sinking. But she really likes this feeling. She liked Lin Zhe's domineering and fierce kiss. I don't know how long it was, but when they were almost suffocating, they separated for a short time. Lin Zhe was panting like a cow. Shen Tianli's eyes were seductive and she panted softly. She leaned in Lin Zhe's arms, her whole body soft like a puddle of fragrant mud. What should I do? I want to sleep with you. Lin Zhe's voice was a little hoarse. I won't let you sleep. Shen Tianli's voice was soft and tender, as if she was acting coquettishly. Lin Zhe's heart was moved and he wanted to kiss her again. Damn, she is really good at seducing people. Moreover, her lips are really soft, and her tongue is also very soft. The feeling of kissing her is completely different from kissing Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe is a little addicted. His lips pressed hard on Shen Tianli's soft red lips again. Shen Tianli didn't know where she got the strength from, but she pushed Lin Zhe away. She panted and said, "You bastard, stop kissing me." Why? Lin Zhe asked, also panting. If you kiss me again, I'm afraid I'll really want you to sleep with me. Isn't that just right? No, I will sleep with you only when you get 100 points. Lin Zhe was a little speechless. Even at this time, she could still hold it in. It seems that the kiss I just gave wasn't enough. He was going to kiss her again. But Shen Tianli suddenly opened the passenger door and jumped off Lin Zhe. Depend on. However, Lin Zhe did not continue to force her. After all, this is not his style of doing things. Besides, the two of them are going to take a hot spring bath anyway. While they are bathing in the hot spring later, I will use a little tricks. I don't believe that I can't take her down today. Soon, we arrived at our destination. This is the hot spring resort developed by our family. It only accepts members and is very private. Shen Tianli said with a smile. Are we going to soak in the same pool later? Shen Tianli blushed and nodded. She recalled the scene of being kissed by Lin Zhe in the car. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "That's great, Shen Tianli, you are such a kind person." Humph, you bastard, I'm just taking a hot spring bath with you, don't do anything weird to me. Am I that kind of person? You are not who you are. Lin Zhe smiled and said, then you are quite good at judging people. Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. The two got out of the car together and were about to go in. But at this moment, an extremely annoying voice came into Lin Zhe's ears. Lin Zhe, Miss Shun, what a coincidence. Damn it, why is Ji Zifeng, this green tea bitch, everywhere? Yes, the person who spoke was Ji Zifeng. Lin Zhe turned around and saw this bastard. Next to him stood Su Qingxue and another girl wearing sunglasses. When Su Qingxue saw Lin Zhe, she was delighted at first. But then when she saw Shen Tianli standing next to Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue's mood instantly became unhappy. She knew that it must be Shen Tianli who brought Lin Zhe to such a place. Otherwise, Lindsay would never come to such a place. Lindsay nodded and said with a fake smile, "It's quite a coincidence." "Are you here to take a hot spring bath?" Jizafeng asked excitedly. The words were directed to Lindsay, but his eyes kept falling on Shen Tianli. Although Shen Tianli was only wearing a pair of jeans today, the jeans were tightly fitting on her sexy legs, making her look particularly attractive. Lindsay looked at him like an idiot and asked, "What else? Are you here to eat? Why don't we go together?" Jizafeng said with a smile. "Forget it, I won't cause you any more trouble," Lindsay said with a disappointed tone. As he spoke, he deliberately looked at Su Qingxue with an extremely gloomy look. Su Qingxue felt a pain in her heart. She wanted to explain to Lindsay. She didn't bring Jizafeng here to enjoy herself, she brought a female singer under her company to relax. Ever since Jiang Qingyue changed jobs, this female singer has become the company's biggest artist. She wanted to release an album recently, and Su Qingxue thought they could talk about it while taking her to the hot spring. Moreover, she had no plan to soak in the same hot spring pool with Jizafeng. But Su Qingxue couldn't speak, for she was afraid that Shen Tianli would laugh at her. She was even more afraid that Shen Tianli would know that she still cared about Lindsay, and thus stimulate her even more unscrupulously. "Honey, let's go." Shen Tianli suddenly took Lindsay's arm and said with a charming smile. Lindsay nodded. After watching the two people leave, Su Qingxue clenched her fists in anger. Jizafeng said with regret, "Qingxue, let's go in too." He really regrets it. To be honest, he had sincerely invited Lindsay to take a hot spring bath with him. After all, in addition to wanting to bathe in the same pool with Su Qingxue, he also wanted to bathe with Shen Tianli. "Don't go in, just wait outside," Su Qingxue said coldly. Su Qingxue got angry when she thought about how he had just invited Lindsay to take a hot spring bath together. In Su Qingxue's opinion, Jizafeng did this just to use himself to provoke Lindsay. How dare he? After saying this, Su Qingxue took the artists into the hot spring center. Jizafeng was dumbfounded. Chapter 42. Don't move. Lindsay likes to take a hot spring bath. He prefers to hang out with beautiful women. It just so happens that Shen Tianli in front of him is a beauty, and a super sexy one at that. Although she was dressed very conservatively, the half of her snow-white legs and her slender waist that could be held in one hand made Lindsay envious. However, she was a little far away from Lindsay, which showed that she was obviously on guard against Lindsay. "Shen Tianli, what does it mean that you are so far away from me?" Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "I'm just afraid that you'll act like a hooligan to me." Lindsay said aggrievedly, "Shen Tianli, I, Lindsay, am pure and innocent, how dare you say such things?" "Bah, how dare you say such things? I don't know who shamelessly kissed me in the car just now, and even put his tongue into my mouth." "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll go find Su Qingxue. I think she won't be that far away from me." Shen Tianli was instantly furious. Not only did she spend 100 million yuan, but she was also kissed twice by this bastard. But now she wants to go find Su Qingxue? "You rascal, how dare you?" Lindsay shrugged and said, "Why shouldn't I dare? We are just partners, and there is no rule that I can't go find her." Having said that, Lindsay stood up and looked like he was about to leave. Shen Tianli became anxious, she also stood up, quickly walked to Lindsay, and grabbed Lindsay's arm. Just kidding, if Su Qingxue knew that she spent 200 million to hire Lindsay to act in a play to provoke her, but now Lindsay is going to find her, Su Qingxue would definitely ridicule herself. Shen Tianli would never allow such a thing to happen. Lindsay smiled. "I knew she would try to keep me." In fact, since this morning, Lindsay discovered that Shen Tianli's possessiveness was no weaker than Su Qingxue's. Although it is a bit immoral to use her possessiveness to stimulate her, it makes it sound as if Lindsay is moral. Lindsay sat back in the pool. Shen Tianli breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She was about to move away from Lindsay. But Lindsay grabbed her arm and pulled it a little harder, and Shen Tianli fell into Lindsay's arms. Eyes met. Shen Tianli clearly saw the lust in Lindsay's eyes. "You bastard, you let me go," Shen Tianli said quickly. She seemed a little nervous, and her voice trembled slightly when she spoke. Lindsay smiled, put his mouth close to her ear and blew a breath of hot air. Shen Tianli's heart trembled at the heat. Not only did her face flush with an alluring blush, but even her ears felt hot. "No, we have to get away from this bastard as soon as possible." If he continued to tease her like this, Shen Tianli was really afraid that she would sleep with him without knowing it. After all, when they were kissing in the car, Shen Tianli clearly felt her rationality sinking. Shen Tianli was about to struggle. But Lindsay suddenly whispered, "Don't move, Su Qingxue is looking this way." Shen Tianli was stunned. She glanced to the side calmly, and sure enough, she saw Su Qingxue not far away staring at her and Lindsay with fiery eyes. Although the hot spring pools are independent, in order to create a wild feeling, each pool is surrounded by rockery stones. But the rockery is not particularly high, and you can see the next door when you stand up. Shen Tianli stopped struggling. She even hooked her arms around Lindsay's neck with a seductive smile, and her lips were deliberately very close to Lindsay's lips. From a distance, it looked like the two were kissing. When Su Qingxue saw this scene, she was so angry that she was about to explode. She felt like her lungs were about to explode. How dare that bitch Shen Tianli kiss Lindsay? Why should she do that? Why doesn't this bastard Lindsay get out of the way? Why let her kiss you? Aren't your lips soft? If he wants to kiss me, can't he just come to me? At this moment, Shen Tianli suddenly let go of Lindsay, and then looked at Su Qingxue in a demonstrative manner. Su Qingxue was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She knew that Shen Tianli kissed Lindsay on purpose. But this is no longer important. What is important is that Su Qingxue really can't bear it anymore. She didn't want to provoke Shen Tianli anymore. No matter what, today, Lindsay must be kept away from this bitch. After making up her mind, Su Qingxue climbed over the rockery and stood in front of Lindsay and Shen Tianli. "Hey, Su Qingxue, do you want to take a bath with us too?" Shen Tianli asked with a charming smile, leaning in Lindsay's arms. Su Qingxue glared at her fiercely, then suppressed her anger and said to Lindsay, "Come with me." "Su Qingxue, you've already divorced Lindsay, why should you let Lindsay go with you?" "Shut up, I'm not talking to you, bitch." Su Qingxue shouted angrily. Despite being called a bitch, Shen Tianli smiled even more smugly. Because she knew clearly that her behavior with Lindsay just now had stimulated Su Qingxue to completely lose her mind. Otherwise, with her upbringing, how could she possibly call someone a bitch? And this is exactly the scene that Shen Tianli wants to see most. She just wanted to stimulate Su Qingxue to go crazy. Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "That's right, I am a bitch. Not only am I a bitch, I am also a slut. Not only do I want to kiss Lindsay, I also want to sleep with him. Anyway, Lindsay is mine now." Provocative. A naked provocation. Su Qingxue couldn't hold it any longer. She grabbed Lindsay and forcibly pulled him out of the hot spring. Of course, Lindsay was also cooperating with her secretly. Otherwise, even Su Qingxue might not be able to pull him. The reason why Lindsay cooperated with her was because Lindsay wanted to see what she wanted to say to him. When Shen Tianli saw Lindsay being pulled out, she suddenly became anxious. She was about to go ashore, but Su Qingxue had already pulled Lindsay out of the hot spring. By the time Shen Tianli got ashore and chased after him, Lindsay had already been pulled to the lounge next door by Su Qingxue. Shen Tianli hurriedly chased after him and pushed the door, but it was locked. Shen Tianli was so angry that she wanted to smash the door. For some reason, Shen Tianli felt particularly unhappy when she thought of the scene of Lindsay and Su Qingxue being together. When Lindsay saw Su Qingxue locking the door, he asked indifferently, "Qingxue, why did you lock the door?" Su Qingxue snorted coldly, and she suddenly stretched out her slender jade fingers to wipe Lindsay's lips. She rubbed it so hard that Lindsay felt a little pain. Pushing Su Qingxue away, Lindsay asked unhappily, "Su Qingxue, what are you crazy about?" "Shut up, why didn't you move away when she kissed you just now? Why did you let her kiss you?" "Oh. This matter." Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue meaningfully. "But he said aggrievedly, I wanted to kiss you, but you wouldn't let me." Su Qingxue was furious. "Asshole, who said I won't let you kiss me?" Chapter 43. I have a solution. What's going on? Was Su Qingxue driven crazy by Shen Tianli? Then give me a kiss? How could Lindsay miss such a great opportunity? Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. "If you leave Shen Tianli, I will let you kiss me." "What? There are actually conditions?" Lindsay was instantly unhappy. "Damn, when I kissed Shen Tianli, she didn't have so many conditions. Why do conditions exist when it comes to Su Qingxue?" "Forget it then," Lindsay said indifferently. He was having a hot affair with Shen Tianli, and if he put in a little more effort, he thought he would be able to sleep with her. Asking me to leave Shen Tianli at this time, this is just a joke. Of course Lin Zhe wanted to kiss Su Qingxue. Not only did he want to kiss her, he also wanted to sleep with her. After all, he really wanted her body, especially those two snow-white and sexy legs. Lin Zhe still can't forget them. But giving up Shen Tianli just to sleep with her would be like asking for Lin Zhe's life. Su Qingxue felt unhappy instantly. I have already said that as long as he leaves Shen Tianli, I will let him kiss me. But he actually refused to leave Shen Tianli. Why, are Shen Tianli's lips softer than mine and more comfortable to kiss? Or maybe he has fallen in love with Shen Tianli. When this thought flashed through Su Qingxue's mind, a huge panic instantly surged in her heart. Even heart-wrenching. Asshole, are you in love with her? Su Qingxue asked in a trembling voice. Not yet. Lin Zhe said very frankly. Su Qingxue was delighted. I knew that this bastard couldn't fall in love with Shen Tianli so quickly. After all, he has liked me for 7 years. How could we give up on a 7-year relationship so quickly? Su Qingxue was about to speak. Lin Zhe added, but if this continues, it's hard to say what will happen. The joy in Su Qingxue's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by panic. To be honest, Su Qingxue also knew that if Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli continued to stay together, something like this would most likely happen. After all, Shen Tianli is so sexy and has such a hot body that even I, a woman, find her very attractive, let alone that bastard Lin Zhe. Asshole, what will it take for you to leave Shen Tianli? Su Qingxue asked in a panic. Just now, when I thought about Lin Zhe falling in love with Shen Tianli, my heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. If all this really happened, Su Qingxue couldn't imagine how devastated she would be. She didn't want this to happen. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette and said between puffs of smoke, sorry, I don't plan to leave her. Su Qingxue's eyes reddened and she felt so wronged. This bastard clearly likes me, but now he rejects me for another woman. Asshole, you obviously like me, and you clearly know that she is with you just to provoke me, but you still don't want to leave her. Su Qingxue said while choking. She cried, and tears as big as beans overflowed from her watery eyes. She looked delicate and pitiful. Hiss. Why was I so excited when I saw Su Qingxue crying? And why did I have the urge to press her down and have sex with her? I'm not a pervert. Lin Zhe secretly complained about himself in his heart. But his hands were already honestly hooked around Su Qingxue's slender waist and she sat in his arms. Okay, stop crying. I'll just cry. Anyway, you, a bastard, don't feel sorry for me. Su Qingxue said crying. However, the tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly. Why did you bring Jizafeng here? Lin Zhe changed the subject. Su Qingxue's attention was indeed diverted, and she even forgot to cry. She quickly said, I didn't bring him here. I brought an artist here. Jizafeng followed me. I never thought of taking a bath in the same pool with him. I don't believe it. Asshole, I'm not lying to you. I haven't had any physical contact with him until now. I haven't even let him hold my hand. There have been several times when he wanted to hold my hand, but I dodged him every time. As if afraid that Lin Zhe would not believe her, Su Qingxue continued to explain anxiously, I gave you my hand, my first kiss, and even my first time. I didn't intend to let him touch me. Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. I really don't know if Jizafeng would collapse if he heard these words. You see, brother, women really can't be licked. The more you lick her, the more excited she becomes. The original owner liked Su Qingxue for 7 years and licked her for 7 years, but what did he get in return? In return, before Jizafeng returned to China, she kicked the original owner in a hurry. Lin Zhe doesn't lick it now. On the contrary, Su Qingxue kept expressing her loyalty to Lin Zhe like a dog. Besides, I didn't let him in. He is still waiting outside. Su Qingxue said again. Lin Zhe nodded. Well done. Su Qingxue is not a vain person, but when she received Lin Zhe's praise, she suddenly felt sweet in her heart, as if she had eaten honey. Why aren't you wearing stockings today? Lin Zhe suddenly asked. At this moment, his hand was reaching into Su Qingxue's slit skirt, caressing Su Qingxue's snow-white and sexy legs unscrupulously. Only then did Su Qingxue feel that Lin Zhe was touching her legs. Her pretty face turned red, and she said coquettishly, Asshole, you stop touching me. Damn it, what's wrong with touching it? Lin Zhe said swearing. Su Qingxue snorted and asked, Do you like seeing me wearing stockings? Of course I do. Su Qingshue's beautiful face became more and more red. Well, then when you go home tonight, I'll wear it for you to see. Would you like to touch it? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Su Qingxue said shyly, "Humph, no. That's fine." Bastard, are you a pig? Su Qingxue cursed angrily. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Not tonight." Why? Su Qingxue was unhappy. She had promised to let him wear stockings for her, but he actually refused her. I have to discuss Jiang Qingyue's album with her tonight. Su Qingxue was stunned. Jiang Qingyue is going to release an album? She's not going to act anymore? Well, she won't act for now. She likes singing, so I promised to make an album for her. Su Qingxue suddenly felt sour in her heart. You want to write a song for Jiang Qingyue? Right. Su Qingxue really wanted Lin Zhe to stop writing songs for Jiang Qingyue. It wasn't that she was afraid that Jiang Qingyue's new album would sell well, she just didn't want Lin Zhe to write songs for any woman other than herself. But Su Qingxue also knew that she had no right to say such things now. Etc. Wasn't the purpose of pulling Lin Zhe into this room to persuade him to leave Xintianli? How could I be fooled by this bastard into hugging and touching me again? Su Qingxue remembered that the same thing happened at home last night. Obviously, her original intention was to make this bastard leave Xintianli, but in the end, he hugged, kissed and touched her. Asshole, let me ask you, are you going to leave Xintianli or not? I just said that I won't leave, but I swear, I'm not staying with her to provoke you. But I felt uncomfortable. When I saw her kissing you, I went crazy. Su Qingxue said angrily. Lin Zhe smiled. Actually, I have a way to let you vent your anger. What is it? Just cheat on her, then you can vent your anger. Chapter 44. You have to make the decision for me. Su Qingxue was stunned. What's the meaning? Lin Zhe smiled and said, it's very simple. I am hers now. If you sleep with me, wouldn't that be the same as cheating on her? When she finds out about this, she will be so angry that she will vomit blood. I think you want to sleep with me, so you found this excuse. Depend on. When did she grow a brain? It turns out that it's not easy to fool. Qingxue, you misunderstood me. I clearly wanted to vent your anger. If you really want to vent your anger on me, then why don't you just stay away from her? If I stay away from her, then all the anger you've endured before will be in vain. Are you willing to accept that? Su Qingxue was silent. Of course she was unwilling to accept this. As Xintianli's mortal enemy, Su Qingxue has always felt that she is superior to Xintianli. But now, I have been provoked by her to this point, and my defense has been broken several times. How could Su Qingxue accept this? She dreamed of seeing Xintianli vomiting blood because of her anger. However, when Su Qingxue thought about the stimulation of sleeping with Lin Zhe, she became a little hesitant. Lin Zhe saw Su Qingxue's hesitation, and he said with great sorrow, Qingxue, it's already this time, and you are still hesitating. If you hesitate any longer, you will only be able to watch her continue to stimulate you. We can do some intimate actions. I believe that can also stimulate her. There is no need to sleep. Lin Zhe was very sad. When did she develop a brain? But I'm afraid that intimate actions won't excite her. After hearing this, Su Qingxue looked straight at Lin Zhe with her watery eyes. Asshole, tell me the truth, do you want to sleep with me? I do. Lin Zhe said firmly. In Lin Zhe's opinion, it is not shameful to want to sleep with Su Qingxue. What is shameful is that he wants to sleep with her but dares not admit it. Fortunately, Lin Zhe was thick-skinned enough and dared to admit it. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with resentment. I knew you wanted to sleep with me. Lin Zhe pinched her beautiful cheek. You are so beautiful and have such a sexy body. Isn't it normal for me to want to sleep with you? It would be abnormal if I didn't want to sleep with you. I won't sleep with you, you bastard. I'm still a little hurt from what you did to me that night. Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you? Su Qingxue was so embarrassed and angry that she punched Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's heart was moved by her beating, and he kissed her beautiful red lips. But Su Qingxue covered her mouth with her jade hands. Be good, take your hands away and let me eat. Looking at Lin Zhe's anxious look, Su Qingxue found him inexplicably funny. Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. She is not a person who likes to laugh, but when she laughs, it's as if ice and snow are melting, which is particularly charming. Asshole, we've been married for 3 years, how come I didn't know you were so shameless? Su Qingxue scolded with a smile. Lindsay said aggrievedly, you have no wife but you have face. Su Qingxue's heart sank. She knew that the divorce had hurt Lindsay deeply. I'm sorry, Before Su Qingxue could finish her words, Lindsay placed his fingers on her fiery red lips. Don't tell me you're sorry, never tell me that. Besides, you're not wrong. After all, everyone has the right to pursue true love. Su Qingxue's eyes turned red instantly. Lindsay is really nice. It was obviously me who hurt him, but now he is comforting myself. As the two were talking, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and then Shen Tianli appeared at the door. Su Qingxue was suddenly a little flustered because she was still sitting on Lindsay's lap. She was about to stand up, but when she saw Shen Tianli's eyes spitting fire, Su Qingxue immediately changed her mind. It turns out that her defense would break down when she saw herself getting close to Lindsay? Su Qingxue sneered in her heart. She hooked Lindsay's neck like Shen Tianli did in the hot spring spoon just now, and then looked at Shen Tianli provocatively. Shen Tianli was furious. Logically speaking, I have never been married to Lindsay and I don't like him, so I shouldn't have such emotions. But she didn't know what was wrong with her, she was just angry, extremely angry. He was so angry that he wanted to go up and slap Su Qingxue a few times. She felt like a treasure that belonged to her was being taken away. She hated this feeling, she hated it so much. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Shen Tianli strode up to the two of them with a gloomy face. She pushed Su Qingxue away and cursed, Su Qingxue, you are so shameless. You are divorced, and you still have the nerve to sit on Lindsay's lap? It's none of your business. Su Qingxue said disdainfully. Shameless. After saying this, Shen Tianli took Lindsay and left. Su Qingxue directly blocked the two people's way. Lindsay is not yours, why do you take him away? I won't divorce him for black moonlight. Shen Tianli said disdainfully. Su Qingxue instantly lost the confidence to compete with Shen Tianli. Yes, I already don't want Lindsay for another man, so how can I have the face to stop him from leaving now? A feeling of powerlessness came over me. Su Qingxue's expression suddenly became extremely lost. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Shen Tianli snorted complacently, took Lindsay's hand and left the lounge. Shen Tianli originally wanted to continue taking a hot spring bath with Lindsay, but the scene of Su Qingxue sitting on Lindsay's lap just now made her extremely angry, and she no longer had the mood to take a hot spring bath. After leaving the lounge, Shen Tianli took Lindsay's hand and walked outside. As soon as he came out of the hot spring club, Lindsay saw Ji Zifeng. The grandson was leaning against his sports car smoking a cigarette. When he saw Lindsay and Shen Tianli, Ji Zifeng said with a smile, Lindsay, why do you look so bad? Did Qingxue scold you? Get lost. Lindsay cursed. When Ji Zifeng heard this, he became more certain that Lindsay must have been scolded by Su Qingxue. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry. Ji Zifeng said smugly, Lindsay, let me tell you, Qingxue is not someone you can dream of. She likes me. If you know what's best for you, stay away from her as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be the one who will be embarrassed. I am kindly reminding you because we were classmates. Lindsay laughed out of anger. Come, stand in front of me and repeat what you just said. Ji Zifeng stood in front of Lindsay without saying a word. How could he miss such a great opportunity to humiliate Lindsay? Lindsay, let me tell you. Pop. Lindsay just hit him with a big punch. You're paralyzed. He's just a piece of trash. He keeps getting in the way of me again and again. Do you really have no temper? He didn't want to deal with him before because Lindsay felt that a piece of trash like Ji Zifeng was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. I was afraid of dirtying my hands when I dealt with him. But what he got in return was that this guy became even more aggressive. If that's the case, Lindsay certainly won't spoil him. After all, Lindsay's life motto is, if you make me unhappy, then I will make you suffer twice as much. Ji Zifeng was stunned by the beating. He covered his burning cheeks and looked at Lindsay with furious eyes. He was about to pounce and fight back. But at this moment, Ji Zifeng suddenly saw Su Qingxue. He suddenly changed his mind. Yes, he planned to let Su Qingxue deal with the beast Lindsay for him. He believed that Su Qingxue would not let him down. When Ji Zifeng thought of Lindsay liking Su Qingxue and Su Qingxue teaching him a lesson for his own sake, he wanted to scream with excitement. After making up his mind, Ji Zifeng said to Su Qingxue aggrievely, "Qingxue, if Lin Zhe hits me, you have to take charge of the situation for me." Chapter 45. Don't be moved. Su Qingxue's face darkened. A thin layer of frost instantly covered that beautiful face. When seeing this scene, Ji Zifeng felt even more proud. I knew that Su Qingxue, this bootlicker, would help me teach Lin Zhe a lesson. At this moment, Su Qingxue said coldly, "Apologize." Ji Zifeng pretended to be magnanimous and said, "Qingxue, let's forget it. Lin Zhe was jealous of me, so he lost his mind and beat me. For the sake of our classmates, let's forgive him." He didn't want to be generous, mainly because he wanted to leave a good impression on both Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli. Especially Shen Tianli, Ji Zifeng was particularly excited every time he saw her, and he dreamed of getting Shen Tianli into bed. Unfortunately, I sent her several messages but she didn't reply. If I could leave a good impression on her, maybe she would reply to my message. When the time comes, I will just need to seduce her a little, and I don't believe she won't be moved. However, before Ji Zifeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Qingxue. "Shut up, I asked you to apologize." Her voice was as cold as ice. Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. He even had a breakdown. "No, what's going on? Isn't Su Qingxue his own bootlicker? How can I make myself apologize to this beast Lin Zhe? Why? Qingxue, he hit me." Ji Zifeng said unhappily, "Why should I apologize?" Su Qingxue looked at Ji Zifeng with cold eyes. "Lin Zhe is such a kind person, if you hadn't provoked him, would he have hit you?" Hold. Ji Zifeng's defense was broken. He really couldn't believe that Su Qingxue would say such a thing. "Isn't the person she likes me? Since you like me, why are you siding with that beast Lin Zhe now?" If Su Qingxue had not been so impatient to divorce Lin Zhe before he came back, and if she had not given him such an expensive sports car just after he came back, Ji Zifeng would really suspect that the person she liked was Lin Zhe. Shen Tianli was a little surprised by what Su Qingxue said. She knew that Su Qingxue had Lin Zhe in her heart to some extent, otherwise she would not be so angry when she provoked her. But Shen Tianli always felt that the person Su Qingxue liked was Ji Zifeng. Logically, at this time, she should unconditionally stand by Ji Zifeng and vent his anger for him. But no one expected that she would actually side with Lin Zhe. Could it be that Su Qingxue likes Lin Zhe much more than Ji Zifeng? When this thought flashed through her mind, Shen Tianli felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Lin Zhe was not surprised at all by what Su Qingxue said. After all, Su Qingxue's reaction these days made Lin Zhe clearly realize that she might not like Ji Zifeng that much. Otherwise, why would he express his loyalty to me and give me all kinds of hints? "What are you standing there for? Apologize." Su Qingxue's voice suddenly rose. Ji Zifeng really collapsed. He had never felt so humiliated before, as he was forced by his own dog to apologize to another man. But Ji Zifeng didn't dare to refuse. He hasn't taken down Su Qingxue yet, and he is still counting on Su Qingxue to save his family's company. With reluctance and frustration, Ji Zifeng said to Lin Zhe in a stiff tone, "Lin Zhe, I'm sorry." "Well, I forgive you. I'm a magnanimous person. Unlike you, you would complain even for trivial matters," Lin Zhe said magnanimously. Hold. Ji Zifeng was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. How dare this beast say such shameless words? It was clearly him who hit me, but now it seems as if I hit him. Looking at Lin Zhe's slightly smug expression, Ji Zifeng swore again in his heart. "I must take down Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli, and then make that beast Lin Zhe kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. And that bitch Su Qingxue, when I take her down, I will make her kneel on the ground and bark like a dog." When he thought of this, Ji Zifeng felt happy. "Honey, let's go," Shen Tianli said with a charming smile, holding Lin Zhe's arm. Lin Zhe nodded. Watching Lin Zhe leave, Su Qingxue's eyes suddenly became extremely dim. Her heart was broken. "Qingxue, what I did just now was wrong, but Qingxue, I really didn't provoke him," Ji Zifeng explained aggrievedly. "The past is the past. There's no point in bringing it up again. You should go back to the company first. I'll go talk to Ji Shanshan about the album." For some reason, Su Qingxue didn't want to see Ji Zifeng for even a second. She felt annoyed when she saw him. Ji Shanshan is the female artist she just brought, and now she is the biggest artist in Su Qingxue's company. "Qingxue, I can actually help with this. When I was abroad, I met a lot of top producers who produced albums for top singers in Europe and America." Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. Ji Shanshan told herself a few days ago that she wanted her new album to have an international style. Su Qingxue has been planning to invite top foreign producers to create a new album for her these days. I didn't expect that Ji Zifeng actually knew such a person, which saved me a lot of trouble. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue's expression eased a lot. She said calmly, "Come in with me." Ji Zifeng was delighted. When Ji Zifeng thought that he would be able to take a hot spring bath with Su Qingxue and appreciate her sexy body, he became more and more ecstatic. As long as I can soak in the hot spring in a spoon and say some sweet words to her, I don't believe that Su Qingxue, this dead liquor, will not let me have a taste of her beauty. When he thought of this, he hurriedly followed Su Qingxue into the hot spring hotel. After Shen Tianli drove Lin Zhe out of the hot spring hall, she couldn't wait to ask, "You bastard, what did Su Qingxue say to you in the lounge? And why did she sit on your lap?" "She asked me to leave you," Lin Zhe said with a smile. "Ha, I knew she would say something like this. You won't listen to her, right? I was very moved because she said that if I leave you, she will let me sleep with her." Lin Zhe said nonsense. Shen Tianli believed it without a doubt, because she felt that Su Qingxue would be the one to say such words. After all, she had been stimulated by herself to the point of completely losing her mind. But this is not the point. The point is that Lin Zhe, this bastard, was actually moved. A sense of crisis came over me. Shen Tianli quickly said, "You bastard, don't be tempted. Damn it, Su Qingxue is so beautiful and has a sexy body. As long as I leave you, I can sleep with her. Unlike you, not only did you give me a score, you also deducted my points. I think even a fool would know what to choose." Shen Tianli became more and more anxious. "You rascal, I won't deduct your points. I will give you extra points now. Chapter 46, I'll listen to you." Lin Zhe was delighted. "Then how much can you give me?" 35, no, 40. "I'll make it 40 points for you." Lin Zhe said disappointedly, "It's only 40 points, and it's still 60 points away from 100 points. Forget it, I'd better leave you. After all, as long as I leave you, Su Qingxue will sleep with me." Shen Tianli was a little defensive. This bastard didn't do anything. I've already increased his score to 40 points, but I didn't expect that he was still not satisfied. However, when she thought about the conditions that Su Qingxue offered to Lin Zhe, Shen Tianli suddenly felt that 40 points did not seem to be too much. After a moment of silence, Shen Tianli gritted her teeth and said, "You bastard, 50 points, no more." Lin Zhe was happy. "I have already got 50 points, is it still far from 100 points? Alright, 50 is 50, and don't deduct points from me in the future." Seeing that Lin Zhe agreed, Shen Tianli felt inexplicably relieved. She smiled charmingly and said, No, if you earn 100 points quickly, I will sleep with you." Lin Zhe was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was my father. Lin Zhe's good mood disappeared in an instant and his brows furrowed. After traveling through time, when Lin Zhe read the original owner's information about his parents, the original owner's heart was filled with nothing but overwhelming hatred. Although Lin Zhe had never met or dealt with the original owner's father, the original owner's emotions affected him. So when he saw the caller ID, his face looked a little unhappy. But Lin Zhe still answered the call. Sooner or later, Lin Zhe will destroy the Lin family. It's not a bad thing to have a general understanding of the original owner's father now. "You beast, how dare you hit Xiaonan?" As soon as the phone was picked up, a roaring voice came from the other end of the phone. The sound was so loud that it hurt Lin Zhe's eardrum. It turned out that he was venting his anger for his adopted son. Lin Zhe thought that he had a change of heart and wanted to care about his biological son. No wonder the original owner hated them so much. Who wouldn't he hate such a father? "You're one?" Lin Zhe asked deliberately. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said in a cold voice, "You beast, do you think that pretending not to know me can offset the mistake you made by beating Xiaonan? I warn you, get back here right now, kneel down, and apologize to Xiaonan." Lin Zhe's heart suddenly felt a surge of pain. He knew that it was the original owner's emotions that were at work. Lin Zhe smiled, but his expression became increasingly cold. "Lin Xiaotian, first, I have severed all ties with your Lin family. Your words are like farts to me. Apart from being smelly, they have no effect on me. Second, you'd better protect that rubbish, otherwise, I will beat him up every time I see him. Third, hurry up and enjoy your last moments, because it won't be long before I destroy your Lin family." After saying the last word, Lindsay hung up the phone and blocked the other party. In Lindsay's opinion, since the relationship has been severed, they are strangers. He doesn't like wasting his time on insignificant people. Do you need help? Shen Tianli suddenly asked. Lindsay smiled and said, I don't need it, but my brother does. Your brother? Shen Tianli asked in surprise, are you talking about Lin Nan? No, it's my brother. Shen Tianli became more and more confused. She stared at Lindsay for a while, and seeing that he was smiling a little ambiguously, Shen Tianli finally reacted. She smiled charmingly and scolded, you are such a stinking rascal. Lindsay smiled and said nothing more. He turned his head and looked at the world outside the car window. Although Lindsay is not the original owner, he has no feelings towards Lin Xiaotian or even the Lin family. But now that he has taken over the body of the original owner, he has naturally inherited everything from the original owner, including his emotions, his feelings, his experiences, and his destiny. None of the three things he had just said to Lin Xiaotian on the phone were jokes, especially the third one, which was what Lindsay wanted to do most in his heart. Lindsay really planned to bankrupt the Lin family in the future so that they could also have a taste of despair. Seeing that Lindsay didn't say anything, Shen Tianli glanced at him. Lindsay had his back to her, so she couldn't see his face and didn't know what expression he had. But his back leaning against the car made Shen Tianli feel that he was so lonely. There is a kind of loneliness that does not belong to this world. That feeling is amazing. Shen Tianli even felt inexplicably sorry for him. What's wrong? Did what your father said to you just now make you sad? Shen Tianli asked. Lindsay smiled and said, I'm not sad. He's just an outsider. There's nothing to be sad about. Then why don't you speak? Lindsay turned his head and glanced at Shen Tianli, then said with a smile, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist being naughty with you. You talk as if you've never been a hooligan to me. Shen Tianli scolded with a smile. Lindsay smiled and asked, where are you going? Where do you want to go? Let's go home. I plan to go back and write a song for Jiang Qingyue. Why, you got an inspiration. Lindsay smiled and said, isn't it enough to have hands? Really? I'm going to appreciate it carefully later. Okay. After returning to the villa, Lindsay asked Shen Tianli to find a guitar. After setting up the filming equipment, Lindsay held the guitar and prepared to sing. Shen Tianli's cell phone suddenly rang. She didn't know what the person on the other end of the phone said, but Shen Tianli left in a hurry. Lindsay didn't ask her where she was going. His main goal now was to make a song first. Otherwise, what would I use to seduce Jiang Qingyue when I go find her? Lindsay sang about the Queen Faye's obsession and unrepentance. The song ended and Lindsay finished filming. To be honest, Lindsay can finish the songs in Jiang Qingyue's album in just 1 hour. After all, he has too many classic songs in his head. But if I take out all the songs at once, how can Jiang Qingyue be moved and how can I seduce her? You have to make her feel that this is a difficult thing, then she will be moved and willing to give herself to you. After the recording, Lindsay called Jiang Qingyue. After asking her where she was and learning that Jiang Qingyue was at home, Lindsay quickly went straight to Jiang Qingyue's home with the recorded video. Jiang Qingyue was indeed at home, and because she was at home, she was wearing very cool clothes. She was only wearing a large white t-shirt that barely covered her buttocks. Her two snow-white, slender legs looked even whiter against the backdrop of the large white t-shirt. It was so white and glowing, so white and sexy, so white that Lindsay couldn't close his legs. I really didn't expect her legs to be so sexy, slender and straight, almost comparable to Su Qingshue's legs. Jiang Qingyue smiled shyly and quickly invited Lindsay into the house. I wrote a song and I sang a version of it first. Would you like to listen to it? Lindsay asked. Jiang Qingyue was delighted. Really? I want to hear it. Lindsay turned on the recording device and clicked to play the video. Along with the sound of the guitar, a magnetic voice rang in Jiang Qingyue's ears. This time I faced it with determination. Intoxicated willfully. I don't care. Is this right or wrong? Even if you are deeply trapped. I'm desperate. When these 6 lines of lyrics came out, Jiang Qingyue trembled all over. Her whole body was instantly covered with goosebumps, and she even felt as if something was striking her soul. Because she felt that the lyrics were about herself, or to be more precise, the lyrics were about her feelings for Lindsay. Especially the line I don't care whether it's right or wrong, which is simply expressing my own feelings at the moment. From the moment she learned that Lin Zhe was divorced, Jiang Qingyue vowed to pursue Lin Zhe. Whether right or wrong. She just wanted to use her heart to warm Lin Zhe's wounded heart. Lin Zhe's singing continues. Whose heart should I use to experience? Really feel the surrounding. Even if it hurts. Even if it's tears. It's also my sadness. Whose heart can I use to understand? Really feel the surroundings. Even if tired. Even if I'm tired. I can only be obsessed without regret. When Jiang Qingyue heard these lyrics, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. So, did Lin Zhe also write about his feelings for Su Qingxue? So, these years of loving Su Qingxue made him very tired and painful? Jiang Qingyue's mood suddenly became very bad and she felt very sad. She looked at Lin Zhe with red eyes. At this moment, she really felt sorry for him. She wanted to hug him and tell him not to be afraid, that the worst time was over. But Jiang Qingyue didn't dare, for she was afraid of scaring Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe had just ended that bad marriage, so he probably wasn't ready to enter into another relationship. If I hug him rashly, he will definitely be scared. Jiang Qingyue didn't dare to scare him, she couldn't bear to do so. The song is over. Lin Zhe asked with a smile, how do you feel? Hey, why are you crying? Jiang Qingyue wiped her tears and said with a smile, I'm fine, I just think it sounds good. If you think it's okay, then do you want to try something big? What's the meaning? You haven't sung for several years. Your fans may have forgotten that you debuted as a singer. Since you are going to release an album, start with this song. Sing it once later, record it and post it on your social media. Use this song to raise your fans' expectations of you. Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up, she thought Lin Zhe's marketing method was simply genius. Once such a beautiful song is posted on his social media, with his current number of fans, it will definitely explode and will definitely arouse their expectations. When their expectations reach their peak, they will release a new album. As long as the quality of the album is good, it will definitely be a big hit. When she thought of this, Jiang Qingyue suppressed her excitement. She smiled sweetly and said coquettishly, okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 47 She Wants More. It must be said that Jiang Qingyue has a talent for singing. Or to be more precise, she was born to sing, a natural singer. The lyrics of this song are quite long and are relatively difficult to sing. But Jiang Qingyue only listened to it 2 or 3 times. After asking Lin Zhe for the lyrics, she found a guitar, asked Lin Zhe to accompany her, and started singing. When the first line of lyrics came out, Lin Zhe instantly felt his scalp tingling. Oh my god! How can she sing so beautifully? It was so beautiful that it made Lin Zhe wonder what the hell he was singing. As we all know, Lin Zhe is an extremely narcissistic and shameless person. Generally speaking, he always thinks he is the best in the world. But now, when facing Jiang Qingyue singing, he felt inferior. She sang so beautifully that Lin Zhe felt that this song was written for her. The song is over. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lin Zhe nervously and asked, how is it? Lin Zhe gave a thumbs up. It's so good. It's so good that I feel like this song was tailor-made for you. Jiang Qingyue was happy, she was really super happy. She was so happy as if she had eaten honey, and her heart was filled with sweetness. It turns out that being praised by someone you like is such a happy thing. Jiang Qingyue still wants it. Jiang Qingyue smiled and said, how can it be so good? It's really good. That's because you wrote it well and the music is good too. Lin Zhe smiled and said, okay, let's stop praising each other commercially and quickly post it on your social media. I think your fans can't wait. Jiang Qingyue nodded obediently. I'll sing it again, and then you can record it for me. No, I already recorded it when you were singing just now. Ah? Will the first version have flaws? Believe me, it's perfect. Don't praise me anymore. If you do, I'll get proud. I allow you to be proud. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Puff. Jiang Qingyue chuckled. She has always felt that Lin Zhe is a little melancholy. This impression is a carryover from college. At that time, every time she saw Lin Zhe, he always had a gloomy face. I feel very depressed and melancholy. Over time, Jiang Qingyue felt that Lin Zhe was a melancholy person. But after meeting him yesterday, she found that Lin Zhe was really humorous and funny. What to do, I like it more. Her eyes were sparkling when she looked at Lin Zhe. After simply editing the video, Jiang Qingyue opened her social media. This is an app similar to Blue Star Weibo. Lin Zhe took a look at her account. Wipe. The screen is full of 999s, and the most important thing is that she has more than 90 million fans. Lin Zhe was stimulated. Is this the horror of female top stars? Zhang Qingyue's last message was sent in the afternoon, which was about signing a contract with Shin Tianli's company. In just a few hours, the number of comments has reached a terrifying 7 million, the number of reposts is over 3 million, and the number of likes has exceeded 10 million. Lin Zhe was stimulated. He really wanted to ask Zhang Qingyue, did you buy the data? Otherwise, why would the data be so terrifying? Zhang Qingyue edited the content quickly. Hello everyone, this is my new song, I hope you like it. After finishing the content, Zhang Qingyue uploaded the video and clicked send. Less than a second later, the ding 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 sound began to ring incessantly. Zhang Qingyue refreshed the data, and Lin Zhe saw that the number of likes for her latest message had exceeded 70,000. Oh shit. Lin Zhe was shocked. He began to re-evaluate his idea of sleeping with Zhang Qingyue. Damn, her fans are so scary. After I sleep with her, will I be beaten to death by her fans? This is no joke. When Lin Zhe was on Blue Star, he had heard that some extreme fans of celebrities would do some very extreme things just because the celebrities were in love. The ding 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 sound is still echoing in my ears. Zhang Qingyue stuck out her pink tongue at Lin Zhe embarrassedly. Damn, so cute and so lusty. I don't know if it's soft when kissed. Lin Zhe, what do you want to eat tonight? It's my treat. Hot pot. Lin Zhe really wanted to eat hot pot. He had been in this crappy place for 3 days and had already vomited at Yupingxian. He now urgently needed a spicy hot pot to cleanse his taste buds. Then let's go out to eat. Just at home. With her current status, if she were recognized when she went out to eat, it would definitely become a hot topic and might even cause chaos. It's better to take insurance at home. Besides, if they eat at home, it would be just him and Zhang Qingyue, so it would be easy for them to act like hooligans. Okay, I'll have someone send the ingredients over. Zhang Qingyue said with a smile. For Zhang Qingyue, being able to have dinner with Lin Zhe was a particularly happy thing. She likes to eat with Lin Zhe, or to be more precise, she likes to be with Lin Zhe. At the same time. After finishing their hot spring trip, Su Qingxue was on her way to dinner with Ji Shanshan and Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng was driving, while Su Qingxue and Ji Shanshan were sitting in the back seat. In the afternoon at the hot spring resort, Su Qingxue had a very good conversation with Ji Shanshan. Of course, the person who made the greatest contribution to this matter goes to Ji Zifeng. In the afternoon, in front of Ji Shanshan, he directly contacted the top foreign producers. Although Su Qingxue had never heard of the other party, what he said was very professional. After chatting for an afternoon, the other party agreed to come to China to meet in a few days. Seeing Ji Zifeng's mature side, Su Qingxue's impression of him finally improved a little. So Su Qingxue took him with her to dinner that night. Qingxue, will Zhang Qingyue continue filming next? Ji Shanshan beside her suddenly asked. Su Qingxue remembered what Lin Zhe said in the afternoon. She shook her head and said, I should also release an album. She's releasing an album? Can she sing? Ji Zifeng, who was driving, suddenly asked. Su Qingxue was a little annoyed with him again. In the afternoon, when this guy kept urging her to take a hot spring bath, Su Qingxue felt a little annoyed with him. If he hadn't helped to get that top foreign producer to help Ji Shanshan make her new album, Su Qingxue really didn't want to see him. She could clearly feel that the filter she had for Ji Zifeng was disappearing little by little. Zhang Qingyue debuted as the first-place winner of a singing competition, and she sings pretty well. Su Qingxue explained calmly, and, if nothing goes wrong, her new album will be produced by Lin Zhe, including songwriting and composing. Puff. Ji Zifeng smiled. Qingxue, I'm not looking down on Lin Zhe, but can he write songs? Can he produce an album? Su Qingxue's face darkened. She hated anyone slandering Lin Zhe. Besides, he had witnessed Lin Zhe's talent, so why did Ji Zifeng look down on him so much? Su Qingxue was about to speak. Ji Shanshan suddenly exclaimed, Zhang Qingyue has released a new song. Shanshan, how did you know? Su Qingxue asked hurriedly. She posted it on social media, and now it has over 2 million likes and over 1 million comments. I just checked the comments, and they are overwhelmingly positive. Su Qingxue's heart trembled. Her intuition told her that Zhang Qingyue's new song must have been written by Lin Zhe. She wants to listen. She wanted to hear what song Lin Zhe had created this time. Shanshan, please play it. Chapter 48. Then you go home early. This time I faced it with determination. Intoxicated willfully. I don't care. Is this right or wrong? Even if you are deeply trapped. I'm desperate. Even if it's obsession. I also do not regret. When the cold singing voice sounded in this MPV worth millions, Su Qingshue's heart trembled. She quickly looked at Ji Shanshan. Ji Shanshan also looked at Su Qingxue. The moment their eyes met, they saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Neither of them spoke and continued listening. But at this moment, Ji Zifeng said indifferently, "What kind of song is this?" "It's about love and romance." "It's so ugly. It doesn't sound international at all." Ji Zifeng said this on purpose. In his opinion, Zhang Qingyue had terminated her contract with Su Qingxue and now signed with her arch-rival company. Then Su Qingxue must hate Zhang Qingyue to death. Su Qingxue will definitely be very happy now that I am belittling Zhang Qingyue like this. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingxue suddenly shouted coldly, "Shut up." Ji Zifeng instantly felt unhappy. Damn it, I helped her so much this afternoon, but she didn't even give me the chance to take a hot spring bath with me. Now she doesn't even let me speak. If this continues, if we are together in the future, she will definitely ride on my neck and pee and poop. No, I have to continue to seduce Shen Tianli. As long as she is seduced, Su Qingxue will definitely feel a sense of crisis. Once she felt a sense of crisis, the initiative was back in her hands. Then you can do whatever you want with her, right? After making up his mind, Ji Zifeng decided to send some explicit photos to Shen Tianli in the evening. I don't believe that with her proud figure, Shen Tianli would not be moved. When he thought of this, Ji Zifeng looked at Su Qingxue with contempt in the rearview mirror. The song is over. The carriage was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. I don't know how long it took, but Ji Shanshan suddenly said, "It sounds good, and it will definitely be a big hit." As a professional singer, Ji Shanshan is very confident in his vision. Su Qingxue nodded. Indeed, the lyrics are great and the music is top-notch, there's no reason why it won't be a hit. When saying this, Su Qingxue's tone was sour. Because she knew that this song must have been written by Lin Zhe for Zhang Qingyue. But this is not the point. The point is that what is expressed in the lyrics made Su Qingxue very sad. In the song just now, Su Qingxue heard the dedication and persistence in love. Although she knew that there might not be a good reward, she would still give it without regrets. She thought again of her marriage to Lin Zhe. When we got married, I told him clearly that this was a marriage of agreement, and when Ji Zifeng came back to me in the future, I would divorce him. This marriage was unfair to Lin Zhe from the beginning, but just because he liked me, I agreed to it even though I knew there would be no results. In the 3 years of marriage, he has devoted himself to me without any regrets. Su Qingxue recalled that when she was sick, Lin Zhe stayed by her side all night long without closing his eyes. She remembered how he dressed up as a clown to cheer her up when she was in a bad mood. She remembered that Lin Zhe had gone to the temple, bowing his head as he walked, to ask for a talisman for her. She also remembered his red eyes when she told him that Ji Zifeng was coming back and that she wanted to divorce him. There were too many things like this, so many that when Su Qingxue thinks about them now, she feels like she is really nothing. He obviously likes me so much that he has no dignity at all. But what about yourself? Before Ji Zifeng returned to China, he couldn't wait to kick him. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue felt as if her heart was suddenly strangled by someone. It hurts a lot. She almost suffocated from the pain. She didn't know when her palms had been clenched into fists, her nails were embedded in the flesh and bleeding, but she was completely unaware. "Qingxue, are you okay?" Ji Shanshan suddenly asked. Su Qingxue shook her head. "I'm fine." Her voice was a little weak. Ji Shanshan looked at her worriedly. She looked so pale, but she said she was fine. "But your face." "It's okay, maybe I'm hungry." Su Qingxue made up an excuse casually. She didn't want her employees to see her pain. Ji Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. "Qingxue, do you know who wrote the song for Zhang Qingyue?" Su Qingxue nodded and said, "I know." She was 100% sure that this song was written by Lin Zhe. "Is it the master of lyric writing and music composition in China?" Ji Shanshan asked again. When Su Qingxue heard Ji Shanshan's high praise for Lin Zhe, she suddenly laughed. She didn't know why, but she liked to hear others praise Lin Zhe. He may not be famous yet, but he is very talented. When she said this, she thought of Lin Zhe's handsome face. Moreover, she seemed to have seen Lin Zhe. Who is it? Su Qingxue said frankly, it's Lin Zhe I just told you about, the young man you saw with Shen Tianli at the entrance of the hot spring hall today. Isn't that a very handsome and charming young man? Ji Shanshan asked in surprise. Ji Zifeng was also shocked. What? The song that Jiang Qingyue sang just now was actually written by that beast Lin Zhe? Although Ji Zifeng had just slandered Jiang Qingyue for singing badly, it was to vent his anger on Su Qingxue. But after listening to the whole song, he had to admit that it was really nice. Just as Su Qingxue said, both the lyrics and the melody were first-rate. But I never expected that this was written by that beast Lin Zhe? No, when did he become so awesome? Yes, it's him. Su Qingxue said with a slight smile on her lips. She likes to hear others praise Lin Zhe for being handsome. I thought she was the new person that Mr. Shen just signed. After all, she is so handsome and looks very attractive. He is indeed handsome and very charming. Su Qingxue agreed with a smile. Qingxue, I suddenly don't want to be international anymore. Can you ask Lin Zhe to write a song for me? Ji Shanshan, who had just finished listening to the whole song, felt that this was the music he wanted. What international style? Go to hell. Let me ask him. As she spoke, Su Qingxue had already taken out her cell phone to send a message to Lin Zhe. Can you come home tonight? I have something to tell you. After sending the message, Su Qingxue thought about it and sent another one. What color stockings do you like? I can wear them for you to see. Lin Zhe's message came back quickly. White shirt, black hip-hugging skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and stiletto heels. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. Isn't this what I was wearing on the day I filed for divorce from him? No wonder he didn't let me take off my clothes at that time, and he was so crazy. Thinking of the situation at that time, Su Qingxue felt her face was very hot, and her heart was beating very fast. She took a deep breath and replied to Lin Zhe. Then you should go home early. Chapter 49. When did I develop a love brain? Ji Zifeng is about to collapse. What upset him was not that the song Jiang Qingyue had just sung was actually written by Lin Zhe, but that Ji Shanshan said that she didn't want to be international anymore. You know, Ji Zifeng was planning to make a fortune from this. The Ji family was on the verge of bankruptcy, and Ji Zifeng had never had to worry about food and clothing since he was a child, so he had long developed a life of extravagance. But it has been a few days since I returned home, and I haven't earned a penny. He now has less than 200 yuan in his pocket, and living without money is making his life worse than death. If Su Qingxue hadn't booked a hotel for him, and if the hotel hadn't provided meals, Ji Zifeng would not only be homeless on the streets, but would probably also be starving. He had originally planned to make a fortune from Su Qingxue while making an album for Ji Shanshan, but unexpectedly, Ji Shanshan suddenly changed his mind. He hated Lin Zhe so much. It's all this beast's fault. If he hadn't written a song for Jiang Qingyue, would Ji Shanshan have changed his mind? The more Ji Zifeng thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished Lin Zhe would appear in front of the car right now so that he could step on the accelerator and hit him to death. No, we can't just let this go. Ji Zifeng didn't care at all what kind of album Ji Shanshan wanted to make. But he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity to make money. Qingxue, what about David? Ji Zifeng asked in embarrassment. David was that producer. But to be honest, he is not a top music producer at all. In the words of the Chinese, he is just a small-time thug who eats and drinks for free. I don't have any special skills, I just know how to brag. Ji Zifeng met the other person when he was looking for prostitutes abroad. This afternoon, when Ji Zifeng learned that Ji Shanshan's new album would have an international style, he had this idea. He then contacted the other party and told him about this in advance. The cooperation was going well and everything was developing in the direction that Ji Zifeng had expected. He had even thought about where he would go to have fun after getting the money. But the beast Lin Zhe happened to appear. Let's cancel the cooperation. Su Qingxue said calmly. Frankly speaking, she didn't approve of Ji Shanshan making international music from the beginning. She has always been positioned as the queen of sad songs, and her fans are basically from the Chinese-speaking circle. If you rashly change your singing style, you will most likely fail. After all, there are such examples in the circle. But Ji Shanshan is the most famous artist in her company, so Su Qingxue let her give it a try. Ji Zifeng became more and more unhappy. Not only was he unhappy, but he was also anxious. He said unwillingly, Qingxue can cancel the cooperation, but I am worried that if I cancel the cooperation rashly, it will be like standing her up. David is a very honest person. If Lin Zhe can't get Shanshan's album done, and he needs to be invited later, he will definitely not come. Impossible, Lin Zhe will take care of it. Su Qingxue said bluntly, besides, we only have an intention to cooperate with the other party, and it can't even be considered a real cooperation. Ji Zifeng collapsed. Veins bulged on his hands as he gripped the steering wheel. Damn it, why is this beast Lin Zhe still haunting me? Su Qingxue had divorced him, but she still believed in him so much. I really don't know whether Su Qingxue likes me or that beast Lin Zhe. But this is not the point. The point is that his plan to make money has completely failed. Ji Zifeng was so upset that he didn't want to talk anymore. Lin Zhe feels very happy now. When Lin Zhe received Su Qingxue's message, he smiled. It looks like my brother in kidneys will have to work hard tonight. Lin Zhe became excited when he thought of Su Qing's outfit of a snow-white shirt, a tight skirt, flesh-colored stockings and high heels. He was really envious of her outfit, it was so sexy. Lin Zhe decided to eat more beef and mutton during dinner later to replenish his body. The food arrived quickly. It was sent by Jiang Qingyue's agent. Jiang Qingyue's agent is a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a particularly safe face. The other person's name was Zhao Tailan. Jiang Qingyue called her Sister Lan, and Lin Zhe followed suit and called her Sister Lan. Sister Lan was a little surprised when she saw Lin Zhe. Because she had been with Jiang Qingyue for 2 years, it was the first time she saw a person of the opposite sex in Jiang Qingyue's home. Moreover, judging from the little woman's attitude that Jiang Qingyue revealed, this person is very important to Jiang Qingyue. While Lin Zhe was packing the ingredients, Zhao Tailan asked in a low voice, Yeah, don't tell me that he is the person you have liked for many years? Although Jiang Qingyue and Zhao Tailan are employer and employee, they have a special relationship after 2 years of working together. Jiang Qingyue has completely regarded Zhao Tailan as her own sister, and she tells her everything. So Zhao Tailan knew that Jiang Qingyue had liked Lin Zhe for many years. But she doesn't know who she likes. After hearing what Zhao Tailan said, Jiang Qingyue nodded slightly shyly. He's so handsome and charming. Zhao Tailan said with a smile. Sister Lan, do you think I can catch up with him? Hey, you are Jiang Qingyue, the most popular female star in the country, beautiful and sexy. As long as you are willing, that man will kneel down and lick you. I don't have confidence. Besides, if I can get him, I'll be willing to lick his ass. Zhao Tailan said angrily, Yeah, when did you develop a love brain? I'm a love-brained person. Otherwise, how could I have liked Lin Zhe for 6 years? Sister Lan, how do you think I should pursue him? It's simple. Just be nice to him, give him gifts, try to please him, all is fine. But there's one thing you can't do. What? Don't give your body to others. It will make you look cheap. Jiang Qingyue became more and more shy. Sister Lan, what are you talking about? How could I give my body to you so quickly? Zhao Tailan smiled and said, That's hard to say. You are a love-brained person. Impossible, at most I would hold his hand and kiss him, but we would definitely not go to bed together. Jiang Qingyue vowed. Zhao Tailan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Anyway, don't be in a hurry to give your body to others, or you will regret it later. I know, Sister Lan, please go first and don't disturb me from picking up men. Zhao Tailan smiled. Okay, then I hope you can pick him up soon. After leaving Jiang Qingyue's villa, Zhao Tailan got into the car and started making a phone call. Soon, the call was connected. Mr. Bai, it's me, Qingyue's agent. I have something I want to report to you. The person Qingyue likes has appeared, his name is Lin Zhe. Chapter 50 I have to charge. After seeing Zhao Tailan off, Jiang Qingyue skipped into the kitchen. Lin Zhe, what do you need me to do? Just eat it. But I don't want to be a useless person who only knows how to eat. Okay, then you do it, I'll take a break. Jiang Qingyue was amused by this. She smiled and said, Okay, can you talk to me? Okay, but I have to charge you. Okay, I'll give you money. How much do you want? Jiang Qingyue said with a smile. Forget it. Money hurts our relationship. Let me pay with my body. Jiang Qingyue's pretty face turned red instantly. She really likes Lin Zhe's humor, a little bit rogue, but not annoying. The ingredients were prepared quickly. Lin Zhe started to enjoy Jiang Qingyue's service like a big boss. Jiang Qingyue was as virtuous as a young wife, and she diligently put the blanched beef into Lin Zhe's bowl. She originally wanted to feed Lin Zhe directly with her chopsticks, but she felt that doing so would be too ambiguous and she was afraid that it would scare Lin Zhe. Try the beef and see if you like it. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "You picked it up for me yourself, how could it not be delicious? Come and try it quickly." Jiang Qingyue said coquettishly. If her fans saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. She is always aloof, but now she can act like a spoiled child? As soon as Jiang Qingyue finished speaking, Lin Zhe had already put the beef in the bowl into his mouth. It's a little old, so I'll blanch it for a shorter time. Also, I don't eat vegetables. I just want to eat meat tonight. Okay. Jiang Qingyue continued to serve Lin Zhe with a smile. By the time we finished our meal, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zhe ate 2 kilograms of beef and 1 kilogram of mutton, and he felt full of strength. Now everything is ready except for Su Qingshue's help. During the break, someone called Jiang Qingyue on video, and she got up and went back to her room to answer the call. Lin Zhe was about to leave when he suddenly received a message from Shen Tianli. "What are you doing, you rascal?" "Fuck." Lin Zhe replied excitedly. "Hate it, be serious, what are you doing when I ask you?" "Damn it, you didn't speak clearly and made me excited for nothing. If you want to make it up to me later, you have to give me at least a dozen kisses." Shen Tianli was speechless. Although it was not the first time she had witnessed Lin Zhe's shamelessness, she was still shocked by it. How can a person be so shameless? "I'll pay you back, what are you doing?" "I just finished dinner with Jiang Qingyue." "Oh, she did what you didn't do with me." When Shen Tianli saw the message sent by Lin Zhe, she immediately became unhappy. "What do you mean by she did it with me? What did you not do with me? It's just a hot pot meal. It makes me feel like I'm a heartless scumbag." "Humph, I can also eat hot pot with you tomorrow." "I don't want to eat anymore. You didn't give it to me when I wanted it the most. Now that you want to give it to me, it's too late." Shen Tianli giggled. This bastard always says some really stupid things. What does it mean that I didn't give it to him when he wanted it the most, and when I wanted to give it to him, it was too late? It's clearly just about a hot pot meal, but you talk about it in such a sexy way. What a jerk. You rascal, can you please be serious? I'm really upset now. What's troubling you? Tell me and I'll be happy. Hate it, she's not my bestie. Your best friend who was the underground emperor of Haichang? What's wrong with her? She had menstrual cramps and was in excruciating pain. She was hospitalized, so I didn't accompany you to eat hot pot. Lin Zhe has never been a woman, but he knows that some women experience excruciating pain when they have menstrual cramps. So serious? Yes, it's very serious. The hospital can't cure it? It's useless. My uterus is cold. I need to take care of it. Then I'll treat her. Lin Zhe is not talking nonsense. During the 3 years he was imprisoned in Blue Star, he learned some medical skills from the old man in order to pass the time. It is very simple to treat a cold uterus. Don't mess around, you rascal. My best friend is very pretty, but her background is not simple. If you dare to act like a rascal, she will kill you in a minute. What? Very beautiful? Then I have to give her treatment. Saving beautiful women is everyone's responsibility. Lin Zhe replied excitedly. Shen Tianli laughed angrily. She quickly left the ward and sent a video to Lin Zhe. As soon as the video was connected, Shen Tianli's sexy and beautiful face appeared on the phone screen. I have to say, she is really fucking beautiful. Especially those eyes, when they stare at you with watery eyes, it's as if they are emitting electric currents. Especially charming and seductive. Come, take a look at the legs. Lin Zhe spoke first. Shen Tianli laughed and scolded, you filthy rascal, you want to die. Lin Zhe smiled. Then he said seriously, to be honest, I do know some medical skills, I should be able to cure uterine cold. Shen Tianli stopped smiling. Are you serious? Lin Zhe nodded. No, why didn't I know you have medical skills? There are so many things you don't know. Remember, my appearance is my least impressive quality. Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. Damn, why is she so sexy when she smiles? No wonder I want to sleep with her. You rascal, don't joke with me. My best friend is really not an ordinary person. If you mess up, she might really punish you. Don't worry, I haven't slept with you yet. I don't want to die. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe. Humph, did you enjoy having hot pot with Jiang Qingyue tonight? I'm happy. Why wouldn't I be happy when I have a beautiful woman by my side? Lin Zhe said with a smile. Shen Tianli's heart suddenly felt sour. Okay, then you can be happy, I'm hanging up. Stop, show me your legs. Get lost. Shen Tianli cursed with a smile. Lin Zhe smiled and asked, by the way, have you listened to Jiang Qingyue's new song? After hearing this, Shen Tianli became unhappy again. Of course she listened to Shen Tianli's new song. After all, it had become a hot topic. But it was precisely because of hearing this that Shen Tianli felt unhappy. This bastard actually gave such a beautiful song to Jiang Qingyue. Yes, Shen Tianli was jealous. You bastard, I don't care, you have to write another song for me. You're not a star, why would I write for you? It's a waste of my energy. Humph, I don't care. Okay, 10 minutes of wet kiss in exchange for a song. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Kiss if you want. Lin Zhe was excited. When will you be back? Tomorrow. Shen Tianli said unhappily. Okay, I'm hanging up. Having said that, Lin Zhe really hung up the video. Shen Tianli was speechless. Lin Zhe didn't really want to hang up, but because Su Qingxue sent him a message. I'm back, when will you come over? Jiang Qingyue put away her phone and continued to make a video call. Moreover, it is spoken in dialect. It was probably a video from someone at home. Lin Zhe told her through his mouth that he was leaving first. Jiang Qingyue smiled and nodded. After leaving Jiang Qingyue's villa, Lin Zhe rushed towards Su Qingxue's villa in a hurry. Chapter 51, I used to have to face you. After entering the password and entering the villa, Lin Zhe saw Su Qingxue sitting on the sofa at a glance. Instead of a white shirt, a tight skirt, flesh-colored stockings and high heels, she was still wearing a long skirt for the afternoon. Lin Zhe turned around and wanted to leave. Damn, this is a waste of my time. However, Lin Zhe did not leave. Since he was already here, he still sat next to Su Qingxue. Isn't it just asking her to change her clothes? What's so difficult about this? Not to mention asking her to change clothes, even asking her to take off her clothes would probably not be difficult. How was your afternoon hot spring bath with Jizafeng? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. I didn't take a bath with him, I didn't even go into the water. Su Qingxue quickly explained. Then how about we take a hot spring bath together next time? Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed, and then she nodded gently. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. He thought that he should finish these trivial matters first before dealing with Su Qingxue. Did you write that hit song for Jiang Qingyue? Yes, I did it. Although she had known the result a long time ago, when Su Qingxue heard Lin Zhe say it himself, she still felt a little sour in her heart. Then can you help my company's artist to organize an album? Money is not a problem. Sure, but I can only help you write the song and then sing it once. You have to leave the rest to others. Lin Zhe nodded. Su Qingxue was delighted. Her purpose was to ask Lin Zhe to help her write a song. She thought that she had divorced Lin Zhe, and she had hurt him so deeply that he would definitely not help her. But I never expected that he agreed so readily. Of course Lin Zhe is straightforward. He had no grudge against Su Qingxue. Besides, she had said that money was not a problem, so Lin Zhe had even less grudge against money. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Zhe really wants to sleep with her. He is so greedy for her body. You're not lying to me? Su Qingxue was a little excited. Lin Zhe pinched her slender waist and held her sweet and soft body on his legs. Come on, look into my eyes and tell me what you see? Lin Zhe asked seriously. Su Qingxue was originally feeling a little shy and uncomfortable after Lin Zhe did this to her. But after hearing what Lin Zhe said, she temporarily forgot about it and began to carefully observe Lin Zhe's eyes. But as soon as they looked at each other, Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed alluringly. She turned her head away shyly. There was nothing she could do. Lindsay's eyes were too hot. Su Qingxue felt her heart was burned. She said randomly, I saw sincerity. Yes, it is sincere. If that's the case, do you think I was lying to you just now? Lindsay wanted to say, no, you are the only one in my eyes. But he felt that these words were too fucking greasy and too fucking disgusting. That's not the way to cheat for sex. Although, he was just trying to cheat for sex, he can't be so disgusting. Su Qingxue quickly shook her head. I don't actually doubt what you said. I just can't believe you agreed so readily. Then do you know why I agreed so readily? Su Qingxue's heart was beating fast as she asked, why? Because I want to sleep with you. I think if I do this, you will definitely be touched and willing to marry me. Lindsay was incredibly frank. There's nothing we can do about it. He has no morals, no bottom line and no shame. Su Qingxue felt embarrassed and depressed. What made her ashamed was that Lindsay, this bastard, was too bold and too direct. But what made her depressed was that she thought Lindsay was willing to help her because he still loved her deeply. As a result, after all this time, I just wanted to sleep. But this is not the point. The point is that when Su Qingxue heard that Lindsay wanted to sleep with her, she immediately recalled the scene of the two of them making love in bed that night. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Will you let me sleep with you? Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue with a smile. Su Qingxue blushed and said, no. Her voice had a hint of coquettishness. Then don't sleep. Go change your clothes first. I want to see you in a white shirt, a hip skirt, flesh-colored stockings and high heels. Lindsay said with a smile. This kind of thing can't be rushed, you have to take it slow. Moreover, Lindsay really enjoyed the process of teasing her. I don't believe that I can't sleep with her despite my shameless attack. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at Lindsay and said, do you like me wearing that so much? I don't just like it, it almost kills me. Su Qingxue felt inexplicably proud. Huh, when I used to wear it like that, you didn't like it. I used to have face. Puff. Su Qingxue was amused by this. Damn, the way she smiles is so amorous. You are quite shameless now. I can go and change, but I haven't eaten yet. Please cook some noodles for me. Su Qingxue's tone was full of coquettishness that she didn't realize. You haven't eaten dinner yet? No wonder you looked thinner when I hugged you just now. Su Qingxue felt wronged and wanted to cry. Actually, they went to a restaurant in the evening, but after arriving at the restaurant, Ji Zifeng kept talking about foreign producers. His words implied that he hoped he could pay some money to compensate the other party. This made Su Qingxue really depressed. She could understand that Ji Zifeng did this because he didn't want to offend the other party. After all, they might have to cooperate in the future. It's not that she is reluctant to part with that little bit of money. But Su Qingxue had never heard of the idea of having to pay compensation if the cooperation failed. Later, she didn't even eat, and as she was thinking about her appointment with Lindsay in the evening, she hurried back. Seeing Su Qingxue looking aggrieved, Lindsay said, go change your clothes. I'll go cook some noodles for you. Su Qingxue nodded repeatedly. After returning to her bedroom, Su Qingxue looked at the big bed, and she remembered the night when Lindsay tossed her on the bed 7 times. She blushed completely. In fact, every time she lay on this bed these days, she couldn't help but think of what happened that night. Entering the closet, Su Qingxue picked out the clothes and stockings that Lindsay specifically asked her to wear. As she inserted the flesh-colored stockings into her snow-white and slender legs little by little, Su Qingxue's face became more and more beautiful as she looked at her sexy body in the mirror. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, Su Qingxue, why do you listen to that bastard so much? You don't really want him to sleep with you, do you? Although she said that, she was extremely looking forward to Lindsay's reaction when he saw her dressed like this. That bastard will definitely be charmed to death. When the noodles were almost cooked, Su Qingxue came down from upstairs. The moment Lindsay saw her, his breathing became a little difficult. White shirt, pencil skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels. In fact, people who dress like this can be found everywhere on the streets. This is the typical attire of an office worker. But for some reason, when Su Qingxue dressed like this, Lindsay's heart became particularly excited. I really don't know whether to say that I have some special fetish or whether to say that Su Qingxue is too sexy when she wears this. When Su Qingxue saw how passionately Lindsay was staring at her, she didn't have time to feel proud before her heartbeat became irregular again. The moment their eyes met in the air, Su Qingxue shyly turned her head away. Her action made Lin Zhe even more itchy. Damn it, I have to sleep with her tonight. Chapter 52. Let me give you a massage. When Su Qingxue ate the noodles made by Lin Zhe again, she felt mixed emotions. Lin Zhe is a good cook, a skill he has acquired after 3 years of marriage. Su Qingxue clearly remembered that when they got married, Lin Zhe couldn't even fry an egg. But for his own sake, he practiced his cooking skills and the meals he cooked became more and more delicious. I also went from rarely eating at home at first to looking forward to going home and eating the meals Lin Zhe cooked every day. Or to be more precise, it was having dinner with Lin Zhe. Before the divorce, Su Qingxue had eaten Lin Zhe's cooking countless times. In her opinion, the food Lin Zhe cooked was just delicious, and other than that, there seemed to be nothing special about it. But now, when she ate the food cooked by Lin Zhe again, she felt like crying. She knew that she was not crying because she could eat Lin Zhe's cooking again. It was because when she ate the food made by Lin Zhe, she seemed to be back to the time before her divorce. Yes, she now misses the time before she divorced Lin Zhe. Why aren't you eating? Are you waiting for me to feed you? Lin Zhe suddenly asked with a smile. His words made Su Qingxue's pretty face blush. In the 3 years of marriage, it's not that Lin Zhe hasn't fed her before. I remember one winter, I caught a cold and lay in bed feeling weak all over. Lin Zhe made porridge for me. I wanted to eat the fragrant millet and pumpkin porridge, but I didn't have the strength. Later, she leaned in Lin Zhe's arms, and he fed her the food 1 spoonful at a time with a small spoon. Moreover, he was afraid of scalding himself, so he blew on each spoonful carefully and only put it into his mouth when the temperature was just right. Su Qingxue thought that as time went by, she would have forgotten these things long ago. But I didn't expect that I would remember it again now. But she also hated why her memory was so good, because when she recalled the beautiful things that had happened in the past, it was like a piece of sandpaper, constantly grinding her heart. It made her heart ache as if it were being cut by a knife. I don't want you to feed me, Su Qingxue said with a red face. As she said this, she started eating. By the way, who in your company do you want me to write a song for? Lin Zhe asked casually. He planned to listen to the other party's singing style first, and then copy some similar songs. Ji Shanshan, you saw me at the entrance of the hot spring hall this afternoon. Okay, you eat first, I'll listen to what her song style is. Su Qingxue responded. Lin Zhe opened his phone and searched for Ji Shanshan. This sister looks very safe, no wonder I have no impression of her at all. But I have to say, these sisters sang the song well. Her singing is not the kind of heart-wrenching kind, but rather takes a pathetic approach. How should I put it? It really touches people's hearts. After listening for a while, Lin Zhe turned off his phone. He had already decided which song he wanted to copy. Can you write? Su Qingxue asked curiously. Lin Zhe smiled and said, yes, I can. I mean, you'd better combine it with her singing style. It's not easy to write sad songs. I know. To be honest, I feel it now. Su Qingxue was delighted. I never thought that Lin Zhe was so talented in creation. I was so blind before that I left such a top talent at home as a house husband. What a waste of resources. Then hurry up and write it for her. The whole album consists of 10 songs. I'll give you 5 million, okay? Frankly speaking, this price is too high. But Su Qingxue felt that Lin Zhe was worth it. After all, she had seen his talent. You still owe me 10 million. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Su Qingxue knew that the 10 million that Lin Zhe was talking about was the money she promised to give him when they divorced. I'll transfer it to you. No hurry, eat the noodles first. Su Qingxue responded. By the way, are your feet tired? If so, let me massage them for you. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. She whispered, asshole, you're trying to take advantage of this opportunity to touch my feet. Am I being so obvious? Puff. Su Qingxue was amused. Why didn't I know before that this guy was so vulgar? However, she did want Lin Zhe to help her press it for a while. She smiled and stretched her feet in high heels from under the table in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe glanced down. The feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings are wrapped in high heels, which is so sexy. Lin Zhe held her ankles and took off her high heels. As soon as his hand grasped Su Qingxue's feet, Su Qingxue's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and her fair face turned red instantly. There was no way. Lindsay's palms were so hot that her heartbeat became irregular. Su Qingxue had no appetite for noodles. Lindsay tickled Su Qingxue's feet mischievously. Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled even more violently. She said coquettishly, "Don't scratch it, it's itchy." Lindsay glanced at her, but saw Su Qingxue biting her beautiful red lips with her snow-white teeth, looking at him with a particularly resentful look. Grass. No, who taught her to bite her red lips with her pearly teeth? This is a matter of life and death. Lindsay's heart beat fast because of her action. Seeing that Su Qingxue didn't want to eat noodles anymore, Lindsay took a deep breath and asked, "Do you still want to eat noodles?" Su Qingxue shook her head. "I don't want to eat anymore." "Then let's go to the sofa and give you a massage for a while." Su Qingxue's eyes moved, and she said in a tender voice, "Do you really want to give me a massage, or do you want to take the opportunity to touch me?" "Both." "Hate it, then I won't let you press it on me." "Really not pressing it?" Lindsay asked Su Qingxue with a smile. Su Qingxue stopped talking. To be honest, she kind of wanted to. Before his divorce, Lindsay would also give himself massages. Moreover, every time after he finished the massage, he would feel that all his fatigue disappeared without a trace. But Su Qingxue was afraid that this bastard would act like a hooligan to her while pressing her. After a moment of silence, Su Qingxue suddenly said, "Put on my shoes." "You really don't want me to press it for you?" Lindsay was reluctant to let go. "Damn, I haven't touched you enough." How can I get to the sofa without shoes on?" "Do you want me to carry me over?" "With pleasure." Anyway, she is not heavy, and her body is sweet and soft, so Lindsay certainly wants to hug her. "Then hug me." Su Qingxue opened her arms. Lindsay let go of her feet, then stood up and walked to Su Qingxue, pinched her slender waist and picked her up. Lindsay's movements were a bit fierce, causing Su Qingxue to scream, and she subconsciously hooked her arms around his neck. The two bodies were instantly pressed together. Their eyes met and Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. It was so red and so gorgeous that it made Lindsay's heart beat fast. When he felt Su Qingxue's fragrant and soft body and smelled the alluring fragrance on her, Lindsay was overwhelmed. He said hoarsely with a dry mouth, "Su Qingxue, I suddenly don't want to give you a massage." Originally, I wanted to proceed step by step, but Lindsay couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at Lindsay's burning eyes, Su Qingxue asked with a throbbing heart, "What do you want to do?" Chapter 53. You are becoming more and more daring. She wore a flesh-colored short skirt, had long legs, a charming figure and a cherry mouth. This is the most intuitive feeling Su Qingxue gives Lindsay at this moment. She was like the most delicious food in the world, making Lindsay's heart beat fast and he wanted to swallow her in one bite. Lindsay suppressed his surging heart and said with difficulty, "I want to." Su Qingxue is not a 3-year-old child. Of course she knew what Lindsay meant by this word at the moment. Moreover, this word was like a 1,000-pound hammer hitting Su Qingxue's heart hard. The blow made her heart beat fast. As a result, her pretty face became more and more red, and her watery eyes were covered with a thin layer of charm. "It's so tempting. Asshole, you are becoming more and more daring. Humph, I almost let you succeed last time on the sofa. Put me down quickly. I want to walk by myself," Su Qingxue said in a tender voice. Lindsay was so aroused that he couldn't bear it. He was unwilling to let her go. "Let me hug you. After a while, when you are together with Jizafeng, I won't be able to hug you anymore." I didn't want to be with her. During the days since Jizafeng came back, Su Qingxue always felt something was wrong when she was with him. She clearly felt that she didn't seem to like Jizafeng as much now. Or, to be more precise, I now hate being with him more and more. Su Qingxue knew that it might not be long before she would completely sever all ties with him. "Su Qingxue, I want to kiss you." Lindsay ignored her words and said directly. Su Qingxue's pretty face blushed even more. I won't let you, a bastard, kiss me," Su Qingxue said coquettishly. "Hold. Damn, what did she grow up eating? Not only is she beautiful and has a great figure, but she also speaks in a very seductive way." It was clearly a rejection, but Lindsay was so aroused that he couldn't resist. He kissed her eagerly. Frankly speaking, Lindsay is not a person with poor self-control. He has been imprisoned on Blue Star for 3 years and has suffered for 3 years. Now he finally has the opportunity to enjoy himself, so of course he can't help it. The moment their lips collided, a tingling sensation instantly spread throughout their bodies. Lindsay pried open her red lips, put his tongue into her mouth, hooked her soft tongue and kissed her. Su Qingshue's eyes were as big as green apricots, her mind was blank, and she felt dizzy. By the time Su Qingxue reacted, her sweet and soft body had already been pressed under Lindsay. This bastard was not only kissing me, but he also had his hand inside my miniskirt without me noticing. Su Qingxue wanted to push Lindsay away, but a desire grew in her heart. This feeling made Su Qingxue confused and excited. After having sex with Lindsay for the first time that night, although Su Qingxue felt pain in her body for a few days, she did not deny that the feeling of being in the clouds was really intoxicating. To be honest, she kind of liked that feeling. When the kiss almost suffocated her, Lindsay let her go temporarily. Looking at Su Qingxue under him, her originally fair face had already turned an alluring blush. Her watery eyes were completely filled with lust. Their eyes met and desires collided in the air. Before Lindsay could continue, Su Qingxue hooked her arms around Lindsay's neck and kissed him. She was even more impatient than Lindsay. Yes, she had been completely aroused by Lindsay's kiss. Moreover, this time she took the initiative to extend her soft and sweet tongue. Lindsay exploded. Those who have had kisses know that kissing someone and being kissed by someone are two completely different concepts. Lindsay was completely blown away. His blood was boiling and his desire was completely ignited. He began to take off his clothes in a hurry. He was not taking off his own clothes, but Su Qingshue's. Kissing and taking off clothes at the same time. As for Lindsay's clothes, his pants had disappeared long ago. Damn, Lindsay really regretted why he made her wear so many clothes. Especially stockings, it's so damn difficult to take them off. Lindsay simply didn't take it off and just tore a hole in it. But it must be said that when Lindsay tore off Su Qingshue's sexy flesh-colored stockings, he became even more excited. He really didn't know that tearing this thing would make people so excited. It looks like I can tear it up and play with it often in the future. Without the restraint of the stockings, everything became easier. Looking at Su Qingshue's charming look, Lindsay suddenly had bad thoughts. Although he was more anxious than Su Qingxue, he just hung around the door and refused to go in. Su Qingxue was so itchy that she looked at Lindsay with seductive eyes and said in a soft and delicate voice, "You are bad. Hold the grass." Lindsay couldn't bear it anymore and went straight into the house. But at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to tear down the door of the villa. Lindsay was so frightened by the sudden voice that he almost died on the spot. Hold. Lindsay was angry. Who the hell is looking for death? You were about to get some meat, but in the end you ended up with something like this? Lindsay didn't want to pay attention to the person knocking on the door. Anyway, the door was strong enough and the other party couldn't get in. The most urgent thing is to eat the meat first, but Su Qingxue refused. She pushed Lindsay away and said in panic, "You, go open the door. Don't worry about him, let's continue." Lindsay didn't want to open the door. Damn, next time I want to eat meat, it may not be that easy. Asshole, what if it's my parents? Lindsay kissed her tempting red lips and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look. However, even if your parents come today, they can't stop us. You go upstairs and wait for me first." Su Qingxue responded with a blushing face, then quickly went upstairs. Lindsay took a look at his aggrieved brother and suddenly became furious and slapped him. He cursed and said, "Damn it, you are still feeling wronged. Wait, I will take you to eat meat later." After putting on his pants, Lindsay quickly walked to the door. The moment the door was opened, Lindsay was speechless. Shit, he regretted opening the door. You bastard, you are really in Su Qingshue's house. I want to ask you, why did you open the door so late? That's right, the person who appeared in front of Lindsay was Shin Tianli. At this moment, she looked at Lindsay with an unhappy expression. There was murderous rage in her watery eyes. Nonsense, we were being intimate and you interrupted our good time. Why did I open the door so late? I had to put on my pants. Lindsay said unhappily. Shin Tianli was originally very angry, but after hearing Lindsay's words, she immediately smiled coquettishly. You bastard, you really dare to say anything. If Su Qingxue can be intimate with you, will she divorce you? Lindsay rolled his eyes at her. Aren't you in the hospital? What are you doing back here? You rascal, didn't you say you knew some medical skills? What do you mean? You want me to treat your best friend in the middle of the night? That's right. The truth is, after Lindsay hung up the phone, Shen Tianli called Jiang Qingyue. When Shen Tianli learned that Lindsay had left her house, she looked at the surveillance camera in her villa again. I found out that Lindsay didn't go back. Shen Tianli realized that Lindsay had gone to Su Qingxue. She didn't want to come back, but when she thought of Lindsay being with Su Qingxue, she couldn't hold back her anger, so she left her best friend and hurried back. As for treating her best friend, she originally planned to bring Lindsay to see her best friend tomorrow. Lindsay refused without saying a word. Not today, let's do it tomorrow morning. You go first, Su Qingxue and I have something to do. Chapter 54. Then you'll watch. Are you kidding? This is the most critical moment for him. Besides, the sweet and soft Su Qingxue is still waiting for him on the bed. Lindsay doesn't want to go with her. Besides, if Su Qingxue really went with her at this time, it would be an absolute humiliation for her. Although Lindsay doesn't like her, he wants to sleep with her. If you piss off Su Qingxue, you'll never be able to sleep well again. Therefore, Lindsay would never let this happen. What's going on between you and Su Qingxue? Shen Tianli asked. Lindsay said nonsense, of course it's about Ji Shanshan's album. Shen Tianli's eyes darkened. You want to write a song for Ji Shanshan? Is it not possible? No, I don't allow you to write songs for any artist in Su Qingxue's company. Shen Tianli said domineeringly. To be honest, she is not a stingy person. She was afraid that if Lindsay showed too much of his talent, what if Su Qingxue regretted divorcing Lindsay? By then, with her personality, she will definitely dump Black Moonlight and pursue Lindsay again. Shen Tianli doesn't want this to happen. If Su Qingxue were an ordinary person, Shen Tianli would not worry about these things, but the key is that she is extremely beautiful and has a great figure, while Lindsay is a pervert. Maybe Su Qingxue can lure him away with just a flick of her finger. Damn it, we are just partners. Why are you stopping me from making money? Lindsay said unhappily. Humph, if you still want to sleep with me, you are not allowed to write. Lindsay was so angry that he laughed. Okay, if you want me to sleep now, then I can promise you. Shen Tianli laughed and scolded, you filthy rascal, you want to die? I've already raised your score to 50 points, don't push your luck. I'm pushing you too far, you idiot. Stop talking nonsense and leave first. I was discussing the most critical moment with Su Qingxue, and you've made me feel so suffocated now. Humph, I won't leave. As she spoke, Shen Tianli entered Su Qingxue's villa. When Lindsay moved, Shen Tianli did not enter Su Qingxue's villa. In her words, even dogs would not enter where Su Qingxue lived. But now she not only came in, but also sat on the sofa unscrupulously. The worst thing was that the place where she was sitting was exactly where Lindsay and Su Qingxue had been making love just now. If you look closely, you can definitely see water stains on the sofa. Lindsay was about to continue persuading her to leave, but at this moment, Su Qingxue in a black dress came down from upstairs. The black dress completely wrapped up her graceful figure. Apart from her face and arms, not a single bit of skin was visible. But Lindsay was a little hesitant again. Damn, why is she so attractive in whatever she wears? If Shen Tianli hadn't been there, Lindsay would have wanted to press Su Qingxue down on the dining table. Well, I can try it later. This is my home, please go out. Su Qingxue said coldly. Shen Tianli retorted arrogantly, I won't leave. Call the police to arrest me if you dare. Su Qingxue sneered. You think I don't dare? As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and started calling the police. Shen Tianli was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Su Qingxue would actually dare to do this. Even if the police came, they couldn't do anything to me, but if this matter got out, I would be so embarrassed. Let's go, you rascal. Let's go home and kiss each other. Shen Tianli said arrogantly, holding Lindsay's arm. She was deliberately provoking Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue's face darkened, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Shen Tianli was as cold as ice. In fact, when Shen Tianli slammed the door just now, Su Qingxue's desire was scared away. In addition, after washing her face with cold water upstairs, she was completely sober. If Lindsay wants to leave, then let him go. But now, seeing Shen Tianli so arrogantly wanting to not only take Lindsay with her but also go back to kiss Lindsay, Su Qingxue instantly felt unhappy. Although she and Lindsay are divorced, Lindsay is now a free man. It is his freedom to kiss whomever he wants. But Su Qingxue understood the reason, but she just couldn't control the anger in her heart. She didn't allow anyone to kiss Lin Zhe, let alone kissing him. Even now, when she saw Shen Tianli holding Lin Zhe's arm, Su Qingxue was furious. Su Qingxue shouted angrily, "Let Lin Zhe go. Why should I listen to you? You're already divorced anyway, and Lin Zhe is mine now," Shen Tianli said proudly. When she saw Su Qingxue's defense being broken, she felt extremely happy. Seeing that Shen Tianli not only refused to let go but also verbally provoked her, Su Qingxue became even more furious. She said with a stunned face, "Lin Zhe, let her go, let's continue what we were doing just now." Lin Zhe was delighted. He was really worried that Shen Tianli's arrival would make Su Qingxue lose interest, but he didn't expect that she would actually say such words on her own initiative. "Shen Tianli, please go away. We have something serious to discuss," Lin Zhe said bluntly. Of course he wanted to sleep with Shen Tianli, but this bastard kept using scores to hold him back. "If I want to sleep with her, I don't know when I will get it. But Su Qingxue is ready, even a fool would know how to choose." Seeing that Lin Zhe actually listened to Su Qingxue so much, Shen Tianli's defense was immediately broken. However, Shen Tianli always felt that what Su Qingxue said about continuing what happened just now was not the same as what Lin Zhe told her. If Su Qingxue was really just writing a song for Ji Shanshan, she obviously wouldn't use this to seduce Lin Zhe. Moreover, the temptation of this matter is not very great, and it is far from the point where Lin Zhe can give up his desire to stay. In other words, the two of them were definitely not discussing writing a song for Ji Shanshan as Lin Zhe said. Could it be true, as Lin Zhe said, that the two of them were just being intimate? But Shen Tianli quickly rejected this idea. You know, Su Qingxue divorced Lin Zhe for Black Moonlight. It is obvious that the person she likes is her brainless Black Moonlight. If that is the case, how could she be intimate with Lin Zhe? But what on earth is so tempting to Lin Zhe? But no matter what the matter is, the best thing to do is to take Lin Zhe away first. If he really lets him stay, how can he use Lin Zhe to provoke Su Qingxue in the future? When she thought of this, Shen Tianli suddenly smiled charmingly and said, "You rascal, don't I still owe you 10 wet kisses? Come with me first, and I'll let you kiss me when we get home." Lin Zhe was somewhat moved. What moved him was not the 10 wet kisses, but the fact that once the kiss started, wouldn't it be his turn? But he didn't have time to express his opinion. Su Qingxue suddenly sneered and said, "Shen Tianli, you want to use such a stupid lie to provoke me? Do you think you are as stupid as you?" Shen Tianli puffed out her chest with a proud look on her face. She smiled coquettishly and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Mine is quite big. Anyway, Lin Zhe feels very comfortable touching it. Also, do you think I'm lying? Okay, then you can watch it carefully." Speaking of, Shen Tianli suddenly hooked Lin Zhe's neck and pushed his head down. The next second, Shen Tianli's sexy red lips pressed against Lin Zhe's lips. Chapter 55 Toolman. Su Qingxue was furious. She really didn't expect Shen Tianli to be so shameless that she dared to kiss Lin Zhe in front of her. Although it was not the first time that she kissed Lin Zhe, it was the first time at such a close distance. "Bitch, who told you to kiss Lin Zhe?" Su Qingxue yelled almost loudly. Shen Tianli said proudly with her pretty face, "I am willing. If you are not convinced, you can kiss me too." She knew that it was impossible for Su Qingxue to kiss Lin Zhe as unscrupulously as she did. After all, she only has her white moonlight in her heart. But as soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingxue quickly took a few steps forward, pushed Shen Tianli away, and in front of Lin Zhe's confused look, she hooked her arms around Lin Zhe's neck, stood on tiptoes and kissed him. "She kissed me crazily." The soft and fragrant tongue immediately drilled into Lin Zhe's mouth, frantically squeezing the air in Lin Zhe's mouth. Shen Tianli was dumbfounded. She was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe even in her dreams that Su Qingxue actually kissed Lin Zhe. Moreover, it was so crazy that he even stuck out his tongue. But before she was stunned for a few seconds, a nameless anger suddenly burst out from the bottom of her heart. Shen Tianli was furious. She was not only angry, but also felt very upset. She felt like her heart was being stabbed with a knife. She didn't know when her face turned pale, and she even seemed to be unsteady on her feet. The feeling of having her own treasure taken away made Shen Tianli want to kill Su Qingxue. Shen Tianli regretted it. She regretted kissing Lin Zhe in front of Su Qingxue. If I hadn't done this, she wouldn't have lost her mind and done such a thing. Shen Tianli regretted it so much that she wanted to slap herself in the face. When she was almost suffocating, Su Qingxue let go of Lin Zhe. She also looked at Shin Tianli provocatively. But Shin Tianli's eyes were blazing and her face was pale, as if she was terribly irritated. Su Qingxue felt great instantly. Lin Zhe was indeed greatly stimulated by the kiss from Shin Tianli just now, which led to this. But now, seeing Shin Tianli so broken, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered what Lin Zhe had said to her at the hot spring club. She said that she cheated on Shin Tianli. When Su Qingxue heard Lin Zhe say this, she thought that Lin Zhe wanted to take advantage of her. But now it seems that what Lin Zhe said makes sense. To be honest, Su Qingxue really didn't expect that Shin Tianli would be irritated to this extent by her actions. But these are no longer important. What is important is that I have found a way to counter Shin Tianli. Su Qingxue, you are so shameless. You have already divorced Lin Zhe. Why do you dare to kiss her? What? Lin Zhe married you? Su Qingxue asked with a sneer. This sentence made Shin Tianli even more defensive. It's more than just breaking my defense, it's almost making me explode. How dare Su Qingxue say such things? How dare she? Su Qingxue, you are so shameless. Su Qingxue smiled. Her smile is as beautiful as a flower. Looking at Shin Tianli's generous look, she felt very happy. I've never felt so good. Lin Zhe was a little confused. No, these two ancestors used themselves as tools for their fight? But what Lin Zhe wanted to say was, well done. Damn, I dare not even imagine such a scene in my dreams. How can I be so worthy of this? Hold it in, don't laugh. Looking at Su Qingxue's smug look, the furious Shin Tianli suddenly grabbed Lin Zhe's arm and walked outside. Su Qingxue didn't stop him. Although she felt a little lost when she saw Lin Zhe leaving, she felt happy. Wait a moment. Lin Zhe said quickly. Shin Tianli became more and more angry. What do you mean, you don't want to leave? No, I'll just talk to Su Qingxue and leave. Humph, then hurry up. Don't worry, it will be quick. Go wait for me outside. Shin Tianli just didn't want to see Su Qingxue. Seeing her smug look, Shin Tianli would think of the scene of her kissing Lin Zhe just now. When she thought of that scene, her heart ached. After watching Shin Tianli leave the villa, the moment the door was closed, Lin Zhe quickly hugged Su Qingxue's sweet and soft body into his arms. Su Qingxue was startled. No, this bastard is so bold now? Hug me if you want? Asshole, let me go. Lin Zhe cursed and said, damn it, why didn't you let me go when you used me to stimulate Shin Tianli just now? Now that Shin Tianli has been stimulated by you, you feel good and you want to destroy the bridge after crossing it? Humph, who let her stimulate me first? Yes, she was wrong in this matter. However, it's all in the past. Don't sleep too late tonight and wait for me. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. She tilted her head back and looked at Lin Zhe and asked, asshole, what do you mean? Shit, of course I'm going to sleep with you. Humph, I won't let you sleep. Su Qingxue said shyly and angrily. No, I'm almost suffocating now. You deserve it. Hold. Lin Zhe was angry. He slapped her right on her perky butt. Su Qingxue snorted softly. She looked at Lin Zhe aggrievedly and said, asshole, you hit me. You never hit me in the 3 years of marriage. Okay, I was wrong. I'll give you a rub. As he said that, Lin Zhe lifted up her long skirt and reached in to rub her. But after rubbing for a while, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly widened like cow eyes. Fuck, Su Qingxue, you're not wearing any underwear? While talking, Lin Zhe had already touched her butt. So fucking exciting. Su Qingxue's face turned red instantly, and she looked extremely charming. Asshole, you, please stop touching me. I didn't mean to not wear anything. To be honest, after hearing Shin Tianli's voice, I got so angry that I forgot to put it on. I thought you were seducing me. You're talking nonsense, I didn't. Su Qingxue retorted with a blushing face. Lin Zhe smiled and said, yes, you didn't seduce me, I was the one who seduced you. Humph, that's how it is. Su Qingxue pouted her soft red lips and said coquettishly. Damn, how could she be so attractive? Lin Zhe couldn't bear it anymore. He kissed her eagerly. Su Qingxue's eyes were as big as green apricots, and her whole body leaned limply in Lin Zhe's arms. After kissing her for a while and letting her go, Su Qingxue's eyes were charming, yet with a hint of resentment. Asshole, you are getting more and more outrageous. Lindsay panted and said, "Damn, you are becoming more and more attractive. Wait for me tonight. Do you hear me?" Su Qingshue's heart was moved. What's wrong with me? Why am I so happy when this bastard praises me? I don't want it to happen at night. I want it now. Su Qingxue said with a hum. Hold the grass. Chapter 56. Don't be angry. Hold the grass. Lin Zhe was stimulated. He really wanted to now. But when I thought of Shen Tianli sticking to me like a dogskin plaster. If he was interrupted by her halfway through, Lin Zhe would definitely go crazy. At night, Shen Tianli is like a dogskin plaster now. Wherever I go, she goes. If I force myself to stay, she will provoke you again. I will come to find you after she falls asleep. Well, I'll lock the door and not let you in. Don't be afraid, I'll climb through the window. No, it's like having an affair. Isn't this more exciting? Lin Zhe said with a smile. Su Qingxue glared at Lin Zhe. Just as she was about to finish speaking, Shen Tianli's voice came from outside. You bastards, you haven't finished talking yet? Lin Zhe quickly kissed Su Qingshue's beautiful red lips and said, "Wait for me, I'll be back soon." Having said that, he flashed out of the villa. Seeing Lin Zhe coming out, Shen Tianli immediately stepped forward, took his arm and said, "What did you talk about with Su Qingxue? You talked for so long. Kiss." If Lin Zhe had said this before, Shen Tianli would never have believed it. But after seeing Su Qingxue forcefully kiss him, Shen Tianli no longer dared to jump to conclusions. You filthy rascal, you are not allowed to see Su Qingxue anymore, do you hear me? Why? I won't. Who do you think you are? Why do you care about me? Lin Zhe said unhappily. Damn, she and I are just partners, why do you care so much? Shen Tianli was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. This bastard actually dared not listen to me. I don't care. If you want to sleep with me in the future, then stay away from Su Qingxue. Okay, then I won't sleep with you. Go away. You keep using this matter to tease yourself. You really think you are a fish? Shen Tianli became anxious. You bastard, what do you mean, are you going to look for Su Qingxue? I can find whoever I want. Why do you care so much? If we can cooperate, we can cooperate. If we can't, forget it. Lin Zhe wanted to sleep with her, but the prerequisite was that there wouldn't be so many complicated things. Shen Tianli became so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. I thought I could easily control this bastard, but now it seems that I was overthinking. It seems like I have to give him some sweet treats, otherwise, if he really goes back to find Su Qingxue, I will be so angry that I will die. After making up her mind, Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "Don't be angry. I was wrong and I shouldn't be so mean to you." As she spoke, she shook Lin Zhe's arm. Lin Zhe's heart was moved by her. She just shook her arms. The key point is, what does it mean to rub your arm with a weapon? Damn it, I'm really angry now, tell me, what should I do? A bite? Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. I don't believe he would be angry after being slapped. Let's go home and eat. Returned to Shen Tianli's villa. Before she could say anything, Lin Zhe grabbed her slender waist and held her in his arms, sitting on the sofa. By the time Shen Tianli reacted, Lin Zhe's lips were already pressing against her beautiful red lips. The numbing feeling stimulated Shen Tianli's heart to beat wildly. She couldn't help but think of the last time she kissed Lin Zhe in the car. However, she soon couldn't remember it anymore. Because Lin Zhe's kiss made her head dizzy, as if she was drunk. But unlike being drunk, she didn't feel uncomfortable, but rather very excited and comfortable. Shen Tianli is a little addicted. She hooked her arms around Lin Zhe's neck and began to kiss him back. Their tongues entangled in each other's mouths. When she was almost suffocated, Lin Zhe reluctantly let her go. Shen Tianli panted softly, her watery eyes filled with alluring desire. Lin Zhe wasn't in much better condition either, he was panting heavily and his eyes were bloodshot. You rascal, is it more comfortable to kiss me than to kiss Su Qingxue? Shen Tianli asked with a gasp. It's bad. I kissed you too hastily just now and didn't feel it. How about doing it again? Let me feel it again. Then I'll know which one of you is more comfortable when I kiss you. Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe with both anger and laughter. This bastard would say anything to get a kiss. You wish. That's all for tonight. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Lin Zhegang became addicted to kissing, and as a result, Shen Tianli was about to retreat. He wanted to continue, but then he remembered that Su Qingxue was still waiting for him at home. Thinking of Su Qingxue's graceful figure, Lin Zhe decided to let Shen Tianli go for the time being. After all, with her you can only eat mouthfuls, but with Su Qingxue you can eat meat. Comparing the two, Lin Zhe wanted to eat meat more. After watching Shen Tianli leave, Lin Zhe turned around and went back to his room. After washing himself clean, Lin Zhe lay on the bed and waited quietly. He was waiting for Shen Tianli to fall asleep. He was not afraid that Shen Tianli would know that he slept with Su Qingxue, but he was afraid that she would come to sabotage him again. Damn it, Lin Zhe really didn't want to be interrupted halfway through his work. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already late at night. Lin Zhe got out of bed and left the room, then he tiptoed upstairs. I stood at the door of Shen Tianli's room and listened. It was quiet inside. He must have fallen asleep. Lin Zhe turned around, went downstairs, and quickly left the villa. It was already pitch black in Su Qingxue's villa, and she was probably asleep. But Lin Zhe doesn't care about that. He quickly entered Su Qingxue's villa and went straight to the room where Su Qingxue slept. Su Qingxue had fallen asleep. After seeing Lin Zhe off just now, she took a shower and lay down on the bed. Although Lin Zhe asked her to wait for him, Su Qingxue knew clearly that he would most likely not come. After all, Shen Tianli will keep a close eye on him. Without any expectations in her heart, sleepiness came very quickly, and Su Qingxue fell asleep after a while. Lin Zhe was speechless as he stood beside Su Qingxue's bed and watched her sleep. I told her to wait for me, but she actually fell asleep. But even if she fell asleep, Lin Zhe decided to wake her up. After all, the brothers have already started protesting. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Zhe quickly took off his clothes, then got on the bed and got into Su Qingxue's quilt. Su Qingxue woke up suddenly when she felt the hot palms moving on her body. She was about to scream in the next second. She thought there was a bad guy in her house, who was about to molest her. But at this moment, hot lips suddenly blocked her soft red lips. A familiar feeling came over me. It's Lin Zhe. For some reason, when Su Qingxue found out it was Lin Zhe, a huge surprise suddenly surged in her heart. She wanted to speak, but Lin Zhe's lips were pressed hard against hers, and his tongue was madly sweeping the air in her mouth. Su Qingxue was dizzy from the kiss. When she was almost suffocated, Lin Zhe let her go. Su Qingxue panted and said, "I thought you bastard wouldn't come. Take off your clothes." Lin Zhe didn't want to say any unnecessary nonsense. Take it off for me," Su Qingxue said in a whining voice, her voice incredibly seductive. There was no way she could do anything about it. She was aroused by Lin Zhe's kiss. Lin Zhe's bones were almost loose, and he quickly got started. After a short while, Su Qingxue became the same as Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, panting heavily, pounced on her sweet and soft body. Chapter 57. Of course you can give it to me. Got it, brothers, got it. Lin Zhe was so excited. Even though I just ate it a few days ago, how could I complain about having too much of this? Moreover, Lin Zhe felt that he would never be able to get enough of that kind of ecstasy in his lifetime. He ate very hard. There's no way, this piece of meat is so hard to come by, it's so delicious. Lin Zhe ate 4 meals of meat in one night. Eat in bed, eat in the bathroom, eat at the dining table, eat at the kitchen island. By the end of the meal, Lin Zhe was completely full and satisfied. He lay on the bed with Su Qingxue in his arms. She is exhausted. She is sweating profusely and looks as beautiful as a flower. To be honest, if Lin Zhe wasn't afraid of making her sick, he would have wanted to continue. She is so alluring. Are you tired? Lin Zhe asked. Su Qingxue snorted and said, "Asshole, what do you think?" Lin Zhe smiled. Want to continue? A look of fear instantly appeared on Su Qingxue's charming face. Asshole, are you done yet? I don't want to either, but you don't know how delicious you are. Lin Zhe smiled as he stroked her beautiful face. Humph, I won't sleep with you, a bastard, anymore. What's wrong? Didn't I serve you well just now? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Su Qingxue was so embarrassed and angry that she punched Lin Zhe. But she had just finished a fight and was obviously limp all over, and this punch was more like tickling Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe smiled and took her sweet and soft body into his arms. Su Qingxue was shocked. She thought Lin Zhe would continue. Asshole, please spare me. Su Qingxue was scared. This kind of thing is really pleasurable, but if you do it too often your body won't be able to handle it. She felt a little pain again. The main thing is that this bastard has been around for too long, and I really don't know what he is made of. The reason why Su Qingxue felt that he took too long was because she heard from her best friend that this kind of thing would take at most half an hour, but this bastard would take almost an hour every time. Moreover, not only has he been doing this for a long time, but what is even more terrible is that his brother is also doing this and that. It's really annoying. Don't worry, I won't bother you anymore, Lindsay said as he lit a cigarette. Humph, I don't believe you. Lindsay smiled and said, really, I don't have the strength anymore. If I keep struggling, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk during the day. Asshole, do you think I would believe your lies? You said the same thing that night, and you ended up sleeping with me 7 times. Did you know that I was in pain for 2 days and I had to buy some medicine to heal it? I'm sorry, I was wrong about this. Let me rub it for you. Su Qingxue was both anxious and embarrassed. Asshole, you, don't mess around. Lindsay smiled. Look how scared you are. I was just teasing you. Su Qingxue glared at Lindsay. This bastard. By the way, buy some stewardess uniforms later. I'm not a flight attendant, why would I buy that kind of clothes? When she said this, Su Qingxue reacted, and with her pretty face flushed, she punched Lindsay. Asshole, you're dreaming. I won't buy you clothes like that. No, you have such a hot body, it will definitely be very attractive if you put it on. Humph, you're dreaming. Besides, what can I wear that's not attractive? Lindsay smiled and said, indeed, you are attractive even without wearing it, but if you don't want to buy it, then I will let Shen Tianli buy it. I think she will be happy to do so. Su Qingxue became unhappy instantly, and she turned over and wrote on Lindsay. He angrily questioned, asshole, what do you mean by mentioning her when you just slept with me? I don't want to mention it. It's really because you didn't buy it for me. Lindsay said aggrievedly. Su Qingxue was speechless. He clearly made a very shameless suggestion. But now he still comes here feeling aggrieved. How shameless. Su Qingxue, are you going to buy it or not? Give me a definite answer. As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue was so angry that she grabbed Lindsay's arm and bit him hard. Lindsay felt pain. Su Qingxue, are you born in the year of the dog? Humph, who made me angry, you bastard? Damn, I've seen you without clothes on, so what's wrong with you wearing a stewardess uniform? Su Qingxue was both embarrassed and angry. Asshole, okay, I'll buy you if you leave Shen Tianli. By then, let alone stewardess uniforms, I'll buy you sexy lingerie and wear them for you to see. Don't you like stockings and high heels? Then I can buy a lot and wear them for you to see. And, I'll only show them to you, okay? Hold the grass. Is this the beginning of using the beauty trap on yourself? Whether it should be said or not, she can stir people's hearts. Fortunately, Lindsay is a scumbag, otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to resist her teasing. Then forget it. Su Qingxue's defense was immediately broken. No, I said so much just to please him. This bastard actually rejected me? Doesn't he like himself? Why? Why do you reject yourself? Su Qingxue couldn't hold it anymore. She suddenly felt so wronged. Asshole, are you really in love with Shen Tianli? Su Qingxue asked Lindsay with red eyes. No, ever since we divorced, I decided to seal my heart and lock away my love. I'm afraid I won't be attracted to anyone again in this life. The reason I don't leave her is because she is useful to me. Lindsay is not talking nonsense. This afternoon, Lindsay unexpectedly learned that Shen Tianli and her family actually held 7% of Green Bubble's shares. Lindsay doesn't really want these shares, but he will need Green Bubble to pay when his own food delivery software goes online in the future. After all, I didn't pay for the license. If I leave her now, what's the point of my food delivery app? Of course, there is another reason, which is that I haven't slept with Shen Tianli yet. How could Lindsay let go? When Su Qingxue heard that Lindsay decided to seal his heart and lock away his love and never fall in love with anyone again, her heart suddenly began to ache. She knew that she had hurt Lindsay too badly. Otherwise, why would he seal his heart and lock away his love? Su Qingxue really wanted to say some words of apology, but the harm to Lindsay had already been done, so what was the use of saying sorry? Lindsay saw her self-blame. Then he said, you don't have to blame yourself. This kind of thing can't be blamed on you. After all, you are free and you certainly have the right to pursue true love. After being comforted by Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue could no longer hold back. She lay in Lin Zhe's arms and started crying. After crying for a while, she suddenly choked up and asked, "What use is Shen Tianli to you?" "Depend on." "Why does her mind jump so much? Shouldn't she cry and beg me to sleep with her again?" "I'm planning to start a company, and I'll need the Shen family's connections," Lin Zhe said as he directed his hands to wander over her body. "The Shen family is powerful, but our Su family is just a vegetarian? You want to use your connections, but I can't give them to you?" Su Qingxue felt more and more aggrieved. Lin Zhe smiled and hugged her sweet and soft body tightly. "Of course you can give it to me, and you gave it to me 4 times tonight. Asshole, you just know how to lie to me. You lied to me that night and said you wanted a divorce. You felt very upset, and then you took away my innocence. Now you lie to me again to sleep with Shen Tianli," Su Qingxue said while choking. Hiss. How does she know that I wanted to sleep with Shen Tianli? Is it possible that I am being very obvious? I'm not lying to you. The company I run needs to use the money from Green Bubble Company to pay, Lin Zhe said seriously. Su Qingxue was stunned. "What kind of company are you going to start?" "It's a secret, but I'll tell you when it opens." "Can I invest in you?" Chapter 58, Treating Women as Air. Something is wrong. Something was very wrong with Su Qingxue. Why would she invest in herself for no reason? Why? Lin Zhe asked his doubts. Su Qingxue shook her head and said, "No reason, I just want to help you. After all, we are husband and wife, and you have been expelled from the Lin family and have no one to rely on." "Why, are you feeling sorry for me?" Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Su Qingxue was silent. She did feel a little sorry for Lin Zhe. She felt sorry for Lin Zhe's helplessness. Lin Zhe pinched her cheek and said with a smile, "Su Qingxue, feeling sorry for a man is the beginning of bad luck. I'm not afraid. Okay, if I need investment in the future, I'll come to you." Su Qingxue nodded. She said seriously, "As long as you open your mouth, no matter how much, I will give it to you." Lin Zhe was stunned. Hold the grass. This is a dangerous signal. Past life experience tells Lin Zhe that when a woman is willing to spend money on a man, when a woman is willing to spend a lot of money on a man unconditionally, either she is a fool, or she falls in love with the other person, or she is a fool who falls in love with the other person. Su Qingxue is obviously not a fool. In other words, she fell in love with me? Or does she still not realize that she has fallen in love with me? But regardless, it's a scary sign. Lin Zhe is a scumbag, but he only cheats on your body, not your feelings, let alone your money. No, I can't stay with her any longer. If she could see through her heart, it would be a disaster for her. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Okay, I'll remember that. It's getting late. Go to sleep. I'll leave first." "What? You want to leave?" Su Qingxue was anxious. She didn't want to face such a big house alone. "Well, I'm mainly afraid that Shen Tianli will quarrel with you again after she finds out. If this gets out, it will be bad for your reputation. Besides, you're so attractive. If I stay, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my brothers. But I don't want to face such a big house alone," Su Qingxue said aggrievedly. "How about this, I'll leave after you fall asleep." "Oh well." Lin Zhe turned off the bedside light. Su Qingxue snuggled in Lin Zhe's arms, enjoying this rare moment of peace. For some reason, Su Qingxue felt an inexplicable sense of happiness in her heart at this moment. It was a very strange feeling. But Su Qingxue likes this feeling, solid, peaceful and comfortable. Perhaps because Lin Zhe tormented her too much, Su Qingxue fell asleep in a short while. After Lin Zhe made sure that she was completely asleep, he turned over and got out of bed, then quickly disappeared into the night. A night in silence. Shen Tianli got up very early. After getting up, she did some yoga in the living room of the villa wearing yoga pants. Shen Tianli's body is very soft. She can perform all kinds of difficult moves with ease. In addition, the yoga pants fit tightly against her skin, making her look particularly seductive when she made some movements. By the time the servant prepared breakfast, Shen Tianli had already taken a shower and changed her clothes. She was wearing a black slit long skirt today, and no stockings, but her 2 snow-white slender thighs were faintly visible as she walked, which was even sexier than wearing stockings. Lindsay hasn't gotten up yet. Maybe it was because she liked Lindsay to have breakfast with her, so now that she didn't see Lindsay, Shintianli felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She decided to go and wake Lindsay up. After opening the door, Shintianli saw Lindsay sleeping soundly. Shintianli inexplicably found the sleeping Lindsay a little cute. He has fair skin, long eyelashes, and a straight and slightly big nose. But not uncoordinated big, but just the right size. Shintianli suddenly remembered a sentence she had seen before, which said that men with big noses have big things too. Shintianli's pretty face suddenly turned red. Her eyes fell on Lindsay's lips again. Lindsay's lips are neither thin nor thick, but they look very soft. Shintianli recalled the scene of being kissed by Lindsay last night. She became more shy. At this moment, Lindsay suddenly said, "Have you seen enough?" Lindsay felt it the moment Shintianli entered his room just now. Although he came here through time travel, Lindsay felt that his ability to perceive the outside world on Blue Star also came here with him. "The reason I pretended to sleep was to see what Shintianli was going to do." "Ah!" Shintianli was startled. "You bastard, you're going to scare me to death." Lindsay looked at her with a smile. "Should I not speak? If I don't speak, will you kiss me?" Shintianli's pretty face turned even redder. Because what Lindsay said was correct. When she stared at Lindsay's lips just now, she did have the urge to kiss him. But how could Shintianli admit such a thing? "You filthy rascal, what are you talking about? Hurry up and get up, eat, and then come with me to my bestie's house." Having said that, Shintianli was about to leave. But Lindsay suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled with a little force, and Shintianli fell on Lindsay's bed. Shintianli was stunned for a moment. "No, this bastard is so bold now? He even dared to pull me onto his bed." Shintianli was really afraid of being bullied by this nasty hooligan. She quickly struggled to stand up. Lindsay smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm in sage mode now. I'm not interested in women. I just want to hug you." "You bastard, what is sage mode?" "Forehead. You can understand it as treating women as air after one's desires are satisfied." "Desires are satisfied? What do you mean, your desires are satisfied?" "Yes, I went to see Su Qingxue last night, and we slept together several times. I was really exhausted. Otherwise, how could I not get up now?" Puff. Shintianli smiled charmingly. If Lindsay said that she and Su Qingxue kissed or something, Shintianli would reluctantly believe it. But if Lindsay said that he slept with Su Qingxue, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. Although she and Su Qingxue are sworn enemies, Shintianli knows clearly that Su Qingxue is definitely not that kind of casual woman. Moreover, yesterday, when Su Qingxue's black moonlight was harassing him on Green Bubble, Shintianli also took the opportunity to inquire about the progress between him and Su Qingxue. Even though that greasy guy kept saying that he was pure and innocent, he only held hands with Su Qingxue. But Shintianli felt that it was most likely that Su Qingxue didn't let him touch her. "You rascal, you really dare to say that?" Shintianli said with a charming smile. "Forget it if you don't believe me. Come and let me hold you for a while. Don't worry, I'll just give you a simple hug and won't do anything else." Shintianli wanted to refuse. But she remembered again how Su Qingxue forcefully kissed Lindsay last night. This incident made Shintianli feel dangerous. "Forget it, give this bastard a little sweetness." 3 minutes. "I'll hold you for 3 minutes at most." "Okay." Lindsay held her in his arms. Neither of them spoke. "I don't know how long it took." Shintianli suddenly shouted in shame and anger, "You bastard, you lied, didn't you say you were in sage mode now?" Chapter 59. I blush when I talk to girls. Lindsay was embarrassed. He was so embarrassed. He thought he was in sage mode. But his body is more honest than him. "Shintianli, I don't think I can be blamed for this," Lindsay said shamelessly. Shintianli was so angry that she laughed. "You bastard, if I don't blame you, then why should I blame you? Yes, it's your fault. It's because you're too beautiful and too sexy." Shintianli smiled charmingly and cursed, "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, let me go." Lindsay smiled and let her go. It's not that he was afraid that Shintianli would be angry, but he was afraid that if he continued to hug her, his body would betray his brain and do something that would be unbearable for his kidneys. Lindsay doesn't want his kidneys to stop working at such a young age. After all, There are still many beauties in this world waiting for me to comfort them. Shen Tianli didn't expect Lin Zhe to be so obedient. She smiled charmingly and said, "You rascal, I've never seen you be so obedient before." "I don't want to do that either, but I'm afraid my kidneys won't be able to take it," Lin Zhe said with a depressed look on his face. Damn it, if she hadn't been so exhausted last night, if her physical condition hadn't been too poor to practice the skills taught by the old man in prison, Lin Zhe would have to teach her a lesson now. However, after his physique improved and he learned the martial arts technique, Lin Zhe would not be afraid to do it 9 times, let alone 4 times a night. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe. "Stop talking nonsense and get up and eat. Can I have a mouthful first? You still owe me 9 wet kisses anyway." Shen Tianli was stunned. "You rascal, when did I owe you 9 wet kisses?" "When I was at Jiang Qingyue's house last night, you called me and asked me if we would exchange 10 kisses for a song. After we came back from Su Qingshue's house last night, we kissed once, so I'm not wronging you by owing you 9 more." Shen Tianli was speechless. She thought it was a joke, but this bastard took it seriously. Seeing that Shen Tianli didn't say anything, Lin Zhe said again, "You look so awesome, you don't want to default on your debt, right? If you want to default on your debt, it's fine. Then I will go find Su Qingxue and ask her to pay it for you." "What? This bastard is going to find Su Qingxue?" Shen Tianli suddenly became a little anxious. In the past, she would definitely not be so anxious, but last night she saw with her own eyes Su Qingxue forcefully kissing Lin Zhe. In other words, if this bastard Lin Zhe went to find Su Qingxue might really kiss him. When Shen Tianli thought of the scene where Su Qingxue forcefully kissed Lin Zhe last night, she clenched her fists in anger. "No, we can't let this bastard go looking for Su Qingxue again." "You rascal, did I ever say I would default on my debt?" Lin Zhe smiled. "I knew that I could easily control her with this trick." "Okay, come on, I'm ready, ravage me as much as you want, and don't show me pity just because I'm a macho man." Shen Tianli couldn't hold it in anymore and she rolled on the ground laughing. When the laughter was almost over, Shen Tianli said, "You bastard, you are so shameless. I owe you, but I didn't say when I would pay you back. I don't believe he dares to kiss me forcibly." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "It's okay, you can owe me whatever you want. Anyway, those 9 kisses will have interest. Today is 9, tomorrow will be 10, and the day after tomorrow will be 20. However, if you give me a wet kiss every morning when I wake up, then there will be no interest." Shen Tianli couldn't laugh anymore. She was convinced, she was really convinced by this bastard. "This is the first time in my life that I've heard that kissing can earn interest. Humph, I'll pay you back after you cure my best friend's illness." Shen Tianli didn't dare to return it to Lin Zhe now. "You know, we are in bed now. What if I get aroused by this bastard's kiss? It would be terrible then." "Okay," Lin Zhe said with a smile. After breakfast, Shen Tianli took Lin Zhe out of the villa. The two were about to get in the car. The door of the villa next door suddenly opened slowly, and then Su Qingxue was seen walking out with a very strange posture. When she saw Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli immediately took Lin Zhe's arm and looked at Su Qingxue provocatively. If Su Qingxue had seen this scene in the past, she would have been furious. But today she wasn't angry. Not only was Su Qingxue not angry, she felt a little proud in her heart, and even looked at Shen Tianli with contempt. In her opinion, Shen Tianli could at best hold Lin Zhe's arm, but she had a real exchange with Lin Zhe last night. Compared to the two, arm in arm is just child's play, so she won't be angry. However, when Su Qingxue saw the bastard Lin Zhe, her eyes immediately became extremely resentful. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, would my walking posture be so awkward? Lin Zhe understood the meaning in Su Qingxue's eyes, and he concealed his guilt with an awkward smile. After getting into the car, Shen Tianli drove away quickly. Lin Zhe sent a message to Su Qingxue. "I won't be so cruel next time." Su Qingxue's message came back quickly. "Asshole, do you want to have another chance? Yes, your body is so sweet and soft. I haven't slept enough." When Su Qingxue received the message, her pretty face turned red. This bastard is really becoming more and more rogue. "Well, I won't let you, a bastard, sleep with me then." Although he didn't see Su Qingxue's expression at the moment, when Lin Zhe looked at the message she sent, he always felt that there was a hint of coquettishness between the lines. "Then you sleep with me. You wish. Not as pretty as you." Su Qingxue instantly became proud. "Humph, bastard, don't let Shen Tianli kiss you. Mind me." Lindsay replied unhappily. Damn, I just slept with you a few times. Why do you care so much? Besides, I don't care about what happens between her and Jizafeng. Wouldn't it be nice to be a pair of loveless wild mandarin ducks? Su Qingxue was so angry that she didn't want to reply to Lindsay's message. But after a while, she was so angry that she couldn't help but send a reply to Lindsay. Asshole, if you dare let her touch you, I won't let you touch me anymore. Then I won't touch it. Su Qingxue was so angry that her defense broke down. This bastard just slept with me last night, but now he's turned against me. He is truly worse than an animal. While sending a message to Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli suddenly said, You bastard, you'd better behave yourself when you see my bestie later. Don't be fooled by her pretty face, which makes her look like a harmless little white flower. She is actually very cruel and merciless. Don't tease her, or she might really punish you, and even gods won't be able to save you. Shen Tianli, look at what you said. How could I, a person who blushes when talking to a girl, tease her? Shen Tianli laughed and scolded, You are so shameless. Where am I shameless? You are shameless from head to toe. Slander, Shen Tianli, you are slandering me. I will sue you. Shen Tianli's eyes flickered, and she said with a charming smile, Then go ahead and sue. Damn it, you're so cruel. When you get under me in the future, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Shen Tianli's pretty face turned red. This stinky hooligan. Chapter 60, Control. As soon as Su Qingxue arrived at the company gate, she saw Jizafeng. He seemed to have just got off a bus. When she saw Jizafeng, Su Qingxue frowned slightly. She kind of didn't want to see him. She is feeling annoyed. Su Qingxue has been depressed until now because of the 2 messages that bastard Lindsay sent to her. When Jizafeng saw Su Qingxue, he was delighted. Qingxue, why were you limping when you were walking just now? Are you injured? I'll take you to the hospital. I'll be sad if you do this. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red, and she said calmly, No, I'm fine. How can I not blush? Because Jizafeng's words reminded her of the scene of being bullied by that bastard Lindsay last night. But Jizafeng thought it was because of him that Su Qingxue blushed, so he asked more affectionately, Are you really okay? Su Qingxue was already feeling a little irritated, and after hearing what Jizafeng said, she became even more irritated. Doesn't this person have any vision at all? I've already said it's okay, why are you still asking? Don't you think you're embarrassed enough? Su Qingxue asked coldly, Why do you take the bus to work? Oh, isn't this for low-carbon travel? Jizafeng said guiltily. There was no way he could afford to add gas. These words made Su Qingxue look at him with a higher opinion. I didn't expect he was so environmentally friendly. Low-carbon travel is good. Su Qingxue said calmly. Having said that, he was about to enter the company. Jizafeng quickly said, Qingxue, wait a moment. Why, what's the matter? Jizafeng nodded. It's still about David. I talked to him last night and he was very angry. He even threatened to join forces with some well-known producers from outside the country to boycott our company. Jizafeng was determined to use this matter to cheat a large sum of money from Su Qingxue. There was no way out. He had reached the end of his rope. After failing to get money from Su Qingxue last night, Jizafeng returned to the hotel and called home, hoping that his parents would give him some support. But the mother cried and told Jizafeng that the family had no money left, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, and many suppliers were demanding payment. Su Qingxue frowned slightly. I really didn't expect that the other party would be so persistent when it was just an intention for cooperation. It would be a real hassle if the other party really joined forces with other producers to boycott our company. Su Qingxue was not afraid of the other party's boycott. The worst that could happen was that she would just refuse to cooperate. There were a large number of excellent producers in the country anyway. But she was worried that if this matter became a big deal and made the news, it would be a scandal for her company. Su Qingxue would never allow this to happen. Forget it, just spend money to avoid disaster. How much money will it take to settle this matter? Su Qingxue asked coldly. 5. Jizafeng hadn't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted by Su Qingxue. 500,000? Sure. Go ask the finance department for an advance and transfer it to the other party. Jizafeng was instantly overjoyed. He originally wanted to say 50,000. He was afraid that if he asked too much, Su Qingxue would not give him the money, But he never expected that Su Qingxue would ask for 500,000. Damn, she's really rich. This further strengthened Ji Zifeng's determination to win her over. Qingxue, don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Su Qingxue felt a little unhappy. It was clearly me who spent 500,000 yuan to settle this matter, so how could I say that he would handle it well? If he could handle this matter well, he wouldn't have asked me for 500,000. But she was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Ji Zifeng. She just wanted to let that bastard Lin Zhe comfort her. By the way, Qingxue, there is one more thing. What is it? Shen Tianli has been sending me messages these past 2 days, seemingly trying to tease me. Ji Zifeng pretended to be depressed. That's right, he was using Shen Tianli to arouse Su Qingxue's possessiveness towards him. He was sure that Su Qingxue would not ask Shen Tianli about this matter. And he believed that Su Qingxue would be so angry that she would explode when she heard this. After all, Su Qingxue said that they were sworn enemies and that he was the one she liked. No. After saying this, Su Qingxue turned around and walked into the company. Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. No, shouldn't she be so angry that she wants to explode when she hears that Shen Tianli is teasing her? But why is the reaction so calm? So calm that it seemed as if he were a stranger. Why does she get so angry every time Shen Tianli uses Lin Zhe to provoke her? Could it be that Su Qingxue likes that beast Lin Zhe? When this thought flashed through his mind, Ji Zifeng felt a little panicked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Qingxue likes me. She even divorced that beast Lin Zhe for me. She just hasn't reacted yet. When she does, she will definitely be furious. Yes, that must be it. After comforting himself like this, Ji Zifeng hurried into the company and ran towards the finance department. After Su Qingxue entered the office, the secretary quickly brought in a cup of coffee. While drinking the fragrant coffee, Su Qingxue glanced at her cell phone. That bastard Lin Zhe didn't reply to my message anymore. When the cup of coffee was finished, Su Qingxue asked her secretary to bring in another cup. When the coffee she was waiting for was delivered, Su Qingxue finally couldn't help it and sent another message to Lin Zhe. Asshole, it hurts. I don't believe that I have sent such a message. Considering how much he likes me, he will definitely come to comfort me soon. But in the end, when he finished his second cup of coffee, Lin Zhe still hadn't replied to the message. Su Qingxue's defense was completely broken. She decided that she would never pay any attention to that bastard Lin Zhe again. But even though I thought so. However, after a while, when there was still no message from Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue suddenly seemed to remember something and she lifted up her skirt. 2 sexy legs wrapped in black stockings came into view. Su Qingxue deliberately chose a particularly provocative angle and took a photo. After taking the photo, she sent it to Lin Zhe. I just don't believe he won't reply to my message. Not long after the message was sent, Su Qingxue's cell phone rang. It's Lin Zhe's message. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly in satisfaction. Bastard, I don't believe I can't control you. Su Qingxue quickly opened the message sent by Lin Zhe. Does it hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you? Also, what was that photo you just sent me? Why is it so blurry? Please send me another one. This time, try to find a sexier angle. It would be best if you could include your high heels in the photo. Puff. Su Qingxue giggled instantly. This bastard. Chapter 61. I want to say that I am curing your illness, do you believe it? The car stopped in front of an incredibly luxurious villa. Before getting out of the car, Lin Zhe saw a number of men in black standing at the entrance of the villa. These people all had a cold expression, as if to say, don't pretend to be cool with me. If you do, I'm going to kill you. It has a bit of the flavor of a social person. As Shen Tianli got out of the car, the two of them walked slowly towards the courtyard of the villa. The courtyard of the villa is built extremely luxuriously. Pavilions, towers, rockery, and flowing water create an extraordinary atmosphere. A dozen servants were busy in the courtyard. After entering the living room, a servant said with a smile, Miss Shen is here. Shen Tianli nodded and asked, Where's Yinyin? The eldest lady is upstairs. How is she today? The servant shook his head and said, Not very good. Then I'll go see her. Shen Tianli said. The servant quickly stopped her and said, Miss Shen, you'd better not go up. The eldest lady is in a particularly bad mood today. She has already ordered that she doesn't want to see anyone. After all, tomorrow is the anniversary of her father's death. You should go back. Forget about it. Okay, I'll tell you later, Enine, and tell you that I was here. The servant nodded. Let's go, you rascal. Shen Tianli said to Lin Zhe. Now that I'm here, why are you leaving? I'll go take a look. Shen Tianli said that her best friend is the big sister of Haiqing's underground world. Lin Zhe certainly doesn't want to miss out on such incredible connections. Shen Tianli became anxious. You rascal, stop it. Enine's father died unexpectedly 2 years ago. She was raised by her father. This incident was a devastating blow to her. Every year on her father's death anniversary, she would lock herself up. If you offend her at this time, even gods can't save you. Lin Zhe's heart trembled. He thought of his father. I was also raised by my father. Everyone said that he was cruel and ruthless, but he spoiled me to the utmost. So when he died unexpectedly, it was a devastating blow to himself. Unexpectedly, Shen Tianli's best friend's experience was so similar to her own. Lin Zhe was about to speak. A servant suddenly ran down from upstairs. She said in a panic, "Oh no, the young lady fainted." Shen Tianli said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, Enine has fainted due to dysmenorrhea before, I will go see her first." As she spoke, she took Lin Zhe upstairs quickly. After the door opened, a girl in her 20s came into Lin Zhe's sight. At this moment, she was lying on the bed with her eyes closed and her face pale. It is as beautiful as a delicate flower that is about to wither. It makes people feel pity. It is really hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl is the big sister of Haiqing's underground world. If Lin Zhe didn't know her identity in advance, he would have thought she was the campus belle of a certain university. Lin Zhe didn't appreciate it too much. He quickly took the girl's pulse and began to diagnose. Looking at Lin Zhe taking his best friend's pulse, he looked very professional. Shen Tianli was a little confused. No, can this bastard really cure diseases? When did he learn medicine? I have investigated his past, but I couldn't find anything. Lin Zhe really knows how to take a person's pulse. Of course, I learned this from that old man during the 3 years I was imprisoned on Blue Star. The old man's medical skills were amazing, but Lin Zhe didn't actually learn much. At most, I learned 30% of the other party. However, the old man once said that Lin Zhe had good talent, and if he studied with him for 10 years, he would definitely become a famous doctor. Unfortunately, God didn't give him that much time. After a diagnosis, Lin Zhe gave up. How about this, you rascal? The pulse is stable, but the qi and blood are insufficient, and the liver fire is strong. It is probably due to excessive sadness, coupled with the fainting caused by dysmenorrhea. Can you cure it? Of course. After all, besides being handsome, I am also a decent doctor. Shen Tianli was amused by this. Then you should treat her quickly. Okay, you go out first. Why should I go out? Stop talking nonsense. I told you to go out, so just go out. Lin Zhe said unhappily. You rascal, you're not going to take advantage of my best friend. Yes, if you don't go out, how can I do it? Shen Tianli was speechless. Okay, get out now. Even though I'm a gangster, I can't take advantage of someone in distress. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe. Then he turned and left the room. Lin Zhe took out the acupuncture kit from his pocket. He bought it on the way here. After opening it, Lin Zhe began to take off the other person's skirt. To treat her uterine cold, acupuncture is needed at the Shimen, Guanyuan and Zhongji acupoints at the same time. These 3 acupoints are located about 5 inches below the navel. This is also why Lin Zhe wanted Shen Tianli to leave. If I don't let her go out, when I really take off her skirt, she will definitely think I'm being a hooligan. Even though he is a gangster. To be honest, this is not the first time Lin Zhe has taken off a girl's skirt. Even though only part of it was taken off, you definitely can't see any mosaic parts. But Lin Zhe's hands were still shaking a little. Not only were his hands shaking, but his breathing was also a little disordered, and his heartbeat was so fast that it felt like he was on a rocket. Soon, 3 acupuncture points were revealed. Looking at the other person's flat belly and skin as white as mutton fat jade, Lin Zhe's heart beat even more violently. Cursing himself for being useless, Lin Zhe quickly began to treat the other person. He knew he had to make it quick and decisive. After all, the other party could wake up at any time. Once she wakes up and sees the scene, she won't be able to wash herself clean even if she jumps into the yellow river. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lindsay waved his hand and 3 silver needles were put into his hand. Then he quickly pierced the 3 acupuncture points. As the silver needle pierced into her, the other person's delicate body trembled slightly. Lindsay kept praying that she would not wake up. Whatever you fear will come true. Just as Lindsay was praying, the other party suddenly opened his eyes. The moment their eyes met, a terrifying aura instantly gushed out from her eyes. What a strong aura. Even though Lindsay had been a boss before, he still felt a little nervous. You're awake? Lindsay asked guiltily. Who are you? Why are you in my room? The other party's voice was intimidating without even being angry. Lindsay was about to explain. But the other party had already seen that her skirt had been pulled down to her hips. An even more terrifying aura burst out from her eyes. Well, if I say I'm curing you, do you believe me? The other party didn't speak. Lindsay thought she believed what he said and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the other party suddenly shouted, "Come! Hold the grass!" Lindsay was so stimulated that he quickly covered her mouth. With your mouth. Chapter 62, just consider it as consultation fee. The moment their lips collided, Lindsay was stunned. He was really confused. No, how can I use my mouth? Shouldn't it be done with hands? Even if the other person's lips are indeed sexy and soft, then you can't just say it directly. Now I can explain myself for taking off her skirt. But now that our lips have touched, it is completely impossible to explain. Lindsay quickly opened his mouth. Song Nanin's distinct black and white eyes suddenly widened like green apricots. She never dreamed that she, the ruler of the underground world of Haicheng, would be kissed by someone one day. This is my first kiss. But that's not the point. The key point is, what is that electric shock feeling like? Moreover, not only did I feel tingling all over my body, but even my brain felt a little dizzy. When I saw the lips of the stranger in front of me leave my lips, the electric shock and numbness feeling quickly disappeared. Song Nanin gradually regained consciousness. So, I was kissed forcefully just now? A surge of anger suddenly emerged from the bottom of her heart. If I don't kill this trash today, my surname is not Song. She shouted again, "Come." But as soon as this word came out, Lindsay lowered his head and kissed him again. Hold the grass. Lindsay was confused. This damn mouth, why doesn't it listen to the brain? What the hell are you kissing? It would be fine if it was Su Qingxue or Shin Tianli. But the person in front of him is the big sister of Haicheng's underground world, who can kill him in minutes. Although Lindsay was not afraid of her, he could not deny that the other party was indeed fierce. And most importantly, this is not the fucking blue planet. In other words, it is easier for the other party to kill me than to kill an ant. The feeling of electric shock came over her again, and Song Nanin's eyes turned like green apricots again. This tingling sensation made her heart beat faster for no apparent reason. Lindsay quickly opened his mouth. Song Nanin felt a little lost for some reason. This feeling instantly woke Song Nanin up. No, why do I feel so disgusted? She became more and more angry, and even her beautiful eyes were spitting fire. What a daredevil! He actually had the guts to kiss me twice. Very good, the 2 Tibetan mastiffs tied in the yard have food. Looking at Song Nanin's terrifying eyes and feeling her strong aura, Lindsay knew that she was completely angry. He quickly explained, "Beauty, I'm here to treat you, and the treatment requires inserting silver needles into the acupuncture points on your lower abdomen, so I took off your skirt. Look, you still have silver needles on your body." After listening to Lindsay's words, Song Nanin glanced at her lower abdomen. There were indeed 3 silver needles inserted there. Okay, even if you are here to heal me, I can ignore you taking off my skirt, but what about you kissing me? Is it also necessary for healing? Song Nanin asked sharply. Kiss you, just consider it as the consultation fee. Just die. We've already kissed each other anyway. It's too late to say anything now. Song Nanin was so angry that she laughed. This is the first time I have seen such a reckless guy. May I have your name? Lindsay. So, you are the person who can cure my dysmenorrhea, as Shin Tianli said? After Shin Tianli finished her video call with Lindsay last night, she told Song Nanin that Lindsay could cure her illness. That's right. Where's Shin Tianli? outside the door. Tell her to come in. I'm afraid not yet. What's the meaning? You are still in the treatment process, wait until the treatment is finished. Pull out the needle. Song Nanine ordered. She could believe that this fool in front of her was treating her, but her lower abdomen was still aching terribly, with no relief at all. In other words, this is a liar. Not yet. What's the meaning? The treatment has just begun. If you remove the silver needles now, it will not have any effect. You say it as if it will have an effect if you continue. Of course. If you're still in so much pain in another 10 minutes, I'll let you do whatever you want. Lindsay is confident in his medical skills. He has verified it on Blue Star. At that time, a female prison guard also suffered from dysmenorrhea, and Lindsay treated her. The effect is remarkable. Song Nanine sneered. Of course she didn't believe Lindsay's words. So many doctors had treated her dysmenorrhea, and she had taken so many medicines, but they were all of no use. Now he wants to solve the problem with 3 silver needles? This is not bullshit. But at this moment, a warm current suddenly emerged in her lower abdomen. The warm current made her feel like she was in a hot spring. It's a magical feeling. And the most amazing thing is that Song Nanine clearly felt that the severe pain in her lower abdomen was disappearing. Song Nanine was suddenly shocked. She couldn't believe this was true. It has been 7 or 8 years since I first had my period. I have seen countless doctors and taken countless medicines, but nothing worked. Song Nanine didn't believe that this daring guy in front of her could cure her stubborn illness with just 3 silver needles. But the facts were before her eyes and she had no choice but to believe it. The warm current in her lower abdomen became hotter and hotter, and Song Nanine felt like she was in a furnace. My whole body felt warm and comfortable, and the original pain in my lower abdomen became weaker and weaker. Until it disappears. The look in Song Nanine's eyes when she looked at Lindsay was finally no longer so sharp, and was replaced by shock. Are you really a medical professional? Song Nanine couldn't help but ask. Don't you feel it already? From the other person's eyes, Lindsay knew that his treatment was working. Song Nanine stopped talking. Soon, the treatment was over and Lindsay pulled out the silver needle. Okay, get out of bed and feel it to see if it still hurts. Song Nanine put on her skirt and got out of bed. I stood on the ground and felt it, and sure enough, there was no pain at all in my lower abdomen. Very good, now that it doesn't hurt anymore, I can settle the score with this daring guy for forcefully kissing me twice. Tell me, how do you want to die? Song Nanine looked at Lindsay sharply. He forcefully kissed me twice, and shamelessly said that he would treat it as medical payment, hoping that I would let him go. What daydreaming! Do you really think that the nickname Song Yen Luo was given for nothing? Oh shit. I knew this wouldn't end easily. Seeing the hatred bursting out of the other person's eyes, Lindsay said quickly, You don't think I can cure you in one go? What's the meaning? It's very simple. With a uterine cold like yours, it will take at least some time for you to recover. If the treatment is interrupted, the backlash will become even more serious. In other words, if you want to continue to suffer from the pain worse than death, then you might as well kill me now. Song Nanine was unhappy. How could he, the leader of the underground world of Haicheng, be controlled by this daring guy who forcefully kissed him twice? Chapter 63 It depends on your performance. Although he successfully controlled Song Nanine, Lindsay felt particularly unhappy. Damn it, if this happened on Blue Planet, I wouldn't have to use such cheap means to control a woman. Of course, most women on Blue Planet wouldn't dare to talk to me like that. It seems that I have to develop my own power as soon as possible. It's really unpleasant to live with your tail between your legs. But now his company has just been established, and it will take some time to join the ranks of the big guys. Forget it, I'd better sleep with her and make her submit to me completely. This is much easier than struggling on your own. After all, a very awesome writer on Planet Blue once said that the stomach is the gateway to a man's heart, and the vagina is the gateway to a woman's heart. As long as I can enter her body, there is no need to worry about not being able to enter her heart. Although it is shameless to do so, fortunately Lindsay is a shameless person. After making up his mind, Lindsay smiled and said, Beautiful lady, don't be angry. I was wrong to kiss you. I apologize to you, but I really didn't mean it. We were so close at the time, and your lips were so sexy and soft. I couldn't resist your temptation and kissed you. Song Nanine was both ashamed and angry. What does it mean that my lips are so sexy and soft? Now that I have grown up, when that person sees me, he has to call me Miss Song respectfully. Not to mention saying dirty words, I wouldn't even dare to make a joke. But only this bastard in front of me can say such shameless words so confidently. Shut up. Let me ask you, how many times do you need to treat me to completely cure me? To be honest, Song Nanyin was really unhappy. She really wanted to kill this bastard in front of her who had the guts to forcefully kiss her. But she wanted to cure her dysmenorrhea more. After all, this incident has seriously affected my life, and every time I have my period, it hurts so much. It's simply worse than death. It's hard to say. Some people can be cured after one treatment, but some people can't be cured even after 10 treatments. How do you know if you're completely cured? Of course it doesn't hurt anymore, it's cured. But I don't feel any pain now. Believe me, you don't feel any pain now because I have just treated you. If the follow-up treatment cannot keep up in time, you will feel more pain in 3 days. Lin Zhe continued to fool her. Song Nanyin was so depressed that she didn't want to talk anymore. She stared at Lin Zhe, as if trying to find some flaws in his face. Why, you don't believe me? You're so beautiful, how could I bear to lie to you? Besides, you're so awesome, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Humph, I don't think you dare. Starting tomorrow, come and treat me every morning until I recover. If you can cure me well, I can spare your life. If you still can't cure me within a month, I don't mind feeding you to the 2 Tibetan mastiffs in the yard. This woman is worthy of being a gangster, she is so cruel when she speaks. However, a month should be enough time for me to sleep with her. Okay. You can go now. Wait a minute. If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to fart, fart it. When I come to treat you tomorrow, you'd better wear a short white silk skirt. Song Nanyin looked at Lin Zhe with sharp eyes. What do you mean? What does this have to do with curing me? It doesn't matter, but I like watching it. After saying this, Lin Zhe left. Song Nanyin's eyes were like knives as she looked at Lin Zhe's back. She felt a little bit helpless. After all, he is the helmsman of the underworld in Haicheng, but now he is helpless against a bastard who forcefully kissed him twice. If this gets out, where will he put his face? How can he survive in the underworld and intimidate his subordinates? But this damn thing can cure my dysmenorrhea. As soon as I walked out of the room, I saw Shen Tianli. At this moment, she was walking around anxiously. To be honest, she was very worried about Lin Zhe. She was not worried that Lin Zhe could not cure her best friend's illness. What she was worried about was that the old pervert Lin Zhe would take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of her best friend, thus bringing disaster upon himself. The fact that he couldn't cure the patient only meant that Lin Zhe's medical skills were not good enough, but his crime was not punishable by death. But if you take advantage of your best friend, you will be doomed. After all, Shen Tianli had seen how cruel her best friend was. She had an old subordinate who pointed at her while talking, so she had his hand chopped off. If that old pervert Lin Zhe sees that his best friend is so beautiful and takes advantage of her, even God can't save him. Just as I was worried, Lin Zhe came out. When Shen Tianli saw him coming out safely, her heart finally settled down. She hurried over to meet him. You bastard, are you okay? Lin Zhe smiled and said, I'm so awesome, of course it's okay. How's my bestie? I'm awake. Shen Tianli was delighted. You cured her? That won't happen so quickly. She'll need some time to heal, but she's not in pain anymore. You can go see her. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Shen Tianli became more excited. She really didn't expect that Lin Zhe could actually cure her best friend's illness. Although it will take some time, it is better than no cure. Wait for me for a moment. Having said that, Shen Tianli quickly entered Song Nanyin's room. Lin Zhe was bored, so he sent a message to Su Qingxue. Where are the legs? Su Qingxue is listening to Ji Zifeng's report. Just now, Ji Zifeng withdrew 500,000 yuan from the finance department and transferred the money to David. Now he is reporting this to himself. After listening to Ji Zifeng's report, Su Qingxue said calmly, Okay, I understand, you go ahead and get busy. Qingxue, I want to treat you to a meal at noon, is that okay? I'm really sorry about the meal last night, so I want to make it up to you. After having money in his pocket, Ji Zifeng spoke more confidently. No need. I made an appointment with an advertiser at noon to discuss the endorsement with Ji Shanshan. Can I go with you? Don't think too much. I'm just afraid they'll take the opportunity to force you to drink. If I'm here, I can protect you from them. Su Qingxue thought about it and felt that what Ji Zifeng said made sense. After all, he is his assistant now, and it is his job to block the wine for him. She was about to agree. But the cell phone suddenly rang, and the message was from Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue was delighted. She quickly opened the message. When Su Qingxue saw the message sent by Lin Zhe, her pretty face turned red. This stinky hooligan. He took a deep breath and calmed his pounding heart. Su Qingxue said to Ji Zifeng calmly, "No, just go and do your thing." Ji Zifeng was a little unhappy. "But there is nothing I can do." "Okay, then, whenever you need me, just give me a call." Su Qingxue nodded. After Ji Zifeng left his office, Su Qingxue couldn't wait to reply to Lin Zhe's message. "Asshole, accompany me to a dinner party at noon and I will show you my legs. I want to touch it again." Lin Zhe's message came back quickly. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned redder and redder. She replied to Lin Zhe, "Humph, it depends on your performance." Chapter 64 I am a pure and innocent person. When Lin Zhe received Su Qingxue's message, he was moved. There was no way. He was extremely excited when he thought of Su Qingxue's two sexy legs wrapped in black stockings. "Give me the address. First-class fresh food." Lin Zhe was speechless. "Why is it Yupingxian again? Can't we go to another place?" "Why?" Su Qingxue replied quickly. "I'm tired of eating." "So where do you want to eat?" "I don't know. You choose the place." "I don't want to go to Yupingxian anyway." "Okay, I'll text you after I choose a place." "Okay." After finishing the conversation, Lin Zhe went downstairs. Song Nanin's villa is decorated very luxuriously, but it gives people a lifeless feeling. Lin Zhe didn't like this kind of place, so he got up and left the villa. While waiting for Shen Tianli, Lin Zhe had nothing to do, so he wrote a song for Ji Shanshan. The song was copied from Too Unfair on Blue Star. This kind of sad song is suitable for Ji Shanshan. Lin Zhe is now really grateful for the years when he formed the band on Blue Star. In order to pick up girls, he worked hard to learn such sad love songs. I copied the lyrics very quickly and finished it in a short while. Lin Zhe originally wanted to copy it for Ji Shanshan, but after thinking about it, he decided to give the song to Jiang Qingyue. After all, the song was later sung much more popularly on Blue Star than Tainyang. Moreover, Lin Zhe himself felt that later sounded better than being too aggrieved. However, Too Wronged is also very nice to listen to. I believe that with this song Ji Shanshan's fame will be further enhanced. After copying the part that felt wronged, Shen Tianli hadn't come out yet, so Lin Zhe copied it again for Jiang Qingyue. As soon as I finished copying, I received a message from Su Qingxue, which was an address. Lin Zhe looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. So he called Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli answered immediately. "Oh, you rascal, I forgot you were still in Yinin's villa. I'm really sorry. Yinin is in a bad mood. Why don't you go back first and I'll spend more time with her?" "All right. Okay, I'll call you later." "Good." After they hung up the phone, Lin Zhe drove towards the address sent by Su Qingxue. This is a private restaurant. As soon as Yang Gang arrived, he saw Su Qingxue. At this moment, she was standing at the door of the restaurant in her clothes. Her beautiful face and sexy figure attracted many people's attention when she stood there. There were a few people who tried to chat her up, but Su Qingxue had a cold face and ignored them. Lin Zhe got out of the car and walked quickly towards Su Qingxue. When she saw Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue's lips slightly raised. She didn't know why, but now when she saw Lin Zhe, her mood would become very good. She wanted to see him. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Lin Zhe asked with a smile. "No, I just got here a while ago." "Okay, let's go in then." Su Qingxue responded obediently. "What's the dinner party like today?" "Talking to a beauty brand about Ji Shanshan's endorsement." "Why, does this kind of thing require you, the boss, to personally take action?" "The boss can't just sit in the office and count money." Su Qingxue responded with a smile. "I thought that a girl as pretty as you would have a lot of perverts willing to work with you." "Huh, you think it's all you?" "Su Qingxue, this is a personal attack. Be careful or I'll tell you I'm framing you." As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue stopped. Her watery eyes stared straight at Lin Zhe, and she said in a tender voice, "How did I frame you? Aren't you a pervert? If you weren't a pervert, would you have bullied me like that last night?" Lindsay's heart was moved. Damn it. Why didn't I know before how Su Qingxue could tease people? It was obviously a very normal sentence, but when she said it in that soft and delicate voice, Lindsay found it particularly seductive. Lindsay was so tempted to do something bad with her. "Su Qingxue, what should I do? I want to sleep with you again." Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. She looked around and found that there was no one around, so she said shamelessly, "Asshole, please don't be so shameless, you didn't get enough sleep yesterday. Are you questioning my strength? I'm not going to talk to you asshole anymore." As she spoke, Su Qingxue quickened her pace. Lindsay followed with a smile. The box was empty. In other words, part.If people haven't arrived yet. Why haven't they arrived yet? Lindsay asked after the two of them sat down. He sat next to Su Qingxue. The appointment was at 12 o'clock, and it's only 11:40 now. The other party will definitely not arrive so early. After all, he is part.A. Is it tiring to talk about business? Lindsay asked casually. Su Qingxue was delighted. Does this bastard care about himself? Humph, even though he has liked me for 7 years, how could he let go so quickly? I'm tired. You used to give me a massage when I came home, but now you don't even give me a massage. Su Qingxue said coquettishly. Nonsense, I didn't give you a foot massage last night? Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red again. Asshole, don't think I don't know that you did that to touch my feet. Look at you, you've wronged me, haven't you? Although I don't deny that your feet are indeed sexy, especially when you wear flesh-colored stockings, but I am a pure and innocent person, how could I do such a vulgar thing? Pure as ice and jade. How dare he say such a thing? Su Qingxue was amused and started giggling. She really felt that Lindsay was completely different now. She used to speak softly and have a gentle personality. Now he no longer speaks gently and his personality is no longer gentle. But for some reason, Su Qingxue felt that he was much more interesting now than before. She would rather stay with him as he is now. Haven't you done enough dirty things? Don't think I don't know that you like my feet. On the night we negotiated our divorce, you used my feet to do something bad. When she said the last part, Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red enough that water seemed to be dripping out of it. Damn it. Su Qingxue, don't bring up the past. Seeing that her words had successfully stimulated Lindsay, Su Qingxue excitedly stuck out her pink tongue and said coquettishly, "Just turn it over, I'll turn it over." Hold the grass. Why is she so sexy even when she sticks out her pink tongue? Anyway, Lindsay's heart was beating so fast because of her action, and even his breathing became a little difficult. Su Qingxue, since part.A's people haven't arrived yet, why don't we have a bite to eat first? Su Qingxue's face was flushed. She glared at Lindsay. Asshole, please stop being so shameless. What if part.A's people suddenly come in? She wasn't saying no. But they are afraid that part.A's people will suddenly break in. There's hope. Lindsay was delighted. Wait until I lock the door. Just do it. Lindsay quickly stood up and locked the door of the box. He walked quickly to Su Qingxue, pinched her slender waist, and held her to sit on his lap. He eagerly kissed Su Qingxue's beautiful red lips. Chapter 65. Very good. When his lips were about to touch Su Qingxue's delicate red lips, Su Qingxue suddenly covered her lips with her hands. Lindsay kissed the back of her hand. The moment the hot lips touched her skin, Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled. Take your hands away. Lindsay urged. Damn it, I was just craving for a blowjob, but she blocked me from kissing her. This is just asking for your own life. Looking at Lindsay's anxious look, Su Qingxue looked at Lindsay with a hint of pride in her watery eyes. No, what if I get aroused by this bastard's kiss? I saw a 5-star hotel on the way here. How about I book a room in advance? Lindsay said with a smile. Su Qingxue was shocked. She knew that this bastard Lindsay was capable of doing such a thing. She quickly pleaded in a soft voice, Asshole, can you wait a few more days? I'm really in pain. Hearing her soft voice, Lindsay's heart was moved. Damn, what did she grow up eating? How can one be so seductive that one sentence can make people so excited? I really want to push her down on the dining table. But Lindsay held back. Although he was anxious, he was able to control his emotions. Besides, if I force it, it will cause trauma to her and that would not be worth it. Okay, let's talk about it when you're no longer in pain. Su Qingshue's pretty face blushed, and then she nodded. Asshole, can you let me go? Damn it, it's fine if you don't allow me to kiss you, but you can't even let me hug you? Puff. Looking at Lin Zay's aggrieved look, Su Qingxue smiled. When did this bastard become so cute? Looking at her beautiful smile, Lin Zay's breathing became a little difficult. He quickly said, "Stop laughing. When you laugh, I want to kiss you again." Su Qingxue asked proudly, "Why, do I seduce you when I smile?" There is a word to describe it. Lin Zay said with a smile. What word? Su Qingxue asked curiously. Lin Zay put his lips close to Su Qingshue's ear and said a word. Su Qingshue's pretty face turned red, and she punched Lin Zay twice, then said angrily, "Asshole, you are the coquettish one." Lin Zay lit a cigarette, puffing away at it, and said with a smile, "Well, I'm pretty flirty." I won't talk to you anymore. Part.A's people are almost here. I'll go open the door. I'll go. I need to go to the bathroom. Lin Zay said. Damn, he didn't want to go to the bathroom either. It was just that he had a reaction when he was hugging the sweet and soft Su Qingxue just now. Moreover, he was feeling a little hot all over and urgently needed to wash his face with cold water to cool down his hot heart. After opening the door of the box, Lin Zay quickly went to the bathroom. After he put out the cigarette, he washed his face with cold water for a while, and only then did he suppress the heat. Damn it, from now on, unless you are sure Su Qingxue can be touched, you must never touch her. This is simply courting disaster. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Zay returned to the box. Part.A's people have arrived. In the huge box, there were 5 or 6 other people besides Su Qingxue. When he saw them, Lin Zay sneered instantly. Because among these people, Lin Zay saw a maggot. That's right, Lin Zay saw Lin Nan. In fact, when Su Qingxue talked about beauty and makeup, Lin Zay had a hunch. After all, the Lin family is in the daily chemical business, and several of their brands are very successful. Unexpectedly, she was actually cooperating with the Lin family. Lin Nan also saw Lin Zay. When he saw him, Lin Nan instantly became furious. Because he immediately remembered the scene where Lin Zay kissed his goddess Shin Tianli in front of him, and he also remembered the scene where that beast Lin Zay gave him a big blow. As a result, Lin Nan became even angrier. He sneered and said, "Hey, isn't this my elder brother who was kicked out of the house? Why is he serving dishes here now?" When these words came out, Su Qingxue was shocked. As the boss, she certainly knew that the partner for this cooperation was a beauty brand under the Lin family. Moreover, this matter had been almost discussed before Lin Zay and I divorced. But she forgot that Lin Zay was also a member of the Lin family, and had been kicked out of the Lin family. The main reason was that when discussing this project, he was getting along very well with Ji Zifeng and never ignored Lin Zay. The Lin family was so mean to Lin Zay, but now he was cooperating with the Lin family. One could imagine how big of a blow this would be to him. Su Qingxue cursed herself inwardly for being such a pig. How could she make such a stupid mistake? She looked at Lin Zay cautiously, but saw an ambiguous smile on his face. Su Qingxue suddenly felt a little panicked. She knew Lin Zay and she knew he was angry. Su Qingxue was about to speak, but Lin Nan said arrogantly, "Come on, everyone, let me introduce you. This is my eldest brother, the eldest son of the Lin family. He was sold to human traffickers by a servant when he was young. When he was 16, he was found by my parents, but his character was so bad that my parents kicked him out of the Lin family again." This remark instantly caused everyone to burst into laughter. Lin Nan became more and more proud. He said proudly, "Brother, look at the way you are now. You are really bringing shame to our Lin family. How about this? Kneel down and apologize to me for what happened last time. Maybe I will be happy and reward you with a few 100,000. It's better than serving dishes here." As soon as this was said, someone echoed, "Boss Lin, you are so kind. Hey, what the hell are you standing there for? Come over here and kneel down to apologize to our boss Lin. Boss Lin is really handsome and kind-hearted. If I had a brother like him, I would be too ashamed to live in this world." Lin Zay seemed not to hear what these rubbish were saying. He walked straight up to Su Qingxue. "Do you know that the partner of this cooperation is the Lin family?" Lin Zay asked indifferently. Su Qingxue became more and more flustered. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know what to say. After all, what Lin Zhe said was not wrong. He did know in advance that the partner he was going to cooperate with was the Lin family. I can't tell Lin Zhe that I have forgotten that he is also a member of the Lin family. This kind of damage is even more severe. Very good. Lin Zhe smiled. Su Qingshue's heart was instantly hurt. She wanted to cry. She wanted to apologize to Lin Zhe. She wanted to tell him that she really didn't mean to hurt him. But Lin Zhe didn't give her another chance to speak. Walking straight up to Lin Nan, Lin Zhe picked up the ashtray on the table. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise I don't mind blowing your head off. Lin Zhe said expressionlessly. Lin Nan instantly became furious. Fuck, if you have the guts, hit me with that. A family outcast who has challenged me time and again, does he really think he is a vegetarian? Besides, I came here today to discuss cooperation with Su Qingxue. But Su Qingxue is the eldest daughter of the Su family. If this beast Lin Zhe dared to hit me today, not only would I not let him go, but even the Su family would not let him off easily for the sake of this cooperation. Okay. Lin Zhe said with a sneer. While talking, Lin Zhe swung the ashtray in his hand violently and hit Lin Nan's head hard. Chapter 66 I'm Not Angry. Bang! The ashtray in Lin Zhe's hand hit Lin Nan's head hard. The glass ashtray exploded instantly. It was splashing everywhere. Lin Nan fell to the ground with a scream. Shocking amounts of blood oozed from his head. The atmosphere in the box suddenly became extremely solemn. The few rubbish who had just laughed at Lin Zhe were frightened into silence by this scene. This guy is too cruel. Lin Zhe acted as if nothing had happened. He lit a cigarette and puffed out smoke while Lin Zhe said indifferently, "Come on, those who just spoke for Lin Nan, kneel down and slap yourself 30 times. If you slap one less, this maggot will be your fate." Lin Zhe's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. Looking at Lin Zhe's horrifying eyes, everyone didn't say another word. They all knelt on the ground and started beating themselves madly. The sound of slaps continued to echo in the box. After 30 rounds of fighting, Lin Zhe put out the cigarette in his hand. He looked down at Lin Nan with contempt as if he was looking at a maggot. "Go back and tell that old man Lin Xiaotian that if he wants to take revenge on me, just come at me." After saying this, Lin Zhe turned and left without even looking at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was anxious. She stood up and said coldly to the screaming Lin Nan, "I remember your humiliation of Lin Zhe today. I will get revenge for Lin Zhe." If she wasn't in a hurry to explain to Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue would have wanted to deal with these people now. I forgot that Lin Zhe is also a member of the Lin family, but my original intention was to seek cooperation, not to let Lin Nan humiliate Lin Zhe so unscrupulously. After hearing what Su Qingxue said, Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe that Su Qingxue would say such a thing. Looking at Su Qingxue's departing back, Lin Nan suddenly felt a sense of panic in his heart. This project in cooperation with Su Qingxue is the Lin family's key project this year. Although the project does not have much money, the Lin family's plan is to connect with the Su family through this project. What scared Lin Nan the most was that this project was originally being discussed by other people, but his father wanted to gild himself and make it more legitimate for him to join the board of directors, so he asked him to connect with Su Qingxue. But now it seems that I have messed it up. When Su Qingxue chased out of the restaurant, Lin Zhe had already got into the car. Seeing Lin Zhe about to leave, Su Qingxue became more and more frightened. Without thinking, she stood in front of Lin Zhe's car. Her eyes were red. "Lin Zhe, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to cooperate with the Lin family. We started discussing this project before we got divorced. I admit that when I heard the news that Ji Zifeng was coming back, I was already dizzy and completely forgot about your relationship with the Lin family. I apologize to you. I really know I was wrong. Don't worry, I will never cooperate with the Lin family again. I will also seek justice for the humiliation you suffered today." Lin Zhe was calm. He opened the car window and stuck his head out. He even smiled and said, "Okay, Miss Su, I understand. Please move aside for a moment." "Miss Su. It's Miss Su again. When I just got divorced and appeared in front of him with Ji Zifeng, this is what he called me. Polite yet distant. These days he finally started calling himself by his full name." Moreover, Su Qingxue clearly felt that the relationship between the two had eased a lot. But now, because of my own stupidity, I am back to the time when I just got divorced. Su Qingxue felt more and more upset. She looked at Lin Zhe with red eyes and said, Lin Zhe, I really know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? I beg you. Miss Su, I swear, I'm really not angry, can you move aside? This was Lin Zhe's true feelings, he was really not angry. He just felt a little disgusted by Su Qingxue's cooperation with the Lin family. Su Qingxue couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She looked at Lin Zhe with tears in her eyes. Her touching expression was filled with prayers to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe got out of the car. He walked up to Su Qingxue and said word by word, Miss Su, I'll say this one last time. I'm really not angry. It's your freedom and your right to cooperate with anyone you want. Just like you divorced me for Ji Zifeng, I respect your choice and decision. So now, can you get out of my way? Su Qingxue's heart trembled, and she was so sad that she could no longer hold back her tears. Tears as big as beans gushed out. Su Qingxue cried and said, I won't, Lin Zhe, I was wrong, I was really wrong, I shouldn't have cooperated with the Lin family, I really know I was wrong. Miss Su, I'll ask you one last time, can you please move aside? Lin Zhe didn't want to waste any more time. Su Qingxue cried and shook her head. Lin Zhe didn't say another word. He turned around, got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car fell directly off the curb. The rear end of Shen Tianli's expensive car instantly hit the road, making a sharp crash. Seeing this, Su Qingxue was completely panicked. She thought that as long as she blocked Lin Zhe's way and apologized to him, the matter would be over. After all, he liked me so much, and he was most afraid of me crying. But now, seeing that Lin Zhe would rather crash his car than leave, Su Qingxue knew that she might lose Lin Zhe forever. She felt as if she was being cut by a knife. She didn't even have the strength to stand. She squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? A panicked voice suddenly sounded in Su Qingxue's ears. It was Ji Zifeng's voice. Su Qingxue looked up and saw that it was indeed Ji Zifeng. Looking at Su Qingxue's charming appearance, Ji Zifeng said with a distressed look on his face, Qingxue, what's wrong with you? As he said that, he was about to hug Su Qingxue. Although Ji Zifeng didn't know what had happened, Su Qingxue was at her saddest moment. I guess he urgently needs a hug from me at this time. But he just opened his arms. Su Qingxue suddenly shouted, don't touch me. Ji Zifeng instantly felt unhappy. Damn, don't you like me? What's wrong with me giving you a hug? But he dared not speak out, for he was afraid of offending Su Qingxue. But at this moment, Ji Zifeng secretly vowed that when he captured Su Qingxue, he would definitely ravage her. Damn it, let her pretend to be pure. Su Qingxue asked coldly, what are you doing here? I'm here to pick you up. I'm afraid you might drink too much or eat too much and something might happen. Ji Zifeng said affectionately. Su Qingxue wiped away her tears and stood up. Now that you're here, I think it's time for us to clarify some things. Chapter 67 I don't like you anymore. Ji Zifeng was ecstatic. Because he knew that Su Qingxue was finally going to confess her feelings to him. She was finally going to be with him. Ji Zifeng was so excited that he had even made up his mind that after being with Su Qingxue, he would first taste her sexy and delicate red lips. When you kiss her until she is in ecstasy, take the opportunity to take her to the hotel and have some good fun with her. He has been thinking about Su Qingxue's sexy and charming body for a long time. When Ji Zifeng thought that Su Qingxue and Lin Zhe had an arranged marriage and that Su Qingxue was probably still the original product, his breathing became rapid with excitement. Damn it, I must take more photos and videos and send them to that beast Lin Zhe, so that he can appreciate the scene of Su Qingxue enjoying herself under him. I believe it will excite him to death. The more Ji Zifeng thought about it, the more excited he became. Su Qingxue looked at Ji Zifeng with her watery eyes. Looking at this person I once liked for a long time. The man in front of her was clearly the same as she remembered, but Su Qingxue no longer felt that heart-pounding feeling. Yes, Su Qingxue finally realized clearly that she no longer liked him. She just realized it last night. To be precise, Su Qingxue was awakened by her best friend. After Lin Zhe left last night, Su Qingxue didn't sleep. She thought a lot. She was thinking about Lin Zhe, what happened during the 3 years she was married to Lin Zhe, and the scene of them making love in bed. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. At around 5 in the morning, Su Qingxue called her best friend. Her best friend is a scumbag. She used to be very innocent, but when she was in college, she saw her first love having sex with another woman, and her personality changed drastically. She cheated on a lot of people. The other party had just come out of a nightclub and was eating at a roadside stall. Su Qingxue asked the other party in a roundabout way, if a person always thinks of another person inexplicably in his heart, he will feel happy when he sees the other person, feel lost when he can't see the other person, and feel heartbroken when he sees the other person getting close to another woman. I want to completely monopolize the other person and make him or belong to me alone. At the end, Su Qingxue asked her best friend why all this happened. The best friend smiled and told Su Qingxue that of course it was because she liked each other. Moreover, it should be the kind that I like very much. The best friend's words sounded like thunder, exploding in Su Qingxue's ears. Her brain went completely blank. By the time Su Qingxue regained consciousness, her best friend had already hung up the phone. Su Qingxue didn't care about it, because her mind was full of the fact that she fell in love with Lin Zhe. At first, when Su Qingxue knew that she fell in love with Lin Zhe, she was secretly happy, but she soon remembered that she had divorced Lin Zhe for another man. At that moment, Su Qingxue suddenly became extremely depressed. She knew that her behavior hurt Lin Zhe. Moreover, it hurt him deeply. In fact, when Su Qingxue knew that she liked Lin Zhe, she wanted to call Lin Zhe directly. She wanted to tell him that she liked him. However, she remembered that a few hours ago, Lin Zhe had said that from now on he would seal his heart and lock away his love and would never fall in love with anyone again. At that moment, Su Qingxue regretted so much that she collapsed. Why did I want to divorce Lin Zhe? Why did I hurt him? Why did I only realize now that I fell in love with him? Later she called her best friend again, and this time she told her the whole story. She wanted her best friend to give her some advice. After listening to Su Qingxue's story, especially when she heard that she divorced Lin Zhe for another man, her best friend, as a top scumbag, couldn't help but complain about her. Su Qingxue cried and asked her best friend what she should do. Su Qingxue's best friend asked her to pursue Lin Zhe again. Impress him with your actions and perhaps you can win him back. When hanging up the phone, the best friend told Su Qingxue earnestly that if you love someone, you should not play with two people at the same time. Don't play with feelings. Those who play with feelings will eventually be played by their emotions. So, Su Qingxue wanted to confront Ji Zifeng. She wanted to tell him that she was grateful for his presence in her youth, but that she no longer liked him. She is going to pursue the person she truly loves. Seeing that Su Qingxue didn't speak for a long time, Ji Zifeng thought that Su Qingxue was shy. He smiled and was about to hold Su Qingxue's hand. But when Su Qingxue saw him stretch out his hand, she was so shocked that she quickly took a few steps back. Don't touch me, she said urgently. Lin Zhe said that he didn't like being touched by others, even by holding hands. To be honest, this is the only thing Su Qingxue is thankful for. She was glad that she did not rush to confirm her relationship with Ji Zifeng, and did not let Ji Zifeng touch even a finger on her. Seeing Su Qingxue avoiding him as if she were the plague god, Ji Zifeng's defense was broken again. He suppressed his inner anger and said with a smile, Qingxue, we are going to be together, why don't you let me hold your hand? Su Qingxue was stunned. Together? Who wants to be with you? You just said that you wanted to clarify something with me. Don't you want to confess your feelings to me? Su Qingxue's face darkened. The beautiful face was filled with astonishment. She said in a low and cold voice, I'm sorry, I never thought of confessing to you. What do you mean? Ji Zifeng asked in a trembling voice. A bad thought started to grow in his mind. Ji Zifeng, do you know why I fell in love with you back then? Su Qingxue asked back. After hearing what Su Qingxue said, Ji Zifeng breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Su Qingxue wanted to tell him that she didn't like him, but liked that beast Lin Zhe. It's really scary. Qingxue, to be honest, I don't know. Ji Zifeng said with a smile. How could he know why Su Qingxue fell in love with him? Besides, Ji Zifeng didn't want to chat about this nonsense with Su Qingxue now. He just wanted to quickly establish a relationship with her and then kiss her hard. Su Qingxue looked him straight in the eyes and said seriously and solemnly, forget it, what's the point of saying this now, Ji Zifeng? I always thought that I liked you, so when you went abroad, I was very distressed. I was so distressed that I selfishly thought that if I was with your mortal enemy, would you look back at me? When we were in college, I knew that you and Lin Zhe were sworn enemies. He was better than you in every way. I knew you were jealous of him, so I chose him and asked him to marry me. I thought you would look back at me when you knew about this, so I posted the news that Lindsay and I had obtained the marriage certificate on WeChat Moments, which was visible only to you. But unfortunately, I thought too much. Su Qingxue paused when she said this. Jizafeng said with great guilt, Qingxue, I'm sorry, I woke up too late, but fortunately we are still young and there is still a lot of time in the future. Su Qingxue shook her head. I'm sorry, what I want to tell you is, Jizafeng, the rain that fell in our youth has long since cleared up because of the appearance of Lindsay, so, Jizafeng, I don't like you anymore. Chapter 68, Work hard and I will marry you a sister-in-law next year. Shock. Stunned. Panic. Wait, countless emotions instantly emerged from Jizafeng's heart. His body began to tremble. His breathing began to become rapid. His eyes were red. But it's not because of sadness, but because of fear. Su Qingxue is now his only lifeline. But now Su Qingxue told him that she no longer liked him. Jizafeng could not accept such a result. Qingxue, you are lying to me, right? His voice was extremely trembling. Jizafeng, you know I'm not someone who likes to joke about feelings. Jizafeng became more and more panicked. Qingxue, you can't do this to me. I gave up my career abroad for you. If even you don't want me, then I will be left with nothing. Of course this is nonsense. Jizafeng has a shitty career abroad. After he and Qingmei went abroad, they relied on the financial support from their family to live a life of debauchery. The reason I said this was simply to arouse Su Qingxue's guilt. But he was wrong, Su Qingxue had never been a soft-hearted person. Now that she has grown up, only Lindsay can influence her emotions. No one can influence her emotions except Lindsay. Jizafeng, if you want to make me feel guilty in this way, then you are overthinking it. I do feel guilty, but not towards you, but towards Lindsay. He likes me so much, but I didn't see my heart clearly and hurt him. But you are right, we are still young, and I will have countless time to make it up to him in the future. Jizafeng collapsed. He completely broke down. It's that beast Lindsay again. Ever since I started college, I have been inferior to him in every way. I thought Su Qingxue was the only way he could beat him. But now, even Su Qingxue has fallen in love with him. Jizafeng couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it either. Qingxue, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, give me another chance. I really like you now. Jizafeng begged bitterly. He almost knelt down to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was not moved at all, she was even a little annoyed. Jizafeng, you understand relationships better than I do. You should know that this kind of thing is the most difficult to force. For the sake of our friendship, I don't want to say anything unpleasant. So, let's just leave it at that. If you want, you can continue to work in my company, but there is absolutely no possibility between us. After saying this, Su Qingxue turned around and got into the car. After watching Su Qingxue leave, Jizafeng completely collapsed. He was so angry that he kicked a tree on the roadside. As a result, he screamed in pain because he used too much force. Jizafeng became more and more devastated. Lindsay, you fucking bastard, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet. And Su Qingxue, you bitch, just wait for me too. I will make you kneel down and beg me. Lindsay didn't know what had happened between Su Qingxue and Jizafeng. At the moment he was eating at a roadside stall. To be honest, Lindsay really likes eating at roadside stalls. When he was in Blue Star, he often went to eat at roadside stalls late at night. Especially when I just took over my father's legacy, the pressure was too great. He needs to vent. He tried racing, he tried rock climbing, and so on. But nothing is as good as going to a small stall to eat late at night. Looking at the crowded stalls and the charming fireworks of life, Lindsay always feels particularly relaxed. Lindsay was also enjoying it at this moment. Although the taste of the stall is not even comparable to Yapingxian's, it can hardly be considered food. But Lindsay enjoyed the meal very much. After dinner, Lindsay put down 200 yuan and drove to his company. As soon as I entered the company, I saw Chen Xingshan walking in with 2 full bags of lunchboxes. When he saw Lindsay, Chen Xingshan asked with a smile, "Brother Zay, have you eaten yet? I ordered a box lunch, shall we eat together?" "I've already eaten, why are you eating now?" Chen Xingshan smiled and said, "We can't help it. Brother Zay, you have a heavy task. We have already started working since last night. In order to complete the task you assigned to us on schedule, we are now living in the company. Lindsay patted Chen Xingshan on the shoulder. Work hard, and I'll find you a sister-in-law next year. Thank you, Brother Zay. Chen Xingshan said excitedly. Finding a girlfriend is his biggest dream now. Lindsay smiled and said, let's go eat. After dinner, call everyone to the conference room and have a simple meeting. Chen Xingshan nodded, and after carrying the lunchbox into the company, Chen Xingshan suddenly reacted. Marry a sister-in-law? What does that have to do with me? When Chen Xingshan finally reacted, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Brother Zay is still as humorous as he was in college. After waiting in the conference room for half an hour, 11 people including Chen Xingshan entered the conference room. Lindsay's eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces. Let me introduce myself to you all. My name is Lin Zay. I am a classmate of Chen Xingshan in college. I invested in this company. From now on, you are all my people. Come, sign the confidentiality agreement first. The confidentiality agreement is about the new software we developed. Although I trust you all, I always like to use courtesy before force. Lin Zay threw a stack of documents to Chen Xingshan. Lin Zay asked the legal department of Shin Tianli's company to help draft the confidentiality agreement. Please distribute them. Chen Xingshan nodded. After everyone signed the agreement, Chen Xingshan sorted out the signed agreements and handed them to Lin Zay. Lin Zay held the confidentiality agreement in his hand and said, I am a person who does things in a straightforward manner and I don't like to talk nonsense. Everyone, follow me and make a fortune together. Maybe you think I may be making empty promises to you now, but time will prove everything I said today. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Chen Xingshan, you stay for a while. Everyone stood up and left the meeting room. Brother Zay, what instructions do you have? From now on, I will pay for all your food, drink, and toilet expenses while you are working. Keep the receipts and come to me for reimbursement anytime. Chen Xingshan was delighted and nodded repeatedly. Brother Zay is still as generous as ever. It's so great to work for a boss like this. By the way, Brother Zay, if there are any skilled people, can I continue recruiting? Of course you can, you are the director of the technical department. You have the final say over everything in the technical department. In fact, you can recruit any talent you want and you can decide their salary. Chen Xingshan became more and more excited. Brother Zay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work. Go ahead. After sending Chen Xingshan away, Lin Zay also got up and left. Just left the building. A police car came roaring and stopped in front of Lin Zay. 3 uniformed police officers got out of the car. The leading man asked in a cold voice, Are you Lin Zay? Right. Okay, come with us. Chapter 69 What if they are my own children? Hospital. Lin Nan had just finished bandaging the wound. His head was bandaged like a dumpling. Lin Xiaotian and Jin Shuilian looked at their son with eyes full of heartache. Son, does it hurt? Jin Shuilian asked with concern. Lin Nan said pitifully, it hurts so much. Jin Shuilian was instantly furious. Lin Xiaotian, I'm telling you, this time we must make that beast Lin Zay pay with blood. Look at what he has done to our son. Don't worry, I've called the police. The beast has probably been taken to the police station. My son's injury report is out too. He was fine originally, but I asked the doctor to give Xiaonan a concussion. Now he can expect to spend the rest of his life in jail. Lin Xiaotian said with a gloomy face. Lin Nan was overjoyed. So what even if Lin Zay is his biological son? So what if I am an adopted son? Aren't my parents on my side now? Mom and Dad, let's just forget it. He is my eldest brother after all. If we put him in jail, it will be a disgrace to our Lin family. Lin Nan said with pretended magnanimity. Jin Shuilian looked at Lin Nan with a distressed look on her face and said, My dear son, you are too generous, which is why you let that beast take advantage of you. Besides, he has been kicked out of the Lin family now. Even if he goes to jail, he is not a member of our Lin family. That's right, that beast has been kicked out of our Lin family. Even if he is dead now, he has nothing to do with our Lin family. Moreover, I have already warned him that he will suffer the consequences after he goes in. Lin Nan was so excited that he almost screamed. Fortunately, he pinched his thigh tightly, otherwise he would have screamed out. Mom and Dad, my brother won't be killed, will he? Who cares? If he dies, he dies. Jean Shuilian said with disgust. Mom and Dad, can I go see him later? He is my eldest brother after all. Shannon, you are just too kind. What's so good about such a rubbish? Lin Nan wanted to laugh more and more. He is not that kind, he just wants to see how miserable that beast Lin Zhe is. The three people were talking. The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. A middle-aged man in his 30s strode in. Who is Lin Xiaotian? The other party asked expressionlessly. I am, your one. My name is Fan Wenbing, and my boss is Bai Daolong. The other party said coldly. Lin Xiaotian was shocked. Bai Daolong is the most outstanding playboy in Haicheng. The Lin family dreams of getting in touch with this kind of relationship. Unexpectedly, they actually came to me on their own initiative. Could it be that you want to cooperate with the Lin family? Lin Xiaotian was overjoyed. He asked respectfully, Mr. Fan, I am Lin Xiaotian. I wonder if Mr. Bai has any instructions? Young Master Bai asked you to withdraw the charges against Lin Zhe. Fan Wenbing said coldly. Lin Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Jean Shuilian was dumbfounded. Lin Nan was shocked. No, what's going on? When did that beast get to know a great man like Bai Daolong? Did you hear that? Fan Wenbing shouted coldly. Listen, I heard you. I'll give you 5 minutes. Young Master Bai is at the entrance of the police station now. If he can't see Lin Zhe after 5 minutes, you can handle it yourself. After saying this, Fan Wenbing turned around and left. The three people in the ward were completely confused. Dad, what is going on? That beast, how come my eldest brother knows Bai Daolong? Lin Nan asked fearfully. How can I not be scared? A few days ago, that beast kissed Chen Tianli in front of him. This afternoon, Su Qingxue announced again that she would seek justice for Lin Zhe. Now here comes another Bai Daolong. The top 3 families in Haicheng have gathered together. Not to mention that they join forces, it would be easier for any one of them to kill himself than to kill an ant. Lin Xiaotian's face was gloomy. On the surface, his mood seemed unchanged. But a huge wave had already risen in his heart. Yes, Lin Xiaotian was even more surprised than Lin Nan that the beast Lin Zhe would actually climb up the big tree of Bai Daolong. Jean Shuilian suddenly said, Lin Xiaotian, do you think that beast will take this opportunity to retaliate against us? He dares. Lin Xiaotian pretended to be disdainful and said, when we chased him away, it was raining so hard. He knelt in the rain and begged us not to chase him away. It can be seen that he longs for a family in his heart. As long as I give him some sweet things, even if he climbs up the big tree of Bai Daolong, what can it do? He still has to beg us to let him go home. Jean Shuilian was very panicked. After all, she clearly remembered that she had beaten and scolded Lin Zhe a lot in the past. But now after hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, the panic just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. She said proudly, call the police first and ask that bastard to come out, then call that bastard and ask him to go home and have a meal. When Lin Nan heard that Lin Zhe had to go home for dinner, he immediately became unhappy. If Lin Xiaotian and Jean Shuilian knew what I have done over the years, they would probably kill me. Mom and Dad, if my eldest brother comes home, I'd better leave first. I'm afraid he will beat me again when he sees me. Lin Nan said aggrievedly. When Jean Shuilian heard this, she felt extremely distressed. She quickly said, don't be afraid, Xiaonan. Let's do this, Lin Xiaotian. First, call that beast and ask him to come out. Then, go back and find him and give him some sweet treats. It would be best if you could find out about his relationship with Bai Daolong. If they really have a good relationship, then pretend to agree to let him go home, and then ask him to connect us with the Bai family. Lin Xiaotian thought Jean Shuilian's idea was good, so he nodded and started calling the police station. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaotian began to think about when to find Lin Zhe and ask him to connect him with the Bai family. Mom and Dad, do you think that our eldest brother will take advantage of his good relationship with the Bai family and deliberately stay at home, asking us to apologize to him? Lin Nan suddenly said. Lin Xiaotian said disdainfully, humph, he is dreaming. We are letting him out because of Mr. Bai's face. Otherwise, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. That's right. A waste who was expelled from the family dares to bully us. Who does he think he is? Jean Shuilian echoed. As he was speaking, Lin Xiaotian's cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from the police station, and Lin Xiaotian picked up the phone. Old Lu, what's wrong? Lin Xiaotian asked. The other party is the deputy chief of police. Boss Lin, do you have time? What's that? Why don't you come over here in person? What happened? Lin Xiaotian asked unhappily. Lin Zhe said that unless you kneel down and apologize to him today, he will never leave the police station. Chapter 70. Who are you? Lin Zhe was smoking in the interrogation room. The cigarette belonged to a deputy director named Lu, and he also ordered it for Lin Zhe. There was no way. After Lin Zhe came in, all the things on his body were temporarily confiscated. Lin Zhe was relieved when he heard that he could leave. It seemed that either Su Qingxue or Shen Tianli saved him. But after he asked the deputy director named Lu, he found out that it was Lin Xiaotian who called him to release him. Lin Zhe knew clearly that with Lin Xiaotian's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to let him go. In other words, someone greeted Lin Xiaotian, or to be more precise, someone forced Lin Xiaotian to do so. In the huge Haicheng, the only families that could make Lin Xiaotian compromise are the Su family, the Shen family and the Bai family. Although he didn't know who made the move, Lin Zhe knew that Lin Xiaotian was now in a passive position. That's why he asked the deputy director surnamed Lu to call Lin Xiaotian and ask him to come over and kneel down to apologize to him. Lin Zhe knew that he would come. Although it is still unknown whether it was Shen Tianli or Su Qingxue who did it, no matter who it was, Lin Xiaotian could not afford to offend. When he finished smoking a cigarette, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. The person who came in was not a policeman, but a young man with elegant clothes and extraordinary bearing. When the deputy director surnamed Lu saw the other party, he instantly became extremely respectful. Mr. Bai, what are your instructions? One sentence mentioned the other person's name. Although it is not his full name, there is probably only one person in the huge Haicheng who can make a deputy director so respectful, and that is Bai Daolong. You go out first. I want to talk to Lin Zhe. The other party nodded quickly and then stepped out. Why don't you leave? Lin Zhe smiled and said, I'm waiting for Lin Xiaotian to come over and kneel down to apologize to me. You are vindictive, but isn't Lin Xiaotian your father? He didn't even treat me as his son, so why should I treat him as his father? So, it was you who forced Lin Xiaotian to let me go? Bai Daolong nodded. That's right. Want to talk to me about Jiang Qingyue? Lin Zhe asked again. Bai Daolong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, You are smarter than I thought. So guess why I saved you? There are two reasons. Either you want me to help you pursue Jiang Qingyue, or you want me to stay away from Jiang Qingyue. I personally prefer the first reason. If you want me to stay away from Jiang Qingyue, given your identity and background, there is no need for me to owe you a favor. Bai Daolong began to applaud. He smiled and said, You are smarter than I thought. Lin Zhe ignored him and continued, If I guess correctly, it should be Jiang Qingyue's agent who told you about my existence. Bai Daolong couldn't laugh anymore. Lin Zhe's cleverness once again exceeded his expectations. But when I investigated Lin Zhe, the conclusion I came to was just a waste. That's why he wanted to save him once, make him owe him a huge favor, and then use him for his own purposes. At Bai Daolong's level, using threats is too cheap. He is a man who thinks highly of himself. Besides, instead of threatening Lin Zhe to leave Jiang Qingyue, it would be better to make him his own henchman. But what Bai Daolong didn't expect was that Lin Zhe's intelligence surprised him, and also made him realize that this young man was not easy to control. Well, stop laughing. That means I guessed right. It looks like I'll have to change Jiang Qingyue's agent later. Lin Zhe said indifferently. No need to change, because no matter who you change to, they will listen to me in the end. That's right. Okay, since you already know my intention, I won't beat around the bush. I like Jiang Qingyue very much, but I have been pursuing her for 2 years and have not made any progress. She treats you well, and I think you should be able to help me. Lin Zhe smiled. But Bai Daolong, what should I do? I also want to sleep with Jiang Qingyue. Bai Daolong's face darkened, and a terrifying murderous aura burst out from his eyes. The temperature in the interrogation room suddenly dropped. Lin Zhe, don't seek death. Jiang Qingyue can only be mine. Bai Daolong, you are losing face. You are the #1 young master in Haicheng, but now you are threatening me. Why don't you have confidence in yourself? Hold. Bai Daolong was instantly lifted up by Lin Zhe. To be honest, if possible, Bai Daolong didn't want to threaten Lin Zhe. But I actually learned from Jiang Qingyue's agent that Lin Zhe is the person Jiang Qingyue has liked for many years. Now Lin Zhe told himself that he also wanted to sleep with Jiang Qingyue. Considering how much Jiang Qingyue likes him, wouldn't this be a matter of minutes? So, Bai Daolong became anxious. Of course he has plenty of ways to deal with Lin Zhe. But what he wanted was Jiang Qingyue's heart. Even if he killed Lin Zhe, what would be the use if he couldn't get Jiang Qingyue's heart? Do you smoke? Bai Daolong suddenly asked. Just pinched. Bai Daolong lit a cigarette for himself and then smoked it slowly. But before he could take a few puffs, Bai Daolong threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped on it hard with his foot. He stood up. Give me 3 months. Don't sleep with her within 3 months. If I still haven't caught up with her after 3 months, I'll quit. Okay. Lin Zhe said with a smile. The reason why I agreed to him was because he at least helped me once. Lin Zhe can give him this face. However, although he promised Bai Daolong not to sleep with Jiang Qingyue, Lin Zhe did not promise Bai Daolong not to kiss Jiang Qingyue. Bai Daolong nodded, turned around and left. He left quickly and decisively, but Lin Zhe fell into deep thought. I thought the number 1 young master in Haichang was a playboy, but I didn't expect that he was much more dangerous than I thought. Not long after Bai Daolong left, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open again. Then Lin Zhe saw the deputy director surnamed Lu walk in with an angry middle-aged man. The person who came was none other than Lin Zhe's adoptive father Lin Xiaotian. However, when he saw him, Lin Zhe suddenly felt that he looked very similar to Lin Nan. Especially those eyes, they looked like they were carved from the same mold. Just as Lin Zhe was looking at him, Lin Xiaotian was also looking at Lin Zhe with uncontrollable anger. Get down on your knees, you beast. When Lin Xiaotian came, he was still a little nervous. He even thought about playing the emotional card with Lin Zhe and asking him to let him go. After all, Bai Daolong was still in the police station. But after arriving, Lin Xiaotian unexpectedly learned that Bai Daolong had left. What is he afraid of? Lin Zhe was happy. It is obvious that he knows that Bai Daolong is gone, so he becomes tough again. Lin Zhe was about to speak. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the door of the interrogation room. Lin Xiaotian, who do you think you are? How dare you ask Lin Zhe to kneel down to you? Chapter 71 I knew you were pretending. Lin Xiaotian was furious. How dare someone call me a nobody? Moreover, the person speaking was a woman. Are you tired of living? Who do you think you are if you dare to scold me, Lin Xiaotian? Lin Xiaotian responded disdainfully. As he spoke, he turned around quickly. We have to see who is the fool who dares to speak so arrogantly. But the next second, his face, which was originally full of anger, turned pale in an instant. There was even fear in his eyes. Mission, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Lin Xiaotian said in a trembling voice. When seeing this scene, Lin Zhe sneered. He turned his head and glanced. But I saw a pretty figure standing at the door. The charming face was exceptionally cold, and even the watery eyes were filled with a creepy frost. The whole person looks particularly fierce, not at all like her usual charming and graceful appearance. Who else could it be but Xin Tianli? Why are you here? Lin Zhe asked. Xin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, I called you and a policeman answered the phone. He told me about your situation and I rushed over. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaotian's heart trembled violently. From the conversation between Lin Zhe and Xin Tianli, he could tell that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhe. How come this beast knows so many important people now? Not only has she established a relationship with Bai Daolong, but now she also has an excellent relationship with the Xin family's daughter. But Lin Xiaotian was not afraid at all because Lin Zhe knew so many powerful people. He was even a little chuckling. Because he felt that as long as he gave Lin Zhe some benefits, he would help him to connect with the Bai Jiayu and Xin family. Once the Lin family teams up with these two families, their rapid rise will be just around the corner. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian quickly smiled and said, Lin Zhe, what I did today was wrong. I made you feel wronged. Actually, my original intention was to make you brothers live in harmony and not hurt each other anymore, so I wanted to teach you a lesson. Besides, I also told the police to lock you up for a while and then release you. Lin Zhe smiled. From being taken away from the company gate to being taken to the police station and then to the interrogation room, what I went through was more than just being detained for a while. If Bai Daolong hadn't suddenly intervened, several policemen would have probably taken action against him. Lin Xiaotian saw Lin Zhe smile. I thought my words worked. He couldn't help but say to himself with pride, you are still as stupid as before. As long as I say a few nice words, you will be fooled and lose your way. As soon as Lin Xiaotian's thought flashed through his mind, Lin Zhe suddenly stopped smiling. Not only did he stop smiling, but his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp as he looked at Lin Xiaotian. The moment Lin Xiaotian and Lin Zhe looked at each other, they felt a terrifying sense of oppression coming towards them. That aura actually made Lin Xiaotian feel terrified. What is going on? How could I be afraid of this beast Lin Zhe? It must be because the daughter of the Shin family was present that I was scared. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Shin Tianli also felt the terrifying aura in Lin Zhe's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. This bastard had lived a miserable life in the Lin family before. Moreover, it is said that he is very afraid of Lin Xiaotian. But why does his look so scary now? Could it be that he was abused too much by the Lin family and thus felt resentment? It must be like this. It seems that I have to be nicer to this scoundrel in the future. At this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly sneered and said, Lin Xiaotian, do you think I am still as stupid as before? Just because you say a few nice words, I will be so moved that I want to give you my life? After hearing what Lin Zhe said, Lin Xiaotian said inwardly in dissatisfaction, you beast, if I wasn't afraid of angering the daughter of the Shin family, do you think I would say these nonsense to you? However, although he thought so in his heart, Lin Xiaotian said with a smile on his face, son, look at what you said, I really know I was wrong. Lin Zhe sneered and said, why, you want to play the emotional card? Lin Xiaotian, who do you think you are? Either kneel down and apologize, or get out. It's already 5:47. If Lin Zhe doesn't leave here by 6 o'clock, Lin Xiaotian, our Shin family will take over the land that your Lin family wants to get recently. Shin Tianli echoed. There was a strong hint of threat in her words. Whether to say it or not, Shin Tianli knows how to control people. Lin Xiaotian's heart was greatly shaken. He really didn't expect that Shin Tianli would help Lin Zhe to this extent. The piece of land she was talking about is the Lin family's key project for the second half of the year. If it is developed well, we can make hundreds of millions. If the Shin family really wanted to fight for it, the Lin family would not only not dare to fight, but would also withdraw obediently. After secretly cursing Lin Zhe as a beast, Lin Xiaotian wanted to give in, but when he saw Lin Zhe's arrogant look, Lin Xiaotian suddenly became filled with rage. A beast who was driven out of the family by me now dares to control me. To be honest, at this moment Lin Xiaotian really wanted to kill Lin Zhe. But he held back because he couldn't afford to offend the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Restraining the anger and frustration in his heart, Lin Xiaotian knelt down. He almost gritted his teeth and said, Lin Zhe, I'm sorry. I was wrong about what happened today. I hope you can forgive me. I don't forgive you, but you can go away now. Lin Zhe said expressionlessly. Forgive? What daydreaming? Don't be in a hurry, wait a little longer. There will be a day when the Lin family will be destroyed. Lin Xiaotian looked at Lin Zhe with resentment, then stood up and left the interrogation room. As soon as he left, the atmosphere in the interrogation room instantly became relaxed. Lin Zhe, who had a scary look in his eyes just now, suddenly looked at Shin Tianli with grievance. Come, let me hug you. Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, you rascal, you really know how to act. You were so awesome just now, why do you feel so wronged now? I'm just acting like a fool. I just feel wronged. It was Lin Nan who provoked me first, and then I hit him. But Lin Xiaotian, as our father, let the police arrest me without any reason. As he spoke, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly turned red. Shin Tianli's heart was moved. She had just suspected that Lin Zhe was trying to trick her into a hug, but now after hearing what he said, especially after seeing his red eyes, Shin Tianli realized that he was really aggrieved. In fact, think about it, if the biological father is so partial to an adopted son, no one would feel good about it. I guess at this time he not only felt aggrieved, but also very sad. If I give him a hug, maybe it will really comfort his wounded heart. Shin Tianli took a few steps forward and took the initiative to hug Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe held her sexy body tightly in his arms. The corners of her mouth slightly raised as she said, Shin Tianli, you are such a sexy and nice person. Shin Tianli was amused by this. She was about to speak, but her delicate body suddenly trembled, and her charming face flushed alluringly. Shin Tianli said with shame and anger, you bastard, I knew you were just pretending, take your claws off my ass. Chapter 72. I have a solution. I found it with my own ability, why should I let it go? Lin Zhe said righteously. Puff. Shin Tianli was defeated by Lin Zhe's shamelessness. Her watery eyes were filled with spring love, and she looked at Lin Zhe with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Shameless thing, if you touch my butt again, I will make you stay here tonight. Damn, you cruel little girl. Pop. Lin Zhe slapped her sweet butt. A seductive voice sprayed out from Shin Tianli's nose. Lin Zhe's heart was shaken. He looked at Shin Tianli and asked with a smile, when will you fulfill what you promised me today? What's the matter? Shin Tianli asked with a charming smile. She is playing dumb. Of course she remembered what she had promised Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe hugged her sweet and soft body and said, damn it, you said this morning that after I treated your bestie, you would let me eat her mouth. Really? I don't remember. Shin Tianli said, shaking her head. Hold. Stop shaking, I feel dizzy. Shin Tianli giggled. But she soon couldn't laugh anymore. Because Lin Zhe kissed her. Damn, her lips are so soft and sexy. Shin Tianli wanted to push Lin Zhe away. But the feeling of electric shock was so intoxicating. Not only did her heart beat wildly, but her whole body felt stimulated. Shin Tianli likes this exciting feeling. Maybe she was a little addicted to Lin Zhe's kisses. She actually took the initiative to hook her arms around Lin Zhe's neck and started kissing him back. I don't know how long we kissed. The sudden knock on the door instantly woke them both up. Shin Tianli pushed Lin Zhe away with a blushing face. Lin Zhe glanced at her, his pretty face flushed and his eyes seductive. It's so fucking provocative. The person knocking on the door was a policeman. What's the matter? Lin Zhe asked somewhat unhappily. Damn it, I finally got the chance to kiss Shin Tianli, but now I'm interrupted by someone. There is a lady named Sue looking for you outside. The other party said in a deep voice. Last name Sue? ISNT, that's Su Qingxue? Why is she here? Got it. Lin Zhe sent the other person away. He wanted to kiss Shin Tianli again. Firstly, I hadn't kissed her enough just now, and secondly, while kissing her, I could take the opportunity to do something else with my hands. Shin Tianli escaped from Lin Zhe's arms. She didn't dare let Lin Zhe kiss her again. If you kiss me again, something bad will happen. After all, when Lin Zhe kissed her just now, Shin Tianli clearly felt a desire growing in her body. Moreover, this desire was madly devouring her sanity. If Lin Zhe kisses her again, something bad will definitely happen. Shin Tianli didn't want to give her innocent body to this filthy scoundrel so soon. You rascal, we agreed that I can only kiss you once a day, and I already kissed you just now. Shin Tianli protested. Lin Zhe smiled and said, then I'll advance tomorrow's payment. I won't kiss you tomorrow. Shin Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This bastard is so shameless. This is the first time I heard that kissing can get an advance. Shin Tianli laughed and scolded, you filthy rascal, you wish for it. Go get rid of Su Qingxue first. I'll see how you behave and then decide whether to let you kiss me or not. All right. After Lin Zhe got back his belongings, the two of them left the police station together. Su Qingxue was standing in front of her expensive luxury car. It must be said that she was really good looking. Even though she was only wearing a simple skirt, when she stood there, she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. When Su Qingxue saw Lin Zhe, she seemed a little excited. Half an hour ago, she called Lin Zhe, wanting to have a good chat with him, but the person who answered the phone was a policeman. Only then did Su Qingxue know that Lin Zhe was taken to the police station by Lin Xiaotian because of the beating of Lin Nan at noon. Su Qingxue was anxious and she rushed over. She was even afraid that Lin Yang would be wronged, so she called some senior police officers. Moreover, in order to get here earlier, she didn't know how many red lights she ran through. Su Qingxue had never been to such a place, but he knew that Lin Xiaotian would definitely not let Lin Zhe off easily. After all, he kicked Lin Zhe out of the house for the sake of his adopted son. She thought that when she saw Lin Zhe later, she would rescue him no matter what the cost, and then give him a hug and comfort him. However, her excitement after seeing Lin Zhe did not last long, because then she saw Shin Tianli. Su Qingxue's excitement disappeared without a trace in an instant, and she felt like someone had poured a bucket of ice water on her face. From top to bottom, inside and outside, it was cold. Sadness, an unprecedented sadness, enveloped Su Qingxue. She felt like her heart was being stabbed madly with a knife. She could barely stand due to the pain. Su Qingxue, you are late. Lin Zhe was rescued by me, Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Her words were double entendres, she was making a protest. Su Qingxue became more and more sad. I miss her so much that I cry. Originally, she had a lot more to say to Lin Zhe. But at this moment, she couldn't say anything. She forced a smile and said, "It's good that you're out." Having said that, Su Qingxue turned around and got into the car. After leaving the police station, Su Qingxue could no longer hold back her tears. She was driving and crying. You said you loved someone you shouldn't love. When the cell phone rang, Su Qingxue became even sadder. This song was given to her by Lin Zhe. After Su Qingxue recorded it, she made it into a ringtone. The call was from my best friend who was a top scumbag. Su Qingxue picked up the phone while crying. Where are you? How is things going? Asked my best friend. Qianqian, where are you? Su Qingxue asked crying. Su Qingxue's best friend is Zhao Qianqian. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? I'm at home. Can I come find you then? Come on, but don't drive while crying. Be safe. Su Qingxue responded, and they both hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Su Qingxue arrived at Zhao Qingqing's house. She cried with tears in her eyes, heartbroken. What happened? Zhao Qianqian asked with concern. Su Qingxue did not hide anything. She cried and told Zhao Qianqian the whole story. Zhao Qianqian is one of the few people who knows that she married Lin Zhe, but she also knows why she married Lin Zhe. When Zhao Qianqian heard that Su Qingxue was actually cooperating with the Lin family, she suddenly felt overwhelmed. My best friend always picks on Lin Zhe's minefields. I really didn't mean it. I had just contacted Ji Zifeng during that time, and all I could think about was being with him. I ignored Lin Zhe's feelings. Su Qingxue explained while crying. Baby, there's no point in explaining to me. The key is that no matter what the reason is, the harm you have done to Lin Zhe has already been done. Su Qingxue cried and asked, Qianqian, do you think I am really going to lose Lin Zhe? It's hard to say. First, you divorced Lin Zhe for Ji Zifeng, which hurt Lin Zhe. Now you are cooperating with the Lin family and giving it to me. I don't want to care about you anymore. Su Qingxue cried even harder. Don't cry first. Let me ask you, do you really want to win back Lin Zhe? Su Qingxue nodded vigorously. This isn't easy. Is there anything Lin Zhe likes about you in particular? Su Qingxue choked up and said, he wants to sleep with me, and he likes my legs very much. Puff. Zhao Qianqian was amused by this. Lin Zhe looks gentle and refined, but I didn't expect him to be so coquettish. However, with your pretty face and your figure, even a woman like me would want to sleep with you, let alone a man. Su Qingxue started crying again. Qianqian, I'm so sad, can you be serious? Don't cry, I have a way for you to get Lin Zhe back. Su Qingxue was stunned. She looked at Zhao Qianqian with tears in her eyes and asked quickly, what's the solution? Chapter 73. He is quite good at it. Seduce him. Zhao Qianqian said concisely. Su Qingxue was stunned. Seduce him? That's right, doesn't he like your legs? And, doesn't he want to sleep with you? Then you should use your strengths and exude your charm to seduce him to the point of wanting to sleep with you. But he doesn't want to pay attention to me now. Su Qingxue said with a gloomy expression. Stupid, he's ignoring you now because you did something wrong and hurt his feelings. But that's different from him liking your legs and wanting to sleep with you. Believe me, I understand men too well. Does it really work? My beautiful lady, are you doubting my ability? Do you want me to show you myself? Su Qingxue was dumbfounded. No, that's how it's displayed. But Zhao Qianqian had already picked up the phone. She flipped through the green bubble for a long time, and finally pointed at an avatar showing off her abdominal muscles and said, Fitness coach, you have always disliked me. Every time I go to exercise, you look at my nose and eyes. Today I will let you see how powerful a top scumbag is. As she spoke, Zhao Qianqian clicked on the other person's profile picture. She cleared her throat, and then said in a voice that was so sharp that it gave Su Qingxue goosebumps, Geizhai, what should I do? I want to roll on your abdominal muscles. Qianqian, you're so disgusting. Zhao Qianqian smiled and said, yeah, I find it disgusting too, but men just fall for it. As soon as the words fell, a message alert sounded from Zhao Qianshan's green bubble. The message was sent by the fitness coach. How to get out. Zhao Qianshan showed the message to Su Qingxue. Well, got it? Su Qingxue looked at Zhao Qianshan in confusion. You got it already? Don't believe it? Then just wait. If nothing unexpected happens, he will start bombarding me with information soon. Just saying. The other party sent another message. You didn't lose the truth or dare game, did you? Zhao Qianshan, stop teasing me. Reply to the message. If you don't reply to my message, I'll go find you now. Zhao Qianshan turned off her phone in boredom. See, this is what men are like. But Lin Zhe is not that kind of person. Su Qingxue retorted. Zhao Qianshan smiled and said, Lin Zhe is indeed not that kind of person, but you are so beautiful and have such a sexy body. If you know how to use your advantages, he will be seduced by you sooner or later and will want to give his life to you. Then how do you think I should seduce him? Su Qingxue asked without hesitation. Zhao Qianshan was stunned. She was a little surprised. My best friend, who is always so cold and reserved, actually asked this question. It seems that she really wants to be with Lin Zhe. Do you really want to be with him? Su Qingxue nodded with red eyes. Before the divorce, I thought the person I liked was Ji Zifeng. After all, you know he has always been my white moonlight. But after the divorce, when I saw Lin Zhe getting close to other girls, I was really going crazy. But when Ji Zifeng got close to other girls, I didn't feel anything at all. In fact, when I asked you this morning, I already realized that I might like Lin Zhe, but I'm not sure. It seems that Lin Zhe's service to you over the past 3 years has not been in vain. Zhao Qianshan said with emotion. Su Qingxue nodded. He was really good to me. I remember one time when I was sick, he felt worse than me and stayed by my side all night to take care of me. Before she could finish her words, Su Qingxue's tears began to flow again. At that time, she didn't think how great Lin Zhe's care for her was, but when she really lost him, Su Qingxue realized that these things that seemed meaningless to her at the time have now become what she wants most. Listening to Su Qingxue's story, a hint of envy appeared in Zhao Qianshan's eyes. Qingxue, do you still remember? One time your car broke down in the middle of the night, and Lin Zhe couldn't contact you, so he called me. You didn't know how anxious he was at the time, as if the most beloved treasure in his life was lost. At that time, I really envied you for having a boy who loved you so much. Su Qingxue's tears became more violent. How could she not remember? She remembered that when Lin Zhe found her, she was waiting for a tow truck on the side of the road. It was very cold in winter. Lin Zhe took off his down jacket and forced it on himself, then hugged himself without saying a word. At that time, Su Qingxue clearly felt his body trembling violently, and she knew it was because of fear. It was also at that time that Su Qingxue clearly heard her own heartbeat for the first time. Su Qingxue's vision was completely blurred. There are many things that you really can't think about. The more you think about them, the more uncomfortable you will feel. Let me ask you, did Ji Zifeng touch you? Zhao Qianshan suddenly asked. Su Qingxue wiped her tears and quickly shook her head and said, No, I have never let any man touch me except Lin Zhe, not even my fingers have been touched. Huh? What do you mean, you let Lin Zhe touch you? Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. Zhao Qianshan's question stimulated her so much that she forgot to cry. But Su Qingxue didn't want to hide it from her best friend. Well, let him touch it, she said a little shyly. Zhao Qianshan instantly felt like she was given an injection of chicken blood. Come on, tell me more about it. How did you touch? Did you hold hands? Or did you kiss? Or did you make love? Su Qingxue became more and more embarrassed. She is not a shy person, but these questions from her best friend are really stimulating. Both. Su Qingxue's voice was as small as a mosquito's leg. Zhao Qianshan became more and more excited. Lin Zhe is awesome. He ate you without making any noise. Tell me, when did he eat you? The day I filed for divorce, we had already agreed, but after he finished crying on the ground, he bumped his head when he stood up. Then he became a completely different person, pestering me. I was so dizzy from his kiss that I slept with him. When talking about this, Su Qingxue was so shy that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. But everything that happened that day kept coming to her mind. Ha ha ha, this bastard Lin Zhe is quite something. Qianqian, stop making sarcastic remarks and tell me how I can seduce him. Zhao Qianqian smiled and said, I've told you the solution. Doesn't he like your legs? Then expose your legs to seduce him. Wear stockings of various colors and styles to seduce him. What if he wants to sleep with me? Will I sleep with him too? What, do you want him to sleep? Zhao Qianqian joked with a smile. Su Qingxue blushed and stopped talking. But silence is sometimes a sign of acquiescence. Zhao Qianqian was stimulated. No way, you really want him to sleep? Are you addicted to him sleeping with you? He is a good sleeper. Su Qingxue said in a low voice. Chapter 74 Afraid of Getting Drunk. Zhao Qianqian looked at Su Qingxue with ambiguous eyes. How good is it? Su Qingxue woke up suddenly. No, what are you talking about? Her cheeks were as red as the sunset in the sky. Qianqian, stop it. I'm almost dying of pain. Zhao Qianqian said with a smile, we've already slept together, why are you still upset? Listen to me, starting from tonight, you put on sexy stockings, and then take a photo and throw it to him. But, what if he doesn't reply to me? Why are you so unconfident? You really don't know how sexy and alluring you are. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. She certainly knows how sexy her body is, especially when she wears stockings and high heels. After all, Lin Zhe has proved it with his actions. Qianqian, isn't this move a bit too much? Too sexy? Su Qingxue blushed and nodded. Zhao Qianqian smiled and said, being flirty with someone you like is called interest. Believe me, falling in love over time is not just an idiom. Su Qingxue understood immediately, and her face instantly flushed with an alluring blush. By the way, sister, apart from divorcing Lin Zhe for Ji Zifeng and cooperating with the Lin family, you haven't done anything else to hurt Lin Zhe, right? Please don't let there be anything I don't know. If Lin Zhe ignores you, you cry to me again. Zhao Qianqian asked curiously. Su Qingxue fell silent. Because she suddenly remembered the sports car she had given to Ji Zifeng. To be honest, she really wanted to go back to the day when she gave Ji Zifeng the sports car and slap herself hard in the face. Why are you in such a hurry to give him a sports car? Can't we make sure of each other's feelings before giving it to each other? Why are you silent? Have you done anything else to hurt Lin Zhe? Zhao Qianqian asked. Su Qingxue said depressedly, after Ji Zifeng came back, I gave him a sports car. Zhao Qianqian was shocked. Does Lin Zhe know about this? Su Qingxue nodded uncomfortably. He knows. Zhao Qianqian looked at Su Qingxue with a speechless expression. No, sister, what are you thinking? I know you are rich and a sports car is nothing to you, but you have been married to Lin Zhe for 3 years and you have never given Lin Zhe a gift. No wonder Lin Zhe doesn't want to pay attention to you now. Give it to me, and I don't want to pay attention to you either. Su Qingxue wanted to cry again. Qianqian, I really didn't mean it. At that time, I thought I liked Ji Zifeng, so I bought a sports car in advance. But when I really gave the car to him, I regretted it right away. Zhao Qianqian sighed helplessly. You are simply stabbing Lin Zhe's heart with a knife. If Ji Zifeng was just an ordinary person, it would be fine, but he is Lin Zhe's mortal enemy, and he is inferior to Lin Zhe's mortal enemy in every way. As a result, you slapped Lin Zhe hard on behalf of Ji Zifeng. Zhao Qianqian and Su Qingxue are not from the same university, but she and Su Qingxue are best friends, so Su Qingxue has told her about these things. Su Qingxue's tears instantly burst out like a flood. She was already very sad, but her best friend's words were like a knife stabbing her heart. Su Qingxue knew that it was not her best friend's fault, but her own fault for being so awful. Seeing Su Qingxue crying bitterly, Zhao Qianqian said distressfully, Don't cry, although you have done so many outrageous things, fortunately your body is still innocent, and you have only let Lin Zhe touch it. This is a blessing in disguise. Listen to me, from now on, break up with Ji Zifeng completely. No man would like his woman to be close to other opposite sexes. I have made it clear to Ji Zifeng. There is no way I can fight him even if I die. Su Qingxue said crying. Well, it's not enough to explain it clearly. Take back the gift you gave him. Su Qingxue nodded while crying. Even if her best friend didn't say this, she would still ask for it back. Although it was very ungentlemanly to do so, she didn't want to make Lin Zhe feel unhappy. Besides giving him gifts, what else did you do to Ji Zifeng? He has no place to stay, so I'll book him a presidential suite in our hotel. Zhao Qianqian was shocked. You were so nice to him. Have you been to his room? Su Qingxue quickly shook her head. You haven't brought Ji Zifeng back to your and Lindsay's home, have you? No, he wanted to go, but I didn't let him. Zhao Chanxian breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, you didn't make a mistake of principle, and it's not irreparable. Okay, stop crying and listen to me next. Su Qingxue quickly wiped away her tears. From now on, calm yourself down and use your beauty to seduce him. He will take the bait. Su Qingxue nodded. At the same time, after Lindsay and Shen Tianli finished their meal, they returned to Shen Tianli's villa. Shen Tianli was afraid that Lindsay would continue to kiss her, so she went back to her room early. Lindsay had his own things to do, so he didn't disturb her. After returning to the room, Lindsay first recorded Tai Weitsu's self playing and singing. Although I have broken up with Su Qingxue now. However, the money that should be earned still needs to be earned. Lindsay is an adult and will not give up making money just because of this. After finishing it, Lindsay did not send it to Su Qingxue immediately. He planned to ask someone to deliver it to Ji Shanshan. After dealing with Ji Shanshan's matter, Lindsay played and sang the song again, and then sent the recorded video to Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue had just hung up the phone with Bai Daolong and was feeling a little upset. Yes, Bai Daolong confessed to her on the phone again. And this time it's more direct than ever before. But Jiang Qingyue rejected him again and told him that she had someone she liked. She didn't tell Bai Daolong that the person she liked was Lindsay, not because she didn't want to, but because she was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble to Lindsay. She knew that Bai Daolong had a prominent family background and was a very powerful figure in Haicheng. Just when she was feeling bored, Jiang Qingyue received a short video sent by Lindsay. She quickly clicked it open. When Lindsay's moving singing voice sounded, Jiang Qingyue instantly forgot all her troubles and began to listen to the song seriously. But when she finished listening to a song, she was already in tears. She was so sad and her heart ached. But she was not sad for herself, but for Lindsay. How deeply was he hurt to be able to write such unforgettable lyrics? She wanted to comfort Lindsay. So she replied to Lindsay. Want a drink? I want to, but I'm afraid of getting drunk. Lindsay recovered quickly. Jiang Qingyue replied puzzledly, if you are drunk, then you are drunk. What is there to be afraid of? Mainly because I'm afraid I'll get drunk and want to kiss you. Jiang Qingyue's pretty face turned red and her heart began to beat fast. She felt like her heart was actually going to beat out of her chest. With trembling fingers, she replied to Lindsay, maybe if I were drunk, I would want to kiss you too. Damn it. Is there such a good thing? Lindsay, who was about to do a horse stance, suddenly became alert. He quickly stood up and ran towards Jiang Qingyue's villa. Chapter 75. Who was prettier, me or her? The moment the door of the villa was opened, Lindsay's attention was drawn to Jiang Qingyue's dress. Although she was wearing a creamy white silk nightgown that wrapped her body tightly, the silk fabric stuck to her delicate body, perfectly outlining her sexy and hot figure. Delicate and protruding. Lindsay knew that Jiang Qingyue had a good figure, but he didn't expect that her figure was so good. It's almost as good as Su Qingxue's. Especially her slim waist, which is really attractive. Lindsay really wanted to pinch it with his hand to feel it. However, what attracted Lindsay's attention most was Jiang Qingyue's lips. She has beautiful lips, and a lip bead. Her red lips were so beautiful and tempting that they formed an extremely enviable contrast with her fair cheeks. Especially when she spoke, the movement of her pink tongue inadvertently sliding across her lips was simply captivating. I don't know why, she looks very innocent, but at this moment she gives people a feeling of purity and lust. Lindsay hadn't drunk any alcohol yet, but he felt dizzy. When she saw Lindsay, Jiang Qingyue smiled shyly. In front of outsiders, she always looks aloof and proud, just like the bright moon in the sky, making people dare not have the slightest disrespectful heart towards her. But when facing Lindsay, especially when looking into Lindsay's eyes, Jiang Qingyue always looked shy. She doesn't want this either. Jiang Qingyue's heart began to beat wildly when she thought of the last message she had sent to Lindsay. Lindsay smiled and said, Jiang Qingyue, you're going a bit too far. Jiang Qingyue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She asked cautiously, how did I go too far? It's a bit too beautiful. Lindsay said a cheesy love word. Puff. Jiang Qingyue instantly smiled like a flower. The heavy fruit began to tremble with her seductive shyness. Damn, this is so annoying. Lindsay swallowed. After entering the living room, Jiang Qingyue smiled and said, Lindsay, the wine is in the wine cellar on the underground first floor. There is a place where you can smoke cigars and listen to music. Should we go there to drink? Sure. Lindsay said with a smile. As Jiang Qingyue went down to the basement level, Lindsay fell in love with this place at first sight. There are gyms, cinemas, wine cellars, and so on, with all kinds of facilities available. The wine cellar is very large and contains a wide variety of wines. What do you want to drink? Jiang Qingyue asked with a smile. What do you like to drink? I like to drink some red wine, but I'm not a good drinker. Lindsay smiled and said, That's great. Jiang Qingyue tilted her head and looked at Lindsay with a puzzled look. Obviously, he didn't understand why Lindsay would say such a thing when he heard that he couldn't drink much. You know what, her little actions like this are really cute. Lindsay explained with a smile, If you weren't drunk, how could I kiss you? Boom! Jiang Qingyue's pretty face turned red instantly and her heart beat faster. She pretended not to hear Lindsay's words, then turned around and took a bottle of red wine. Let me drive. Lindsay said. Jiang Qingyue hurriedly handed the red wine to Lindsay. When Lindsay took the red wine, his fingers touched Jiang Qingyue's fingers. Jiang Qingyue's face became more and more red. She quickly pulled her hand back. Seeing this, Lindsay smiled and said, Why are you so nervous? It's as if I'm going to eat you. No, you don't want to eat me. Jiang Qingyue said quickly. What she wanted to tell Lindsay was, I'm not nervous, my heart just beats fast when I see you. But she didn't dare say that. Then why are you so nervous, or do you want to eat me? Puff. Jiang Qingyue chuckled. Lindsay is so funny. After the red wine was opened, Lindsay followed Jiang Qingyue to the cigar bar next door. There are a lot of cigars stored here. Jiang Qingyue, do you smoke cigars? Lindsay asked casually. Jiang Qingyue was anxious. She quickly explained, No, I don't smoke. I endorsed cigars before, and the brand gave me a lot of them. I don't have any male friends, so I kept them. Jiang Qingyue didn't want to leave any bad impression on Lindsay. This brand is really amazing. Usually cigar spokespersons are men, but they chose a woman and used the contrast for marketing. I guess the effect should be very good. Jiang Qingyue nodded. The ones they sell are pretty good, do you want to smoke them? You can try. Jiang Qingyue was as attentive as a virtuous young wife. She quickly stood up and got a cigar for Lindsay, then squatted on the ground and began to serve the cigar to Lindsay attentively. As she squatted on the ground, the silk nightgown became tighter and tighter. The sexy figure is completely outlined. Lindsay took a few glances and then moved his eyes aside. It's not that he doesn't want to watch, but Jiang Qingyue's lethality is a bit too strong. He was afraid that if he continued watching, he would not be able to control himself. If she was Su Qingxue or Shin Tianli, Lindsay would certainly not be polite, but she was Jiang Qingyue, and their relationship was not to the point where Lindsay could act recklessly. The main reason is that Lindsay doesn't want her to report him to the police for sexual harassment. The cigar lit quickly. Lindsay sat on the comfortable sofa like a big boss, with his legs crossed. He drank a sip of red wine and took a puff of his cigar. Comfortable. Jiang Qingyue had seen many people smoking cigars, but no one had ever made her feel as elegant and handsome as Lindsay. By the way, have you listened to the new song? Lindsay asked casually. Jiang Qingyue nodded. It sounds good, but it makes me sad to hear it. Lindsay's heart skipped a beat. Why, have you ever been in love? No, I haven't talked about it. I just think your lyrics are so good. Jiang Qingyue quickly explained. Lindsay breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't want a woman who has been touched by someone else. I see. Come, have a drink. Lindsay said with a smile. Jiang Qingyue quickly raised her glass. After drinking a glass of wine, Jiang Qingyue's pretty face turned red and her eyes became a little blurry. She really can't drink much. But when her eyes were blurred, she looked a little seductive. Especially attractive. Their eyes met. Jiang Qingyue suddenly smiled charmingly. Lindsay, you are so handsome. Damn it, she was really drunk. Otherwise, it would be impossible to say such bold words. Lindsay smiled and said, I know, but you are also very beautiful. Who is more beautiful, me or Su Qingxue? How should I put it? Each has its own beauty. This is not nonsense, but Lindsay feels that the two of them really have their own beauty. If Su Qingxue is a delicate rose, then Jiang Qingyue is a pure snow lotus. However, this snow lotus is a bit provocative now. Jiang Qingyue was obviously not satisfied with Lindsay's answer. She took Lindsay's arm, shook it and said, "If you say I'm beautiful, then I'll let you kiss me." Chapter 76 I Can Still Drink. Lindsay was stimulated. Of course he wanted to kiss Jiang Qingyue. When Lindsay saw her beautiful red lips at the door just now, he wanted to kiss her. So, Lindsay smiled and said, "You are more charming than her tonight." Jiang Qingyue was satisfied. She stood up with a sweet giggle, then stumbled over to Lindsay. "Be careful," Lindsay warned. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Qingyue fell into Lindsay's arms. When the delicate body came into his arms, the first thing Lindsay felt was a seductive fragrance. The fragrance stirred his heart madly. But what is more stimulating than that fragrance is Jiang Qingyue's fragrant and soft body. Damn, it's almost fatal. How can her body be so soft? Lindsay remembered a saying, "Women are made of water." Jiang Qingyue hooked her arm around Lindsay's neck and said with a sweet smile, "Since I am prettier than her and you are divorced from her now, why don't you be with me? Then I will not only let you kiss me, but also let you do other things. I'll tell you secretly, my figure is not worse than Su Qingxue's." Lindsay asked with a smile, "What does it mean to be together?" "Be my boyfriend. If we feel deeply in love, we can get married. Don't worry, I won't be like Su Qingxue, who still thinks about other people after getting married. I will treat you well for the rest of my life." Lindsay couldn't laugh anymore. He even felt very disappointed. As a scumbag without moral bottom line. The principle that Lindsay has always adhered to is not to take the initiative, not to refuse, and not to take responsibility. But now Jiang Qingyue actually wants to be with me, and marry me in the future. How could Lindsay agree to this? It's not that Jiang Qingyue is not worthy of being with him or marrying him, but Lindsay knows clearly that once he gets married, he will have to give up the entire forest. This was obviously unbearable for Lindsay. Lindsay smiled and said, "Jiang Qingyue, you've drunk too much. I'll take you upstairs to rest." "No, you have to promise me," Jiang Qingyue said coquettishly, shaking her sexy body. "Let's talk when you're sober." Lindsay was now terrifyingly calm. Jiang Qingyue was unhappy. She pouted her sexy red lips and looked at Lindsay aggrievedly. "Do you still like Su Qingxue?" "I don't like it," Lindsay said frankly. "Then why aren't you with me?" "Because I'm a scumbag." Lindsay smiled and said, "Just a scumbag, an irresponsible scumbag. Then you can scum me, and I won't let you be responsible." Damn it. Jiang Qingyue's transformation is a bit fast. But Lindsay knew that she was drunk, so she said such words. Although Lindsay is a scumbag, he doesn't want to be a scumbag who takes advantage of others. He prefers mutual consent. Moreover, that kind of thing is most comfortable only when both parties are willing. "Jiang Qingyue, you've drunk too much." "No, I can still drink." As she spoke, she directly picked up Lindsay's wine glass and poured the wine that had just been poured into her mouth in one breath. Lindsay was stimulated. The alcohol took effect quickly, and Jiang Qingyue curled up in Lindsay's arms, as docile as a cat. "Lindsay, my heart hurts so much, can you rub it for me?" As she spoke, Jiang Qingyue grabbed Lindsay's hand and was about to place it on her heart. Lindsay was greatly stimulated. He quickly pulled his hand out of Jiang Qingyue's hand. Damn, if this were put up. I'm definitely going to dump her tonight. "Jiang Qingyue, you've drunk too much. Let me help you go upstairs to rest." "No, I don't want you to help me. I want you to hold me upstairs." "All right." Lindsay picked her up by the waist and walked upstairs. Jiang Qingyue hooked her hands around Lindsay's neck and looked at him with a beautiful smile. "Lindsay, you are so handsome, can I kiss you?" "Stop messing around," Lindsay said quickly. But Jiang Qingyue doesn't care about that. She kissed Lindsay directly on his Adam's apple. "Hold the grass." Lindsay was so stimulated by her action that he was about to explode. He quickly quickened his pace. After putting Jiang Qingyue on the bed, Lindsay turned and went into the bathroom, then splashed cold water on his face. It's almost fatal. Don't you know that you can't kiss a man's Adam's apple casually? After staying in the bathroom for a long time and wasting countless amounts of cold water, Lindsay finally suppressed the evil fire in his body. After he came out of the bathroom, he glanced at Jiang Qingyue. She had actually fallen asleep. But that's not the point. The point is that her silk nightgown has been lifted up to her thighs. The two snow-white beautiful legs were exposed unscrupulously to Lindsay's sight. Damn it! The evil fire that Lindsay had suppressed with great difficulty began to stir again. He didn't dare to stay any longer and left quickly. But what Lindsay didn't know was that not long after he left, Jiang Qingyue, who had fallen asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Although she was obviously drunk before, her eyes were exceptionally clear and bright at this moment. Not even a hint of drunkenness. Stared at the ceiling for a while. Jiang Qingyue sighed slightly. She murmured to herself, it seems that Lindsay still has Su Qingxue in his heart. It's not easy to take him down. Only after returning to Shen Tianli's villa did Lindsay's heart finally calm down. He began to do horse stance. This is what he has to do every night. Lindsay wanted to make his physique stronger as soon as possible. Then practice the skills that the old man taught him. After gritting his teeth and holding on for more than an hour, Lindsay collapsed to the ground exhausted. After a brief rest, he went into the bathroom, sweating profusely. After taking a shower, Lindsay lay down on the bed and remembered what Jiang Qingyue said to him tonight. To be honest, Jiang Qingyue's behavior made Lindsay feel a little bit of danger. After traveling through time, he only wanted to pursue sex, not love. But now Jiang Qingyue actually wants to be with me sincerely. This is absolutely impossible for Lindsay. It seems that I have to keep as much distance from her as possible in the future. Although Jiang Qingyue is very beautiful and has a sexy body, Lindsay really wants to sleep with her. But if she really wants to be serious, then Lindsay can choose not to sleep with her. After all, the consequence of sleeping with her is most likely that you will have to be with her. Lindsay doesn't want to give up a forest for a tree. After making up his mind, Lindsay also felt sleepy. Half asleep, Lindsay's cell phone suddenly rang. That's the green bubble notification sound. Lindsay was awakened. He opened the green bubble. The message was actually sent by Su Qingxue. It appears to be a picture. Lindsay clicked on Su Qingxue's profile picture. Next second, Lindsay's eyes widened like cow eyes. Fuck. Chapter 77. I'm here to wake you up. It's a cheongsam. It is a cheongsam with slits. It is a cheongsam with slits up to the thigh. It was a cheongsam with slits all the way to the thigh, revealing two beautiful legs wrapped in white silk stockings. The edges of the white silk stockings were tightly tied around the thighs. Lindsay remembered a sentence. When white silk is strangled by flesh, even gods cannot save it. But this is not the best part. The most amazing thing is that she is wearing high heels. But the high heels are not worn on the feet, but hooked on the toes. It seems to be falling, but it's not. This is a bit too sexy. Su Qingxue's face is not shown in the photo. But through the familiar background of the photo, Lindsay knew that the person in the photo must be her. Lindsay's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably, and his breathing became a little rapid. He regretted it. Why are you angry with Su Qingxue for no reason? If she wants to cooperate with the Lin family, then she can do so. It has nothing to do with her. You sleep with your own and she cooperates with hers, isn't that the best of both worlds? Otherwise, why would I be licking the screen while looking at the photos like I am doing now? I really want to message her back. Although Lindsay has always been shameless, if he replied to the message at this time, his intention to sleep with her would be too obvious. Maybe Su Qingxue would be disgusted. Forget it, I'll find a chance to reply to her tomorrow. After making up his mind, Lin Yang got up and went into the bathroom. Don't think too much, he is not going to do anything shameless, he is going to take a shower. Lindsay would never do such a shameless thing. Half an hour later, Lindsay walked out of the bathroom with a bored look on his face. Just after Lindsay entered the bathroom, Su Qingxue stared at Lindsay's dialogue box anxiously. She was expecting Lindsay's message to reply back the next second. Unfortunately, she waited for a long time but never got it. Su Qingxue's mood changed from initial uneasiness to final loss. She lay on the bed feeling lost, tears silently streaming down her eyes. She really regretted it. She regretted why she was so stupid as to divorce Lindsay. She regretted why she was so stupid as to cooperate with the Lin family. If I hadn't divorced and cooperated with the Lin family, I wouldn't be so sad now. Those subsequent emotions were like sandpaper, constantly grinding against her heart and making her tears flow more violently. Su Qingxue sent a message to Zhao Qianqian while crying. Lin Zhe didn't reply to me. When Zhao Qianqian, who was dating a male model in a nightclub, saw Su Qingxue's message, she was speechless. My best friend is so beautiful, has a sexy body, and her family background is extremely prominent. She should have been the object of pursuit by countless people, but now she has become a bootlicker. Moreover, he is a bootlicker who is always worried about gains and losses. Zhao Qianqian replied helplessly, that only means that you hurt him too badly. But don't lose heart. Continue to send him photos tomorrow night with bigger scale. After Su Qingxue received the message from her best friend, she felt that what she said made sense, so she wiped away her tears and replied to her best friend, I will. As soon as the message was sent, Su Qingxue received a message from Ji Zifeng. She now feels sick whenever she sees Ji Zifeng's name. She hated Ji Zifeng, but she hated herself even more. Qingxue, I'm drunk and feel so uncomfortable. Can you come and keep me company? If you don't come, I want to jump off the building right now. After seeing the message, Su Qingxue became even more unhappy. He had actually started to threaten himself. Ji Zifeng, first, you should check out tomorrow morning. I will not provide you with accommodation. Second, the sports car will be driven to the company tomorrow. You don't have to drive it anymore. As for jumping off the building, it's up to you. When Ji Zifeng received Su Qingxue's message, he was instantly overjoyed. I knew that she still had some feelings for me and would not watch me jump off the building. Ji Zifeng has made up his mind that as long as Su Qingxue dares to come to his place, he will take her down even if he has to use force. When the time comes, I'll record a video and show it to that beast Lin Zhe. When he thought of this, he opened the message excitedly. But the next second, Ji Zifeng collapsed instantly. He smashed his phone in anger. Fuck, Su Qingxue, you forced me to do this. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel down under my crotch and beg for mercy. Ji Zifeng roared. A night in silence. Early the next morning, when Lin Zhe was still asleep, he felt someone entering his room. He opened his eyes quickly. What comes into view is a young girl wearing light pink yoga pants. Who else could it be but Xin Tianli? The yoga pants clung to her skin, perfectly outlining her slender and long legs. Lin Zhe licked his lips and smiled. Xin Tianli, are you here to give me a wake-up kiss? Xin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, you are dreaming, I am here to wake you up. What time is it? It's past 8. Lin Zhe was speechless. What's the hurry? Let me sleep a little longer. Did you forget that I still have to treat my bestie's body today? As soon as these words came out, Song Nanin's beautiful face suddenly appeared in Lin Zhe's mind. He not only remembered her beautiful face, but also her smooth and flat belly. Lin Zhe was no longer sleepy. He smiled and said, come on, give me a kiss and I'll get up. Xin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, you want to die? All you do is kiss each other every day. You only have 60 points now. Wait until you get 100 points before you talk. When Lin Zhe kissed her in the interrogation room yesterday, Xin Tianli clearly felt that her sanity was sinking. I don't know if this bastard is too good at kissing or if I just like being kissed by him. But no matter what the reason is, it is a dangerous signal. Xin Tianli was afraid that if he continued to kiss her, she would not be able to control her heart and would be eaten up by this stinky hooligan. Xin Tianli, just give me a score. When you fall in love with me in the future and want to be with me, I will also give you a score. When you get 10,000 points, I will agree to you. Puff. Xin Tianli giggled as if she had heard a huge joke. The branches and flowers are shaking. You rascal, let me hear you. How are you going to rate me? Lin Zhe said with a smile, don't worry, I'm not as cruel as you. If you kiss me once, I'll give you 1 point. If you sleep with me once, I'll give you 2 points. Xin Tianli was speechless. This bastard just said that if I like him and want to be with him, I have to get 10,000 points. If I do as he says, 1 point for a kiss and only 2 points for sleeping with each other, then I will never get 10,000 points in my life. When she thought of this, Xin Tianli felt unhappy. You rascal, don't worry, I will never fall in love with you, so you don't have a chance to rate me. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette, puffed out smoke, and said with a smile, remember how you look now, and remember what you say now, we will see. Well, let's wait and see. Chapter 78 Am I not handsome enough? After breakfast, Shintianli drove Lindsay towards Song Nanin's villa. You rascal, after you left yesterday, my best friend spent a long time asking me for your information. Did you offend her? Shintianli suddenly asked on the way there. Lindsay smiled and said, couldn't it be that she saw that I was handsome, and then she was attracted by my beauty, and then asked you about me? Shintianli giggled. This bastard is really outrageous. How dare you say such shameless words? What the hell are you laughing at? Am I not sexy enough or not handsome enough? Ha 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 ha. Shintianli was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. She smiled and nodded vigorously. You rascal, you are right, you are indeed very coquettish and handsome too. That's terrible. So, what did she ask you about me? Shintianli smiled and said, your family background, all your information. You told her everything? Nonsense, of course I said that. You are so confused. If she really falls in love with me and wants to take me away from you, won't you regret it to death? Shintianli's heart trembled. This bastard is so handsome, not only handsome, but also funny and humorous, and most importantly, he also knows medical skills. Which girl wouldn't like such conditions? Shintianli felt particularly unhappy when she thought about her best friend snatching Lindsay away from her. However, she changed her mind and realized that her best friend had very high standards. Even if Lindsay was handsome, humorous, and knowledgeable in medicine, it would be impossible for her to fall in love with him. When she thought of this, Shintianli breathed a sigh of relief. You rascal, you think too much. There is absolutely no way my best friend will fall in love with you. Then why is she trying to find out my information? Lindsay continued to deceive Shintianli. Shintianli couldn't laugh anymore. Yes, why would Song Nanin inquire about Lindsay's information for no reason? When Lindsay saw Shintianli's expression change, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He continued, when a woman, a beautiful woman, starts to be curious about a man, a handsome man, what do you think it means? Shintianli couldn't laugh anymore. Her expression became extremely solemn. Yes, that's what it means when a woman starts to be curious about a man. Although Shintianli had never been in a relationship, she knew clearly that this meant that the girl at least had a good impression of the boy. Otherwise, she would never be able to find out the other party's information. Lindsay wanted to laugh even more. Shintianli was obviously not a fool, but she was fooled by just a few words. Lindsay knew that all this was caused by her possessiveness. She now considers herself as her own, otherwise, I won't be able to fool her. And, the funniest thing is, she always said that Su Qingxue had a strong possessiveness, but now it seems that her possessiveness is not much worse. Lindsay felt refreshed. Soon, they arrived at Song Nanin's villa. You bastard, I'm warning you, don't tease Song Nanin. You can't afford to mess with her. Also, after you treat her, leave immediately. Do you hear me? What if she wants to keep me for lunch? You know, she has a good background and I can't afford to offend her. Lindsay continued to provoke her. Shintianli was a little annoyed. If I had known the result would be like this, I shouldn't have brought Lindsay to treat Song Nanin yesterday. Now it's too late to say anything. I'll pick you up when I'm done. If there weren't things waiting for her to deal with in the company, Shintianli really didn't want to leave. Actually, Song Nanin is so beautiful, I am really a little moved. If you let me kiss you now, I might not be so moved. Lindsay said with a smile. Shintianli laughed and scolded, you filthy rascal, you are so shameless. You are trying to trick me into kissing you after talking for so long. Okay, just think that I lied to you. Okay, go and do your work. I'm going to find Song Nanin. Having said that, Lindsay was about to get off the car. Shintianli became anxious. She grabbed Lindsay's arm. She was really afraid that Lindsay, this bastard, would tease her best friend. He is so handsome, and so funny and humorous. Maybe you can really seduce your best friend. You bastard, I can let you kiss me, but you have to promise me that you are not allowed to have any contact with Song Nanin other than treatment, and you are not allowed to tease her. Lindsay wanted to laugh. You see, brother, picking up girls is really not difficult at all. That depends on your performance. Shintianli snorted and asked, do you want to kiss me? As soon as these words came out, Lindsay simply pinched her slender waist and lifted her from the main seat into his arms. Before Shintianli could react, Lindsay kissed her. The feeling of electric shock came over me. Shintianli clearly felt that her sanity was sinking. The ecstatic feeling made her hook her arms around Lin Zay's neck and begin to respond actively. I don't know how long they kissed, but when they were both about to suffocate, they reluctantly let go of each other. Xin Tianli's body softened into a puddle of fragrant mud and she collapsed in Lin Zay's arms. She looked at Lin Zay with seductive eyes. You rascal, now that I've kissed you, remember what you promised me. Xin Tianli said while panting. Lin Zay pinched her cheek. Okay, you go in, be careful on the road. To be honest, Lin Zay still wanted to continue kissing. But he also knew clearly that even if he kissed her again, Xin Tianli would never let him sleep with her. Besides, if I continue to kiss her, I will be the one who suffers. Xin Tianli responded obediently. After watching Lin Zay leave, Xin Tianli took a long time to calm down and suppress her excited heart. After driving away, she did not go directly to the company, but went back to the villa first. She was going to change her clothes. Song Nanin is practicing boxing. Today she wore a pair of black shark pants and a white t-shirt. When he saw her, Lin Zay was startled. Oh my god, how come she has grown so much after not seeing her for one night? Where it should be big, it is big, surprisingly big where it should be thin, it is thin, thin enough to be seductive where it should be curved, it is curved enough to be enchanting. Lin Zay's eyes quickly fell on her face. The fair, oval face has graceful curves, the straight nose is lightly pink, and the moist red lips look soft. However, the most striking thing about her is her eyes, which are as beautiful as blooming peach blossoms. When I saw her yesterday, although she was pretty, her face was pale, like a flower that was about to wither. She was far less stunning than today when her face looked normal. What to do? I want to sleep with her. Good morning. Lin Zay greeted with a smile. Song Nanin ignored Lin Zay. To be honest, Song Nanin didn't want to see Lin Zay. As soon as I saw him, I remembered that this bastard not only took off my skirt yesterday, but also kissed me forcibly. If I hadn't relied on him to treat my illness, I would really want to kill him. Seeing that Song Nanin ignored him, Lin Zay was not in a hurry. He smiled and asked, Song Nanin, are you still receiving treatment today? Nonsense, what do I want you to do here? Song Nanin asked back unhappily. Okay, take off your clothes. Chapter 79. Follow me. Song Nanin looked at Lin Zay angrily and furiously. There was a murderous aura in those terrifying eyes. What did you say? Song Nanin asked word by word. It seemed as if she would kill Lin Zay if he said something wrong. Lin Zay said indifferently, if you don't take off your clothes, where do you want me to give you the injection? Song Nanin glared at Lin Zay angrily. This bastard had to make his words so ambiguous. Lying on the bed, Song Nanin first covered her lower body with a thin blanket and then took off her shark pants. Lin Zay was a little speechless. Damn, I originally wanted to appreciate her beautiful legs in those shark pants, but now I can't even see a single hair. He was unhappy and took out a silver needle and pierced it into her acupuncture point. Song Nanin thought that today's treatment would be the same as yesterday, and her lower abdomen would feel extremely hot, but the silver needle had been inserted for a while and there was still no reaction. Why isn't my lower abdomen as warm as yesterday? Song Nanin asked in a calm voice. Nonsense, yesterday was when you were in the most pain, so the effect was the best. Now that you are not in so much pain, the reaction to the treatment will naturally not be that big. Lin Zay talked nonsense. Song Nanin glared at Lin Zay and stopped talking. Lin Zay smiled and said, do you want to get better faster? What's the meaning? In fact, the best treatment plan is to give you acupuncture while I massage your legs. You bastard, if you want to touch my legs just say so. Song Nanin yelled. Oh, she is quite smart. Nonsense, when I massage your legs, I am actually pressing the acupoints. The reason you have dysmenorrhea is because of uterine cold. It seems to have nothing to do with your legs. However, as the saying goes, a single move can affect the whole body. Massaging your legs will speed up your blood circulation. Combined with acupuncture treatment, it will have unexpected effects. Lin Zay said seriously. Song Nanin snorted coldly and said, you better die, I won't let you touch any part of my body. It's not that she didn't believe what Lin Zay said, but she had never had skin contact with any opposite sex since she was a child, except for the first kiss that was taken away by that bastard yesterday. Damn, it's not that easy to fool. Lin Zay pretended to be regretful and said, okay, since you don't want to get better quickly, then let's give you acupuncture. After a moment of silence, Song Nanin suddenly asked, let me ask you, where did you learn your medical skills? When Lin Zhe was treating her yesterday, Song Nanin thought he was a disciple of a master of traditional Chinese medicine. But later she learned from Xin Tianli that he was not only an abandoned child of the family, but also divorced Su Qingxue. I was sold to a village by a servant in my family when I was young. There was an old man who was a veterinarian in the village. Seeing that I was handsome and had good character, he passed on his mantle to me. Lin Zhe said, suppressing the urge to laugh. What? Veterinary? Song Nanin's defense was broken instantly. So after all this time, I ended up having a veterinarian treat my illness? You bastard, pull out the needle for me. Song Yuan said angrily. Seeing her defenseless look, Lin Zhe secretly laughed to himself. What a simple girl. Lin Zhe pretended to be unhappy and asked, why, do you look down on us veterinarians? Song Nanin was speechless after hearing this. It's not that she looks down on veterinarians, but she thinks it's weird to let a veterinarian treat her. Lin Zhe continued confidently, besides, what's wrong with a veterinarian? As long as he can treat you, I want to ask you, is the treatment I gave you effective? Song Nanin became more and more speechless. Apologize to me. Song Nanin was silent for a while, then said stiffly, I'm sorry. I'm telling you, Song Nanin, it's because you're pretty. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't be over today. Smooth talk. Song Nanin said unhappily. Lin Zhe smiled and said, Song Nanin, being a big sister is actually quite tiring. None of your business. You are really a dog-eyed Lu Dongbin. What do you mean? You don't know what's good for you. Anger flashed in Song Nanin's eyes. This bastard actually dared to call me ungrateful. What, did I say something wrong? As the doctor who treats you, I can't even show some concern for you? No need. Song Nanin said unhappily. Damn, she is a little too wary. How can I seduce her like this? I had originally wanted to use her identity to stir up some emotions and bring us closer together. But I didn't expect her to be so uncooperative. Song Nanin, I advise you to cooperate with me. After all, I found that in addition to your uterine cold, you are also under great mental pressure. You are like a tight string now. You never know when this string will break, and it will be terrible then. As soon as these words came out, a hint of pain flashed across Song Nanin's eyes. There was no way. Lin Zhe hit the nail on the head. Since my father passed away, I was forced to take over this huge society. On the surface, several bosses respected him very much, but in reality, they all pretended to obey him but secretly disobeyed him. There are even people who use their own names to do evil things that are outrageous to both humans and gods. It's not that Song Nanin doesn't want to eradicate this garbage. But the helpless thing is that these people are in collusion with each other. I just tested them a few days ago, but what I got was that they banded together to resist me. This situation put Song Nanin under tremendous pressure and she couldn't sleep for whole nights. Lin Zhe was amused when he saw Song Nanin's reaction. He was not happy to see Song Nanin in pain, but because he finally matched her rhythm. It will be easy if I can match her frequency. What do you think? The club is difficult to manage, right? Lin Zhe said with the attitude of an experienced person. Song Nanin snorted. You talk as if you were once the boss. Lin Zhe smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether I have been a clerk or not. What's important is that you can't go on like this. Let me ask you, do you have to take sleeping pills every night to fall asleep? Lin Zhe was not a genius, but there were sleeping pills placed at the head of Song Nanin's bed. So what? Actually, I have a way to relieve your stress and allow you to fall asleep without medication. What method? Song Nanin asked subconsciously. Apart from dysmenorrhea, her biggest pain now is insomnia. It's not that she doesn't want to sleep, but the mental pressure is too great for her to sleep. Sometimes she was so sleepy that her eyelids were drooping, but she just couldn't fall asleep. The consequence of not being able to sleep was that she became upset and her physical condition became worse and worse. Lin Zhe pulled out the silver needle from her body. He said with a smile, come with me, I will take you to have some fun. Chapter 80, Stop talking nonsense and get in the car. What do you mean by having fun is taking me for a motorcycle ride? Song Nanin looked at Lin Zhe with disappointment. Originally, when Lin Zhe said he wanted to take her out to have some fun, Song Nanin was actually a little excited. Because when he came, Lin Zhe said that he would definitely make him feel so good that he could go to heaven. Moreover, after having fun, I will definitely be able to fall asleep. But after arriving, Song Nanin discovered that the so-called fun was actually riding a motorcycle. Disappointment. She was disappointed and still disappointed. Since Song Nanin started suffering from insomnia, she has tried various stimulating sports. For example, driving, bungee jumping, or even riding a roller coaster. Unfortunately, none of it worked. Lindsay smiled and said, "That's right, get in the car. If it's just a motorcycle ride, then sorry, you can ride it by yourself. Stop talking nonsense and get in the car." I said, "I don't want to ride a motorcycle, and I don't want to ride the same bike with you," Song Nanin said in a deep voice. I had no interest in riding a motorcycle in the first place, and the seat was so small that it was already crowded for one person, let alone two people. If I really were to ride a motorcycle with this bastard, our bodies would have to be pressed close together. Song Nanin didn't want to be close to Lindsay's body. After all, it was summer and neither of us had much clothes to wear. "Song Nanin, are you afraid of riding a motorcycle? Don't try to provoke me. I won't fall for it." "So, do you buy into that?" Lindsay asked with a smile. Song Nanin glared at Lindsay angrily. She suspected that the bastard was taking advantage of her. "But I have no evidence." "Okay, get in the car. If you don't want to get in, be careful or I'll carry you up." "You are so bold. Just try to hug me," Song Nanin said angrily. Lindsay smiled, and he spun the motorcycle in front of Song Nanin. Before Song Nanin could react, she felt a strong hand hooking her slender waist, and then she was lifted into the air. By the time Song Nanin came to her senses, she was already sitting on the motorcycle. Not only were her two slender legs in shark pants pressed against Lindsay's legs, but her body was also pressed against Lindsay's back. Song Nanin was angry. This idiot was so bold that he actually dared to hug me. She was about to lose her temper. But Lindsay suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the motorcycle instantly rushed towards the mountain like an arrow. "Ah!" Song Nanin couldn't help but scream. The unexpected inertia caused Song Nanin's body to hit Lindsay's back hard. She punched Lindsay in shame and anger. Lindsay said loudly, "You'd better hold me tight, because I'm going to speed up." "You're dreaming." Lindsay smiled and suddenly accelerated. At first, Song Nanin held the handlebars on the back of the motorcycle with both hands, and tried her best to keep a distance between her body and Lindsay's. However, as the car speed increased and the mountain road became steeper, Song Nanin's heartbeat finally began to speed up. There is no way, the mountain road is narrow and there is a cliff next to it. If you are not careful, you will fall. Song Nanin knew very well what would be the fate of both of them if they fell. But precisely because she was clear about it, her heartbeat began to accelerate. She finally couldn't bear it anymore and lay on Lindsay's back, holding Lindsay's waist tightly with both hands. "You bastard, slow down," Song Nanin said loudly. Lindsay ignored her. Instead of slowing down, he continued to speed up. The motorcycle sped along the steep and winding mountain road like an arrow. When the wind whistled past her ears, Song Nanin clearly heard the sound of her long-lost heartbeat. Song Nanin finally understood why she had always found both car racing and bungee jumping boring. Because it was all done within a safe range. The car was on the track, and Song Nanin knew that even if it flipped over, she would not die. Bungee jumping is protected by safety ropes. But now, the mountain road is steep and there is a cliff next to it. If the car overturns, death is certain. There is no second possibility. Excitement, unprecedented excitement swept over Song Nanin's body and mind. Her heart was beating wildly, her breathing was rapid. But her eyes, as beautiful as peach blossoms, were particularly bright. Yes, Song Nanin kind of likes this exciting feeling. Because this feeling made her clearly aware that she was still alive. "Drive faster," Song Nanin shouted excitedly. Lindsay raised the corner of his mouth slightly, knowing that she would like it. The speed of the car continued to increase rapidly. Not only was the speed of the car increasing rapidly, but the motorcycle was also lingering on the edge of the cliff. If Lindsay fails to control the direction, he will fall off the cliff in an instant. Song Nanin felt even more excited, so excited that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She closed her eyes and hugged Lindsay tighter. Their bodies were completely pressed together. But Song Nanin was completely unaware, or to be more precise, she no longer cared. At this moment, she just wanted to vent. Yes, she was venting. Along with this stimulation, she clearly felt that the boredom, irritability, and countless other harmful emotions in her heart were being left behind. Instead, there is excitement, pleasure, freshness, stimulation, and so on. Just when Song Nanin was getting addicted, Lindsay suddenly braked the car and stopped halfway up the mountain. Why stop? Song Nanin asked unhappily. Lindsay turned his head and asked with a smile, do you want to feel better? What's the meaning? You drive, and I'll sit behind you. Song Nanin was shocked. I don't have such amazing driving skills as this bastard. Don't be afraid, I will control the direction for you, just turn the accelerator to the bottom. But... Before Song Nanin could finish her words, Lindsay had already hooked his arm around her slender waist and carried her from the back seat to the front. Song Nanin is about 1.7 meters tall, but she looks particularly petite in the arms of Lindsay, who is 1.88 meters tall. When Song Nanin felt Lindsay's strong chest, her pretty face turned red for no reason. What are you standing there for? Come on. Lindsay said with a smile in Song Nanin's ear. As the hot breath from Lindsay's mouth hit Song Nanin's ears, her fair face turned even redder. I cursed him inwardly, what a bastard. Song Nanin took a deep breath and started turning the accelerator. She wanted to speed up slowly, but Lindsay didn't know what it was and had already held her hand. He held her hand and suddenly accelerated. Next to it was a cliff covered by white fog. The tires of the car were less than 30 centimeters away from the cliff, but the car was moving as fast as a cannonball. The overwhelming stimulation made Song Nanin couldn't help but scream. Song Nanin is not a timid person, but everything in front of her is too exciting. Lindsay whispered in her ear, Song Nanin, you can scream louder. Chapter 81. Are you born in the year of the dog? When they reached the top of the mountain, Song Nanin was sweating profusely and her legs were weak. But the expression on her beautiful face was relaxed, and her eyes, which looked like peach blossoms, were especially bright. Feel good? Lindsay lit a cigarette and asked with a smile while puffing out smoke. Song Nanin rolled her eyes at Lindsay. Why is it that every word that comes out of this bastard's mouth always has a vulgar taste? But Song Nanin did not deny that she was indeed very happy. It's the most refreshing feeling I've ever had, refreshing from the inside out. She lay on the grass unscrupulously, looking at the blue sky and white clouds and thinking about what had just happened. Lindsay lay beside her. The distance between the two people was very close, but Song Nanin did not dodge. She even turned her head to look at Lindsay and asked, you have good driving skills. How come you also learned it from that veterinarian? Lindsay smiled. That's not the case. I learned driving skills to vent my frustration after being kicked out of the Lin family. Of course this is nonsense. I can't tell her that I learned my driving skills on Blue Planet. At that time, Lindsay was under a lot of pressure. He was just like Song Nanin now, suffering from insomnia all night long due to the stress. To relieve the stress, he learned to ride a motorcycle. But Lindsay did not ride randomly, but specifically chose some places with dangerous terrain to ride. This is also the reason why he brought Song Nanin to ride a motorcycle. Because he knew this method worked. However, it is more effective to eat at roadside stalls. But this behavior is not suitable for Song Nanin now. How evil have you done to be kicked out of the house? Song Nanin asked again. Lindsay smiled. Perhaps. Do you hate the Lin family? Song Nanin asked again. What do you think? Song Nanin was silent. She had never been abandoned, but when she heard Shen Tianli say yesterday that the Lin family kicked Lindsay out of the house for an adopted son, Song Nanin felt it was absurd and had no other feelings. But now, when she heard Lin Zifeng say these words calmly, she inexplicably felt uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't feel unhappy with Lindsay, but she felt unhappy with what the Lin family did. When you cure my illness, I can help you get revenge. Song Nanin said after thinking for a while. People outside say that Song Nanin is cruel and ruthless, and they also gave her a nickname called Song Yen Wang. Song Nanin did not deny this. That's because she knew that in this society, if she wasn't ruthless, she would have been torn to pieces long ago. But she is not an ungrateful person. She felt that Lindsay cured her illness, and it was only right that she should repay him. Moreover, it was not a difficult task for her to deal with the Lin family. Although she couldn't bring down the Lin family financially, it was still easy for her to make the Lin family disappear from this world by using some dark means. No, I prefer to do this kind of thing myself. Lindsay said indifferently. The satisfaction that comes from destroying the Lin family with one's own hands cannot be compared to getting help from others. Besides, this is not a very difficult thing for Lindsay. So, Lindsay declined Song Nanin's kindness. This surprised Song Nanin. She thought that since she was willing to help him get revenge, he would definitely let her help. But unexpectedly, he rejected me. To be honest, she was a little unhappy. But she didn't know why she was unhappy. Whatever. Just don't come to me for help when you can't do it yourself, Song Nanin said unhappily. Lindsay smiled. Song Nanin, you're really cute when you're angry. What? Cute? This bastard must be blind. It is obvious that when I am angry, I can make people extremely scared. Why does it become cute when it comes to him? Song Nanin glared at Lindsay. You bastard, if you dare to tease me again, I will have someone throw you into the moat to feed the turtles. He's not big, but he has a big temper. You bastard, you're the younger one, Song Nanin said angrily. She hates it most when others treat her like a child. Aren't those bosses in the society just bullying me because I'm young, so they are in cahoots with each other? You'll know whether I'm small or not later, Lindsay said with a smile. Song Nanin's pretty face turned red and she kicked Lindsay angrily. This bastard is being naughty to me again. Song Nanin, try kicking me again, believe it or not, I will kiss you, Lindsay said unhappily. Although her kick didn't hurt at all, Lindsay didn't like being kicked. Of course, more importantly, he did kind of want to kiss her. As for what the consequences of kissing her will be, never mind, just kiss first. What if Song Nanin gets aroused by the kiss? It's exciting just to think about doing embarrassing things in this desolate mountain area. Song Nanin looked at Lindsay murderously and said, You bastard, try to touch me. I still remember clearly how that bastard kissed me yesterday, and now he wants to kiss me again. Are you really made of clay? As soon as he finished speaking, Lindsay turned over and lay on her sweet and soft body. Song Nanin was both ashamed and angry. No, is this bastard serious? Doesn't he know what fear is? You bastard, don't seek death, Song Nanin shouted angrily. Lindsay said with a smile, just die, it's romantic to die under the peony flowers and become a ghost anyway. Song Nanin was stunned. Before inheriting her father's mantle, Song Nanin was a college student studying literature, specializing in poetry and songs. She felt that Lindsay's words were a bit naughty. But it also has an extreme sense of wind and flow. Song Nanin suddenly thought of a word, romantic and suave. She inexplicably felt that Lindsay had this kind of temperament. When Song Nanin learned this idiom before, she really didn't understand what it meant. But at this moment, she suddenly understood. Lindsay thought that his behavior would make Song Nanin very angry, but now she was stunned. Although I don't know why she was stunned, this opportunity is rare. Lindsay kissed her soft red lips without thinking. A seductive voice sprayed out from Song Nanin's nasal cavity. She didn't mean it. The moment their lips touched, Song Nanin felt an electric shock. The feeling was so exciting that she uttered a note that even she felt a little ashamed of. Lindsay was stimulated by this note. He was already a little excited, and now he was even more excited. Excited, he began to capture the city. But at this moment, a piercing pain suddenly came over me. Lindsay let go of Song Nanin's lips and cursed, Song Nanin, are you born in the year of the dog? Yes, he was bitten by Song Nanin. You deserve it. Song Nanin cursed with a blushing face. Lindsay was unhappy. He kissed her hard again. Chapter 82 The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When Jizafing got up, it was already past 10 in the morning. He was woken up by the hotel staff. Jizafing opened the door cursing, and when he saw 4 or 5 hotel staff standing outside the door, he came to his senses completely. Hello, sir. We are the hotel staff. We regret to inform you that your room fee has expired this morning. If you continue to stay in this room, please go and pay the renewal fee now. Jizafing became more and more unhappy. When Su Qingshui told him last night that she would not renew his contract, Jizafing thought she was joking. After all, they were classmates, and Jizafing didn't believe that Su Qingshui would do such a thing. But now, after hearing what the other party said, Jizafing believed it. He now believed that the bitch Su Qingshui really wanted to drive him away. Fuck, isn't it just paying money? I'll pay it. Do you have to come knocking on my door so early in the morning? Jizafing asked unhappily. The reason why he spoke so toughly was because he had cheated Su Qingxue out of 500,000 yuan yesterday. Sir, I'm sorry to bother you. If you want to renew your subscription, how long would you like it to last? Let's renew it for another month first. Ji Zifeng said unhappily. Okay, the total is 2.1 million. How would you like to pay? How much? Ji Zifeng widened his eyes. He thought the hotel would charge at most $3,000 a day. But I never expected that it would cost 70,000 a day. 2,100,000. Fuck, I can't hold it anymore. After saying this, Ji Zifeng closed the door. A few minutes later, Ji Zifeng walked out of the room carrying a suitcase. The staff members accompanied him all the way, as if they were afraid that Ji Zifeng would refuse to leave. When he left the hotel, Ji Zifeng was about to walk towards the sports car. Last night Su Qingxue asked him to return the sports car to her, but Ji Zifeng didn't want to return it to her. That's a sports car worth 7 million. If I really want to return it, I may not be able to afford it in my lifetime. But the next second, Ji Zifeng was dumbfounded. The sports car that was originally parked in the hotel parking lot was gone at this moment. Ji Zifeng realized that it was most likely Su Qingxue who did it. After all, she was the only one who dared to do this. But these are no longer important. What is important is that Ji Zifeng is furious. How dare Su Qingxue do that? How could she have the nerve to ask for something back that was given to her? Ji Zifeng's guess was correct. It was indeed Su Qingxue who had the sports car towed away. Moreover, she sold it directly. For Su Qingxue, this was a rare stain in her life. Every time she thought about this, she felt sad and wanted to cry. It's better to sell it as soon as possible than to keep it. Fuck, brother Feng, when did you come back? Just when Ji Zifeng was about to collapse, a surprised voice came into his ears. Ji Zifeng looked in the direction of the voice and saw an extremely wretched-looking guy. This guy looks familiar. Wait, isn't this my college classmate Ji Buchang? At that time, he was his own henchman. Oh my god, Ji Buchang, long time no see. Ji Zifeng said excitedly. Fuck, who said it wasn't true, brother Feng, weren't you abroad? When did you come back? I just came back yesterday and was about to contact you. I didn't expect to meet you here. We are really destined to meet. Ji Zifeng said with a smile. Ji Buchang grinned and said, it is indeed fate. Brother Feng, where are you going with your suitcase? Oh, let's change hotels. The service in this hotel is not good. Brother Feng is awesome. This is one of the best hotels in Haicheng. Moreover, it belongs to Su Qingxue. By the way, brother Feng, have you contacted Su Qingxue? Doesn't she love you to death? When he heard the name Su Qingxue, Ji Zifeng clenched his fists instantly. But he smiled and said, it was the hotel she booked for me. Actually, I didn't plan to come back, but she seduced me every now and then, so I came back. Ji Buchang looked at Ji Zifeng with envy. Brother Feng, you are awesome. I am so jealous of you that a beauty like Su Qingxue seduces you. What's there to be envious of? She's just a woman. Ji Zifeng said with disdain. Ji Buchang became even more envious. Brother Feng, where are you going? I'll take you there. Are you not busy? I'm not busy. Besides, no matter how busy I am, it's not as important as accompanying you, brother Feng. Ji Zifeng was happy. Okay, take me to a hotel first. I'll treat you to lunch and we can have a good chat. Okay. Ji Buchang said with a smile. Ji Buchang drives an SUV worth 1 million. But Ji Zifeng clearly remembered that Ji Buchang's family conditions were average. How can you afford such an expensive car? Ji Buchang, you've become rich. You can even afford such an expensive car. Ji Zifeng said with a smile. Brother Feng, please stop laughing at me. This is my boss's car. By the way, brother Feng, do you still remember that rubbish Lin Zhe? As soon as Ji Zifeng heard the name Lin Zhe, he wanted to curse. If it weren't for this beast, how could Su Qingxue break off relations with him? Well, remember, why would you mention him for no reason? My current boss is that rubbish's younger brother. It's funny to say that the Lin family kicked out Lin Zhe, their biological son, for my boss's adopted son. Ji Zifeng was delighted. Is there such a thing? Ji Buchang nodded and said, my boss doesn't get along with that rubbish Lin Zhe. He wants to kill Lindsay. Ji Zifeng was delighted again. I also want to kill that beast Lindsay. If that's the case, should I go to Ji Buchan's boss? After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. By the way, Brother Feng, are you coming back this time to be with Su Qingxue? Ji Zifeng didn't want others to know that he had been kicked out by Su Qingxue, so he smiled and said, let's talk about it later. Ji Buchang said with envy, Brother Feng, you are awesome. If Su Qingxue likes me, I would kneel down and lick her. Promising. Ji Buchang grinned. Brother Feng, are you coming back this time to inherit the family business? I don't want to be a parasite. Ji Zifeng said guiltily. So what are you going to do? I haven't decided yet. Why don't you come to our company? I remember that when you were in college, you and that trash Lindsay were sworn enemies. Just based on this relationship, my boss will definitely appreciate you. This is exactly what Ji Zifeng was waiting for. He pretended to be indifferent and said, that's fine. Actually, it doesn't matter to me what kind of job I do. The most important thing is that I can play with you again. Ji Buchang said excitedly, Brother Feng, I will take you to see my boss. Walking. Chapter 83, Don't Play Dead, You Dog. When she pushed Lindsay away with gasps, Song Nanin looked at him with shame and anger. This bastard is so bold. It would have been fine if he had just kissed me, but he actually put his hands inside my clothes and touched me randomly. Fortunately, I discovered it early. If I had discovered it later, I would have been eaten by this bastard. After all, she did feel something when she was kissed by this bastard just now. You bastard, you really want to die. Song Nanin said angrily. Lindsay lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and then said slowly, then you can just kill me. As soon as the words fell, Song Nanin angrily grabbed Lindsay's neck with her hands. Lindsay looked at her with a smile and even blew a smoke ring at her unscrupulously. Song Nanin was choked, so she pushed harder. To be honest, she seemed to be trying very hard, but she had just been kissed, and her hands and feet were weak. Even if she tried her best, she didn't have much strength. But Lindsay still cooperated and began to breathe rapidly, rolled his eyes, and even struggled a few times symbolically. Yes, Lindsay was going to play a trick on her. Soon, Lindsay stopped moving. Not only was he motionless, but his eyes were closed and his arms fell limply to the ground. Song Nanin felt happy. She pushed Lindsay away. Humph, you bastard, let's see if you dare to kiss me casually in the future. Lindsay did not respond. Song Nanin kicked him unhappily. Don't play dead, you bastard. Lindsay still didn't respond. Song Nanin was stunned for a moment. I didn't strangle this bastard to death. When this thought flashed through her mind, Song Nanin quickly placed her fingers on Lindsay's philtrum. No breathing. This discovery hit Song Nanin like a thunderbolt. She panicked. Although Song Nanin was indeed very angry after being kissed by Lindsay. But she didn't really want to kill him. The reason I pinched him just now was just to vent my anger. Now, watching Lindsay die in front of her, the evil in Song Nanin's heart had long disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is regret. Song Nanin regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. He just kissed me a few times and touched me for a while, why should I pinch him? If I hadn't strangled him, how could I have strangled him to death? After feeling uncomfortable for a while, Song Nanin suddenly remembered the first aid method she had learned. Without any unnecessary nonsense, she turned over and rode on Lindsay's body, put her hands together, and began to press Lindsay's heart quickly. After pressing for a while, she bent down and pinched Lindsay's chin to perform artificial respiration. Breathing. Song Nanin suddenly felt something wet entering her mouth. It's the tongue. She shuddered all over and quickly left Lindsay's mouth. Then he quickly glanced at Lindsay. But he saw this bastard looking at him with a wicked smile on his face. Song Nanin was both ashamed and angry. She realized that she had been deceived by this bastard. How dare he? Song Nanin was so angry that she started beating Lindsay without saying a word. Her pink fists fell madly on Lindsay like rain. It seemed as if he would not stop until Lindsay was beaten to death. Lindsay didn't stop her, because it didn't hurt anyway. Besides, since I just lied to her, it's only right that she should be hit a few times to vent her anger. Lindsay looked at Song Nanin with a smile. I didn't expect that she looked smart, but was actually very stupid. He actually believed that he was strangled to death by her. After fighting for a while, Song Nanin got tired. She stood up angrily and walked down the mountain. She didn't want to see Lin Zhe for even a second now. Whenever I see this bastard, I'm reminded of the stupid thing I just did. Lin Zhe quickly stood up and blocked her way. Get out of the way. Song Nanin shouted angrily. Lin Zhe smiled and said, You pinched me, you hit me, we are even now. Go away, who is going to fight you? Lin Zhe pinched her cheek unscrupulously and said with a smile, Okay, don't be angry, I'll take you back. Song Nanin became even angrier. It would be fine if this bastard just kissed me whenever he wanted, but now he even dares to pinch my cheeks. If this continues, will he dare to climb onto her bed casually? No, we have to find a way to deal with him. Suddenly, Song Nanin remembered that there was a prison on the basement floor of her villa. He personally ordered the construction of the prison, with the purpose of punishing his disobedient subordinates. But this is not the point. The point is, what if this bastard is locked up in there for a few days? So he won't dare to do that again in the future. Thinking of this, Song Nanin suddenly became excited. She was really excited. When she thought about locking Lin Zhe in that cage and seeing him kneeling down and begging for mercy, Song Nanin trembled with excitement. Humph, send me home. Song Nanin said, suppressing her inner excitement. Get in the car. An hour later, the two returned to Song Nanin's villa. I won't bother with you about what happened today, but it's almost time for dinner, and you have to have dinner with me. Song Nanin's tone was a little arrogant. What's going on? This woman was conquered by my kiss? Otherwise, why would she suddenly invite me to have dinner with her? Okay. Lin Zhe agreed readily. Anyway, Shen Tianli didn't contact me, so I guess she is still busy. If I leave, I will also eat alone. Instead of this, it would be better to have dinner with Song Nanin. Entered the villa. A lot of food has been placed on the huge dining table. Several servants were standing respectfully beside the dining table. Please take a seat first. I'll go get a bottle of wine. Song Nanin said calmly. Okay. Not long after they sat down, Song Nanin appeared in front of Lin Zhe with a bottle of wine. After declining the servant's help, Song Nanin personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Zhe. Here's a toast to you. Thank you for curing me. You have some conscience. Lin Zhe said with a smile. They drank each other's wine in one gulp. Song Nanin suddenly sneered and asked, You bastard, you kissed me again and again, do you really think this is over? As soon as these words were spoken, the servants standing nearby all widened their eyes instantly. What's going on? The young lady was actually kissed by the man in front of her? Besides, wasn't he it just once? Lin Zhe smiled and said, Why, do you feel you've been wronged? How about you kiss me back? Kiss me back? You wish for nothing, you bastard. I'll let you know what regret is. What's the meaning? Song Nanin said proudly, It's nothing, I just put something in the wine I gave you to drink just now. Why don't you feel weak all over and dizzy now? Lin Zhe's face changed drastically. Song Nanin, do you want to poison me to death? Don't worry, you won't die. I'm just letting you sleep. But when you wake up, I'll lock you in a cage. Song Nanin said excitedly. Lin Zhe raised his middle finger at Song Nanin. Then he fell headfirst onto the dining table. Chapter 84. Brother Lin Zhe, I was wrong. Song Nanin was very excited. She was shaking with excitement. When she was reading novels in the past, Song Nanin was always particularly excited when she saw the male or female protagonist locking the other in a cage. That's why she built this cage. Although the original purpose of building this cage was to deal with disobedient subordinates. But unexpectedly, before his subordinates could enjoy it, Lin Zhe got there first. But that's not the point. The point is that looking at Lin Zhe lying on the ground, Song Nanin felt that this matter made her more excited than she had imagined. When Song Nanin thought of Lin Zhe kneeling down and begging for mercy after waking up, her blood began to boil. After staring at Lin Zhe for a while, Song Nanin was about to leave the cage and sit on the sofa waiting for him to wake up. But as soon as she turned around, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind her. So, you painstakingly drugged me just to get me here? This sudden voice startled Song Nanin instantly. She turned quickly. Then he saw Lin Zhe looking at him with a mocking expression. How come you woke up so quickly? He had administered the drug himself, and based on the dosage, he would be unconscious for at least 2 hours. But unexpectedly, he woke up in less than 10 minutes. Is it possible that I didn't drink at all? Lin Zhe asked with a sneer. You're talking nonsense. I saw you drink it with my own eyes. Is what you see with your own eyes necessarily true? Song Nanin was so shocked that she was speechless. She couldn't believe what Lin Zhe said was true. But the facts before her made her believe it. Why, you didn't expect it? Song Nanin, what do you think would happen if you were locked up here? Lin Zhe suddenly asked with a smile. Song Nanin was startled. Asshole, if you dare to lock me up here, I will definitely kill you. As he spoke, Song Nanin quickly retreated out of the cage. She sensed a hint of danger. But Lin Zhe is faster. As soon as Song Nanin reached the door of the cage, Lin Zhe had already gotten out of it. By the time Song Nanin wanted to go out, Lin Zhe had already closed the door of the cage. Song Nanin became anxious. She couldn't help but be anxious. When she brought Lin Zhe down just now, she instructed the servants not to let anyone come down without her order. In addition, the room where the cage is placed is very soundproof, so even if you shout at the top of your lungs inside, no one outside will hear you. In other words, if I were really locked in a cage by that bastard Lin Zhe, the only thing I could do was to beg him to let me out. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way I could get out. Just when Song Nanin was anxious, Lin Zhe had already locked the door of the cage. It's over. Song Nanin's heart instantly sank to the bottom. She looked at Lin Zhe with rage. Open the door, you bastard. Hey, Miss Song, is this how you usually beg people? Lin Zhe said with a sneer. Song Nanin was so angry that she was speechless. Although she wanted to kill Lin Zhe right now, she also knew clearly that in the current situation, if she fought hard, it would only be more disadvantageous to her. It would be better to beg this bastard to let you out first. It won't be too late to deal with him after we get out. With this in mind, Song Nanin suppressed her anger and said, Okay, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Not sincere enough. Song Nanin was so angry that she wanted to bite Lin Zhe to death. She swore that when the bastard let her out, she would bite him to death. After making up her mind, Song Nanin said with a smile on her face, Lin Zhe, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, let me out. You are sincere enough, but your smile is so fake. Song Nanin was so angry that she was about to explode, but she was smiling, and her smile was extremely charming. Yes, it is gorgeous. Lin Zhe didn't expect that her smile would be so seductive. It seems that I should let her smile more in the future. Can you let me out? Song Nanin said pitifully. Come on, call me brother, maybe I'll let you out when I'm in a good mood. Song Nanin resisted the urge to kill Lin Zhe. She said in a tender voice, brother Lin Zhe, please, let me out. Enin really knows she is wrong. Hold the grass. Not to mention, her coquettish voice is really quite seductive. But fortunately, Lin Zhe has a strong will. He smiled and said, Impossible, Song Nanin, just stay in there. After saying this, Lin Zhe quickly left. It's not that he didn't want to continue teasing her, but Lin Zhe was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would really not be able to control himself and let her go. Song Nanin's defense was broken, she was completely broken. In order to get out, I had already humbled myself so much and even called him brother in such an embarrassing voice, but he was just teasing me. The moment the door was closed, Song Nanin cursed, Beast, Lin Zhe you beast, I will definitely kill you. Someone, let me out. Lin Zhe stood outside the door. He knew that Song Nanin's defense was broken and she would definitely curse at him, but he didn't hear a single sound. I have to say, the sound insulation of this house is really damn good. After coming out of the second floor below ground, Lin Zhe said to the servants, Inform everyone that the young lady needs to have a good rest. No one is allowed to disturb her. The servant nodded quickly. Lin Zhe walked away with a smile. At the same time, Su Qingxue came out of the company and was about to go home. She was in a very depressed mood today and had no intention of working at all. She planned to go home to rest for a while and then continue to seduce Lin Zhe at night. But as soon as I left the company, I met Ji Zifeng. When she saw her, Su Qingxue's face turned a little ugly. Because whenever he saw her, Su Qingxue would remember the stupid things he had done. Although Ji Zifeng did nothing wrong, Su Qingxue couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. What are you doing here? Ji Zifeng said with a sad face, Qingxue, I'm here to say goodbye to you. No need, if you want to leave, it has nothing to do with me. I know, Qingxue, can we have a meal? Not interested. Su Qingxue said coldly. Please Qingxue, I just want to have a meal with you before I leave. I have no ill intentions. I know you like Lin Zhe. If you are willing to have a meal with me, then I am willing to tell you a secret about Lin Zhe. If you know this secret, I promise that Lin Zhe will be with you. Su Qingxue was delighted. She wanted to be with Lin Zhe, she wanted it so much. What secret? I'll tell you when we eat. I'm not trying to threaten you with this, but I really want to have a meal with you. Besides, this is not the place to talk. Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then said in a cold voice, Come with me. Ji Zifeng was ecstatic. After getting into Su Qingxue's car, Ji Zifeng, who was sitting in the back seat, took out his cell phone and started sending messages. Ji Buchang, does this medicine really work? Brother Feng, don't worry, it definitely works. I've already fallen asleep several times with this medicine. I deleted the message and put away my phone. Ji Zifeng looked out the window. His eyes were vicious and cruel. Chapter 85 I really envy Lin Zhe. Time goes back 2 hours. Ji Buchang and Ji Zifeng met Lin Nan in the hospital. Lin Nan's injuries had almost healed, and he could actually be discharged from the hospital, but he still pretended to be in great pain and refused to leave. The purpose of doing this is of course to remind his parents that all this was caused by that beast Lin Zhe. His goal was achieved. Lin's mother now hates Lin Zhe so much that she gnashes her teeth and threatens to kill the beast Lin Zhe. After Lin Xiaotian returned yesterday, although he didn't say anything, judging from his gloomy face, he hated Lin Zhe to the core. Lin Nan tentatively mentioned Lin Zhe's name, but in return Lin Xiaotian roared and cursed Lin Zhe as a beast, and told him not to mention the beast's name anymore. Lin Nan felt refreshed. When he met Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan was a little disdainful. He hates this kind of returnees the most. But when he learned that Ji Zifeng and Lin Zhe had been sworn enemies since college, and that Su Qingxue, whom Lin Zhe liked, actually liked Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan became interested in Ji Zifeng. Especially when he found out that Su Qingxue divorced Lin Zhe for Ji Zifeng, Lin Nan was so happy that he almost exploded. With a wave of his hand, he let Ji Zifeng join his company and become his personal assistant with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, bonuses not included. Ji Zifeng was secretly delighted. The matter should have ended here, but when Ji Zifeng was about to leave, Lin Nan asked Ji Buchan whether he had got back the things he wanted. From the conversation between the two, Ji Zifeng unexpectedly learned that what Lin Nan asked Ji Buchan to take was actually an aphrodisiac. And it is said to be very effective. Lin Nan has slept with countless girls using this thing. After hearing this, Ji Zifeng formed a vicious plan in his mind. The car stopped in front of Yipingxian's door. The location was chosen by Su Qingxue. To put it bluntly, the reason why Su Qingxue came here to eat was that she didn't particularly trust Ji Zifeng now. She was afraid that something unexpected might happen when a man and a woman were having dinner together. Yipingxian is his own restaurant, so even if something unexpected happens, the staff in the restaurant will provide help to him as soon as possible. The box was the same one where Ji Zifeng had dinner on the day he came back. The outfit that was worn to welcome Ji Zifeng back had long disappeared without a trace, but when Su Qingxue stepped into the box, she still felt a little sad. Because she remembered Lin Zhe's reaction when he saw the attire in the box. After sitting down, Ji Zifeng handed the menu to Su Qingxue. He said softly, Qingxue, order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat today, so you must give me a chance. Ji Zifeng was still sitting in the same seat as he had sat on the night he returned to China. But Su Qingxue did not sit next to him, she sat opposite Ji Zifeng. Lin Zhe said that he didn't like women who had been touched by other people, even if it was just holding hands. Su Qingxue has now engraved these words into her bones. The reason why I was so far away from Ji Zifeng was because I was afraid that there would be physical contact when he picked up food or something. Whatever, I'm not hungry. Then I'll make the decision. Su Qingxue nodded. Ji Zifeng started ordering food. He ordered some solid dishes, and a lot of them. Su Qingxue didn't stop him either. At this moment, she just wanted to know what the secret about Lin Zhe that Ji Zifeng was talking about was. Soon, the dishes were ordered. The waiter retreated. Su Qingxue asked, what exactly is the secret about Lin Zhe that you mentioned? Frankly speaking, if Ji Zifeng hadn't used this matter to tease me, I would never have come to dinner with him. Su Qingxue thought very clearly that as long as Ji Zifeng told her the secret about Lin Zhe, she would get up and leave. I will no longer have anything to do with Ji Zifeng. Ji Zifeng smiled bitterly and said, Qingxue, can we eat first? I promise I will tell you after dinner. Su Qingshue's face darkened. She didn't like the feeling of being threatened. Ji Zifeng saw Su Qingshue's displeasure, so he quickly explained, Qingxue, I'm not threatening you, I really want to have a meal with you alone. You may think that what I said is a bit hypocritical, but Qingxue, what I want to tell you is that I really like you. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I fell in love with you at first sight when I saw you in college, but your family background is too prominent, I am not worthy of you, so I can only hide all this silently in my heart. When you got married with Lin Zhe, I saw the marriage certificate posted on WeChat Moments. At that time, my heart was broken. Do you know why I want to go abroad? Because I am not worthy of you, because I want to make a name for myself, because... Ji Zifeng wanted to continue speaking. But Su Qingxue interrupted him with a wave of her hand. What happened in the past is in the past, and I don't want to hear about it anymore. Frankly speaking, whether what Ji Zifeng said was true or false has no meaning to Su Qingxue. At this moment, she just wanted to be with Lin Zhe. Ji Zifeng didn't expect Su Qingxue to interrupt him. He had been thinking of using these lies to evoke Su Qingshue's memory, preferably to remind her of her past love for him. But unexpectedly, Su Qingshuo didn't want to listen. Ji Zifeng was very unhappy. But he didn't show it. Anyway, it won't be long before Su Qingshuo will take the initiative to ask for sex under his crotch. When he thought of that scene, Ji Zifeng's mood instantly became excited. He couldn't help but take a look at Su Qingshue's current attire. She was wearing a pure black dress. The skirt wrapped up her sexy body, but her neck was white and slender, like a swan's neck. Really sexy and provocative. Ji Zifeng's heart was moved, and he couldn't wait to give Su Qingshuo the drug. Okay, you are right. The past is the past. Let's not talk about it. Qingxue, when did you fall in love with Lin Zhe? Ji Zifeng changed the subject. When she heard Lin Zhe, a bright light flashed in Su Qingshue's eyes, and her beautiful face also became softer. When Ji Zifeng saw Su Qingshue's reaction, his nails dug into his flesh with jealousy. Why? How could that beast Lin Zhe win the favor of Su Qingshuo? I don't know. Maybe it was because of his meticulous care for me that I fell in love with him. Maybe it was because of his silent devotion to me that made me fall in love with him. Maybe it was at some other moment. Ji Zifeng said with envy, I really envy Lin Zhe. While talking, Ji Zifeng placed a glass of water in front of Su Qingshuo. Does Lin Zhe know that you like him? Ji Zifeng asked calmly. Su Qingshuo shook her head. She picked up the glass of water and drank it. Su Qingshuo was indeed a little thirsty. She had been in a bad mood since last night. Her bad mood prevented her from eating or drinking. When Ji Zifeng saw Su Qingshuo drinking the water bit by bit, his heart was so excited that it almost jumped out of his throat. Chapter 86, Falling into a Trap. Yes, Ji Zifeng has drugged this glass of water. He made the call when Su Qingshuo was telling him in a gentle tone that she liked Lin Zhe. The medicine is only the size of a baby's fingernail and dissolves quickly when it comes into contact with water. At that time, Su Qingshuo was immersed in her love for Lin Zhe and did not notice all this at all. But all this is no longer important. What is important is that she has drunk half a glass of water. Ji Zifeng took advantage of the moment when he lowered his head to grin silently. He knew it was done. After today, Su Qingshuo will completely belong to him, and will also completely become his puppet. Because Ji Zifeng has made up his mind that when he sleeps with her later, he will record the whole process. When the time comes, I will use these things to threaten Su Qingshuo. I don't believe she will dare to disobey. When Ji Zifeng thought that Su Qingshuo was about to become his puppet, his slave, his dog, his ATM, etc., his whole body was shaking with excitement. Qingshuo, when do you plan to let Lin Zhe know all this? Ji Zifeng asked, suppressing his excitement. It will take some time for the medicine to take effect. Before this, Ji Zifeng didn't dare to reveal even the slightest flaw. After all, this fresh food is the Su family's property. If Su Qingshuo escapes before he gets her, the fate that awaits him will definitely be miserable. Ji Zifeng doesn't want this to happen. This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. There is no need to tell you this. Su Qingshuo said coldly. She felt that Ji Zifeng talked too much. She doesn't like it. Ji Zifeng was almost unable to hold back after being criticized. He pinched his thigh hard several times and finally suppressed his anger. Now is not the time to lose your temper. He was waiting. He was waiting for Su Qingshuo's aphrodisiac to take effect. He was waiting for Su Qingxue to lose control and start teasing him. Lin Nan said that once these drugs take effect, even a chaste and virtuous woman would not be able to withstand it. The food came out very quickly. After all, it was the eldest lady who came in person who would dare to neglect her? When the first dish came, Su Qingxue felt her body slightly hot. She didn't think much about it and thought it was because the box was a little hot. So while the waiter was serving the food, Su Qingxue asked her to lower the air conditioner temperature. Ji Zifeng was also a little hot, but he was just excited. He knew that the aphrodisiac in Su Qingxue's body had begun to take effect. He also knew that once the effect of this medicine started to take effect, Su Qingxue would soon be unable to bear it. Several dishes were served quickly. Su Qingxue felt more and more that something was wrong. Her body was getting hotter and hotter, and a desire was growing in her heart. The scenes of her and Lin Zhe's passionate love kept flashing through her mind. These scenes were like aphrodisiacs, constantly stimulating Su Qingxue's heart. Her fair face had begun to turn red and her breathing had become a little disordered. She felt that not only was her body hot, but it also felt as if hundreds of bugs were crawling on her. My whole body itches. Her legs began to twist and rub unconsciously. Ji Zifeng saw it all. His hands holding the chopsticks were shaking with excitement. He knew that the aphrodisiac in Su Qingxue's body had begun to take effect at an accelerated rate. He also knew that it wouldn't be long before Su Qingxue couldn't bear it anymore and would start to actively seek sex. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Ji Zifeng asked with pretended concern. Su Qingxue waved her hand and said, nothing. Although she said that, Su Qingxue knew that something was wrong with her body. This is not a normal reaction. Although she didn't know why her body reacted like this. But reason told her that she should leave immediately. As soon as this thought came to her mind, Su Qingxue quickly stood up. But just as she took a step, Su Qingxue felt her feet go weak and she almost fell to the ground. Su Qingxue held on to the dining table and managed to stand steadily. But as soon as he stood firm, he fell back into the chair. At this moment, her whole body had turned into a pool of fragrant mud. She has a rosy complexion and charming eyes. The delicate red lips opened and closed like a stranded fish. Ji Zifeng's heart was moved. Hold. He really didn't expect that Su Qingxue would be so charming and alluring. Not to mention the look in her eyes, her red lips opening and closing almost made Ji Zifeng explode. An extremely evil thought even popped up in his mind. He really couldn't wait any longer, but he asked with great concern, Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Why do I feel like something is wrong with you? He was so excited that his voice was trembling. Go call a waitress in. Su Qingxue said while gritting her teeth. Although she said so, her expression became more and more charming, especially the charm in her eyes, which almost swallowed up Ji Zifeng. Yes, Su Qingxue's desire was growing stronger and stronger. Reason is being devoured by that mad desire. How could Ji Zifeng possibly call a waiter? He knew clearly that the aphrodisiac in Su Qingxue's body had completely taken effect. Not only did he not call the waiter, he quickly stood up and walked towards Su Qingxue. He knew the time had come. Just let yourself touch her. Then she will never be able to escape again. But when Ji Zifeng walked towards Su Qingxue suddenly picked up a table knife. She put the knife to her snow-white neck. Don't come over here, go call the waiter. Ji Zifeng was stunned. Hold. This slut is already such a slut, how can she still be rational? Ji Zifeng didn't dare to force it. He was really afraid that Su Qingxue would stab herself. It would be terrible then. Qingxue, don't get excited. What's wrong with you? Shut up. Go and call the waiter in. Su Qingxue said with difficulty, gritting her teeth. Her sanity was fading. The desire in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. If Lin Zhe were here now, Su Qingxue would definitely throw herself into his arms without hesitation and eat him up madly. But Lin Zhe was not there. Su Qingxue could only grit her teeth and hold on. Okay, wait for me for a moment. Ji Zifeng quickly stood up and left the box. But he wasn't going to call a waiter. Instead, he took the waiter aside. Qingxue asked me to tell you that no matter what happens later, you are not allowed to come in. Do you hear me? The waiter had met his eldest daughter and Ji Zifeng several times. After listening to Ji Zifeng's words, he nodded. Ji Zifeng turned around proudly and returned to the box. The scene before him made him ecstatic. But he saw that Su Qingxue had put the dinner knife aside. At this moment, her face was flushed and her eyes were devoured by desire. When she saw Ji Zifeng, Su Qingxue suddenly smiled charmingly. This smile almost took Ji Zifeng's soul away. He was about to explode. He couldn't bear it any longer, and was about to pounce on Su Qingxue, panting heavily. But the next second, Ji Zifeng suddenly couldn't move. Chapter 87 Beating. Of course Ji Zifeng couldn't move. Because someone grabbed his hair. When the severe pain came, Ji Zifeng turned around quickly. I want to see which beast dares to grab my hair so cruelly. Ji Zifeng felt like his scalp was about to be torn off by the other party. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he instantly became furious. It turned out to be Lin Zhe. Someone Ji Zifeng never dreamed of. That's right, it's Lin Zhe. After coming out of Song Nanin's villa, Lin Zhe originally wanted to return to Shin Tianli's villa. He plans to continue writing songs for the two big stars. But just as I got in the taxi, I received a call from Shin Tianli. Let Lin Zhe come to Yapingxian to pick her up. As a result, as soon as Lin Zhe arrived, he heard Ji Zifeng saying what he had just said to the waiter. His intuition told him that this rubbish Ji Zifeng was going to do something bad. He quickly followed in. As expected, this rubbish actually drugged Su Qingxue. Yes, Lin Zhe could tell at a glance that Su Qingxue, who was twisting her sexy body at the moment, had been drugged. Moreover, he intended to see Su Qingxue in this way. So, Lin Zhe grabbed his hair without thinking. Lin Zhe, fuck your uncle, let me go. Ji Zifeng roared. As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhe just hit him with a big punch. No matter what the current situation between Su Qingxue and Ji Zifeng is, this rubbish wants to use such dirty means to get Su Qingxue. Now that he has met him, Lin Zhe can't just ignore it. Bang! A sharp and crisp sound was heard in the huge box. Ji Zifeng suddenly felt a burning pain in his head. He cursed angrily, Lin Zhe, you bastard, the person Su Qingxue likes is me, she asked me to drug her, she wants to play with me, it's none of your business, get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhe grabbed his hair even more fiercely. He exerted force suddenly. He threw the trash Ji Zifeng to the ground. Lin Zhe didn't believe a single punctuation mark in what this rubbish said. After all, Su Qingxue is not the kind of fickle woman, so she would never take the initiative to let Ji Zifeng drug her. Just as Ji Zifeng was struggling to stand up and wanted to fight back, Lin Zhe had already kicked him hard in the head. Ah! Ji Zifeng screamed in pain. But Lin Zhe didn't intend to give up. His feet kept kicking Ji Zifeng on the head. At first, Ji Zifeng wanted to struggle, and he kept cursing. As a result, after being kicked 7 or 8 times by Lin Zhe, Ji Zifeng became scared. He held his head and screamed like a ghost. Lin Zhe was about to continue beating him. But at this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly stood up shakily, and she stumbled towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe glanced at her. But I saw that her eyes were bloodshot, full of seductive desire. Lin Zhe knew that Su Qingxue had already taken effect of the poison, and if she was not treated, something bad might happen. Leaving that trash Ji Zifeng behind, Lin Zhe quickly took a few steps forward and took Su Qingxue into his arms. As soon as Su Qingxue hugged her fragrant, soft and hot body, she began to struggle. You let me go, I want to find Lin Zhe, I want to find Lin Zhe, you let me go. Su Qingxue said with a whimper. While saying this he pushed Lin Zhe. It's a pity that she doesn't have any strength left now. When pushing Lin Zhe, he seemed as weak as a baby. Lin Zhe was stunned. Isn't the person she likes Ji Zifeng? Why would she come to me when she was poisoned by aphrodisiac? But these are no longer important. What is important is that at this moment Su Qingxue is like a water snake, constantly twisting her sexy body in Lin Zhe's arms. Lin Zhe was instantly furious. He quickly picked up Su Qingxue by the waist and placed her on the sofa in the box. Don't think too much, Lin Zhe plans to treat her with silver needles first. At the very least, we should control the aphrodisiac in her body first, and then send her to the hospital for proper treatment. Although I don't know whether the silver needles can suppress the aphrodisiac poison in her body, I have to give it a try first. But as soon as Lin Zhe's hands left Su Qingxue's body, Su Qingxue hooked her arms around Lin Zhe's neck without giving in. She stared at Lin Zhe, then suddenly smiled coquettishly and said, You are Lin Zhe, you are Lin Zhe, I smell you. Lin Zhe was shocked. Su Qingxue said coquettishly, Lin Zhe, I feel so uncomfortable, I want to sleep, let's sleep together, okay? Don't you like sleeping with me the most? Can you sleep with me? Please, sleep with me. Hold the grass. That soft and tender voice, that beautiful face, and that spring water that can drown people. Who can resist this? Lin Zhe forcibly pried Su Qingshue's fingers apart. He was panting and was about to throw Jizafeng out of the box. Whether it is treatment with silver needles or other methods, Lin Zhe doesn't want this garbage to exist. But when he turned around, there was no trace of Jizafeng. I guess that trash ran away while I was holding Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe didn't care about all this now. He quickly ran to the door of the box and locked it. After doing all this, Lin Zhe quickly returned to Su Qingxue. He just took out the needle bag of silver needles. Su Qingxue then stretched out her snow-white arms and hooked them around his neck. Lin Zhe, let's go to sleep, okay? I want to sleep with you, sleep with me, okay? I really feel so uncomfortable. Having said that, he began to kiss Lin Zhe randomly without caring about anything else. Su Qingxue, don't move. Lin Zhe said quickly, panting. He really wanted to sleep with her. But he didn't want to sleep with Su Qingxue while she was poisoned and unconscious. If she continued to tease him like this, Lin Zhe really couldn't bear it. I want to sleep. I want to sleep with you. Can you sleep with me like you did the last time? I'll sleep with you. I want to sleep with you. Sleep with me, sleep with me. As she spoke, Su Qingxue had already sat up from the sofa. She wrapped herself around Lin Zhe like an octopus. Her delicate and tempting red lips were kissing Lin Zhe's neck and cheeks madly. Lin Zhe made her almost explode. He really wanted to treat her. Just when he was about to push Su Qingxue away again, Su Qingxue's red lips suddenly kissed his lips. Her soft red lips were particularly hot. The hot red lips instantly made Lin Zhe tremble all over. He was burned. But Su Qingxue was addicted. She was like a stranded fish, madly absorbing water with her sweet tongue. Lin Zhe couldn't bear it anymore. He really couldn't take it anymore. He began to respond. His response was even crazier than Su Qingxue's. There was no way, he was completely ignited. I don't know when the two of them rolled on the ground. But no one cared. Su Qingxue was also completely ignited. She was like a powder keg, completely ignited. It also completely exploded. Lin Zhe, please be faster. Su Qingxue said this with a hum. The voice is so charming that it's almost fatal. Chapter 88. It's no use getting angry. It's over. It's completely over. 4 or 5 times. Lin Zhe had forgotten. Many times anyway. After it was over, Su Qingxue collapsed on Lin Zhe's body, sweating profusely. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette. No one spoke to each other. There was no other sound in the huge box except for the sound of each other's breathing. Do you know that you have been drugged? Lin Zhe suddenly asked. Su Qingxue responded. He said coldly, I won't let him go. Apparently, she already knew who drugged her. Still feeling bad? Su Qingxue said coquettishly, it's uncomfortable. Hold. It's all over. Why is she still speaking in such a seductive tone? Where does it hurt? It hurts, you're so cruel, you bastard. Damn it, you told me to go faster. Lin Zhe said unhappily. Su Qingxue blushed and said, hate it, stop talking, I'm not angry. There's no point in getting angry. It's already happened. Su Qingxue angrily punched Lin Zhe. Huh, can't you just say something nice? Then you have to go find Jizafeng. Don't mention that trash again. Su Qingxue said coldly. There was a chilling light in her watery eyes. You can see that she is angry. What, you don't like him anymore? Lin Zhe joked. Su Qingxue nodded. Do you know why he drugged me? Nonsense, of course he wants to sleep with you, but you've been together for so long, and you haven't let him sleep with you? Su Qingxue was so angry that she bit Lin Zhe on the lips. Just donate your mouth if it can't speak. I've told you many times. I haven't even let him touch my hand, so how can I let him sleep? Lin Zhe smiled. Then he will cry to death. Humph, what does it have to do with me? I hope he dies. Su Qingxue said angrily. When Su Qingxue thought that Jizafeng dared to drug her, she wished she could kill him right now. You hate me so much, but you loved me to death just a few days ago. Lindsay wasn't teasing Su Qingxue on purpose. He was just curious. Why did Su Qingxue suddenly dislike Ji Zifeng? Su Qingxue was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I really lost my mind a few days ago. She was afraid that Lindsay would continue to say something provocative. She quickly blocked Lindsay's lips with her beautiful red lips. Hold the grass. Lindsay was stimulated. No way. She still wants it? After kissing for a while, Su Qingxue let go of Lindsay with a blushing face. Asshole, stop talking about the fact that I like him. This matter has now become a stain on my life. Whenever I think about it, I want to slap myself. Before she finished speaking, Su Qingxue's eyes were red. She really regretted it. No, I'm really curious. Did he do something that angered God and the people? Why do you suddenly dislike him? Lindsay said. Su Qingxue shook her head. I always thought I liked him, but ever since I divorced you, I felt bad about everything. Later, I told my best friend about these things. With her advice, I suddenly realized that I had not liked him for a long time. After you left yesterday, I was very sad. Then I met Ji Zifeng and I made it clear to him that I didn't like him anymore. I didn't let him stay in the hotel I had arranged for him to stay in. I sold the sports car I bought for him this morning and donated all the money. So, he couldn't wait to drug me today. I guess he wanted to get me this way. Lindsay was stunned. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxue actually took back the sports car that she had given to Ji Zifeng. No wonder that rubbish Ji Zifeng wanted to drug her. Lindsay remembered what Chen Tianli once said, that Ji Zifeng could no longer make it abroad and his family was about to go bankrupt. That's why I returned home. It seems that he drugged Su Qingxue not just to sleep with her. I guess he wanted to use this incident to control Su Qingxue. It's not as simple as that for him to get you. What's the meaning? Their family is about to go bankrupt, and he can't make it abroad anymore, said Lindsay. Su Qingxue's face darkened. No wonder Ji Zifeng took the initiative to contact me at that time. No wonder he was so attentive. At that time, I really thought he was a prodigal son. But now thinking about it, he clearly regarded himself as a prey. If I were really with him, given how much I loved him back then, I would definitely help him unconditionally. By then, perhaps all the assets of the Su family might be taken away by him. Moreover, it was fortunate that Lindsay came today. If Lindsay hadn't come. That myself. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue suddenly felt a sense of fear. Why, are you scared? Lindsay asked. Su Qingxue nodded. I still overestimated his character. By the way, how do you know all this? Chen Tianli told me. Actually, I came to Yipingxian today to pick her up. But you're lucky. Otherwise, you would have been abused by him. Maybe you would have been filmed. He would use these to threaten you. Even if you wanted to get rid of him, it would be impossible. Su Qingxue became more and more frightened. What Lindsay just said is not impossible to happen. It was just that he was lucky, as Lindsay saw that scum trying to bully him. If I had worse luck, I would have been abused by him by now. If he really took the video and used it as a threat, then when the time comes, I probably wouldn't dare to refuse anything he asked me to do. Su Qingxue's face turned pale for some reason. She hugged Lindsay tightly in fear. Don't hug me so tightly, I just finally calmed down. Lindsay protested. Su Qingxue seemed not to hear what he said. She looked at Lindsay with red eyes. Asshole, let me ask you, do you want to sleep with me every day? What do you mean? The reason why I told that rubbish Ji Zifeng that I don't like him anymore is, firstly, because I really don't like him anymore. I don't have any feelings for him anymore. In fact, I felt something was wrong the day he came back, but I didn't think much about it. Secondly, because I found that I liked you, Lindsay, I'm not kidding, I really like you. When I saw you getting close to Chen Tianli, I was jealous to the point of going crazy. Su Qingxue paused for a moment. She even kissed Lindsay. Then she said in a sweet voice, Lindsay, let's remarry. This time I will announce to the world that you are my husband. I will give you everything I have, whether it's my body or my heart. I will give it to you. I'm so beautiful and sexy. As long as we get remarried, if you like my stewardess uniform, I'll wear it for you. If you like me wearing stockings, I'll wear them for you. I'll satisfy you in any position you like. Don't you like my legs? I'll let you play with them every day. When she said this, Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with sparkling eyes. Remarry me, okay? Chapter 89. You are free, and so am I. What? Remarry? Lin Zhe smiled. There is no denying that Su Qingxue is extremely beautiful, and her figure is amazing. However, remarriage is absolutely impossible. If I remarry him, how can I sleep with Shen Tianli and Song Nanin? As for Jiang Qingyue, Lin Zhe didn't want to sleep with her for the time being. Because after sleeping with her, she wants to be with me. This is something Lin Zhe would never accept. As a top scumbag, how could he give up the whole forest for a tree? Not good. Lin Zhe said bluntly. Su Qingxue was stunned. She thought she already knew she regretted it, and she also made it clear that she liked Lin Zhe very much, and would give her heart to him. Then, considering how much he likes me, he would definitely be eager to agree to me. However, she didn't expect that Lin Zhe would reject her. Moreover, the rejection was so straightforward that he didn't even think about it for a second. Sadness, overwhelming sadness, like a huge net, instantly enveloped Su Qingxue. Her eyes, which had been bright and sparkling just now, were now fading away little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until it completely dimmed. Then sadness crept in again. She looked at Lin Zhe with sad eyes. Why? Her heart was trembling and her voice was trembling. She was not questioning Lin Zhe, she just wanted to know why he suddenly didn't want her anymore. I told you that night that I would never love anyone again. Lin Zhe put out the cigarette in his hand. His tone was calm as if he was talking about someone else. But Su Qingxue felt more and more uncomfortable. Her eyes were red and her tears began to overflow. She knew that her divorce from Lin Zhe because of Ji Zifeng had completely hurt him. She recalled the morning of their divorce, when Lin Zhe actually tried to keep her. He said he didn't want a divorce. But what did you say? She angrily forced him to divorce. Later he compromised. But she told herself that once they divorced, he would no longer want her. Even if I kneel down and beg him, he won't even look at me. It turned out that he wasn't just saying that in anger. Su Qingxue cried. Tears welled up. She didn't want to cry. But she really couldn't hold it in. Why was I so stupid at that time? Why are you so anxious to divorce Lin Zhe? Why do you have to divorce Lin Zhe for that trash? Why? Lin Zhe, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. At that time, I really didn't know my heart, so I divorced you. Moreover, I said so many hurtful words to you. Su Qingxue couldn't continue speaking. She burst into tears. She really knew she was wrong and she really regretted it. Lin Zhe shook his head and said, No need to apologize, Su Qingxue. To be honest, I was not angry when you divorced me because of Ji Zifeng, nor did I blame you. I said that you are free and have the right to pursue happiness. Of course, I am also free. Do you understand me? This is Lin Zhe's true words. He never blamed Su Qingxue for divorcing him for Ji Zifeng. Because he is not the original owner. He had no feelings for her. How could Su Qingxue not understand the meaning of Lin Zhe's words? She knew that she had hurt Lin Zhe too badly. So much so that he no longer wants to give himself a chance. Regret. The regret that made Su Qingxue want to beat herself to death emerged in her heart. Su Qingxue cried even more miserably. Lin Zhe, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please don't leave me, okay? Please, don't leave me. Her eyes were desperate and her voice was fragile. Okay, stop crying. It's getting late. Let me take you home first. Or do you want to be alone for a while? Lin Zhe didn't want to continue discussing this matter with her. I want to go home. Su Qingxue said quickly. Let's go, then. Su Qingxue nodded while crying. She climbed up from Lin Zhe's body with difficulty and was about to walk outside. Wait. Lin Zhe quickly stopped her. Just kidding, her hair is disheveled and her clothes are messy. If this gets out, what will the employees of Yupingxian think when they see it? Su Qingxue looked at him with tears in her eyes. There was suspicion in her eyes. Lin Zhe explained, just tidy up your appearance. Su Qingxue finally reacted. She looked at Lin Zhe with gratitude, and then quickly began to tidy up her appearance. When she had almost finished packing, Lin Zhe took her out of the box. On the way back, no one spoke to each other. Lin Zhe was thinking about how to explain why he didn't pick Shen Tianli up when he saw her later. When Lin Zhe was sleeping with Su Qingxue in the afternoon, he deliberately turned off his phone for fear of being disturbed. He hasn't turned on his phone yet, so he guessed that Shen Tianli has made countless calls. Su Qingxue wanted to speak, but she didn't know what else she could say. She is so confused now. She didn't know what to do next. Or to be more precise, she didn't know what to do with her life. Su Qingxue never knew that Lin Zhe would be so important to her. So much so that when I lose him, I feel so hopeless. Soon, the car stopped steadily in front of Su Qingxue's villa. After you get back, take a good shower and have some rest. I'm leaving first. Lin Zilan reminded before getting off the car. Su Qingxue looked at him eagerly. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. But she said nothing. She watched Lin Zhe get out of the car and walk towards Shen Tianli's villa. Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli's villas are less than 50 meters apart. But at this moment, Su Qingxue felt that she and Shen Tianli's villa were so far away. It seemed so far away, across the Milky Way. Su Qingxue knew that her villa was still so close to Shen Tianli's villa. What as far as the distance between me and Lin Zhe? When Su Qingxue thought that Lin Zhe no longer wanted her, she couldn't hold back her tears. She cried and sent a message to her best friend. Let her come to your home. After sending the message, Su Qingxue returned to the villa crying. Lin Zhe was also feeling a little sad. What made him sad was that he was afraid that he would never be able to sleep with Su Qingxue again. After all, the two of them have made it so clear now. Lin Zhe hated himself a little. Why can't you pretend to agree to her and then reveal your true feelings after you've had enough sleep? Well, never mind. Next, let us focus on Shen Tianli. When I think of Shen Tianli's charming face and sexy figure, the sadness in Lin Zhe's heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was excitement. He quickened his pace in excitement. Chapter 90. Let us get down to business first. Shen Tianli is calling Lin Zhe. Ever since Lin Zhe answered the phone call at noon, he has completely disappeared. During this period, Shen Tianli made no less than 100 calls to Lin Zhe and sent countless messages. But Lin Zhe didn't respond. To be honest, Shen Tianli was a little nervous. She wasn't worried that anything would happen to Lin Zhe. He is so charming, I believe nothing will happen to him easily. Shen Tianli was worried that Lin Zhe was with Su Qingxue. She was more worried that Su Qingxue was tempting Lin Zhe to leave her. Although he is a sworn enemy of Su Qingxue. But Shen Tianli also admitted that Su Qingxue was a big rival of hers in terms of both appearance and figure. If she really wanted to tempt Lin Zhe to leave her, Lin Zhe would most likely be tempted. After all, he has liked Su Qingxue for 7 years. Shen Tianli felt particularly unhappy when she thought about Lin Zhe being seduced away by Su Qingxue. Just when she failed to get through to Lin Zhe's call again and threw the phone on the sofa in annoyance, Lin Zhe appeared in Shen Tianli's eyes. Shen Tianli was delighted. She smiled charmingly and said, "Oh, sir, you are willing to come back." Looking at the sexy and beautiful Shen Tianli in front of him, Lin Zhe said casually, "Oh, I came back to move things." When he came back just now, he thought very clearly. Instead of waiting for Shen Tianli to ask me where I have been, it is better to take the initiative. Kill her by surprise. Lin Zhe knew that Shen Tianli still needed him to continue to stimulate Su Qingxue. She would never let herself go. That's why he dared to say that. The smile on Shen Tianli's face froze. What do you mean, you rascal? Oh, Su Qingxue broke up with his black moonlight and wanted me to return to her side. You agree? Shen Tianli asked in a trembling voice. She knew that Su Qingxue and her black moonlight were broken up. Besides, it broke yesterday. As Su Qingxue's mortal enemy, Shen Tianli was paying close attention to Su Qingxue's every move. That's why she was worried that Lin Zhe would be seduced away by Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe resisted the urge to laugh. He nodded and said, "Why not agree?" Su Qingxue said that as long as I go back, she will sleep with me. Shen Tianli was instantly furious. She was not angry with Lin Zhe. She was angry with Su Qingxue. How dare she say such shameless words? You rascal, you're not allowed to leave. Shen Tianli quickly stopped him. Lin Zhe asked back, "Why, you want to sleep with me?" The meaning of this statement is already very clear. If you don't let me sleep, I'll leave. Of course Shen Tianli could hear it. She was a little anxious. Lindsay had said before that the reason he gave him a score was just to keep him hanging. Shen Tianli indeed planned this. Therefore, there was absolutely no way that she would sleep with Lindsay. But the problem is, if he is not allowed to sleep now, he will go to find Su Qingxue. How can I use him to provoke Su Qingxue in the future? No. I must not let this bastard leave me. Thinking of this, Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "You rascal, you haven't even reached 100 points yet. How about this? Although I can't sleep with you right away, I can give you money." Lindsay wanted to laugh even more. He thinks he is a fucking genius. Not only did he successfully prevent Shen Tianli from questioning where he had been all afternoon, but he was also able to get some money from her. "How much can you give me?" Lindsay asked. Of course he slept with Shen Tianli. Only a fool would not want to sleep with such a sexy beauty. But Lindsay also knew clearly that there was absolutely no way she would let him sleep now. Besides, Lindsay wanted to make money more than sleeping with her. Having lived 2 lives, he knows better than anyone that only with money can you have everything. Seeing that Lindsay seemed to be moved, Shen Tianli quickly said, "I'll give you 50 million. She wanted to say 10 million, but then she felt that the number was a bit too small. After all, the last time he spent 100 million. Goodbye. Lindsay said this, turned around and walked towards his room. Damn, it's only 50 million. To send away beggars. Although I am indeed begging for food. Seeing this, Shen Tianli hurriedly chased after him. How much do you want, you bastard? She knew that Lindsay was not satisfied with the conditions she had just offered. Lindsay said nothing. He wouldn't bring it up on his own initiative. He wanted Shen Tianli to beg him for money. Seeing that Lindsay didn't say anything, Shen Tianli thought that the number she just said made Lindsay angry. Then he smiled charmingly and said, "You bastard, can we continue to discuss the money issue?" Lindsay walked into the bedroom without saying a word. Shen Tianli followed closely behind. Lindsay started packing his things without saying a word. Shen Tianli became more and more anxious. She quickly stopped Lindsay. "You rascal, I told you, we can discuss the money issue," Shen Tianli said coquettishly while holding Lindsay's arm. Lindsay felt a little dry in the mouth. Although I just finished playing poker with Su Qingxue in the afternoon. But Shen Tianli's temptation is really unmatched by ordinary people. Besides, when she held his arm, Lindsay felt like his arm was being squeezed to the point of suffocation. The ecstatic feeling made his heart beat fast. What the hell is this? I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Not only did you not cherish it, but you also humiliated me. I was wrong. How about this, give me another chance and I promise I won't let you down, Shen Tianli said coquettishly. Lindsay sat on the bed. He unscrupulously hooked Shen Tianli's waist and held her sexy body in his arms. Well, since you're so beautiful, I'll give you another chance. Name your price. If you still can't satisfy me this time, I'll leave now. Shen Tianli didn't notice at all that Lindsay's hands were wandering around her body. At this moment, she was struggling with how much money to give Lindsay. If you open too few, he will definitely be dissatisfied. But if you open too many, you will lose too much. Why, are you in trouble? Lindsay asked deliberately unhappily. Hate it, you have to let others think about it. Okay, think about it, there's no rush. Lindsay said with a smile. As he spoke, his hand had already slipped into Shen Tianli's skirt. When he touched her skin, Lindsay became more and more excited. I have to say, her skin is really good. Just like Su Qingxue's, it is very smooth and elastic. I really don't know what they grew up eating. After struggling for a while, Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "How about this, I'll give you 200 million, but we have to sign a contract." Lindsay was delighted. What contract? It's very simple. After you sign the contract, you are mine. No matter how Su Qingxue seduces you in the future, you are not allowed to be with her. Why don't you just get together? Just write down that you can't remarry her. Lindsay said with a smile. Shen Tianli was ecstatic. This was what she had originally planned, but she was afraid that if she went too far, Lindsay would not agree to her request. But unexpectedly, Lindsay actually brought it up on his own initiative. You rascal, that's what you said. Yeah, I said. Then I'll go draw up the contract. Lindsay smiled and said, "There's no rush for the contract, let's get down to business first." What's the matter? Shin Tianli asked puzzledly. As soon as the words fell, Lin Zhe suddenly pressed her under him. Chapter 91. I am a beautiful and kind person. Shin Tianli was shocked. This bastard is so brazen and shameless. Not only did he take my money, but now he wants to get my person? To be honest, she was a little panicked. I don't know why, maybe I got addicted to Lin Zhe's kisses the last few times. As a result, every time Lin Zhe pressed her down or held her in his arms, Shin Tianli would inexplicably feel a desire in her heart. She longed for Lin Zhe to kiss her. It is precisely because of this that Shin Tianli panicked. Because every time I get kissed by this bastard, I feel it. This morning, at the door of Song Nanin's villa, I was kissed by this bastard so hard that I had to go home to change clothes. Shin Tianli was afraid that if he kissed her, she might not be able to control herself. You bastard, you are not allowed to kiss me. Shin Tianli protested. But her voice was particularly charming. It sounds like she's acting like a spoiled brat. Lin Zhe gently scratched her nose and said with a smile, okay, then I won't kiss you. To be honest, Lin Zhe didn't want to kiss her. It's not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and my kidneys will suffer. After all, I just finished playing poker with Su Qingxue in the afternoon. Moreover, it happened so many times. He was afraid that if he continued like this, his kidneys would stop functioning sooner rather than later. Shin Tianli breathed a sigh of relief. But I felt inexplicably lost in my heart. She snorted and said, you rascal, you are not allowed to hug me casually in the future, let alone press me under you. Lin Zhe pretended to be unhappy and slapped her on the butt. Damn it, I promised not to kiss you, but you still dared to make so many demands. Or do you want me to kiss you? To be fair, Lin Zhe didn't use much strength in that slap. But Shin Tianli still couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Her pretty face flushed as she said, I don't want you, a stinky hooligan, to kiss me. Let me go quickly. I'll take you out for a big dinner tonight. Are you so kind? Humph, I'm a nice person. Besides, I promised to take you to eat hot pot that night, but I stood you up. I feel a little guilty about that. It's only right that I treat you to a big meal. Lin Zhe smiled. You are really a beautiful and kind person. What should I do? I want to kiss you to death, kiss you until you pass out, and then take the opportunity to sleep with you. Shin Tianli looked at Lin Zhe, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't I realize before that this bastard was also a pervert? What does it mean to kiss yourself until you pass out? Then I took the opportunity to sleep. Shin Tianli thought she would hate Lin Zhe's behavior. But after thinking about it, she felt that she was not disgusting. There was even a hint of anticipation in my heart for some unknown reason. Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, you stinky hooligan, you're annoying. I don't want to be slept with by you while I'm unconscious. That would be so boring. Lin Zhe's heart was moved. Then I'll sleep with you when I kiss you until you're dizzy, okay? Not good. Nima, if you don't allow me to do that, I'll tie you up and whip you when you don't obey me. Boom. Shin Tianli felt as if she was hit by something strange. She suddenly became excited. You're such a pervert, you rascal. Is this perverted? I have even more perverted ones. Humph, then tell me. Shin Tianli asked excitedly. Seeing this, Lin Zhe couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, damn, this woman doesn't have any weird attributes. Looking at her charming face, Lin Zhe put his mouth close to her ear and said a few words with a smile. Shin Tianli's pretty face became more and more charming. She cursed in shame, you bastard, you are such a pervert. But that's what he said. But in Shin Tianli's heart, she had already started to imagine the scene that Lin Zhe had just whispered in her ear. She couldn't help but secretly wonder in her heart, are candles really that magical? Seeing Shin Tianli in deep thought, Lin Zhe asked with a smile, why, have you already started fantasizing? Shin Tianli was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. I am such a pighead. Why should I think about these things in front of this bastard? You rascal, I didn't do that. I'm not that kind of person. And, you, get off me. I'm going to be crushed to death by you. As she said that, Shin Tianli began to push Lin Zhe away in embarrassment. Lin Zhe smiled and sat up. Shin Tianli turned over and got out of bed, running away as if for her life. At the same time, when Zhao Qianqian arrived at Su Qingxue's villa, Su Qingxue had already drunk half a bottle of red wine. She is not a drinker. But at this moment she really wanted to get drunk. She wanted to use alcohol to numb herself and make herself temporarily forget the fact that Lindsay didn't want her. When Su Qingxue saw Zhao Qianqian, she felt like a wrong child who finally met her backer. Her tears suddenly burst out. Zhao Qianqian was a little anxious. "Ancestor, why are you crying for no reason? What happened with Lindsay? He doesn't want me anymore. Lindsay doesn't want me anymore," Su Qingxue said, crying. Zhao Qianqian felt helpless. I knew that Su Qingxue's self-degradation must have something to do with Lindsay. "What's going on?" Zhao Qianqian asked quickly. Su Qingxue cried and said, "I told that rubbish Jizafeng yesterday that I don't like him anymore. I kicked him out of the hotel today and took back the sports car I gave him. But he asked me out for lunch today." "Well, then what? You agreed? And Lindsay saw it? So he was unhappy?" Su Qingxue cried and shook her head and said, "That's not true. That rubbish Jizafeng told me that he knew a secret about Lindsay, and he said that as long as he told me the secret, Lindsay would definitely be with me. I was tempted, so I took him to Yupingxian." "Go on." "But after arriving at Yupingxian, that scumbag actually gave me an aphrodisiac." Zhao Qianqian was startled. She quickly asked, "Did he succeed in getting you?" "No, it was Lindsay who saved me at the critical moment. He detoxified me." Zhao Qianqian suddenly felt like she had survived a disaster. She patted her chest and said, "I was scared to death. Fortunately, you were not touched by that rubbish. However, you are really stupid. How could you believe his lies?" Su Qingxue cried and said, "I don't want to believe it either, but I really want to be with Lindsay. I am actually very wary of him, so I took him to Yupingxian." "What happens after Lindsay detoxifies you?" Su Qingxue cried and gasped for breath. "I told him that I don't like Jizafeng anymore. The person I like now is him. I want to remarry him, but Lindsay rejected me. Qianqian, I am really desperate now. I really don't know what to do." Zhao Qianqian fell silent. Chapter 92. You have too little confidence in yourself. Being a scumbag. As a top scumbag. She has experienced this kind of thing many times. Zhao Qianqian feels sorry for her best friend. "I've known her for so many years, but I've never seen her cry so miserably." "Did you ask him why?" Su Qingxue nodded while crying. "He said that after I divorced him, he would never fall in love with anyone again. I knew that I divorced him for that rubbish and it hurt him a lot. I apologized to him and he said he wasn't angry. He also said that I was free and had the right to pursue my own happiness, but he was also free." After listening to Su Qingxue's story, Zhao Qianqian sighed helplessly. It seems that this best friend of his really hurt Lindsay badly. So that he will never fall in love with anyone again. However, in order to comfort Su Qingxue, Zhao Qianqian said, "Hasn't Lindsay liked you for 7 years? Why is he so ruthless now?" Su Qingxue continued crying, "It's my fault. Actually, on the morning of the divorce, Lindsay tried to keep me. He said he didn't want to divorce me, but I was so confused at the time that I only had that rubbish in my mind. I was very angry and threatened him. Later, he compromised. However, he told me that if I regretted it after the divorce, he would never look back. Even if I knelt down and begged him, he wouldn't even look at me. Qianqian, I really regret it. Tell me, what should I do?" Zhao Qianqian was shocked. "I didn't expect that there was such a thing between my best friend and Lindsay." She sighed helplessly. To be honest, Zhao Qianqian doesn't know what to do now. It would be easy if your best friend didn't do these things. But her previous actions completely blocked her way out. Looking at Su Qingxue's eyes that had already started to turn red and swollen, Zhao Qianqian said, "Stop crying first, wipe your tears." Su Qingxue wiped her tears obediently. "How about I talk to Lindsay? Where does he live now?" "He lives in Shen Tianli's villa next door," Su Qingxue said while choking. Zhao Qianqian was shocked again. Why is he hanging out with Shen Tianli? Doesn't he know that Shen Tianli is your mortal enemy? It was Shen Tianli who let him move in. Fuck, what does that bitch Shen Tianli mean, trying to use Lindsay to stimulate you? Su Qingxue nodded with red eyes. Does Lindsay know that you and Shen Tianli are sworn enemies? He knows. Zhao Qianqian instantly got furious. No, if he knew, why did he cooperate with Shen Tianli to stimulate you? Is he mentally ill? Or does he want to sleep with that slut Shin Tianli? Su Qingxue quickly said, don't say that to him, he also has his own difficulties. She didn't want to hear anyone slander Lin Zhe. Even if it's your best friend, it's not allowed. Zhao Qianqian said unhappily, what kind of trivial difficulties does he have? Isn't it because Shin Tianli is beautiful and has a sexy body that he approaches Shin Tianli? No, at first Shin Tianli paid him to act, but later he set up his own company and needed the Shin family's payment system, so he got close to Shin Tianli. Su Qingxue explained. What kind of company did he start? I don't know, but he said he would tell me when the store opens. Zhao Qianqian was silent. She didn't expect that the matter between Su Qingxue and Lin Zhe would actually involve Shin Tianli. Originally, if it was just her best friend and Lin Zhe, then she could still persuade her best friend to put aside her dignity and seduce Lin Zhe. Anyway, Lin Zhe also covets his best friend's body, so the worst that can happen is that he can let her sleep with him a few more times until he becomes addicted. Men are animals who only think about their lower body. But now that Shin Tianli has joined, things have become complicated. After all, Shin Tianli is not inferior to her best friend in terms of appearance, figure, or family background. Moreover, in terms of charm, Shin Tianli seems to be even better. It's not that Su Qingxue is not attractive, but which man can resist Shin Tianli's somewhat coquettish temperament? Qianqian, what do you think I should do? Su Qingxue asked uncomfortably. Or, let's go with the route I told you last night. He wants to sleep with you, so let him sleep with you. Then you can let him sleep with you and treat him twice as well. Over time, he will naturally develop feelings for you. Besides, doing this will also stimulate that bitch Shin Tianli. But, will this work? It will definitely work. Think about it, why does he want to sleep with you? It's because you are beautiful and have a sexy body. Maybe he is addicted to you now. Su Qingxue was silent. Why, do you think this method is not acceptable? Zhao Qianqian asked. No, I'm thinking about what reason I should use to approach him next. Zhao Qianqian smiled and said, I really don't know whether you want to win back his heart or you have become addicted to sleeping with her. I thought you would be reserved, but now you are already thinking about how to get close to him. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. Qianqian, please stop laughing at me. I want to win his heart back. Okay, just assume that I believe you. In fact, it's very easy to get close to him. Just find an excuse. For example, tell him that there are still his things at home and ask him to move them out. When he comes, dress sexy. It will be strange if he can resist. Su Qingxue's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. As long as Lin Zhe comes and sees how sexy I am, he will definitely not be able to control himself. But Su Qingxue changed her mind. Lin Zhe is such an upright person, what if he can control himself? When Su Qingxue thought of this, she said in a depressed tone, but what if he can withstand it? Zhao Qianqian was speechless. My dear Miss Su, you have no confidence in your appearance and figure. If I looked like you, and had a hot and sexy figure like yours, all the playboys in Haicheng would have knelt in front of me waiting for my favor. Besides, if he could really resist, you wouldn't seduce him. Su Qingxue was a little excited for a moment. Yes. If Lin Zhe can really control herself, then I will seduce her. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue's sadness disappeared. Her mood immediately improved a lot. Qianqian, thank you. Without you, I really don't know what I would do. You're welcome. We're best friends after all. Without further ado, send a message to Lin Zhe and ask him to come back to get the things in the evening. Then put on your sexiest clothes and charm him to death. Su Qingxue nodded. He picked up his phone and started texting Lin Zhe. Chapter 93. What a coincidence. The message was edited quickly, but Su Qingxue was hesitant to click send. Why, are you shy? Zhao Qianqian asked with a smile. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. No. Why don't you send a message? In the afternoon at Yupingxian, he detoxified me and did it to me 4 or 5 times. He must be out of energy now. Su Qingxue said shamefully. In other words, the person sitting in front of him was Zhao Qianqian, his best friend with whom he could talk about anything. Otherwise, Su Qingxue would not be able to say these words. Damn, is Lin Zhe so powerful? Zhao Qianqian looked incredulous. Su Qingxue became more and more shy. But she nodded anyway. Is it Lin Zemeng? Su Qingxue thought he was fierce. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel a dull pain every time. Zhao Qianxian immediately became interested. How fierce, she asked with a smile. Su Qingxue was a little embarrassed. Even though they were best friends, Su Qingxue was still not used to sharing such private things with her. Tell me, please. Su Qingxue said helplessly, on the day I divorced him, he slept with me 7 times, 5 times the night before yesterday, and 4 or 5 times this afternoon. He was so cruel every time, as if he wanted to kill me. When she got to the end, Su Qingxue was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Why do you tell these to your bestie? Is this true? Zhao Qianxian looked unconvinced. With our relationship, there's no need for me to lie to you. TSK, I finally know why you hesitated when I asked you to seduce Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue, I now strongly suspect that it's not Lin Zhe who wants to sleep with you, but you who made him addicted to sleeping with you. Zhao Qianxian said with a smile. Su Qingxue retorted shyly, I didn't. She said so, but she couldn't help thinking about what Zhao Qianxian said in her mind. Because she found that she did seem to like that feeling a little bit. Especially every time Lin Zhe got angry, Su Qingxue felt her heart tingling. You still say you don't have it, look at how horny you were just now. Zhao Qianxian said with a smile, but the truth is Qingxue, this is not a bad thing. Not everyone can meet a man who can make you addicted. To be honest, if we were not best friends, I would have wanted to try Lin Zhe's driving skills. You dare. Su Qingxue glared at Zhao Qianxian. Oh, look at how scared you look. Are you still the beautiful and decisive beautiful CEO Su Qingxue that I know? Zhao Qianxian joked with a smile. Stop talking nonsense, Lin Zhe is mine. I will turn against anyone who snatches him from me. Su Qingxue's face was extremely serious. Zhao Qianxian originally wanted to say something to discourage her, but when she saw that her emotions had finally calmed down, she gave up the idea. She smiled and said, okay, keep this mentality. It's just Lin Zhe. Go ahead and seduce him and sleep with him. Sooner or later, he will become addicted to you. Su Qingxue didn't say anything. But in her mind she was already thinking about how to better seduce Lin Zhe. By the way, how do you plan to clean up the trash of that guy named Jizafeng? Zhao Qianxian suddenly asked. Only then did Su Qingxue remember the trash. Her face suddenly turned cold. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Su Qingxue quickly made a phone call. Soon, the call was connected. Uncle He, 2 things. Su Qingxue said coldly. Miss, please tell me. First, buy me a villa in the villa area where I live now, preferably one next to mine. Second, pick up the garbage of a man named Jizafeng for me. He was my college classmate. Got it, miss, how do you want me to deal with him? Destroy him. Su Qingxue said murderously. Clear. Zhao Qianxian was shocked and almost forgot that her best friend was not a good person. She quickly and completely gave up the idea of trying out Lin Zhe's driving skills. Lin Zhe didn't know what happened on Su Qingxue's side. If he knew, he would definitely kneel down and kowtow to Su Qingxue. This is simply a female bodhisattva. At this moment, Lin Zhe was having Western food with Shen Tianli. Lin Zhe actually doesn't have any feelings about Western food. But he had expended too much energy in the afternoon and he urgently needed to eat some meat to replenish his energy. So, he not only ordered the tomahawk steak, but also oysters and other nutritious things. If kidneys weren't sold here, Lin Zhe would definitely order a lot of them. He really needs some nourishment. Shen Tianli listened to what Lin Zhe ordered in silence. People who don't know would think that this bastard is dead now. You filthy rascal, how weak are you? Shen Tianli teased with a charming smile. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes at her. Damn it, when I sleep with you later, you'll know whether I'm weak or not. Shen Tianli's pretty face turned red. She kicked Lin Zhe with her high heels under the table. He laughed and scolded, you bastard, be careful, this is a public place, not at home. Okay, then wait until we get home and I'll let you try. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe. But she is so beautiful that even when she rolls her eyes, she still has a kind of charming and seductive feeling. I really don't know how seductive she can be when she is at her full potential in bed. To be honest, Lin Zhe is really looking forward to it. The food was served quickly. Lin Zhe was really hungry. I played poker with Su Qingxue for 3 or 4 hours in the afternoon. It is well known that playing poker is an extremely physically demanding activity. As soon as the oysters were served, Lindsay couldn't wait to put them in his mouth. Hey, slow down. I'm not trying to snatch it from you, Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Nonsense, you certainly don't need to compete with me. It's not you who did the hard work anyway. Shen Tianli's fair face turned red in an instant. You bastard, you're so annoying. Lindsay laughed and scolded, damn it, you called me annoying, but why did you pass me oysters? To put it bluntly, you just wanted me to be more powerful so that you can enjoy yourself in the future. I thought Shen Tianli would refute what I said. But who would have thought that Shen Tianli would smile charmingly and say, yes, that's exactly what I thought. As he said this, he gave Lindsay a seductive look. Damn it. It must be said that Shen Tianli is really good at teasing people. Lindsay is actually in sage mode now. But his heart was still beating fast because of what Shen Tianli said just now and her seductive eyes. If he wasn't afraid that his kidneys wouldn't be able to take it, Lindsay would really want to drag her to the stairwell and give her a good ravage. Let this monster feel my own cruelty. By the way, did you write another song for Jiang Qingyue? Shen Tianli suddenly asked. In the afternoon, Jiang Qingyue sent herself the second song that Lindsay wrote for her. Honestly, it sounds great. It was so good that Shen Tianli regretted signing Jiang Qingyue even more. She wasn't afraid that Jiang Qingyue would take her career to the next level with her new album. But Shen Tianli has clearly felt that Jiang Qingyue seems to like Lindsay a little. This is an extremely dangerous signal for Shen Tianli. Lindsay nodded and was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice full of surprise said, Lindsay, President Su, what a coincidence. Chapter 94 Reject Her. When Shen Tianli heard this voice, her face turned ugly. What you fear will come true. That's right, the person who spoke was Jiang Qingyue. At this moment, she was wearing huge sunglasses, covering half of her face tightly. People can't see her true face, but the sexy red lips under the sunglasses are particularly seductive. In addition to Jiang Qingyue, there is also her agent Zhao Tailan. Lindsay smiled and asked, what a coincidence. Did you just arrive, or have you finished eating? Frankly speaking, ever since Lindsay learned last night that Jiang Qingyue wanted to be serious with him, he no longer wanted to sleep with her as much. Although she later made it clear that he could cheat on her without taking any responsibility. But the lessons learned from 2 lifetimes taught Lindsay that he should never trust a woman blindly. They have beautiful faces but are the best at deceiving people. I just got here. Can we join us? Jiang Qingyue asked with a smile. Although he couldn't see her eyes, Lindsay knew she was smiling. Yes, Jiang Qingyue was smiling. Her eyes and eyebrows were curved when she smiled. Being able to meet Lindsay in this high-end Western restaurant, Jiang Qingyue felt that this was fate between her and Lindsay. Although he confessed his feelings to Lindsay last night, he was rejected by Lindsay. But Jiang Qingyue was not discouraged. Because she knew that Lindsay was deeply hurt by Su Qingxue. To the point that now I don't dare to trust anyone easily. Jiang Qingyue believed that if she gave Lindsay some time and pursued him well, he would fall in love with her sooner or later. He will definitely be with me then. Jiang Qingyue is confident about her face and figure. Lindsay nodded and was about to agree. Anyway, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Although he doesn't plan to sleep with Jiang Qingyue now, this doesn't stop Lindsay from being willing to have dinner with her. Who doesn't like looking at beautiful women? Especially a beauty like Jiang Qingyue. But before Lindsay could finish his words, Shen Tianli smiled and said, Qingyue, I'm really sorry, I'm afraid I can't do it today because I'm discussing company matters with Lindsay. Please forgive me. If Lindsay was not present at the meal, Shen Tianli would definitely welcome Jiang Qingyue to have dinner with her. But now that Lindsay is here, that won't work. Shen Tianli doesn't want Jiang Qingyue to have too much contact with Lindsay. Jiang Qingyue seemed not to hear Shen Tianli's words. She looked at Lindsay with burning eyes. Seems to be waiting for Lindsay's answer. Lindsay glanced at Shen Tianli calmly. There was a strong sense of threat in the eyes of this monster. Although she said nothing, it seemed as if she had said everything. Lindsay smiled. It's okay. We've almost finished discussing this. Let's just eat here. Of course, Lindsay didn't have to have this meal with Jiang Qingyue. The reason why Lindsay wanted to go against Shen Tianli was because he clearly felt that Shen Tianli wanted to control him. This can be seen from the fact that she just took the initiative to reject Jiang Qingyue. Lindsay hated this feeling. After traveling through time, no one can control him, let alone control his life. Shen Tianli was unhappy. This bastard actually went against me for Jiang Qingyue. Very good, I will never let this bastard kiss me again. However, although she was unhappy, Shen Tianli did not refute Lin Zai's words. After all, Lin Zai had already spoken, and if he continued to refuse, it would be too arrogant. Is it really possible? I hope it won't disturb your business conversation? Jiang Qingyue seemed a little excited. She couldn't help but be excited. Because she didn't expect that Lin Zai would dare to go against Shen Tianli for her. He wouldn't be thinking about me. When thinking of this, Jiang Qingyue became more and more excited. Lin Zai smiled and said, "It's okay, we can talk about it later." Seeing Lin Zai agreed. Jiang Qingyue said happily, "Then I'll treat you to this meal, Lin Zai, President Su, please give me a chance." "Sure." Lin Zai said with a smile. Shen Tianli smiled and said, "As the boss, how could I let my employees pay for it? Just order whatever you want to eat and I'll pay for it." That was the happy decision. Just kidding, I agreed to treat Lin Zai to a big dinner. If Jiang Qingyue pays the bill, then what am I? Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. As they were talking, Jiang Qingyue sat opposite Lin Zai, just like Shen Tianli. And Zhao Tailan sat next to Lin Zai. After sitting down, Jiang Qingyue handed the menu to Lin Zai. "Lin Zai, can you please order for me?" Her voice was a little coquettish. "Okay." Lin Zai said with a smile. He turned to the waiter and said, "Give me a lobster, a fillet, and a bottle of red wine. You can order the other dishes as you like. Sister Lan, order whatever you want." Jiang Qingyue became happier as she listened to the dishes Lin Zai ordered for her. She felt that Lin Zai treated her differently. But Shen Tianli was unhappy. She really didn't expect that Jiang Qingyue, who had always been aloof, would act like a little girl in front of Lin Zai. What Shen Tianli didn't expect the most was that she actually had some green tea attributes. It was just ordering a dish. She could obviously order it herself, but she insisted on letting Lin Zai order it. Isn't it just to tell herself that Lin Zai is very special to her? That's right, Shen Tianli was unhappy. She felt that Jiang Qingyue was blatantly seducing Lin Zai in front of her. Soon, the dishes were ordered. After the waiter left, Jiang Qingyue took off her sunglasses. A beautiful face was revealed instantly. "Lin Zai, thank you for writing the song for me. I have asked a professional team to compose the music. Do you think I should put it online?" Can. Although her first song has successfully whetted the appetite of fans, Lin Zai believes that with the second song, the appetite of Jiang Qingyue's fans will be whetted to an unprecedented level. Once the new album is released, it will definitely be a big hit. Jiang Qingyue responded obediently. She smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. After dinner, can you come home with me and help me record it? I want to post it online after singing it, just like last time." "Okay." Lin Zai said happily. Jiang Qingyue became happier and happier. "I'll go too. It's a good choice. I also want to listen to the live version." Shen Tianli suddenly laughed. Want to be alone with Lin Zai and then take the opportunity to seduce him? What daydreaming! Jiang Qingyue said awkwardly, "Boss Shen, I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to sing for you live, but if there are too many people, I'm a little uncomfortable and I'm afraid it will affect my performance." Shen Tianli laughed angrily. Does the large number of people affect her performance? So how did she sing in her previous singing competition? She obviously had bad intentions towards Lin Zai, and was afraid that he would ruin her good fortune. Okay, let us play it this way." Shen Tianli didn't say anything else. Instead, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Zai. "You rascal, reject her and I'll kiss you when you get home." Chapter 95 You Dare. Lin Zai wanted to laugh. She had originally tried to win me over in order to provoke Su Qingxue. But now the boomerang has hit himself. She is truly a female bodhisattva who has taken the initiative to get involved. Lin Zai replied to her, "Don't think too much, I just went to record a song for him, and after it was over, I went back." Lin Zai didn't dare to continue wasting time because he had just played poker with Su Qingxue so many times in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would have to agree to her. Don't go, otherwise, I will be angry and I won't let you kiss me anymore." Shit, threatening me? Perhaps he realized that Lin Zai didn't like him doing this. Shen Tianli quickly replied, "You bastard, can it be that I just want you to kiss me? Damn it." She is provocative. Lindsay smiled and replied, how about this, I'll take you with me later, and we'll go home together after that. Shen Tianli glanced at Lindsay with resentment. Then he replied, okay then. After finishing the meal, Lindsay asked, Zhang Qingyue, how did you get here? Sister Lan drove me here. Then let's meet at the villa. Lindsay said with a smile. Zhang Qingyue originally wanted to invite Lindsay to ride in the same car with her, but since Lindsay said so, she could only smile and say, okay. After leaving the restaurant, Lindsay got into Shen Tianli's car, and Zhang Qingyue followed Zhao Tailan into the car. On the way back, Shen Tianli was obviously unhappy. Shen Tianli, do you like me? Lindsay asked with a smile. This sentence made Shen Tianli, who had a gloomy face, laugh. She smiled charmingly and said, you rascal, you really dare to say that. Shen Tianli really thought that what Lindsay said was very funny. My relationship with him is indeed very close now. But all this is based on stimulating Su Qingxue. In other words, if one day she no longer needs him to stimulate Su Qingxue, she will kick him away directly. This was something Shen Tianli had decided from the beginning. Then why don't you let me record a video for Zhang Qingyue? Humph, I just think that since I paid you to do this for her, why should you do these things for her? But when I signed the contract, I said I would be responsible for her career. Her career doesn't include such trivial things as recording videos. Besides, isn't there Zhao Tailan? I signed her as well. Lindsay smiled and said, okay, just keep talking tough. Humph, you're the one who's being stubborn. Bullshit, I have the softest mouth of all. Shen Tianli blushed and scolded with a smile, you filthy rascal. Soon, we returned to the villa. Zhang Qingyue was already waiting in the villa. She is quite fast. When Zhang Qingyue saw Shen Tianli, she was slightly startled. Obviously, no one expected that Shen Tianli would come with Lindsay. But I clearly rejected her. Yes, Zhang Qingyue was a little unhappy. She also wanted to develop some relationship with Lindsay while he was recording a video for her. If Shen Tianli were still here, how would I train her? But Shen Tianli had already come over, and Zhang Qingyue couldn't just chase her away openly. Lindsay and Shen Tianli were welcomed into the villa. Lindsay, Mr. Shen, what would you like to drink? No more drinking, let's start recording quickly. I can't wait to listen to the live performance. Shen Tianli said with a smile. Of course this is nonsense. Shen Tianli's real purpose was to finish the recording quickly and get away with Lindsay. She didn't want Lindsay to stay with Zhang Qingyue for even a second longer. Lindsay, if you want a drink, go get it yourself. Anyway, you are familiar with my house. Zhang Qingyue said with a smile. This made Shen Tianli a little unhappy. She felt that Zhang Qingyue was demonstrating in this way. Lindsay nodded and said, okay, let's start recording. Zhang Qingyue responded obediently. After setting up the phone, Lindsay started playing the guitar. Zhang Qingyue began to sing with Lindsay's accompaniment. Then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have already gone away and disappeared in the crowd. Finally I understood in tears. Some people, once missed, will never come back. Shen Tianli originally wanted to finish the recording as soon as possible and then leave with Lindsay. But the moment Zhang Qingyue opened her mouth, Shen Tianli was startled. This singing is really good. Soon, she was immersed in the emotions brought by the song. When the song ended, Lindsay quickly turned off the recording. Zhang Qingyue's eyes were red. Shen Tianli's eyes were also red. Obviously, one is singing and the other is listening. Shen Tianli couldn't help but start clapping. Zhang Qingyue, I was right to sign you. Your album will definitely be a hit. Lindsay is really good. The lyrics are well written and the music is nice. Zhang Qingyue also said with a smile. Shen Tianli had no objection to this. She nodded and said, indeed. That's a good compliment. Keep it up next time. Lindsay said with a smile. Zhang Qingyue smiled, watched the video once, and after making sure there was no problem, she uploaded it to her social media app. After she finished, Shen Tianli stood up and said, it's getting late, Zhang Qingyue, you should go to bed early. I was really moved by the song Shen Tianli sung by Zhang Qingyue just now. But it was precisely because of this touching moment that Shen Tianli didn't want Lindsay to stay with her any longer. Because Shen Tianli discovered that Zhang Qingyue was particularly charming when she sang. Especially those beautiful peach blossom eyes, they seemed to be emitting electricity. Even a girl like me can't resist him, let alone Lindsay, that old pervert. Jiang Qingyue obviously wanted to talk more to Lindsay, but Shen Tianli had already said so. She didn't know what to say. Okay, then Mr. Shen, Lindsay, you should also go to bed early. Shen Tianli responded. Jiang Qingyue sent the two of them out of the villa. After watching Lindsay and Shen Tianli enter Shen Tianli's villa together, Jiang Qingyue turned around reluctantly and went back to the villa. The huge villa suddenly became deserted. Jiang Qingyue felt lonely for the first time. I didn't expect Jiang Qingyue to be such a good singer. No wonder she wants to release an album. Shen Tianli sighed as soon as she returned to the villa. Lindsay smiled and said, "It's really nice. The first time I heard her sing, I was so excited. She was born to sing." Hey, you bastard, I'm praising you, so stop praising me. Why are you trying to mess with my mentality? Shen Tianli looked displeased. According to what you mean, I can't praise anyone except you in the future. That's right. Then you'll probably be disappointed. I'm a kind person and I love to praise people. You bastard, how dare you? Shen Tianli said unhappily. Lindsay smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll praise them behind your back." Shen Tianli angrily grabbed Lindsay's arm and bit it. The bite was pretty hard. Lindsay was unhappy and pushed her body down on the sofa. Then he slapped her sweet but hard with his palm. Chapter 96, No Entry Without My Order. Then I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you have already gone away and disappeared in the crowd. Finally I understood in tears. Some people, once missed, will never come back. Su Qingxue is listening to music. She follows Jiang Qingyue on social media. So when Jiang Qingyue just released the latest news, Su Qingxue saw it. Seeing that Jiang Qingyue released a new song, Su Qingxue couldn't wait to click on it. Because she knew that this was written by Lindsay for Jiang Qingyue. When Jiang Qingyue's moving voice sang the first sentence, Su Qingxue's heart trembled. Then his eyes began to turn red. Because she feels that the lyrics describe her current mood. When I was divorcing Lindsay, I was blind and couldn't recognize my own heart. I didn't find out until I got divorced. But Lindsay no longer wants me. The discomfort and suffocation made Su Qingxue start crying bitterly. She cried and said, "Lindsay, I will get you back, no matter what the cost, I will definitely get you back." Achoo. Lindsay sneezed. Who is thinking about me? Lindsay ignored it. He glanced at Shen Tianli. At this moment, she was lying on the sofa. She was quite unruly just now. As a result, he immediately became scared after being slapped twice on the butt by Lindsay. Lindsay couldn't see her face and didn't know what expression she had. But who cares? Anyway, Lindsay has made up his mind that he must teach her a lesson today. Let us see if she dares to bite herself again in the future. Is it wrong? Lindsay asked in a fierce tone. Shen Tianli said in a muffled voice, "Wrong." Her voice was very small, as soft as a mosquito's leg. "Damn it, you haven't eaten yet, make some noise." "Wrong." Shen Tianli's voice rose a few degrees. However, why does her voice still have a slight tremor? What's wrong? No, I shouldn't bite you. Will you dare to do it again in the future? No, I don't dare. What if you dare to bite me again? I'll do whatever you say. Damn it, if you dare to bite me again, I'll hit you harder, do you hear me? Listen, I heard you. You're smart. As he spoke, Lindsay let her go. Shen Tianli stood up without saying a word, lowered her head and quickly ran upstairs. There's no way, her face is blushing now. Shen Tianli didn't know what was wrong with her. I should be very angry. But not only was she not angry, she also had some inexplicable emotions. After returning to the bedroom, Shen Tianli buried her head in the quilt. She touched her face and found it was very hot. Humph, you rascal. Lindsay also returned to the bedroom. He began to squat. A night in silence. Lindsay got up very early the next day. I ate a lot of meat last night and it replenished my energy very well. Shen Tianli just finished exercising. At this moment, she was sweating profusely and looked particularly beautiful. However, what attracted Lindsay's attention more was her yoga pants. Invincible sexiness. Damn, it's really life-threatening. When she saw Lindsay, Shen Tianli's pretty face blushed. Because she remembered how Lindsay spanked her butt last night. Good morning, Lindsay said with a smile. Humph, you rascal. You're cursing so early in the morning. Are you looking for a fight again? Lindsay said, shaking his hands. Shen Tianli's pretty face became more and more red. Humph, you rascal. I'm not going to pay attention to you. I'm going to take a shower. You can drive to Enin's house later. I have to pick someone up at the airport. Why, your white moonlight is back too. Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. I'm not Su Qingxue, but the person I picked up was indeed a man. And you still say it's not by Yue Guang? Of course not, he's just a playmate I grew up with. I don't like him. Then you're going to pick him up? Our family has a good relationship with theirs. My dad called this morning and asked me to pick him up. Okay, let me make this clear first. No matter if he's your childhood playmate or your best friend, you'd better not let him touch you, not even holding hands. Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and asked, Why, you like me? You have such a strong possessiveness. No, I'm a germaphobe. Once someone else touches a woman, I won't be interested in her at all. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lindsay. I don't know why, but when Shen Tianli heard herself deny that she liked herself, she felt a little unhappy. It was a very strange feeling, my heart felt sour and a little lost. It is said that Shen Tianli had never felt such emotions before. But she didn't say much. After dinner, the two went their separate ways. Before leaving, Lindsay reminded Shen Tianli to remember to transfer money to him. She promised to give Lindsay 200 million yesterday. Shen Tianli rolled her eyes at Lindsay and said she understood. When they arrived at Song Nanin's villa, her bodyguard looked at Lindsay with a strange look. Lindsay didn't think much about it and went straight into Song Nanin's villa. Has your young lady gotten up yet? Lindsay asked the servant. The servant quickly said, The young lady is still in the basement. She didn't come out all night last night. Damn it. Lindsay was stunned. He thought that during dinner yesterday, the servants would definitely go to the basement to look for Song Nanin. Just let her out when the time comes. But what she never expected was that the servant didn't go looking for her. In other words, Song Nanin is still locked in that cage? Thinking of this, Lindsay hurried towards the basement. When he opened the room where the cage was placed, Lindsay saw Song Nanin at a glance. She was still imprisoned in the cage. At this moment, she was lying on the floor of the cage. Her slender figure made her look somewhat pitiful. When she saw Lindsay, she glanced at him lightly. The look in his eyes was full of resentment. Lindsay smiled guiltily. How could I not feel guilty after being locked up here for more than 10 hours? Good morning, Miss Song. How did you sleep last night? Don't worry, I'll let you out right now. As he spoke, Lindsay picked up the key that he had left at the door yesterday. After the lock was opened, Lindsay smiled and said, Miss Song, you can come out now. I have no strength left. Please carry me out. Song Nanin said calmly. Lindsay didn't think much about it. He opened the door of the cage and walked in. But the next second, Lindsay suddenly heard footsteps. He turned quickly. But then he saw a bodyguard quickly lock the door of the cage. Hold the grass. What's going on? Miss, do you need my help? The bodyguard asked respectfully. No need. You are not allowed to come in without my order. Yes, sir. The bodyguard retreated. Song Nanin, what do you want to do? Lindsay asked. Song Nanin looked at Lindsay fiercely. Kill you. As soon as the words fell, she pounced towards Lindsay. Chapter 97. Tell me and I'll be happy. Yes, Song Nanin was very angry. She was so angry that she almost exploded. This was the first time in my life that I was locked in a cage like a dog. And it lasted for 6 hours. If the servants at home hadn't noticed something was wrong, I would probably still be locked in there. If she doesn't teach this bastard a lesson today, she might not know how many eyes the Horse King has. When Song Nanin pounced on him, she was extremely ferocious. In addition to her fierce eyes, she was also exceptionally ruthless when she attacked. He came up and kicked Lindsay in the crotch. Hold the grass. This woman is so cruel. Lindsay dodged quickly. But even though he had dodged it, Lindsay was still unhappy. Damn it, it was obviously she who wanted to lock herself in this cage first. Fortunately, I was awesome and managed to kill her. Otherwise, I would be locked in this cage. If I am angry, I am the one who is angry. How dare she be angry? It would be fine if he was just angry, but he was so cruel. Just when Song Nanin kicked him in the vitals again, Lindsay hooked her ankle with his backhand. Before Song Nanin could react, Lindsay grabbed her slender waist and pressed her against the wall of the cage. The two bodies were pressed tightly together. Lindsay's lips were less than 10 centimeters away from Song Nanin's lips. The moment their eyes met, Lindsay clearly saw the rage in Song Nanin's eyes. Damn, she's still not happy. However, it must be said that good-looking people are particularly charming even when they are angry. Lindsay smiled and said, "Why, are you angry? Damn it, you deserve it. It was you who wanted to lock me in yesterday." Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with a stern face. She really wanted to bite this bastard to death now. He locked himself in for 6 hours, and not only did he not say a word of apology, he even cursed himself for what he deserved. If her legs hadn't been clamped by this bastard, Song Nanin really wanted to hit this bastard hard in the vitals with her knee. It's so infuriating. No matter how angry you are, I'm going to kiss you, kid. Lindsay said, staring at Song Nanin's sexy lips. Damn, her lips are really sexy. Moreover, when you kiss her, she is particularly soft and tender. Lindsay really wanted to kiss. Song Nanin was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Not only did this bastard not apologize to me, but now he even dared to kiss me. If a tiger doesn't show its power, does it really think it is a sick cat? You bastard, try kissing me if you dare. Song Nanin said, gritting her teeth. She swore that this bastard dared to kiss her today. Then I dare to kill her. As for my own illness, just let it hurt. Lindsay was delighted. I really didn't expect Song Nanin to say such a thing. This is simply a female bodhisattva. Hesitating for one more second would be disrespectful to the female bodhisattva. Lindsay simply held her sweet and soft body in his arms and kissed her. Song Nanin was dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes, which were as beautiful as peach blossoms, suddenly widened into eyes as big as green apricots. I don't know whether I was stunned by Lindsay's sudden kiss or I was stunned by Lindsay's kiss. In short, she was dumbfounded. But Lindsay was not dumbfounded. He kissed her so ferociously. Even the tongue went in. Song Nanin's body trembled and she suddenly came to her senses. She glared at Lindsay with shame and anger in her eyes, and began to push him hard with both hands. But how could she push Lindsay away when he was kissing her? At first, Song Nanin still had the strength to push Lindsay, but slowly, her body went limp. Not only did she not have any strength left, but she also seemed to be overwhelmed by Lindsay's kiss. So, she slowly put her hands around Lindsay's neck and started kissing him back. Hold the grass. Lindsay felt it the first time. He was stimulated. He was greatly stimulated. As we all know, when you are kissing someone, once the other person starts to respond, the pleasure will explode. This is how Lindsay feels now. He felt like he was going to explode. He kissed her even more crazily. When he was almost suffocating, Lindsay reluctantly let go of him. The two of them were lying on the ground without knowing when. To be precise, Song Nanin was lying on the ground, with Lindsay on top of her. Song Nanin panted and glared at Lindsay. Are you still angry? Lindsay asked, panting. Song Nanin snorted softly and said nothing. She felt that she should be angry. But in fact, she didn't feel angry at all. Song Nanin didn't know why either. Normally, if someone looks at me a few more times, I would want to dig out their eyes. But now that I have been kissed like this by this bastard, I am not angry at all. Apologize to me, you bastard. Lindsay smiled and said, I'm sorry. Song Nanin felt relieved. If you dare to lock me up again, I will kill you. Note that she didn't say kiss her, but lock her up. Apparently, kissing her didn't make her angry. Lindsay smiled. Okay, next time we'll lock him in together and kiss you all night long. Song Nanin's pretty face turned red. How can this bastard be so shameless? Moreover, such shameless words came out of his mouth. How shameless. But for some reason, she felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. How did you go out last night? Lindsay asked with a smile. Song Nanin glared at Lindsay. You bastard, you still have the nerve to say that? I didn't eat last night, and the servants thought something was wrong, so they came to find me. Damn it, no wonder your bodyguard looked so weird when he saw me this morning. I thought it was because I became handsome again. Puff. Song Nanin was amused. How could someone be so shameless? She has broadened her horizons. Song Nanin rarely laughs. In the few days that Lindsay had known her, she had hardly ever smiled. But Lindsay had to admit that she looked damn charming when she smiled. Not only do she have curved eyebrows, but it seems as if stars are exploding in her beautiful eyes. Exceptionally charming. Song Nanin, has anyone ever told you that you look really charming when you smile? Lindsay said with a smile. After saying this, Song Nanin stopped laughing. She glanced at Lindsay fiercely, then pushed Lindsay away. Lindsay lay on the ground casually. He was thinking about where to take Song Nanin later. Yes, Lindsay wanted to take her down. Anyway, she doesn't object to me kissing her now. As long as she is willing to go out with me like she did yesterday, I will have the confidence to win her over. With this in mind, Lindsay asked with a smile, how was your rest last night? Don't mention last night to me, you bastard. I'm getting so fed up with it. What happened? Tell me and I'll cheer you up. Song Nanin was so angry that she kicked Lindsay. Chapter 98, Fulfilling the Promise. When Song Nanin's anger had almost subsided, Lindsay continued to ask, what happened? Humph, it's still those bosses. They united last night and wanted me to hand over the entertainment cities under my name so that they can manage them. To put it bluntly, they want to take the opportunity to seize my assets. Song Nanin said unhappily. You gave it? How is that possible? Those entertainment centers are my most profitable businesses now, with billions of dollars in revenue a year. How can I hand them over to them? Lindsay smiled and said, the entertainment city is probably just the first step to test you. Their real purpose must be to undermine you. Song Nanin looked at Lindsay in surprise. I didn't expect him to see it so clearly. Yes, they just want to sideline me. Then what are you going to do? Fight hard? Lindsay asked with a smile. Song Nanin remained silent. Honestly speaking, it's impossible to just fight hard. Not to mention that Song Nanin was afraid of them. But she knew clearly that those people were now in collusion with each other and their strength was completely overwhelming hers. If you fight head-on, you will only be defeated miserably. It is unknown whether I will be alive by then. Rolling her eyes at Lindsay, Song Nanin said unhappily, I'm not that stupid. They are in cahoots with each other now. If I fight them head-on, I will only die faster. Lindsay lit a cigarette. After taking a few puffs, he said with a smile, it's actually not that difficult to break their collusion. What do you mean, you have a solution? Lindsay nodded. What method? Song Nanin asked quickly. She was already upset by this incident and couldn't sleep or eat. Song Nanin dreams of solving these troublesome things. Kiss me and I'll tell you. Lindsay said with a smile. Song Nanin kicked Lindsay hard. That's enough. I'm already troubled enough by the club's affairs. But this bastard still has the mood to tease me. If I hadn't been counting on him to treat my illness, I would have wanted to kill him right now. Song Nanin, I'm really not teasing you, but I really have a way to solve this matter. Believe me, a kiss will make you rest assured. If I were you, let alone a kiss, I would have wanted to marry you. Song Nanin glared at Lindsay angrily. She didn't believe his lies. In Song Nanin's opinion, Lindsay was just cheating on her with the kiss. It's not that Song Nanin looked down on Lindsay, but that he was not only an abandoned child of the family, but also kicked out by Su Qingxue. What can such a person do? Seeing that Song Nanin didn't believe him, Lindsay didn't worry. He smiled and said, how about this, I'll tell you first. After you listen to me, if you think I didn't lie to you, let me kiss you, okay? Well, fine, but you bastard, let me be frank with you. If you dare to tease me, I might really kill you, so you'd better think it through. Lindsay ignored Song Nanin's threat. He asked with a smile, do you know how to raise goo? What's the meaning? They are trying to sideline you now, just to compete for the position of the leader of the society. If that's the case, then give it to them. Song Nanin was so angry that she laughed. Is this what he calls the solution? If I were willing to hand over the club to them, I wouldn't be so worried and unable to sleep all night. Song Nanin was about to scold Lindsay. But Lindsay smiled and said, don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet. Just fart if you want to. Song Nanin said unhappily. Lindsay continued, what I mean is, if they like power so much, then give it to them. You can gather them together and announce to them that you will choose one of them to be the second in command of the society. Moreover, if the second in command does a good job in the future, you can step down and let someone else do the job. So, you want them to fight among themselves? Song Nanin's eyes were full of horror. Yes, you can set a condition. For example, whoever earns more money for half a year will be given the position of the second in command. Believe me, this method will make them fight to the point of bloodshed. When they are seriously injured, it is time for you to reap the rewards. Song Nanin was shocked again. But what if they don't fall for it? Lindsay snorted. Everything must be legitimate. If you rob the boss, people will definitely be dissatisfied. But if you give up the position, that's another matter. Song Nanin was so shocked that she was speechless. She looked at Lindsay with complicated eyes. I thought this guy was just trying to get a kiss. But unexpectedly, he actually had a way. Moreover, it is such a brilliant method. How about it, is it worth a kiss? Lindsay asked with a smile. Let me verify the method you mentioned first. Can. Song Nanin took out her cell phone and started making a call. Soon, the call was connected. Notify the four of them to come to my villa for a meeting in half an hour. I have something important to announce. Having said that, he hung up the phone. When Lindsay received the call from Shintianli, he was drinking tea on the basement floor of Song Nanin's villa. Song Nanin went to have a meeting with those so-called bosses. Lindsay was waiting for her. Seeing that it was Shintianli calling, Lindsay picked up the call. You bastard, have you finished treating Inin? Not yet, what's wrong? At noon, have lunch with me and my childhood sweetheart. No. Lindsay refused. I hate eating with people the most. Shintianli kept saying that the other person was not her white moonlight, nor was he the person she liked. But Lindsay was afraid that the other party had some feelings towards her. He made some sarcastic remarks while eating. I definitely can't stand it with my personality. If she really hit the other person, Shintianli would be stuck in the middle and would be in a difficult position. It's better not to go. Why, you rascal? Damn, do you guys show your affection? Lindsay said deliberately. Puff. Shintianli giggled. Why, are you jealous? I'm going to eat your head. Shintianli smiled charmingly and said, okay, don't be angry. I'm not asking you to be jealous. To be more precise, I'm asking the other party to be jealous. After we finish eating, I'll transfer the money to you. What do you mean? Don't mention it. He disgustingly confessed his feelings to me, and I told him that I have a boyfriend. Lindsay was happy. Shintianli was unhappy. You bastard, what are you laughing at? I'm almost sick to death. If our two families weren't on good terms, I would really want to beat him up. Please be merciful and stay with me. If you can't make it to the end, I'll smack you in the face. This deal is fine. Okay, send me the address later. Shintianli was happy. Well, I'll send it to you later. They hung up the phone. Lindsay continued to drink tea. When the pot of tea was almost empty, Song Nanin appeared. She was extremely excited and beaming with joy. Lindsay knew that the matter was settled. Nailed it? Song Nanin nodded excitedly. When those guys heard that I was going to get a second in command, their eyes turned red and they were all ready to fight. You bastard, how on earth did you come up with such an idea? Want to know? Song Nanin nodded again. Come closer and I'll tell you. Song Nanin walked quickly to Lindsay. The next second, Lindsay pulled her into his arms. You bastard, what do you want to do? Song Nanin asked hurriedly in a panic. Of course, it's to make you fulfill your promise. Having said that, Lindsay kissed her. Chapter 99, Master of Face Changing. Before Song Nanin had time to dodge, Lindsay's lips pressed hard on her sexy and soft red lips. A seductive sound sprayed out from her nose. Song Nanin's heart was moved. She had originally pushed Lindsay away, but then slowly closed her eyes and began to respond. Firstly, she was a person who kept her promises, and secondly, she did kind of like this feeling. When they released each other breathlessly, Song Nanin said with a red face, You bastard, I have fulfilled my promise to you now. Now you can tell me how you wanted to do this. Isn't it something that anyone with a brain can think of? Lin Zhe said with a smile. Although he no longer kissed Song Nanin, his hands were still wandering around her body. You bastard, are you calling me stupid? You are not stupid if you can say such a thing. Song Nanin snorted. You bastard, let me ask you, if those guys are fighting over the second in command position and the society is in turmoil, what will we do? Are you afraid that the situation will get out of control? Song Nanin was slightly stunned. She didn't expect this bastard to be so smart. I could see at a glance what I was worried about. I do have concerns in this regard. I'm afraid the situation will get out of control and the society will be torn apart by them. Lin Zhe smiled and said, then don't worry. Didn't you set a deadline of half a year? During this half year, their main task is to make money and then pull each other down. What you need to do is to cultivate your power. When they are fighting to the death, they will be at their weakest. Then you can kill them directly. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. These people are not under your control. It doesn't matter. Just cultivate a few people who are under your control. Lin Zhe spoke lightly. But what Song Nanin heard was shocking. She stared at Lin Zhe in a daze. To be honest, if Song Nanin didn't know Lin Zhe's past very clearly, she would really suspect that Lin Zhe had been the boss before. Such cruelty and calculation are really beyond the imagination of someone who has not experienced it. Don't look at me so lovingly, otherwise, I will want to kiss you again. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Your beauty, you haven't treated me yet today, please treat me quickly. Okay, lie down. What? Right here? Song Nanin looked at the long table in front of her, speechless. Stop talking nonsense. I still want to drink some tea. It doesn't matter where you get the treatment. Hurry up. Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe. This bastard is increasingly not treating himself as a human being. He actually wanted to lie on the table for treatment. But Song Nanin still lay down. She pulled her shark pants down a little bit, and her snow-white flat belly appeared in Lin Zhe's eyes. Lin Zhe inserted the silver needle into the acupuncture point deftly and then continued to drink tea. You bastard, do you have any other exciting projects? Song Nanin asked suddenly. Lin Zhe smiled and said, why, did the motorcycle work yesterday? Song Nanin responded. After experiencing that extreme sport with Lin Zhe yesterday, Song Nanin felt particularly relaxed physically and mentally. I fell asleep last night without the help of medication. Have you ever gone bungee jumping? Of course I have played it before, but the height is only a few dozen meters. If it's too high, I'd be a little scared. That's great. I heard that Haichang has built a new bungee jump that's over 200 meters high. Do you want to go and experience it? Lin Zhe saw this message when he was playing with his phone last night. At that time, he thought of taking Song Nanin out for some fun. Song Nanin's heart trembled. More than 200 meters, as high as more than 60 buildings. It's exciting just thinking about it. Not to mention experiencing it in person. Okay, you stay with me. You wish. No matter what, since it was you who proposed it, you can jump with me then. Jump together? It's not impossible. Lin Zhe smiled and said, okay, I'll hold you and jump together then. So when will you take me there? Tomorrow. Okay, it's settled then. If you dare to stand me up, I'll punish you. As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhe slapped her on the butt. Damn it, I'll take care of you first. Song Nanin's pretty face turned red after being beaten. She glared at Lin Zhe and stopped talking. When the treatment was almost over, Lin Zhe received the address sent by Shen Tianli. After taking a look, Lin Zhe was speechless. Damn, it's another fresh product. Is there no other place to eat in Haichang? After putting away his phone and removing the silver needle from Song Nanin's body, Lin Zhe said, remember to wear yoga pants tomorrow. I'll hold you and go bungee jumping then. You wanna leave, you bastard? What else? Should I stay and have dinner with you? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. It's not impossible. I don't know why, but Song Nanin feels like she seems to be a little dependent on Lin Zhe now. It might be because he helped himself solve a big problem. So she wanted to have dinner with Lin Zhe. He looks so ugly, but he has beautiful thoughts. Lin Zhe complained. Song Nanin felt both embarrassed and angry. Go away quickly, don't let me see you. Lindsay smiled and pinched her pink cheeks, then said, "Then I'll go first." Son Nanine turned her head away in embarrassment. Lindsay smiled and left. When we arrived at Ypingxian, Shen Tianli had just got off the car. A slicked-back guy jumped out from the passenger seat of her car. "You rascal, come this way." Shen Tianli waved at Lindsay with a smile. "I haven't seen Lindsay for the whole morning. Gosh, I really miss him." Lindsay smiled, then hugged Shen Tianli into his arms. Shen Tianli was shocked. This bastard is really too bold. Why does he hug me in front of his childhood friend? But then she thought again and realized that she seemed to be asking Lindsay to play the role of her boyfriend. If that's the case, then it's obviously in line with this identity for him to hug me. With this in mind, Shen Tianli smiled and hooked Lindsay's waist, then said to the greasy-haired guy, "Lindsay, he is the childhood friend I told you about, Zhang Haochen, this is my boyfriend, Lindsay." Lindsay extended his hand and said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Lindsay." "Hello, Zhang Haochen." Zhang Haochen said with a smile. The two of them simply shook hands. "Let's go in and talk," Shen Tianli said with a smile. Lindsay nodded. He hugged Shen Tianli and walked into the restaurant. Zhang Haochen, who was following closely behind the two, watched the scene with a resentful look in his eyes. "I'm so resentful that I'm about to spit fire." At this moment, Lindsay suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhang Haochen. Zhang Haochen, who had a resentful look in his eyes just now, suddenly seemed like a different person. He was looking at Lindsay with a bright smile. Lindsay also smiled. However, when he turned around, he said disdainfully in his heart, "What a master of face changing." Chapter 100. I wish you a happy marriage. While waiting for the food to be served, Lindsay lit a cigarette. Zhang Haochen suddenly smiled and asked, "Brother, what do you do?" "I don't have a job at the moment and I'm living off Shen Tianli," Lindsay said with a smile. As he spoke, Lindsay's hand had already placed on Shen Tianli's leg and started touching it unscrupulously. Shen Tianli's delicate body trembled. She glared at Lindsay with a charming smile, then gently hit the back of his hand. "I thought she would pull my hand away. But who would have thought that Shen Tianli didn't do that?" Lindsay smiled and touched more wantonly. Zhang Haochen didn't know what the two were doing under the table. After listening to Lindsay's words, he sighed and said with envy, "I really envy you, brother. Unlike me, I can only rely on myself to fight." Listen to this green tea speech. Lindsay wanted to laugh. According to Shen Tianli, her childhood friend is now working as a trainee in another country. "I have basically no income and rely entirely on support from my family." I really don't know where he got the nerve to say such a thing. But Lindsay was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He smiled and said, "I can't help it. Shen Tianli likes me." Zhang Haochen clenched his fists under the table. But with a somewhat aggrieved expression on his face, he said, "Yes, being liked by Tian Tian is really the luckiest thing in life. Unlike me, no one loves me." No, Lindsay wants to vomit. Has this guy become stupid from being a trainee? Lindsay glanced at Shen Tianli. But I saw that she also looked speechless. Lindsay was about to speak. Zhang Haochen suddenly stood up. "I'm going to the bathroom." When he said this, his expression was broken. It was as if he had suffered a great injustice. After watching him leave, Lindsay couldn't hold back any longer and he burst into laughter. "No, Shen Tianli, is your childhood friend mentally ill? Who is he showing off his expression of being wronged?" Shen Tianli was also speechless. "I don't know either. He used to be quite manly, but after going to the country to be a trainee, he has become more feminine than me." Lindsay was amused by this. "Stop touching me, you rascal," Shen Tianli suddenly said coquettishly. "Damn it, you let him sit in the passenger seat, so what's wrong with me touching him?" Shen Tianli was startled, then asked with a charming smile, "Why, are you jealous?" "No, what I mean is that you two have a good relationship. Who knows, he might hold your hand, hug you, or even do other things with you. At that time, I will definitely withdraw quickly, so I will take advantage of this moment to touch you more." Shen Tianli was unhappy. "Hey, you bastard, do you think I'm Su Qingxue? Zhang Haochen is not my white moonlight." But Su Qingxue didn't let Jizafeng sit in her passenger seat. Lindsay said with a smile. Shen Tianli was stunned. Lindsay continued, "Don't get me wrong, I really don't mind. This is Lindsay's true feelings, he really doesn't mind this. But what he just said was also true. Once Shin Tianli holds hands or hugs someone else, he will quickly withdraw from this ambiguous relationship. As a scumbag with no morals and no bottom line, he must be a scumbag clearly and openly. The two were talking. Zhang Haochen suddenly pushed open the door of the box and walked in. His eyes were red, as if he had been crying. Hold the grass. Is he trying to attract Shin Tianli's attention in this way? But this drama is really a bit over the top. After Zhang Haochen sat back in his seat, he looked at Shin Tianli eagerly. It seemed like he was waiting for Shin Tianli to ask something. But Shin Tianli said nothing. Of course Shin Tianli saw Zhang Haochen's red eyes. If it was an accident, she would at least ask a question. After all, they were childhood friends and grew up together. Although we have been apart for most of these years, we are still friends. But now she didn't want to ask at all. Because she was also speechless about Zhang Haochen's behavior. No one was scolding him, so why was he crying for no reason? Zhang Haochen looked at Shin Tianli for a long time and saw that Shin Tianli didn't say anything. His eyes became redder and redder. Zhang Haochen thought that Shin Tianli would at least ask him what was wrong, and then he would take the opportunity to say a few words of grievance. Then she will definitely feel sorry for herself. Then I took the opportunity to throw myself into her arms and cry. This is to sow discord between her and Lin Zhe. After all, no one wants to see his girlfriend fall into the arms of another man. But what I never expected was that Shin Tianli said nothing. Zhang Haochen couldn't hold it anymore. He stood up again. Tian, I wish you and Lin Zhe a happy marriage. As for me, I just want to find a corner where no one is and have a good cry. Lin Zhe instantly got goosebumps all over his body. So disgusting. It's really disgusting. He is even more disgusting than Ji Zifeng. How could he say such disgusting things with a straight face? Left behind these words, Zhang Haochen walked out of the box. But his pace was really slow. It took a while before he moved a few steps. Yes, Zhang Haochen was waiting for Shin Tianli to call him. He believed that Shin Tianli would call him. After all, they were childhood friends, so it was reasonable for her to call him. But Shin Tianli was speechless. I am completely speechless. What did I bring to have dinner with Lin Zhe? Zhang Haochen waited for a long time, but Shin Tianli refused to persuade him to stay. He was so angry that he left the box crying. However, after leaving the box, Zhang Haochen's tears disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there is resentment. It seems that Shin Tianli doesn't like this trick. It doesn't matter. I'll try another trick. Anyway, Shin Tianli, you can only be mine. There was a mad light in Zhang Haochen's eyes. After Zhang Haochen left, Shin Tianli suddenly took Lin Zhe's arm and said coquettishly, "You bastard, I won't let anyone sit in my passenger seat except you." Lin Zhe was speechless. Shin Tianli, I really don't mind this. If you don't mind, that's your business, but I have to be careful. If you really make me angry and run away, who will help me stimulate Su Qingxue? Shin Tianli said with a charming smile. Lin Zhe became more speechless. By the way, when will you transfer the money to me? After dinner, I will transfer the money to you. Besides, the gift I promised you has also arrived. You said it's the Son of Wind? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and nodded. Lin Zhe was happy. Okay, let's eat quickly. After dinner, I'll take you to experience my driving skills. Okay. Shin Tianli said with a smile. The food and drinks were served quickly. Shin Tianli became a virtuous little wife, constantly serving Lin Zhe meals. Lin Zhe was like a big boss, it was such a pleasure. After finishing their meal, the two were about to leave. Lin Zhe's cell phone suddenly rang. That's the message notification tone. The message was sent by Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe opened it. There are still some of your things at home. When are you coming to move them? Chapter 101 I refuse. Lin Zhe was slightly startled. It seems that her refusal to remarry Su Qingxue yesterday has made her completely give up. Then I wanted to completely cut off contact with myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't send myself such a message. But Lin Zhe was not depressed or uncomfortable. After all, he really had no feelings for Su Qingxue. The only feeling I have for her is probably that I desire her body. In fact, to be honest, Lin Zhe could also pretend to agree to her request for remarriage, and then take the opportunity to sleep with her a few more times. but Lin Yang felt that this behavior was too low. He still prefers the way that you know my bad intentions and I know you are pretending to be reserved. Then they hit it off. Whose information is it? Shen Tianli asked curiously. It's none of your business. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes at her and said. He really didn't like the feeling of having his privacy invaded. Shen Tianli snorted and walked quickly outside. Lin Zhe replied to Su Qingxue as he walked. No need, just throw them all away. The things I didn't take away are probably all unwanted junk. Su Qingxue was a little excited when she received Lin Zhe's message. Her hands were shaking with excitement. She originally wanted to send a message to Lin Zhe in the evening and ask him to come to the villa. When the time comes, dress something sexier and try to seduce him. If he doesn't want to sleep with me, then let him sleep with me. But when she opened the message and saw the content, Su Qingxue's face instantly turned extremely pale. He was so pale as if he had suddenly fallen seriously ill. Not only was her face pale, but her body was also shaking. A heart-wrenching pain like a knife stabbing her instantly swept through her whole body. Su Qingxue was in so much pain that she couldn't stand steadily. She squatted on the ground, tears flowing like a flood. She burst into tears. She thought that this method would work, but she didn't expect that Lin Zhe now didn't even want to see her. After coming out of the restaurant, Lin Zhe had just gotten into his car when Shen Tianli followed him in. Aren't you driving? Lin Zhe asked. Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, That car is dirty, I don't want it anymore, so I can only borrow your car. Lin Zhe was speechless. Shen Tianli, let me say it again, I really don't care about these things. I just said some ugly words in advance, that's all. Shen Tianli fastened her seatbelt. She smiled sweetly and said, Yes, I believe what you said, and I know you are the most generous. Are you going to the bank or not? Oh shit. She kept saying that she believed what she said. But her perfunctory words told Lin Zhe that she didn't even believe the punctuation marks she said. Yes, Shen Tianli didn't believe what Lin Zhe said just now, that he didn't mind others sitting in the passenger seat. But Shen Tianli didn't think Lin Zhe was petty. Instead, she felt secretly delighted. Because she feels that a man will only mind her distance from the opposite sex when he cares about someone. In other words, Lin Zhe must care about himself, so he doesn't want anyone else to sit in his passenger seat. Lin Zhe didn't want to explain anymore. Let her think whatever she wants. Besides, the most urgent thing is to go to the bank to transfer the money and then collect my gift. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Yang stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the bank. It's the same bank as last time. After Shen Tianli quickly transferred the money to Lin Zhe, she said, You bastard, I've already had the agreement drafted. Come with me to the company to sign the agreement and receive your gift. Okay. Lin Zhe said with a smile as he looked at the balance in the account. With these 200 million, plus the 100 million that Shen Tianli gave him before, he is now considered a wealthy man with a net worth of 300 million. And with this money, it should be enough for the company's initial development. Once you have set up the stage, you can raise funds smoothly. On the way back to the company, Shen Tianli couldn't help asking again, You bastard, just now when you were at Yupingxian, did Su Qingxue send you a message? Lin Zhe nodded. What did she say? Shen Tianli asked again. She doesn't want to be so gossipy. But she was really curious. She was curious about what message Su Qingxue sent to Lin Zhe. Want to know? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. In no mood. To be honest, of course she wanted to know. But when she saw Lin Zhe's charming smile, Shen Tianli knew that this bastard was definitely up to no good. Shen Tianli was sure that if she said she wanted to do it, he would definitely take the opportunity to propose a shameless condition. Maybe he wanted me to kiss him again. Shen Tianli doesn't dare let Lin Zhe kiss her now. The main reason is that this bastard is too good at kissing. Every time after being kissed by him, Shen Tianli felt her legs become very weak, and she had to change clothes. Fuck, you didn't fall for it. Puff. Shen Tianli couldn't hold it anymore. She burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that her body shook and it felt like her clothes were about to burst. Lin Zhe's eyes widened as he stared. Shen Tianli saw it, she patted Lin Zhe's arm, smiled and said, You rascal, what are you looking at? Drive carefully. When you conquer me in the future, don't just look at me, you can even touch me. Hold the grass. This monster. Can I kiss you? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Shen Tianli burst into laughter and patted Lin Zai's arm again. Lin Zai thought Shen Tianli would not answer his question. But who would have thought that she would actually say with a smile as beautiful as a flower, yes? Lin Zai's heart was shaken and even his breathing became a little difficult. Damn, I really want to take her down sooner. Soon, I returned to the company. After entering Shen Tianli's office together, Shen Tianli handed a document to Lin Zai. Lin Zai took a quick look and saw that the cover of the document said Sponsorship Agreement. Hold the grass. What's going on? Lin Zai quickly opened the file. He glanced through it and saw that the content clearly stated that he was being kept by Shen Tianli. The cost is 300 million and the term is 1 year. During this period, I cannot do anything that would let Shen Tianli down, including but not limited to flirting with other women, kissing, going to bed, etc. The end of the contract specifically stated that he was not allowed to remarry Su Qingxue. If she violates her promise, she will have to pay her 1 billion yuan in compensation. After reading the agreement, Lin Zai was speechless. Lin Zai could agree that he could not remarry Su Qingxue. But he couldn't do anything to let her down, especially holding hands, kissing, and going to bed with other members of the opposite sex. Lin Zai would never agree to that. Damn it, I still want to sleep with Song Nanin. Moreover, now she has been conquered by me by 1/3. As long as I work harder, I will be able to sleep with her successfully. If I sign this agreement now, wouldn't that be pushing myself into trouble? When he thought of this, Lin Zai threw the agreement on the desk. Shen Tianli, I refuse to sign this humiliating agreement. Chapter 102, You Can't Leave Me Out. Shen Tianli was unhappy. I spent 300 million to support this bastard for a year. Logically, he should be very happy and could not wait to sign. But unexpectedly, this bastard refused to sign. What? You still want to be with Su Qingxue? Shen Tianli asked unhappily. In no mood. Then why didn't you sign it? Nonsense, I don't want to be with Su Qingxue, and I have no plans to remarry her, but I want to sleep with someone else. If I sign, what's the point of sleeping with someone else? Shen Tianli was speechless. It was really the first time she had met such a frank old pervert. Come on, let me hear it, who do you want to sleep with? Song Nanin. Puff. Shen Tianli burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that her body bent like a shrimp. If Lin Zai had said anything similar to Zhang Qingyue, Shen Tianli would not have laughed like this. But he happened to be talking about Song Nanin. You filthy rascal, you really dare to say anything. If you say you want to sleep with Zhang Qingyue or Su Qingxue, or even me, I think it's possible. But you happen to be talking about Song Nanin. Are you talking in your sleep? Do you think you can sleep with her? Do you want to die? Shen Tianli said with a smile. Then don't worry about it. Okay, then I'll exclude Song Nanin, will you sign it? No. Shen Tianli stopped smiling. Who else do you want to sleep with, you rascal? There are too many. Anyway, I can't sign this agreement of yours. Okay, then return the money. I won't let you sign either. Shen Tianli said unhappily. I don't believe that this method can handle this bastard. Lin Zai smiled. He seemed to have heard a huge joke. Shen Tianli, I earned this money by cheating people with my own skills. Do you think I will return it to you? Just tell me, I don't have any money, but you can take my life if you want it. Shen Tianli kicked Lin Zai angrily. Why, do you want me to spank you again? Lin Zai asked with a smile. Shen Tianli's pretty face instantly turned red like a ripe strawberry. She glared at Lin Zai with shame and anger. This bastard is so shameless. Yes, Shen Tianli remembered the time when Lin Zai spanked her last night. Her heartbeat suddenly became unusually fast. She subconsciously wanted to say, then go ahead and hit me. That's right, she inexplicably longed to be spanked by Lin Zai. It was mainly because of that feeling that she was very excited. But Shen Tianli held back, she was too embarrassed to say it. Because it's too shameful. She pretended to be angry and glared at Lin Zai, then retracted her foot. You rascal, what will it take for you to sign this agreement? Shen Tianli said angrily. It's very simple. There is only one clause. If I don't remarry Su Qingxue, I will sign. If there is any more clause, I will not sign. Shen Tianli glared at Lin Zai. This bastard really knows how to manipulate people. I know this is what I care about most right now. Okay, I'll ask the legal department to redraft the contract. Wait. Lin Zhe said suddenly. What happened again? By the way, let me add one more thing. While I am being kept by you, I am not allowed to touch you, hold your hand, kiss you, or go to bed with you. If you violate this rule, I will have to pay you 5 billion. Lin Zhe deliberately provoked Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli was indeed stimulated. What do you mean, you rascal? It's nothing. I just don't want to hold your hand, kiss you, or go to bed with you. Lin Zhe continued to tease her. Shen Tianli couldn't help it. I don't know how many times this bastard has kissed me, and he has touched almost all over my body. But now he said that he didn't want to hold hands with me, didn't want to kiss me, and didn't want to sleep with me. Although Shen Tianli had no intention of sleeping with Lin Zhe, she was furious when she thought that this bastard wanted to sleep with her best friend but not her. What's wrong with me? Shen Tianli was so angry that she kicked Lin Zhe. She didn't care whether Lin Zhe wanted to spank her or not. Lin Zhe didn't dodge and let her kick him. It doesn't hurt to kick anyway. Bang! As soon as Shen Tianli finished kicking, Lin Zhe slapped her on the butt. Shen Tianli wilted instantly. She was furious just now, but suddenly she lost her temper and her face turned very red. Damn it, I don't want to sleep with you, and it's fine if you don't express your gratitude, but you actually dared to hit me. Humph, why do you want to exclude me alone? Nonsense, you won't let me sleep either. You said it as if Song Nanin let you sleep. Lin Zhe smiled and said, that's hard to say. I don't care. I can't be left out anyway. Hold the grass. This is truly a female bodhisattva. Okay, I won't exclude you then. Humph, you're smart. I'll go find the legal department. Actually, all you need to do is make a phone call. But Shen Tianli's heart was beating very fast now, and she needed to calm down. Lin Zhe smiled and let her go. However, when he let her go, Lin Zhe couldn't help but pat her butt again. Shen Tianli glared at Lin Zhe with a red face and scolded him coquettishly, "You stinky hooligan." After leaving the office, Shen Tianli walked towards the bathroom. She was going to wash her face to cool her pounding heart. But after taking a few steps, Shen Tianli suddenly reacted. That's not right. Why would I be so eager to let that bastard sleep with me? You must be mentally retarded. She wanted to go back and argue with Lin Zhe. But I was also afraid that Lin Zhe would make even more excessive demands later. Shen Tianli thought about it and decided to forget it. It's better to have less trouble than more. Anyway, I don't plan to let him sleep. After watching Shen Tianli leave, Lin Zhe smiled. I thought Shen Tianli was a very smart girl, but I didn't expect that she could not hold back after being provoked by just a few words from me. At the same time, after Su Qingxue finished crying, she washed her face. At this moment, she is searching on her mobile phone how to win back her husband's heart. There are all kinds of strange answers on the internet. However, Su Qingxue quickly summed up a few points. First, be good to your husband. Su Qingxue is already doing this. She asked her men to buy a villa for her just to give it to Lin Zhe. Second, you have to cater to their preferences. Su Qingxue began to wonder what Lin Zhe liked. But after 3 years of marriage, I was blind and had only that trash Jizafeng in my heart. I have no idea what Lin Zhe likes. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue wanted to cry again. Why was I so stupid during those years? Why can't I see the good in Lin Zhe? Just when she was feeling upset, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered what her best friend had said. She said, since Lin Zhe was greedy for her body, then she should sleep with him. Make him addicted to sleeping with you, and then he will become completely dependent on you. Su Qingxue remembered again that the purpose of sending a message to Lin Zhe at noon to ask him to go home to get something was to let him sleep. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue took a deep breath, opened the green bubble, and started sending messages to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, I want to sleep with you. Come home and sleep with me, okay? Chapter 103 I have something to do, so I have to leave first. After sending the message, Su Qingxue realized belatedly that her face was extremely hot. Looking at the message she had sent on the screen, she suddenly felt so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. What I posted was a bit too explicit. Will Lin Yang think that I am a loose woman? But Su Qingxue changed her mind and realized that she was pursuing her husband. If that was the case, what would it matter if it was a little explicit? Besides, my best friend Zhao Chanshan also said that being flirty with someone you like is not called being flirty, that is interest. Su Qingxue began to wait anxiously for Lin Zhe to reply to her message. She felt that since she had said so much, Lin Zhe would definitely be moved. Su Qingxue had already started thinking about what kind of battle robe she would wear to greet Lin Zhe. Well, Zhao Qianqian told herself the word battle robe. Compared with Su Qingxue's embarrassment, Lin Zhe's heart was beating wildly at this moment. He was excited, extremely excited. His excited heart was beating wildly and his breathing was rapid. Of course he wanted to sleep with Su Qingxue. So the moment he received the message, he suddenly stood up. The next second, he was about to walk out of Shen Tianli's office. After leaving Shen Tianli's company, Lin Zhe sent her a message. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Afterwards, Lin Zhe drove madly towards Su Qingxue's villa. Along the way, he had already thought about what position he would use to sleep with Su Qingxue. The more he thought about it, the more excited Lin Zhe became. The car was driving so fast. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe's car quickly drove into the villa. After turning a few corners, Su Qingxue's villa was right in front of us. Lin Zhe became more and more excited. Because he knew that Su Qingxue was definitely lying on the bed waiting for him at this moment. As soon as the car stopped at the door of Su Qingxue's villa, Lin Zhe quickly got out of the car and ran into the villa. After entering the password of the electronic lock, Lin Zhe successfully entered the villa. He really couldn't wait any longer. It has been 2 days since I played poker with Su Qingxue at Yupingxian the day before yesterday. As an old pervert, Lin Zhe missed the bone-melting and soul-stirring feeling so much. At this moment, Su Qingxue was anxiously waiting for Lin Zhe's arrival. She didn't know how many steps she had walked around the living room. Just as she was waiting anxiously, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. This villa has been occupied by Lin Zhe and I since we bought it. Su Qingxue didn't like crowds around, so she didn't even hire a servant. In other words, the only people who know the password of the electronic lock are me and Lin Zhe. Su Qingxue turned around quickly. When she saw Lin Zhe clearly, Su Qingxue's eyes turned red with excitement. She was really excited. Because she thought Lin Zhe would not come. But unexpectedly, he came. Su Qingxue hasn't seen Lin Zhe for 2 days and misses him very much now. Before they got divorced, Su Qingxue would occasionally miss Lin Zhe every time she was on a business trip, but she had never missed him as much as she did now. Lin Zhe was also very excited. At this moment, Su Qingxue was wearing a purple silk nightgown. There was not much fabric in the nightgown, which could only barely cover her upper body. In other words, her 2 snow-white and sexy legs were exposed to the air and to Lin Zhe's sight. Lin Zhe had always been coveting her body, especially Su Qingxue's 2 snow-white, sexy, straight and slender legs. Now after seeing them, he was so excited that his breathing was a little difficult. Their eyes met. Su Qingxue saw the terrifying lust in Lin Zhe's eyes. She was burned by Lin Zhe's eyes, and then lowered her head a little shyly. Lin Zhe was about to explode because of her unintentional coy action. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he quickly took a few steps forward and hugged Su Qingxue's sweet and soft body into his arms. Damn, she told me to come back and sleep with her. Of course Lin Zhe would not be reserved. Besides, he is just an old pervert and doesn't know what modesty is. When Su Qingxue felt Lin Zhe's solid chest, she became more and more excited, and she even wanted to cry. She didn't expect that she could still be held in Lin Zhe's arms. Before the divorce, Lin Zhe had actually hugged me like this before, but at that time, apart from feeling at ease, I didn't feel anything else. Moreover, at that time, Lin Zhe was extremely restrained. Even though he hugged her, he didn't dare to get close to her body. Unlike now, he hugged me very tightly, so tightly that I almost embedded myself in his body. But to be honest, Su Qingxue liked the feeling of Lin Zhe hugging her at this moment. Su Qingxue did not feel the slightest discomfort despite being held so tightly by him. Besides feeling at ease, she was also excited, thrilled, shy, and even looking forward to it. Damn it, Su Qingxue, you wanna kill me? Lin Zhe said, panting. He doesn't want to be so useless. Su Qingxue is really too annoying. She is only 25 years old, but her figure is so amazing. There is no ambiguity at all about what should be big and what should be tilted. Otherwise, Lin Zhe wouldn't be so obsessed with his body. You know, Lin Zhe is not a novice who has never played poker with women. Boom! Lin Zhe's words were like aphrodisiac, hitting Su Qingxue's heart hard, making her happy and excited. The shyness just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. She raised her head, and her watery eyes were like hooks, staring straight at Lin Zhe. Lindsay, I miss you so much, she said coquettishly. Her voice was softer than ever before, as soft as water, constantly watering Lindsay's heart and constantly expanding Lindsay's desire. He hugged Su Qingxue tighter. Really? How much do you want it? I miss you so much, so much, so much. I think of you when I eat, when I sleep, and when I am in a daze. I have never thought of someone like this before. Su Qingxue's tone became heated. Her eyes also became hot. Lindsay smiled and said, If you think so, then I have to love you well today. His hands were already wandering restlessly on Su Qingxue's graceful body. Su Qingxue felt it. She felt Lindsay's hot palm. Her skin was burned. Her heart was also burned. Not only did her eyes become watery and misty, but they also became particularly mysterious. Enough. Really enough. Lindsay was so aroused that he couldn't bear it any longer. He is about to explode. Under Su Qingxue's expectant eyes, he pressed his lips anxiously on Su Qingxue's moist and soft red lips. Chapter 104, Taking Advantage of the Fire. It's missing you. It's a kiss. It's lingering. Lindsay was ignited. Su Qingxue was also ignited. They kissed each other madly. I wish I could swallow the other person into my stomach. When they really needed to take a breath, they reluctantly let go of each other. I don't know when the two of them were already lying on the sofa. So, the purpose of your first message to me was also to get me to come back and sleep with you? Lindsay asked breathlessly. Su Qingxue nodded vigorously. She panted and explained, I missed you, but I didn't know how to ask you to come back, so I found that excuse. I didn't want you to really move your things away, Su Qingxue hadn't finished speaking yet. There was no chance to speak again. Because Lindsay blocked her sexy red lips with his mouth again. Su Qingxue hooked her arms around Lindsay's neck and began to respond frantically. She found that she didn't know whether it was true as her best friend said, that she was addicted to sleeping with Lindsay. Anyway, she really likes being kissed by Lindsay. Being kissed madly by him. He pressed me down and kissed me madly. I don't know how long we kissed. They had already moved from the sofa in the living room to the soft big bed. They had already taken off each other's clothes when they went upstairs. Su Qingxue's body is as white as ever, glowing and sexy. Lindsay was completely ignited. Su Qingxue was also ignited. No more nonsense, the battle begins. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. From day to night. From the bed to the bathroom, and from the bathroom back to the bed. Su Qingxue was tired. She completely collapsed on Lindsay. Each other's bodies were already wet with sweat. But Su Qingxue still hugged Lindsay tightly, she was reluctant to let go. She was afraid that if she let go, Lindsay would disappear. After resting for a while, Su Qingxue attentively took a cigarette for Lindsay and then lit it for him. While Lindsay was smoking, Su Qingxue suddenly said, Lindsay, I still want to sincerely apologize to you. What are you apologizing for? Lindsay asked, stroking her sexy legs. I apologize to you for all the stupid things I did before. I know that I hurt you deeply because of my divorce from you because of Jizafeng. Su Qingxue said coquettishly, please forgive me. Well, I forgive you. It's all in the past anyway. Lindsay said with a smile. To be honest, Lindsay didn't take this matter to heart at all. Anyway, he doesn't like Su Qingxue. Naturally, he didn't hold a grudge against her for divorcing him because of Jizafeng. Su Qingxue was truly ecstatic. She thought Lindsay was no longer angry with her. She quickly climbed up, looking at Lindsay with excitement and said, Can we remarry? Don't worry, I have seen my heart clearly. I only like you now and will never hurt you for anyone else. As long as we remarry, I will be yours. I will give you whatever you want and sleep with you however you want. Okay? She really wanted to remarry Lindsay. She wanted to see Lindsay every day. When she wants to sleep, she can sleep in his arms. She even wanted to give birth to 2 babies for Lindsay. But the smile on Lindsay's face was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, I'm so stupid. I know that she is determined to remarry me, but why don't I learn my lesson? Yes, Lindsay doesn't want to remarry. He is a scumbag. His life motto is not to take the initiative, not to refuse, and not to take responsibility. Besides, he didn't like Su Qingxue. How could I give up the whole forest for her? Lin Zhe put out his cigarette before he even finished it. He turned over and sat up, then looked straight at Su Qingxue and said, "Sorry, Su Qingxue, I told you, it's impossible for me to remarry you." Lin Zhe certainly knew what the consequences of saying this would be. But he said it anyway. It is true that he is a scumbag, but he prefers to be clear and explicit about his scumbag status. Su Qingxue's face turned pale in an instant. Just now when Lin Zhe was sleeping with her, he kept calling her baby with all his heart. Moreover, he said that he was no longer angry with me for divorcing him for someone else. So, Su Qingxue thought he would agree to her. But unexpectedly, he rejected me again. At this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly felt that she was really despicable, shamelessly asking others to sleep with her. She really wanted to cry. But she held back, she didn't want to cry in front of Lin Zhe. "Go away." Su Qingxue's voice suddenly became extremely cold. "Okay." Lin Zhe turned over and got out of bed, putting on his clothes as he walked. When Su Qingxue heard the sound of a door closing downstairs, she could no longer hold it in. She lay on the bed and burst into tears. "Su Qingxue, you deserve it," she said, crying. After coming out of Su Qingxue's villa, Lin Zhe saw at a glance that the lights in Shen Tianli's villa next door were on. It seems that Shen Tianli has returned. Lin Zhe turned on the phone. Yes, in order to avoid being disturbed by others, Lin Zhe turned off his phone when playing poker with Su Qingxue. There is a lot of information. In addition to Shen Tianli's, there is also Lin Xiaotian's. Most of Shen Tianli's messages were asking where Lin Zhe had gone. Lin Xiaotian's is more interesting. "You beast, did you tell the Shen family to take away that piece of land? I tell you, if you don't get that piece of land back, you will never be able to enter the Lin family in this life." Lin Zhe sneered. He called me a beast, and he still wanted me to help him? Is he mentally retarded? Besides, he is so cruel to his own son, but cares so much about his adopted son. Is this really something a human can do? Suddenly, Lin Zhe remembered the last time he saw Lin Xiaotian. He found that his eyes were very similar to Lin Nan's. A bold idea appeared in Lin Zhe's mind. Could it be that Lin Nan is Lin Xiaotian's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why would they look so alike? And why would he dote on an adopted son so much? No, I'll find a chance to do a DNA comparison on those two beasts. If Lin Nan is really his illegitimate son, then this matter would be interesting. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Zhe's cell phone suddenly rang. He thought it was Shen Tianli calling, so he picked up the phone. "Beast, did you see the message I sent you?" Lin Xiaotian's roaring voice came from the phone. Lin Zhe wanted to hang up the phone directly. He didn't want to say a word to this rubbish. But Lin Zhe's eyes turned, as if he had thought of something. Lin Zhe said indifferently, "I saw it." "Then what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and ask the Shen family to return the land. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will kill you." Lin Xiaotian roared. Lin Zhe sneered. 500 million. What do you mean, beast? It's very simple. Give me 500 million and I'll let the Shen family return the land to you. Otherwise, no matter what business you do in the future, I'll let the Shen family take it away from you. Chapter 105. You are your retribution. Lin Xiaotian was instantly furious. He was really about to explode. He never dreamed that one day his son would say such words to him. "You beast, are you looking for death?" Lin Xiaotian roared. Lin Zhe said in a cold voice, "I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. If I don't get the answer I want, then you can forget about doing business with the Lin family." Having said that, Lin Zhe hung up the phone. Lin Zhe knew that Lin Xiaotian would agree. He might not believe what he said, but he didn't dare to gamble. After all, he had seen Shen Tianli defending him. After waiting for less than 3 minutes, Lin Xiaotian called again. Lin Zhe waited until the call was about to be hung up before he slowly picked up the phone. "Son, I had a bad attitude just now. I apologize to you, but you can't do this to my father. After all, you are also a member of the Lin family. We Lin family make money, don't you have money to spend?" Lin Xiaotian's attitude suddenly became unacceptably soft. But Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. This shows that he knows he can no longer control himself, so he starts playing the emotional card again. But unfortunately, Lin Zhe is no longer the same Lin Zhe as before. I won't be soft-hearted just because he says a few nice words. Lin Xiaotian, first of all, I have severed my relationship with your Lin family, which means that you are not my father. Second, there is less than a minute left, you'd better give me a satisfactory answer. Lin Xiaotian on the other end of the phone was furious again. I have already lowered my attitude when talking to this beast, but this beast is still so cruel. He couldn't hold it anymore. You beast, you treat me like this, aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? Lin Xiaotian, when you abused me, weren't you afraid of retribution? When you kicked me out of the house, weren't you afraid of retribution? Now you mention retribution to me, then I tell you, this is your retribution, but remember, everything has just begun. Beast, beast. Lin Xiaotian roared. Stop talking nonsense. I'll ask you one last time. Will you give me the money? You are dreaming. Lin Zhe hung up the phone directly. Lin Xiaotian called again, but Lin Zhe hung up and blocked the call. There's nothing good to say about this kind of garbage. Anyway, in the end, he will come to beg me. After returning to Shen Tianli's villa, the always unrestrained Shen Tianli turned around and walked upstairs when she saw Lin Zhe. What's going on? Lin Zhe quickly caught up with her, hooked his hands around her slender waist, and pulled her into his arms. Shen Tianli, after seeing me, you didn't greet me with a smile, but you actually ignored me. You bastard, let me go. Shen Tianli said angrily. Yes, Shen Tianli was very angry. She thought Lin Zhe had something to do, so he left his company in a hurry. But when she came back, she saw Lin Zhe's car parked in front of Su Qingshue's villa. Shen Tianli then realized that Lin Zhe's so-called business was to go find Su Qingxue. She was immediately unhappy. She called Lin Zhe angrily, intending to question him, but who would have thought that his phone was turned off? Shen Tianli became more and more unhappy. So, when she saw Lin Zhe, she didn't want to pay any attention to Lin Zhe at all. Lin Zhe asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Did you take medicine? You rascal, let me ask you, what did you do this afternoon?" "Oh, I went to find Su Qingxue," Lin Zhe said frankly. Shen Tianli angrily punched Lin Zhe. "Humph, why are you looking for her? She has divorced you for another man, why are you so?" Shen Tianli originally wanted to say to Lin Zhe, "You are so mean." But she didn't dare say this word, for she was afraid that Lin Zhe would be angry. Lin Zhe smiled. Why was she angry? It turned out that she knew that I went to find Su Qingxue. Oh, I went to sleep with her, Lin Zhe said frankly. As soon as these words came out, Shen Tianli, who was furious just now, suddenly burst out laughing. She was amused by Lin Zhe's words. She laughed and scolded, "You filthy rascal, you really dare to say anything? Why, you don't believe it? I don't believe you at all. If you said you wanted to kiss Su Qingxue, I would reluctantly believe you. But if you said you wanted to sleep with her, do you think it's possible? If Su Qingxue really let you sleep with her, why would she divorce you?" Lin Zhe was happy. You see, this is how the world is. You tell the truth, but no one believes you. Well, actually, I went to collect the debt. Shen Tianli believed this. How much does she still owe you? 15 million. Are you coming then? No, not only did she not get it, but she also gave her more than 10 billion. Lin Zhe said depressedly. Shen Tianli laughed and scolded, "You filthy rascal, are you addicted to bragging? You only have 300 million yuan in total, and you still have the nerve to say that you gave Su Qingxue more than 10 billion yuan. Oh, you found out. How embarrassing." As he spoke, Lin Zhe sat on the sofa holding Shen Tianli. "Su Qingxue is not without money, why doesn't she pay you back?" "Have no idea. How about this, I'll give you the 15 million, and you don't have to look for her anymore," Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. I don't know why, but now whenever Lin Zhe gets close to other opposite sex, especially when he gets close to Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli gets particularly angry. "You've given me enough. How could I possibly ask for more money from you? What's the matter? You've already been kept by me. Oh, by the way, I brought the contract back. Please sign it for me." Having said that, Shen Tianli left Lin Zhe's arms. After a while, she came over with a contract. Lin Zhe took a look at the contents of the contract, and sure enough, the only clause left was that he could not remarry Su Qingxue. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Zhe signed his name quickly. As soon as the contract was signed, Shen Tianli took it away. She said proudly, "You rascal, from now on, you are mine." "Well, then you have to love me well." Lindsay leaned in her arms and said in a mean way. Shen Tianli burst into laughter. She stroked Lindsay's head and said, "Don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I promise to treat you well." By the way, did you have someone take away the Lin family's land? Yes, they dared to bully you like that, so of course I have to teach them a lesson. Lindsay hooked his arm around her waist and said, Shen Tianli, you are so nice. You are so nice that you want me to marry you. Please, let me marry you. Shen Tianli smiled sweetly and said, You are dreaming, don't forget, you only have 60 points now, wait until you get 100 points. Lindsay slapped her but unhappily. Shen Tianli let out a soft moan. She glared at Lindsay with a blushing face. Lindsay's heart was shaken. Damn, if she hadn't just been messed around in the afternoon, Lindsay really wanted to press her down on the sofa and give her a good kiss. There's no way, her eyes are too damn seductive. The two were talking. Lindsay's cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from Jiang Qingyue and Lindsay picked up the phone. He didn't have time to speak. Then Jiang Qingyue asked in a trembling voice, Lindsay, can you come over here? Chapter 106 Rewards. Jiang Qingyue, what's wrong with you? Lindsay asked quickly. There is a crazy fan who somehow knew where I live. He just knocked on my door like crazy. I notified the property management, but they came to check and couldn't find him. I thought he had left, but just now he knocked on my door like crazy again and said that if I didn't open the door, he would sneak into my house while I was asleep. Lindsay, I'm a little scared now. When he was on Blue Star, Lindsay had heard about some crazy fans who would often do some crazy things in order to get close to their idols. Lindsay even heard that a fan hid under his idol's bed in order to get in touch with his idol. It's scary to think about it. Don't be afraid, I'll be there now. Lindsay said quickly. Jiang Qingyue on the other end of the phone nodded repeatedly. Then hurry up, I'm really scared. Jiang Qingyue's voice was somewhat tearful. Lindsay responded. After hanging up the phone, he said, Jiang Qingyue was chased home by fans. I'll go check it out. I'll go with you. Shen Tianli said quickly. Although she didn't like Lindsay and Jiang Qingyue having too much contact, the current matter was no joke. If the fans really rushed into Jiang Qingyue's house, God knows what would happen. As Jiang Qingyue's boss, Shen Tianli had to go and take a look for both moral and practical reasons. Lindsay nodded. They both left the villa quickly. Standing at the door of Jiang Qingyue's villa, Lindsay pressed the doorbell and soon saw Jiang Qingyue appear in his eyes. After seeing Lindsay, Jiang Qingyue felt like she had seen her savior. She took 2 steps at a time and threw herself directly into Lindsay's arms without caring that Shen Tianli was still there. Lindsay felt her body trembling constantly, and it seemed that she was really scared. Jiang Qingyue, don't be afraid, it's okay. Jiang Qingyue responded obediently. I don't know if it was because I was hugging Lindsay or because Lindsay's comfort worked. Anyway, she is in much better condition now. At least, my body stopped shaking. Shen Tianli knew that Jiang Qingyue was extremely frightened, so she hugged Lindsay. But she was very unhappy in her heart. She had the urge to push Jiang Qingyue away. But Shen Tianli held back. Qingyue, is there any surveillance system in your home? Shen Tianli asked. Jiang Qingyue said, yes. Can I see the surveillance? Shen Tianli meant that Jiang Qingyue could let Lindsay go. But Jiang Qingyue said softly, Mr. Shen, can we wait a while? I'm still a little scared now. Shen Tianli became more and more unhappy. She felt that Jiang Qingyue was taking advantage of Lindsay. What do you mean she is still a little scared now? She had been hugging Lindsay for several minutes. Even if I'm scared, it should be enough. Shen Tianli poked Lindsay's arm with her finger. Lindsay glanced at her. But Shen Tianli said angrily with her mouth, let her go, or I will be angry. The angry Shen Tianli looked like a puffer fish, which made Lindsay want to laugh. He smiled silently, then said to Jiang Qingyue, take me to see the surveillance. If possible, let the police handle this matter. I'm scared. Can you carry me back? Jiang Qingyue asked in a low voice. She buried her little head deep in Lindsay's chest. Shen Tianli exploded when she heard this. She poked Lindsay's arm again. But she put her hands on her hips and mouthed, don't hug her. If you hug her, I won't let you hug her anymore. Lindsay smiled and pinched her cheek, saying silently, don't make trouble, I will reward you later. What reward? You'll know in a moment. then you are not allowed to touch her. Shen Tianli said with her mouth. Damn it, I'm not a gangster. Puff. Shen Tianli couldn't help laughing. Lindsay glared at her, then hugged Zhang Qingyue by the waist and went back to the villa. The surveillance footage showed that there was indeed someone wandering around the door of Zhang Qingyue's villa for a long time, then climbing over the wall and jumping into the courtyard of the villa. The other person was wearing a mask and sunglasses, which completely blocked his face, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. Lindsay watched for a while and realized that it was useless to call the police. There's no way. The other party wrapped himself up too tightly and there is no facial feature. The police probably won't be able to find out. Do we need to call the police? Shen Tianli asked. Lindsay shook his head and said, it's no use calling the police. Didn't you see that the other party wrapped himself up so tightly? It's obvious that he came prepared. What should we do now? Shen Tianli asked again. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Qingyue suddenly said pitifully, Lindsay, can you stay with me? I'm really scared. I'm afraid that after I fall asleep, the other party will really do as he said and sneak into my villa. Lindsay was about to speak. Shen Tianli took the lead and said, how about this, Qingyue, you go live at my house. I'll tell your property management to secretly send a few people to keep an eye on him. Once the other party shows up, we can take the opportunity to arrest him. After this matter is resolved, you can come back. To be honest, Shen Tianli didn't really want Zhang Qingyue to live in her villa. But it's better than Lindsay living in her villa. She clearly felt that Zhang Qingyue liked Lindsay a little. If they were left alone together, a man and a woman, God knows what would happen. After all, Zhang Qingyue is very beautiful, and Lindsay is still a pervert. Well, I think what Shen Tianli said is a good idea. Zhang Qingyue, you can live in Shen Tianli's villa for the time being. Lindsay said. Zhang Qingyue hesitated for a moment and said, okay then. After the discussion, the three of them returned to Shen Tianli's villa together. Mr. Shen, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Zhang Qingyue said ashamedly. It's okay. You are my employee after all. I should help you solve some troublesome problems. You take a rest first. I will call the property management. Zhang Qingyue nodded quickly. While Shen Tianli was on the phone, Zhang Qingyue asked Lindsay, Lindsay, which room are you staying in? Lindsay pointed at Zhang Qingyue. Then can I live next door to you? Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if something unexpected happens, I can ask for your help as soon as possible. Lindsay smiled and said, of course. Zhang Qingyue smiled happily. Just then, her green bubble sounded. Zhang Qingyue opened the green bubble. The message was sent by a person who noted that he was a cousin. Sister, do we still need to act? No need, don't come over these few days, find a place to play for a few days. Okay. Zhang Qingyue deleted the message. At this moment, Shen Tianli suddenly shouted, Lindsay, come here. Lindsay followed Shen Tianli into the room. Shen Tianli closed the door. Humph, you bastard, you said you would give me a reward. Now, where is the reward? Lindsay asked with a smile, do you really want it? Nonsense, of course I want to think about it. Then close your eyes. Shen Tianli closed her eyes obediently. Lindsay smiled silently, then kissed her sexy red lips. Chapter 107 When did you become hypocritical? After lightly kissing Shen Tianli's rosy lips, Lindsay let her go. Damn it, I just finished playing poker with Su Qingxue in the afternoon, so I don't dare to do anything now. Otherwise, how could I just kiss her so easily? But even so, Shen Tianli's delicate body still trembled slightly due to the stimulation. She opened her eyes and saw Lindsay looking at her with a smile. Shen Tianli glared at Lindsay shyly and angrily. You bastard, this is clearly a reward for me, why are you rewarding yourself? Lindsay rolled his eyes at Shen Tianli and said, you sound like you don't want me to kiss you. You're annoying. Shen Tianli, when did you become so hypocritical? You obviously like me so much, but you have to act like you're angry. If you keep doing this, I won't kiss you anymore. Shen Tianli looked at Lindsay, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This scoundrel is as shameless as ever. However, when Shen Tianli heard Lindsay say that he would never kiss her again, she felt a little panicked for some reason. She was frightened by her own emotion. No way, I am looking forward to being kissed by this bastard. Why, are you scared? Humph, I wish you didn't kiss me. Shen Tianli said hypocritically. Okay, then I won't kiss you anymore. Shen Tianli didn't believe Lin Zai's nonsense. You know, he was the old pervert, and she was so beautiful and had such a sexy figure. She didn't believe that this stinky hooligan could hold back. You bastard, you said that whoever kisses me from now on is a dog. Woof woof woof. Lin Zai called out 3 times, then pecked Shen Tianli's red lips. Shen Tianli giggled. You are so shameless, you rascal. Why do you need to care about face? It can't be used to make a living. I used to care too much about face, so I was such a failure in life. That makes sense. By the way, after Jiang Qingyue moves in, you'd better be careful. Don't flirt with her, and don't hug or kiss her. Shen Tianli said in a low voice. Mind me. No problem. Anyway, if you let me see you being intimate with Jiang Qingyue, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. After saying this, Shen Tianli turned around and left. It's still unclear who will deal with whom. Lin Zai said indifferently. When Shen Tianli heard it, she turned her head and glared at Lin Zai. We had takeout for dinner. In order to replenish his energy, Lin Zai ate more than 2 kilograms of beef, plus various nourishing ingredients. During the meal, Lin Zai and Shen Tianli sat together, and Jiang Qingyue sat opposite Lin Zai. It was originally a normal meal, but something started to go wrong after Jiang Qingyue picked up the first piece of food for Lin Zai. It seems that Shen Tianli and Jiang Qingyue are at odds with each other. If Jiang Qingyue picked up a piece of meat for Lin Zai, then Shen Tianli would also pick up a piece of meat for Lin Zai. Lin Zai clearly smelled the smell of gunpowder. But the two of them were laughing happily, as if nothing had happened. Damn, they are all great actors. However, it must be said that Lin Zai enjoyed the meal very much. After dinner, they chatted for a while and then went back to their rooms. Lin Zai began to do horse stance. The old man said that when one can hold the horse stance for 3 hours, one can practice the kung fu he taught him. Actually, Lin Zai didn't want to practice at all, but the old man said that after practicing, not only would his body become extra strong, but his brothers would also become extra fierce and fight until dawn. When he was in Blue Star Prison, Lin Zai didn't learn it because it was useless to learn it, but now Lin Zai wants to learn it. It doesn't matter if his brother becomes particularly fierce or something, the main thing is that he wants to make his body stronger. After gritting his teeth and persevering for more than an hour, Lin Zai collapsed from exhaustion. This is not something a human would do. It's more tiring than playing poker with Su Qingxue for an entire afternoon. A night in silence. When I got up the next day, I saw Shen Tianli and Jiang Qingyue exercising together. Both were wearing what they wore for yoga class. Shen Tianli was wearing light pink, while Jiang Qingyue was wearing black. Although the colors are different, their figures are the same, just as hot and sexy. Lin Zai was a little sleepy at first, but when he saw the scene, he woke up instantly. Not only awake, but also excited. Damn, it would be so cool if I could have both of them at the same time. No, for my brother's happiness, I have to work hard. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Zai suddenly remembered that Jiang Qingyue couldn't sleep, because after sleeping, she would depend on him. Forget it, let us just go with Shen Tianli and Song Nanin. At most, Su Qingxue can be added. Why did I think of Su Qingxue? She is even more difficult to deal with than Jiang Qingyue now, but why would I think of her? Lin Zai was a little confused. Good morning, Lin Zai. Jiang Qingyue greeted with a smile. Lin Zai smiled and nodded. How did you sleep last night? Jiang Qingyue asked again. Not bad, how about you? I'm fine too. Jiang Qingyue said with a smile. That's good. Jiang Qingyue smiled and asked, Lin Zai, do you have anything to do today? Yes, what's the matter? The subsequent arrangement is completed, and I want you to come with me to take a look. After all, you are the original creator and you have the most say. Not in the morning, maybe in the afternoon. Lin Zai said. Seeing that Lin Yang agreed, Jiang Qingyue smiled and said, okay, I'll contact you this afternoon. Lin Yang responded. Shen Tianli didn't say anything because she was very unhappy. Seeing Jiang Qingyue's beautiful smile when she was talking to Lin Zai just now, and the coquettish tone in her voice, Shen Tianli clearly realized that Jiang Qingyue really liked Lin Zai. Although she had a premonition before, when she saw it all clearly now, Shen Tianli suddenly felt a sense of crisis. This feeling made her want to do something. Shen Tianli knew that she had to do something. After breakfast, Shen Tianli said, Lin Zai, I'll take you there later. Shin Tianli has actually been quite busy these days. In addition to the artist Jiang Qingyue, the company has many other artists. Shin Tianli is responsible for their future. The reason why Shin Tianli wanted to send Lin Zhe away was because she had something to say to Lin Zhe. Okay. Lin Zhe agreed. He didn't really want to drive anyway. After getting into Shin Tianli's car, Shin Tianli stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out of the villa. Tell me, what do you want to tell me? Lin Zhe asked with a smile as he touched Shin Tianli's sexy legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "You bastard, how do you know I have something to tell you? It's written all over your face. Humph, you're smart. Tell me, what's going on? If you terminate your contract with Jiang Qingyue, will you support me?" Chapter 108. Let's dance together. Yes, Shin Tianli wants to terminate the contract with Jiang Qingyue. Although she had this idea before, what really made Shin Tianli make up her mind was Jiang Qingyue's expression and the tone of her voice when she spoke to Lin Zhe in the morning. In Shin Tianli's opinion, Lin Zhe is now the person she supports. In a sense, he is hers. Since Jiang Qingyue likes Lin Zhe, terminate the contract with her. In this way, she and Lin Zhe will no longer have any intersection. Or to be more precise, there wouldn't be such frequent intersections. Lin Zhe was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why?" "I just suddenly don't like her anymore." Shin Tianli made up an excuse casually. She didn't want to tell Lin Zhe that she wanted to terminate the contract with Jiang Qingyue because Jiang Qingyue liked him. Lin Zhe was a little speechless. "Sister, you run a company, you don't want to date Jiang Qingyue. Even if you don't like her, so what? Anyway, it's enough that she can make money for you. Why, you're reluctant to let me terminate the contract with her?" Shin Tianli asked unhappily. As she said this, she pushed away Lin Zhe's hand that was touching her leg. Yes, Shin Tianli was unhappy. She wouldn't let this bastard touch her. Lin Zhe looked at Shin Tianli as if she was mentally retarded. "Damn it, which eye of yours saw that I was reluctant to let you terminate your contract with her?" As he spoke, Lin Zhe touched her again. This time, Shin Tianli did not push his hand away. "Then why did you persuade me just now?" "Nonsense, I've already said it, as long as she can transfer money to you, does it matter whether you like her or not?" "Well, of course it's important. She can make money for me, but I don't need that. The reason I set up this entertainment company was because Su Qingxue did it, so I did it. Anyway, my family doesn't expect me to make money. I'm just taking it as an experience now. When the time is right, I will definitely go back and take over the family company." "I know, but don't rush to terminate the contract. Wait until I finish her new album." The reason why Lin Zhe insisted on making an album for Jiang Qingyue was not because he liked her, but because it was something Lin Zhe promised her. Although Lin Zhe is a scumbag, he is also a trustworthy person. Shin Tianli was unhappy. "You bastard, let me ask you, do you not want to like Jiang Qingyue?" Lin Zhe was speechless. "I like a hammer." "Humph, then let me ask you again, if Jiang Qingyue were to confess her love to you now, would you be with her?" "No." Lin Zhe said simply. "It's not like this hasn't happened before." That night when they were drinking in Jiang Qingyue's villa, Jiang Qingyue confessed her feelings once, but Lin Zhe rejected her. As I said, Lin Zhe is not a person who is willing to give up the entire forest for a tree. Shin Tianli didn't expect Lin Zhe to answer so straightforwardly. While waiting for the red light, she stared at Lin Zhe in a daze. It seemed as if he wanted to see evidence from Lin Zhe's eyes that Lin Zhe was lying. But Lin Zhe's expression was calm, and he didn't seem to be talking nonsense at all. Shin Tianli suddenly became very happy. "You rascal, why? Why don't you want to be with Jiang Qingyue even though she confessed her love to you?" Shin Tianli asked with a sweet smile. "Nonsense, because I want to sleep with you. This is the truth." The reason why he didn't want to be with Jiang Qingyue was because he wanted to sleep with Shin Tianli and Song Nanin. Although these words were very vulgar, Shin Tianli became even happier. She felt that her charm must be greater than Jiang Qingyue's, so Lin Zhe wanted to sleep with her instead of Jiang Qingyue. "Humph, I won't let you, a stinking rascal, sleep with me." As soon as the words fell, Shin Tianli suddenly clamped her legs together. She glared at Lin Zhe with shame and anger. "Don't touch me, you rascal. I'm not planning on letting you sleep with me yet. Damn it, it's only a matter of time." Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "Then do your best." She seemed somewhat pleased with herself. Damn it, wait until I sleep with you, and see how I torture you. Shen Tianli's pretty face turned red. She scolded coquettishly, you stinky hooligan. Soon, they arrived at Song Nanin's villa. Lin Zhe took the opportunity to touch Shen Tianli's slender and straight legs twice, then got out of the car reluctantly. After watching Lin Zhe enter Song Nanin's villa, Shen Tianli raised the corner of her mouth slightly and drove away. As soon as Lin Zhe entered Song Nanin's villa, he saw Song Nanin sitting on the sofa. Taking a glance at her attire, Lin Zhe was immediately amused. Because what Song Nanin was wearing today was the yoga pants that she had reminded me to wear when she left yesterday. The light black yoga pants clung to her skin, perfectly outlining her two slender and sexy legs. Lin Zhe felt a little hot after just one look. There's nothing you can do about it, it's because her legs are similar to Su Qingshue's. When she saw Lin Zhe, a bright light flashed in Song Nanin's eyes. You bastard, why are you here just now? Song Nanin asked in a displeased manner. What's wrong? Are you getting impatient waiting for me? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. Song Nanin's pretty face turned red, she felt embarrassed that her thoughts were exposed. Yes, she was indeed getting a little anxious waiting. Although it was only a little after 9 o'clock, Song Nanin couldn't wait to see Lin Zhe. She wanted Lin Zhe to take her bungee jumping. She had even made up her mind that if Lin Zhe didn't arrive by 9:30, she would call him and urge him to come. What nonsense are you talking about, you bastard? I just want to go bungee jumping as soon as possible. Lin Zhe smiled and said, okay, then why are you still standing there? Let's go. Song Nanin felt a little excited. She even had the feeling of following her teacher to Chuanqiu as a child. But she didn't show it. She deliberately rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe, then stood up and walked out of the villa. On the way to Nanshan, Lin Zhe was driving and Song Nanin opened the car window. The wind kept blowing on her face and messed up her hair, but Song Nanin didn't care at all. She was in a great mood. She hadn't been this happy in a long, long time. Ever since her father passed away and since she took over the society, Song Nanin has been living a very depressed life. She couldn't even remember the last time she laughed out loud. She even hoped that this road would never end. In that case, I can live without being so depressed. Damn it, I checked, that bungee jumping platform is 217 meters high. Why are you scared? Lin Zhe glanced at her and asked. Huh, so what? It's okay, just close your eyes and dance. That's easy for you to say. What should I do? Should I go back now? Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe. She doesn't want to go back. She also wants to experience the real excitement. Don't go back, we'll dance together later. What's the meaning? Song Nanin blushed and said, hold me and dance together. Chapter 109 Betting. The wind was strong on the diving platform. The wind from all directions messed up Song Nanin's beautiful hair. But it did not affect her beauty. Instead, it gave her a messy beauty that was different from before. It was not known whether it was because the wind was too strong and made her body tremble, or because Song Nanin was a little scared, but in any case, her body was trembling slightly. Lin Zhe didn't just see all this, he felt it. Yes, he had already held Song Nanin in his arms. To be precise, they were tied together. But in fact, Lin Zhe regretted a little that he had agreed to hold her and dance when he came. There's no way, her figure is extremely sexy, especially when she wears yoga pants, it's simply killer. But Lin Zhe is a real man full of vigor and vitality. As soon as he hugged her, Lin Zhe's brother began to protest. Song Nanin felt it. Her pretty face turned red, she glared at Lin Zhe and whispered, you bastard, I know I'm sexy, but can't you control yourself? Lin Zhe was unhappy. Damn, is this something I can control? Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe. She wanted to say something, but Lin Zhe leaned over and jumped down from a platform more than 200 meters high while holding her. Ah! Song Nanin screamed. She is very scared. The feeling of weightlessness caused her brain to go blank for a moment and even caused some tinnitus. Lin Zhe's eardrums were almost broken by her screams. He made up his mind and blocked her lips with his mouth. The sudden electric shock made Song Nanin's eyes widen like green apricots. She forgot to scream. Her mind went blank for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Zhe to kiss her suddenly. But it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that Lin Zhe's kiss made her already racing heartbeat even faster. She felt like her heart was going to explode. I don't know if it was the excitement of bungee jumping that caused her to be a little short of oxygen, or if it was Lindsay's one and plundering of excess air in her mouth that caused her to be a little short of oxygen. In short, her head was dizzy. In a daze, she took the initiative to hook her arms around Lindsay's neck and began to respond. Lindsay is about to explode. He was about to explode with Song Nanin's response. He kissed her even more crazily. Song Nanin's response was even crazier than hers. I don't know how long it took. Or when they are about to suffocate, they reluctantly let go of each other. The bodies of the two people were hanging in the air. Or to be more precise, it was hanging less than 30 centimeters above the water surface. There is a boat under my feet. There were 2 staff members standing on the boat with their backs to them. I guess he felt embarrassed because of the stimulation of their kiss. When seeing all this, Song Nanin regained her senses instantly. She was so embarrassed that she quickly let go of her hands that were hooked around Lindsay's neck. Then he started to untie the safety rope in a hurry. After landing safely, Song Nanin didn't dare to look at Lindsay. Whenever she saw Lindsay, she remembered how she had kissed him back just now. How is it? Is it fun? Lindsay asked with a smile. It's okay. Song Nanin said hypocritically. Let's go back. No, I want to dance again. Ha! Lindsay really didn't expect that she actually wanted to dance again. You dance alone? Lindsay asked. Song Nanin rolled her eyes at Lindsay and said, Of course you're the one holding me and dancing. Lindsay wanted to laugh. He really wanted to ask Song Nanin, do you really want a bungee jumping, or do you want me to kiss you while you're bungee jumping? But Lindsay didn't ask. Some things just need to be kept tacitly. Back on the diving platform. The staff tied safety ropes to the 2 people. Soon, the 2 of them stood on the edge of the diving platform again. At Song Nanin's signal, the staff had already retreated. At this moment, only Lindsay and Song Nanin were left on the huge diving platform. You bastard, don't kiss me again this time, do you hear me? Song Nanin protested fiercely. However, her tone and expression of protest really gave people a fierce and aggressive feeling. Lindsay smiled and said, okay. Don't think that he agreed readily. But the moment he jumped down holding Song Nanin, Lindsay's mouth seemed to be equipped with a positioning system and he kissed Song Nanin's sexy red lips directly. A seductive moan came out of Song Nanin's nose. Song Nanin, who had just warned Lindsay not to kiss her, subconsciously began to respond the moment Lindsay kissed her. 3 times. The 2 of them jumped 3 times in the morning. Lindsay was a little numb from all the dancing. Yeah, my lips are numb. There's nothing I can do. I've kissed you too many times. Song Nanin's originally beautiful red lips were slightly swollen. On the way back, the 2 of them didn't say a word. Lindsay didn't want to talk, while Song Nanin was recalling everything that bungee jumping had brought her in the morning. We returned to Song Nanin's villa smoothly, and the servants had already prepared lunch. As soon as the 2 finished their meal, Lindsay received a call from Jiang Qingyue. Lindsay, are you done with your work? Jiang Qingyue asked with a smile on the other end of the phone. Yeah, almost. Jiang Qingyue was delighted. She quickly asked, where are you so I can pick you up? No, just give me an address and I'll drive there myself. Oh well. They hung up the phone. After a while, Lindsay received the address sent by Jiang Qingyue. You bastard, you want to leave? Song Nanin asked with an unhappy look on her face. Nonsense, I've already danced with you, why don't I leave? You bastard, you did accompany me to the end, but you haven't treated me yet. Lindsay slapped his head. Shit, forgot about that. He smiled and said, sorry, I was so focused on playing that I forgot about it. Come on, I'll go and treat you now. I think you were kissing me too intently. Song Nanin complained with a blushing face. Lindsay retorted, you said it as if you were not paying attention to your response. Song Nanin kicked Lindsay directly. If you kick me again, be careful or I'll kiss you again. Lindsay said swearingly. Song Nanin didn't dare to kick anymore. The main reason is that she knew that bastard Lindsay was not joking. The 2 of them went upstairs together, and after entering Song Nanin's bedroom, Song Nanin lay down on the bed obediently. Lindsay began to treat her. You bastard, where are you taking me to play tomorrow? Can you drive? Nonsense. Okay, let's go racing tomorrow. Where are you going? I don't know. I'll choose a track when I get back this afternoon. Okay. Song Nanin said. Lindsay asked with a smile, since it's a competition, do you want to add a bet? What do you want to bet on? If you win, I'll promise you one thing, anything. If you lose, let me sleep. Song Nanin rolled her eyes at Lindsay. You bastard, I knew you wanted to sleep with me. You had this idea when you first saw me. How do you know? Humph, you bastard, the way you looked at me was so obscene, only a blind man couldn't see it. Lindsay was not embarrassed. He smiled and said, Song Nanin, you are really smart. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? Let's gamble, why should I bet? I'm afraid of you. Song Nanin said disdainfully. Chapter 110 Make a Friend. The reason why Song Nanin dared to bet with Lindsay was because she was very confident in her driving skills. After all, before joining her father's club, Song Nanin's dream was to become a female racing driver, and she often went to the racetrack to practice her driving skills. She likes the feeling of rushing. So she didn't take this bet seriously at all. In Song Nanin's opinion, there was absolutely no chance that she would lose. Seeing that she agreed, Lindsay was ecstatic. After all, Lindsay is quite confident in his driving skills. When he was on Blue Star, he played racing a lot. It's settled then. Come on, pinky promise. As he spoke, Lindsay stretched out his little finger. Childish. Although she complained like this, Song Nanin still stretched out her little finger. When their little fingers were hooked together, Song Nanin's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. There was no way, she really felt like she was being electrocuted. We'll make a pinky promise and never change for 100 years. Whoever changes will be a puppy. Lindsay muttered to himself. Puff. Song Nanin was amused. The way she smiles is really different from her usual appearance. Especially provocative. Humph, you bastard. Song Nanin shook off Lindsay's little finger. The treatment ended quickly. Lindsay pulled out the silver needle. I'm leaving, don't miss me too much. Who wants you, you bastard? Hurry up and give it to me. Before Song Nanin finished her words, Lindsay leaned over and gave her a lightning-fast kiss on her red lips. She was dumbfounded. It was not until Lindsay had left that Song Nanin came to her senses. She couldn't help but touch her lips, and Song Nanin couldn't help but curse, you bastard. However, her tone sounded a little coquettish. When Lindsay came, he was sent by Shintianli, and when he left, he casually drove away one of Song Nanin's cars. Not long after leaving Song Nanin's villa, Lindsay was stopped by a luxury car. Soon, the other car door opened and a burly young man got out. He strode to Lindsay's car, then hooked his finger at Lindsay, which was obviously a signal for Lindsay to get out of the car. Of course, Lindsay didn't get off the car. He looked at the other person straight. After looking at each other, the young man finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he walked to the driver's side in a menacing manner. Get out of the car, our boss wants to see you. The other party said coldly. Who's your boss? Joe Lausan. No. Boy, don't refuse my toast and then drink the forfeit. The other party shouted sternly. Lindsay was happy. He was about to speak when he heard a harsh voice scolding him. Shut up, I asked you to invite brother Lindsay to my car to have a chat, but you neglected my brother like this, you deserve to die. Lindsay looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in his 30s standing not far away. The other person was not good looking, but his eyes were extremely fierce. The reason why people get this feeling is that he has a scar on his right eye, which extends from his eyebrow to his face, making him look particularly hideous. Lindsay smiled. If things go as expected, this middle-aged man is Joe Lausan. Moreover, he should be Song Nanin's subordinate. What Lindsay laughed at was that the way he made his debut was really rubbish. First he let his younger brother come over to scare him, and then at the critical moment, he came forward to scold his younger brother. In order to win your favor. As he spoke, Joe Lausan had already walked up to Lindsay. Are you Joe Lausan? Lindsay asked. The other party nodded. What do you want to talk to me about? Joe Lausan smiled and nodded again. What is it? Brother, this isn't the place to talk. Why don't we go to my car and talk? I promise I won't make you regret it. Okay. Lindsay got out of the car and then got into Joe Lausan's car. There were only Lindsay and him in the huge car. Tell me, what do you want from me? Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to make friends with you, brother. I love making friends the most. Joe Lausan said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed over a check. Lindsay took a glance and saw the amount was 1 million. Why do I feel like you don't want to be friends with me? Brother, I want to make friends with you. You may not know that I am always generous to my friends. I think you want to bribe me. Lindsay said with a smile. Joe Lausan burst into laughter. Brother, I don't mean that. I just want to make friends with you. Okay, I'll take the money. As he spoke, Lindsay took the check. Since someone gave him money, Lindsay would of course accept it. Although he knew clearly that Joe Lausan's so-called making friends was actually just a cover. His real purpose might be to let me monitor Song Nanin. After all, they are now competing for the second-in-command position. If he could place a spy next to Song Nanin, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. When Joe Lausan saw Lindsay took the money, he immediately smiled with some complacency. I knew he couldn't refuse the money. After exchanging contact information, Lindsay stood up and said goodbye. If you need me later, Boss Joe, just let me know. Joe Lausan was happy. What he wanted was what Lindsay said. After watching Lindsay leave, the burly young man got into the car. Boss, did that guy agree? How dare he disagree? Joe Lausan said with a sneer. Boss, what if he tells Song Nanin about it? Joe Lausan laughed more and more disdainfully. So what if I snitch? I'm just making friends with him. I'm not asking him to do anything bad to Song Nanin. Ah? Boss, you really just want to be friends with him? Friend? He's just a piece of trash who treats Song Nanin. Do you think he's worthy of being my friend? He's just a dog I bought with my own money. The young man grinned. Boss is awesome. Okay, stop talking nonsense and drive. Half an hour later, Lindsay arrived at his destination. After getting off the car, Lindsay was about to call Jiang Qingyue. But at this moment, a familiar figure appeared in Lindsay's eyes. Miss Su, what a coincidence. Lindsay said with a smile. That's right. The person who appeared in his eyes was Su Qingxue. After just one night's absence, she seemed to have lost weight. But it's still beautiful. Moreover, she was so sexy in a short skirt, black stockings, and high heels that Lindsay's heart beat wildly. He really wants the other person's body. When Su Qingxue saw Lindsay, her eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed a little excited. Lindsay, can I talk to you for a few minutes? Su Qingxue asked cautiously. If you want to remarry, forget it. No, it's not about remarriage, it's about other things. Okay, where shall we go to talk? Let's talk in the car, okay? All right. Following Su Qingxue, she got into the back seat of the car. The moment the car door closed, Su Qingxue suddenly turned over and wrote on Lindsay. Damn it. What does she mean? Chapter 111, Be Friends. Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue in confusion. I have no idea what she means by this. Su Qingxue did not say anything, but lay directly in Lindsay's arms and said in a tender voice, I miss you, I want to hug you. Damn it. Lindsay became more and more confused. What is going on? How come she seems like a different person after not seeing her for just one night? Moreover, Lindsay felt that he had already made everything clear to her last night. Given Su Qingxue's personality, she must hate him to death. But why is she now writing on me, not only saying nothing, but also lying in my arms and saying that she misses me? But frankly, that's not the point. The point is, she was dressed extremely sexily, and her body was so fragrant and soft, that Lindsay could hardly resist. He wanted to sleep with her. Moreover, the current posture is so ambiguous that it would be extremely convenient to sleep with her. Therefore, Lindsay didn't dare to let her continue to lie in his arms, let alone let her ride on him. Su Qingxue, you go down first and we can talk slowly. I won't. You are such a cruel man. You slept with me so many times yesterday. I just wanted to remarry you, but you rejected me directly. I was miserable all night. As she spoke, Su Qingxue looked up at Lindsay. She didn't know when her eyes turned red. The whole person looks charming. Lindsay's heart sank and he was about to speak. But Su Qingxue lay in Lindsay's arms again, and then said aggrievedly, What's wrong with letting me lie in your arms for a while? Damn it, It's not that I don't want you to lie down, I'm just afraid that I can't control myself. Lindsay said unhappily. She really doesn't know how sexy she is. To be honest, Lindsay's brothers were unhappy when they saw her just now. Now that she was riding on him, the brother became even more unhappy. It was simply a rage. Puff. Su Qingxue suddenly laughed sweetly. She sat up again and said shyly, then you don't have to control yourself. Hold the grass. Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. Has Su Qingxue been possessed by another spirit? Lindsay had no idea that Su Qingxue thought about it for a long time after he left last night. She figured it out. She knew that she had hurt Lindsay deeply. Lindsay will definitely not agree to remarry now. Instead of doing this, it is better to start by being friends first. Then slowly impress him. He just wanted to sleep by himself. Then let him sleep with her. Su Qingxue knew clearly that she would only sleep with Lindsay in this life. She didn't want anyone to touch her except Lindsay. Su Qingxue, have you been possessed by another spirit? Looking at her beautiful face, Lindsay couldn't help but ask. Fortunately, he reacted in time and didn't say anything like you were also possessed. What do you mean by possession? I just figured out some things. I know I hurt you so deeply that you don't want to remarry me. If that's the case, then I won't force you to remarry me. But, you've liked me for 7 years, and we've been married for 3 years. I've slept with you, a bastard, so many times. Is it okay for us to be friends? Su Qingxue said aggrievedly. Be friends? Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue in confusion. He couldn't believe what she said was true. After all, her transformation was really too great. Who taught you? Lindsay couldn't help but ask. Teach me what? Be friends with you? Su Qingxue shook her head and said, no, I just think that if we become friends, I can see you every day and you don't have to hide from me. But I don't want to be friends with you. Lindsay said depressedly. How can I not be depressed? How can I sleep with her if we're just friends? Su Qingxue's face turned pale instantly. She said in a trembling voice, Lindsay, I know I have caused you a lot of harm, but I already know that I regret it. You don't even want to be friends with me? Lindsay said depressedly, no. Then why do you refuse to be my friend? Because if we were friends I wouldn't be able to sleep with you, and you're so sexy. Su Qingxue's mood, which had just been desperate, suddenly became filled with joy. It turns out that this bastard doesn't want to be friends with me. But if we become friends, I won't be able to sleep with myself. Su Qingxue smiled. She felt like she had survived a disaster. Don't laugh. Don't you know that you are particularly charming when you laugh? Why, attractive. Nonsense. Then I will only smile at you from now on, okay? Not for me either. Why? Su Qingxue asked with a pout. Damn it, I'm afraid I can't help it. Su Qingxue became happier. She leaned unscrupulously in Lindsay's arms, put her mouth close to Lindsay's ear, and asked in a charming voice, are you unable to bear it now? Lindsay felt that he was being teased. He felt that Su Qingxue was teasing him. But he damn found that he actually liked the feeling of being teased. This feeling stimulated his heart so much that it made him beat wildly, and even his breathing became irregular. Stop teasing me, Su Qingxue, get off me right now. Lindsay protested. As he said this, he pushed Su Qingxue. Damn it, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. In fact, he was almost unable to hold it back anymore. Lindsay asked himself if he was a person with weak resistance. But when it comes to Su Qingxue, he always finds it difficult to control himself. If Lindsay wasn't afraid that after he slept with her, she would force him to remarry her, he really wanted to beat her up in the car. Anyway, her car was parked in the corner, and the windows were dark, so even if she did something, no one would see it. I'm not teasing you. She said so, but she also deliberately twisted her butt. Fuck. Lindsay felt like he was about to explode. The string called reason in his brain is now stretched tight, and it will break if he is not careful. At that time, even if Su Qingxue regretted her decision and wanted to run away, Lindsay would not give her the chance. Su Qingxue, don't move, go down quickly, and don't play with fire. Lindsay warned in a hoarse voice. His voice was very serious, and there was a hint of urgency in his seriousness. Su Qingxue seemed not to hear what Lindsay said. She looked at Lin Zhe with watery and misty eyes. I want to play with fire. Anyway, I also like to be slept with by you. But, after sleeping with you, you have to promise to be friends with me, okay? Grass. Lin Zhe is about to explode. How dare she say such a thing? Lin Zhe couldn't see his own eyes, but he knew that they must be bloodshot at this moment. There was no other way. He wanted to swallow her into his stomach and eat her up completely. Seeing Lin Zhe didn't speak, Su Qingxue suddenly took the initiative to kiss him with her red lips. The moment when the lips pressed together, the string of reason in Lin Zhe's head suddenly broke. He exploded. Chapter 112, Not Like Friends. It's over. Lin Zhe felt relieved. He lay comfortably in the back seat. Su Qingxue lay on top of him. She was so tired that she was sweating profusely. Neither of them spoke. Lin Zhe lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a few puffs, Lin Zhe said calmly, "If you want to be friends, then let's be friends, but don't mention remarriage to me." Su Qingxue responded obediently. She has figured it out now. Since Lin Zhe doesn't want to remarry now, let's start as friends. Anyway, as long as I can see him every day, that's enough. As for the rest, Su Qingxue was not in a hurry. I am so beautiful and have such a sexy figure. And Lin Zhe is so greedy for his own body. Su Qingxue is confident that she can make Lin Zhe fall in love with her again. By the way, I bought you a house next to my villa. The title deed is in your name. Can I go with you to take a look at it in the evening? If you don't like the decoration inside, I can have someone redecorate it for you. Why would you buy me a house for no reason? I thought that in case you had a fight with Shin Tianli and didn't want to come back to our house, you would have a place to stay then. Su Qingxue explained softly. Her original intention of buying a villa for Lin Zhe was to have Lin Zhe move out of Shin Tianli's villa, but Su Qingxue didn't know what the current situation between Lin Zhe and Shin Tianli was, so she changed her statement. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Su Qingxue, you are being too nice to me now." Okay? Not okay at all. I knew you loved me for 7 years, but I was blind and hurt you so deeply. If I could do it again, What's past is past. Let's not talk about it. Lin Zhe interrupted her. Lin Zhe is not a person who likes to reminisce about the past. He prefers to live in the present moment. Su Qingxue nodded repeatedly. Well, let's not talk about it. It's all in the past. We have to move on. Can I accompany you to the villa tonight? Lin Zhe was about to refuse. Su Qingxue suddenly said in a tender voice, "The mattress in that villa is very, very soft, don't you want to try it?" Damn it. People have already hinted so obviously. If I still don't appreciate it, I would be a fool. Lin Zhe is not stupid. He smiled and patted Su Qingxue's perky butt, saying, "Okay, let's go and have a look tonight. I want to see how soft the mattress is." Su Qingxue moaned softly when she was beaten. Then come home tonight and I'll cook you a big meal. After dinner, I'll take you to see the new house? Okay, by the way, why are you here? There's a singer from our company working on an album here. I came to see how it's going. Why are you here? Oh, Zhang Qingyue has finished composing her new song. I'll come over and listen to it. How's the song for Ji Shanshan going? I made a song and will send it to you later. So fast? Su Qingxue asked happily. Lin Zhe slapped her on the butt again. Damn it, don't you know whether I'm fast or not? Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. Hate it, that's not what I meant. Also, don't spank my butt. My skin is so tender. If you hurt it, how can you? Lin Zhe quickly covered her mouth to stop her from talking any further. If she continued, she would not pass the interrogation. Damn, why has Su Qingxue become so bold now? How dare you say anything? Su Qingxue playfully stuck out her tongue and kissed the palm of Lin Zhe's hand. Hold the grass. Lin Zhe was scalded. He quickly let go. He glanced at Su Qingxue and saw her looking at him with a smile on her face. Her smile is bright and charming, like a blooming flower. Very charming. Okay, go and get busy. I have to get busy too. Zhang Qingyue must be going crazy waiting. Lin Zhe said as he averted his gaze. Can you hold me for a while longer? Su Qingxue said coquettishly. Lindsay smiled and said, Su Qingxue, we don't look like friends like this. Like what? A couple? Su Qingxue asked excitedly. No, like a P friend. Su Qingxue's pretty fair face turned red in an instant. You're annoying. Lindsay smiled and turned over and sat up. After watching Lindsay leave, Su Qingxue also sat up. She simply tidied up her clothes, took off the stockings that were torn by Lindsay, and put them in the bag. She also wiped the seat with a wet towel. After finishing all this, Su Qingxue returned to the driver's seat wearing high heels. After simply touching up her makeup, Su Qingxue, in a good mood, hummed a song and drove towards the villa. Lindsay promised herself that he would go home for dinner in the evening, so Su Qingxue of course had to prepare well. She wanted to reward Lindsay well and give him some nourishment. When she saw Lindsay, Jiang Qingyue's lost expression instantly brightened up. It's like the sky clearing up after the rain. Lindsay, you're here. Jiang Qingyue smiled sweetly. When the 7 or 8 staff members nearby saw Jiang Qingyue smiling, they were all startled. It turns out this top star can laugh. I thought she was really as aloof as the bright moon in the sky. Sorry for the wait. No, I'm already very happy that you can come. Lindsay smiled and said, let's get started. Jiang Qingyue waved her hand, and the subsequent arrangement began to sound. After listening briefly, Lindsay nodded and said, not bad. This is true. Although it is not as good as the original, it is about 90% similar. Really? Jiang Qingyue asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Great, let's decide on this version. Lindsay responded. Lindsay, let's have dinner together tonight. Jiang Qingyue said with a smile. No, I have an appointment with someone else in the evening. Lindsay refused. His whole mind was now on the very soft mattress that Su Qingxue mentioned. So no one can ask him out. Jiang Qingyue felt a little disappointed. She had originally planned to treat Lindsay to a big dinner after she finished arranging the new song, so as to take the opportunity to develop a relationship with him. But unexpectedly, he already had an appointment. What about tomorrow? Jiang Qingyue asked again. We'll see what happens tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow night will be fine. Then let's have dinner tomorrow night. You have to promise me that you won't promise anyone else. Jiang Qingyue said coquettishly. This tone of voice irritated several staff members. No, who said that top stars are aloof? Zhao Tailan, who was standing aside, did not smile. She pulled out her phone and started texting. The message was sent to her by Dalong. Mr. Bai, I think you need to work harder, otherwise Qingyue will really fall into Lindsay's arms. Got it. Bai Dalong's message came quickly. Also sent was a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. Zhao Tailan accepted the red envelope with a smile on her face. Thank you, Mr. Bai. After Lindsay chatted with Jiang Qingyue for a few words, he quickly drove towards Su Qingxue's villa. Chapter 113. I didn't know what love was at that time. Su Qingxue is processing the ingredients. To be precise, she was watching others process the ingredients. There is a wide variety of ingredients. Moreover, they are all very precious ingredients. The ingredients were brought by Yipingxian's chef. Su Qingxue can cook. Although her food is not as good as Yipingxian's, it is at least edible. But Su Qingxue felt that it was rare for Lindsay to come home for a meal, and she wanted him to eat well. So when she came back, she called the manager of Yipingxian, and not long after, Yipingxian's chef team arrived with the ingredients. Yes, she wanted to give Lindsay some good nourishment. After all, after dinner, there is still a tough battle to fight in the evening. Su Qingxue has now completely figured it out. To put it bluntly, the reason why Lindsay resisted remarrying me was that I had hurt him too much. It even made him resist himself from the bottom of his heart. Since Lindsay doesn't want to remarry, then let's not remarry. Since he is greedy for my body, then give it to him. After a long time, Su Qingxue believed that he would accept her again. After all, he has liked me for 7 years. 7 years of love can't disappear suddenly. The ingredients had just been processed when Su Qingxue heard the sound of the combination lock entering the password. Only Lindsay and I know the password of this combination lock. In other words, Lindsay has arrived. Su Qingxue was delighted and walked quickly towards the door. She had just taken a few steps when the door of the villa was opened, and then she saw Lindsay flash in. Although she had been separated from Lindsay for more than 2 hours, when Su Qingxue saw Lindsay again, her heart instantly felt sweet. Before she got divorced, her favorite thing to do after get off work was to go home quickly because she knew someone was waiting for her at home. Moreover, every time Su Qingxue thought of Lindsay preparing dinner at home and waiting for her to come home to eat, her heart would feel as sweet as it does now. Unfortunately, she didn't know that it was love. If we had reacted earlier, what happened next would not have happened. You're back. Su Qingxue came up quickly. She looked at Lindsay with a happy smile. Lindsay nodded. I have to say, Su Qingxue's face is really great. It has been more than 2 hours since we last saw each other, and when I see him again, I still feel amazed. Moreover, when he saw her, Lindsay felt that his body was inexplicably hot. He knew that the reason he had such a feeling was because he was aroused by the sexy aura she exuded. At this moment, she was wearing a pure black long skirt. The skirt completely wrapped up her hot body, but the skirt was tailored to fit her perfectly, highlighting her sexy body. And the most alluring thing is her slender, snow-white neck. Their eyes met. Su Qingxue saw a flash of heat in Lindsay's eyes. She was secretly happy. I knew this bastard was just greedy for my body. Are you tired? Su Qingxue took a few steps forward, deliberately hugged Lindsay's arms with both hands and asked coquettishly. She was not hugging Lindsay's arm at all. This is simply squeezing Lindsay's arm. Lindsay clearly felt the tenderness coming from her arms. Lindsay suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. Don't you know whether I'm tired or not? Lindsay asked with a smile. As he spoke, Lindsay's hand had already hooked around her slender waist. Damn, her waist is really thin. But it's not the kind of thin that makes you feel nothing. But it is very elastic and thin. The elasticity comes from the touch of her skin. Lindsay could feel it even through his clothes. Su Qingxue fell into Lindsay's arms, then hooked her arms around his neck and quickly offered her red lips to him. Hold the grass. The stimulation brought by the close lips made Lindsay a little confused. He subconsciously wanted to deepen the kiss, but Su Qingxue had already left Lindsay's lips with a smile. She looked at Lindsay with seductive eyes, which made Lindsay's heart flutter. Lindsay has always felt that the best seduction is not the exposure of the body, but the teasing of the eyes. The teasing of the eyes is a kind of seduction that goes straight to the heart and makes people's heart beat faster than exposing the body. Lindsay was aroused by Su Qingxue's eyes, and he kissed Su Qingxue eagerly. But Su Qingxue smiled coquettishly and avoided Lindsay's kiss. Don't be anxious, there are other people at home. After dinner, I will take you to try the mattress, okay? Su Qingxue hooked her snow-white arms around Lindsay's neck and said in a tender voice. Damn it, she was clearly saying no to me, but why was it making me feel even more excited? Looking at Su Qingxue's reluctant but welcoming eyes and listening to her soft and tender voice, Lindsay felt that his heart was about to explode because of her arousal. It must be said that she is becoming more and more provocative. I really don't know whether she was guided by an expert or she learned it on her own. Who's at home? Lindsay asked. The chef of Yupingxian. Lindsay smiled and asked, why, do you want to give me a good rest? Yes. Damn it, aren't you afraid that if you give me too much, I'll become like a beast and torture you to death? As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue suddenly stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lindsay's ear, bad guy, you sound like you are not a beast if I don't make up for you. You were not cruel that time when you slept with me. Lindsay was happy. He gently slapped Su Qingxue's perky butt. Don't worry, I'll be gentle when I test the mattress tonight. Really? But I bought a stewardess uniform. Su Qingxue said with a sweet smile. Wipe. On purpose, she definitely did it on purpose. Lindsay doesn't want to eat anymore. Just thinking about what she would look like in that uniform made his brother angry. If he saw it, Lindsay didn't know how crazy he would go. Su Qingxue, how about we try the softness and hardness of the mattress now? He was really a little impatient. No, I need to eat. I'm so hungry after being bullied by you, an asshole, in the car. Don't worry, you'll be satisfied after trying the mattress. Lindsay said with a smile. Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. She gave Lindsay a light punch. Hate it, I'm really hungry. If I don't eat a full meal, I'm afraid I won't have the energy to test the softness of the mattress. Otherwise, go take a shower first. Lindsay thought about it and felt that what she said made some sense. How long will it take for the meal to be ready? It will be ready in half an hour at most. After you take a shower, you can eat it. Okay, I'll go take a shower first. Su Qingxue smiled sweetly and nodded. Lin Zhe let her go and turned to walk upstairs. But after walking a few steps, Lin Zhe suddenly stopped, turned around, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to join us?" Chapter 114. How should I compensate you? Su Qingxue's pretty face turned red. I don't want to. It's not that she didn't want to, but she knew clearly that if she took a shower with Lin Zhe, she would have no chance of eating tonight. I'm afraid I'll be tortured to death by him by then. Lin Zhe smiled, turned around and went upstairs. He just wanted to tease Su Qingxue. Although they had taken a bath together a long time ago, at this moment, Lin Zhe really didn't want to take a bath with her. After all, if we really want to take a shower together, then don't think about doing anything else today. After taking a comfortable shower and just going downstairs, I saw that Su Qingxue was the only one left in the huge villa. At this moment, she was already sitting at the dining table. When she saw Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue immediately smiled happily. Come and eat quickly. Lin Zhe nodded. As soon as she sat down, Su Qingxue stood up and walked to Lin Zhe, and began to pour him red wine with great attentiveness. Lin Zhe had just finished taking a shower, and the anger in his body had been suppressed. But as soon as Su Qingxue walked up to him and he smelled the alluring fragrance on her body, Lin Zhe began to feel it again. Shit, I don't know if it's because I have poor self-control or if her charm is just too ferocious. After Su Qingxue poured the wine, she was about to sit back. But Lin Zhe had already hooked his hands around her slender waist and held her in his arms. Su Qingxue, tell me, did you go to the art school secretly without telling me? What do you mean? Su Qingxue asked puzzledly. Damn it, why can't I control myself when I see you now? Su Qingxue was delighted. She smiled sweetly and said, yes, I learned some skills to seduce you from a vixen. Lin Zhe was happy. That's what I was saying. You've always been cool and aloof, so why are you suddenly so charming now? Maybe you learned some skills from a vixen. Tell me, which vixen did you learn it from? I learned it from that vixen Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue said proudly. Lin Zhe wanted to laugh. Su Qingxue suddenly hooked her arm around Lin Zhe's neck and said seriously, actually, I am also taking a cold and aloof approach now. I am still the same when it comes to outsiders, but you are different. I was blind before and didn't see my heart clearly, so I was lukewarm towards you. But now that I see clearly, of course I want to show my charm to you. After all, I am a charming person, and I am so smart. Once I think things through, I know what to do. Damn, she was more than clear about it. She has simply opened up her ren and du meridians. Otherwise, how could it be so alluring? Lin Zhe wanted to kiss her. Su Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, don't worry, let's drink some wine first. Anyway, I am yours tonight and I will be yours in the future. Lin Zhe was about to take the wine glass. But Su Qingxue stopped her. While Lin Zhe was suspicious, Su Qingxue picked up the wine glass and took a sip. But she didn't swallow it, instead she gave Lin Zhe a charming smile. Lin Zhe's heart was moved. No way. She couldn't be trying to feed herself. The thought just flashed through my mind. Su Qingxue suddenly came up and kissed Lin Zhe on the lips. As soon as Lin Zhe opened his lips, a warm, slightly sour and astringent liquid flowed into his mouth. Wipe. Lin Zhe is going crazy. Su Qingxue is really becoming more and more charming now. Who can resist this? He couldn't wait to swallow the wine into his mouth and then kissed her. Lin Zhe is crazy. He was bewitched by Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue is also crazy. He was so crazy that he seemed to want to swallow Lin Zhe into his stomach. After kissing for a while, both of them lost their appetite for food. I no longer have the energy to test the softness and hardness of the mattress. They looked into each other's eyes. Each other's eyes were filled with unquenchable desire. Lin Zhe didn't want to wait any longer, so he carried her upstairs. 3 hours later, we sat down at the dining table again. The food had already gone cold, but the two were so hungry that they didn't care whether the food was cold or not and just started eating. After eating and drinking, Su Qingxue lay in Lin Zhe's arms with a satisfied look on her face. She was savoring it. Recalling everything that just happened upstairs. Lin Zhe was also savoring the memory. Recall everything that just happened. Shall we go to your house and take a look? Su Qingxue suddenly asked. Some other time. Lin Zhe is now in sage mode and has no mood at all. By the way, where is the song you wrote for Ji Shanshan? She asked me about it when I came back this afternoon. I'll send it to you now. Su Qingxue responded. Lin Zhe sent the previously recorded video along with the lyrics to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue couldn't wait to click play. When she stole my love. You forgot all the vows. She raised the flag of love's victory. You want me to choose the way to continue loving you. When Lin Zhe's magnetic voice sounded in Su Qingxue's ears, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. What moved her was not only Lin Zhe's voice, but also the lyrics. When the song was finished, Su Qingxue's eyes were red. She knew that she and Lin Zhe were divorced, and it hurt him deeply. But she didn't know how deep it was. But after listening to the song, she understood. Just as Lin Zhe sang in the song just now. Too aggrieved. Still in love with you. You hold others in your arms. This can't go on any longer. Through the storm of love. I would rather give up on you with a clear mind and pain. This line of lyrics stabbed Su Qingxue's heart like a knife. Although I didn't hug that trash Jizafeng into my arms. But she divorced Lin Zhe for him. When she thought of this, a deep feeling of regret once again surged into Su Qingxue's heart. It's all my own stupidity. If I wasn't stupid, how could I have hurt Lin Zhe so badly? She said with a choked voice, Lin Zhe, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing for no reason? Before, I only knew that I divorced you for someone else, and that I hurt you deeply, but I didn't know how deep it was. But now I know, don't worry, I will never hurt you again, and I swear, I won't let anyone hurt you either. Lin Zhe smiled and said, what happened in the past is in the past. Why do you have to keep dwelling on it? Besides, I'm not angry. Besides, this song was not made because of our divorce. Don't think too much about it. Su Qingxue thought Lin Zhe was trying to comfort her, so he said that. She became more and more sad. Lin Zhe, how can I compensate you? She wanted to compensate Lin Zhe, she wanted to give the whole world to Lin Zhe. Let me sleep a few more times. Lin Zhe said with a smile. Su Qingxue nodded slightly shyly. So do you still want to sleep now? If you do, I'll go change into the stewardess uniform. I'll tell you a secret, I've tried it on and it's really sexy. Damn it. Chapter 115, I miss you after only 1 minute apart. Lin Zhe was really stimulated by Su Qingxue. She really opened up her Rin and Du meridians. It's so strong that it's terrifying. What the hell is going on? Let my kidneys rest for a while. Lin Zhe said depressedly. How can I not be depressed? The delicious meal is right in front of me, but now I can only look at it but not eat it. Damn it, I'm going to continue doing the horse stance exercise when I get back. Try to practice the skills taught by the old man as soon as possible. When the time comes, let her see for herself what it means to go against the will of heaven. Let us see if she dares to say such things again in the future. Puff. Su Qingxue giggled. This was the first time she heard Lin Zhe say such words of admitting defeat. It was really adorable. But to be honest, Su Qingxue also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even though she said it very easily just now, she was also a little afraid that Lin Zhe would really continue. After all, I've been through this several times today. She has reached her limit. If I continue to suffer like this, I will probably have to go to the hospital tomorrow. By the way, Jizafeng, how did you clean up? Lin Zhe asked curiously. A piercing chill flashed across Su Qingxue's eyes. I asked my subordinates to destroy him, but up to now, they have not given me any feedback. I guess they are still looking for him. Lin Zhe nodded. He did such a beastly thing. He knows what kind of consequences he will face. He is probably hiding now. Su Qingxue responded. He will be found. He dared to drug me. He must be tired of living. When saying this, there was murderous intent in Su Qingxue's eyes. Lin Zhe smiled and asked, are you scared? Su Qingxue nodded heavily. Su Qingxue didn't think anything of being drugged by Jizafeng at the time, because it was Lin Zhe who detoxified her. But later, when Su Qingxue recalled this incident, she was suddenly frightened. If I had been a little less lucky at that time, that beast would have succeeded. And if he succeeds, my life will probably be ruined. After all, judging by the beast's character, he would most likely film the process of violating her. At that time, they will definitely use this as a threat to force me to do something I don't want to do. Of course, these are secondary. What really scares Su Qingxue is that if she is really bullied by that beast, there will be no possibility for her to be with Lin Zhe in this life. So now every time Su Qingxue thinks back to this incident, she feels like she has survived a disaster. She felt that Lin Zhe was her lucky star. If it weren't for him, I would have fallen into the endless abyss long ago. When thinking of this, Su Qingxue lay on Lin Zhe and hugged him tightly. I was scared. I didn't feel anything at the time, but later when I came to my senses, I realized how dangerous I was at the time. So now every time I think about it, I feel like I have survived a disaster. Lin Zhe, thank you for saving me. As she spoke, Su Qingxue took the initiative to kiss Lin Zhe. Damn it, just thank me, but why did you kiss me? You had to tease me. Lin Zhe said depressedly. Does she really not know how attractive she is? Or was she deliberately seducing me? Despite being scolded, Su Qingxue felt happy in her heart. She just wanted to thank Lin Zhe with a kiss, but she didn't expect his reaction to be so big. It seems that my lethality to him is really terrifying. With this realization, Su Qingxue is now more confident in winning back Lin Zhe's heart. Su Qingxue kissed Lin Zhe proudly again. While Lin Zhe was getting angry, she asked with a smile, "Are you staying here today, or going back to Shintianli's place?" As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue suddenly realized that what she said was a bit inappropriate. How could you push Lin Zhe towards Shintianli? She was about to explain. But Lin Zhe said, "If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. It's getting late. I have to go." Su Qingxue wanted to slap herself. Why do you say that for no reason? If I didn't say it, Lin Zhe would continue to accompany me. However, now that the words have been spoken, Su Qingxue can't force Lin Zhe to stay. She was afraid that Lin Zhe would be angry. Besides, they were just friends now, and I had no right to force him to stay. But, although I can't force her to stay, I can act like a spoiled child by myself. So, Su Qingxue, who was lying on Lin Zhe, twisted her sweet and soft body, and then said coquettishly, "I really want you to stay. I want to sleep in your arms. I want to see you when I open my eyes in the morning. I want to say good night to you, but I want to say good morning to you even more." Damn it. Is this still Su Qingxue? Is this still the cold and noble Su Qingxue? Is she really self-taught? Lin Zhe finally understood what it meant that the king would no longer attend court early in the morning. With a beauty like Su Qingxue, who was a disaster to the country and the people, which king still wants to attend court? Lin Zhe didn't dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would really not want to leave. Having lived 2 lives, he really falls for this. Lin Zhe slapped Su Qingxue's perky but lightly and said in a displeased manner, "You wish? Get up. I'm leaving." Su Qingxue pouted unhappily, then kissed Lin Zhe on the lips again like lightning. Before Lin Zhe could get angry, she quickly turned over and climbed off Lin Zhe's body. When sending Lin Zhe out, Su Qingxue hugged him again and refused to let go. "Damn it, that's enough, I've been holding you for 5 minutes." Lin Zhe said depressedly. Su Qingxue said coquettishly, "Hold me again, I want to smell your scent more." Some people say that if you smell the scent of the person you like more, you will dream about him. If I can't see you at night, I will definitely miss you. If I can see you in my dream, I will be very happy. Hold the grass. Lin Zhe pushed him away and ran away as if for his life. This ancestor is now terribly powerful. Lin Zhe was a little afraid to stay with her any longer. He was afraid something might happen if he stayed any longer. Looking at Lin Zhe's fleeing back, Su Qingxue couldn't help laughing. She smiled and said, "Lin Zhe, you look so handsome when you run." Damn it. Lin Zhe was so stimulated by these words that he almost fell down. Seeing this, Su Qingxue smiled even more happily. She didn't turn around and enter the villa until Lin Zhe disappeared. But after returning to the villa, the smile on Su Qingxue's face slowly disappeared. She felt lonely. Yes, she began to miss Lin Zhe. Less than a minute after they were apart, she began to miss him. This is a feeling I have never had before. But the longing was like a knife, stabbing Su Qingxue's heart fiercely. She took out her cell phone and started texting Lin Zhe. "Lin Zhe, what should I do? I'm already missing you after only being apart for a minute." Chapter 116 Beg Me. When Lin Zhe was about to enter Shen Tianli's villa, he received a message from Su Qingxue. To be honest, when Lin Zhe saw this message, he was speechless. This ancestor is really getting better and better at provoking people. If this continues, something bad will happen sooner or later. No, we can't go on like this. I'll have to try to keep a certain distance from her in the future. After making up his mind, Lin Zhe entered Shen Tianli's villa. Shen Tianli was chatting with Jiang Qingyue. The two seemed to be having a very happy chat. Shen Tianli and Jiang Qingyue were chatting about some gossip in the entertainment industry, and they were indeed having a very happy chat. When she saw Lin Zhe, Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up, and she smiled and said, "Lin Zhe, you're back." Lin Zhe nodded. When Shen Tianli saw Lin Zhe, she was not as happy as Jiang Qingyue. She rolled her eyes at Lin Zhe and said unhappily, "You bastard, you still remember to come back." "Then I'll leave?" "Qingyue will leave, let's live in the villa," Lin Zhe said. Jiang Qingyue was delighted. She was eager to be alone with Lin Zhe. But before Jiang Qingyue could express her opinion, she heard Shen Tianli scolding her with a smile, "You bastard, how dare you!" Lin Zhe rolled his eyes at her and went into his bedroom. After taking a shower and coming out of the bathroom, Lin Zhe saw Shen Tianli sitting on his bed. The milky white silk nightgown was tightly attached to her sexy body, making people's eyes hot. Fortunately, Lin Zhe was in sage mode, otherwise, she would never be able to sit on the bed safely. "You rascal, what did you do this afternoon?" Shen Tianli asked. Lin Zhe said very frankly, "I went to be intimate with Su Qingxue." "Hey, you bastard, can't you be serious? What's wrong with me? How could I not know what's going on between you and Su Qingxue? And you're being intimate with her? Do you think Su Qingxue would be intimate with you?" Shen Tianli said dissatisfiedly. Lin Zhe smiled. "Okay, I'll go to the company this afternoon." "That's more like it. Why is your phone turned off?" "The battery is out, I didn't notice it. I was in a meeting all afternoon." "What exactly does your company do? I heard that your employees now eat and live in the company." "Who told you that?" "Cleaning staff, my company's cleaning staff saw this when they were cleaning your company. I'm developing a piece of software. By the way, do you know any good managers? I'm in urgent need of a capable manager." Shen Tianli smiled and said, "Yes, I know him. Our Shin group has its own talent pool. The talents in it are all elites. If you say a few nice words, I might find one for you if I'm happy. I promise I won't let you down." As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhe simply pinched her slender waist and held her in his arms. "Hey, you rascal, I asked you to say something nice, not to take advantage of me," Shen Tianli protested. Lin Zhe smiled. He pinched her fair and tender face and said, "Find one for me. The software will be completed soon. I urgently need a general who knows how to manage it. Beg me, maybe if I'm happy, I'll agree to you," Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Lin Zhe also smiled and suddenly put his hand into her nightgown. Damn, her skin is so fucking smooth. Shen Tianli's delicate body trembled slightly. Her pretty face turned red, and she said in a delicate voice, "You rascal, you, don't touch me. Please beg me, maybe I'll let you go once I'm in a better mood." Shen Tianli was speechless. After a moment of silence, she said in a tender voice, "You rascal, I was wrong." "Not enough. You filthy rascal, you are shameless. I asked you to say something nice, but now you are taking advantage of me." Lin Zhe stopped talking and touched more unscrupulously. Shen Tianli was defeated and collapsed in Lin Zhe's arms. There was nothing she could do as this bastard was touching her too boldly. Don't touch me, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, I promise you, isn't that enough?" It would have been fine if it had been like this earlier. After taking his hand out of her clothes, Lin Zhe said, "This person must be capable and have good character. Shen Tianli, don't let me down. If you let me down, I will let you down too." To be honest, if Lin Zhe wasn't in sage mode now, he would never have let her go so quickly. Shen Tianli snorted softly. While tying her bra, she asked, "When do you want someone?" Lin Zhe lit a cigarette and said between puffs of smoke, "The sooner the better. Don't bring this thing home anymore. It's hard to untie." Shen Tianli glared at Lin Zhe with shame and anger. This bastard is becoming more and more shameless. What do you mean by having difficulty? I didn't see him putting in any effort when he was solving the problem just now. I'll have him report to your company tomorrow morning. In the afternoon, I have to treat your best friend tomorrow morning. By the way, how is Inin's treatment going?" Lin Zhe nodded and said, "Not bad. I didn't expect that a filthy rascal like you could actually cure illnesses. I know a lot more. I told you you're fat, but you're still panting. Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Lindsay smiled and said, I'm not out of breath, it was you who was out of breath just now. Shen Tianli shyly gave Lindsay a pink fist. This stinky hooligan. After the two chatted for a few more words, Shen Tianli got up and left. Lindsay didn't try to keep her. After all, he still had things to do. After Shen Tianli left, Lindsay began to do horse stance. Playing poker with Su Qingxue tonight taught Lindsay a lesson, making him realize clearly that cultivation was imminent. If you want to practice, you have to get the horse stance right first. After gritting his teeth and holding on for an hour and a half, Lindsay collapsed on the ground exhausted. A night in silence. The next morning, Lindsay was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. The call was actually from Song Nanin. Don't tell me you haven't gotten up yet, you bastard. Damn, what time is it? Nonsense, it's already 8 o'clock. What's wrong with 8 o'clock? Who said we have to get up at 8 o'clock? Lindsay said unhappily. Song Nanin was speechless. Damn it, have you found a place to get stuck in traffic? Beishan, there's a winding mountain road there. Song Nanin was shocked. Of course she knew Beishan. There is indeed a winding mountain road there. But that one is actually quite dangerous because the mountain road is winding and steep. Song Nanin didn't expect that Lindsay would choose the location for the race there. You bastard, you're stuck in a traffic jam on the mountain? Are you trying to kill yourself? Lindsay was now completely awake. He said with a smile, Why, are you scared? If you are scared, just admit defeat, clean yourself up and wait for me at home. Get lost. I want to see you at the foot of North Mountain at 8:30, otherwise, the bet is off. Lindsay hung up the phone directly. After getting dressed as quickly as possible and washing up briefly, Lindsay left the room. Shen Tianli and Jiang Qingyue are having breakfast. Lindsay, good morning. Jiang Qingyue said with a smile. Morning. After saying hello, Lindsay walked outside. Song Nanin only gave half an hour, and Lindsay didn't want to be late. He didn't want the bet to be cancelled. Chapter 117 Making a Deal. Bad boy, are you up yet? I made breakfast for you. There are fried eggs, bacon, porridge, and some other side dishes. Do you want to come over and have some? When they were almost reaching Beishan, Lindsay received a message from Su Qingxue. There are some photos below the information. The photos showed the very food she had just been talking about. However, the last photo is of Su Qingxue holding a bowl. Su Qingxue's hands are very beautiful, with fair skin and slender fingers, which are more than enough to be touched. Lindsay likes her hands very much. This wouldn't have been a big deal, but there was a visibly band-aid on one of her fingers. Obviously, this is the real purpose of her sending photos to herself. I just wanted to see that she was injured while making breakfast for me. Then let yourself feel sorry for her. I have to say, she played this move beautifully. If Lindsay was not the Lindsay he is now, he would be heartbroken when he saw this scene, and would take the opportunity to express his concern. Unfortunately, Lindsay is no longer the same Lindsay as before. When he saw this scene, he just thought it was a little funny. Laughing at Su Qingxue's green tea tactics. But to be honest, Lindsay didn't mind her doing this. It's not a bad thing for a girl to be pampered. Lindsay did not reply to Su Qingxue's message. After all, he had just decided to keep some distance from Su Qingxue last night. He didn't want to fall under her powerful and gentle offensive. Su Qingxue waited for a while, but didn't get any message from Lindsay, so she sent another voice message to Lindsay. Bad guy, did you not get up, or did you deliberately not reply to my message? I got hurt while making breakfast for you, and you don't even feel sorry for me. Humph, I won't let you kiss me or sleep with me anymore. Her voice is soft and delicate. Just like a girl acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. Lindsay wanted to laugh. I can't believe that this ancestor has become so powerful now. It's so terrifying. That is to say, Lindsay has no woman in his heart, otherwise, he would really be unable to resist. Lindsay still didn't reply to her message. I thought Su Qingxue would never send me messages again. But who would have thought that after a while, she sent another voice message. Bad guy, my hands hurt so much, I want to sit in your arms and let you blow me. Hold the grass. Lindsay was convinced. He was really convinced. In his 2 lifetimes, he had seen green tea girls and girls with extremely cunning means. But this is the first time I've seen someone as skilled in green tea as Su Qingxue. I thought that a cold and noble girl like her would never say such words, but I never expected that she not only said it, but also said it so charmingly, so tenderly, and so touchingly. Who can withstand this? Lin Zhe still didn't reply to her message. Su Qingxue sent another message. Bad guy, I'm angry, I'm really angry, I really won't let you kiss me or let me sleep with you sweetly and softly anymore. Hold. Lin Zhe couldn't help it. He didn't want this to happen, but facing Su Qingxue's teasing, Lin Zhe really couldn't help it. He sent a voice message to Su Qingxue. Damn it, don't be so naughty so early in the morning, I'm driving. When Su Qingxue received Lin Zhe's message, she burst out laughing. The depressed mood that she had just felt because she didn't wait for Lin Zhe's reply disappeared without a trace in an instant, and was replaced by bright and charming mood. It's like a rainbow appears after the rain. She replied to Lin Zhe coquettishly, humph, just flirting, no. Oh shit. Lin Zhe didn't dare to reply to her message. If she continues to reply, God knows what shocking words she will say. And, the worst thing is, Lin Zhe was a little aroused. He was afraid that if she continued to tease him, he would not be able to help but turn around and go back to find her. In order not to be disturbed by Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe reluctantly turned off the phone. Soon, we arrived at Beishan. From a distance, Lin Zhe saw Song Nanin in a racing suit. At this moment, she was leaning against the car door with her chest puffed out. Not to mention, she looks beautiful and cool in her racing suit. But that's not the point. The point is that she dyed her hair snow white at some point. The long hair that was originally draped over the shoulders was cut very short, and the whole person changed from an ethereal look to the neat and tidy look now. However, it is still so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off it. Lin Zhe got out of the car and looked at her with interest. When did you get a new look? Song Nanin, who was wearing sunglasses, rolled his eyes at Lin Zhe and said unhappily, You bastard, you're late. Damn it, after I hung up on you, I didn't even have time to eat and rushed here. Now you have the nerve to complain about me being late. Lin Zhe was even more upset than her. Looking at Lin Zhe's frustrated look, Song Nanin couldn't help herself and she burst out laughing. Lin Zhe took the opportunity to hook her slender waist and pull her into his arms. Smelling the sweet smell on her body, Lin Zhe smiled and said, Song Nanin, you are really a little different today. Come, let me have a bite first. Song Nanin's pretty face turned red. This bastard is really arrogant now. After all, he was the emperor of the underground world of Haichang. Normally, when others saw him, they were all respectful. But this bastard wanted to hug him and kiss him whenever he wanted. He is so bold as to be extremely daring. Eat your head, let me go, otherwise, I will punish you. Song Nanin didn't have the chance to continue speaking before she could finish her words. Because Lin Zhe's lips were already pressing unscrupulously on her moist lips. Song Nanin wanted to push Lin Zhe away, she really wanted to push him away. She really didn't want to be kissed so unscrupulously by this bastard. However, she did not push Lin Zhe away. Or to be more precise, she was a little reluctant to push him away. She didn't know whether she liked being forcefully kissed by that bastard Lin Zhe, or whether his kiss was particularly comfortable. In any case, Song Nanin didn't push Lin Zhe away. Not only did she not push Lin Zhe away, but after being kissed by Lin Zhe for a while, she unconsciously stretched out her snow-white arms, hooked them around Lin Zhe's neck and began to respond. Lin Zhe felt it. He smiled. I don't know how long they kissed. When they let go of each other, Song Nanin's sunglasses had been taken off. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were filled with alluring spring colors. She panted softly as she leaned in Lin Zhe's arms, her body extremely soft. Lin Zhe wasn't much better. Song Nanin, how about we stop competing and find a place to do a big deal worth several $100 million? What kind of business do you want to do with me? Song Nanin asked with a gasp. Chapter 118 Even a snail drives faster than you. Lin Zhe said this in her ear with a smile. Song Nanin's pretty face turned red and she punched Lin Zhe twice angrily. You bastard, you wish for the best. You haven't defeated me yet. Isn't this a matter of minutes? Huh, that's hilarious. I'm not afraid to tell you, if I hadn't taken over the club, I would have been feeling the speed of the wind on the F1 racetrack. If you want to beat me, go back and practice for a few more years. Song Nanin said disdainfully. Lin Zhe pretended to be surprised and asked, Wow, you are so awesome? Are you scared? If you are, just admit defeat. Lindsay smiled. He smiled and pinched Song Nanin's cheek, saying, I told you were fat, but you're still panting. Stop talking nonsense, bastard. Get in the car and compete now. Don't be impatient. Before we officially start, let me tell you something. Explain. After I left your villa yesterday, I met Joe Lausan. He gave me 1 million and wanted to be friends with me. Song Nanin was stunned. What surprised her was not the incident itself, but that Lindsay would confess to her. To be honest, she knew about this yesterday. Moreover, she found out just after Lindsay met Joe Lausan. She also knew clearly that Joe Lausan did give Lindsay 1 million. She had originally planned to tell Lindsay about this after the race, but unexpectedly, Lindsay actually took the initiative to tell her. Needless to say, Song Nanin was actually a little touched by Lindsay's behavior. Why did you tell me, you bastard? Nonsense, because I want to sleep with you. Song Nanin laughed and scolded, can you please stop being so shameless? I was originally quite moved by your frankness, but now that you say that, not only am I not moved anymore, but I also want to beat you up, you bastard. Lindsay smiled and said, I just want to sleep with you, not to impress you. Rolling his eyes at Lindsay, Song Nanin asked, you bastard, let me ask you, why did he give you this money, why did he want to be friends with you? Of course it's because I'm close to you. I believe you never had anyone close to you before. Besides, the so-called friendship is just a cover. To put it bluntly, he wants to use the money to bribe me and then let me monitor you. Just wait and see. It won't be long before he asks me for information about you. Song Nanin nodded. Lindsay's words were similar to her analysis. You are not stupid. If you knew that, why did you take his money? It's very simple. First of all, the money is delivered to my door, why should I take it? Secondly, if I take his money, I will be his friend. If he does something bad to you in the future, I can know it in advance. Frankly speaking, although Lindsay didn't take Joe Lausan seriously at all, he couldn't help wanting to sleep with Song Nanin. He didn't want Song Nanin to be killed by those men before he could sleep with her. After hearing Lindsay's words, Song Nanin fell silent. To be precise, she was moved again. Lindsay actually didn't need to do this, but he did it for his own sake. For a moment, Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with a touch of emotion. Lindsay smiled and said, don't be moved. I don't want to move you. I just want to sleep with you, that's all. You bastard, you'll die if you don't ruin the atmosphere. No, but I'm a scumbag. Although I could have taken advantage of you being touched and scumbag you, I don't like to do that. I prefer to scumbag you openly. Song Nanin was speechless. You say he is shameless, but he is also very honest. But you say he is honest, but what he says is so shameless. You bastard, are you still going to compete? Bye, let's get started. You go first. I'll give you 30 seconds. What a big tone. If that's the case, don't cry when you lose later. Lindsay smiled and said, don't worry, one of us will definitely cry, but that person will definitely not be me, and definitely not here. What do you mean not here? Song Nanin asked. Nonsense, of course not here, do you want to sleep with me here? Song Nanin's pretty face turned red. She finally understood what Lindsay meant by what he had just said. After glaring at Lindsay, Song Nanin quickly got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped away. Lindsay got into the car slowly, lit a cigarette, and smoked it slowly. When the cigarette was almost finished, Lindsay flicked the butt out of the window, and then the car shot out. The road on the mountain is not easy to walk on. Although it is a 2-lane road, the mountain road was built in the mountain, so the road surface is extremely narrow. Moreover, there is a cliff outside the road. There are guardrails in some places, but some places face the cliff directly. If you fail to control the speed of the car, it will fly out. By then, the car will definitely be destroyed and people will die. So, even though Song Nanin was very confident in her driving skills, she didn't drive very fast, especially when turning, she was even more careful. Compared to her cautiousness, Lindsay seemed much crazier. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and even when turning, he didn't slow down, but drifted directly. Although the performance of the car he was driving was far inferior to the professional racing car driven by Song Nanin, it could not withstand Lindsay's extraordinary driving skills. After chasing for almost a minute, Lindsay saw the rear of Song Nanin's car. Song Nanin also saw Lindsay in the rearview mirror. She was originally calm, But the moment she saw the front of Lindsay's car, her adrenaline suddenly started to surge and the feeling of excitement overwhelmed her. She doesn't want to lose. Song Nanin took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart. But her heart beat even more crazily. Because Lindsay had already caught up with them, and there was only one parking space between them. Just then, Song Nanin's cell phone rang. The call was from Lindsay. Song Nanin was irritated that this bastard actually had the mind to make a phone call. To be honest, Song Nanin didn't want to answer the call. She knew clearly that after picking up the phone, that bastard Lindsay would definitely say all kinds of provocative words to her without any hesitation. Once I am provoked by him, my mood will definitely be greatly affected, which will also affect my driving skills. But Song Nanin still answered the phone because she really wanted to know what that bastard Lindsay wanted to say. Song Nanin, can you drive faster? Even a snail drives faster than you. Or do you want to lose the game on purpose so that I can sleep with you? As soon as the call was connected, Song Nanin heard Lindsay's extremely shameless voice. Shut up, you bastard. This has just begun. It's not certain who will lose. Wait until you lose and see how I deal with you. Lindsay smiled. Then you have to work hard, because next, I will start the real performance. Song Nanin was about to say something to mock Lindsay. But at this moment, I only heard a whoosh sound outside, and then I saw the car driven by Lindsay do a tailspin and pass me by. Song Nanin was dumbfounded. Chapter 119 You Lost. Song Nanin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She has been spending her free time at the racetrack since she was 14. During the winter and summer vacations, I would even wish I could live at the racetrack every day. Over the years, she has been working hard to improve her driving skills, hoping that one day she will shine in the F1 arena. She is confident enough in her driving skills. Song Nanin was so confident that when Lindsay proposed the bet, she agreed without hesitation. But he never expected that Lindsay's driving skills were even more brutal than his own. Why? Hasn't he been living in the countryside all these years? Less than 2 years after being adopted by the Lin family, he was expelled from the family again. Even after marrying Su Qingxue, he still stayed at home to serve Su Qingxue. So, where did he learn his driving skills? Moreover, his driving skills are so brutal. He drove on the brutal and winding mountain road as if it were flat ground. Fortunately, Song Nanin is not someone who gives up easily. Although she had realized that Lindsay's driving skills were extraordinary, she still refused to admit defeat. She was chasing, and she was chasing madly. Her adrenaline had already surged to its limit. At this moment, Song Nanin felt her blood was boiling, and she was shaking with excitement. She excitedly said to the phone that was still on the line, "You bastard, you really tried hard to sleep with me." Lindsay laughed and said, "Fight? What kind of fight is this? I haven't even used my full strength yet." Song Nanin was stunned. "You're such a boaster, you bastard. Don't believe me? Well, I'll wait for you at the top of the mountain. Just drive slowly." Having said that, Lindsay hung up the phone. The next second, Song Nanin suddenly saw the car driven by Lindsay shot out quickly like an arrow. After a short while, it disappeared. Song Nanin was even more dumbfounded. But her fighting spirit was also completely aroused. She stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. He didn't care that he was still on a mountain road, or that there was a bottomless cliff next to him. But soon, Song Nanin was disappointed. Because she had almost stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, but still didn't see Lindsay. Soon, it was over. Song Nanin's car drove to the top of the mountain. She saw Lindsay. Lindsay was leaning against the car door, smoking leisurely. His expression was relaxed and enjoyable. Song Nanin got out of the car. "You lose," Lindsay said with a smile. "You don't need to remind me," Song Nanin said unhappily. Of course she was unhappy. His driving skills, which he was so proud of, looked as clumsy as those of a kindergarten kid in front of Lindsay. "Tell me where to sleep." Song Nanin rolled her eyes at Lindsay. "You bastard, I made a bet with you, but I didn't say when I would let you sleep. Why, you want to default on your debt? Humph, anyway, I'm having my period these days." Lindsay was dumbfounded. Hold. Forgot about it. Lindsay was unhappy. He was just excitedly thinking about how exciting it would be to sleep with her in this desolate mountain. As a result, her words were like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. Seeing Lindsay's frustrated look, Song Nanin felt refreshed. She smiled somewhat smugly and said, "You bastard, you didn't expect that." Lindsay fiercely crushed out the cigarette. "Damn it, wait until your period is over, and see how I'm going to torture you." Song Nanin rolled her eyes at Lindsay. "You bastard, how come you are so good at driving? When did you learn this? I'm more than just a great driver. Why, do you have other skills?" "Too many." "For example?" Song Nanin asked curiously. She was genuinely curious. Because from the information collected about Lindsay, he is almost a waste. It is absolutely impossible to have such amazing driving skills. But now he has facts to tell himself that his driving skills are very auspicious. This incident cast a veil of mystery over Lindsay. It also made Song Nanin's curiosity about Lindsay reach a peak. "It's none of your business," Lindsay said unhappily. "You bastard, are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I won't honor the bet after my period is over." Lindsay smiled disdainfully. "Fuck it, I don't care whether you keep your promise or not. Anyway, after your period is over, I will sleep with you." "Asshole, how dare you?" Lindsay sneered disdainfully. "Whether I dare or not, you will know when the time comes." Song Nanin was so angry that she couldn't speak. Her intuition told her that Lindsay was not joking. Song Nanin was about to speak when Lindsay's cell phone suddenly rang. The call came from an unfamiliar number. Lindsay picked up the phone. "Is it Brother Lindsay?" A rough voice came into Lindsay's ears. "You're one. Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Shuiren, and I'm the eldest lady's subordinate." The other party said straight to the point. Lindsay glanced at Song Nanin. Song Nanin was looking at Lindsay with burning eyes. "What do you want from me?" Lindsay asked indifferently. Shuiren on the other end of the phone smiled and said, "I want to treat you to a meal." "What's the matter?" "It's nothing. I just want to make friends with you and give you a big gift." Shuiren said with a smile. "What gift?" "Brother, it would be boring to say it now. How about keeping a sense of anticipation?" Shuiren said with a smile. "That makes sense. When and where can we eat?" "At noon, Yi Pinxian." "Okay, I'll go. Then I will be waiting for your arrival, brother." Lindsay hung up the phone. "Who's calling, bastard?" "Shuiren." Lindsay said indifferently. Song Nanin's face darkened. "What do you want?" "Eat, make friends, and give me a big gift." "What gift?" "I don't know yet, Song Nanin. It seems that your men are all very interested in me." Lindsay said with a smile. Song Nanin was silent. In fact, since Zhou Laosan gave Lindsay 1 million yesterday to make friends with Lindsay, Song Nanin had already anticipated that several of his men would probably take action. They will definitely make Lindsay do things for them under the pretext of making friends with him. Song Nanin is a little worried now. What she was worried about was not that Lindsay would make friends with those people, but that she was worried that Lindsay would actually be bribed by those people, so as to help them deal with themselves. How can we keep this bastard Lindsay calm? In fact, Song Nanin was not without a way to solve this problem. She could just drive Lindsay away from her. In this way, there is no need to worry that Lindsay will help them deal with him. But it is obviously unwise to do so, because it is more cost-effective to keep Lindsay than to drive him away. After all, this bastard is indeed extraordinary. Song Nanin needs talents like him. After thinking about it carefully, Song Nanin's eyes suddenly lit up. She knew how to keep Lindsay by her side. Or, to be more precise, how did she know that Lindsay would never betray her? "You bastard, let me ask you, do you really want to sleep with me? Chapter 120 Will you betray me?" Lindsay looked at Song Nanin with a smile. "Why, you want to use this method to keep me hanging and make me do things for you?" Song Nanin's heart trembled. This dog is really too smart. How does he know what I think? That's right, Song Nanin really thought so. She really intended to use the fact that Lindsay wanted to sleep with her to keep him hooked, so that he would listen to her and do things for her. But she really didn't expect that she just asked him if he wanted to sleep with her, and then he saw through her plan. Song Nanin knew that Lindsay was very smart, but at this moment she realized that she still underestimated Lindsay's IQ. He is so smart that it's really scary. Originally, Song Nanin was very confident in her plan, but at this moment, she had no confidence at all. She wasn't even sure if she could win Lindsay's heart even if she let him sleep with her. When Song Nanin was silent, Lindsay smiled and said, "Song Nanin, you seem to be in a dilemma. On the one hand, you want me to do something for you, but on the other hand, you are afraid that I will be bribed by your men and help them deal with you." Boom! Lindsay's words sounded like thunder in Song Nanin's ears. She was completely stunned by the explosion. No, this guy is already that smart? How could he see through my thoughts at a glance? But these are no longer important. What is important is that Song Nanin suddenly felt terrified. Lindsay's intelligence and insight frightened her. Seeing Lindsay looking at her with a smile, Song Nanin took a deep breath and asked casually, "So, will you betray me?" "That depends on your performance. If you make me happy, then there is no need for me to betray you. But if you make me unhappy, betraying you will be nothing and you will probably lose everything." Song Nanin's heart sank. If Lindsay had said this when they had just met, Song Nanin would definitely have thought he was bragging. But when Lindsay said these words, Song Nanin knew that he was not joking. He has the ability to do so. Apart from anything else, the plan he came up with to disrupt the gu-raising plan of his subordinates was enough to show that he was no ordinary person. "What do you mean by cool? Sleeping with you? I'm not the only one who enjoys sleeping." An alluring blush appeared on Song Nanin's fair and beautiful cheeks. "You bastard, be serious." Lindsay smiled and said, "Okay, let's be serious. Of course it's fun to sleep with you, but it's only one kind of fun. In fact, the real fun is satisfaction, whether it's material or spiritual satisfaction." Song Nanin fell silent again. "Actually, Song Nanin, you don't have to worry about me not being afraid of you yet, because, up to now, I haven't thought about helping others deal with you. But, as I said, this is now, and there's no telling what will happen in the future." When he said this, Lindsay pinched her cheek. He said with a smile, "So, be nice to me, you won't suffer any loss, and you will serve me well in the future. A mere boss of Haicheng is nothing, maybe I will help you become the boss of the national underground world." Song Nanin's heart was beating like thunder. The boss of the national underworld. What a terrifying achievement that is. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. To be honest, Song Nanin is not an ambitious person. But she had to admit that what Lindsay said at this moment was full of fatal temptation to her. "Then what does it mean to be good to you?" Song Nanin asked. Lindsay smiled. "This is simple. For example, if I want to eat a mouthful of food, then you can let me eat a mouthful of food. To put it bluntly, it means satisfying all my wishes. Do you understand? If you want to sleep with me, you bastard, should I sleep with you too? Damn it, what's wrong with sleeping with me? You know, as long as I want, your men will definitely send a woman who is as pretty as you to my bed in the first place." Song Nanin was so shocked that she didn't want to talk anymore. Because she knew that although what Lindsay said was shameless, it was the truth. As long as he is willing, whether it is Zhou Laosan or Xueran, they will send all kinds of beauties to Lindsay's bed as soon as possible. Humph, that's going to have to wait until my period is over. Lindsay smiled. "No problem, let's go, get in the car." "You bastard, what are you doing?" Song Nanin looked at Lindsay with vigilance. "Damn it, I'm here to cure you, do you think I want to sleep with you?" "Yes, I do want to sleep with you, but I won't sleep with you while you're still having your period." Song Nanin breathed a sigh of relief. She snorted proudly, turned around, and got in the car. After the treatment, Lindsay hooked Song Nanin's slender waist and held her in his arms. "Come, have a bite." I thought Song Nanin would resist. But who would have thought that she actually smiled and said, "Okay, I'm on my period now anyway, and I feel uncomfortable if I kiss you. If you're not afraid of discomfort, then go ahead and kiss me." Lindsay was petrified. Seeing this, Song Nanin immediately smiled triumphantly. This bastard isn't that hard to handle. But at this moment, Lindsay suddenly said, "Damn, you are having your period, but there are many ways to solve it." Song Nanin's pretty face turned red. "What do you mean, you bastard?" "It's very simple, such as hands, mouth, legs, and so on." Lindsay did not continue speaking. But his gaze fell on Song Nanin's heart. Song Nanin was so smart that she understood Lindsay's meaning instantly. But precisely because she understood Lindsay's meaning, her pretty face instantly turned red. Red like ripe strawberries. So red and gorgeous. "You bastard, you can't even think about it. Damn it, I just told you to be nice to me, but you forgot everything in the blink of an eye. What, do you want me to betray you? You dare, you bastard. Lindsay smiled disdainfully. You treat me so badly, why should I be afraid? Song Nanin was so angry that she couldn't speak. She knew that Lindsay, this bastard, would dare to do such a thing. It was precisely because she knew this that she became a little anxious. Her mind was racing. She was thinking about how to crack it. This bastard is really important to me right now. If I blindly reject him, he might really betray me. There is absolutely no way such a thing could happen. Forget it, I've been kissed countless times by this bastard anyway. It's not impossible to satisfy him once. With this in mind, Song Nanin said angrily, asshole, use your hands at most. Chapter 121. I was just saying that in anger. It's over. It's completely over. Song Nanin was also exhausted. Her hands were so sore that they were numb. Not only are my hands tired, but even my voice is a little hoarse. It's all this dog's fault. It made me make some weird noises. Lindsay felt refreshed. Are you okay? Lindsay asked. Song Nanin glared at him with shame and anger. I'm telling you, you bastard, if you dare to betray me, I'll chop you to death. Lindsay said with a smile, you are so good to me, of course I can't do anything to let you down. After all, I want to try other places later. Go away, you're dreaming. Song Nanin said unhappily. God knows what outrageous things this bastard will do in the future. Although he was scolded, Lindsay was not angry. He smiled and said, don't be angry, when your period is over, I will make you feel good too. You bastard, you want to die. Song Nanin cursed with a smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about taking you bungee jumping. Huh, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Lindsay smiled and said, it's almost time. I have to go find Xueren. When Song Nanin heard Lindsay mention Xueren, her anger instantly disappeared without a trace. She said with a serious expression, you bastard, Xueren is much more cunning and dangerous than Zhou Laosan, so please be careful. Why, worried about me? I'm not worried about you, you bastard. I'll just let Xueren chop you to death. Okay, then I'll tell Xueren later that Song Nanin's real purpose in asking you to fight for the deputy position is to make you fight to the death, and then she will harvest you. Song Nanin glared at Lindsay angrily. You dare, you bastard. Don't believe it? Then I'll call him now. As he spoke, Lindsay took out his cell phone. Song Nanin became anxious. She quickly stopped Lindsay. Song Nanin said angrily, you bastard, you are shameless. Damn it, who told you to let Xueren kill me? I was just angry. But I took it seriously. Song Nanin was so angry that she couldn't speak. Apologize. Lindsay said, pretending to be displeased. Song Nanin was speechless. I really want to chop this bastard to death. It was clearly he who provoked me first, but now he wants me to apologize to him. What a beast. I'm sorry. Song Nanin said through gritted teeth. There is no way. I can't afford to offend this ancestor. Lindsay felt refreshed. She is really obedient now. Ask her to apologize. Okay, I forgive you, let's go back. You bastard, call me as soon as you finish talking. Don't worry, I'll call you. Also, don't betray me, and don't tell anyone what happened today. Song Nanin warned sternly. When Song Nanin thought about kneeling in the cramped carriage and doing that kind of thing for this bastard, she felt so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Song Nanin, you have no shame, but I still have some. What? This bastard actually had the nerve to call me shameless. How dare he? You are shameless, you bastard. Well, I really don't want it. What's the point of having a face? I can't eat it, and I can't sleep with you. Song Nanin was speechless. After going down the mountain one after another, Song Nanin drove back to the villa, while Lindsay went straight to Yipingxian. Xueren is more elegant than Lindsay expected. Compared with Zhou Laosan, who has a bandit-like air, Xueren is so gentle that he looks like a university professor. Not only does he have a gentle temperament, but he is also particularly gentle in the way he speaks and acts. Brother, you are more handsome than in the photo. Xueren said with a smile as soon as Lindsay sat down. But Lindsay could tell that these words were obviously not praising his own looks. The focus of his statement is the photo. Xueren was obviously telling himself that he had his people around him. Otherwise, you won't be able to take a photo of yourself. Lindsay smiled and said, Boss Shui, you are more refined and elegant than what you see in the information. Shui Ren was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter. Brother, I just like your honesty. Lindsay smiled and said, well, I have always been an honest person. I wonder why Boss Shui is looking for me. I told you, let's make friends and I'll give you a big gift. Oh? What's the gift? Let's eat first. After the meal, I promise to make you feel refreshed. Shui Ren said with a smile. Okay, I'll wait then. The food and drinks were served quickly. The dishes Shui Ren ordered were all Yapingxian's signature dishes, and they were quite expensive. But even more expensive is the wine. It can be seen that he really wants to win me over to work for him. During the meal, Shui Ren toasted Lindsay many times. It should be said that this thing knows how to behave. Obviously, his background and status seem to be more powerful than Lindsay's, but he is very humble. It would have been fine if he just toasted, but he also kept picking up food for Lindsay. As attentive as a waiter. Lindsay enjoyed this meal very much. After 3 rounds of drinks, the meal was almost finished. Lindsay got straight to the point again and asked, Boss Shui, we've almost finished our meal. What exactly is your so-called great gift? Shui Ren didn't say anything, but directly pushed a check over. The amount on the check was clearly 1 million. Boss Shui, is this the great gift you mentioned? Lindsay asked with a smile. That's right. Lindsay smiled. He thinks of himself as a bumpkin. A mere 1 million can be called a big gift? When Shui Ren saw Lindsay smile, he also smiled. Brother, do you like it? Yes, I like it. Who doesn't like money? Lindsay said with a smile. Well, this is just for this month. The numbers will be the same every month from now on. Finally, it's interesting. Lindsay smiled and asked, Boss Shui, I believe you know my past very well. Well, I have some understanding. So, do you think I'm worth this money? Lindsay asked deliberately. Of course you're worth it, brother. You're extraordinary and handsome, so who else would be worth it if not you? Lindsay was happy. Who says it isn't? He agreed with a smile. Shui Ren also smiled and said, Brother, don't worry. Follow me and I will let you know what wealth and glory are. Also, remember, I am not a stingy guy like Zhou Laosan. I have become friends with you, but I only gave you such a small gift. It's really shabby. Exactly. He's too shabby. I originally thought he was pretty good, but after meeting you, Boss Shui, today, I realized that he's nothing compared to you. Shui Ren was delighted by these words. But he pretended to blame and said, Brother, don't be so honest in the future. I can't help it. My greatest strength is honesty. Shui Ren burst into laughter. Brother, let's make a deal. From now on, you are mine. If you have any problem, you can call me anytime. Okay, I'll remember that. Brother, if the young lady asks, you know what to say, right? Why, Boss Shui, are you afraid of Song Nanin? I'm afraid. After all, she is the boss of the club now. Many of the elders in the club respect her. Okay, then I wish you, Boss Shui, to be promoted soon and take me to the top. Shui Ren smiled and said, okay. Chapter 122. Don't be so sentimental. After dinner, Lindsay and Shui Ren left the restaurant together. After watching Shui Ren leave, Lindsay was about to call Song Nanin. But just as he took out his phone, he heard a rude voice scolding, You beast, you still have the nerve to show up in front of me? Lindsay's face darkened. He knew who was speaking without even looking at him. Lin Xiaotian, if you say one more word, believe it or not, I will beat you up? Lindsay said as he turned around. That's right, the person who spoke just now was Lin Xiaotian. When Lindsay turned around, he saw him glaring at him angrily. After hearing what Lindsay said, Lin Xiaotian became even angrier. This evil creature actually dared to act as his father. It's really outrageous. You beast, I'm warning you, if you don't want to be punished by the family rules, you'd better ask the Shin family to return the land. Otherwise, I will beat you to death. Lin Xiaotian roared. Get out of my way, who do you think you are? If you keep on talking nonsense, I will let the Shin family ban your Lin family. Lin Xiaotian was instantly furious. This beast was so weak before. Let alone scolding him, he would be so scared that he dared not even breathe if I said something harsh to him. But now, not only did he dare to talk back to me, but he also didn't take me seriously at all. How could Lin Xiaotian tolerate this? In Lin Xiaotian's view, he is the father of this beast, so even if he is beaten to death, he will have to accept it obediently. You beast, try saying that again. Lin Zhe looked at him like a fool. I really don't know where this idiot got the confidence to talk to me like that. Does he really think he is still the coward who lets them bully him? Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lin Zhe took out his cell phone and started calling Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli answered immediately. You rascal, do you miss me? Shen Tianli's charming voice came from the phone. Yes, Lin Zhe turned on the speakerphone. He just wanted Lin Xiaotian to listen to it. He didn't believe that he would dare to argue with him after listening to it. Shen Tianli, do something for me. What's that? Use your identity to spread the word that whoever dares to do business with the Lin family in Haicheng will do business with your Shen family. Before Lin Zhe could finish his words, Lin Xiaotian suddenly rushed over and snatched Lin Zhe's phone. Are you kidding? If the Shen family really spreads the word, no one in the huge Haicheng will dare to do business with the Lin family anymore. This is definitely a fatal blow to the Lin family. So, Lin Xiaotian wanted to stop Lin Zhe. But just as Lin Xiaotian got close, Lin Zhe kicked him hard in the stomach. The huge force instantly kicked Lin Xiaotian to the ground, leaving him in a helpless position. Lin Zhe hung up the phone. He looked down at Lin Xiaotian. Old man, if I don't see 1 billion before 6 o'clock in the evening, your Lin family will be banned. Lin Zhe's original plan was to wait until his own rice technology became bigger and stronger before dealing with the Lin family. When the time comes, we will give them a thundering blow and make them completely bankrupt. But since Lin Xiaotian wants to die now, Lin Zhe will naturally not show mercy. Anyway, his own rice technology requires a lot of cash in the early stages, and he can get some from the Lin family. As for making the Lin family bankrupt, there is no rush, let them jump around for a few more days. Anyway, they won't be able to jump around for much longer. Seeing that Lin Zhe was about to leave, Lin Xiaotian struggled to stand up despite the severe pain. He looked at Lin Zhe with glared eyes. How dare you, you beast? How dare you hit me? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Lin Zhe sneered. Retribution? Lin Xiaotian, when you and your wife beat me up, why weren't you afraid of retribution? Now you're talking to me about retribution, don't you think you're being hypocritical? I'm the boss, what's wrong with me hitting you? I did it for your own good. Lin Zhe was amused by this. For my own good. Do you think I have forgotten that you hit me with a stick as thick as your arm, and you specifically hit me on the head? You did that for my own good? If you think so, I will find a stick right now to hit you a few times, and I can also tell you shamelessly that I did it for your own good. You. Lin Xiaotian was so angry that he couldn't speak. He felt that this beast Lin Zhe had changed, and became completely different from before. Before, he was weak and incompetent, but now, he is just a beast. Looking at Lin Xiaotian's eyes that seemed to want to eat him alive, Lin Zhe sneered and was about to speak. But at this moment, a cold voice came into Lin Zhe's ears. Lin Zhe, what happened? Did someone bully you? It was Su Qingshue's voice. Lin Zhe looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, I saw Su Qingxue at the door of Yupingxian. Today she is wearing a well-tailored black long skirt that reaches her ankles, covering her hot body tightly. But the exposed snow-white and slender neck made her look particularly attractive. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't say anything, Su Qingxue took a few steps forward and scrupulously took Lin Zhe's arm and said coquettishly, "Bad guy, why didn't you tell me that you came to Yupingxian for dinner?" Seeing the two of them being so intimate, Lin Xiaotian's heart sank suddenly. Didn't his own son tell him that Su Qingxue had divorced that beast for Bai Yueguang? But why are they so close now? Moreover, it was Su Qingxue who took the initiative to hold Lin Zhe's arm. A bad thought emerged in Lin Xiaotian's mind. The eldest daughter of the Su family would not like this beast Lin Zhe, right? It would be terrible if she really liked this beast Lin Zhe. If Lin Zhe relied on the power of the Su family to suppress the Lin family would definitely go bankrupt within a month. Bad guy, did Lin Xiaotian bully you? Su Qingxue suddenly asked in a cold voice. The question was directed to Lin Zhe, but her eyes were already looking at Lin Xiaotian with incomparable indifference. Lin Xiaotian felt very nervous when he was stared at by Su Qingxue. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Su family has a strong aura. After seeing her today, I found that her reputation is well deserved. Before Lin Zhe could speak, Lin Xiaotian took the lead and said, Miss Su, you misunderstood. Lin Zhe is my son. How could I bully him? Lin Zhe, I will transfer the money you want later. What money? Su Qingxue asked coldly. Just the money promised to give to Lin Zhe. Lin Xiaotian said stiffly. Okay, then you'd better keep your promise, otherwise, I don't mind making your Lin family suffer a little. I dare not. I will ask someone to transfer the money right away. Having said that, Lin Xiaotian quickly ran away as if running for his life. Lin Zhe didn't stop him. To put it bluntly, he felt that getting money was more important than dealing with Lin Xiaotian. Did he bully you? Just him? Lin Zhe said disdainfully. That's good. Why are you here? Why, you care about me? Su Qingxue asked with a sweet smile. Don't be so self-indulgent. Su Qingxue was not angry either. She asked coquettishly, Bad guy, do you want to try the mattress? Chapter 123 You have never paid attention to me. Depend on. This ancestor has become incredibly powerful since he opened up his Ren and Du meridians. She knew that he was greedy for her body, so now she used her body to tease herself. It's just abominable. Let's do it another day. Lin Zhe said calmly. Even though he refused calmly, Lin Zhe's heart was bleeding. Damn, such a gorgeous lady, such a peerless beauty, as long as he wants, he can have sex with her. But now I can only refuse. People who have not experienced this kind of heartache will never understand. Lin Zhe didn't want to refuse either. But there is no way, Lin Zhe is really afraid of falling in love over time. Damn, by then I'd have to give up the entire forest for just one tree. Just thinking about it makes me so heartbroken that I can't breathe. Su Qingxue was slightly stunned. She obviously didn't expect Lin Zhe would reject her. What's wrong? Are you feeling weak? Su Qingxue asked with a sweet smile. Fuck you, I just think that we are just friends. If we do it too often, what if something unexpected happens? We are friends. Why are you afraid that I will depend on you after I get pregnant? Lin Zhe, we have known each other for many years. You should know me well. I am not the kind of person who likes to rely on her children to gain fame. Although that is what I said. But Su Qingxue felt a little ecstatic in her heart. She couldn't help but secretly said, yes, why didn't I think that a mother's status would be enhanced by having a child? If I could get pregnant with Lin Zhe's baby, he would definitely remarry me since he is so kind. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue couldn't hide the smile on her face. Lin Zhe glanced at Su Qingxue. Listen to what she said, is this human language? What does it mean that we have known each other for so many years and you know me well? Sorry, I don't understand. The Su Qingxue in my memory is cold and reserved, not someone who would tempt me to have sex with her at every turn. Of course, these words were said in front of Su Qingxue. God knows what shocking words she will say after she says it. Even if you don't intend to rely on me, I really am not in the mood to try the mattress right now. Lin Zhe refused with gritted teeth. I thought that after saying so much, Su Qingxue would definitely give up. But who would have thought that she would hold Lin Zhe's arm tightly? Damn it. Lin Zhe's arms felt like they were suffocating in an instant. It would have been bad enough that his arm was suffocating, but the worst thing was that Lin Zhe felt a little dry in the mouth. It was intentional. Su Qingxue definitely did it on purpose. She deliberately teased herself by hugging her arms tightly. We don't have to try the mattress. We can also go and see your villa. Anyway, it's your house and you will definitely live there in the future. You should at least get familiar with it. Su Qingxue said with a smile. Lin Zhe was a little hesitant. On the one hand, he really wanted to go and take a look. Su Qingxue was right, he had to at least get familiar with it. But on the other hand, Lin Zhe was afraid that after going to the villa, Su Qingxue would start teasing him again. He really couldn't stand her teasing now. The main reason is that she is so beautiful and has a great figure. Moreover, her cooperation during the 2 times of playing poker was extremely perfect. Lin Zhe, you're not afraid of me, are you? Su Qingxue asked with a smile. She is being provocative. Lin Zhe pretended to be disdainful and said, afraid of you? Are you a beast? Why should I be afraid of you? Let's go. How about I ride in your car? It's a good opportunity for me to experience your driving skills. Su Qingxue said with a sweet smile. As she spoke, she reached into Lin Zhe's trouser pocket without saying anything. He didn't wear much clothes in the summer, and the pockets were just a thin layer of cloth. When she did that to him, Lin Zhe's whole body stiffened instantly. He quickly grabbed Su Qingshue's arm and pulled her hand out of his trouser pocket. "What are you doing?" Lin Zhe asked. "Looking for the car keys." "Damn it, are you looking for your car keys? Who would look for their keys at someone else's golden section point? What is the golden ratio? I don't quite understand." Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with confused eyes. Lin Zhe didn't believe her nonsense and quickly walked towards the car he was driving. Su Qingxue, who was following closely behind, smiled triumphantly and quickened her pace. Got in the car together. Su Qingxue looked at the expensive luxury car in front of her and asked curiously, "Is this your new car? Did Shen Tianli buy you a car?" "It's not my car. Shen Tianli bought a car for me. When you gave Ji Zifeng a sports car, she promised to give me a son of wind. Now the car is back and parked at her company. I haven't driven it yet." Su Qingshue's eyes dimmed for a moment. She remembered this. At that time, Ji Zifeng showed off the sports car she gave him in front of Lin Zhe. Shen Tianli immediately said that she would give Lin Zhe a son of wind car. Yes, Su Qingxue was a little sad. What made her sad was that she hurt the man who truly loved her and whom she also loved deeply, for such a piece of trash. If Lin Zhe hadn't been right next to her, Su Qingxue would have really wanted to slap herself in the ass. In fact, it's not just this one thing. Whenever Su Qingxue thought back to what she had done and the words she had said to Lin Zhe, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to strangle herself. "So, who owns this car?" Su Qingxue asked again. She didn't mind Lin Zhe driving someone else's car, she just wanted to know who the car belonged to. She wanted to use this to judge who else was so good to Lin Zhe besides Shen Tianli. "Song Nanin's," Lin Zhe said frankly. Su Qingxue was stunned. Of course she knew Song Nanin. Su Qingxue knew that Song Nanin was attracted to her not because of her special background, but because of her beauty. Su Qingxue met Song Nanin once. It was at a dinner party. Although it was just a quick glance, Song Nanin's beauty left a very deep impression on Su Qingxue. Afterwards, she made some inquiries and found out that the other party was Song Nanin, the boss of Haicheng's underground world. Hearing that she was ruthless, people called her Song Yanwang behind her back. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhe is now related to her. Moreover, their relationship was so good that Lin Zhe could drive her. "How did you two know each other?" Su Qingxue asked quickly. "I'll treat her." "You can also cure diseases?" Su Qingxue was even more surprised. "That's not difficult." "No, I mean, how could I not know? Maybe you have never paid attention to me." Lin Zhe began to pass the blame. Su Qingxue fell silent. Because she felt that what Lin Zhe said was right. No matter how passionately Lin Zhe pursued her in college, or how dedicatedly he served her after marriage, her eyes had never been on him at all. "I'm sorry for letting you live with a blind me for so long. Don't worry, from now on I will only pay attention to you, and..." Su Qingxue paused for a moment. She changed the subject and said, "Also, in order to make up for the damage we have caused you, let's try the softness and hardness of the mattress." Hold. Chapter 124. I knew you had bad intentions towards me. Lin Zhe was convinced. He was impressed by Su Qingxue, the old man. Even if I really want to play poker with her, she doesn't have to use tricks like this to tease me all the time. What if I can't bear it? Su Qingxue, be serious. Lin Zhe protested. Humph, you bad guy. On the day of our divorce, when you tricked me into bed, why didn't you let me behave myself? When you slept with me last night, you even told me to be more flirty. Why didn't you let me behave myself? Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with extremely resentful eyes. Lin Zhe coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Seeing this, Su Qingxue smiled proudly. She felt that she was becoming more and more adept at controlling Lin Zhe, and she believed that it wouldn't be long before Lin Zhe would accept her again. Soon, we returned to the villa. Under Su Qingxue's command, Lin Zhe drove the car directly to the door of the villa. The villa that Su Qingxue wanted to give to Lin Zhe was to the west of Su Qingxue's villa, about 50 meters away from Su Qingxue's villa. To the east of Su Qingxue's villa is Shen Tianli's villa, and more than 100 meters east of Shen Tianli's villa is Jiang Qingyue's villa. The villa has the same structure and area as Su Qingxue's villa, but the decoration style is completely different. The decoration style of Su Qingshue's villa is luxurious, but this villa has a warm style. This villa was bought by a big shot in Beijing for his mistress to hide away his lover. But just after the decoration was completed, the mistress was discovered by his original wife. The mistress was thrown into prison by his original wife and has never lived here for a single day. However, the furniture here was bought by me, including the bed and mattress. While Su Qingxue was talking, she had already taken Lin Zhe to the second floor. Lin Zhe took a quick look and entered the master bedroom under the guidance of Su Qingxue. Lin Zhe, it's the master bedroom. The bed is not expensive. It only cost tens of thousands of dollars. But the mattress is very valuable. It cost more than 10 million. You can feel it. Su Qingxue said with a sweet smile. Don't mention it, Lin Zhe really wants to try it out to see how good this mattress worth tens of millions is. When he was on Blue Star, Lin Zhe's food, clothing and other necessities were also the best. But I've never slept on a mattress worth tens of millions. You step back first. Lin Zhe said. Su Qingxue stopped smiling. Hey, what do you mean? Are you afraid that I will take the opportunity to do something to you when you are feeling the softness and hardness of the mattress? Lin Zhe, don't you trust me so much, she said aggrievedly. Right. Ha, am I this kind of person in your mind? That's right. Su Qingxue looked at Lin Zhe with tears in her eyes. She took a few steps back without saying a word. Only then did Lin Zhe sit on the bed with peace of mind. It's no wonder that this mattress is worth tens of millions. It's so comfortable to sit on, and there is almost no difference between it and an ordinary mattress. So, is it comfortable? Su Qingxue asked expectantly. So. Just lie down and feel it. It's definitely different. Lin Zhe lay down on it and even rolled over a few times. There is a hammer that is different. Lin Zhe was about to sit up, but at this moment, a sweet and soft body suddenly fell on him. Who else could it be other than Su Qingxue? Damn it, I knew you had bad intentions towards me. Lin Zhe cursed with a smile. He was really impressed by Su Qingxue. Why do you want to seduce me all the time? Su Qingxue smiled sweetly and hugged Lin Zhe tightly. I like you, so I want to hug you. Lin Zhe turned over and pressed her under him. His original intention was to get rid of Su Qingxue. But who would have thought that Su Qingxue suddenly acted like an octopus, not only hugging Lin Zhe with her hands, but also wrapping her legs tightly around him. Lin Zhe supported himself on the bed with his hands. He shook his body, trying to throw Su Qingxue off him, but Su Qingxue held him even tighter. Su Qingxue, stop making trouble and let me go. I, Su Qingxue, held her with my own ability. Why should I let her go just because you say so? Damn it. When did she become such a rogue? Lin Zhe was about to speak when Su Qingxue kissed him. Dry. Her lips are really soft, and it feels so good to kiss them. Lin Zhe clearly felt that his sanity was collapsing, and his whole being was collapsing. This is an extremely dangerous signal. Reason told him that he should push her away harshly. But the body began to respond very honestly. The response was particularly crazy. When Su Qingxue's slender jade hand reached into Lin Zhe's clothes, when Su Qingxue began to make strange but extremely seductive sounds, and when Su Qingxue's body twisted like a water snake, Lin Zhe knew that he couldn't hold it any longer. The consequence of not being able to hold on is that he doesn't want to hold on anymore. He fell. When the first time ended, both of them were sweating profusely. Su Qingxue collapsed in Lin Zhe's arms with a look of satisfaction on her face. She really loves this kind of satisfying feeling now, to the point where her soul is about to leave her body. Lin Zhe is smoking. Although everything that happened just now was great, he wanted to cry. He wanted to cry because he was becoming increasingly unable to resist Su Qingxue's teasing. He was afraid that if this continued, he would really fall in love. No, I must keep my distance from her in the future, and when she seduces me, I must stay away from her at the first opportunity. After making up his mind, Lin Zhe got up and went into the bathroom. He wanted to take a shower. I feel a little uncomfortable because of the stickiness all over my body. After entering the bathroom, Lin Zhe locked the door immediately. Damn, he is extremely worried about Su Qingxue now. Moreover, that ancestor was really capable of taking a bath with himself. After coming out of the bathroom, Lin Zhe saw Su Qingxue lying on the bed with her beautiful body. Dry. How could she be so attractive? That thin waist, those beautiful legs, that Lindsay quickly looked away. Damn it, I can't take it. I really can't take it. Do you want to continue? Su Qingxue said with a sweet smile. Her voice was a little hoarse, there was nothing she could do about it, she had just strained her throat too much. But that's not the point. The point is that although her voice is a little hoarse, it makes it more sexy and seductive. Add to that her lustful eyes, who can resist? Lindsay turned and left. If this continued, not to mention whether his kidneys could take it, the most terrible thing was that Lindsay was really afraid that he would become addicted to her gentleness and unable to extricate himself. After watching Lindsay leave, Su Qingxue quickly put on her clothes and chased after him. The two of them left the villa one after the other. Lindsay was preparing to return to Shen Tianli's home. But after taking a few steps, Su Qingxue suddenly hugged Lindsay from behind. Damn, she must be poisoned. Why does she hug him all the time? Lindsay was about to push her away. At this moment, a sudden scolding was heard. Su Qingxue, let Lindsay go. Chapter 125 You must protect me. In this huge Haicheng, there are probably not many people who dare to speak to Su Qingxue like this, except Shen Tianli. That's right, the person who spoke was Shen Tianli. At this moment, not only was her pretty face filled with a gloomy aura, but even her watery eyes were filled with raging rage. Shen Tianli was very angry. For some reason, when Shen Tianli saw Su Qingxue hugging Lindsay, she had the urge to kill Su Qingxue. When Lindsay saw Shen Tianli, he finally understood why Su Qingxue suddenly hugged him. Damn it, it was obvious that she had seen Shen Tianli and wanted to stimulate her in this way. What, Lindsay is your husband? Su Qingxue asked back disdainfully. It's none of your business. Anyway, just let him go. Su Qingxue didn't say anything, but hugged Lindsay even tighter. It would have been fine if she hugged him tighter, but she also pretended to be scared and said in a tender voice, Lindsay, she is so fierce, you have to protect me. Damn it. When did this ancestor become so tea-like? But I have to say, Su Qingxue's coquettish voice is really lethal. This made Lindsay feel itchy and he had the urge to do it to her again. Shen Tianli was furious. She rushed forward angrily and tried to push Su Qingxue. But Su Qingxue dodged it nimbly. Then, she changed from hugging Lindsay from behind to hugging Lindsay face to face. To be honest, when Lindsay was held tightly in Su Qingxue's sweet and soft body, a surge of impulsive impulses arose in his heart. Damn it! What on earth did she grow up eating? Why is it so provocative? Hold! Shen Tianli became more and more angry. She grabbed Su Qingxue's arm hard, trying to pull her out of Lindsay's arms, but the harder Shen Tianli tried, the tighter Su Qingxue hugged Lindsay. This made Lindsay feel even more uncomfortable. How can it not be uncomfortable? Su Qingxue's sexy body was almost embedded in Lindsay's body. Who can stand this? Damn it, why am I the one who suffers from this war between the two of them? After Shen Tianli tried to pull her away without success for a while, she angrily shouted, You bastard, push her away, or I'll deduct your money. What Lindsay hates most is being threatened. If Shen Tianli had said something soft, Lindsay might have pushed Su Qingxue away. But she insisted on threatening Lindsay. Lindsay, who originally wanted to push Su Qingxue away, suddenly changed his mind. Not only did he not push Su Qingxue away, he also gave Shen Tianli a cold look. Shen Tianli's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She couldn't help but secretly said, Oh no. This bastard hates being threatened the most, but I just threatened him. No, I have to change my strategy quickly. Thinking of this, Shen Tianli took Lindsay's arm and begged aggrievely, You bastard, I'm not trying to threaten you, I just don't want her to hug you, can you push her away? As long as you push her away, I will let you kiss me. As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Lindsay on the lips. Shen Tianli was furious. She was really furious. She felt that something that belonged to her was defiled by the bitch Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, do you have any shame? You divorced Lindsay for another man. How dare you kiss Lindsay now? Su Qingxue ignored her and deepened the kiss. Not only did she deepen the kiss, but she also unscrupulously put her sweet and soft tongue into Lindsay's mouth. Hold. Use this to test the scumbag. Can that scumbag withstand such a test? Lindsay felt hot all over after being kissed by her, and evil energy was running rampant in his body. No, I can't kiss her anymore. If I kiss her again, Lindsay really won't be able to control the evil fire in his body. He was about to push Su Qingxue away, But Su Qingxue suddenly let go of Lin Zhe on her own initiative. She looked at Shen Tianli with a smug look on her face. Shen Tianli, listen carefully. I divorced Lin Zhe for another man, but I know I was wrong, and I regret it. Now I want to win Lin Zhe back. Is that not okay? Besides, Lin Zhe and I have been married for 3 years. How can our relationship be compared to the relationship you have where you pay him to act in a play? In addition, let alone kissing Lin Zhe, even if he slept with him, what does it have to do with you? Looking at the seductive blush on Su Qingxue's fair face and the alluring spring color in her watery eyes, Shen Tianli was so angry that she almost exploded. She cursed angrily, people say that you, Su Qingxue, are cold and noble, but look at you now, what's the difference between you and a slut? Su Qingxue sneered. What's wrong with me flirting with the person I like? Besides, how can you be sure that Lin Zhe doesn't like my flirting? Shen Tianli was speechless. She was angry and speechless. She really wanted to ask Lin Zhe whether he liked her coquettishness, but she was afraid that Lin Zhe's answer would be hard for her to accept. Su Qingxue felt happy. Although this was not the first time that Lin Zhe was used to stimulate Shen Tianli, it was also not the first time that Shen Tianli's defense was broken due to stimulation. But there has never been a time like now that made Su Qingxue feel that every cell in her body was clamoring with pleasure. Su Qingxue even wanted to ask Lin Zhe, do you like my coquettishness? If Lin Zhe answered that he liked her, it would definitely be a fatal blow to Shen Tianli. Unfortunately, she didn't dare to ask, for she was afraid that Lin Zhe would not answer her, or even if he answered, he would say he didn't like it. That's a slap in the face. Seeing that Su Qingxue was still hugging Lin Zhe tightly, Shen Tianli suddenly pushed Su Qingxue away with strength she didn't know where she got from. Su Qingxue was not angry either. She looked at Shen Tianli proudly. She clearly didn't say anything, but her eyes seemed to tell Shen Tianli, even if you separate us, what can it matter, I have already kissed Lin Zhe. And you can only watch. Regardless of whether Su Qingxue's eyes meant this or not, Shen Tianli felt that this was what she meant. She was just provoking herself. Shen Tianli was so stimulated that she even lost her rationality. He didn't care that Su Qingxue had just kissed Lin Zhe's lips. She hooked her arms around Lin Zhe's neck and kissed him hard. Damn it! Lin Zhe felt that he had become a tool now, a tool for them to fight. He felt that he should be angry. After all, no one liked to be a tool. But what's going on with this secret joy? After kissing Lin Zhe fiercely for a while, Shen Tianli let go of Lin Zhe. She looked at Su Qingxue arrogantly and provocatively. Su Qingxue looked at Shen Tianli fiercely, her face was so gloomy as if a shocking storm was brewing. Shen Tianli felt happy. She proudly took Lin Zhe's arm and said, you rascal, let's go home and continue kissing. Su Qingxue blocked the way without saying a word. If you want to leave, leave. Lin Zhe stays. What if I don't? Shen Tianli said disdainfully. Su Qingxue said word by word, then you are seeking death. Chapter 126 Showing Weakness. Su Qingxue was angry. Whether it was her cold and terrifying eyes or her gloomy face, they were telling Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli that she was angry. Shen Tianli looked at Su Qingxue with disdain. Others are afraid of Su Qingxue, but Shen Tianli is not. To Shen Tianli, the Su family is quite powerful, but the Shen family is not a pushover either. After hearing what Su Qingxue said just now, Shen Tianli smiled very seductively and said, oh, you are so arrogant, and you are looking for death. Come on, kill me if you dare. Do you think I don't dare? Su Qingxue's voice was as cold as ice. Shen Tianli smiled disdainfully. Su Qingxue, don't use your background to scare people. If you really compare, our Shen family is not bad. You said you regretted it and wanted to win back Lin Zhe, but what did you do before? You broke Lin Zhe's heart, and then you thought about winning him back. I tell you, it's too late. You make it sound as if Lin Zhe likes you so much. Su Qingxue retorted with a sneer. He just likes me, Lin Zhe, let's go home. Lin Zhe, don't go with her. Su Qingxue said quickly. In fact, before Shen Tianli kissed Lin Zhe just now, if she had forcibly dragged Lin Zhe away, Su Qingxue would not have said anything. After all, she and Lin Zhe have divorced, and she also keeps saying that she and Lin Zhe are just friends now. But after Shen Tianli kissed Lin Zhe wantonly, Su Qingxue didn't want Lin Zhe to go with her. Because for Su Qingxue, Shen Tianli has already put the war for Lin Zhe on the table. If Lin Zhe left with Shen Tianli this time, it would mean that he had lost the competition with Shen Tianli. Of course the proud Su Qingxue would never let such a thing happen. Su Qingxue, you have already abandoned him for another man once. Can you please stop making things difficult for him now? Shen Tianli suddenly said. Humph, I did abandon Lin Zhe once, but that's why I want to make amends and give him the best. You only know how to make amends now. What were you doing before? The child is dead and the milk is coming. Besides, haven't you heard the saying? Late love is cheaper than grass. Su Qingshue's face darkened. Divorcing Lin Zhe for someone else has become a concern for Su Qingxue. Even if Shen Tianli didn't say these, Su Qingxue would think of them every time she saw Lin Zhe, and her heart would hurt as if it were being cut by a knife. Not to mention that this matter is now repeatedly mentioned by Shen Tianli, her mortal enemy. Yes, Su Qingxue was finally hurt by Shen Tianli's words. Especially that sentence, belated affection is cheaper than grass. It's really heartbreaking. She didn't know when her eyes turned red. When Shen Tianli saw this, she was instantly delighted. She felt so good that she even wanted to scream. You rascal, let's go home. Shen Tianli said excitedly, holding Lin Zhe's arm. However, Lin Zhe pulled his arm out of her arms. Shen Tianli was stunned and the smile on her face froze instantly. So, this bastard wants to choose Su Qingxue? When she realized this, Shen Tianli's heart began to sink a little. She had an inexplicable urge to cry. When Su Qingxue saw this scene, she was delighted. Her dim eyes were instantly filled with a fiery light. I knew that this bad guy would not abandon me at the critical moment. She was about to take Lin Zhe's arm. But Lin Zhe began to retreat. Damn it, you guys continue, I'm leaving first. After saying this, Lin Zhe turned around and walked out of the villa. Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli were left looking at each other. The two of them looked at each other quickly, and saw surprise, confusion, and even a little bit of shame in each other's eyes. They were silent for a while, and then returned to their villa. After returning to the villa, Su Qingxue called her best friend immediately. The call was answered immediately. Baby, do you miss me? A familiar voice of my best friend came from the other end of the phone. Xian, be serious. When saying this, Su Qingxue felt like crying. She felt that her fight with Shen Tianli had once again hurt Lin Zhe's heart. Qingxue, what's wrong with you? Su Qingxue resisted the urge to cry and told her best friend exactly what had happened. At the end, Su Qingxue choked up and said, Shan, I'm not fighting for Lin Zhe just to be angry with Shen Tianli. I really want to win his heart back. But Qingxue, your competition gives people the feeling that you are using Lin Zhe as a tool to provoke the other party. The best friend said weakly. So, what should I do now? Qingxue, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Do you really want to win back Lin Zhe's heart, or is it because Lin Zhe and Shen Tianli are so close that it irritates you? Plus, you two are sworn enemies, so you want to snatch Lin Zhe back. Of course I want to win his heart back. I know very well that I like Lin Zhe. It's not because he is close to Shen Tianli, nor because Shen Tianli and I are sworn enemies that I want to snatch him away from Shen Tianli. That's easy. Go back and apologize to Lin Zhe sincerely. Also, next time you encounter something like this, I'll teach you a way. What is the solution? Show weakness. Showing weakness? That's right. Shen Tianli is obviously using Lin Zhe as a tool to provoke you. If that's the case, then you should provoke her. Next time she uses Lin Zhe to provoke you, don't argue with her. Just show weakness. Showing weakness is not because you are afraid of her, but it can better stimulate Lin Zhe's sympathy and desire to protect you. Does it work? Su Qingxue asked doubtfully. What a joke, sister. I have been in the love field for so many years. I don't know how many handsome men I have tricked into bed with this trick. Just wait for Lin Zhe to climb into your bed obediently. Okay, I understand. At the same time, after Lin Zhe left the villa area, he took a taxi. He asked the driver to drive to the best restaurant. He wants to eat meat. He wants to have a good meal. In fact, to be honest, Lin Zhe was not angry about the fact that Su Qingxue and Shen Tianli used him as a tool. I just feel very irritated. Plus, he was hungry, so he left. After running for a while, Lin Zhe's cell phone rang. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Lin Zhe picked it up. I am by Daolong. I heard it. Lin Zhe said indifferently. Two things. Go ahead. First, I know you are producing an album for Zhang Qingyue. Once the album is finished, get out of here as far as you can. Second, forget about the Lin family's 1 billion. I'll make the decision on behalf of Lin Xiaotian. If you don't want to die, just do as I say. Also, be polite to the Lin family in the future. What conditions did the Lin family offer you? It's none of your business. Lin Zhe smiled and then hung up the phone. Very good. The Bai family is also on his own blacklist. Let him jump around for a few days. Chapter 127. Follow me from now on. When he finished the last piece of meat and the last sip of wine, Lin Zhe finally felt refreshed. He burped and lit a cigarette. While smoking, Lin Zhe was thinking about where to spend the night. Lin Zhe didn't want to go to Su Qingshue's place, and he didn't want to go back to Shin Tianli's villa. Suddenly, Lin Zhe thought of Song Nanin. She's a good place to go. After making up his mind, Lin Zhe was about to pay the bill. Just then, a burly man at the next table suddenly started arguing with the waiter. That sturdy guy is really damn strong, standing there like an iron tower. Full of oppression. I don't want to dine in free, I really have no money. How about this, I'll stay and work as a security guard for you to pay off my debt. The sturdy man said with embarrassment. Sir, our restaurant doesn't need security. If you don't pay the bill, don't blame us for calling the police. Okay, even if you don't need security, you will definitely need a dishwasher or a cleaner. Anyway, as long as it's a job, I can do it, and I promise to do it well. The sturdy man's tone was already pleading. Sorry, we don't need any more staff in the restaurant. The sturdy man lowered his eyes and spread his hands. What should I do? I really have no money. Even if you call the police, I still don't have the money to pay for today's meal. I don't care. Either you pay, or we call the police. When Lin Zhe saw this, he smiled and said, How much did he spend? 6,748, said the waiter. Damn, it's really delicious. I'll pay for him. Lin Zhe said. The sturdy man looked at Lin Zhe in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Zhe to say such a thing. Are you sure, sir? Lin Zhe nodded. After paying the bill, Lin Zhe stood up and left. The burly man wiped his bloodshot eyes and quickly chased after him. As soon as he left the restaurant, the burly man blocked Lin Zhe's way. What? You still want me to treat you to a meal? Lin Zhe joked. The strong man quickly shook his head and said, Sir, that's not what I meant. I saw that you are extraordinary, so I want to ask you a favor. You don't want to borrow money from me, do you? Lin Zhe asked with a smile. The other party quickly shook his head. No, sir. I want to ask you to recommend a job for me. To be honest, I am really desperate now. You can recommend any job for me, even working on a construction site. As long as you give me a job, I will make money and will pay you back as soon as possible. So, you come to the restaurant to eat a free meal, are you looking for a job? The sturdy man nodded with shame on his face. I thought, since I ate so much, they would definitely detain me and make me work to pay off my debt. If I work harder, they might keep me. Quite interesting. Lin Zhe smiled and said, You just said that you are willing to work on the construction site, so why don't you find a job yourself? Why do you need me to introduce you to a job? The other party hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, I just got out of there. I went to the construction site to try it out, but unfortunately, as soon as they heard that I had been in prison, they drove me away. I really had no other choice, so I resorted to this desperate measure. I see. How did you get in? He injured someone. Who was injured? My wife. Lin Zhe glanced at him sideways. I really didn't realize that you are also a violent person? The other person looked at Lin Zhe with bloodshot eyes, full of grievance. Sir, I'm not a violent person. It's just that bitch was too vicious. She spent my retirement money to support a gigolo. After I found out, she shamelessly told me that I deserved it. I couldn't help but slapped her. I was so angry at the time that I didn't control my strength and beat her to the point of paralysis. Lin Zhe was stunned. No wonder when I saw this sturdy man for the first time, I felt that in addition to being strong, he also had a unique temperament. Feelings are like having been in the military. However, what interested Lin Zhe was that the opponent's strength was so terrifying. A fight can actually leave a person paralyzed on one side. Do you regret it? Lin Zhe asked. The sturdy man shook his head without even thinking about it. No regrets. Okay, just for what you said, follow me from now on. The sturdy man looked at Lin Zhe excitedly. Because he was too excited, his breathing became rapid and his body was shaking. How can I not be excited? It has been half a month since he came out. Not only has he been living without a stable place to live, but he has also been often hungry. This is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that because he had been in prison, everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. He is not accepted by this society and he feels abandoned by the whole world. His heart was desperate. His world was dark. But now, someone suddenly told him to follow him. To him, these words were like the dark world suddenly being illuminated by light. How could he not be excited? What's your name? Lin Zhe asked again. The sturdy man said in a trembling voice, Yang Taichang. Okay, follow me from now on. However, I have to tell you that I might ask you to do something dangerous. Please consider whether you want to do it. Lin Zhe was interrupted by Yang Taichung before he could finish his words. I do. Okay, come on, give me an account number, I'll make some money for you first so you can have something to eat. Yang Taichung tremblingly gave out his account number, and Lin Zhe directly transferred 300,000 yuan to him. When he saw that number, Yang Taichung could no longer hold back his tears. He cried and swore, Sir, don't worry, I, Yang Taichung, will be your dog from now on. I will do whatever you want me to do and will never betray you. Nonsense, what is the use of being a dog or not? Maybe you have fallen into darkness, maybe you are disappointed with this world, it doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to stand up, then you are a human being. Yang Taichung nodded vigorously. He bit his lips tightly to prevent himself from crying. Oh, by the way, my name is Lin Zhe, Lin is in forest, and Zhe is in benefiting the world. Please write down my contact information. Yang Taichung quickly took out his cell phone. Lin Zhe glanced at his cell phone. It was already very old and had buttons, like a product from the last century. Lin Zhe first asked for the other party's contact information. After he wrote it down, he told the other party his own contact information. Yang Taichung carefully wrote Lin Zhe's cell phone number on the contact information. At the end, he also gave Lin Zhe a note as a benefactor. After finishing it, Lin Zhe had a brief chat with Yang Taichung, reminded him of some things, and then took a taxi to Song Nanin's villa. Chapter 128. This is what I should do. When we arrived at Song Nanin's villa, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. A dozen bodyguards were patrolling at night, and they didn't say much about Lin Zhe's arrival. After all, the eldest lady had said that Lin Zhe could move freely in the villa. Entering the living room, several servants were cleaning. When they saw Lin Zhe, they all nodded respectfully. Mr. Lin is here. One of the servants said with a smile. Lin Zhe nodded. Where's Song Nanin? The young lady is resting in her room. Do you need me to inform her? No, I have something to do with her. Having said that, Lin Zhe stood up and walked upstairs. The servant did not stop them. After all, the eldest lady had instructed that there was no need to inform anyone when Lin Zhe arrived. Song Nanin had just finished taking a shower and was resting in bed. In fact, she didn't have the habit of taking a bath during her menstrual period, but it was really uncomfortable to feel sticky all over. Especially since she felt her hands were dirty. Even though she had washed it many times, she still felt it was dirty. When Song Nanin thought of the scene at the top of Beishan Mountain in the morning, she was so angry that she wanted to chop off her own hands. I was so stupid at that time. How could I agree to do that kind of thing for that bastard? Just as I was feeling angry, the door was suddenly pushed open. Song Nanin turned her head and took a look. When she saw it was Lin Zhe, a flash of surprise suddenly crossed her mind. But when she thought about what she had done in the morning, especially when she saw her own slender white hands, Song Nanin was so angry that she wanted to bite Lin Zhe to death. You bastard, what are you doing here? Song Nanin asked angrily. Lin Zhe smiled and said, I missed you, so I came to see you. Song Nanin was delighted again. But he shouted angrily, get lost, I don't want to see you. Lin Zhe seemed not to hear her words. He walked straight to her bed, took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. Song Nanin exploded instantly. No, this bastard has become so arrogant now? Can you just sleep on your own bed? You bastard, you want to die? Lin Zhe took the sweet and soft girl into his arms. Just about to speak. Hold the grass. Why is Song Nanin wearing so little? She really didn't have much to wear. After taking a shower, she put on a pair of panties and a simple white t-shirt. She felt very comfortable this way. Besides, who could have thought that this bastard Lindsay would suddenly appear and get on her bed so unscrupulously? Song Nanin was about to kick Lindsay off the bed angrily. But at this moment, she suddenly yelled, "You bastard, who told you to take off your pants? Your legs are so cold." "My body is warm, so of course I want to warm you up," Lindsay said righteously. Song Nanin laughed. She was so angry that she laughed. "I've lived for 20 years, but I've never seen such a shameless person. What on earth is he made of? How can he be so shameless? Don't be too touched. This is what I should do," Lindsay said after hugging Song Nanin tightly. The moment their skin touched, Song Nanin's heart trembled. She was so embarrassed and angry that she kicked Lindsay. But Lindsay seemed to have anticipated that she would do this. The moment she kicked him, Lindsay stretched out his legs and clamped one of Song Nanin's legs between his legs. Song Nanin struggled hard, but unfortunately, it was of no use. Not only did she fail to pull her legs out from between Lindsay's legs, but Lindsay also clamped her other leg between his legs. Song Nanin collapsed. She was going crazy. "You bastard, don't seek death," Song Nanin said almost in a roar. Lindsay touched her little head. "Okay, don't be angry. I'm homeless tonight. Let me stay here with you for the night. Don't worry, I won't do anything. Anyway, you're having your period now, so I can't do anything even if I want to. You being homeless is none of my business. Get off my bed right now, immediately, or I will really." Song Nanin couldn't say anything after that, because Lindsay blocked her lips with his lips. Song Nanin struggled and stammered. But after struggling for a while, she fell limp in Lindsay's arms. Each other's breathing was rapid. The hot air exhaled kept hitting the other person's cheek. After kissing for a while, Lindsay let her go. Song Nanin glared at Lindsay with shame and anger. But she panted continuously but never said anything to ask Lindsay to get out. Seeing this, Lindsay smiled and asked, "Do you want to know what Schwerin said to me today?" "Fart if you want to." "He gave me 1 million a month to be exact, and asked me to be his little brother." "Humph, I figured it out. If nothing unexpected happens, the rest of your men will also start trying to win me over, and each of them will offer better terms than the last." Song Nanin believed what Lindsay said without a doubt. Ever since Joe Lausan started to win over Lindsay, Song Nanin knew that the rest of his men would definitely not remain indifferent. "You bastard, I still say the same thing. If you dare to betray me, I will kill you." Lindsay pinched her smooth chin and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I haven't slept with you yet, how can I bear to betray you? Besides, you are so fragrant and soft, I am a little reluctant to betray you." Even though I was teased by this bastard. But for some reason, Song Nanin felt inexplicably happy in her heart. "You bastard, let me ask you, how am I going to deal with those men in half a year? Who of you is stronger now? If it's a one-on-one match, I will win, but if they team up, I have no chance of winning." Then develop your power. In order not to alert the enemy, you can do it secretly. In fact, you don't have to wait until half a year. As long as you feel that your power can easily kill them, you can take action. But I'm surrounded by their people now. Even if I want to do it secretly, they will definitely know it at the first time. Otherwise, you can train them secretly for me," Song Nanin said casually. But the words had just fallen. Song Nanin suddenly thought this was a good idea. She turned over and lay on top of Lindsay, and said excitedly, "Yes, you bastard, train them for me. Really, I'll give you money, and you can secretly train a group of extraordinary subordinates for me, and then I can kill them by surprise." Lindsay smiled. "It's not difficult, but..." "But what?" "However, in addition to money, I also want to borrow something from you." "What?" Lindsay gently rubbed Song Nanin's sexy red lips with his fingers. He smiled and said, "Your mouth." Chapter 129, Go and Daydream. Song Nanin was both ashamed and angry. "I knew this bastard was planning on hitting himself in the face. This morning at the top of North Mountain, this bastard just kept staring at his mouth. I'm afraid I'll want to use my own mouth at that time. I really want to chop it up and feed it to the dogs in the yard." But Song Nanin held back. "This is the time when this dog thing is needed. If I reject him rashly, it might cause his dissatisfaction. It would be better to keep him calm first and wait until those men are killed." With this in mind, Song Nanin suddenly smiled coquettishly. She stretched out her slender hand and gently stroked Lin Zay's lips. Then, she leaned over to Lin Zay's ear and said in a sweet voice, "You bastard, you can use my mouth, but you have to help me secure my position first. It would be best if you get rid of those men. Then, not to mention using my mouth, you can use other places as well." Lin Zay smiled. "Song Nanin, your trick of making cakes is not clever at all. Besides, you have already lost to me. I can eat you after your period is over. Why wait until I can help you kill those men?" Song Nanin was stunned. "Damn, forgot about that." After thinking for a while, Song Nanin suddenly said shyly, "You bastard, it's impossible to do it with your mouth. I can only use my hands at most." Just as Lin Zay was about to speak, a green bubble rang. The message was sent by someone with the remark maggot. The so-called maggot is Lin Zay's younger brother Lin Nan. "Brother, do you think that just because you are with Shin Tianli, you can step on my head and pee and shit? Go ahead and daydream. I'm not afraid to tell you that our Lin family has hooked up with the Bai family. Young Master Bai has already contacted you, my dear brother. Your good days are about to end. When you heard the news, were you sad? But it doesn't matter. I'm happy. If you know what's best for you, come here quickly, kneel down, and apologize to me. Maybe I'll just let you go like a piece of shit when I feel good." Lin Zay sneered. "As soon as I felt sleepy, someone brought me a pillow. I was still worrying about how to deal with Lin Nan. Unexpectedly, he bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Very good, it couldn't be better." Lin Zay quickly replied to Lin Nan, "Where are you? Why, you want to kneel down and apologize to me? Yes, I now clearly realize my mistake. Give me an address and I will kneel down and apologize to you right now." Lin Zay replied with a sneer. When Lin Nan received this message, he felt very happy. He never dreamed that Lin Zay would actually admit his mistake on his own initiative. Moreover, he is so servile. Damn it, Lin Zay, you also have times when you give in. I can't help it. You are now attached to the Bai family. I am really scared. Lin Nan felt so happy that he felt like he was going to heaven. "Western Suburb Villa, I'll give you 1 hour. You'd better not play any tricks, otherwise I'll have Master Bai kill you in a minute." "Okay, I'll be right there." Closed Linza. Lin Zay was about to speak when he saw Song Nanin looking at him with contempt. Lin Zay slapped her right on her perky butt. "Damn, what's that expression on your face?" Song Nanin blushed and said unhappily, "Humph, I thought you were fearless, but it turns out that you also have the tendency to give in." Lin Zay smiled. Why was she angry? It turned out that she saw the message I just sent to Lin Nan. "Are you afraid of the Bai family? I'm not a spineless person like you. The Bai family is quite powerful, but I'm not a pushover either. It's good that you are not afraid. Put on your clothes and come with me to do something." "What's the meaning?" "The Lin family promised to give me 1 billion yuan, but Lin Xiaotian found Bai Daolong and asked him to threaten me. Do you think I can swallow this anger? You want to kill your cheap brother?" Shin Tianli told Song Nanin some things about Lin Zay's past, and Song Nanin also investigated it. So, she knew Lin Zay's situation clearly. Lin Zay sneered and said, "Kill him? That would be too easy for him. I have to let him live and let him watch everything he has disappear bit by bit until he is left with nothing." Song Nanin was stunned. She stared at Lin Zay for a while, then said in a deep voice, "You are quite cruel." "Is it cruel? Compared to what I've gone through, isn't this the retribution they deserve? What happened to you?" Song Nanin asked curiously. Song Nanin knew that Lin Zay had been abducted and sold when he was a child, and within 2 years of being found, he was kicked out of the Lin family again. She knew that Lin Zay must be having a hard time in the Lin family, but she didn't know how bad his life was. Nothing. Lin Zay is not a person who likes to talk about the past, because everything in the past is already the past to him. However, not liking to mention it doesn't mean he will forget it. Seeing that Lin Zay didn't want to talk, Song Nanin didn't ask any further. But judging from Lin Zay's attitude, everything he suffered in the Lin family was probably more miserable than he thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this attitude. "So, how are you going to deal with Lin Nan?" "Kidnap him and ask the Lin family for money. I believe that if you come forward, the Lin family will pay obediently." "Damn it, that's the original idea." Lin Zay smiled and said, "Yes, you have such an awesome background. If I don't use it, wouldn't it make you look incompetent?" Well, what good is that to me? Damn it, you still want benefits? I give you kisses and sleep with you, isn't this a benefit? Do you know how many people outside want to kiss me and sleep with me now? Lindsay said righteously. Son Nanin was speechless. How can this bastard be so shameless? How could he say such shameless words so confidently? Okay, change your clothes quickly. Humph, you bastard, go wait for me downstairs. Fuck, I've touched you all over, why are you still being so reserved? Son Nanin's pretty face turned red, and she glared at Lindsay with shame and anger. Although this bastard is telling the truth. But now Son Nanin really had the urge to hack him to death. Seeing that Son Nanin didn't say anything, Lindsay slapped her butt again. What the hell are you doing standing there? Are you waiting for me to change your clothes? Son Nanin felt both ashamed and angry after being beaten. She quickly turned over and climbed off Lindsay's body, then wrapped in a thin blanket and quickly went into the cloakroom. Son Nanin didn't want to admit defeat either. But there was no way, she knew clearly that this bastard was really capable of doing such a thing. After watching Son Nanin leave, Lindsay smiled triumphantly. Chapter 130. Did I travel through time? The night is dark. 6 luxury cars rushed towards the western suburbs at lightning speed. Lindsay and Son Nanin were in one of the cars. The remaining 5 cars were for Son Nanin's bodyguards. What's the situation between you and Su Qingxue now? I heard from Shen Tianli that she wants to get rid of her white moonlight for you? Son Nanin asked curiously. Yes, that's true, but she didn't want to deal with her Bai Yueguang because of me. It was because her Bai Yueguang actually drugged her and wanted to get him in this way. Puff. Son Nanin giggled. What kind of operation is this? Doesn't Su Qingxue like his white moonlight? If that's the case, why would his white moonlight drug her? The person she likes now is me. Son Nanin rolled her eyes at Lindsay. What are you bragging about? Su Qingxue is so beautiful and has such a great figure. Will she like you? Besides, if she likes you, will she divorce you for her white moonlight? You know nothing. What you can't get is the best. Son Nanin was stunned. She felt that what Lindsay said seemed to make some sense. But this is not the point. The point is that when Son Nanin heard Lindsay say that Su Qingxue liked him, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. Seeing that Son Nanin stopped talking, Lindsay glanced at her. But her pretty face looked uncertain and she seemed unhappy. Why aren't you talking? Are you jealous when you hear that Su Qingxue likes me? Lindsay asked with a smile. Son Nanin sneered. I don't like you, why should I be jealous? Lindsay smiled and said, thank you for not liking it. If you liked it, I would be embarrassed to do it to you. Son Nanin was stunned. She was a little unhappy. What do you mean, you bastard? Are you hoping that I don't like you? Yes, if you like me, you will definitely make a lot of unreasonable demands on me. Moreover, you will also require me to like you and be loyal to you. Just thinking about it makes me despair. For some reason, Son Nanin felt a little disappointed after hearing Lindsay's remarks. So, you want to be an irresponsible scumbag? That's right. My life motto is, don't take the initiative, don't refuse, and don't take responsibility. Lindsay said as frankly as he could. Son Nanin was speechless. I'm really impressed by this bastard. In this day and age, many people are pretending to be affectionate, and they try as hard as they can to maintain this image. But this bastard is so good at being a scumbag and being so self-righteous. Son Nanin didn't want to talk anymore. After running for more than an hour, we arrived at our destination. 6 cars slowly stopped in front of the door of a very well-built villa. By the time Lindsay and Son Nanin got out of the car, the gate of the villa had been kicked open by Son Nanin's bodyguards. A dozen bodyguards stood in 2 rows. Come 4 people, and the rest stand guard at the door. Son Nanin shouted coldly. A group of bodyguards nodded in unison. Lindsay strode inside. Son Nanin walked side by side. As soon as I walked into the courtyard of the villa, I saw Lin Nan walking out of the villa with wild steps. Hey, my dear brother, you come quite quickly. Why are you so impatient to kneel down and apologize to me? Lin Nan said proudly. Lindsay smiled. He looked at Lin Nan as if he was mentally retarded. I was such a rubbish in the past that I was made miserable by such an idiot. Lindsay was about to speak. But at this moment, Lin Nan suddenly saw Son Nanin standing aside. His eyes suddenly widened into bells. There was no way. Song Nanin in front of him was so beautiful that one could not look directly at her. Lin Nan was instantly excited. Damn, although his goddess is Shen Tianli, the girl in front of him is not inferior to Shen Tianli in terms of appearance. It would be so exciting if I could play this once. When he thought of this, Lin Nan's breathing quickened. He said excitedly, "Brother, is this girl a gift to me? Okay, since you are so sensible, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I will spare your life." As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhe didn't wait for anything to happen. Song Nanin, who was standing by, shouted angrily with a livid face, "Catch him." The 4 strong men pounced on Lin Nan like wolves. Seeing this, Lin Nan said disdainfully, "Let me see who can move me." "Idiot, do you know who I am?" Song Nanin asked coldly. "I don't care who the fuck you are. Anyway, my Lin family is now attached to the Bai family. If you dare to touch me today, I will make you live a life worse than death in a minute." Song Nanin sneered. "Listen carefully, idiot. My name is Song Nanin." Song Nanin? What a familiar name. Lin Nan thought hard. A light bulb went off in his head. Hold the grass. Isn't Song Nanin the one at the helm of Haicheng's underground world? Moreover, I heard that Song Nanin is extremely beautiful. When he thought of this, Lin Nan's eyes changed when he looked at Song Nanin. Not only did his face turn pale instantly, but his eyes were filled with terrifying fear. With a thud, Lin Nan knelt down. He wanted to beg for mercy. However, before he could say anything, Song Nanin's bodyguard chopped him unconscious. Then, 4 bodyguards dragged him quickly out of the villa. Lin Zhe called Lin Xiaotian with a smile. At the same time, capital city. Tang family. As the top family in Beijing, the Tang family's villa was extremely large and luxurious. The villa, which was usually deserted, was now brightly lit. Everyone who normally had a cold expression on their faces was now smiling happily. Because the eldest daughter of the Tang family woke up. The eldest daughter of the Tang family was involved in a serious car accident half a year ago. Although she survived, she became a vegetable. Over the past 6 months, the Tang family seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud. From the head of the family to the servants, everyone had a gloomy look on their faces. Now, the eldest lady has finally woken up. In the luxurious room, a beautiful woman was looking at everything in front of her with a puzzled look. There are people everywhere. Although she had memories of them in her head, the absolutely beautiful woman felt that these people were so strange. She looked around and suddenly, her head started to hurt badly. Countless information came at me like a landslide. She covered her head in pain. Everyone in front of her looked at her nervously, talking at once. The beautiful woman didn't hear it clearly at all. At this moment, she felt like her head was about to explode. I don't know how long it took. The pain in my head gradually disappeared. She looked at the people in front of her again. Her eyes slowly swept across the crowd. It seems like he has finally accepted a certain fact. So, I traveled through time, the beautiful woman murmured to herself. Chapter 131. Let me go. You beast, you still have the nerve to call me? As soon as the call was connected, Lin Xiaotian's furious voice reached Lin Zhe's ears. Lin Zhe smiled disdainfully. Lin Xiaotian, do you think that by relying on the Bai family, you don't have to pay the 1 billion? That's right, you beast. I'm telling you, even if I give all my money to the beggars on the street, I won't give you a penny, you beast. Lin Zhe laughed more and more disdainfully. Okay, remember what you said now. You beast, remember what I just said, next time. Lin Zhe was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and hung up the phone directly. Why don't you ask him for the ransom directly? Song Nanin asked in confusion. Lin Zhe smiled and said, I originally wanted to ask for it, but I suddenly realized that it would be more effective if Lin Nan said it in person. Alright, when I get back, I'll have someone wake the jerk up and have him call Lin Xiaotian to ask for the ransom. Lin Zhe nodded. The two were about to leave. One of Song Nanin's men suddenly whispered, Boss, there are still people in this villa. How do you know? Song Nanin asked calmly. I just saw a figure flash past the window on the 3rd floor. Do you want to capture him? Catch him. Song Nanin shouted coldly. Several strong men quickly rushed into the villa. After a while, he came out carrying a young man. When he saw the other person, Lin Zhe was immediately happy. It turned out to be that trash Ji Zifeng. No wonder Su Qingshue's people couldn't find this garbage after searching for a long time. It turns out that he is hiding here with that trash Lin Nan. Ji Zifeng had obviously been dealt with by Song Nanin's men. At this moment, not only was his face bruised and swollen, but his entire body was also trembling. When he saw Lin Zhe, Ji Zifeng felt as if he had seen a long-lost relative. He smiled flatteringly and said, "Lin Zhe, please, for the sake of our classmates, please spare me." "You bastard, do you know him?" Song Nanin asked coldly. Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Su Qingshue's former White Moonlight. I heard that the Su family is looking for him all over the world. You can call Su Qingxue, or I can have someone send him to Su Qingshuo." Lin Zhe was about to speak. Ji Zifeng fell to his knees with a thud. He begged bitterly, "Lin Zhe, please, please let me go. Don't hand me over to Su Qingshuo. I beg you. I kowtow to you." "Oh, you know you're wrong? Then why didn't you think about the consequences when you drugged Su Qingshuo?" Lin Zhe asked with a sneer. I was confused at that time. I really know I was wrong now. Please, let me go." "You don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to get into trouble." Having said that, Lin Zhe called Su Qingshuo. "Lin Zhe, I'm sorry." As soon as the call was connected, Su Qingshuo's guilty voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ha? Why are you apologizing for no reason? When Shen Tianli and I were fighting for you, I used you as a tool to provoke the other party. I apologize to you, but I really didn't mean it." Su Qingshuo explained guiltily. "Hey, I'm not angry about this." You are really not angry?" Su Qingshuo was a little excited. "No, I just felt a little annoyed, and I was a little hungry, so I left first. I'm sorry, I won't fight with her anymore. I will treat you well silently and let you see my sincerity." "That's not necessary," Lin Zhe said quickly. He just wanted to sleep with Su Qingshuo, not to develop feelings for her. Therefore, Lin Zhe didn't really care whether she treated him well or not, as long as she could sleep with him. "It's necessary. I know I hurt you deeply. I will use my own way to heal the scars in your heart. Let's talk about it later. There is something I must inform you of." "You say?" "I found Ji Zifeng." "Where?" Su Qingshuo asked coldly. Not only was her voice cold, but it was also filled with overwhelming hatred. "I'll send you the address later." "Good." They hung up the phone. Lin Zhe sent the address to Su Qingshuo. Looking at Lin Zhe's actions, Ji Zifeng was completely desperate. He knew his good days were over. He looked at Lin Zhe with resentment. "Lin Zhe, you beast, don't think that you win just because Su Qingshuo likes you. Let me tell you, the day I returned to China, I fucked Su Qingshuo. You've liked her for so many years, so what? Didn't she still lie under my crotch and enjoy herself? You don't even know how slutty she is. Also, you probably couldn't imagine it even in your dreams, but this is Su Qingshuo's first time. Ha ha ha, I feel so good. I feel so good." Lin Zhe smiled. He was about to speak. Song Nanin suddenly shouted, "Slap him." Yes, she wanted to vent her anger for Lin Zhe. Song Nanin knew Lin Zhe's past. She knew that Lin Zhe had liked Su Qingshuo for 7 years. But now this trash in front of him actually dared to provoke Lin Zhe like this. "You are really looking for death." As soon as the words fell, a sturdy man's slaps fell on Ji Zifeng's mouth like rain. The sound of clapping continued to echo in the villa for a while. Along with it, Ji Zifeng's shrill scream was also heard. After fighting for a while, Ji Zifeng's mouth was torn into pieces and covered in blood. Song Nanin waved her hand and her men stopped. He pushed Ji Zifeng away, and the garbage fell to the ground limply like noodles in a pot. Su Qingshuo has always been cold and noble, but I didn't expect that she would be this kind of person. I know you have liked her for many years, but don't be sad. That kind of person is not worthy of your love." Song Nanin said softly. Lin Zhe looked at Song Nanin with a smile. "Why, you feel sorry for me?" Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe. "This bastard, could you please not speak so rudely? His men are still here. Can't you just say this after you get home?" Lin Zhe smiled. "This rubbish has been my mortal enemy since college, so I don't believe a word he says now." Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe with disappointment. "Do you like Su Qingshuo that much?" Obviously, Song Nanin still thought that Lin Zhe liked Su Qingxue to the core. So, even if this trash in front of him told Lin Zhe that he had slept with Su Qingxue, Lin Zhe was too stupid to believe it. I don't like it. Then why don't you believe what this rubbish says? Lin Zhe looked at Song Nanin with a smile. He hooked his finger. Song Nanin subconsciously took a few steps forward. Lin Zhe put his mouth close to her ear and said with a smile, because it was me who took Su Qingxue's virginity. Song Nanin was stunned. She suddenly felt uncomfortable in her heart. Chapter 132. Promise me, okay? The Su family came very quickly. Just after Lin Zhe finished the call, he arrived in less than half an hour. Led by Su Qingxue, a dozen people quickly entered the villa. When Su Qingxue saw Lin Zhe, she was delighted. She felt that Lin Zhe had her in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't help himself find that trash Jizafeng. She wanted to throw herself into Lin Zhe's arms and act coquettishly so that he would forgive her for what she did today. But Su Qingxue saw Song Nanin. Although she knew that Lin Zhe was treating Song Nanin, Su Qingxue felt a little sad when she saw Lin Zhe and Song Nanin together, and when they were standing so close to each other. But she didn't show it. He strode up to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, thank you, Miss Song, thank you. Lin Zhe nodded. Song Nanin waved her hand and said, it's just a piece of cake. I'll come to thank you some other day. No need. Song Nanin declined politely. Her voice was neither salty nor bland. There was no way. When Song Nanin heard Lin Zhe say that he took Su Qingxue's virginity, she felt particularly uncomfortable. So, when she saw Su Qingxue, she felt particularly disgusted. The reason why it didn't happen was because Lin Zhe was still there. Seeing that Song Nanin didn't want to talk, Su Qingxue thought that this was just her personality, so she didn't say anything else. Her eyes fell on Jizafeng. The moment she saw him, Su Qingxue could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Although this beast had been beaten extremely miserably, when Su Qingxue thought about the fact that this beast had drugged her in the first place, she wished she could kill him right now. Take him away and cripple him. Su Qingxue shouted coldly. The people from the Su family quickly stepped forward and dragged Jizafeng out of the villa. After dealing with all this, Su Qingxue walked up to Lin Zhe and begged in a low voice, Lin Zhe, can I talk to you alone for a while? Is there something wrong? Lin Zhe asked. Su Qingxue nodded. Okay, let's talk in the car. Su Qingxue was delighted. After the two left the villa, they got into Su Qingxue's car. It was pitch black inside the car and Lin Zhe was about to turn on the light. Su Qingxue quickly said, don't turn on the light. As she spoke, she was already riding on Lin Zhe's legs. Damn it. This ancestor is becoming more and more provocative. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, Su Qingxue's sweet and soft body had already fallen on his chest. She hugged Lin Zhe's waist with both hands and said coquettishly, bad guy, I really know I was wrong. Since I'm so beautiful, please forgive me this time, okay? Damn it. Why is she acting like a spoiled child for no reason? Doesn't she know how destructive her coquettishness is? Or maybe she is just acting coquettishly on purpose. But this is not the point. The point is that Lin Zhe's heartbeat became irregular due to her soft voice. I'm not angry. Lin Zhe took a deep breath and responded. Lin Zhe, you're so nice. By the way, that rubbish didn't say anything to you, did he? Lin Zhe, even if he did, don't believe it. He's just rubbish anyway. Now that he knows he's going to be dealt with, he might say something to deliberately provoke you. Lin Zhe smiled. You guessed right, he really said it. What did he say? Su Qingxue asked quickly. She was not afraid of what Jizafeng would say to Lin Zhe. After all, she had a clear conscience with him. But Su Qingxue was afraid that Lin Zhe would believe it. He said he slept with you the day he returned home. Su Qingxue exploded instantly. Not only was she furious, but she was also anxious. She was angry that the scumbag dared to say such shameless words. She was worried that if Lin Zhe believed it, it would be terrible. He's talking nonsense, Lin Zhe. I didn't. My first kiss and my first time were both given to you. You know that. And, the night he came back, I just sent him to the hotel, and then went to the bar to find you. I didn't let him touch me, not even my hand. Do you believe me? Because she was too anxious, Su Qingxue's voice was choked when she said this. I know, so I didn't believe a word he said. Su Qingxue was so excited that she wanted to cry. Nothing is more important than Lindsay's trust. She hugged Lindsay again. Lindsay, the thing I regret most now is divorcing you for that piece of trash. Really, many nights, when I woke up from nightmares, I regretted it so much that I wanted to slap myself. It's all in the past, and we all have to look forward. Su Qingxue nodded repeatedly. Well, it's all over, can I kiss you? Just speak. Why do you want to kiss? Lindsay kissed her. Damn, he couldn't resist Su Qingxue's teasing. In the past, Lindsay always took the opportunity to take advantage of her. Now, it's this ancestor who was taking advantage of him. Her soft jade hands had reached into Lindsay's clothes and were wandering around without her knowing when. Wherever he went, Lindsay felt excited. It must be said that Su Qingxue's kissing skills are getting better and better. Lindsay clearly remembered that when he kissed her for the first time, not only was she trembling all over, but also, because they didn't know how to kiss, their teeth were chattering. But now, her kissing skills have made Lindsay's legs a little weak. Especially her sweet tongue, which made Lindsay unable to stop. After a kiss and when they let go of each other breathlessly, Lindsay couldn't help but hug Su Qingxue tightly. He wanted so badly to rub her sweet and soft body into his own. Bad guy, can we go home? I want to do it with you. Su Qingxue panted in Lindsay's ear. Her voice was soft and tender, gently touching Lindsay's heart like a feather. Hold. Who can resist this? Didn't we just do it this afternoon? Why, do you want it again? Yes, I want to do it with you every day. I wish our bodies were connected to each other. Su Qingxue's panting became much louder. As he said this, he kissed Lindsay's earlobe. Hold the grass. Lindsay shuddered all over, and he felt as if he was electrocuted. It's so damn exciting. Su Qingxue felt it. She is really smart. Know how to please Lindsay. While Lindsay's heart was beating wildly, Su Qingxue said coquettishly, Bad guy, promise me, okay? I'll put on stockings, a stewardess uniform, and high heels for you, and we'll stay together until dawn, okay? While speaking, Su Qingxue twisted her sexy body. Damn it, you don't want me to live. Lindsay said, panting. He was really aroused. This monster. Bad guy, I will kill you. Su Qingxue panted in Lindsay's ear. Damn, if Su Qingxue wasn't afraid of not passing the review, Lindsay believed that she would say something even more provocative. She is really trying to kill people now. Let's go home. Su Qingxue excitedly bit Lindsay's earlobe, then turned around and got in the driver's seat. With a step on the accelerator, the car quickly rushed towards the villa. Chapter 133 Reasoning. From the western suburbs to Su Qingxue's villa, from the door of the villa to the bed. Kissing all the way. Su Qingxue had never been so eager to kiss Lindsay. I have never wanted to kiss Lindsay so badly. Lindsay was almost exploding from her kiss. She was like a fairy, constantly seducing Lindsay. Seducing Lindsay all night long. It's extremely crazy. Su Qingxue's stockings were torn into 4 or 5 pieces by Lindsay. So, the consequence was that the two of them slept until noon the next day. Lindsay felt like his waist was about to break. Su Qingxue wasn't feeling much better either, she was in pain all over her body. She felt like she had been run over by a car. But after waking up and seeing Lindsay for the first time, Su Qingxue felt happy again. It was a feeling I had never experienced before. She curled up happily in Lindsay's arms, her whole body from top to bottom, inside and out, immersed in sweetness as if she had eaten honey. Lindsay looked at Su Qingxue's beautiful face and found it hard to connect the cold and elegant girl in front of him with the enchanting enchantress in bed last night. Bad guy, are you hungry? Su Qingxue asked coquettishly. Lindsay nodded. He was so hungry that he felt like he could eat a cow alive. Su Qingxue smiled sweetly and said, Then wait a moment. I have asked someone to bring the food over. You can eat later. Lindsay lit a cigarette. While puffing out smoke, Lindsay asked, Su Qingxue, tell me the truth, have you learned this from anyone? What? It's about the skills in bed. Puff. Su Qingxue giggled. She hooked her hands around Lindsay's neck and asked with a smile, How is it? Did I serve you well last night? Lindsay smiled. You are really bold in speaking now. Su Qingxue pecked Lindsay lightly on the lips. Do you like it? Well enough. This is a high affirmation. After all, Lindsay is not a young boy. His experiences on Blue Star in his previous life made his vision and requirements particularly strict. Ah? Just okay? I thought you were very satisfied, otherwise you wouldn't have bullied me and called me baby affectionately last night. Then do you want to think about what I meant after the word baby? Lindsay asked with a smile. Su Qingxue blinked a few times. Then her pretty fair face suddenly flushed with an alluring blush. She remembered. What this bastard said last night was, baby, bend your waist a little more, baby, lift your legs a little higher, baby, be a little sexier. When she thought of all this, Su Qingxue suddenly felt embarrassed and buried her little head deep in Lindsay's arms. She said coquettishly, "Oh, you are so annoying." Lindsay blew out a smoke ring and said with a smile, "You haven't answered my question yet." "What's the problem?" "Regarding your skills in bed, tell me honestly, have you signed up for classes?" "Hate it, I'm so pretty, my body is so sexy, and you're such a bastard who's so greedy for my body, why do I need to sign up for classes? Besides, you've slept with me so many times, of course I know what you like, and I like you so much, I'm definitely willing to please you." "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." Su Qingxue raised her little head and looked at Lindsay aggrievedly. "My best friend told me clearly that I should show weakness." Su Qingxue understood without any instruction that she should not only show weakness in the competition with Shin Tianli, but also show weakness when getting along with Lindsay. "Then let me rub it for you?" "Oh, you are so bad. What if you make her cry?" Puff. Lindsay burst out laughing. "What should I do if God makes me cry?" How did she come up with this word? "Bad guy, don't laugh at me," Su Qingxue protested. However, her voice sounded soft and delicate. It was not a protest at all, but clearly she was acting coquettishly. Lindsay stroked her snow-white and smooth back and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'll let my brother comfort her." Su Qingxue gave Lindsay a pink fist in embarrassment. "You are so bad." Lindsay smiled and hugged her tightly. When lunch was served, the two of them had just gotten up. Su Qingxue obviously wanted to give Lindsay some good nourishment, so the food she had people send over was particularly sumptuous. Lindsay enjoyed this meal very much. Not only did the food taste good and he was starving, but Su Qingxue also served him well. She was as attentive as a virtuous little wife, constantly picking up food for Lindsay and serving him meals. Only when he had finished almost all of the dozen or so dishes did Lindsay feel full. "Bad guy, do you have anything to do this afternoon?" After finishing her meal, Su Qingxue took the initiative to sit in Lindsay's arms. She hooked her arms around Lindsay's neck and asked coquettishly, "What's the matter?" Lindsay asked back, "Well, I want you to go shopping with me. I want to buy you a watch." "Why did you buy me a watch for no reason?" "I want to make it up to you. I want to slowly make up for what I owe you over the years." "That's not necessary." Lindsay declined. "Why?" "Because I never felt that you owed me anything. We agreed when we got married that I was just Jizafeng's stand-in. Since I got the marriage certificate with you, it means that I tacitly agreed to this condition. Later, when Jizafeng returned to China, you asked for a divorce. In my opinion, it was just the end of our cooperation. Do you understand what I mean?" This is Lindsay's true words. Although he is a scumbag, he is also a scumbag who likes to reason. He really never felt that Su Qingxue owed him anything. Hearing Lindsay's words, Su Qingxue's eyes instantly turned red. "Lindsay, he is really nice. I am really blind and blind. If I had realized that I liked him earlier, I wouldn't have wasted 3 years. If they had known their feelings earlier, we would probably have children now." The more Su Qingxue thought about it, the sadder she felt. She buried her little head sadly in Lindsay's arms, sobbing softly. "What are you crying for? Didn't you cry enough in bed last night?" Su Qingxue was originally immersed in sadness and unable to extricate herself, but after being stimulated by Lindsay's words, she not only stopped feeling sad, but her cheeks also blushed with shame. "This bastard is so annoying. Although what he said was not wrong, I did cry in my bed last night. But you don't have to say it directly." "Humph, I'll make you cry next time too," Su Qingxue said proudly. Lindsay was happy. "Okay, then you have to work harder." As the two were talking, Lindsay's cell phone rang. The call was from Yang Taichen. Lindsay happened to have something to ask him, so he picked up the phone. Chapter 134. Do you still remember that winter? Boss, I have already rented a house and changed my clothes as you said yesterday. What should I do next? Yang Tietching's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Lindsay smiled and asked, "Where are you now?" "In the rented house." "Okay, give me an address." "You're coming over?" "Yes, I just happen to have something to talk to you about." Okay, I'll send you the address right away." Lindsay hung up the phone. Su Qingxue hugged Lindsay tightly. "Bad guy, you wanna leave?" "Well, there's something going on. Go take care of it." "Can I go with you then?" "Why, you don't have to go to the company?" "I don't want to go today. I just want to stay with you." Lindsay smiled and said, "Don't make a fuss. We are friends. How can friends stick together 24 hours a day?" Su Qingxue knew that Lindsay was reminding her not to forget their relationship. It seems that he still has some resentment towards himself in his heart. However, Su Qingxue has learned her lesson now and will not argue with Lindsay anymore. She buried her little head deep in Lindsay's arms and said in a tender voice, "I know about our relationship, but I miss you, so I want to stick with you. Go to work. This way, you can distract yourself." As he said that, Lindsay patted her perky butt. Su Qingxue was frightened by Lindsay's pat on her head. She clung to Lindsay's arms and said coquettishly, "I don't want to work, I just want you to hug me." Her soft and gentle voice was like a feather, constantly stirring Lindsay's heart. Lindsay warned, "Damn it, don't act like a spoiled child." For some reason, Lindsay felt numb all over his body whenever he heard her acting coquettishly. Moreover, every time he heard her acting coquettishly, Lindsay had the urge to make her cry on the bed. Damn, this monster. Oomph, I'll just act coquettishly. I'll just act coquettishly with you. Su Qingxue twisted her body and said delicately, "Hold." Lindsay was so shocked that his whole body stiffened and even his breathing became a little rapid. He wanted to push Su Qingxue away. But at this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly said, "Thinking about it now, I was completely blind. In fact, in the second year of our marriage, I like to act like a spoiled child with you. I should have fallen in love with you at that time, but I had no experience and had no idea." "Do you remember the winter of the second year of our marriage? The winter when we had a snowball fight?" "I don't remember." Lindsay said nonsense. But in fact he knew what Su Qingxue wanted to say. In the winter of the second year after their marriage, there was a particularly heavy snowfall. Lindsay was making a snowman in the yard of the villa. Su Qingxue, for some reason, insisted on having a snowball fight with Lindsay. The two of them played around in the yard of the villa for an entire afternoon. Lindsay clearly remembered that Su Qingxue was very happy at that time. She, who was always cold and reserved, smiled for the whole afternoon and was as happy as a little girl. Moreover, in order to throw a small snowball into her clothes, she held her arm and acted coquettishly for a long time. Later, she agreed, and excitedly threw a small snowball into her back through her collar. As a result, when she evacuated, she was too excited and almost fell down. Fortunately, I was quick to catch her. She didn't fall down, but she fell down herself, and then Su Qingxue fell into her arms. At that time, she was not in a hurry to get up, and Lindsay did not say anything either. The two of them just lay in the snow and talked a lot. At the end, Su Qingxue even acted coquettishly and asked Lindsay to carry her into the villa. Su Qingxue said coquettishly, "I don't believe you forgot. I remember clearly when you carried me into the villa, you said, 'Su Qingxue, why are you so charming?' I also asked you how charming I was, and you said that you were so charming that you would give your life to me. Do you know that?" At that moment, I really heard my heartbeat. When she said this, Su Qingxue suddenly raised her little head, looked straight at Lindsay, and said very seriously, "Lindsay, I was blind and lost you, but it doesn't matter. You chased me for 7 years. This time it's my turn to chase you. I will change our relationship from friends to boyfriend and girlfriend. I will let you lie on the same household registration book with me again. I mean what I say. Damn, you're so scary now. Looks like I need to stay away from you in the future." Su Qingxue said with a smile, "It's too late, Lindsay, you know me, I am a person who either doesn't take action or once I take action, I will definitely achieve my goal, which means I have you in my grasp. Okay, go for it. I have to get busy. Now let me go. Give me a kiss and I'll let you go." "Su Qingxue, don't go too far," Lindsay warned. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingxue's sweet lips kissed him. Just kiss me, why the hell does she stick out her tongue as soon as she comes up to me? Damn it. Lindsay threw her on the sofa. Su Qingxue smiled proudly. Seeing Lindsay was about to leave, Su Qingxue asked with a smile, "Bad guy, let's have dinner together tonight, okay?" "No time." After saying this, Lindsay quickly left. To be fair, I was actually quite happy when I was with Su Qingxue. She is thoughtful and kind to herself. But it is precisely because of this that Lindsay is now increasingly afraid to stay with her. Because he was afraid that he would fall if time went on for too long. Even though up to now, Lindsay's determination to practice Taoism is still as solid as a rock, and he has no intention of getting back together with Su Qingxue. But time is a terrible thing. It always changes a lot of things invisibly. Yang Taichang lives in a village in the city. The surrounding environment is noisy. Moreover, the house he rents is not big, with only one bedroom and one living room. "Why did you rent a place like this?" Lindsay asked. Yang Taicheng said respectfully, in reply to the boss, "I think having a place to live is enough, and I am actually quite satisfied with this place." "Okay, as long as you are satisfied. By the way, I have something to consult you about." "Boss, you say. How good are you?" Yang Taicheng thought Lindsay wanted to test his skills, so without any unnecessary words, he stomped on the ground. Lindsay suddenly felt that the whole house was shaking, and after Yang Taicheng retracted his feet, the floor shattered into pieces. What a terrifying force. "Tell me the truth, can you kill an ordinary person with one punch?" To answer the boss, it depends on what part of the opponent you attack. If it's the head or other vulnerable parts, then it's okay. "Very good, let me ask you, do you know anyone as skilled as you?" Yang Taicheng nodded. "I know them. Many of our comrades are quite skilled." "Yang Taicheng, let me give you a task." Chapter 135. You dare to hang up the phone. "Boss, you say." Yang Taicheng said respectfully. Lindsay took out a cigarette, took out two, handed one to Yang Taicheng, and lit one for himself. While puffing out smoke, Lindsay said in a deep voice, "From now on, form a strong team for me, preferably with about 100 people." Yang Taicheng was stunned. "Boss, what are your specific requirements?" "Be able to fight, the stronger the better." "No problem, I'll take care of this matter later." Lindsay nodded and continued, "The salary is 20,000 per person per month. As for the bonus, it depends on the situation. Your salary is 50,000, but you need to obey me completely." "Can you do that?" Yang Taicheng was stunned again. He was shocked by the salary offered by Lindsay. You know, now many brothers, after retiring from the army, have no special skills and can only do the lowest level jobs, such as security guards. And their salary is at most over 4,000. Now Lindsay actually offered a salary of 20,000, how could Yang Taicheng not be shocked? "Boss, actually we don't need such a high salary. I'm already very grateful that you can give us something to eat. Besides, even if it's only 10,000 yuan, the brothers will be very happy." Yang Taicheng said excitedly. "You are worth the money," Lindsay said calmly. But there was a strong sense of majesty in his tone that made people dare not refute. To be honest, Lindsay is not a sucker. With hundreds of people, each earning 20,000 yuan, the monthly expenditure would be 2 million yuan. It seems like a lot, but for Lindsay now, it's just a matter of sprinkling water. Lindsay didn't feel sorry at all. After all, according to his plan, once this team is formed, it will not only become the sharpest weapon in his hand, but also provide top security services for many top wealthy people, and even carry out assassination missions, etc. By then, the rewards you get will be far greater than your expenditure. Yang Taicheng didn't know why Lindsay wanted to form a team of 100 people, but he was shocked by Lindsay's words. He didn't cry when his family was broken up by his ex-wife, and he didn't cry when he was living a life worse than death in prison. But at this moment, his eyes turned red and he wanted to cry. It was the first time since he was released from prison that someone treated him like a human being. At this moment, he vowed to be loyal to Lindsay. After finishing a cigarette, Lindsay transferred another 1,000,000 yuan of activity funds to Yang Taicheng. "I'll give you half a month. I hope this team can be formed. By then, I will personally assess everyone. Yang Taicheng, remember, you only have this one chance. I hope you won't let me down." Yang Taicheng nodded heavily. He swore, "Boss, don't worry, I won't let you down." "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." After saying goodbye to Yang Taicheng, Lindsay called Song Nanin. Song Nanin picked up the phone when it was almost hung up. Song Nanin was very unhappy. She was in a good mood, but when she saw Lindsay's call, she became unhappy. Because last night, after that bastard Lindsay finished chatting with Su Qingxue, he actually followed Su Qingxue away without taking me seriously at all. What's more, what made Song Nanin most unhappy was that she later called that bastard Lindsay, but his phone was turned off. It's so annoying. If Song Nanin didn't want to see why that bastard Lindsay called her, she really didn't want to answer the call. Just fart if you want to, Song Nanin said unhappily. Her personality wasn't like this before. Before she met Lindsay, Song Nanin was always calm. But ever since she met Lindsay, Song Nanin felt that she could never control her emotions. Where? Lindsay asked with a smile. He could tell that Song Nanin was very unhappy, but Lindsay didn't care. After all, the purpose of his calling Song Nanin was to ask for money. None of your business. Okay, I can tell you don't want to see me. If that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. I wanted to talk to you about building up your power, but since you don't like me, forget it. I'm hanging up now. Having said that, Lindsay was about to hang up the phone. Song Nanin became anxious. You bastard, just try and hang up the phone. Lindsay smiled. In the villa? Nonsense, what else? Wait, I'll be there soon. 15 minutes, if you don't show up, I'll kill you. Lindsay hung up the phone directly. When they arrived at Song Nanin's villa, more than 40 minutes had passed since the two of them had spoken on the phone. Lindsay got out of the car calmly and walked into the villa with a swagger. Song Nanin was swinging on a swing in the courtyard of the villa. She looked ethereal in her pure white dress, and as the swing swayed, she looked like a fairy about to ascend to heaven. You know what, it's really quite tempting. Lindsay stood not far from Song Nanin and watched for several minutes. Song Nanin then waved her hand and asked the servant to leave. Come and push me, you bastard. Lindsay seemed not to hear what she said. He just sat on a chair beside him, crossed his legs comfortably, and began to taste the expensive fruits on the corner table. Song Nanin was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. This bastard is increasingly not taking himself seriously. She jumped off the swing angrily, walked to Lindsay and was about to kick him. But Lindsay seemed to have anticipated all this. As soon as Song Nanin raised her foot, Lindsay hooked her slender waist like lightning and pulled her into his arms. Song Nanin was both ashamed and angry. This bastard must be dying. There were so many bodyguards in the courtyard of the villa staring at me. How could I maintain my authority in the future if he hugged me like this? You bastard, let me go. Don't move, let me hold you for a while. Lindsay said with a smile. Go and pick up your Su Qingxue. Oh, are you jealous? Puff. Song Nanin laughed out of anger. You bastard, you really dare to say that. Jealousy, who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve to make me jealous? Okay, as long as I'm not jealous. Let me ask you, where is Lin Nan? Let him go. Song Nanin said unhappily. What? Released? Did Bai Daolong put pressure on you? The Bai family is quite powerful in Haicheng, but they are not powerful enough to put pressure on me. Then why did you let Lin Nan go? Lindsay asked unhappily. Nonsense, now that I have the money, of course I will let him go. Lindsay was delighted. How much did it cost? 1.5 billion. Song Nanin said proudly. Okay, pass it to me. What are you thinking? Why should I transfer the money I worked so hard to earn to you? Fuck, will you give it to me? No. Why, you want me to kiss you in front of your men? Song Nanin was speechless. Chapter 136, Big Ambitions. After glaring at Lindsay, Song Nanin said angrily, You bastard, don't try to get yourself killed. Damn it, without money, it's the same as being dead. It's not impossible to ask for money. Let me ask you, what did you mean by building a force for me when you said on the phone? Didn't you ask me to secretly build a force for you yesterday? This matter has taken shape. It will be completed in half a month at most. Song Nanin was delighted. You bastard, you're not lying to me? What good would it be for me to lie to you? You've lied to me a lot anyway. Lindsay smiled and asked, Did Lin Xiaotian really give you 1.5 billion? He dares not to give it. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. After I came back last night, I had someone wake that jerk up and told him to call Lin Xiaotian. He was so scared that he called Lin Xiaotian howling like a ghost. I told Lin Xiaotian that if I didn't see 1.5 billion in my account before 10 a.m. today, I would kill him. As a result, the money arrived at 9:30 this morning. Lin Zhe gave a thumbs up. Song Nanin, you are really amazing. I asked Lin Xiaotian for 1 billion yuan and he agreed, but he turned around and looked for Bai Daolong. Humph, who made you so cowardly? Damn it, do you think I want to be a coward? If I were in your position, I would be 100 times more arrogant than you. Lin Zhe said unhappily, besides, I'm not a coward, I'm just forbearing. Do you understand what forbearance means? To be honest, Song Nanin believed what Lin Zhe said. After all, after these days of contact, Song Nanin knew clearly that this bastard was definitely a very bold person. In other words, he has no background now, but once he succeeds in getting to the top, he will definitely become a person who can crush many people. You bastard, let me ask you, what did you and Su Qingxue do yesterday? Go to sleep. Lin Zhe said bluntly. He had nothing to hide from Song Nanin. He had already told her that he was a scumbag who never took the initiative, never refused, and never took responsibility. Come on, if Su Qingxue really lets you sleep with her, I'll take your last name. Don't think I'll believe what you said last night, that you took Su Qingxue's virginity. Lin Zhe was happy. Why, you want to marry me, Song Nanin? Stop dreaming, I just want to be a quiet scumbag in my life. Song Nanin was speechless. This bastard is so shameless. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Arrange the transfer for me now while the bank is still open. Song Nanin glared at Lin Zhe and said unhappily, send me the account number. The reason why she wanted to give the money to Lin Zhe so readily was because she had never thought of monopolizing the money, and she felt that the money should be given to Lin Zhe. After receiving the account number sent by Lin Zhe, Song Nanin sent the account number to her personal finance and asked the other party to transfer the money as quickly as possible. After dealing with all this, Song Nanin asked, can you be more specific about the forces you just mentioned? No, but I promise that their power will be terrifying. By then, not only will they be able to kill your rebellious subordinates, but they may even be able to help you go further. Listening to Lin Zhe's description, Song Nanin felt a great sense of anticipation in her heart. Because she knew that although Lin Zhe was a scumbag, he was not a person who talked nonsense. In other words, what he said was most likely true. How could Song Nanin not be looking forward to this? You bastard, if you can really help me secure this position, how about I let you be my deputy? By then, you will be second to none in the society, and you will definitely be able to walk sideways in Haicheng. Song Nanin believed that Lin Zhe would not reject her. Lin Zhe smiled and said, no, I want to be the boss. I don't like being under others. I want to be on top of you. Song Nanin's pretty face turned red. This bastard is so shameless. I was clearly discussing the issue of rights with him, but he insisted on making it so vulgar. What does it mean that he doesn't like being under others? What do you mean he wants to be above me? However, these are not the point. The point is that Song Nanin saw Lin Zhe's ambition. You bastard, you are really ambitious. You even want to be the boss. Nonsense, I'm so handsome, what's wrong with being a little ambitious? Besides, if I didn't have ambition, how could I sleep with you? Lin Zhe said righteously. Song Nanin was completely speechless. What a bold and daring dog. At the same time. Capital City. Tang family mansion. After a night of tossing and turning, Tang Xuefei had completely figured out her current situation. Yes, I really traveled through time. And he traveled from Blue Star to such a strange place. Everything here is very similar to Blue Star. But it is clearly 10 years behind Blue Star. She transformed from a police officer into the daughter of one of the most powerful families in Beijing. Many people would probably wake up laughing in their dreams, but Tang Xuefei was a little overwhelmed. She doesn't want to travel through time, she wants to stay on Blue Star. Although every day she lived on Blue Star was a torment for her. But she still wanted to stay in Blue Star because Blue Star had Lin Zhe's presence. That was the man she had loved deeply for 5 years. When she thought of Lin Zhe, especially when she thought of the look in his eyes when he was executed, Tang Xuefei's heart ached as if someone was stabbing her heart with a knife. She was almost suffocated by the pain. She thought Lin Zhe would hate her. After all, it was she who stabbed him in the back and pushed him into the abyss of no return. But to this day, Tang Shuefei still clearly remembers that there was no resentment in Lin Zai's eyes when he looked at her, as if he was looking at a stranger. There was no longer any trace of himself in his eyes. At that moment, Tang Shuefei suddenly regretted her decision, and she desperately asked her leader to give Lin Zai a chance to redeem himself with merit. Unfortunately, she had been lurking beside Lin Zai for 5 years, and the evidence she collected unscrupulously using Lin Zai's love for her was like a bullet, hitting her right between the eyebrows. The moment Lin Zai was hit in the center of his eyebrows by a bullet, Tang Shuefei knelt on the ground in pain. She didn't want this, she really didn't want this. Unfortunately, this is all we can do. After Lin Zai died, Tang Shuefei collected his body. She quit her job despite a bright future ahead of her. But she no longer cares. She guards Lin Zai's tombstone every day. She spent every day in pain and torture. Finally, after 7 days, she couldn't hold on any longer. She cut the bowl in front of Lin Zai's tombstone. She wanted to go downstairs and confess to Lin Zai. But in the blink of an eye, she came to this strange world. Thoughts return. Tang Shuefei was already in tears. She choked up and said, "Lin Zai, how can I atone for your sins?" Chapter 137. Give me 200 million. When Lin Zai received the 1.5 billion transfer from Song Nanin, he was pressing her on the soft big bed and kissing her unscrupulously. In fact, at the beginning, Song Nanin was a little resistant to Lin Zai's kiss. But under Lin Zai's powerful kissing skills, she gradually began to fall, and in the end, she hooked her arms around Lin Zai's neck and began to kiss him back. To be honest, Lin Zai's kissing skills are really powerful. Not only did Song Nanin gasp for breath from the kiss, but even her body became soft like a puddle of fragrant mud. "How many days until my period ends?" Lin Zai asked breathlessly. "Humph, I won't even let you sleep like a piece of shit when I leave." Lin Zai smiled. "It's okay, you can sleep with me then." "You wish." "Not as pretty as you." Song Nanin's heart blossomed instantly, and she looked at Lin Zai with a smile on her face. "You bastard, if you can talk, just say more." "Okay, transfer 200 million to me later." "Damn it, didn't I just give you 1.5 billion? "Damn it, did you give that to me?" "That was given to me by Lin Xiaotian. Just consider this money as compensation for all the harm he has done to me over the years." "Humph, no." Lin Zai immediately became unhappy and pinched her full moon. Not only did Song Nanin's delicate body tremble violently due to the stimulation, but a bone-chilling moan also emanated from her nose. "You bastard, you, let me go." Her voice was rapid and trembling. "Give me money and I'll let you go." Lin Zai moved his fingers. "You bastard, you, I'll give it to you if you let me go." Song Nanin's delicate body trembled even more violently. Lin Zai didn't expect her reaction to be so big. He said with a smile, "If you give it to me, I will let go. Otherwise, you know what will happen." Song Nanin was defeated. "You bastard, I'll give it to you, please let me go, okay?" Song Nanin's voice became unusually charming. Lin Zai's heart was shaken. Damn, if her period hadn't ended yet, I would have really wanted to eat her right now. In the face of Song Nanin's pleading eyes, Lin Zai let go. Looking at Lin Zai's smug look, Song Nanin bit his shoulder hard in anger. Lin Zai was not angry. He smiled and kissed Song Nanin again. When the two of them calmed down, Song Nanin couldn't help but ask, "You bastard, why did you ask me to give you 200 million? "Nonsense, of course it's to train you a team with explosive combat effectiveness." Song Nanin glared at Lin Zai. "You bastard, if you had said so earlier, why would I reject you? How about giving me more?" "You wish." Lin Zai smiled and was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from Shin Tianli, and Lin Zai picked up the phone. "What's that?" When Shin Tianli heard Lin Zai's voice, her heart instantly became excited. She thought that after what happened last night, Lin Zai would no longer answer her calls, but unexpectedly, he actually answered them. Restraining her excitement, Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "Didn't you ask me to find you a management talent? He's in my company now. When can you meet him?" To be honest, this is Shin Tianli's excuse. Lin Zai did ask her to help find a management talent, but for Shin Tianli, this was just a trivial matter. The reason why she called Lin Zai and deliberately told him about this was because she missed Lin Zai a little and wanted to see him. But she really couldn't find any good excuse, so she used this excuse. "Okay, I understand. Hang up the phone." Lindsay hugged Song Nanin's sweet and soft body tightly, and then kissed her unscrupulously. Remember to transfer money to me. Having said that, Lindsay was about to leave. You bastard, you're leaving? There was a hint of reluctance in Song Nanin's voice. She was indeed a little reluctant. She didn't know why, but when she heard that Lindsay was leaving, she felt empty inside. Why, you can't bear to leave me? Lindsay asked with a smile. I can't bear to part with your head. Although she said so, her slender white fingers were tightly grasping the corner of Lindsay's clothes. Lindsay felt it, and he looked at Song Nanin's hand that was grabbing the corner of his clothes with a smile. Song Nanin's pretty face instantly felt hot. Why couldn't she control her hands? This is too embarrassing. Lindsay smiled and gently scratched her nose. You are such a double-talking girl. If you miss me, just call me. Song Nanin's heart was moved by Lindsay's action. This bastard is really good at teasing people. Yes, Song Nanin was a little aroused. Even after Lindsay left for a while, she was still immersed in the action of Lindsay scratching her nose. The person Shen Tianli found for Lindsay was named He Lingfeng, a middle-aged man in his early 30s. The other person looked extremely gentle, but his eyes were incredibly bright, and it was obvious at first glance that he was a capable person. Lindsay met Shen Tianli in her office. However, Lindsay just glanced at the other person and his eyes fell on Shen Tianli. This woman is dressed very seductively today. Under the light gray hip skirt are two sexy legs wrapped in black stockings, and on the feet are a pair of high heels. Coupled with her fair face and red lips, she looks particularly sexy and alluring. If He Lingfeng hadn't been there, Lindsay would have wanted to hold her in his arms right now. He Lingfeng, this is the President Lin I told you about. From now on, you have to work for him wholeheartedly. Do you hear me? Shen Tianli said in a stern tone. The other party nodded. Boss Shen, don't worry, I will do my best for Boss Lin. Lindsay said, okay, then you will be the CEO of the company in the future. Come on, I'll take you to the company. Okay. He Lingfeng said very calmly. Lindsay was very satisfied with his performance. Those who achieve great things should have this kind of composure. When taking He Lingfeng upstairs, Shen Tianli also followed spontaneously. The company is in its early stages. What you need to do now is to recruit people. Lindsay said concisely as they went upstairs. As for what kind of talents are needed, someone will tell you. He Lingfeng nodded. Clear. As we were talking, we arrived at the company. Lindsay called Chen Xingshan and asked him to come to his office. After a while, Chen Xingshan arrived. Not only did this guy look disheveled, but he also looked extremely haggard, as if he hadn't slept for hundreds of years. Chen Xingshan, what's going on? Lindsay asked. Brothers I've been rushing to make progress recently, so I haven't had much rest. Chen Xingshan said, scratching his head. Then you should also pay attention to rest and don't die suddenly at your workstation. Brothers I will pay attention. Chen Xingshan said quickly. Okay, let me introduce you to someone. His name is He Lingfeng. He will be the CEO of Rice Technology in the future and will be responsible for all matters of the company, big and small. Hello, Mr. He. Chen Xingshan said quickly. He Lingfeng nodded. He Lingfeng, this is Chen Xingshan, our company's technical director. He will contact you and I believe you will know what kind of talents to recruit. I understand. He Lingfeng said. Chen Xingshan asked, Mr. He, let's go to the conference room to talk? Good. After the two left, Lindsay glanced at Shen Tianli. The woman was looking at Lindsay with a seductive smile. Their eyes met. Lindsay patted his legs. Come, sit over here. Hateful. Shen Tianli said with a sweet smile. But having said that. But she still wore her high heels, twisted her perky buttocks, and sat in Lindsay's arms. Chapter 138. Do you want to vent your anger? Lindsay held the sweet and soft Shen Tianli in his arms. He first pecked her rosy lips a few times unscrupulously, then asked, Is it reliable? Shen Tianli felt numb all over from the kiss and her head was dizzy. After hearing what Lindsay said, she asked suspiciously, You bastard, is what you said reliable? He Lingfeng. Shen Tianli came back to her senses. Nonsense, do you think the talent pool of Shin Group is just for free? Basically, everyone in it has been secretly investigated since high school. Not only that, every one of them graduated from a top prestigious university. After they enter Shin Group, they will continue to be assessed. If they fail, they will be kicked out. Now there are only more than 30 people in the talent pool of Shin Group, but those who can stay are all top talents, and Healing Feng is the best among them. Lindsay smiled. Such a high evaluation? Has he independently operated any projects? Of course there are. 30% of Shin's Group's annual profits are contributed by the talents in the talent pool. I'm not afraid to tell you that Healing Feng is still my father's chief assistant. Do you know the value of this identity? Many of my father's decisions were proposed by Healing Feng, and these decisions have never gone wrong. When I asked my father to take Healing Feng away, my father was so angry that he almost beat me. When she finished speaking, Shin Tianli looked at Lin Zhe with grievance. It's like, look how much I have done for you, why don't you comfort me? Lin Zhe smiled. I didn't expect you to care so much about me. Nonsense, I promised you, of course I have to do my best. Tell me, how do you want me to thank you? Shin Tianli originally wanted to tell Lin Zhe to stay away from Su Qingxue. But she changed her mind and remembered that she and Su Qingxue had just fought for Lin Zhe yesterday, and made Lin Zhe angry. If such a request were made now, Lin Zhe would probably be even angrier. Forget it, it's better not to make things difficult for him when he is happy. With this in mind, Shin Tianli smiled charmingly and said, forget it, just consider it as my apology to you for my behavior yesterday. Damn it, I thought you were going to let me marry you. Puff. Shin Tianli giggled. When she saw Lin Zhe's wicked smile, she laughed so hard that her whole body shook. After hooking her slender arms around Lin Zhe's neck, Shin Tianli asked with a charming smile, why, do you want to sleep with me so much? What do you think? Lin Zhe straightened his body. Shin Tianli's pretty face turned red instantly. She said with shame and anger, you want to die, you bastard. Yes, she felt it. Damn it, can you blame me for this? You are so beautiful and sexy, don't you know it? Shin Tianli's heart instantly felt sweet. But she retorted, then, your reaction shouldn't be that big, right? Damn it, instead of blaming me, you should reflect on yourself. Shin Tianli was amused again by Lin Zhe's words. She smiled charmingly and said, yes, blame me, okay. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? How do you want me to compensate you? Shin Tianli asked with a charming smile. She was in a good mood now. Just give me a 30-point raise. You want to die, you bastard. You already have 60 points. If you increase another 30 points, it will be 90 points. Shin Tianli scolded with a smile. What? I didn't get 70 points? No, you have to give me a 40-point increase. Shin Tianli giggled. She looked at Lin Zhe with a beautiful smile. You rascal, you really dare to think so? At most, 10 points. Damn it, can't you just get it all in one go? It's really hard for me to watch a beauty like you swaying around in front of me every day. Shin Tianli's smile became more charming. You deserve it. Lin Zhe hugged her tightly and begged pitifully, Shin Tianli, please get bigger. I really want to sleep with you. You don't want to see me suffer like this every day, do you? Looking at Lin Zhe's pitiful appearance, Shin Tianli said proudly, it won't increase. Anyway, I'm not the one who is uncomfortable. Are you sure? Lin Zhe suddenly asked with a smile. Shin Tianli smelled danger. Her intuition told her that if she said the word sure, this bastard would definitely do something unspeakable to her. At that time, he would definitely take the opportunity to make more outrageous demands on her. Shin Tianli was not afraid of his demands. What she was afraid of now was that if this bastard kissed her so hard that she completely lost her mind and agreed to him without thinking, what would happen? When she thought of this, Shin Tianli quickly gave in. You bastard, I was just kidding. How about this, I'll give you a 15-point increase, no more. No, at least 20 points, otherwise, be careful or I will eat you right now. Just as Shin Tianli was about to speak, Lin Zhe's cell phone rang. The call was from Xueren, and Lin Zhe picked up the phone. Brother, I have something to tell you. What's that? Lin Xiaotian came to me today and asked me to destroy you, and he has already paid 10 million yuan for it, but I didn't know it was you at the time. Later, after he gave me the photo, I knew it was you. A chilling light flashed across Lin Zhe's eyes. My father is really a good person. What are you going to do? Lin Zhe asked. Of course I'm transferring the money to you, my brother. I just found out today that Lin Xiaotian is your father. It's rare to find such a vicious father. Shui said with a smile. Of course Shui likes money. But compared with power, money is nothing. Lindsay is his most important chess piece in the fight for the deputy position, so Shui certainly wants to win over Lindsay. Lindsay was happy. Thank you, Boss Shui, for your kindness. Shui smiled and said, Brother, what I am saying is being a little awkward. Let me ask you, do you want to vent your anger? What do you mean? It's very simple. I heard that Lin Xiaotian really loves his son Lin Nan. If you want to vent your anger, I don't mind helping you clean up that garbage. As the saying goes, if you send a Buddha to the West, you will succeed. Shui believed that after all his actions, Lindsay would definitely be devoted to him. Okay. Oh, by the way, don't kill him. Just take your time. Lindsay said with a smile. It would be meaningless to kill him. Anyway, the Lin family is just a piece of fat meat on the chopping board for Lindsay. I have plenty of time to torture them slowly. Understood. Wait for my good news. They hung up the phone. Lindsay was in a good mood. Looking at Shen Tianli's sexy fiery red lips, he kissed her directly. When they let go of each other panting, Lindsay said in a hoarse voice, Shen Tianli, I feel very uncomfortable now. Shen Tianli looked at Lindsay with seductive eyes. Seeing his painful expression, Shen Tianli put her mouth close to Lindsay's ear and said with a charming smile, What should we do? How about I lend you my mouth? Hold the grass. Chapter 139 The Power of Weakness. Shen Tianli's words were like a ton of aphrodisiac, pouring heavily into Lindsay's heart. His mind was beating fast, his heart was pounding like thunder, and his soul was about to leave his body. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Lindsay pinched Shen Tianli's slender waist, put her on the desk, then reached out and began to untie her belt. Shen Tianli panted softly and looked at Lindsay with seductive eyes. To be honest, her heart was beating fast too. Shen Tianli didn't know what she was thinking or why she made such a decision. Maybe she completely lost her mind after being kissed by Lindsay, or maybe she wanted to give Lindsay a little sweetness. But no matter what, her decision was bold, unbridled, and alluring. Lindsay took off his pants at the speed of light. Shen Tianli exploded. She was frightened. She was not scared by Lindsay's speed. She was frightened by Xiaolin. This is too horrible. She was so frightened that she fell directly from the table to the ground. Lindsay did not waste the opportunity. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I don't know how long it took. It's over. It's completely over. Lindsay slumped in his chair. Shen Tianli walked into the bathroom of the president's office with a blushing face. Soon, the sound of Shen Tianli gargling her mouth was heard from inside. By the time she came out of the bathroom, Lindsay had almost finished his cigarette. He closed his eyes and recalled everything that had just happened. He was so focused on reminiscing that he didn't even flick away the ash from his cigarette. When he heard the sound of high heels, Lindsay came back to his senses and turned to look at Shen Tianli. Their eyes met. Shen Tianli's pretty face turned red. You rascal, you were so cruel just now. I almost suffocated. Sorry, it was too exciting and I couldn't help it. I will be more careful next time. Lindsay said with a smile. Pa, your beauty, there won't be a next time. Lindsay smiled and said nothing. Damn, once this kind of thing starts, there's no way it's going to end. Unless I am fed up with her and don't want to do it anymore, I will not let her go. Otherwise, there will be no end to this life. Shen Tianli glared at Lindsay in shame and anger. You rascal, you have to have dinner with me tonight. Lindsay smiled and said, okay. After dinner, you have to accompany me to the movies. No problem. She had served him well just now, so Lindsay was willing to meet her moderate demands. Besides, Lindsay still wants to continue in the future. He was a little addicted to the bone-melting and soul-stirring feeling he had just experienced. Seeing Lindsay being so straightforward, Shen Tianli finally calmed down. We had Western food for dinner. This was Lindsay's request. He was in urgent need of nourishment. On the way to the restaurant, Shen Tianli was driving and Lindsay sat in the passenger seat like a big boss. When he was almost at the restaurant, Lindsay received a call from Su Qingxue. Shen Tianli saw the call from Su Qingxue to Lindsay, and she said unhappily, You bastard, turn on the speakerphone. Okay. Lindsay answered the phone with a smile. Bad guy, what do you want to eat tonight? As soon as the call was connected, Su Qingshue's gentle voice was heard. The battle last night made Su Qingxue unusually gentle towards Lin Zhe. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, she is still the cold and noble daughter of the Su family, but in front of Lin Zhe, she is as gentle as water. Sorry, Lin Zhe is going to have dinner with me tonight. Su Qingxue, you go and eat by yourself. Shen Tianli said proudly before Lin Zhe could speak. When Su Qingxue heard Shen Tianli's voice, she felt a little unhappy. She was about to retort, but she suddenly remembered what her best friend had said. Show weakness. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue pretended to be disappointed and said, "Oh, is that so? It's okay. Lin Zhe doesn't like sour food. Shen Tianli, please don't order sour food when you order. Also, his stomach is not very good, so don't order too spicy food. Also, don't let him drink too much." Su Qingxue was like a virtuous little wife, advising Shen Tianli gently without feeling disappointed. This gentle voice and the advice filled with deep love instantly stunned Shen Tianli. She thought Su Qingxue would retort to her as usual. Shen Tianli had already made up her mind that she would wait until Su Qingxue was about to vomit blood, and then hang up the phone. By then, I guarantee that Su Qingxue will be pissed to death. But he never expected that not only did she not retort to him, but she also said such caring words to Lin Zhe. Her words suddenly made her provocative behavior seem particularly inappropriate. To be honest, Lin Zhe was also surprised. He also thought that Su Qingxue would fight back against Shen Tianli. After all, at this time yesterday, the two of them were arguing quite fiercely. But he never expected that Su Qingxue would say such caring words to him. Su Qingxue, why are you pretending to be virtuous? Why didn't you act more virtuous when you divorced for another man? Besides, I will take good care of Lin Zhe. There is no need for you to say these gossips. Having said that, Shen Tianli hung up the phone angrily. Su Qingxue on the other end of the phone listened to Shen Tianli's broken voice. Although she was unable to have dinner with Lin Zhe, Su Qingxue did not feel depressed. Because, for the first time, she witnessed the power of showing weakness. It's so brutal. Apparently, my best friend is right and I should show weakness. When she thought of this, Su Qingxue sent another message to Lin Zhe's green bubble. Bad guy, take care of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable after drinking, call me and I will pick you up. These words were not a sign of weakness, but the truest thoughts in Su Qingxue's heart at the moment. She likes Lin Zhe and she wants to be nice to him. She wanted him to feel her strong love. When Lin Zhe saw the message sent by Su Qingxue, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Seeing this, Shen Tianli became even more unhappy. You rascal, do you think she's better than me? How is that possible? Lin Zhe responded quickly. This is Lin Zhe's true feelings. He doesn't think Su Qingxue is better than Shen Tianli. Not only do they both have stunning looks, they also have sexy and hot bodies. In Lin Zhe's heart, they are all the same. It makes me want to hug her and ravage her in bed. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Shen Tianli finally felt a little comforted. She couldn't help but ask, so who is better, me or her? This is the kind of question Lin Zhe hates the most. He lit a cigarette. Shen Tianli, I don't like this question. Please change it. You rascal, what do you mean? Is it difficult to answer? Or do you think she is better than me? Shen Tianli asked angrily. She felt very wronged. I just did that kind of thing to this bastard, but now he treats me like this. No, I just simply don't know how to answer. Since she regretted divorcing me, she has been very nice to me. Of course, you are invincible in my eyes today. Shen Tianli felt relieved. Humph, that's what you said. Lin Zhe smiled. Can we continue tonight? Get out. Shen Tianli cursed in shame and anger. Lin Zhe was not angry either. He squinted his eyes and started smoking. But his mind was already starting to think about how to proceed with the evening. He was confident that Shen Tianli could continue. After all, once this kind of thing starts, she has no control over it. Chapter 140. Kneel down and apologize. The dining area is of high quality. Shen Tianli didn't ask for a private room, but instead chose a seat by the window. Under the dim lights and romantic music, Shen Tianli's delicate face was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. To be honest, Lin Zhe looked at her face and still couldn't believe what happened in the afternoon. But that bone-melting and soul-stirring feeling has been completely engraved in his mind, reminding Lin Zhe all the time that everything in the afternoon was real. Seeing Lindsay looking at her with an ambiguous smile, Shen Tianli instantly realized that this bastard must be recalling the scene in his office in the afternoon. When she realized this, Shen Tianli's pretty face turned red and her heartbeat began to accelerate. Frankly speaking, although Shen Tianli did not regret what she had done, when she thought about that incident now, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Looking at Lin Zai's smirk, Shen Tianli kicked him under the table in embarrassment. "Don't even think about it, you rascal." Lin Zai asked with a smile, "Why, do you know what I'm thinking?" "Humph, you're smiling so shamelessly, of course I know." "Then tell me." Shen Tianli glared at Lin Zai in shame and anger. She felt very embarrassed just thinking about it, so how could she possibly tell Lin Zai? Lin Zai was about to speak when the waiter started serving the dishes. The appetizer was some bread and salad. Lin Zai handed a long and thick piece of bread to Shen Tianli, and said with a wicked smile, "Shen Tianli, take it and eat it." Shen Tianli kicked Lin Zai again in embarrassment. This bastard is so bad. When the steak was served, Shen Tianli was drinking red wine. Lin Zai picked up the knife and fork, skillfully cut the steak into bite-sized pieces, and handed it to Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli was stunned. She really didn't expect Lin Zai to cut steak for her, although this was a trivial matter for Shen Tianli, and there were many people who cut steak for her. But looking at Lin Zai's actions, she couldn't help but feel a strange warmth surge in her heart. However, Shen Tianli didn't want Lin Zai to know that she was moved by his behavior at this moment. She snorted in a pretentious manner, picked up the grilled medium-rare beef with a fork, put it into her sexy mouth, and began to chew it carefully. Compared to Shen Tianli's elegant eating style, Lin Zai seemed a little rude. "There's no way, he's hungry. I've been a bit too indulgent these past 2 days and I'm running out of nutritional needs. I'm in urgent need of a big boost." Halfway through the meal, Shen Tianli got up and went to the bathroom. Lin Zai drank the red wine in the glass alone. At this moment, a violent voice came into my ears. "Fuck, Lin Zai, you still have the nerve to eat here?" Lin Zai knew who was speaking without even looking at him. Except for that trash Lin Nan, no one else dared to speak to Lin Zai so unscrupulously. Lin Zai turned his head and saw the trash Lin Nan. At this moment, he wrapped himself up like a mummy, with only his eyes and mouth exposed on his face. He looked as funny as could be. Moreover, he was leaning on a cane in his hand, and it seemed that he was severely beaten by Song Nanin last night. "Hey, you're not dead yet?" Lin Zai asked with a sneer. "Fuck, even if you die, I can't die," Lin Nan said, almost roaring. When Lin Nan thought about what happened last night, he wanted to kill Lin Zai. "Not only was I almost beaten to death by this beast last night, he also had him locked in a dog cage for the entire night." "Okay, I get it. Can you get out of here now?" Lin Zai was too lazy to talk nonsense with this rubbish. As soon as the words fell, a guy standing next to Lin Nan suddenly shouted, "Lin Zai, keep your mouth shut and apologize to my brother." Lin Zai snorted. "Someone's zipper was not zipped up properly and you were let out. You are such a poor thing." The other party exploded instantly. "Fuck, Lin Zai, my name is Ji Buochang, my sister's name is Ji Shanshan, you better respect me. Don't think you can rant about me just because I'm your college classmate. If you piss me off, I'll still deal with you." Ji Buochang? College classmates? What the hell is this chicken neck thing? What did you say? Come on, speak louder, I didn't hear you just now," Lin Zai said with a sneer. Ji Buochang took a few steps forward, and stood in front of Lin Zai with an arrogant look, and said arrogantly, "Fuck, I say, what the hell do you want to?" Pop. Lin Zai just hit him with a big punch. What a chicken neck thing, dare to challenge me. Lin Nan himself didn't take him seriously, let alone one of his henchmen. When he felt a burning pain on his cheek, Ji Buochang covered his cheek in shock. He looked at Lin Zai in disbelief. Obviously, he didn't expect that Lin Zai would dare to fight with him. In Ji Buochang's mind, Lin Zai is a waste who dares not say a word even when being stepped on by his boss. But now he dares to hit himself. "Fuck, Lin Zai, you'd better kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise I'll make sure you don't get eaten today." Before Ji Buochang could finish his words, Lin Zai kicked him hard in the stomach. With his quick and swift kick and fierce force, Ji Buochang was kicked to the ground. When seeing this scene, Lin Nan was furious. Although Ji Buochang is just his dog, as the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Lin Zai, this beast, beat his dog so unscrupulously, which clearly shows that he doesn't take himself seriously. How could Lin Nan tolerate this? He picked up his crutch, pointed at Lin Zhe and shouted, "Fuck, kneel down and apologize to my people, otherwise I will have someone kill you right now." Lin Zhe snatched his crutch and hit him hard on the head with his backhand. "Do you really think you are still the same loser as before?" Lin Nan collapsed to the ground, holding his head with his hands, howling in pain. "Fuck, you beast, you're fucking dead. I'm not afraid to tell you that my dad has already asked Xueren to come and deal with you, a beast. Just wait, I just notified Xueren, he'll be here soon, and that's when you'll be dead." As soon as the words fell, a gentle middle-aged man with 5 or 6 younger brothers appeared in Lin Zhe's eyes. Who else could it be but Xueren? When he saw Xueren, Lin Nan became excited instantly, just like a wild dog seeing shit. Lin Nan couldn't help but be excited. This is the moment he has been waiting for. When Lin Nan thought about the disaster that was about to happen to that beast Lin Zhe, his whole body was shaking with excitement. He pointed at Lin Zhe. He said viciously, "Master Shui, you are here, it is this beast, kill him quickly for me." Chapter 141 Satisfy You. Xueren glanced at Lin Zhe with a smile, and then his eyes fell on Lin Nan. "Are you Lin Xiaotian's youngest son?" Lin Nan nodded excitedly. He didn't expect that Xueren actually knew him. "Master Shui, yes, I am Lin Xiaotian's son, and I was the one who sent you the message just now. So, how do you want me to deal with him? Cripple his hands and feet, cut off his kidneys, and then castrate him?" Lin Nan said with resentment in his eyes. Ji Buchang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said viciously, "It would be best to lock that beast Lin Zhe in a dog cage and let him have a taste of what you, boss, went through last night." Lin Nan smiled proudly. "That's right, Master Shui, after you've dealt with that beast Lin Zhe, throw him in the dog cage. Tell me when you're done, and I'll take some photos." Xueren nodded. However, his expression changed instantly, although he was smiling just now. Not only did his expression become extremely gloomy, but even his eyes became extremely fierce. "Take him away!" Xueren shouted coldly. Lin Nan felt instantly refreshed. "Damn, I finally get to see this trash Lin Zhe suffer." He was about to speak excitedly, but at this moment, 2 strong men suddenly grabbed him. Lin Nan was confused. "Master Shui, did your men make a mistake?" "You're not mistaken," Xueren said with a smile. Lin Nan's face turned pale instantly. "Mr. Shui, what do you mean by this?" Xueren sneered and said, "It's nothing, I just don't like you, so I'll drag you out." As soon as the words fell, the 2 strong men quickly grabbed Lin Nan's arms and dragged him outside. "Brother, are you satisfied?" Xueren asked with a smile. "Not bad." Xueren smiled and said, "It's fine as long as it's good. Call me anytime if you have any questions." "Okay," Lin Zhe said with a smile. "Then I won't disturb you while you're eating." As he spoke, Xueren was about to leave. Lin Zhe said at this time, "Boss Shui, wait a moment." "What's the matter, brother? Do you have anything else to do?" Xueren asked with a smile. Lin Zhe pointed at Ji Buchang and said, "Take this garbage with you." After hearing this, Ji Buchang was instantly shocked. In fact, when Xueren suddenly asked his men to deal with Lin Nan just now, Ji Buchang was already scared silly. But at that time he just felt scared, which was far less frightening than the one Lin Zhe felt now when he asked Xueren to deal with him. He fell to his knees with a plop, begging for mercy in panic. "Lin Zhe, I was wrong. I didn't mean to provoke you. It was Lin Nan who forced me to do it. Yes, it was him. Please, for the sake of our friendship, please forgive me. I kowtow to you." Lin Zhe didn't even look at him. "Do you know how to mention your college classmates now? When you were humiliating me just now, why didn't you show some mercy because we were college classmates?" Xueren waved his hand and suddenly pounced on a strong man. The other party grabbed Ji Buchang's hair and didn't care whether Ji Buchang was dead or alive. He dragged Ji Buchang outside quickly as if he was dragging a dead dog. Ji Buchang screamed in pain, but the other party seemed not to hear him. The noisy restaurant suddenly returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Lin Zhe, who had a good appetite, continued to eat meat and drink wine. When the glass of wine was finished, Shen Tianli finally came back. She obviously had no idea what had just happened. "What took you so long?" Lin Zhe said with a smile, "I thought you fell in. I was going to go in and look for you." Shen Tianli smiled charmingly and said, "You stinky scoundrel who can't even spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, let me tell you some good news." "What good news?" "I'm having my period." Damn it. This is good news for Chicken Neck. However, Lindsay was not angry. She didn't let him sleep anyway, so it didn't matter whether she had her period or not. Besides, doesn't she still have a mouth? Lindsay smiled and said, "It's okay, as long as your mouth doesn't have your period." Puff. Shen Tianli was amused and started laughing. Because she laughed so wildly, she immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. And because she was so beautiful, those who were looking at her had their eyes wide open. Shen Tianli didn't care at all. She laughed for a while and suddenly kicked Lindsay under the table. "What the hell, why did you kick me? You filthy rascal." Shen Tianli cursed with a smile. Lindsay smiled. "Shen Tianli, can you give me a wake-up call tomorrow? Why, are you worried? Are you afraid you might oversleep?" "No, I just want to simply appreciate your wake-up service. Of course, I hope you don't make any noise when you wake me up, like you did this afternoon." Shen Tianli then realized what Lindsay meant by wake-up service. She kicked Lindsay again in shame and anger. "You bastard, you really dare to think like that?" Lindsay smiled and said, "That feeling is so ecstatic, why wouldn't I dare to do it, Shen Tianli? To be honest, I dream of enjoying this kind of service. How about you take the trouble to serve me? You are so slutty." Shen Tianli said shyly and angrily. Lindsay smiled and said, "You know me quite well." Shen Tianli was amused again. This filthy rascal. He is so shameless and vulgar. But it's hard to hate it. The two of them played around for a while, and the restaurant's pianist had just finished playing a piece of piano. Shen Tianli suddenly asked, "You rascal, can you play the piano?" Lindsay nodded. "A little bit, what's wrong?" Lindsay's words were actually quite modest. He knows more than just a little, his piano skills are much better than his guitar skills. After all, he learned to play the piano from his mother's beating with a ruler when he was a child, and he learned to play the guitar after he went to college in order to form a band. "Then play a song for me. If you can move me, maybe I will consider letting you enjoy a special wake-up service," Shen Tianli said with a charming smile. Lindsay was ecstatic. He didn't expect Shen Tianli to put forward such a condition. "I thought there was no hope for this." After all, this kind of thing was actually quite embarrassing for Shen Tianli. Although she did it for him in the afternoon, she agreed to it in a daze after being overwhelmed by his kiss. In other words, there is absolutely no way she would agree to it if she was in a clear mind. But unexpectedly, she showed signs of agreeing. What made Lindsay even more ecstatic was that his mind was filled with a lot of heart-stirring piano music from the Blue Star. It is easier to impress her than to drink water. "Why do you suddenly want to listen to piano music?" Lindsay asked with a smile. "I watched a movie when I was a child. I have almost forgotten the plot of the movie, but I still remember the scene where the male lead played the piano for the female lead. I also want to be the female lead once," Shen Tianli said with a smile. Lindsay smiled. "Okay, I'll satisfy you." Chapter 142. The moon represents my heart. Sitting on the stool in front of the piano, Lindsay did not start playing immediately. Yes, he was thinking about what song to play. There was no way, there were too many romantic piano pieces in his head. As he was thinking, Lindsay inadvertently saw the moonlight outside the window. He had an idea. After lighting a cigarette and blowing out a smoke ring, Lindsay held the cigarette in his mouth and placed his slender fingers on the black and white piano keys amid the whispers of everyone. Shen Tianli held her cheek with her slender hands and looked at Lindsay not far away with a beautiful smile. For some reason, she felt that Lindsay was really handsome at this moment. Although I usually think he is very handsome, it is far less shocking than at this moment. He is obviously very handsome, and his temperament is rather elegant, but now with a cigarette in his mouth, he inexplicably gives people a feeling of being cool and handsome. It was a kind of handsomeness that made Shen Tianli's heart beat faster for some reason. When the moving music sounded, everyone's expressions froze. Accompanied by the moving music, Lindsay's magnetic voice spoke slowly. "The moonlight tonight is beautiful, but Miss Shen from Table 9, you are more beautiful than the moonlight tonight. Tonight, you are my best actress. A song of the moon represents my heart, and it is for you." Yes, what Lindsay is going to play is "The Moon Represents My Heart." Although he had many romantic piano pieces in his mind, at this moment, Lindsay felt that no one was more attractive than this one. Because the moonlight outside tonight is really beautiful. Boom! Those words instantly rang in Shen Tianli's ears like thunder. Her heart was beating like thunder. It was the first time that she heard her own heartbeat so clearly. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Shen Tianli looked at Lin Zhe with her watery eyes particularly brightly. As bright as a sky full of stars. A beam of light suddenly lit up in the originally dim restaurant, and the cold white light shone on Lin Zhe. It was as if he was coated with a layer of silver light. It also makes his facial features appear more three-dimensional, his eyes deeper, and more charming. Shen Tianli was fascinated. She was so bewitched that her heart softened. She never knew that Lin Zhe could exude such amazing charm. At this moment, Shen Tianli felt that even if Lin Zhe asked her to provide her with a wake-up service, she would agree even if he asked her to sleep with her. In fact, Shen Tianli was not the only one who was fascinated. There are other people dining in the restaurant. Many girls put their hands together and looked at Lin Zhe with stars in their eyes. Some people have started filming with their mobile phones. Lin Zhe had no idea about this and didn't care. He was a little immersed in the piano piece. When the last note fell, the cigarette in Lin Zhe's mouth also burned to the end. Lin Zhe took a puff, raised his head and blew out a smoke ring, then flicked the cigarette but into a trash can not far away. When I stood up from the stool, a lonely applause suddenly broke out in the silent restaurant. It was Shen Tianli who was applauding. But soon, someone else joined in. By the end, the entire restaurant was filled with thunderous applause. Some girls looked at Lin Zhe with passionate and crazy eyes. Lin Zhe walked towards Shen Tianli with a smile. Shen Tianli had already stood up from her chair. She was clapping with great excitement. Before Lin Zhe could get to her, Shen Tianli excitedly threw herself into his arms. "You bastard, you are so awesome, how come you are so awesome?" Lin Zhe smiled and hugged her slender waist and asked, "Why, are you touched?" Shen Tianli nodded repeatedly. "Do you like it?" Shen Tianli nodded excitedly again. She said excitedly, "I just like it, I love it to death." "Don't love me, it's useless," Lin Zhe said with a smile. Puff. Shen Tianli giggled. When he returned to his seat with his arms around Shen Tianli, a girl suddenly came to add Lin Zhe's green bubble. Unfortunately, his appearance was not up to standard, so Lin Zhe rejected him. Seeing this, Shen Tianli became even happier. In order to prevent Lin Zhe from being harassed, Shen Tianli paid the bill as quickly as possible, then took Lin Zhe's hand and fled the restaurant. What Lin Zhe didn't know was that his performance had just been filmed and posted on the internet. However, the photographer took the photo a little late and did not capture what Lin Zhe said. As luck would have it, Zhang Qingyue, who was surfing the internet, saw this video. The other part.'s title was, "The most romantic piano piece in history, the moon represents my heart." Out of curiosity, Zhang Qingyue opened the video. When she clearly saw that the male protagonist in the video was Lin Zhe, Zhang Qingyue was delighted. But what surprised her even more was that the song played by Lin Zhe was so romantic that it made people feel soft and warm in their hearts. So, Zhang Qingyue forwarded this video. And it is accompanied by text. The person who plays this piece of music is also the composer of my previous two songs. She didn't write Lin Zhe's name, not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't know whether Lin Zhe would be willing to let her write his name. Zhang Qingyue's influence is unquestionable. Less than 5 minutes after she forwarded it, the number of likes had exceeded 300,000, and the number of forwardings had exceeded 190,000. Moreover, it is still increasing exponentially. Su Qingxue received the message as soon as Zhang Qingyue forwarded the video. She paid special attention to Zhang Qingyue. After receiving the message, Su Qingxue didn't want to click it, but she saw Zhang Qingyue's title. Su Qingxue realized that it was Lin Zhe who played the piano, and she quickly opened the video. When the romantic piano music sounded in the villa, Su Qingxue's heart suddenly became soft. She missed Lin Zhe. Although she missed him very much, now listening to the piano music played by Lin Zhe and watching Lin Zhe in the video, she missed him even more. Before she finished listening to the song, Su Qingxue couldn't wait to send a message to Lin Zhe. "Bad boy, I miss you. When will you finish your work? I miss you so much. I want you to hug me and kiss me." At the same time, Beijing, Tang family. After dinner, Tang Xuefei returned to her room early. The more she walked through the house, the more she felt out of place, even though she remembered everyone in her family. She was afraid to be around them. Fortunately, her family thought that she suffered from the aftermath of the car accident and didn't think much about it. After returning to the room, Tang Xuefei sat on the reclining chair in front of the floor, staring at the charming moonlight outside the window and began to daydream. She thought of Lin Zhe again. I want to spend every moment with him. After thinking for a while, Tang Shuefei felt that this was not a good idea. She was afraid that the more she thought about it, the less courage she would have to live. Because every time she thought of Lin Zhe, her heart was always filled with guilt. She picked up the phone. An app on the mobile phone is pushing a female star named Zhang Qingyue. Tang Shuefei had no interest in celebrities, but she clicked on it for some reason. The female star named Zhang Qingyue forwarded a video. The video is titled "The Most Romantic Piano Piece Ever. The Moon Represents My Heart." Tang Shuefei had no interest in this and was about to close the video. But she suddenly realized something. She was originally lying down when she suddenly sat up. Her beautiful eyes trembled, her breathing became rapid, and she couldn't wait to click the play button on the video.